The story unfolded on a battlefield shrouded in thick, impenetrable smoke, where a young field medic, sweating profusely from the incredible exertion of his strength, was faced with an extremely difficult task, and the situation in which he found himself seemed to him completely hopeless and devoid of any hope for a successful outcome. He wondered whether it was worth it for him to take on something that he had never encountered in his practice before, and who could have foreseen that his beloved and chosen profession would lead to such serious and severe consequences that changed his whole life. The doctor recalled the moment when his colleague offered him a highly paid job that promised great prospects, and he thought with bitterness that if only he had known then what tragic events it would ultimately lead to, he would never have agreed. One day, during his regular work at the hospital, that same colleague approached him with the news and informed him that he had signed up as a medical volunteer in a hotspot, strongly urging him to join this mission and go with him. He offered to go with Dr. Chin Woo, but the latter, feeling quite comfortable and confident in his position at the hospital, did not at all understand why he would need to go to such a remote and dangerous place where he would have to work at the limit of his physical and mental capabilities. His persistent colleague continued to assure him that this was a great and unique opportunity to gain invaluable experience that would not have been possible under normal circumstances. But Dr. Chin categorically did not want to go, but his colleague arbitrarily and without his final consent added his name to the list of volunteers. Who could have foreseen then that he would be sent directly to a war that had suddenly broken out in one of the distant countries? And the doctor, who had never before experienced the horrors of a real war, suddenly found himself in the very center of a fierce civil conflict, where there were so many wounded that there was simply not enough room for everyone. He did everything possible, as befits a real doctor, faithfully and selflessly fulfilling his professional duty, providing assistance to every person who needed it, sparing neither effort nor time. Dr. Chin completely forgot about sleep and food. His only constant companions were the blood and suffering of the people he tried his best to save, using all his knowledge and skills. But one day, something happened that no one could have foreseen or expected, as the rebels suddenly and furiously attacked their temporary camp, taking everyone by surprise. They mercilessly killed anyone they didn't like or who resisted, quickly capturing key positions in the camp, and then began to thoroughly search the entire area. There were too many of them, and they tightly surrounded the entire territory of the camp from all sides, leaving absolutely no chance of salvation or escape for those inside. The rebels methodically combed every corner, every nook of the camp, looking for survivors or those who tried to hide from their brutal reprisals, hoping to remain unnoticed. Dr. Chin, along with the patients and children he was desperately trying to protect, sat in the shelter, shaking with an all-consuming fear of the rebels and completely at a loss as to what to do next in this critical situation. After several agonizing minutes of waiting, the rebels jerked open the tent where the young doctor was hiding with other people and immediately pointed their guns at him, ready to shoot. The cold-bloodedness of these armed men knew absolutely no bounds. Their convictions were far from peaceful intentions, and they came here with obviously hostile and destructive goals, bringing death and destruction. The little boy clung to the doctor in fear, and his mother trembled with horror when they saw the barrels of machine guns pointed straight at them, foreshadowing imminent death. The tension at that moment reached its peak, and the young doctor keenly felt the full gravity and hopelessness of the situation as the rebel prepared to fire without showing the slightest hesitation. The most terrible and irreparable thing happened completely unexpectedly for everyone, as the rebel opened fire, and although the doctor understood perfectly well that he could die at any second, he could not stand aside, because it was his duty to protect the lives of other people. The rebel calmly pulled the trigger, pointing his machine gun straight at them, aiming at the defenseless people sheltering in the tent. Until the very end, the boy could not fully comprehend that this heartless and cruel rebel was actually going to shoot innocent people, including women and children. But it still happened, and a burst of machine gun fire fell on the young doctor, who bravely shielded people from the deadly bullets with his body, taking the full brunt of the blow. He did absolutely everything he could at that critical moment, and when the last shell casing clanged out of the machine gun magazine, it was all over for him. Drops of blood began to fall to the ground, painting it crimson, and the doctor stood there, pierced by bullets, not even having time to fully comprehend what exactly had happened to him in those last moments. In his weakening arms was the little boy he had just saved at the cost of his life, and that boy looked at him with hope and boundless gratitude in his wide-open eyes. He realized that these were the last breaths of a dying doctor, and in his childish eyes, he became a real hero. And when the boy looked around, he realized that everything happened exactly as it should have happened, because such was the fate of a hero. After all, a doctor's purpose was always to help people, and that was his destiny, his calling, and his eyes slowly and heavily closed forever. He fell heavily on the cold ground, his arms hanging limply at his sides, and the little rescued boy screamed desperately for Dr. Chin, but the doctor could no longer hear anything. Having fulfilled his duty to the very end, he collapsed to the ground as if his soul was leaving his wounded body, and the first thought in his fading consciousness was the thought of unbearable pain. It seemed to him as if his bones were breaking and cracking from the wounds he had received, and now he was falling into some endless void, feeling how death was gradually and inexorably consuming him. Suddenly, fresh and cool air pierced his lungs, causing them to contract spasmodically, and bright and blinding sunlight hit his eyes, forcing him to close them. Before his eyes appeared a dense forest, the likes of which he had not seen for a very, very long time since he left his native land. He looked around in confusion, completely unable to understand why he was lying on the damp ground, what had happened to him up to this point, and why he was covered in dirt. Looking at his hand, he was extremely surprised to discover that it was not at all like his own hand. It was the small and delicate hand of a child. His childish hands were caked with dried blood, and he remembered with horror that his past life had been tragically cut short because he had died in the war saving others. Looking around in bewilderment, he could not understand where he was and why he ended up in the body of a small child, and he looked at his new body for a long time, trying to comprehend what had happened. But when he raised his head and looked more closely, he was shocked to see many people around him. They were warriors dressed in medieval armor, and they were holding daggers and other bladed weapons in their hands. These people seemed to be on the verge of death. They were incredibly tired and exhausted, as if after a hard and bloody battle. The place where he found himself was very reminiscent of the remains of a caravan that had been ambushed or attacked by ruthless bandits who had left behind only destruction. The guy caught himself wondering if all of this was just a dream, or perhaps he had misunderstood something in the reality around him, or maybe all of this was just a complex and realistic hallucination, or maybe it was some elaborate set for a historical film, because there was no way he could have come up with such a realistic and nauseating smell of blood that permeated absolutely everything around him. As he got closer to the dead bodies, he looked at them closely and realized that they were real. Their bodies had been torn to pieces by one blow, and the wounds were extremely deep, but he could not understand how a person could be cut in half like that. There were no gunshot wounds on the bodies, which looked very strange and unusual for him, who was accustomed to other realities, and the people around him also behaved very strangely, almost like children. The guy looked around for a long time, trying to understand what actually happened in this place, and where he ended up, having gotten into this incomprehensible world. But one very important detail caught his attention, and he began to think hard about what it could mean in the context of everything that was happening around him. He felt like he was in the world of martial arts described in books, and this place was simply incredible and breathtaking in its atmosphere. The cold stones that reflected the bright sunlight in the very area where the battle took place reminded him of a Murim, a legendary place from tales of ancient warriors and masters. The guy looked for a long time at the dead man lying in front of him, completely not knowing what to do next in this unfamiliar and frightening environment full of dangers. But despite all the horrors that surrounded him on all sides, he felt surprisingly well, and his new body was safe and sound, and even his soul felt some peace. He thought that perhaps this was all just his imagination running wild, but if it wasn't, then this place certainly wasn't some remote wilderness or even Korea where he was from. His body had also undergone significant changes, and the 3 lanes in front were completely empty, as if they had been the first to be attacked and completely destroyed. The guy looked at the dead and saw their frozen faces and necks, which clearly indicated that this whole terrible event had happened quite recently, literally a few hours ago. Most likely, these people died no more than 2 hours ago, judging by the state of their bodies and the surrounding environment, which retained traces of a recent fight. He decided that he had to pull himself together at all costs, overcome the shock that had gripped him, and get out of here immediately before the robbers returned to the scene of the crime. As he struggled to his feet, he heard a man scream in the distance, and it seemed to him that someone else might still be alive after this bloody massacre. Approaching the wounded man, the boy carefully asked if he was okay, and the man, overcoming the pain, picked up a bag with some jewelry and quietly told him to give it to his wife. The guy saw that it could be hard-earned money or some very valuable things, but he didn't say anything about it. He just silently looked at the owner, who looked extremely depressed and desperate. The man kept repeating that he was dying from his wounds, but his wife was still alive, and she really needed the money to continue living. And the guy quickly tore the clothes on the wound and realized that he needed to stop the bleeding immediately. Drawing on the knowledge he had gained as a young and talented doctor in his previous life, he quickly pinpointed the exact location of the wound and prepared to provide the first aid necessary to the victim. His actions were clear and confident, as he knew perfectly well how to properly stop bleeding and save the life of a person in critical condition. Seeing how incredibly lucky this man was in this situation, the boy realized that although the wound was quite deep, his vital organs were fortunately not affected. Despite significant blood loss, if the wound is sutured in time and correctly, the man will be able to recover normally and return to a full life, avoiding fatal consequences. But to do this, he urgently needed to find something that at least remotely resembled a needle and thread, and his gaze fell on the duffel bag lying nearby. Having poured all its contents onto the ground, the guy began to carefully search among the things for something suitable for conducting an impromptu surgical operation in the field. Luckily, among the various things there was a small sewing kit, which was usually used for mending clothes in field conditions, and this was a real stroke of luck. Quickly threading the needle, he realized that this should be quite enough to perform the necessary operation to stitch up the wound and save the life of the wounded man. If he does everything correctly and carefully, this will help prevent further infection of the wound and the development of dangerous complications that could lead to death. Although he had no anesthesia, and the procedure was going to be very painful for the wounded man, he had to endure it because they had no other choice under the circumstances. Gathering all his will into a fist and concentrating on the task, the guy began to carefully stitch up the wound of the injured man, trying to act as accurately as possible. After some time, which required his utmost concentration, the operation was successfully completed and the profuse bleeding was finally stopped, giving hope for salvation. The guy had almost finished his difficult work, confidently continuing to act, as he knew for sure that he was doing everything correctly based on his past medical experience. He had practiced such manipulations many times when he was a surgeon and often encountered similar situations in his medical practice, saving people's lives. As the job neared its end, a slight smile of satisfaction appeared on his face, knowing that he had done his best under the difficult circumstances. The warrior who endured this terrible and excruciating pain without pain relief was a real fighter, and now everything should be fine. And he quietly thanked the guy for saving him. The guy said he did everything he could, since he didn't have any antiseptics on hand, but he really hoped that blood poisoning wouldn't occur. Taking a few things from the bag, the boy told the soldier that it was unlikely that God would help them in this situation, but there was still hope for the best. The old, worn-out boots that had fallen out of the bag clearly showed that the soldier had a pregnant wife waiting for him at home, and he simply had to survive for her and the unborn child. The boy carefully and gently collected all the things that he had emptied from the wounded warrior's bag, trying not to miss or damage anything. He brought the bag to the warrior and asked him not to die, because his loved ones were waiting for him at home, and he had to fight for his life. The sun was already setting behind the horizon, painting the sky in crimson tones, and soon a dark and dangerous night full of uncertainty was to come. The guy dragged the survivors away from the dangerous place, trying to gather his strength after everything he had to go through in this short but eventful time. He was completely exhausted and powerless because all this time he had been tirelessly helping people without thinking at all about his own strength and his condition. He couldn't understand why he got tired so quickly, because his new young body should have been much more resilient and strong than he felt. Soon he heard the sound of footsteps nearby and thought that perhaps someone else had managed to survive this chaos and needed his help. He rose with difficulty and walked forward, hoping to find someone else alive among the ruins of this terrible tragedy that had taken so many lives. He truly believed that there were other people who needed help, and he simply could not leave them to their fate in such a desperate situation. He felt that it was not by chance that he had ended up in this body and in this place, and now his mission was to help everyone he could save with his own efforts. However, the danger was enormous and very real, and if no one came to his aid soon, all his efforts could be completely in vain. Clenching his fist tightly, he stopped the flow of negative thoughts, trying to focus on the main thing and not lose faith in a successful outcome of events. Now was not the time to think about that, he decided firmly. First, he needed to help the survivors, and then deal with the rest. He saw only one goal before him. It was to fulfill his medical duty and help everyone in need, even in his new and completely unfamiliar reality. Thick smoke rose from the cliffs, and people were horrified by the situation that was unfolding around them, spreading panic and despair. The bodies of the dead were scattered all over the mountain range, and overturned carts eloquently testified to the scale of this fierce and bloody battle, which spared no one. The young gentleman walked from one place to another where the dead lay, trying to understand what exactly had happened here, and what were the reasons for this tragedy. He looked at their lifeless bodies and was disgusted by the huge amount of blood that covered them and everything around them, creating a terrible picture. The smell of blood permeated everything around him, and he was horrified to think how much suffering these unfortunate people had to endure before they died. He looked at the woman with deep-cut wounds, and the realization that he could do nothing to help her filled his soul with burning shame and helplessness. Tears streamed down his face, and the thought that he was completely powerless to change anything lay like a heavy stone on his heart, causing unbearable pain. But when he looked closely at one important detail, he realized that the most important thing in a surgeon's job is the ability to quickly determine who can still be saved. And those who could no longer be saved had to be left behind, and his first priority was to focus on those who still had some chance of survival. He struggled to his feet and moved forward, carefully searching the area for anyone who could still be given the necessary assistance. He dragged some of the wounded to the side, laying them on a convenient slope, trying to create at least some semblance of safe shelter from possible dangers. Of the large number of wounded, only 3 had a real chance of survival, and only they could be helped, given the scale of this terrible tragedy and the limited resources. Only for them he did everything possible, which was in his power, given the current situation and the lack of necessary tools and medicines. His gaze fell on these people who lay helplessly before him, and he felt the weight of what he saw, realizing the tragedy of their situation. It was difficult and painful for him to realize how all this turned out for him, who found himself in a completely hopeless situation, without any support. But he gathered all his will into a fist and tried to keep himself in hand, despite the despair and feeling of hopelessness that had overcome him. He could only imagine that if he had had proper medical equipment with him, he could have saved many more lives in this situation. Now, in the middle of the forest, he felt completely powerless, having only his own hands at his disposal, and looking closely, he noticed a handkerchief under one of the wounded. He picked it up, unfolded it in front of him, and saw that it had strange and incomprehensible hieroglyphs on it, similar to ancient writing. The hieroglyph signified a flying kite, which was skillfully painted on this piece of cloth, mysteriously glittering in the rays of the setting sun. It was quite clear that this was the identification mark of an escort carrier, an organization that transported people or goods for a fee, carrying out important missions. Such transport companies were often found in martial arts novels, and the young owner realized that he had been transported straight to one of those worlds. And the wounded were most likely the guards who accompanied this caravan. And if this was so, then a rescue team should have already been sent for them. However, there was absolutely no time to hesitate, and the boy found a sharp sword in the body of one of the dead and pulled it out with difficulty, preparing for defense. He sat down on the hill, stuck his sword into the ground next to him, and began sharpening it on flint, while preparing to start a fire for warmth and cooking. All his efforts were directed towards starting the fire as quickly as possible, and soon the flint began to strike the first sparks, giving hope. After some time, after many unsuccessful attempts, the fire finally flared up, and the boy was very happy because his military knowledge finally came in handy in this situation. He began collecting firewood and carrying various materials to set up a temporary camp. But while working, he realized that the body he had been reborn in was very weak and untrained. After some time, he still managed to create at least some semblance of shelter on the ground, providing minimal protection from bad weather and wild animals. Soon everything was ready, and the place began to look a little like a real campsite, where one could rest and recuperate. The guy fell to the ground from fatigue, completely exhausted after a hard day of work, next to people who had been unconscious the whole time. From his makeshift tent, he looked up at the sun, which was bright red and slowly setting behind the clouds, illuminating the sky with its last rays. He didn't understand it, but he couldn't stop thinking about why he was so confident that someone would definitely come to their aid in this wilderness. But before it got completely dark, he needed to get down to the foot of the mountain to thoroughly check the surrounding area for dangers or other survivors. The people who had a chance of salvation were warming themselves under the awning and were safe, at least for the moment, while he was nearby. The guy looked at them again, clenched his teeth, realizing that he had to act decisively because their lives now depended entirely on him and his decisions. His main goal was always to help ordinary people in trouble, and he could not simply leave these sufferers to their fate. He thought about his difficult fate, sank heavily to the ground, and was overcome with deep sadness and longing for his past life and loved ones. Despite the fact that he was a doctor with a full medical education and all the accompanying privileges, fate had prepared for him a very difficult test that changed everything. He didn't come into this profession to carry the wounded on the battlefields of the Mam lands, but he couldn't run away from his duty and calling. He chose the medical profession not for altruistic reasons, but in order to earn a lot of money and be able to adequately support himself and his family. Although helping people was always his top priority, the financial side of the issue was also of great importance to him, determining many of his actions. He had been poor and unhappy all his life, having grown up an orphan, and this feeling of constant lack always haunted him, giving him no peace. He has spent his adult life struggling with his own suffering, thinking through every step towards a better life, and achieving his goals. His life changed dramatically when he decided to become a volunteer and found himself in such a terrible situation where he sacrificed himself while protecting civilians and died from multiple gunshot wounds. And he still could not understand how this could have happened. A sudden loud sound filled his ears, and the boy paid attention to it, feeling an imminent threat and danger coming from somewhere in the darkness. He wasn't sure what exactly was going on, but he assumed it might be wolves, who were probably about to attack their defenseless camp. After all, he was in an ancient world where wild animals like wolves had existed for hundreds of years, and caravan robbers had been active for thousands of years. The boy picked up a flag with a kite emblem and began to cry, asking himself where the rescuers were and why they had not come to help yet. But when he looked closely at the inscriptions on the flag, he noticed that the name of the transport escort of the flying kite seemed very familiar to him, as if he had seen it somewhere before. He began to remember where he might have heard this name, and suddenly remembered that he had read the novel Greatest Heavenly Demon, where one of the characters was named Peck, and he was a member of a 3-generation medical institution in the Middle Kingdom. He was stunned by this incredible discovery, but the ground beneath his feet began to shake more and more strongly, foreshadowing something significant. As he stepped out of the tent, he heard the sound of approaching galloping horses coming from a short distance away, and his heart began to beat faster. He grabbed the sword he had pulled from the body of one of the slain men earlier and began waving it around, desperately hoping to attract the attention of the approaching horsemen. He really hoped that it was a rescue party that had finally come to his aid, and he was trembling with excitement and anticipation of rescue. However, he also had a strong suspicion that they might be bandits who had returned to attack him and take his remaining property. The first to appear were flags with various emblems, proudly fluttering in the wind and approaching closer and closer to his shelter. Soon the boy saw the main flag. It was the famous flying kite, the symbol of a powerful organization, and his hopes grew. He sighed with great relief and fell to his knees, realizing that he had finally received help and that his suffering would soon end. These people actually came to help the lost squad, and the boy felt a huge relief that he managed to survive this mortal danger. All the survivors, including himself, will now be completely safe, because the soldiers have come to protect them from any threats. When the soldiers arrived on the scene, they were heavily armed, and their squad immediately surrounded the boy as the only surviving witness to this horror. The boy noticed that the carts that arrived with the soldiers looked quite unusual and different from those he had seen before. One of them looked like a huge first aid kit, filled to the brim with various medical supplies, and the boy remembered that he had already read about something like this in books. He remembered a passage from a book that described Pick Rick-in's medical cart, which was filled with medicines from top to bottom, and now he realized that this cart was the very one he had read about, and his eyes lit up with a spark of hope. The boy remembered the time when he was reading this novel with great interest, and how his colleague interrupted him, mocking him for being immersed in a book about martial arts again. But the doctor didn't care what others said, because it was his favorite hobby. His colleague then remarked that the name Greatest Heavenly Demon sounded boring and uninteresting, but the doctor was angry at this opinion and reacted sharply, defending his choice. The young master grabbed his head, not believing that this incredible event was actually happening to him. It seemed like a simple coincidence, but in fact it was not. When the soldiers arrived and saw the boy, they shouted joyfully that they had found at least one survivor in this terrible massacre, which was a great success. The guy was on his knees the whole time, waiting for their reaction and trying to comprehend everything that had happened to him over the past few hours. It was illuminated by the bright rays of the sun, and looking at the warriors, he could not believe that this was really the same world and the same master that he had read about in the novel. The hawk flew like the wind over the mountainous terrain of Murim, and dry winds swept over the slopes, raising clouds of dust and sand into the air. The rescue team quickly arrived at the scene and saved everyone they could find, including our main character, who miraculously survived. The boy looked closely at the man who had saved him, trying to understand who this stranger was and what his intentions were. As Chin knelt and the chariot stopped next to him, a man approached him, who seemed strangely familiar to the young master, as if he had seen him before. The first thing he ordered his men to do was to check if there were any more wounded nearby and to carefully search the entire surrounding area for dangers. After this, the man turned his close attention to the young man who somehow miraculously managed to survive this terrible tragedy that took so many lives. The boy stood and eagerly awaited the reaction of the commander-in-chief of this unit, on whom his future fate in this unfamiliar world now depended. The man approached him with his huge steps, confidently holding his ground and demonstrating strength, power, and authority with his whole appearance. Standing over the boy, this stern-looking man directed his piercing gaze at him, and the only thought that flashed through the boy's mind was why this man was so huge and powerful. He sat down next to the boy and asked him solicitously how he was feeling, looking at him with the concern that he carefully concealed behind his stern and unapproachable appearance. The man standing in front of him was called Wunyu Hong, and he was the head of the Flying Kite organization, and he asked the boy to introduce himself and state his name. The dirty and tired boy said his name, Gon, and looking at Unan, he realized that he was much kinder and more sympathetic than he expected, judging by his appearance. The leader admitted that the young master's name was quite beautiful and praised Gon, saying that he was a real fine fellow because not every adult man could show such fortitude in such a situation, but Gon could. Yu Hong's gaze slid towards the tent, and he immediately realized that this tent could not have appeared here out of nowhere. It was clearly made by this boy with his own hands. When Chin reported that there were wounded inside the tent who needed help, the leader was shocked by this unexpected discovery and immediately gave orders. He looked inside and saw that there were indeed wounded people there who had already been given some basic medical care, which improved their chances a little. A chill ran through Annan's body as he realized the gravity of the situation, but he knew he had to act immediately and decisively to save the survivors. He ordered his soldiers to provide emergency aid to the injured and call Master Beck Rinong, who was famous for his medical skills, as soon as possible. Chin really hoped that he had not made a mistake in his assumptions, because the guy in question was indeed Renong, the legendary healer. A carriage was rapidly approaching from afar, and the silhouette of this hero appeared from it, and the young gentleman held his breath, feeling that something very important was about to happen. It seemed completely impossible, but it was not a dream, and when he turned his head, he noticed something completely incredible and breathtaking. The man who descended from the chariot was the same one described in the novel Pek Rinong, one of the 3 generations of doctors of the Celestial Empire. Pek Rin got his nickname from the color of his hair, which resembled the scales of a white dragon, and his figure was truly legendary and admired. He looked like a real wizard, and his aura emitted incredible energy that everyone around him could feel, sensing his power. Although he was a man, everyone saw in him an incomparable beauty and refinement that was rarely seen in his sex, which made him even more mysterious. The guy, seeing this familiar silhouette, opened his mouth wide in surprise and did not know what to say at all, because it all looked like a fairy tale come to life. Everything was completely consistent with what he read in the novel, and the world he found himself in was not just a world of martial arts, but something more. It was a whole universe from that very book, which was once just an interesting novel for him, but now came to life right before his eyes. The story unfolded in such a way that the young doctor reread the novel The Greatest Heavenly Dragon several times in a row shortly before his tragic death on the battlefield. One of the important supporting roles in this novel was Baek Renung, and according to the plot, when the transport unit was attacked, it was he who saved the main character Hyun, after which many events happened in the novel, and eventually Baek died of chronic illness in the 2nd volume. But now things didn't go according to plan because the guy standing in front of Beck realized that something had changed because the patient that Peck was supposed to treat had already been stitched up by Chin. Peck looked at the victim's body for a long time and saw a striking picture, as the deep wound was carefully stitched with threads, and the seam was already beginning to heal, and the stitching itself was done with incredible precision and skill. Dr. Peck praised the impeccable workmanship, which he had seen for the first time in his long medical practice, and all that remained for him to do was to treat the wound, for which he took out a special ointment and applied it to the wound with his fingers. By putting his hands on the injured man, his healing energy was transmitted directly into the patient's body, and the aura around him shone with a bright light, and the leader of the squad came to check on the doctor, as he was interested in how the important warriors Un Paidu and Kong Song Pa were feeling. But the doctor did not want to talk about their condition, and turned the conversation to the question that was bothering him, pointing to the stitch, and the master asked who stitched the wound. All the warriors turned their attention to this serious matter, because it was really important, because no one except the young master could do this, and the gaze of everyone present focused on the little boy, and he felt a lump form in his throat from such unexpected attention. Chin, when asked, honestly admitted that it was he who stitched up the victim's wound, using his knowledge and skills gained in his past life. Peck pointed out that the boy had extraordinary surgical skills for such a young age, and smiled at him to express his sincere surprise and admiration. And everyone was shocked to learn that the victim had survived thanks to the skills of this young hero, and praise from Baek Renung was the highest form of recognition in their society. They began to praise the boy, admiring how well he had done, and could not believe that he was such a skilled craftsman who did not lose his head in a critical situation. But the boy only wanted to help at any cost, and Peck's face expressed respect, and from that day on, Chin was accepted into the circle of trusted people, which was a very rare thing. The young master was left with the warriors, who were to remain in place for some time, and when he saw the chariot with the dignitaries drive away, he sighed with relief. As he fell to the ground, he felt a heaviness in his chest. He had difficulty breathing, and he still could not fully accept the new and frightening reality he found himself in. He realized that gratitude from the flying serpent itself was incredibly valuable in this world where power and influence ruled, and it could help him. The warriors around him promised that they would definitely repay him for his kindness and saving their comrades by showing nobility and gratitude. However, he had to live a completely new life, in which he found himself in a new and very important role for him, full of surprises and trials. The chariot carrying the high-ranking dignitaries moved quickly along the winding mountain paths, hurrying to deliver them to a safe place as soon as possible. Everything necessary for life and comfort was found in these skillfully made chariots, but their main advantage was the speed of movement over difficult terrain. Inside the chariot in which Master Peck rode, a small fire was burning in a brazier, and a teapot was being heated on it to make a fragrant and invigorating tea. Next to Master Peck was his faithful servant, who helped him in everything, because Peck spent a lot of his internal energy on healing people. The servant knew perfectly well that his master was a pearl of kindness and compassion, but he should not have gone to dangerous places so often, because it was very difficult for him. Master Peck lay on his bed, having no choice but to strictly fulfill his duty as a healer, helping all those in need without exception. He remembered how last year, the head of the escort, helped him avoid a serious threat that loomed over his family and loved ones. Today he saved his younger brother, thereby fully repaying the debt he once owed him, restoring justice. The servant realized that the losses associated with Onongyong were especially painful for his master, and he felt very sorry that the others had survived while he had not, and by the time they arrived at the scene, it was already impossible to help him. Leaving this place of sorrow and despair, the young master felt that he had a pure soul, feeling that he had completely fulfilled his duty. Now he owed nothing more to this world, and his soul was no longer burdened with any burden of guilt or unfulfilled obligations. However, the faithful servant understood that if Master Peck continued to behave in this way, he could completely lose his strength and health. After all, Peck knew very well that it was not easy at all to restore the 9 yin meridians. But what could he do in this difficult situation? Master Peck knew very well that he had very little time left to live, and if he lived to be 40 years old, he could be considered a real centenarian. Although his servant begged him not to say such terrible words, Peck raised his hand, feeling that it was the truth, and called out to his servant Yua. Taking off his mask, he said seriously that he had made a firm decision to take him as his student in order to pass on his knowledge and experience. No matter what contradictions and objections Yu expressed, the master was adamant in his decision, and his word was final and not subject to discussion. The master knew perfectly well that his life would be even shorter if he began to teach the student, but he still made this important decision. The servants, no matter how hard they tried to convince him, knew perfectly well that he would not change his decision, since he was very stubborn. However, one thought did not give Master Peck peace. When they were at that place, he saw a child who did something completely unimaginable. This child amazed the young master with his actions and skills, and even the servant was greatly surprised by this incredible story. The servant clenched his fist tightly from the emotions that overwhelmed him, but said nothing to his master, because he was overcome by mixed and contradictory feelings. This incident was truly incredible and out of the ordinary, and the servant decided not to contradict his master, although he still could not fully accept his decision. Chin was sleeping peacefully, not disturbing anyone with his presence, when suddenly a familiar smell began to awaken him, and memories of the medicine from his distant childhood surfaced in his mind. For a moment he caught himself thinking that he had already heard and seen this medicine when he was a small child, and often visited the market where similar herbs were sold. Then he finally decided to open his eyes and see where he was and what was going on around him, as curiosity got the better of him. He noticed that he had woken up in a completely different place than where he had fallen asleep a few hours earlier, and this alarmed him a little. The strong and pungent smell of the medicine made him feel sick. He grabbed his heart and began to breathe heavily and intermittently, trying to come to his senses. Looking around, he tried to determine where exactly he had woken up, and despite the unpleasant smell of medicine, he needed to figure out what was going on. Warm, stale air came in through the thick window of the carriage, creating a stuffy atmosphere inside this small, enclosed space. The rays of the morning sun penetrated the room through the cracks, and he realized that the place he was in was very reminiscent of a hospital ward. He saw the same legendary man he had met before, and his appearance here was quite unexpected for Chin A. But why he came back again and stamped his boots so loudly was unclear, and the man only sternly told him to stay in bed and not move. Still not fully awake and recovered, Chin didn't know what to say in response, because everything that was happening seemed completely unreal to him. He saw Master Peck, surrounded by soldiers and his faithful assistant, standing over his bed, and it looked like something very serious had happened. Master Peck was feeling very good and cheerful that day, and he had not gathered all these people here just to talk. The warriors stood around him on all sides, lined up in straight lines as if they were on a very important and responsible mission. The young gentleman could not at all imagine why they were all looking so intently and attentively at him, causing him a feeling of awkwardness. Next to him lay the boy Chin had saved earlier. He survived, but what happened to the other 2 victims remained completely unknown. Chin timidly asked the master where he was, and he answered him in a light and casual tone that they were at the location of the Flying Serpent detachment. Master Peck said that the boy had fainted and slept all the way here, so he decided to let him rest a little and gain strength. The boy looked at the master, and he looked like a real celebrity from another world, and he could not believe that the master spoke to him so respectfully and even by name. Master Peck expressed his deep respect for the young man, saying that his skills and timely assistance saved the lives of his men, and although Peck had completed their treatment, saving the others was the young hero's undeniable achievement. Chin was only glad that he was able to help people in difficult times, but he said nothing in response, modestly lowering his gaze. Master Peck said he had managed to avoid serious complications among the wounded, and stressed that not only the Kite organization, but also the Kongson family owed him a great debt of gratitude. The boy did not understand where the Konin family came from, and the master reminded him that the girl he was treating, with a sword in her hand, was the heiress of this very noble family. She was one of the daughters of the powerful Konshin family, a wandering warrior and heir to the important position of FOS in the Flying Serpent organization. The master once again emphasized that if it were not for the young hero and his timely intervention, these people would most likely have died from their wounds. Chin, knowing a little about the plot of the novel he was reading, remembered that the Kongan family appears a little later in the story as an important part of the developing events. He realized that he saved the daughter of the head of the Konsan family, not because he wanted to, but because it was his direct duty as a doctor. The young hero decided to get out of bed, not wanting to think that it was solely his merit, since he was simply doing his job. He tried to get to his feet, but felt severe pain throughout his body and could barely stand. He was so weak and exhausted. Master Peck's servant immediately stopped him, carefully supporting him with one hand so that he would not accidentally fall and hurt himself even more. Peck's servant, official Yu, who accompanied him, only gently told the boy to be careful and not to make any sudden movements in his condition. Everything was exactly the same as in the novel, and Yu was also quite a strong and memorable character, known for his half-closed eyes, which he kept like that because of a special skill he learned from his grandfather. The young gentleman thanked everyone for their kind words and support, feeling deeply grateful that he was able to help these people. He was very glad that he was able to make his modest contribution to saving people who found themselves in such a difficult and dangerous situation. The warriors around him, hearing the words of the little boy, could not believe that he was so wise as to reason like that, being only a child. The boy knew that thanks to him, the flying kite had repaid its debt to the Konsan family. But deep down he felt that he could have caused even more confusion in these already difficult circumstances. A minute later, Master Peck handed the boy a small red box and warned him that it contained something special and very valuable. The box contained a rare cure for internal injuries, which was a sign of great respect and enormous gratitude to this brave boy. The warriors around them were amazed by this generous gift, for it was not just anything, but something much more significant. It was a legendary Vanden of a century-old pine tree, which was impossible to easily obtain or buy for any amount of money. It was so rare. This medicine was extracted from the resin of a centuries-old pine tree that grew in ancient and inaccessible places, and the resin secreted from its roots contained all the life force of this mighty tree. This preparation retained the vital energy of a centuries-old tree, and its value was extremely high, and looking at this gift, the young hero did not understand why the master gave him such a rare item. Everyone around him was also greatly surprised by this unexpected and very generous gift from the renowned Master Peck. Master Peck looked at the boy and did not feel any regret about his actions, because if it were not for this child, they would have lost all hope for the continuation of the Konsan family, which was nicknamed the Dragon Sword, and the Konsan family might not even believe that the child saved their relative, but it was the pure truth. The master knelt before the boy, acknowledging that the rescued girl occupied a very important position in the family, and perhaps this gift was not enough to express all their boundless gratitude. Other people around, who were well aware of the true value of this object, could not fully comprehend all its deep meaning and symbolism. The guy looked at this unusual gift for a long time, completely not knowing what to do with it and how to react to it correctly. He still didn't fully understand why he had been given this medicine, and he thought it would be useful to know its exact name and properties. The master explained that if he took this pill, it would help him heal his internal injuries and greatly relieve his headache, and he noted that the boy was very exhausted and his body was having a hard time recovering on its own. The master asked the boy to take the pill right now to feel immediate relief and start the healing process as soon as possible. The boy realized that this was probably some kind of miracle cure for internal injuries, and although he had some doubts about its effectiveness, he decided to take it out of respect for the master. Despite his some doubts, he obediently followed the will of the respected master, not daring to contradict him in such a situation. When he put the pill in his mouth, he noticed that it even began to glow slightly, with a mysterious inner light, which was very unusual. At first he had difficulty swallowing it, but with some effort he did it, and after that a pleasant chill slowly spread throughout his body. His head was a little dizzy from the effects of the powerful pill, and Yu handed the boy a flask and asked him to drink the liquid to help him sleep, because he really needed a good rest, and the boy brought the flask to his lips and began to drink, and Master Peck asked everyone to leave to let the boy rest. And when the warriors left, they realized that this boy was much more extraordinary than they had been told, and when they thought about their children, they did not even want to imagine how much ahead of them he was. He would be a great example for them. Rumors spread very quickly because people love to gossip, and in the evening the master returned to visit the boy, who lay in bed for a long time and quickly fell asleep. And then Yu-Hu asked the master if he really wanted to make him his disciple. The master had no doubts about his decision, because no one in their right mind would refuse to become a disciple of the Heavenly Father Baek Rinong himself, but his faithful servant was still very worried about this. The point was that the master was aware of the possibility that the boy might be a fake, and to check this, he went to the bed and carefully examined one very important detail. Taking out the needle and holding it in his fingers, he asked the servant if sincerity, when revealed, did not touch the heart to the depths of the soul. The servant looked at this with amazement and could not believe that the master was going to give such a valuable thing to this young and unknown person. The master raised the needle above the young master's forehead, preparing to perform a mysterious ritual that would clarify many things. He ran it over the boy's face and it began to glow with his own aura, as if the aura was hugging his body, filling him with vital energy, and the boy's hand began to tremble from this influence. Peck looked him straight in the eye and smiled broadly, watching the effect of this unusual procedure, while the servant looked at it all with open envy. There was only one question left, whether to envy this guy or sympathize with him, because now under the master's care, his life would definitely not be peaceful and safe. At that very moment, the boy had a very strange and disturbing dream. It seemed to him that he had become a small butterfly and was in the hands of some madman who mercilessly pierced his fragile body with needles. He clearly felt every painful prick in his body in the form of a butterfly, completely unable to do anything or somehow resist this torment. The boy begged the madman to let the defenseless butterfly go, realizing that this was not normal at all, but the man did not listen to him at all, and all the boy wanted was for this nightmare to end as soon as possible. He suddenly woke up with a jolt, opening his eyes with relief to see that the ceiling above him was the same as it had been before he fell asleep. When he woke up, he felt as if he was in a completely new body, as if his physical shell had completely changed during this time. There was only one calming and pleasant smell in the room, which enveloped everything around him, creating an atmosphere of calm and serenity. The guy didn't understand at all why the room smelled like something rotten, and this unpleasant smell filled all the available space, causing him confusion. He raised his hand, feeling that it was a little numb and did not obey him, which was a rather strange and unusual sensation. When he tried to lift his leg, he felt that he could not fully control his movements, and this left him very confused and anxious. Looking around, he saw that the entire room was filled with thick smoke, and another important fact was that he was not wearing a single piece of clothing. Naturally, very unpleasant and disturbing thoughts began to swarm in his head about what had happened to him again while he was fast asleep. He started screaming loudly throughout the room, because this was no longer normal, and he didn't understand what to do next in this situation. The boy, just as he began to be uneasy, found that Master Peck was already standing by his side, accompanied by his servant, and this sudden appearance caused him a mixed feeling of surprise and some relief. It turned out that the master quickly covered the young man with a blanket, and it became obvious that he had spent the whole night in the room, but it remained a mystery why he personally looked after him, since such responsibility was usually assigned to servants which indicated the special importance of the patient. Master Peak, as it turned out, was pleased because, to his pleasant surprise, the boy's body did not contain so much dirty energy, and this circumstance was a very encouraging sign for his speedy recovery. These words apparently surprised the boy greatly, because he clearly felt something sticking to his back, causing him rather unpleasant and very strange tactile sensations. What was stuck to his back looked like a piece of dried rubber, and the boy saw that he had a noticeable scar in that place, which in all likelihood was the source of these strange sensations and anxiety. The master asked the young man what exactly was bothering him, since his body looked quite healthy, and he should have been fine by all indications. And then the young master realized that it was this scar that was the source of the unpleasant smell that he had sensed earlier. However, Chin felt much better and did not feel any signs of illness, so he allowed the master to address him as you, although such familiarity from such a respected person was somewhat unusual for him. The boy thought that he would be very awkward if such a high-ranking person began to address him informally, since this contradicted the established norms of etiquette and his own ideas about subordination. The master, fortunately, understood the boy's delicate request and fulfilled it without any difficulty, and the young man was sincerely glad of such a manifestation of understanding on the part of such an important person. Master Peck looked at the scar for a long time and carefully touched the boy's back with his hand, fully concentrating on its current condition and trying to determine the true nature of this unusual injury. Chin couldn't figure out what this mysterious unclean energy was, since he didn't have any internal damage that could explain its mysterious presence. When the master touched the scar, the skin on it began to peel off unexpectedly, and Master Peak expressed confidence that this circumstance could prove very useful for the boy in the future, especially when he began to study martial arts, opening up new horizons for him. It became known that the prescribed course of treatment necessarily included a special procedure of pulmosis, which was prescribed to achieve complete and deep cleansing of the patient's entire body. It turned out that pulmosis was a term often found in old martial arts novels and was a complex stimulation technique designed to remove all toxins from the body through energetic and medical cleansing. As a result of the procedure, the guy's blood vessels were completely cleared, which led to a significant improvement in his overall physical condition and well-being. Chin thought that this was certainly wonderful, but he could not understand why the master claimed that he was to study martial arts in the future, and most importantly, why he would need to do so, since his own plans for life were completely different. Master Peak called his faithful servant Yu and instructed him to immediately prepare a bath for the boy so that all the necessary purification procedures could be properly completed. It turned out that Yu was already nearby, holding a towel at the ready, fully prepared to carry out the instructions of his esteemed master at any moment. The servant quickly and carefully wrapped the young master in a towel and, lifting him in his arms, headed to the bathroom, demonstrating exceptional care and commendable efficiency. Yo walked with a smile on his face, although deep down he carefully hid his true thoughts. He was sure that if Master Beck himself took up the purification, then this boy undoubtedly possessed even greater hidden potential than even those from famous warrior families, which made him truly special. The boy, being in Yo's arms, could not understand why he was being treated with such extraordinary kindness and care, because he was not at all accustomed to such increased attention to his person. The smile never left the face of the devoted servant, and his behavior, full of concern, seemed a little strange to the boy, and caused him some feeling of bewilderment and wariness. It was assumed that a few minutes spent in the bath would not cause harm, but the boy was unceremoniously lowered straight into the hot water, which seemed to him to be an overly harsh and rather unexpected treatment. While taking a bath, the young man became immersed in thoughts about all the recent events that had happened to him, trying to carefully comprehend everything that he had experienced in the last, so eventful time. The water, getting into the boy's eyes, stung them badly, so he decided not to open his eyes underwater to avoid these extremely unpleasant and irritating sensations. He climbed out of the huge bathtub, which was more like a small swimming pool in size, and could not help but be amazed by its impressive size and the surrounding luxury. Looking around, the boy saw that the Flying Serpent's bath was a truly luxurious place, eloquently testifying to the considerable wealth and undeniable influence of its powerful owners. It also turned out that this bathhouse was built as an integral part of a larger department that was responsible for managing the water resources of Changzi, and all of this was made possible by Peck's exceptional skill, which once again emphasized his outstanding engineering talents. It was considered almost impossible to find anything in the world that even remotely resembled this magnificent place, and the boy, leaving the hot spring, headed towards where Yo was waiting for him, still deeply impressed by the magnificence he had just seen. However, one serious problem arose. After finishing his bath, the boy had a very bad headache, and this unpleasant sensation caused him considerable discomfort and anxiety. Numerous questions concerning his origins began to swarm in his head. He painfully tried to remember where he really came from, who his parents were, and what family he was from, but he had no answers to them. All these answers would, no doubt, have been quite ordinary to any other person, but the young man, to his despair, did not know what to say, since his memory still remained empty and clear. He thought that if there had been even minor injuries to his head, he could justifiably attribute his excruciating forgetfulness to memory loss, and this circumstance would greatly simplify the explanation of his current strange condition. So when Yo asked him the question, the boy simply replied that he suffered from amnesia, since that seemed to him the only logical and plausible explanation for his complete ignorance of his own past. Meanwhile, Yu was busily rubbing Chin-A's back, thus completing his usual daily duties, and his actions showed genuine concern and sincere attention to the young master. The servant reported that he had done everything that was required of him, and now the young master could stay in the bathhouse as long as he liked, and was to call him when he decided to finish his water procedures, which gave the boy complete freedom of action. Chin once again sank into the spacious vat filled with hot water with pleasure, and at the same time tried to understand why Yu was acting so annoyingly. He really was a very annoying guy, but his behavior was partly understandable, because Master Beck used a mysterious polymorphic effect on a completely unknown young man, which in itself caused a lot of questions and gossip. As Chin slowly sank deeper into the warm water, he thought hard about what steps he should take next, as his future seemed completely foggy and uncertain. The man looked at the perfectly clear surface of the water and saw his reflection in it, which, to his surprise, seemed completely unfamiliar and even a little strange to him. It remained completely unclear how this had happened, but he realized that he had found himself in the body of a small child, a character from a novel he knew well, and this discovery was a completely incredible and stunning event. The boy remembered that in his past life he died after doing a noble deed and saving another person, which was undoubtedly a heroic act that tragically determined his future fate. It turned out that in this new life, he managed to survive only because he again saved other people, and this whole situation seemed extremely strange to him. Perhaps he was just chronically unlucky, and fate once again decided to subject him to severe tests. He couldn't even imagine what terrible consequences could have occurred if, instead of a saving squad of kites, hungry wolves had come on their trail. In that case, the guy would probably already be dead, and this thought alone caused him genuine horror. His memory suddenly brought back vivid events from his past life, which stood before his mind's eye as clearly as if it had all happened only yesterday. That life in which he had no family, no close relatives, not even a loved one, which made his existence at that time especially lonely and joyless. His previous life, as he now understood, had been rather boring and monotonous, perhaps even completely aimless, a simple biological existence without any special joys, vivid impressions, or high aspirations. However, it became clear that thanks to his incredible efforts and perseverance, he was able to survive then and always, no matter what, passionately wanted to move forward, overcoming all the difficulties that arose. However, his previous life was irrevocably over, and now he was in the body of a little boy, and he was painfully wondering how he should live this new life that had unexpectedly been given to him. A few minutes ago, he heard from Yo that the group accompanying them had been completely wiped out when they were treacherously attacked by bandits, which was terrible news. Yo added that these bandits were real scoundrels and were coming from the direction of Suju, a city where a secret division of magicians was located, which made the situation especially sinister. The boy remembered a book he had read several times and had a rough idea of how the events in the story would unfold, which gave him some advantage. He realized that the novel's protagonist, a celestial demon named Har Jung, had been recruited by the sorcerers through Suju, where he was constantly humiliated, thus hardening his character for future trials. However, there was another interesting character in the story, an unnamed hero who died in the novel at the very beginning, when the boy was just reading about it, without attaching much importance to it at the time. And the most amazing thing was that the boy was reborn as this very nameless character who died tragically on the very first page of the novel, which made his situation unique and dangerous. To top it all off, he was now an orphan again, just like in his previous life, as if fate was deliberately repeating this sad scenario. His entire past life was dedicated to doing everything possible for those who had a family. Perhaps he subconsciously sought what he himself was deprived of. And now, when he was immersed in the water, he was overcome by a strange and incomprehensible feeling, a mixture of melancholy and hope for something better. Perhaps he secretly dreamed that by helping other people he could find his own happiness. Maybe his good deeds would give him the right to start his own family someday. When he emerged from the water and took a greedy breath of fresh air, he realized that this was a real challenge, and a chain of thoughts led him to the conclusion that in order to have a family and children, he would need a lot of money. In the world he now found himself in, the world of Murim, human life was worth practically nothing, and the only way out for him was to become stronger in order to survive and protect himself. There were many difficulties ahead of him, but he realized that he needed to learn to stand up for himself and defend his interests. Otherwise, he would simply be destroyed. If he didn't do this, then what kind of family could we even talk about, since a weak person was not able to protect either himself or his loved ones? In this cruel world, if you did not defeat your enemy, you simply died. Such was the inexorable law of survival, and the boy understood this perfectly well. The guy looked at his reflection in the mirror that hung on the wall. He saw a weak boy, a child who had neither money nor physical strength, but who possessed priceless knowledge of what the future held for him. He just wanted to find his way and become a doctor, which was a bit similar to his aspirations in his previous life, where medicine also attracted him. Soon, a well-dressed and confident-looking guy appeared on the horizon. His gait and posture spoke volumes. When Yo saw the young master, he was amazed by his appearance. He couldn't even believe that this was the same boy who had finally been washed clean. The young man now looked fresh and neat, and Yu complimented him by telling him that he had prepared some wonderful tea for him, the aroma of which was already spreading nearby. All the boy had to do was follow Yo to enjoy the drink in peace. They walked along long, dark corridors, heading towards the tea room, where they were probably already expected. However, the strange expression on the boy's face scared Yu a little. It seemed to him that this was a rather unusual child, not like the others. This child, unlike other ordinary children from warrior families, had neither noble birth nor good fighting skills, which made his position vulnerable. Although Master Yo treated him well, the boy saw this as a problem, and did not feel anything special. He even felt some envy because he was accepted as a disciple. The boy could see from Yo's face that he felt uneasy about his master shortening his already short life because of him, this unknown youth. Chin noticed Yo's behavior and remembered the time when he himself was just a simple intern undergoing training. He remembered large Chinese buildings where people enjoyed fresh and aromatic tea, spending time in leisurely conversation. Yu seated the young master at a large table and began to serve him a meal consisting of many exquisite dishes. Looking at all these treats and drinks, there was no doubt that there was a good reason why the young man was treated with such care and attention. If you look back at the novel, there wasn't a single character that Baek-rin Woong used the pulmosis technique on, making Jin's situation unique. It turned out that he himself was the reason why the master used this rare technique, and that was probably why Baek spent so much of his precious energy. If the boy had indeed received the pulmosis procedure, it could have had a negative effect on Master Peak, because his internal energy was helping to prevent the development of diseases by weakening his own body. Perhaps this is the reason why Baek-rin Un died in the first volume of the novel, sacrificing himself to save another person's life, and it was not an easy decision that he made. The boy knew the contents of the book from cover to cover, had some skills, and wondered if there really was no way to help Baek-rin Woong overcome his illness. But first he needed to enjoy some tea and sweets. However, the sweets could have been poisoned with Sangon poison, because magicians have always been distinguished by their cunning and ingenuity in their insidious plans. They sent a spy who poisoned part of the flying serpent's escort, and then came to personally finish off the rest, leaving them no chance of salvation. The boy began to eat the cookies with his tea, and they turned out to be quite tasty, melting pleasantly in his mouth. He thought that it was not worth turning down such good food, especially such a tasty one, and carefully wiped the cookie crumbs from his hands. The creak of the door echoed throughout the room as a stranger entered, breaking the silence. The guards immediately noticed the person entering, and the young master also raised his head to see who it was. Master Peak entered, dressed in fine clothes, and with him were not only his staff, but also someone unknown whose face was hidden. The man in the center was wearing a satchel, an Asian straw or bamboo hat, and it was quite difficult to determine whether he was a man or a woman. However, upon closer inspection, one could see that it was a girl whose facial features were graceful. She walked up, bowed to the guy, and began to thank him for saving her, because she had heard that if it weren't for him, she would no longer be alive. The girl, as a member of the Kansen family, promised to reward the young master for his good deed, which would not go unnoticed. The boy began to remember that he had read about her in a novel. It was Kong Hong who came to thank him for saving her younger relative, and he had then refused to help her. However, she insisted because she knew that he had already been praised by both Master Beck and Inong, but their family would not stand aside and would never forget his noble deed. The boy was embarrassed because he was not used to such a quantity of praise. He was very embarrassed and began to justify himself, saying that anyone in his place would have done the same. The guy began to insist that she visit her relative because it would be much more correct and important at the moment. Hearing these words, the girl was shocked and reacted with surprise, not expecting such an answer. She apologized for her tactlessness, said goodbye, and ran to her sister without wasting another minute. She ran out of the room so quickly that everyone present was even a little embarrassed by such haste. For a moment she felt ashamed of her behavior because she had not gone first to her relative, as she should have. Master Peak watched everything that was happening carefully and caught every word of the boy, analyzing the situation. Chin realized that Hong was the only daughter in the family, and he knew that she was not very good with a sword, which was her weakness. Because of this, her older sister was disappointed, because she had hoped that Hong would inherit the Kong family's secret techniques, and the previously mentioned Kong Yun was their collateral relative. Although Hong always compared herself to her younger sister, she still loved her more than anything in the world despite all the differences. According to the plot that Chin read in the novel, it was said that at this moment, Yun was supposed to die, which was a tragic event. After her sister Yun died, Hong, who treated her like her own, fell into an uncontrollable rage, unable to come to terms with the loss. When she found out that it was planned by their family, she went on a bloodbath, killing all the culprits indiscriminately. And the doctor who accidentally ended up in this storyline turned out to be the one who helped avoid these tragic events in the future, changing the course of history. But all these people were now following a completely different plot, different from the one described in the novel the boy was reading. According to the story, this was the prologue of the first volume, where Bakran had to rescue Harang from the Sky Empire, which was a key moment. It was in this chapter that one of the most horrific events of the novel was described, which left an indelible impression. Knowing this, the boy realized that he had to prevent the plot from developing according to the scenario known to him, otherwise he himself could die because of these events. Master Peak approached the young doctor and noticed that he was feeling much better, so he suggested that they discuss the events that had happened in a calm environment. Suddenly, the young man started coughing. It was obvious that he was ill, and everyone began to worry about his health, fearing complications. The man explained that it was because of his throat, which began to hurt after drinking tea, although he had not yet fully recovered from the treatment, and his body was weakened. The master looked at his future student with interest, assessing his condition and potential. The boy realized that while in the world of Murium, such a pace of events would not leave him without interrogations and suspicions, and he needed to be careful. His throat was sore from the tea, and he tried to explain it, hoping for understanding. The master approached him and offered to measure his pulse, if he didn't mind, in order to more accurately determine his condition. He lifted the boy's sleeve a little and touched his vein to check his pulse, listening intently. When the master took his hand, the boy felt a strange, itching sensation, as if something unusual and inexplicable was happening. He realized that he knew little about internal energy, but he felt his body reacting to this unexpected influence, causing strange vibrations. At that moment, some kind of energetic connection arose between him and the master, felt by both. The master suddenly pulled his hand back and said that the problem was that the internal energy was dissipated, which was not a good sign. The leader couldn't understand how this was possible because the boy showed no signs of martial arts, which made the situation even more mysterious. The boy didn't understand anything. He just watched and was shocked by everything that was happening, finding no explanation. However, Master Peak knew that the energy was due to the miracle medicine sent by the Kongan family, and he also gave the boy some pulmosis techniques. And in this case, it was not so important. The master reassured himself that almost all the energy would be removed, and only a small part of it would remain, which would not cause harm. The leader was not happy that the power of a pulmosis of this level was given to a child who had never studied martial arts, but he hoped that this would help the boy better absorb the medicine he received. Mr. Peak realized that if people knew about this, many families would send ambassadors to him to do the same for their children, so he decided to hide the information, explaining that he was simply repaying a debt to the kite. Besides, his grandchildren would soon start practicing martial arts, and if he made a mistake, his medical skills were still at the level of a divine gift, giving him confidence. However, the master did not want to be praised so much and joked that he should not be overly extolled, maintaining modesty. The young master carefully watched Master Peak's expression and saw the real Peak Rinsen in front of him. He even thought about the escort leader's grandson. This man, Chin, was a real doctor, and something strange happened at this table. The boy's internal energy dissipated, which was an alarming sign. Most likely the reason was that the boy took the poison Sangon, which had its harmful effects. The leader was shocked that anyone would even think of giving Sangon poison to an ordinary child. Such treatment of children, especially the benefactor of the flying snake, was completely unacceptable. But it remained a mystery to the master who had mixed the poison. The whole situation looked incredibly mysterious, and the motives of those who did this were unclear, which required immediate investigation. Anyone could be suspected, for example, Yu, who simply remained silent. But his expression was rather strange, arousing suspicion. Returning to the servants who served sweets and tea, they belonged to the prestigious class of Pisa, and the soldiers were of high rank, which made it difficult to find the culprit. It became obvious to the master that this event was a sign that someone had a grudge against them and had hostile intentions, preparing for an attack. The master, realizing the seriousness of the situation, ordered that the tea and sweets be immediately disposed of, as it was unknown who the traitor was and they could soon be attacked, so they had to act quickly. This was not the first incident, and recalling the attack on the escort, the chief realized that it was clearly part of a conspiracy, and in a rage he smashed the table with drinks and sweets, exclaiming that it was undoubtedly poison. In anger, he turned to Master Pecan and apologized for his assumptions, even though they were true, admitting his mistake. Roughly throwing open the door, he began to shout for the clan master to be called immediately, because from now on everything would become serious, and the jokes were over. The leader was determined not to allow such tyranny to continue, as it had already become a threat to his entire clan, requiring decisive measures. The master asked his young disciple if he knew that there was poison in the suits, and if he knew that the poison was called Sangon, trying to find out if he was aware of it. The young man thought to himself that Sangon was a poison that absorbed internal energy and had no color or smell. He tried a little of each dish, hoping that he could detect something suspicious. The guy tried to feel the presence of poison, having not conducted experiments on guinea pigs for a long time, and this time he himself became one of them, risking his health. The guy remembered how in the past, he justified his experiments by saying that the development of medicine required victims, and that was why he found these victims. They were his colleagues. Among them, there were many guinea pigs. And now, in this situation, he could not miss the opportunity to explore the Sangon, despite the danger. Everyone in the clan was very tense, and there was no time for jokes. The atmosphere was tense to the limit. Master Peak realized that the boy was rather strange and perhaps hiding something. His behavior raised questions. It wasn't just the boy's energy. but the fact that the poison was still poison, posing a real threat. The master found it hard to believe that the boy had deliberately eaten the poisoned sweets. It seemed unthinkable. All he told the boy was that if the examination showed that there was poison in it, then the boy would be the savior of the kite, not him. It was probably a joke, or at least it seemed that way. Looking at the child, the master thought how sorry he was that such a fate had befallen this child, but he knew that when it was all over, the boy would get a job. It was a job that Master Peak had personally prepared for him, seeing great potential in him. When the guy heard about the job, he wasn't upset, because it was a great opportunity that he couldn't miss. It was an incredible chance to make money, and martial arts could wait. Now the main thing was financial well-being. At the word money, a sly and greedy smile appeared on his face, because money was the most important thing to him, above everything else. It didn't matter that he woke up alone in the middle of an endless plain. The main thing was to get as much money as possible. That was his main goal. He did not remember his family, but he was happy to be of service to these people who had shown him kindness. Of course, such a statement did not impress the others much, but only caused mixed feelings, bewilderment, and pity. They even felt a little sorry for the guy because of his difficult fate. But all this was his manipulation. He knew that his handsome face played into his hands, causing sympathy. The chief, like a real father, bent down in front of the boy, stroked his head, and said that as the head of the escort, he was ready to help in everything. The leader tried to assure the boy that he would not be disappointed in his choice to live with them, because he had already become a real hero for them, having committed a brave act. However, this sentimental moment was interrupted by Master Beck, who placed his hand on the chief's shoulder and quietly said that he couldn't stop him. The chief understood perfectly well that the master had used the technique of pulmosis on the young man, which explained his words. There was an awkward pause between them. They did not look each other in the eye, and the tension was palpable in the air, creating an oppressive atmosphere. The master simply smiled and repeated that he could not, leaving no room for objection. The chief could not understand what the master meant when he said that it was impossible, and what exactly he could not do remained a mystery to him. The night was dark over the village, lit only by the dim moonlight, creating an ominous picture. Some kind of smoke enveloped the streets and houses, spreading a strange smell throughout the area, causing alarm among the few who were awake. There was a strange energy vibrating in the air, and there was not a single living soul on the streets. Everything was frozen in anticipation, except for the ninja warriors who hid in the shadows of various corners, invisible to the naked eye, ready to act. They seemed to be on some sort of mission because they moved carefully and quickly, dressed in black suits, blending into the darkness. They looked around to make sure no one was following them, exercising utmost caution. Only when they were sure that everything was safe did they begin to move forward. There were about 5 of them, all experienced fighters. The warriors moved quickly, overcoming complex defensive structures with ease and skill. As soon as the first group of warriors reached the hill, they stopped, observing the surrounding area, assessing the situation. Their colleagues immediately followed them, beginning to surround the area, acting in a coordinated and precise manner. Once they were sure that there were no guards at the facility, they began to enter their army from different directions, preparing for the assault. Since it was an unusual smoke or something similar to a sleeping pill, people should not wake up, which made the task easier. Soon the lead ninja in this group was informed that all positions were taken and they were ready for the next stage of the operation. The ninja leader surveyed the area, checking to see if the sleeping pill had been laced with poison, to make sure everything had gone according to plan. The man put on the mask and took a breath to make sure everything was working as it should, and he could begin to act. They came for the child, knowing that his internal energy had not yet developed, and no one would be able to detect their intrusion, which gave them an advantage. However, while carrying out the mission, the warriors heard some rustling in the distance, which attracted their attention. The ninja tensed and drew their swords, preparing to confront any possible enemy that might discover them. When they approached the main building and began to jump over the fence, someone was already waiting for them, disrupting their plans. The guard who was on duty began to shout at the top of his lungs, calling for the destruction of the enemy, raising the alarm. The ninja were of course shocked. They did not expect such a turn of events. They were caught off guard. Below, a bunch of warriors with torches were already waiting for them, running towards them and surrounding them from all sides, not letting them escape. The guards were in high spirits and full of enthusiasm, as if they were expecting an attack, and they resolutely rushed at the enemies. A huge number of guards filled every street, running out of the main building, creating a numerical superiority. The main ninja watched this spectacle and could not understand how it happened that someone found out about their presence. It was a complete failure. Before he could look back, he saw the cold-blooded warrior's sword in front of his face, flashing menacingly in the darkness. It was the chief of the guard who already had the ninja at gunpoint, not giving him a chance to escape. The man looked him sternly in the eyes, making it clear that he would either tell the truth or lose his life. The choice was small. The ninja just screamed, asking how they even knew about their mission and what was going on here, completely confused. The chief decided to explain to the doomed ninja that their plans had failed due to the presence of the great doctor, who had discovered the poison, revealing their plan. The chief was interested in who sent them and what their purpose was. He wanted to get answers to his questions. After a long silence, the ninja had a choice. Either he would say something or lose his head. There was no time to hesitate. Time was against him. The thing is, this was all planned in advance, and no one knew that the great Dr. Peak was here. If it happened, the ninja was ready to tell everything. However, this was merely a clever distraction for the squad leader, a ploy to buy time. The ninja suddenly burst through the roof, and everything around him began to fly apart, creating chaos. It was a trap to catch the clan leader and strike him unexpectedly and insidiously. However, no matter how hard the enemy tried, it was all in vain. Because an experienced warrior would not fall for such a trick. He was ready for anything. The squad leader pointed his sword, which emitted an incredible aura, and aimed the valiant Hongan sword at his enemy, preparing to fight. No matter how the ninja tried to dodge, the valiant warrior was always one step ahead, anticipating his movements. After a quick exchange of sword strikes, they found themselves face to face, ready for the next strike, the tension building. A cold silence fell over the battlefield, and they stared into each other's eyes for several minutes, as if assessing each other's every move. The ninja did not wait long and decided to attack because he had no other choice. He had to act decisively. His sword glowed with the red aura characteristic of their clan, and he pointed it straight at the chief, aiming for the vital points. It was a serious and swift blow that almost pierced the head of one of the valiant warriors, but he managed to react. But the leader managed to dodge and block the blow with his sword, reacting in time to the enemy's attack. The ninja sword almost flew out of his hand, but he was not going to give up so easily. His will to win was strong. With all his strength, the ninja rushed into the attack again, resolutely approaching his opponent, not wanting to give in. As their swords crossed, the atmosphere was filled with the smell of battle, as if the air had become thick and heavy, foreshadowing bloodshed. In the silence of the night, an incredibly powerful explosion suddenly rang out, destroying the peace of the area and shocking everyone. The explosion engulfed and shook one of the neighborhoods that had never known such anxiety before, disturbing the peaceful sleep of its residents. After this blow, the warriors sensed each other's weaknesses and understood how to continue the fight by changing tactics. The leader looked at his opponent for a long time, but suddenly felt that something had happened to his hand. It began to tremble, losing strength. Suddenly, his arm began to break in different directions, as if under the influence of an invisible force, causing unbearable pain. The man realized that one of the insidious magicians stood before him, and in front of him hovered the sword of a bloody demon, exuding malice. However, the ninja said nothing. Silence enveloped everything around, creating an atmosphere of oppressive tension and anticipation. A red aura began to fill the ninja's silhouette, dissolving it right before the boss's eyes, which looked frightening. In a second, things could become dangerously serious as the boss's vision began to fade, and he lost control of the situation. Like a bolt from the blue, the warrior mage swung his red sword in the space in front of him, preparing for a fatal blow. With incredible fury, he pointed his cold, sharpened sword straight at the squad leader, leaving him no chance. There was an incredible aura on the battlefield as the two legendary warriors clashed, pointing their swords at each other. The outcome of the battle was unpredictable. It was necessary to act immediately because the demon's power was extremely serious, and the blood demon's sword seemed like a death trap. To counter this technique, the chief used his valiant sword, Hongan, a symbol of world order and justice. Two mighty warriors unleashed their mighty blows on each other, and only one of them was destined to survive this mortal combat. During the clash, the chief realized that this was undoubtedly indeed a blood demon sword. He could clearly sense the bloodlust, regardless of whether these people were mages or belonged to another clan that used such techniques. For the leader, the most important thing was to protect his people, and everything else faded into the background in front of the warrior mage. But the chief was just a fool who sought to protect what was doomed. As much as they wanted to avoid this confrontation, their battle had reached a critical point of collision. There was nowhere to retreat. For a moment, the magician thought that his opponent had slowed down, and now his death was inevitable. He was confident of his victory. It seemed like they were already just a few centimeters away from the demon's cold sword that was about to put an end to this battle. But behind the clan leader, a storm filled with pure energy and a sphere of light began to form, foreshadowing something incredible. This storm fell upon the demon and enveloped him in its destructive power, leaving him no chance. At the moment when the demon's sword almost touched the clan leader's face, it only left a wound on his cheek, passing very close but not reaching its target. The second strike was for the clan leader as the demon warrior lost his attack, and the clan leader released his valiant sword Hongan using the Rising Dragon technique. The lightning technique pierced the demon, cutting through his mask, clothes, and himself, dealing a fatal blow. This technique was so powerful that no ordinary or even strong warrior could resist it. It was truly destructive. After a fierce battle, the chief gathered his forces to inspect the surrounding area. Soon all the enemies were destroyed and the danger passed. The young master watched everything that was happening through the door, but this didn't look like an ordinary battle. It was something more. The warriors fought each other, destroying the attackers from the demonic cult, protecting their home and their loved ones. Although the forces were unequal, everyone knew that it would be a victory, and that is why they fought so confidently and selflessly. The young master, looking at all this, thought for a moment about what was happening, trying to comprehend what he saw. If danger arose again, he would not be able to escape, because his patient had not yet regained consciousness, and he could not abandon him. The man realized that he needed to close the door so that no one could enter and focus on one task, saving the patient. The guy who was lying in the ward still had not regained consciousness, and it was extremely dangerous for him. His life was hanging by a thread. The young master realized that this guy had a dangerous future ahead of him, and he needed to somehow cheer him up, give him hope. However, it might have been better if he had not woken up in such a difficult situation, so as not to see all this horror. It was learned that the entire group of demon warriors had come here for a specific purpose, as this guy was their main target, and they had sent out their best assassins to eliminate him. And it was clear that these pursuers would stop at nothing, no matter what the obstacles, and would desperately fight to the bitter end to achieve their sinister goal. Their grim determination was unwavering. For example, the warriors of the Flying Serpent, although they were strong, did not even know about the poison, which spoke of their carelessness. They believed that they would still win, but it would require a lot of blood and sacrifice on their part. And perhaps this will deal a fatal blow to the kite. If this happens, the escort drivers will revolt, leading to chaos. In order to gain control over Yangi, they will begin their fight and the battle will only gain momentum, becoming more and more fierce. Chin realized that something terrible and inevitable was waiting for them ahead, from which there was no escape. The man sat down opposite this child. It was hard for him to watch everything that was happening, but fortunately, the boy was at least fast asleep at that moment, unaware of the danger. Everything was relatively calm until the boy began making strange sounds that broke the silence. The patient began to snore loudly throughout the room. Like a madman, his snoring was deafening. This snoring sounded like the cries of wild animals in the forest, causing anxiety and worry in Chin. The young doctor, of course, did not like this, because the boy began to behave like a real animal in a human body, which was abnormal. Chin had no choice but to try to wake the boy up, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't. He was dead asleep. He had been watching him all this time and everything was fine, but now the guy was snoring like he was crazy, which was very strange. Perhaps it wasn't the nightmares that were causing it. Perhaps the smell of blood from outside was beginning to permeate the room, affecting him. The man began rummaging through the drawers near the boy's bed, trying to find something that could help calm him down. Chin realized that it was not in vain that he had dug through the boxes, because somewhere there must have been some aromatic herbs that could have masked the smell. After a short search, he found the wrapped items and realized that this could be what he needed. His hope grew. With greed and joy, he began to unwrap the items, hoping that they were fragrant herbs that would help him. By lighting a scented candle, he tried to neutralize the smell of blood coming from outside to create a calmer atmosphere. However, one candle was not enough, so he decided to light 3 candles at once to enhance the effect. Although he wasn't sure what kind of herbs they were, he was sure that they would help eliminate the smell because he didn't want to anger the Death Star of Heaven. The Death Star of the Heavens was one of 2 stars in the Milky Way that controlled the lives of people and was considered a bad omen, bringing misfortune. The scent of herbs began to fill the room, and the boy who had been sleeping so restlessly finally began to calm down, his breathing evening out. After a few minutes of inhaling this aromatic smoke, he stopped snoring, which brought relief. It was a real relief to the young master, because at least it was no longer pressing on his ears and he could concentrate. As his friend lay in bed and finally fell asleep, Chin felt a sense of relief in his heart because he felt responsible for him and was worried about him. Chin understood that he was the main character of the novel, and regardless of his role, he had to be handled with extreme caution, because a lot depended on him. However, it was somehow awkward to fall asleep when there was a battle going on around. It was a really bad idea. I had to stay alert. The man decided that it was better not to sleep that night and stay alert to be prepared for any unexpected events. All this time, there was a fierce battle going on outside between the 2 factions, but after a while, everything died down and silence reigned. There were no more screams or smell of blood, which hinted that it might be over and peace had come. The guy decided to look outside to see what was happening and assess the situation after the fight. When he put his eye to the crack in the door, he saw medics running from different sides because there were many wounded, and everyone rushed to help the victims. This made him realize that the battle was finally over, and he could relax a little, but not let his guard down. The guy was amazed because he managed to change the course of events in which many people were supposed to die. He saved their lives. Now that the place was calm, he closed the door to ensure safety inside, and he began to doubt what to do next, because the plot was now changing and the future was unpredictable. He had 2 options, either help them or just watch what was happening without interfering with the course of events. If he stays away, no one will know about his abilities and he will remain safe. But if he is called to provide medical assistance, he will not know how to answer all the questions. However, with his knowledge as a doctor, he could help people on the verge of death and save their lives, which would be a noble act. However, doubts tormented his soul. Because his own safety was still more important, he did not want to take risks. In addition, the local treatment methods could seem quite strange, and the guy could even be suspected of spying, which would be dangerous. He walked around the room, not knowing what to do from side to side, and decided not to do anything for now, but simply live and help the kite as much as he could. Remembering the past, when he tried to save many people, he relived that moment that left a deep mark on his soul. Perhaps he could remember a time when everything seemed fine and there were no problems or dangers. He recalled how soldiers from another unit stormed the camp and began shooting everything around with their machine guns, sowing death and destruction. The doctor rushed to cover the boy with his body, trying to save him from enemy bullets, showing incredible self-sacrifice. It was a difficult moment. He sacrificed his life, but the question remained whether it really helped the child survive, or it was all in vain. Why did he save them at all if it had no effect? These thoughts haunted him. Perhaps he should have just abandoned them all and run for his own life. But he couldn't do that. These thoughts tormented him because he did not know what was good and what was evil in this world. Everything was so confused. From the bed of the novel's protagonist came a loud cry again, similar to the roar of an animal that began to scream loudly, breaking the silence. The patient was simply screaming and not breathing, which was an alarming sign indicating serious problems. Chin started waking him up, yelling for Haru to wake up, trying to bring him to his senses. But he only clenched his teeth, wrinkled his face, and it was obvious that he was getting much worse. His condition was deteriorating. The young owner realized that the situation was getting worse. The boy began to have breathing problems. He was suffocating. It seemed like he was holding his breath for over a minute, and it looked very dangerous, threatening his life. Then the young master began to shake him with all his might to bring him back to life without losing hope. After a while, his breathing resumed, and he opened his eyes a little, coming to his senses. However, it was clear that he was not happy about being woken up in the middle of the night. His face expressed displeasure. The young master began to realize that he needed to escape, but he didn't have time. The danger was too close. Har Young grabbed him by the neck with his right hand, like a spoon, and lifted him up, making him unable to move. Picking him up, Harang asked him furiously who sent him, looking at him with such fury that it seemed like he was about to strangle him. His eyes were blazing with fire, and he was ready to destroy the one who woke him up, without showing an ounce of pity. The young master felt that things were bad, but he had to somehow get out of this situation, otherwise this scoundrel would simply strangle him. Har-Young picked up the boy like a toy and began to strangle him, even though he was kicking his legs in the air, trying to escape, and was choking. Chin was shocked because the main character of the novel turned out to be a real madman, and because he was strangling him, Chin could not even say a word. Harang's cold gaze was directed straight at the man he was holding, looking at him like he was a small insect, full of contempt. The man only said coldly that it didn't matter who it was, since he would find out later when he saw his corpse. His words were full of threat. After that, he squeezed the young doctor's neck even harder, and he began to sweat from the tension, fighting for his life. Chin began to remember one of the reasons why Harang became a sky demon in the novel. It was the blood of the Death Star that changed him. Basically, the Heaven's Death Star was a demonic creature that could kill people, and the more it killed, the stronger it became. Its power was limitless. His abilities were so extraordinary that even those who studied martial arts and had innate talents could not resist him. He was invincible. In other words, this assassin who came straight from the heavens was extremely dangerous, although he still had weaknesses that could be exploited. Later in the story, Har-Young was supposed to go mad due to the influence of the heavenly Death Star, losing control of himself. However, being the main character, Har-Young could not cause him mortal harm. Fate was on his side. Over time, he was supposed to become omnipotent, and his strength was supposed to grow day by day, making him invincible. However, in such a difficult situation, there was no time to think about the future. It was necessary to act here and now. Har-Young used too much force to strangle the young master, and he realized that he had to get out somehow, or he would die. He had only 2 candlesticks on the table at hand that could help him. He could only try to use them as a distraction and gain time. As Harun strangled him with all his might, blazing with demonic energy, Chin grabbed one of the candlesticks, acting on instinct. The candlestick fell to the floor and a red light filled the entire room, creating an ominous atmosphere. When the candlestick fell, it began to set fire to everything around it with its fire, spreading the flames. A minute later, everything was on fire, and everything seemed to be going according to plan. Har-Young, seeing the fire, began to panic, losing his composure. Har-Young came to his senses very quickly, and his demonic figure seemed to disappear, returning to normal. His face took on normal features, returning to its usual state. The madness receded. He calmed down, and the young master no longer saw any aggression. The danger had passed, at least for a while. However, all this did not happen just like that. It was controlled by the heavenly Death Star. Har-Young looked around, not understanding where he was. But when he looked at his hand, he saw that he was still holding the boy by the neck, which left him in shock. It was an incredible moment for Chin because he would finally be able to break free and save himself. Soon, Har-Young's grip loosened and he let go of the boy's neck, which was not his fault. He had no control over himself. He threw it to the ground with all his might, trying to somehow maintain his balance. His movements were clumsy. The boy couldn't understand how everything had changed so quickly, but at least no one was choking him anymore and he could breathe. This crazy Har-Young started to fall asleep on the spot as if nothing had happened. His behavior was unpredictable. But even if Har-Young wanted to sleep, the fire was engulfing everything around him, and there was not a minute to lose. He had to save himself. Chin held his neck for a long time, trying to catch his breath after this terrible incident that almost cost him his life. Finally, he let go of his hand, but something went wrong again. The danger was not completely over. After a while, Harun's eyes turned red again, as if they had become even more heated, foreshadowing a new outbreak of rage. It was unclear whether it was anger or the rush of blood that caused this, but it looked menacing. Perhaps the thirst for blood increased his desire for destruction. But everything happened exactly as in the novel. The plot repeated itself. After dodging Har-Young's attack, Chin noticed that Har-Young was about to attack him again, giving him no time to breathe. He had no choice but to try to calm this cold-blooded killer down before he did any harm. The guy began to dodge, climbed onto the table, looking for a way to escape from the enraged opponent. But seeing this fierce beast in front of him, it was difficult to think of a way to resist him. He was too strong. But the young master remembered one important moment, and at that very moment when this scoundrel rushed at him, everything changed, as if by magic. He realized that all the events were like 2 sides of a sword. and he waved his hand as if to deflect the blow, using his knowledge. Finally, Harang stopped, his eyes returning to normal, the madness receding under the impact of the words. Harjung looked around and realized that something was wrong. He was not in control of his actions. He stood over the boy, waving his hand, but he didn't remember how he got into this situation. His memory was failing him. It is unknown whether this maneuver worked, but the result was obvious. The attack stopped, and Chin was saved. The young master looked at him and hoped that Harun would finally come to his senses, wondering why he had woken up this idiot in the first place. Looking into his eyes, the young master remembered the legends of Ku, where people compared fate to two sides of a sword, each of which carried its own truth. Either way, bloodshed was inevitable, but these words were rarely taken seriously until it was too late. Especially when I saw the suffering of others and how close people became victims of senseless conflicts, my heart sank with pain. And when he saw the suffering of his loved ones, his heart was filled with hatred that engulfed everything around, leaving no room for forgiveness. All these people will continue to live their lives, but after this incident, their lives will never be the same. They will change forever. All this suffering brought tears to the faces of the surviving children, but they were no longer the same. Their innocence was lost. The novel said that Harjung's mother was the only family he had, and to stop him, the young master used the last words his mother told him. It was his only hope. It was undoubtedly a great trick that few knew about, but it stopped the boy on a subconscious level, awakening the humanity in him. Sharon finally came to his senses, and his eyes were no longer filled with hatred. He became himself again. The young master placed his hand on Harjung's shoulder and asked him if he had decided to join Mia or if he thought it would be safe there. The man kept waking him up, saying that Harang had been exposed to the smell of blood, which, like a parasite, had filled his body and made him a puppet. Harjung finally regained consciousness, and his common sense began to emerge. He began to understand what was happening. He took the little guy's words and finally realized that they were right, and he was in danger. He abruptly stopped the hand that was aimed at the young master, as if restraining himself, fighting an inner demon. Rising above him, he asked only one thing. "How did you know all this?" His question was full of surprise and distrust. The young master explained that now was not the time for a long explanation of what he knew about magic. They needed to hurry. But even though the building was burning, there was still time for a short conversation, and he decided to share some facts that might help. The man kept his hand on the table, not raising it, waiting to tell what was on his mind, his face serious. Anyone who joined the mage clan received a blood parasite, and it didn't matter who the person was. It was a rule without exceptions, he explained, revealing the terrible truth. The blood parasite ate the body from the inside and was difficult to fight because it was a very dangerous creature that could kill. He explained that within 10 days of infection, the medicine had to be taken, otherwise the parasite would lay eggs in the body, which would explode, leading to a painful death. The fire only increased the tension of their conversation, but the young doctor began to explain that there was a way to get rid of this parasite, giving hope. Looking at Harun, he asked what he would do in such a situation, trying to understand his intentions. Harjung insisted, if that was true, how did you know all this? His suspicions growing with each passing minute. The guy began to avoid direct eye contact, realizing that no one knew who he really was and where he got this information from. But that was not the main thing now. He knew perfectly well that Haran had his own intentions. This was no longer a joke. If Harjung was going to move forward, he had to be on guard. They exchanged glances, and Harjung asked directly if the mage clan was hunting you, Chin. When asked about his origins, the young master remained silent, not knowing what to answer without giving himself away. He realized that upon hearing this, Harang might think that he belonged to one of the 8 great families of the Mok clan, which would be dangerous. It was often said that children from these families were excellent spies, possessing unique skills and knowledge. There remained only one question, whether he should confirm or dispel these suspicions. Much depended on his answer. The fire was consuming the building and almost everything was already on fire. Time was running out. The boy decided to say something about the escort and told Harun that he was here alone, without adults, and hoped that he would understand his hint. The young master turned his back and picked up the board that was usually used for some purpose, preparing for action. The boy quickly locked the door, closing it tightly, but behind it the fire was already raging, cutting off their escape route. This did not stop him, and he decided to continue his plan, blocking the only exit to force Harun to make a choice. Har-Jung began to get nervous because there was no other way out, and the young master's actions seemed strange and illogical to him. However, this was part of the young man's cunning plan. He insisted that this way Har-Jung would make his choice faster, having no other options. At that moment, the sounds of soldiers began to come from inside, asking if there was anyone in the room, because they had come to help. The smoke and flames became even stronger, and the soldiers tried to enter, thinking that there might be people inside. However, the boy blocked out all those sounds, and Har-Jung's face turned to stone as the tension reached its peak. The soldiers, seized with alarm, knocked furiously and incessantly from all sides, desperately making every possible effort in an attempt to open as quickly as possible the stubborn, heavy door behind which the sounds of a struggle were heard. They believed with complete confidence that behind this massive barrier were two very important young gentlemen, whose rescue was the primary task for the entire detachment at this critical moment. Our hero, having assessed the mortal danger of the situation, offered the confused Harryun only two possible options. Either the young man would trust Chin and his plan without hesitation, or he would inevitably die in this room rapidly engulfed in flames and smoke. Cherian, in turn, being in an extremely difficult and dangerous situation, could theoretically simply stun his companion with a sudden blow and then try to quickly escape from the fiery trap alone, leaving him to his fate. But the situation in reality turned out to be much more complicated and confusing than one could initially assume, because as soon as the telltale mark from the blow remained on the young man's body, he would immediately shout for everyone to hear that Harryun was a treacherous spy of the magician, and then one could only guess which of the two the soldiers would believe. This sudden and completely unexpected accusation of treason, which came at such a tense and crucial moment, was a real and deep shock for Cherian, who had not expected such a treacherous blow. He, after some hesitation, nevertheless made contact with Chin, vividly recalling that recent episode when it was this mysterious young man who saved his life and then carefully looked after him for a long time, healing his severe wounds, so that for a long time he thought that it was just a dream and could not come to his senses. However, to his surprise and some concern, everything that was happening turned out to be a harsh and undeniable reality. And what was even worse and more alarming, a very persistent impression was created as if Chin had some of his own, as yet completely undisclosed and mysterious plans for him, which he carefully concealed. Our protagonist, to his horror, found himself in a completely hopeless situation, as if in a dark dead end from which there was no escape in sight. Acrid smoke was rapidly filling the room, and the young gentleman had absolutely no idea what to do, not yet realizing that the heavenly demon actually sincerely wanted to save him from imminent death. But now, at this most decisive and turning point for him, he had to make an extremely difficult and fateful choice, which would inevitably and radically determine the entire further development of this exciting plot and his own fate. He bit his lips with such incredible force and desperation that for one terrible moment it even seemed to him as if he had almost bitten them off completely, acutely feeling the piercing pain from this action. An all-consuming, blind rage quickly filled his soul, displacing all other feelings. But despite this strong internal turmoil, he still made a firm decision to trust this mysterious young man, overcoming his doubts. Despite the obvious fact that he categorically did not like Chin's expression, and it caused him internal rejection, for some reason it seemed to him that he could effortlessly kill with just that cold and piercing gaze, although the young doctor had never actually taken anyone's life. The soldiers outside were shouting desperately and loudly, insistently demanding that the locked door be opened immediately from the inside, and at the same time, with all their remaining strength, they were trying to break it down with heavy tools. Inside this room, engulfed in flames and smoke, was a frightened child, and not just one, but two completely defenseless little children, and time was running out, and everyone was trying to hurry, until finally the door gave in to their combined efforts and swung open. Chin, with lightning speed and great agility, leapt forward from the dark doorway, his eyes wide open and filled with tears, and in a voice broken with emotion, he piteously begged for his and the children's salvation from the fiery trap. He pretended to be so incredibly frightened and completely desperate in the current situation that he pitifully begged his supposed mother, who was among the soldiers, to immediately take him into her arms in order to feel safe. All the soldiers from the detachment who witnessed this scene almost unanimously thought that the heavy door slammed shut on its own, under the influence of some random circumstances, but in fact, this fragile young man would not even be able to open it alone due to its massiveness. Without the slightest delay and very quickly, they organized a large-scale search for the missing Harian throughout the entire immediate and even remote area, carefully combing every corner, and in the end, after much effort, they managed to find him unharmed. Against the backdrop of the ominously raging and all-consuming flames that illuminated everything around with an alarming light, the brave soldiers quickly rushed to the found Charion in order to save another young man as quickly as possible and ensure his complete safety in this difficult time. Chin gave him a sly wink with a barely noticeable, almost imperceptible movement, this short gesture discreetly letting him know that everything would certainly be fine and that everything that was happening was part of their pre-thought-out joint plan. The picturesque remains of a once prosperous Danish settlement had been completely burned to the ground by fire, turning into a lifeless pile of ashes, and now only fine gray ash remained in this sad place, slowly settling on the scorched earth. The courageous warriors made a balanced decision to immediately begin clearing the numerous rubble that had formed as a result of the fire and collapses, since there were many dead people under them, both from the hostile clan of mages and from their own side. Some of those seriously injured in this fiery meat grinder could still be saved by providing them with timely assistance, but many others, unfortunately, had to be carried off the battlefield as already dead, and everyone tried to carry the bodies and help the wounded. Mutual support and coordinated action by all participants in the rescue operation at such a critical moment was vital to survival, and everyone worked diligently together to treat the numerous wounds and provide the necessary medical care to the victims. The young and talented master, due to his position, had virtually unlimited access to the most modern and effective medical means available in their rather primitive medieval times, which gave him an advantage in treatment. He really put all his strength and knowledge into working tirelessly and selflessly to heal the wounded soldiers, and the doctors, who watched his actions with admiration from the side, were sincerely amazed by his incredible dedication and professionalism. This young man was constantly and intensely thinking about the condition of his many patients, some of whom were in a relatively stable condition, while others urgently needed to save vital organs, and every minute counted. He also had to think hard all the time about preventing dangerous infections that could ruin all his efforts, but unfortunately, they had no antiseptics or other effective anti-infection agents at their disposal, and he searched all the chests but found no medicine. Finally, after a long and almost fruitless search, he accidentally came across a very strange and unusual-looking object, quickly filled a small bowl with it, and, without thinking twice, decided to take a risk and try it out, because there were simply no other options left. The local, more conservative doctors watched the young man's actions with obvious bewilderment and some fear, and could not understand at all what exactly he was doing when he took a vessel with alcohol and generously moistened a clean rag with it. Such use seemed completely unacceptable to them. However, this determined young man, unlike them, knew with absolute certainty that in this, albeit unusual way, he could effectively cleanse the infected blood in the wound and remove harmful contaminants from it, although he also understood perfectly well that this alone would not be enough. Strong and pure alcohol did indeed have the ability to effectively disinfect open wounds from most dangerous bacteria, preventing the development of sepsis, but at the same time, there were still many other serious problems and complications that he had to deal with. He picked up the blood and alcohol-soaked rag and thought for a moment deeply and intently about what else he could do in this extremely difficult and almost hopeless situation to improve the chances of his patients. He was not absolutely sure until the very end whether he would be able to do everything absolutely correctly and without mistakes, but he firmly decided to rely entirely on his own knowledge accumulated over many years and rich practical experience gained in different circumstances. He very carefully and gently began to press lightly on certain areas of the seriously wounded warrior's body, skillfully using all those numerous skills and techniques that he had once acquired and honed in his past life. Full of mysteries, this young and gifted man mentally turned to the powerful, all-pervading and mysterious energy of this world unknown to him, sincerely hoping that this unknown force would respond to his call and help him in this difficult task, although he was not sure whether it would work. Taking the thin, sharp surgical needle very carefully and tenderly into his skillful hands, he thought deeply for one short moment about what exactly he should do next, tensely searching for the most optimal and effective solution in the current circumstances. The doctors, who had gathered in a fairly tight ring around the improvised operating table, continued to watch his every precise movement with great attention and undisguised interest, still not fully understanding what exactly he was trying to achieve with his unconventional methods. Very soon, after a short preparation, he began confidently and quickly to apply the first surgical sutures to the open wound, which, in their incredible complexity and sophistication of execution, were an entire order of magnitude higher and more perfect than the primitive methods that existed in the medical practice of that time. It was at this most tense and crucial moment that the chief and most authoritative doctor of the entire camp, Master Peak, unexpectedly appeared and was immediately informed that there were 35 people with minor wounds and 12 with serious injuries, of whom 6, unfortunately, had not survived. Master Peak, having heard the report, immediately turned his closest attention to that same unknown young man who had been working all this long time, without the slightest rest, and with incredible persistence, to save the most seriously wounded patients. A mighty warrior lay silently on the makeshift operating table, his lung apparently pierced through by an enemy lightsaber, and his overall condition and situation seemed absolutely critical, leaving virtually no hope. The young and determined doctor realized almost instantly that in order to save the life of this warrior, he urgently needed a very sharp surgical scalpel to perform a very complex operation, and there was absolutely no time left for thinking or searching. In the nearest field box with various medical instruments, he, to his disappointment, could only find a rather large hunting dagger, which, of course, was too big and inconvenient for such delicate work, but there were simply no other options at hand. The soldiers who had formed a tight ring around the operating table simply watched in silence and tension, fully aware that the chances of saving this unfortunate man were minimal. But the young man resolutely took the throwing knife and began to act without delay. Chin, unable to bear the tension, exclaimed rather irritably, turning to those around him, that all they were doing was talking and doing absolutely nothing to help their wounded comrade, begging them to help somehow. The young master, looking very carefully at the unconscious, seriously wounded warrior, loudly asked his assistant to immediately apply a special technique called camel to the patient, which was a method of immobilization by applying precise blows to acupuncture points, which also helped stop the bleeding. Chin, to everyone's surprise, actually knew about the existence of this very rare and difficult-to-perform technique, because he had previously read about it in ancient medical manuscripts, and had even spent some time diligently studying its basic principles. Gritting their teeth tightly from tension and excitement, the soldiers still dared to try to use this previously unknown technique on the wounded man, sincerely hoping that it would really help stop the life-threatening bleeding and give them at least some chance. Master Peak stopped the boy rather abruptly, completely not understanding his unexpected and, at first glance, illogical actions, and even frightened him a little with his reaction, being absolutely sure that such manipulations would not help the wounded man in any way. The boy, with extreme caution and precision, began to very slowly pull the sharp dagger out of the motionless warrior's chest, while at the same time trying with all his might to control the profuse and very dangerous arterial bleeding. He cast a quick but expressive glance at the visibly alarmed Master Peak, showing with his whole appearance that he needed to continue the risky intervention he had begun, despite all the doubts and disapproval that had arisen. With a huge, almost inhuman physical effort and incredible concentration, he was finally able to completely pull the long dagger out of the deep wound, and at the same moment, splashes of scarlet blood, instantly painted his concentrated face. All the numerous people around, holding their breath in horror and tension, watched this incredibly dramatic and bloody moment with great tension and fear, on the outcome of which human life directly depended. Suddenly, completely unexpectedly for everyone, a huge, pulsating stream of bright red arterial fluid burst out of the gaping wound with incredible force, which instantly and abundantly splashed everything and everyone around. All the people present there saw with undisguised horror the absolutely incredible amount of blood flowing in a continuous stream from the seriously damaged lungs of the unfortunate warrior, leaving him, it seemed, no chance of salvation. Everything around him and on him in one short moment was completely covered with thick, sticky blood due to these bold but necessary surgical maneuvers of the young master, trying to save the patient. Master Peak, who was standing very close and watching the whole process very carefully, could not fully understand why the boy acted in this way, because the problem was not only in the bleeding itself, but also in something more serious. Finally, when the bloody dagger was completely removed from the wound, the young and already quite tired master was asked to help a certain Yuha, although the young doctor himself did not quite understand why he was there at all. In response to this suddenly emerging and very critical situation, the mysterious Yuha, without the slightest delay, immediately directed all his powerful, invisible internal energy to the event that was taking place, thus trying to take control of the situation and stabilize the condition of the wounded man. The blood, which just a moment ago had been rapidly and uncontrollably gushing from a deep wound on the warrior's chest, in a completely inexplicable way, began to gradually stop right before the astonished eyes of our astonished hero, which seemed like a real miracle. It created a very strange impression, as if this very blood began to slowly rotate and freeze in space under the influence of some unknown technology that filled the void with matter. It was like some kind of martial art that allows you to move objects with the power of energy. The guy just couldn't believe his eyes, because he had never seen such incredible technology in his life, and wasn't even sure if it would work at all under the given circumstances, or if it was just an optical illusion. However, there was absolutely no time for empty admiration and surprise. He quickly assessed the situation and realized that, despite all the difficulties, everything would work out, and the wounded man would be saved by his efforts. Confidently taking the dagger in his hand, he began to fully control his actions, fully aware that everyone present had already unconditionally recognized his outstanding medical skills and did not dare to doubt his competence. With incredible skill and precision, he stitched up the deep wound, which was still very open and bleeding, and in the end, thanks to his efforts, everything went well and the warrior's life was out of danger. He tiredly wiped the beads of sweat from his pale face, because this whole extremely tense situation was too exhausting and required maximum concentration and enormous physical strength from him. Master Peak had never seen such a worthy and talented candidate for disciple in his long life and extensive practice, and was sincerely and deeply impressed by his incredible skill and composure. After some time, when everything had calmed down a little, accurate and sad statistics appeared about which of the numerous wounded survived and who received serious injuries, and it was finally possible to sum up the final results of this difficult night. The squad leader, with poorly concealed anxiety in his voice, asked the medics whether they had managed to save any of those soldiers who were on the very brink of life and death, hoping for the best. The statistics, unfortunately, were very disappointing and rather sad. 2 of the 7 most seriously ill patients could no longer be helped, and 2 more had just died despite all efforts. However, this was not the end of the struggle for life, and some people still managed to survive thanks to timely and qualified assistance, and the commander sincerely thanked Master Peak for his invaluable assistance, saying that he did a really good job. However, Master Peak politely asked him not to thank him personally because he was only present at the very end of everything that happened and did not see the main, most difficult part of all the events and the manipulations undertaken. All the main and most difficult treatment was performed by that same young and talented man whose unique and amazing skills were simply incredible. And the commander was also sincerely amazed, feeling that all this was like some amazing and unreal dream. The girl looked at this young hero with undisguised admiration and gratitude, and at that very moment he, completely exhausted from overexertion, had already fallen fast asleep, although just a minute ago he had still been barely standing on his feet. He really tried very hard and selflessly to help everyone in need, and during this incredibly intense and difficult night, too many tragic and exhausting events happened that took all his strength. He was completely exhausted both physically and mentally, and Master Peak, seeing his deplorable state, sympathetically asked to be taken to bed so that he could properly rest and recover. Yuha carefully and gently took him on his shoulder and carried him gently to a quiet and calm place so that he could get a good night's sleep and gain strength after the incredible ordeal he had gone through. After this momentous and dramatic day, the entire military campaign began to actively and with admiration talk about the exceptional and almost supernatural medical skills of young Jiang, which saved so many human lives. The next day, already in the territory of their clan, the warriors were very animatedly and interestedly discussing the numerous prisoners that they had managed to capture with great difficulty from the hostile Mia clan. These people turned out to be extremely fierce and did not make contact at all. And even if one of the soldiers somehow managed to start a short conversation with them, it was still completely pointless and useless. They stubbornly and defiantly remained silent, and as soon as they were turned away, they immediately made desperate attempts to commit suicide. The soldiers gradually and finally lost all hope of learning anything valuable or useful for their clan from these stubborn prisoners, since no persuasion or threats had any effect on these unyielding fanatics. Even the use of rather cruel tortures did not give any expected results at all. They continued to stubbornly and defiantly remain silent, keeping their secrets. But then it was decided to call special masters from the Gate of Hao in the hope that they would be able to loosen their tongues. The captured magicians never admitted why exactly they came to this territory and why they attacked so suddenly and violently. Probably their main and secret target was the young and defenseless Lady Conson, but the soldiers did not see much sense in this, because they seemed to have nothing to steal. All this rather long time, the small and inconspicuous Qin skillfully hid in various rooms and secluded places of the large house, very attentively and intently eavesdropping on all sorts of conversations and important discussions. Being small in stature, this was very convenient for him. He could crawl anywhere with amazing ease and agility, hide unnoticed in any secluded corner, and from there watch anyone closely, while remaining completely unnoticed by all the people around him. Having settled down comfortably and unnoticed behind the massive door of one of the rooms, he ate very tasty and sweet cookies with great appetite, and at the same time very attentively and intently listened to all the conversations and gossip of the soldiers, trying not to miss a single important detail. There were some very persistent rumors among the soldiers that Kong Song-hin had apparently come here because of her long-standing and deep hatred for her younger sister, who, to the surprise of many, had remained alive, although everyone had long believed her dead, and she had allegedly come so as not to arouse unnecessary suspicion. All these numerous and varied rumors and speculations spread by the soldiers were in fact absolutely false and groundless, because the ordinary soldiers really did not know anything and only gossiped out of boredom and idleness. But in fact, Hin loved her younger sister more than anything in the world. On top of everything else, she had received a very strict and conservative upbringing in her noble family, and such unflattering gossip and rumors frightened her very much and threw her off track. But then the soldiers' conversation suddenly and abruptly switched to that very mysterious boy, and Qing held her breath from excitement and curiosity. The soldiers gossiped among themselves quite actively about how they had allegedly, completely by accident, discovered very suspicious and strange marks on Qin's tender neck, which were very similar to marks from a recent strangulation. But at the same time, everything seemed to be in perfect order with him, and they also said that he had slept next to the child when the child had nightmares. The soldiers could not fully understand and comprehend for themselves how this seemingly harmless and quiet boy could commit such a terrible act, because Qin did so much for their escort and was always ready to come to the aid of anyone in need. He seemed so kind, sympathetic, and surprisingly reasonable for his young age to them, so none of them believed at all that they were intentionally and consciously covering for him, trying in this way to protect his dubious and inexplicable actions and somehow justify his strange behavior. Our little and cunning hero, meanwhile, not paying attention to the commotion, continued to gobble up the delicious cookies with great pleasure and appetite, secretly sincerely rejoicing that the soldiers, at least, were on his side and believed in his complete innocence, and even the detachment commander himself decided to find a special healing ointment to heal the noticeable wounds on Zhang's neck as quickly as possible. However, that same terrible nightmare that everyone was talking about was not caused by a frightened child, as everyone in the camp mistakenly thought, but by something much more sinister, mysterious, and incomprehensible, hiding somewhere in the darkness and the unknown. It was a rather persistent and unpleasant impression that some people in the clan had begun to seriously suspect Hong of some hidden and malicious intentions, and moreover, they seriously and not without reason believed that she actually wanted to kill her cousin in cold blood for some long-standing and deeply hidden motives. However, they knew absolutely nothing about her for sure, and her true goals, motives, and intentions remained completely unknown to everyone and covered with a thick veil of mystery, although they planned to transfer to her in the foreseeable future the honorable and responsible position of head of their entire large and influential family. Moreover, Hen, apparently, and according to some rumors, had already managed to begin an active and independent search for those very unknown robbers who committed this daring attack, in order to cruelly take revenge on them for all the evil they had done. Suddenly and completely unexpectedly, someone resolutely and quite loudly approached that very secluded place where the young gentleman was hiding so skillfully and unnoticed, holding his breath and trying with all his might not to betray his unexpected presence with a single sound. The door to the room slowly opened with a deafening creak, and finally, in the resulting dark opening appeared that very long-awaited person whom they had been looking for so long, persistently and practically unsuccessfully all this time. It was none other than Haruan himself, looking a little worried and anxious. For quite a long time he searched with great diligence and persistence for this young and talented doctor, without any idea or guess where he could have disappeared so suddenly and for so long without any warning or explanation. They had deliberately gone quite far away from the noisy and crowded city in order to have a private and calm atmosphere, away from prying ears, to thoroughly discuss what exactly this young doctor really wanted from the noble Haruan and what his true intentions were. Chin sat down very comfortably and relaxed on a large, sun-warmed stone, and, as if casually, but with a clear hint, stated that, in general, he did not need anything special. However, if Haruan would think a little and understand, then it was he who saved many people who were on the very brink of death. He also discovered the deadly poison Sangan and prepared their entire escort in advance for a sudden attack, and he took care of Haruan all this time during the battle. Demonstratively and with obvious defiance showing a clearly visible scar on his neck, Chin opened up a little in front of him, clearly pointing to a rather noticeable and fresh dent that remained on him as a peculiar and unpleasant sign of gratitude for the dubious help and so-called rescue rendered to him in the past. Haruan, of course, did not like such a frank and provocative demonstration, as well as all these subtle and not-so-subtle hints, and with undisguised irritation and some arrogance in his voice, he directly asked what else this impudent Chin wanted to get from him in return for his dubious services. The young doctor, after a short thought, suddenly and abruptly changed his initial decision, apparently realizing at the last moment that he probably could not completely and unconditionally trust Haruan in such a delicate and important matter. But if Haruan expected some serious and cardinal changes in their difficult relationship, then he was very much and deeply mistaken on this score. Chin simply looked at him very intently, attentively, and a little mockingly with his piercing gaze, with his whole appearance clearly letting him know that he wanted absolutely nothing from him, and did not demand any additional or special payment for his previous actions. However, after a short and tense pause, Chin, unexpectedly for everyone, agreed and said, "Okay, then starting from tomorrow you can completely officially and openly call me your big brother, or, if it is more convenient for you, just your older friend by age." Of course, Haruan was not at all delighted with such an unexpected and rather strange proposal, because he did not at all want to become so close to him so strongly and quickly as a sworn brother, despite all his undoubted and numerous services to him and his family. Despite the undeniable fact that this mysterious boy had actually and repeatedly saved his life in several critical situations, he was still very much afraid, and even a little embarrassed to openly call him his older brother. It seemed completely unnatural and wrong to him. The young doctor, in turn, was sincerely and genuinely surprised why Harion thought so strangely and negatively about this, and why it frightened him so much, confused him, and even irritated him a little, because it was just a simple formality and a tribute of respect. Since he rightfully and quite justifiably considered himself to be significantly older in age and life experience, then he, accordingly, should have been the older brother in their newly formed couple. But the stubborn Haruon, for some reason, believed that only an honest and open fight could finally determine which of them was actually older and stronger. The young doctor, with undisguised surprise and some disappointment, gradually realized that this hot-tempered Haruon, in all seriousness and without any jokes, wanted to start a fight with a peaceful and unarmed civilian, who, moreover, did not even have any known martial arts and was practically defenseless against him. When he was asked, directly and bluntly, why Haruon was so unjustifiably cruel and so afraid of this seemingly weak and harmless man, who, moreover, had recently and completely selflessly saved his life, Haruon, after thinking a little, nevertheless decided to back off a little and not develop this unnecessary conflict further. However, the persistent young doctor was still firmly and unwaveringly determined to make him call himself his elder brother, not at all intending to retreat from his original and cunning plan and wishing to see the matter through to the end. But if Haruon still dared and decided to hit him first, then he would automatically and irrevocably become the younger brother in their pair, and the doctor even, with some hidden challenge and excitement in his voice, encouraged him to try to do this if, of course, he had enough courage and determination for it. Haruon was completely and deeply shocked by such an incredibly ridiculous, absurd, and even slightly comical situation that was so unexpectedly unfolding right before his eyes, and he did not know at all how he should react to all this correctly. Meanwhile, this persistent and stubborn young doctor continued to insistently and monotonously that he immediately and unconditionally call him his older brother without giving him any time to come to his senses or to object. The hot-tempered Cherian thought for quite a long time, painfully and intensely, about how exactly he should act in this difficult, delicate, and rather humiliating situation for him, carefully weighing all possible options and their consequences. In the end, having finally resigned himself to his unenviable and rather absurd fate, and realizing that further resistance was completely useless, he, with great reluctance and obvious internal displeasure, nevertheless called this persistent boy his big brother. However, the young and demanding doctor did not like his quiet and uncertain tone of voice at all, and he immediately sternly demanded that he say it again, but more clearly, more distinctly, and much louder, so that everything would be as it should be, and sound convincing. The irritated Harion almost loudly shouted "Big Brother" to this persistent young doctor, and from that moment on, reluctantly, but nevertheless began to call him that at every opportunity, although without much enthusiasm, but obeying his unyielding persistence. However, this restless young doctor asked him again and again to say it even more clearly, loudly, and expressively, as if he was specially and methodically training him in the correct pronunciation and the necessary intonation, achieving the ideal sound. In the end, after some fairly long time and several unsuccessful attempts, the stubborn Harion, already quite confidently, calmly, and without any visible hesitation, began to constantly call this young doctor his older brother, having finally become accustomed to this new and somewhat humiliating role for him. Chin was very pleased, and even a little proud, that he had finally managed to train this stubborn Haruon so easily and quickly, like some kind of obedient and devoted dog, and he thought with satisfaction that if all this had happened a little earlier, it would have been simply ideal and would have saved him a lot of time and nerves. But they, as it turned out, were not alone at this most intimate moment of their newly minted brotherhood. Some unknown girl was watching them completely unnoticed and with great curiosity, and she was sincerely and deeply struck by what she had just seen, not knowing at all how she should react to it. And this woman slowly approached them, and with undisguised curiosity, asked what they were doing here so enthusiastically at such a rather late hour. The guy greeted her very politely and courteously, observing all the proprieties. But this unfamiliar girl was much more interested in how that same small and mysterious savior, about whom she had already heard a lot from various sources, was currently doing. Chin, unexpectedly hearing his new and rather strange nickname from the lips of a stranger, was quite surprised, and even a little embarrassed by how stupid, absurd, and completely childish it sounded, absolutely not corresponding to his true nature and serious intentions. This charming, sweet, and very curious girl at that time was diligently collecting wild flowers for her sick sister, and in passing, with lively interest, asked the boy if he was really a doctor, and she also would very much like to know if he knew exactly what medicinal herbs were needed for the effective treatment of various ailments and diseases. The boy, with rather obvious and noticeable reluctance and without much enthusiasm, agreed to help her in this matter, honestly explaining this by the fact that he had not really studied these specific local herbs and their properties very well and in detail, but this persistent woman still convincingly asked him to provide her with all possible assistance in this important matter for her. Very soon, all of them together, including a slightly dissatisfied Haruan, decided to immediately set out in search of special and very rare medicinal herbs that were highly valued and considered very useful and effective in the mysterious and secret-filled world of Murim, where medicine was closely connected with magic and ancient knowledge. Of course, the proud and independent Haruan felt not very comfortable, constrained, and even a little humiliated in the constant presence of this impudent Chin after everything that had happened between them quite recently. But he undoubtedly had something to carefully hide from curious strangers' eyes and ears, so he tried to stay in the shadows. This sweet and grateful woman was sincerely and wholeheartedly glad that she would finally be helped in such a difficult, responsible, and very important matter for her as collecting rare and very valuable medicinal plants for her seriously ill and beloved sister, who was in great need of treatment. From this most significant and memorable moment for both of them, this cunning young doctor and this proud Haruan officially and finally became sworn brothers, forever linking their very different but now common destinies with an invisible but very strong thread of forced friendship and necessary mutual assistance in this harsh world. After they all together quite successfully and quickly collected a sufficient number of various useful and necessary medicinal herbs, they had a short and relaxed conversation with the very nice and welcoming sisters Hong and Yen, who were not only very friendly, hospitable, and pleasant to talk to, but also seemed to charge with their inexhaustible positive energy absolutely everyone who talked to them in one way or another, or was just nearby. One of these kind and generous sisters, as a sign of sincere gratitude for the help they had given them and the lives they had saved, presented this young and talented doctor with a very valuable, rare, and very unusual-looking sample of some previously unknown herb, which was highly valued in their area for its unique properties. It was a rather strange and unusual-looking object, with its elongated shape and sharpness very much resembling a small but deadly dagger, and it turned out to be called quite poetically and mysteriously Windclick, while possessing some special and unknown properties. This, as it turned out later, was one of those very famous, legendary, and practically indestructible blades of antiquity. Its unusually dark, almost black blade did not reflect any light at all, which made it simply an ideal and irreplaceable weapon for carrying out the most secret, dangerous, and hidden from prying eyes missions deep behind enemy lines. When this unique and priceless blade first appeared in his still inexperienced hands, this modest boy immediately felt completely unworthy of such an incredibly valuable and significant gift, and therefore at first he categorically did not even want to accept it from the girl, sincerely considering it too great and undeserved an honor for himself. However, his somewhat strange and incomprehensible behavior was completely unacceptable and even a little offensive for this proud girl, since this was her most sincere and deep gratitude for the recent rescue of her beloved sister. And although the guy tried to politely explain that their family had already generously thanked the young gentleman, she firmly wanted to do it personally on her own behalf. The thing is that this particular and very specific dagger was absolutely not suitable for this sweet girl, due to her special abilities, skills, and her preferred fighting style. so she was already planning to return it back to her family in the near future anyway. But at the same time, she really and sincerely wanted this young and talented doctor to become its new owner and use it for its intended purpose. She would be very pleased, flattered, and happy if this modest and slightly shy boy changed his mind and accepted this truly valuable and rare gift from the purest heart, without refusing her sincere sign of attention and deep gratitude for his invaluable help. This boy, after some short but painful thoughts and hesitations, finally made the final decision to take this unique and legendary blade, but he set one very important and mandatory condition. He must be shown and explained in detail how to use it correctly and most effectively, as well as reveal all its hidden secrets and capabilities. Very soon after this conversation, the long-awaited time came for serious, persistent, and grueling training, as well as for deep self-improvement in the difficult art of mastering this new and very unusual weapon for him and the special combat techniques associated with it, requiring complete concentration. The elder sister stood confidently and proudly on a specially equipped training ground, with her whole appearance showing complete readiness at any moment to clearly demonstrate everything that this amazing and deadly blade is actually capable of in the truly skilled and experienced hands of a true master of her craft. The young and inquisitive master, with undisguised impatience, great interest, and some excitement, awaited the moment when they would finally show him and explain that very mysterious and legendary secret technique of Kansen, about which in their area there were numerous and most incredible rumors and legends, passed from mouth to mouth. When this girl, with one sharp, precise, and almost imperceptible to the eye movement, drew her trusty sword from its decorated scabbard, a blindingly bright and deafening flash of light immediately sounded around her, very much reminiscent of a real lightning strike, and its blinding and all-pervading light instantly and completely illuminated the entire rather extensive battle perimeter, forcing everyone present to involuntarily close their eyes in surprise. In the ancient and famous Kansen family, the most important, main, and fundamental principle of martial art has always been considered to be an absolutely incredible, almost supernatural speed of movement and reaction, which made any master of this unique and famous family so powerful, formidable, and practically invincible in any open battle. The entire complex and multifaceted art of swordsmanship in this noble and ancient family was traditionally based on a very harmonious and well-balanced combination of two opposite but complementary elements, flowing water and swift wind, which gave all movements of an experienced fighter, without exception, incredible smoothness, lightness, fluidity, and absolute, almost mystical unpredictability for anyone, even the strongest and most experienced opponent. Absolutely all those who had the rare and unique opportunity to observe from the side her incredibly fast, honed, and almost elusive movements of the sword were literally enchanted to the depths of their souls, amazed and even a little frightened by their unsurpassed elegance, almost feline grace, and truly amazing, almost supernatural accuracy of every blow, lunge, and deceptive movement she delivered. This young and incredibly talented girl trained very persistently, and almost tirelessly with her special and beloved sword, without feeling any physical fatigue or exhaustion, with all her proud and confident appearance embodying the living image of a young and brilliant warrior, generously and naturally gifted with absolutely extraordinary, unique, and very rare abilities from her earliest childhood. All these numerous, complex, and honed to the point of automatism combat maneuvers and techniques were not just a beautiful and spectacular demonstration of her remarkable physical strength, incredible dexterity, and excellent mastery of weapons. They had a very specific, practical purpose and very important strategic significance in the conditions of a real and deadly battle with an experienced and ruthless enemy. The skilled and experienced swordsmen of the renowned and ancient Kansen family always and under any circumstances sought to inflict the maximum possible and devastating damage on their opponent in the shortest possible time, while simultaneously spending the minimum possible amount of their own precious efforts, energy, and vitality, which was rightfully considered the true pinnacle of military skill and art. This inquisitive boy, with undisguised, almost childish admiration, great interest, and even a little breathless from excitement, attentively and continuously watched her truly unique and almost supernatural abilities as well as her absolutely perfect and honed to the smallest detail technique of wielding the family sword, which seemed to him something almost magical and unattainable. Her incredibly smooth, graceful, and at the same time swift movements were so perfect, verified, and honed to the point of complete automatism that from the outside it was created a complete and very realistic impression, as if she was not fighting, but easily and naturally performing some kind of mesmerizing, mystical, and very beautiful combat dance, while being completely and entirely immersed in her high and deadly art and completely forgetting about everything in the world. The main and most important principle of the unique and deadly fighting technique of the ancient Kansen family was a very effective and harmonious combination of two key elements: incredibly fast, almost lightning-fast speed of attacks, as well as an extremely powerful, reliable, and practically impenetrable counterattack for the enemy, which made this technique practically invulnerable and invincible for anyone, even the strongest and most experienced enemy. Her amazingly smooth, flowing, and very graceful movements were outwardly very similar to the light and easy swaying of tall and slender tops of century-old pines in the gusts of fresh morning wind, just as natural, free, and very harmonious in appearance, but at the same time they insidiously concealed within themselves a huge, invisible, and deadly force, ready to fall upon the enemy at any moment. Her faithful and reliable family sword moved in her skillful hands with incredible, almost supernatural precision, ease, and speed, and the numerous and varied blows and attacks she delivered swiftly and almost silently cut through the surrounding air with a speed that was completely unthinkable and unattainable for others, instantly and inevitably reaching their maximum destructive power and deadly effectiveness in battle. It was that rare, precious, and almost elusive for a simple observer moment of complete and deep comprehension of the true hidden essence of this complex and multifaceted combat technique, which would have been completely impossible to achieve by simple mechanical repetition of memorized movements and techniques, without a deep, comprehensive, and almost intuitive understanding of the most ancient art of swordsmanship and all its complex philosophy. This unique and ancient technique of wielding a family sword was so refined, sophisticated, complex, and at the same time incredibly exciting for any observer that it was simply absolutely impossible to tear your admiring and slightly frightened gaze away from it, and at the same time it seemed that with each new and unique movement it seemed to open up in a completely new way, constantly demonstrating more and more new, previously unseen facets of true mastery. This charming, young, and incredibly talented girl, against the backdrop of the dazzlingly bright and almost unrealistically shining technique of her faithful and deadly family sword, easily and naturally performed such incredible, complex, and almost acrobatic movements and pirouettes that literally fascinated, hypnotized, and delighted absolutely all the numerous people around her at that moment, forcing them to forget about everything in the world for a while. When everything around finally became completely quiet and calm, and even the air itself, just mercilessly cut by a sharp sword, began to slowly, smoothly, and almost reluctantly settle to the ground, it was then that the long-awaited and very important moment for everyone of full and clear awareness of her incredible, almost supernatural skill and unique talent as a warrior arrived. Her dear and loving elder sister, with undisguised pride and joy in her voice, warmly and sincerely supported her at this triumphant moment, proudly admitting to everyone that this was a real and priceless blessing for their entire ancient and noble family, because this most difficult and dangerous combat maneuver that she had just demonstrated was rightfully the true pinnacle of military skill and required incredible efforts and talent. A happy, sincere, and slightly embarrassed smile involuntarily lit up the beautiful face of her older sister at the very moment when all the soldiers present there, who had become involuntary witnesses of this little miracle, began to loudly, enthusiastically, and completely sincerely congratulate her on this truly outstanding and very significant personal achievement for her, which will undoubtedly go down in the history of their illustrious clan. This unexpected recognition and universal admiration became for her an even more pleasant, exciting, and very significant event in her life, because it was truly a very outstanding, unique, and very rare phenomenon in their harsh world, which everyone present, without exception, wanted to share as soon as possible with all the other members of their large, friendly, and close-knit community of warriors. This young and modest girl overnight became a real, recognized, and very respected master of the sword. And this achievement of hers was certainly worth it to be properly and very solemnly celebrated by the whole clan. All these numerous and flattering words of praise addressed to her sounded sweeter to her than the most expensive and fragrant honey. But it was this mysterious Chinchan who helped her achieve this incredible and almost unattainable for others level of mastery. And it was his timely, wise, and very accurate advice that ultimately turned out to be decisive on her difficult path to this success. The soldiers, who watched this impressive display of military art with intense attention and undisguised admiration, were amazed, astonished, and even a little frightened to the very depths of their souls. And this young and already quite experienced doctor himself could not fully believe what he had just seen with his own eyes. It seemed to him something completely unbelievable and almost impossible. He immediately, a little embarrassed by such close attention, began to hastily and rather awkwardly justify himself to everyone, fervently and persistently, assuring those around him that this was in fact not his personal merit at all, and that he was now in a huge and irredeemable debt to this talented girl for the fact that she so generously gave him this wonderful and very valuable windblade, which helped him so much in a difficult moment. However, all the people present around him very persistently and unanimously assured him that he should not be so overly modest and belittle his merits, because such invaluable and timely help of his was in fact much more important, valuable, and significant than any, even the most expensive simple gift, especially in comparison with the comprehension of the perfect and deadly technique of wielding the sword of the ancient Kansan family. Immediately after these flattering and pleasant words for her, as well as after the wave of general admiration and congratulations, this young and talented girl suddenly and very sharply felt very bad, and everything around her began to rapidly and uncontrollably spin and float before her eyes, wide open from surprise and fear, which clearly foreshadowed something unkind and dangerous for her health. She, without even having time to say anything or call for help, almost instantly lost consciousness and fell heavily to the ground, unconscious, which incredibly strongly and deeply frightened her loving older sister, who did not expect such a sharp and sudden deterioration in her physical condition after the triumph. Her older sister, being completely unprepared for such a turn of events, to her horror and shame, did not know at all how to properly and effectively provide first aid in such emergency situations, and she did not understand at all what exactly she should do in such a critical, unexpected, and very life-threatening situation in order to somehow help her sister who suddenly lost consciousness. When this young girl, with the family sword in her weak hand, fell heavily onto the dusty ground of the training ground, all the soldiers nearby were immediately and loudly ordered to carefully pick her up and carry her to a safe place. But her determined elder sister, pushing them aside, firmly decided to try to cope with this difficult task all by herself, not trusting this important matter to anyone else. All the experienced warriors present there clearly and perfectly understood that this ancient and powerful sword was far from an ordinary and simple weapon. It was a kind of material embodiment of complete military self-forgetfulness and self-denial, which required from its owner absolute and unconditional dedication, as well as complete concentration of all his physical and spiritual forces to achieve mastery. It is quite obvious that this fragile-looking but strong-willed girl had to use absolutely all of her internal physical and spiritual strength, as well as the hidden reserves of her young body, in order not only to comprehend, but also to so brilliantly and effectively demonstrate to everyone around her that complex and very energy-consuming combat technique that she had just so masterfully and flawlessly demonstrated to all the curious spectators. Although her natural physical endurance and stamina were significantly higher than that of any ordinary and even well-trained warrior of her rather young age, even this undeniable advantage, unfortunately, did not become an insurmountable obstacle for her on the very difficult and grueling path to achieving the very real technical peak of her incredible martial skill and perfection. Like every ordinary and mortal person on this earth, she too, undoubtedly, had her own individual and insurmountable limit of physical and psycho-emotional stress, and the capabilities of her body, which she, apparently significantly and carelessly, exceeded in her passionate desire for absolute perfection in the art of swordsmanship. Her loving and very worried elder sister, with all her remaining strength, very tightly and tenderly embraced her exhausted and pale Mrs. Yen, with all her heart sincerely sympathizing with her complete and profound physical and moral exhaustion after such an incredible and dangerous to health strain of all her vital forces and energies. But young Yen was really very tired and almost exhausted at that moment, and she urgently and immediately needed to have a good rest and fully restore her exhausted physical and spiritual strength in order to come to her senses again and return to normal life after such an incredible feat. This young and observant doctor very carefully and thoughtfully watched all this happening from the sidelines, and with each passing minute he realized more and more clearly and distinctly that absolutely everything in this strange, mysterious, and dangerous world, as well as in this no less confusing and unpredictable novel, is in fact arranged much more complexly, multifaceted, and confusing than it might seem at the very first, superficial and inexperienced glance of an inexperienced observer. The soldiers soon left with both sisters, and the caring younger sister very carefully and gently carried her completely tired and exhausted mistress in her fragile but strong arms. And it was from this most significant and turning point that the ancient and noble Kansen family began to gradually but surely recover from all the difficult shocks and trials it had experienced, and this young and talented master, meanwhile, had to find the elusive Haruan as soon as possible to continue their dangerous journey. In our minds, we are transported together with the heroes to a very busy, noisy, and crowded city market, which was located in a specially designated area for transport support and security, where numerous people actively and loudly bargained with each other, animatedly and emotionally argued over every little thing, and in every sophisticated way tried to knock down the already low price of all the various goods and services that interested them, while creating an indescribable atmosphere of oriental bustle and excitement. Quite recently, some particularly lucky and enterprising people at this market were really very lucky, because suddenly a lot of young, beautiful, and attractive girls appeared for sale, but the local elder was very irritated and dissatisfied because he had absolutely nothing to pay for them with. And since this young and rich master had already managed to buy something valuable for his companion Hong, he now had to try to do something so as not to end up at a loss and not miss out on his profit. When this hot-tempered and proud Haruan completely by chance heard about those rather generous and numerous gifts that this mysterious Hong so easily and naturally constantly gave him, he was sincerely and deeply amazed, and even a little surprised by such a development of events. He did not expect such an unexpected and pleasant turn of events in their relationship. But they had already managed to firmly agree that from now on, Haruan would have to respectfully call him his big brother. And in confirmation of this new status, he even demonstratively bought him some food, which was a peculiar and very symbolic gesture of a real big brother. This insightful young doctor looked very attentively and with some undisguised curiosity at the visibly embarrassed Charion, and with obvious interest in his voice, asked him about this rather significant and symbolic gesture of buying food, thus trying to understand its true and hidden meaning in the context of their newly established formal brotherly relations. And this proud and independent Harian, in turn, demonstratively silently and with great appetite, ate the food offered to him by his older brother, and at the same time, on the sly and with some still noticeable mistrust and even apprehension, he looked attentively at his newly made and so persistent older brother, still not fully accepting and realizing this new and somewhat humiliating for him arrangement of forces and roles between them. This young and somewhat frivolous doctor was leisurely and happily strolling along the busy and crowded streets of an unfamiliar city, and suddenly, completely by chance, he noticed on one of the counters some very appetizing-looking and aromatic fruits in shiny sugar glaze on a thin wooden stick, and from sudden excitement and anticipation, he immediately ran headlong to buy them for himself in order to enjoy this simple but so desired children's delicacy as soon as possible. The future powerful and formidable heavenly demon, which Karian was destined to become, watched this somewhat childish and naive scene with some visible and even slightly dismissive indifference and frank boredom, but suddenly, completely unexpectedly for himself, He felt with his whole body someone's very heavy and intermittent breathing right behind his unsuspecting back, which instantly made him sharply alert and prepare for possible and imminent danger. Some completely unfamiliar and very strong man suddenly grabbed him tightly from behind by the shoulders and then, with all his considerable strength, roughly and unceremoniously, dragged him somewhere away from the busy street, without explaining his sudden, incomprehensible, and openly aggressive actions, which naturally caused the young man, taken by surprise, great bewilderment, indignation, and even some fear of the unknown. When this frivolous young doctor finally returned with a satisfied look with 2 appetizing sticks of fragrant and sweet fruits in his hands, he saw with undisguised horror and amazement how these same unknown and very strong strangers, who had just appeared completely unceremoniously and rather rudely, dragged his named younger brother Cherian somewhere in an unknown direction, obviously using physical force and not paying attention to his resistance. He was distracted from his companion for only one very short and insignificant, as it seemed to him then, moment in order to simply buy himself this simple delicacy. And during this insignificantly short time, some incomprehensible and rather serious conflict had already managed to start completely unexpectedly, which clearly threatened at any second to escalate into a real and dangerous street skirmish with unpredictable consequences. These impudent and self-confident strangers also spoke loudly and indignantly about how this impudent boy, Harrian, was behaving completely like an unreasonable, capricious, and spoiled child, and that arguing or bickering with him about this was completely absurd, stupid, and absolutely pointless. Thus, they tried to somehow justify their openly aggressive and illegal actions in the eyes of those around them. This young and somewhat naive doctor simply silently and with eyes wide open in surprise watched all this strange and incomprehensible thing that was happening, deep down, sincerely and strongly amazed by all the blatant absurdity, ridiculousness, and even some kind of unreality of this completely unexpected, stupid, and very unpleasant situation for him, which so suddenly and absurdly played out right before his eyes in the middle of a busy street. One of these very large, strong, and aggressively minded men, with undisguised rage, malice, and a clear intention to cause pain, swung his huge and heavy, like a weight, fist directly at the completely defenseless and unsuspecting Harun, obviously intending to inflict one, but very crushing and painful blow to immediately put him out of action. At the same time, he also very rudely and dirty called the confused Harun some kind of lousy and worthless person, but at this most critical and dangerous moment for Harun, his older adopted brother, the young master, quickly and decisively intervened in the brawl that had begun, and very deftly, almost playfully, repelled this strong and dangerous blow aimed at his brother, thereby saving him from inevitable and serious injury. Although that enraged and aggressive man immediately contemptuously called him some kind of impudent and arrogant brat, this young and brave doctor was still able not only to successfully stop his further blind aggression and rage, but also to disarm him quite easily and quickly, demonstrating his unexpected strength, dexterity, and composure in a dangerous situation. The colleague of this unlucky and overconfident man, who for all this short time very attentively and with some interest watched this whole short fight from the side, was sincerely and strongly amazed to the depths of his soul and even a little frightened by what he saw, and he could not fully believe that someone else, besides himself and his comrades, could be so strong, dexterous, and skillful in hand-to-hand combat. He, without thinking twice and wanting to avenge his comrade, also very quickly and furiously rushed at the unsuspecting Harun, desperately and clumsily trying to strike him with his long and sharp sword in order to inflict a serious and life-threatening wound on him, obviously taking advantage of his numerical and physical advantage over the young man. However, this young and outwardly fragile future heavenly demon, as it turned out, possessed truly incredible, hidden for the time being and almost supernatural physical strength, and when his piercing, cold, and chilling gaze slowly and heavily slid over these impudent and self-confident scoundrels, the entire situation on the street instantly and radically changed far from their favor, foreshadowing their quick and inevitable reprisal. With incredible speed and precision, he delivered several very powerful, precise, and crushing blows directly in the direction of these hapless attackers, with amazing ease and almost playfully knocking down these impudent and self-confident scoundrels, who, in their stupidity and carelessness, dared to disturb him and so treacherously and vilely attack him and his companion in broad daylight. These two rather strong and tall men almost simultaneously, and with a loud thud, fell to the dirty ground right at his feet, completely not believing that they had just been so easily, quickly, and humiliatingly beaten by some very young and, at first glance, rather weak and nondescript young man. This was for them a real and very painful blow to their pride and reputation. One of these men, who had fallen to the ground, wanted to shout something after them, so that they would immediately stop this obvious outrage and leave them alone. But how could some simple and unknown boy, who had just so easily and playfully defeated his older, stronger, and more experienced opponents, stop that all-consuming demonic rage that was so clearly and terribly reflected in Harun's burning eyes, and he, like a real demon possessed by an evil spirit, began to mercilessly, furiously, and methodically attack these unlucky scoundrels, not giving them the slightest chance to come to their senses or resist. Very soon, their numerous teeth, from Harun's powerful and precise blows, began to fly out of their broken mouths with an unpleasant crunch and crackle and picturesquely scatter in all directions, like some small white stones, while also unattractively mixing with the dust and dirt on the ground around them, creating a truly eerie and repulsive sight for any normal person. The limp and almost senseless bodies of these hapless attackers flew off with a dull and heavy thud and crashed forcefully into numerous market stalls, trays, and tables, which from these powerful blows with a loud crack and squeal flew into small pieces and splinters from the incredible and destructive force of this fierce, short, and completely unequal battle for them, which unfolded so unexpectedly. The people who watched this unexpected and cruel scene from the side from a safe distance, and with undisguised curiosity and some fear, were shocked to the depths of their souls, amazed, and even a little frightened by the incredible and almost fantastic spectacle that was unfolding so quickly and unexpectedly right before their eyes, something they had never seen in their lives and would hardly ever see again. The situation became more and more alarming and critical, as Harun could not control himself in any way. He seemed to be completely consumed by that same demonic worm that did not allow him to remain his former true self. His completely uncontrollable and brutal attacks led to the fact that instead of simply responding to the attacks of the villains, he began to beat them with incredible cruelty and absolute mercilessness, showing no mercy at all, with such fury and ferocity that the people around him simply did not know what to do in this terrifying situation or how to provide assistance, because everything that was happening got out of any control, becoming completely unpredictable. Harun's cold, demonically power-filled gaze became so sinister and frightening that it seemed as if at that moment he had completely turned into a bloodthirsty beast, ready to tear apart his prey. Soon, absolutely everything before his eyes turned blood red, and the people around him simply did not understand where to run to escape this all-consuming horror and not become a victim of uncontrollable aggression. The guy had literally turned into a real beast in the flesh, and the current situation required immediate and decisive intervention to stop the ongoing madness. The young doctor was very frightened by the events that were unfolding, and realized that he must somehow, at any cost, stop this terrible spectacle before it was too late for everyone. However, Harun continued to beat the villains without stopping his brutal actions, as if he had completely lost control of his own body and mind, submitting to an external force. He sat down on one of them and beat him mercilessly, without stopping for a second, bringing the unfortunate man to a dying state, showing absolutely no pity for his victim. Only when his fist turned blue from the continuous blows did Harun suddenly stand up and stop his merciless actions, as if something inside him had snapped. He turned to see who was running towards him, and his eyes glowed a bright, alarming red, reflecting an internal struggle or lingering obsession. The young doctor ran up to Harun, realizing that this was perhaps his true nature, which he had long suppressed or forgotten, and began to shout, asking what was happening to him and why he was acting this way, causing harm to others. But the fact was that the thirst for battle and the pernicious bloody influence of the deadly star of heaven had completely taken hold of him, subordinating his will and actions to its dark impulses, drowning out the voice of reason. The doctor offered him a fruit ice lolly and quickly told Harun to take the treat and leave as soon as possible to avoid further problems and calm down. However, Harun replied that he had not yet finished the job he had started and refused the offered treat, stating that the boy had used martial arts to insult weak people and deserved death as punishment for his unworthy actions, which could not be forgiven. The young doctor did not know what to do next in this difficult situation, but he understood that he needed to calm this angry young man and at all costs force him to try the treat, hoping for its miraculous effect. The ice on the stick had already begun to melt and flow, and so time was running out, leaving less and less chance of successfully resolving the problem. The doctor literally shoved the treat into the mouth of this young man, as if he were possessed by a demonic force, trying in such a desperate way to calm him down and bring him to his senses, to return him to reality. And when the young doctor waved it like a stick towards Harun's teeth, he grabbed the candy like a wild, unbridled animal, demonstrating his uncontrollable nature. Finally, he began to calm down gradually, and the doctor felt significant relief, realizing that perhaps the worst was behind him and the situation was normalizing. It was his true human instinct, breaking through from under the influence of the deadly star of the sky, that needed to provoke a completely different reaction, different from the usual aggression. And it was indeed a good thing that the child had fallen for the sweet treat, because there had already been enough destruction and trouble created by uncontrolled behavior, and no more disasters were needed. After Carden finally calmed down, it was necessary to wipe the traces of blood off him, because in this state he simply could not return back to society without causing panic and unwanted questions. If he wanted to earn the trust of the society and be able to dine tonight, he would have to follow the established rules. But when Chin mentioned the society, Harun seemed completely confused about what he was talking about. Then the hero suddenly realized why the heavenly demon should even care about social life or understand anything related to it, because his world was completely different. After all, if he could simply hit someone who irritated or disturbed him, even this thought seemed to make his hands involuntarily tremble with the desire to use force. Suddenly a man appeared behind them, Chin, who was clearly happy to see his master in these places. His appearance was unexpected, but apparently long awaited. These were representatives of the Beidou convoy, carriers of the Unisan flag, who, frightened by the rumors that had spread about the events at the market, had come to find out if everything was all right with them and if they needed help. The young doctor assured them that everything was fine and explained that they were just a little worried about the situation. They also noticed that there was a child in the arms of one of the brothers at the scene. The younger brother said that this was his son, and that during the time he was away, the child had grown a little. Touchingly, the little one grabbed his finger, and the warrior added that such a story was not uncommon in their family. The father began to tell his son that Chin Chong was a benefactor who saved his life in difficult times, and his actions were invaluable. As a sign of deep gratitude for the actions of the young doctor, he decided to name his son in his honor, wanting to perpetuate the name of his savior and express his gratitude. The child, feeling this special closeness and connection, recognized his father's savior and reached out to him, wanting to hug him, and the boy, of course, took him to himself. He held the child close to him and felt how strong the baby had become, assuming that very soon the child would probably begin to walk independently, exploring the world around him. Reflecting on this, he realized that children are a real miracle, a gift from above, and their appearance in life brings special joy and meaning. And this baby looked so happy and carefree that he felt attached to the joy of parenthood that was passed on to him through this child. All this became possible because the young doctor saved the soldier's life, and this trip ended well for him. Now he is on a well-deserved pension and lives in his community, enjoying a quiet life. In fact, Hanem had long planned to make this warrior the head of the convoy, but the warrior had to regret a lot because of his past, so he traveled a lot and was under surveillance, atoning for his past mistakes. Finally, everything fell into place, and now that Chin saved his life, the warrior decided to dedicate his life to serving other people, and thanks to Chin, he can now be with his son, enjoying fatherhood. The baby began to play and pulled his hand towards Harun, as if wanting to play with him, showing interest and sympathy towards him. The child grabbed Harun by the hand and began to play with him, although at first the young man did not quite understand what exactly was happening and why the child was showing such attention to him. But when the child grabbed his finger, he suddenly felt some kind of lightness and warmth in his soul, and the child's gaze directed at him caused him a very pleasant, warming feeling. The young doctor was astonished to see this scene, for he had not expected at all that Harun would not only not push the child away, but would also take him by the hand, responding to his childish sincerity. The future heavenly demon's eyes were surprisingly kind and gentle at this moment, completely at odds with his usual cold and distant manner. But despite this pleasant and touching moment, the warriors needed to continue their journey, and so it was time to move on, leaving the meeting place behind. The child waved goodbye, clearly not wanting to leave, but his father gently led him away, explaining that it was time for them to hit the road. The young doctor smiled and wished the child good health and a happy future, sincerely hoping that his life would turn out for the best. Khardun remained silent, and no one knew what exactly was going on in his thoughts, because his eyes remained as mysterious and impenetrable as always. As they were returning home at sunset, Harun suddenly said that Chin really deserved to be called his elder brother, recognizing his authority and dignity. Even though the warriors of their clan only learned to kill and improve their fighting skills, all their training, in essence, led to one single goal: victory in battle at any cost. Harun always believed that bad guys were easy to deal with, and that life itself was just a beautiful and empty phrase that covered up brutal and inevitable murder. But the young doctor saved him and that uncle, showing by his example that one can act completely differently, showing mercy and saving lives, rather than taking them. He saved not only the life of the warrior from the Konshin family, but also other people such as the members of the Flying Snake clan, demonstrating his kindness and willingness to help those in need. Looking into the eyes of the young doctor, Harun thoughtfully believed that the events in his life could have turned out completely differently if he had followed a different path. But he would still continue to kill because he seemed to have no other way or choice, and the death of others paradoxically made him feel truly alive. Because of this, he sincerely believed that the young doctor was much more worthy of the title of elder brother than he was, recognizing his superiority in moral qualities. Chin smiled at these words and jokingly asked Harun to repeat it again for fun, because he was very pleased to hear such a confession from his lips. After the repetition took place, the young doctor thanked him and said that he was a good man, laughing at the sincerity and spontaneity of this moment, which became special for them. The story of the heavenly demon at the mage's court showed that he had never before been given the opportunity to live an ordinary, normal life, free from violence and struggle. But now he felt the taste of simple human joy and happiness, although he continued to derogatorily call himself a murderer. But the young doctor believed that such a life could also be interesting and valuable in its own way. When they decided to rest and talk for a bit, the young healer asked Harun how soon he planned to go to the mage clan, showing concern for his plans. Harun's gaze became wary and filled with contempt, but he still thought about this question, considering his next steps. He said he would leave as soon as the next transport arrived, but the journey would probably be very difficult and dangerous, and perhaps the best option would be to simply change his mind and abandon the whole idea. However, Cardian seemed to have no other place to go. He saw no other meaning in his existence than what was destined for him. He asked why the healer was interested in this at all, and whether he knew anything about the mage clan that Harun himself did not know. His question sounded with a note of suspicion. Chin looked away, not knowing what exactly to answer in this situation because only the future heavenly demon could resolve this mysterious situation, but there certainly had to be a reason for Harun's question. After this proposal, Harun looked closely at the doctor, trying to understand something or find out something from his reaction. He asked when Chin was going to share the information he was obviously hiding, his voice urgent and demanding. The young doctor watched Harun's expression carefully, wondering when exactly would be the best moment to tell him everything he knew about his future. But the thing was, the pressure of the future and what he might be about to say might make him look like a madman or a dreamer in Harun's eyes. Chin promised that one day he would definitely tell Harun what he was hiding from him, but for now he decided to discuss something completely different: how to get rid of that damned bloody parasite that was tormenting the young man. This had to be done before he left the doctor and went on his way. The guy was clearly happy to hear this, because it was a great opportunity to solve a long-standing problem. After exchanging information, they set off at dawn the next day. Harun decided to leave, quickly gathered his few things, and set off on a journey full of uncertainty and adventure. The young doctor did everything in his power and gave him all the necessary knowledge and instructions that could be useful in his future life. Now all that was left was to wait for events to develop, because everything was in the hands of Harun himself, who is the main character of this difficult story, and his choice will determine a lot. When the future heavenly demon finally disappeared from sight, the young doctor could not even imagine what he would do now and how his own life would turn out in the future. He was suddenly overcome with boredom, and he even regretted a little that Harun had left, leaving him alone in this world. All this time, a fierce struggle for life and survival had been going on in the lands of Murim, but now the healer felt as if he had lost the meaning of this struggle that filled his life. His thoughts were suddenly interrupted by Master Peck, who appeared completely unexpectedly, as if out of nowhere. He searched for the young doctor for a long time throughout the entire area in order to tell him something very important that concerned both of them. The thing is that Master Peck came to the guy for a reason. He had an important and personal conversation with him that required privacy and attention. At first, the guy didn't quite understand what was going on and why Master Peck had come to him, but he opened his mouth in surprise, waiting for an explanation. When Master Peck told him that he wanted to make him his disciple, the young man was seriously impressed and could not believe his ears from surprise and honor. While Master Peck was pouring him tea, he seemed not to understand why he was so surprised, because in his opinion it was completely obvious and predictable. But for the boy, it was an incredible and completely unforgettable moment, and he almost burst into tears from the feelings that overwhelmed him at that momentous moment, because in the novels he had read, nothing was said about apprenticeship in such a context. Pouring himself some hot tea, the master asked him again why he was hesitating, but he replied that he was very much ready and willing to become his disciple. For him, it was a great honor and a completely unexpected offer. Master Peck was clearly pleased with this answer, but he wanted to understand the real reason why he decided to teach him everything he knew himself, passing on his knowledge and experience. Master Peck's answer was clear, and without any doubt or hesitation, he was not joking at all, and truly wanted to pass on his knowledge and wisdom accumulated over the years. Master Peck felt that the young man was a little hesitant or showed some indecision. The young physician's pulse showed mixed feelings. On the one hand, it was incredible luck, but on the other hand, it could mean that Master Peck would soon die and the legacy would be passed on to him. Since Master Peck had no children of his own, all of his achievements, skills, and property would most likely be passed on to his apprentice by inheritance, which was a significant fact. Master Peck suffered from an unusual illness, a phenomenon that was often described in martial arts novels, and as Chin sipped his tea, he couldn't help but wonder if there really was no way to cure him of this illness that was plaguing him. Raising his glass of tea, Chin asked the master to promise him one thing, that he would do his best to survive and not give up. Peck didn't quite understand what exactly the guy was talking about, but the phrase "hold on to life with all your might" seemed rather strange and unusual to him in this context. Chin already knew about the master's illness, or rather, about the peculiarities of his body, but he still believed that there was a way to cure him, and hope for a cure was not yet lost. Suddenly, a strange, oppressive aura enveloped the room, and the tension in the air began to rapidly increase, foreshadowing something unpleasant. Juho stood behind the master, but why he suddenly became so angry and aggressive was completely inexplicable. His eyes were filled with hatred, and his appearance became so frightening and terrifying that it seemed completely impossible to understand the true reason for his anger. Juho was a minor character who was only mentioned a few times in the first volume. Chin was completely at a loss to understand why Juho was behaving in such an indecent and offensive manner, and this left him with serious questions and confusion about what was going on. The atmosphere in the room was so tense and electric that no one knew how it would all end. Master Peck ordered his servant to behave appropriately and stop this unworthy behavior immediately. In response, Juho literally exploded with aggression and indignation. He did not like at all how the young doctor spoke to the master. His tone and words seemed offensive to him. Chin looked at the master, realizing how difficult and painful it was for a patient with advanced cancer to hear about the possibility of a cure and a chance for a cure that might already have been lost. Hope in such situations was more painful than complete despair because it makes people cry, feel helpless and vulnerable, especially when death seems an inevitable reality. But is it really worth always telling the truth in such situations? Revealing all the circumstances is not always the direct responsibility of the doctor. Sometimes it is better to remain silent. Life is a chance, and you can't miss it or lose it. You can't give up, even when it seems that there is no hope left for salvation or improvement of the situation, and all efforts are in vain. Over a cup of tea, the boy continued his conversation with the master, trying to convey to him his thoughts and beliefs regarding his illness and the possibilities of healing. According to the master, he had no intention of undergoing treatment and had no plans to give up or fight. He would simply die peacefully, accepting his fate and death without resistance. The young healer began to feel anger or irritation from the master's words, because he sincerely believed that there was a way to save him, and he could not just give up. To the master, Chin's words were completely absurd and meaningless, and he asked the young man to stop talking about it, considering the topic inappropriate. This was not a subject to be joked about or treated lightly, and the master had been serious and calm throughout, without the slightest sign of mirth. Previously, he seemed unpretentious and won the love of those around him with his simplicity and kindness. But now the atmosphere in the room changed dramatically, becoming tense and anxious. The master's face looked completely different, as if someone else had entered into it, and his true appearance began to emerge, revealing hidden features. Turning away from the guy, not entirely trusting his words and convictions, the master nevertheless decided to listen to him to the end. However, if it turns out that Chin is simply mocking him or deceiving him, the master will take back his offer to become his disciple, and they will never see each other again. Their paths will diverge forever. The young healer realized that Master Peck's distrust was incredibly strong and unusual for him. He was not used to such a reaction to his words and intentions. Leaving the building, he again plunged into the beautiful and amazing world of Murim, full of dangers and opportunities. He continued on his way, thinking about how exactly to prove everything he had said to the master and convince him of his sincerity and rightness. In the end, something had to be done, since the medicine in this world seemed to be very weak and undeveloped compared to his own knowledge. Juho asked the master if he believed the boy, because if nothing worked out, death from this disease would be neither beautiful nor easy. It would be painful and difficult, and he will not be able to die peacefully as a famous person. He will fight with dignity for his right to life and fight the disease until his last breath without giving up. However, the very presence of this guy did not give the master peace. His words made him think about his situation. His words about how all people are doomed to failure in the end, but at least once one must try to win, deeply touched the master, causing an internal response in him. That is why Peck decided not to give up and not to give up. It turns out that he had something to fight for and something to strive for, and a new desire to live appeared. The boy's question was sharp and direct. Was Master Peck ready to fight for his life, making every possible effort to heal? This question haunted him for a long time, giving him no peace, but the master could not give a clear and unambiguous answer to it at that moment. No matter how well he treated the warriors of Murim, they were constantly wounded in battles for valor, love, or hate. They seemed to resemble butterflies flying straight to their inevitable death, without thinking about the consequences. If he heals them once, what happens next? What's the point if they still continue to fight and get injured again, risking their lives? This thought haunted the master for a long time, causing him doubts and disappointment in his profession and its effectiveness. But all this time, the old heart demon had been hiding inside him, and it finally broke free, and he felt relief and emptiness at the same time, because this heart demon is a demonic being that sits deep in the human soul, and whose existence is usually not suspected. It manifests itself in the form of suffering when a person achieves awareness during meditation, and it must be fought. From then on, young Master Peck felt sympathy for Chin Wu at first sight. Their meeting was apparently predetermined. Now he likes him even more, and he is determined to make him his disciple no matter what, even if he has to face difficulties. Perhaps one day Master Peck himself will learn something from this guy, and in the future they will even switch roles, and the student will become the teacher, and the teacher will become the student. Yuho did not believe Chin's words, because he was convinced that no one and nothing could cure the master from his disease, which in his opinion was incurable. However, Peck had no guarantees or complete confidence in success, but he was convinced that there was always a chance, and it was true, you can't give up prematurely. All this time, Master Peck had not even entertained the idea that there was a cure or a way to cure it. But now he realized that the search would be long and difficult, but if a cure was found, he would be able to continue living a full life. However, Juho looked strange. His face was clearly upset and expressed displeasure. He still didn't like this guy and didn't trust him. Yuho was convinced that Chin would simply not let the master die in peace, and considered him a tactless and impolite person who did not understand the situation. He spoke as if he were dealing with someone from a noble family, showing disrespect, and it seemed that if he had the will, he would have cut off Chin W's head long ago for his insolence. Willpower is the most important quality to become a disciple of the young Master Peck. It was a key requirement. Harun did not see himself as the person Master Peck saw in him, and he thought that if he were not that person, Master Peck would not have shown any interest or attention to him. The next day they met at a lake in a rocky area, and Harun kept hearing the master's words in his head that he would not let him die in peace, which made him think. But before starting the training, the master asked Harun to promise that he would be a devoted and diligent student, because being a student of Master Peck would not be easy at all, but on the contrary, very difficult. He was well aware that a lot of hard work and effort lay ahead of him, and that training would be a long and grueling process that required his full commitment. The master looked closely at his new student, narrowing his eyes and preparing to demonstrate his amazing abilities and skill. Energy began to emanate from his hand, which seemed to grow into his fingers, merging into a single, powerful force. Soon his palm was filled with pure, bright energy, and the surrounding aura could be felt in his every movement. The incredible power that Master Peck possessed began to manifest itself in all its glory, and the young healer was amazed by what he saw, unable to hide his admiration. His eyes almost popped out of his head from surprise and amazement, and he experienced a very strange and unusual feeling from this colossal power that emanated from the master. As he looked around, he saw an impressive sight, the results of the master's demonstration of power. The master's palm was filled with powerful energy which, like a laser beam, struck the stone standing nearby, crushing it into small fragments, demonstrating destructive power. The flash of energy that burst out from the master's fingers was simply incredible and astonishing. It was not at all easy to do such a thing, and although it was not a spear or a knife, the force of the blow was at a very high level, simply amazing. The master told his disciple that he must become strong for him so that they could face any difficulties together. He must use his medical skills with the same precision and skill as a master uses his martial arts, achieving perfection in his craft. Once again, the sphere of energy began to spin in the master's palm, and this impressive sight left the guy in complete stupor and admiration. A blast of pure energy struck the stone again, and everyone around held their breath, waiting for the consequences. The master's second blow was so powerful and penetrating that it completely pierced the stone, leaving a large hole in it. The radius of the strike became even larger, even making a huge hole in a nearby tree, showing the master's increased strength. This time, the master aimed more effectively, concentrating all his energy in one finger, and this, according to him, was not all his strength. He could demonstrate even greater power. The master said that the training would be different from the training in warrior families, because he would be passing on his knowledge and power from the Chagall family, one of the noble and respected families in the world of Murima. The guy tensed up, realizing how many obstacles and difficulties would stand in his way, but despite this, he was ready to put in all his efforts and diligence to achieve success. Every day of his life will now be filled with the desire for strength and the desire to please his master, as well as to benefit the future world of Murim by helping people. However, there was one more important detail that the master could not ignore or leave unattended: his personal request. He asked his student not to let him go to the next world just like that, without a fight, but to do everything possible to save his life, using all his medical knowledge. The young man was shocked by this request and did not immediately understand how exactly he should respond to such an unexpected appeal. Would he be able to keep his promise and fulfill the master's request? The tension gripped both of them, and it was completely unclear what exactly the guy would say in response to such a serious request. A warm breeze blew over the area where they were training, and the tension seemed to ease a little, dissipating into the air. The guy sincerely promised and gave his word that he would make every possible effort to fulfill the master's request, regardless of the difficulties. The master accepted this answer favorably, and it was a good sign, foreshadowing their fruitful work together. He asked the disciple to bow to him 9 times, a special ritual of initiation that symbolized the acceptance of a great and unbreakable oath that would bind them for many years. The boy waved his hand happily as he realized deep down an important truth, namely that the next time they met, he would undoubtedly be a completely different person, completely changed from the one he had been known to be in these parts before. The teacher was quite close by, and as soon as he had completed all his urgent business, according to the general plan, they would immediately set out on their intended journey, without losing a minute of precious time on delays. The girls looked at this young doctor with slight envy, because he turned out to be the first and only student of such an outstanding and universally recognized person, as the great Master Peak was rightfully considered to be, which of course made his position completely unique. Chin continued the conversation, inquiring about the well-being of everyone present, and, in particular, asking whether the girl who had previously trained hard with the sword could now move calmly and feel well after all the trials and injuries she had experienced. She replied to the young man that, thanks to the help he had received and the caring care of the young doctor, she now felt quite well, but that she still needed some additional time to fully recover, since she still had problems with her back. The gifts the young doctor received from the representatives of the order were, of course, truly luxurious and extremely valuable, but despite this, he still felt some tangible sadness because of his so quick and already inevitable departure from this welcoming place. Sister Yen realized that absolutely every warrior in the area was now actively searching for Master Peak, and that he apparently did not have much time left to live in this world, so the situation required immediate and decisive action. Therefore, the master made an important decision for everyone to pass on all his knowledge and invaluable experience accumulated over many years to the young Master Chinu Chuli, believing that it was this young man who would be able to become the next legendary doctor in the future, completely equal to his great teacher. In their own selfish interests, the sisters decided that they should certainly treat Chin Wu very kindly and attentively in order to maintain the most favorable and friendly relations with him in the future, which seemed to them a very wise step. After all, when he grew up and became mature and famous, absolutely all noble families would undoubtedly turn to him for the necessary help and advice, and then it would be too late to try to establish a strong contact, so they needed to befriend him now, while there was still enough time. The young master was invited to enter the ceremonial hall, and right in front of him, a massive box was solemnly opened, and he was offered to personally accept this generous and truly valuable gift, which was prepared especially for his speedy recovery and well-being. The young man involuntarily felt a strong sense of embarrassment and confusion when a bright and dazzling shine of gold struck him straight in the eyes from the open box, which turned out to be completely unexpected for him and caused such strong emotions. He, turning to the mistress of the estate, respectfully asked her to henceforth call him exclusively by the formal you as a sign of deep respect, and at the same time did not take his surprised and intent gaze off the contents of this incredibly valuable box being under a strong impression. His sincere surprise did not leave his face for a long time after this significant moment, because the gift he received looked extremely expensive and valuable, far exceeding all his modest expectations from this meeting. When he opened the box completely, he saw an incredibly valuable item inside. It was a zhongsan, which translated into the local language means 1,000, and it was something similar to a guan, but made from the wood of a 1,000-year-old pine tree, which gave it a special, almost mystical value. This was undoubtedly a real treasure, and one of the sisters even felt a strong envy towards this young man, because this item is especially useful for effectively treating internal wounds, and the descendants of the famous Kansen family had very few such rare items left. Madame Huan, when she handed over this priceless gift, showed full understanding of the current situation, and wholeheartedly asked the young man to be sure to use it, and then show it to his respected teacher so that he could also appreciate it. The boy was extremely grateful for the gift he received, and sincerely considered it a real treasure, understanding its enormous value and exceptional significance for his future health and development in the art of healing. He looked at the box with the gift and saw before him many new prospects that opened up thanks to it, not even thinking about refusing such a generous and useful offering, which would have been extremely unwise. Soon the young doctor said a warm farewell to the sisters, wishing them a good and safe journey. He once again sincerely thanked Mrs. Heng for her wonderful gift and promised to definitely use it for its intended purpose. Chin solemnly promised to show the result of using this valuable gift to his teacher even before he himself used it, which was a sign of deep respect and trust in his mentor. Miss Hun also emphasized that he should actively use his blade and promised to come later to personally see how it would look in his confident and skillful hands, which was a very nice gesture of attention. She hugged him tightly with all her heart, expressing her sincere gratitude for the work he had done and saying that he had done just great. She also heartily congratulated him on an important event in his life, becoming a master. All those present watched with rapt attention this warm embrace and the entire farewell ceremony, which took place in the solemn and slightly sad atmosphere of this place. Each of those gathered expressed their deep gratitude to Master Peon for all his tireless work and assistance, with especially warm words coming from the head of the warrior squad himself. The doctor felt happy at that moment, but at the same time he thought that perhaps he shouldn't be so happy. He was just sincerely glad that fate itself had brought them all together in this difficult time. Soon the carriage in which the young doctor was riding set off and quickly picked up speed, confidently moving towards its intended destination. Little Master Chin looked out and waved goodbye as the carriage quickly disappeared from view, moving further and further down the road. The leader of the squad watched the departing carriage closely, and at that moment he realized that a true phoenix must necessarily grow and strengthen under the reliable wing of another, more powerful phoenix in order to fully reveal its potential. All the people who came to see the young master off on his journey sincerely hoped that very soon they would see this young man again and witness how he would surpass his own teacher in his skill. This, as it turned out, was only the beginning of a great story that might never have happened at all, because it did not exist in the original novel. It was a completely new, unpredictable plot twist. Several months later, in the mountains at Master Peak's medical yard, not far from the location of the Flying Snake Squad, very interesting and significant events began to occur that changed the usual way of life. Around this area, located in the region of an extinct volcano, there were endless and majestic landscapes, captivating with their wild beauty and scale. Every morning the boy woke up very early, as soon as dawn broke, and immediately began his grueling training in studying ancient martial arts. At first of all, he had to overcome all the steps, starting from the very morning, just to collect the necessary amount of water for household needs. With every step he took on these countless steps, he felt himself getting closer to his cherished goal, because at first, with his untrained body, it was not at all easy and required enormous effort. He urgently needed to strengthen his external energy, which was called Dong here, and Donggong was a type of Qigong, which is a set of exercises for maintaining health and treating injuries. He methodically repeated the same technique and movements to effectively increase his internal energy. While doing all these exercises, he also had to master proper and deep breathing, and his gait turned out to be no less important for achieving success in training. To begin training in martial arts properly, he first needed to stand firmly on his feet, because to do this, he had to become one with the earth, feeling its strength and support. The master constantly emphasized to his disciple that it was the internal energy that constituted the true strength of the Chahal family, while their external physical strength, on the contrary, was their obvious weakness that needed to be developed. His family arrogantly believed that external energy was of no importance against the backdrop of strong internal energy, but this turned out to be a deep and dangerous misconception that was hindering their development. The master decided to teach the boy in a completely different way, using a new approach, and he believed that the young man would definitely master a new unique technique that would make him truly strong. He foresaw that his student would eventually become an indestructible vessel of colossal power that no one would ever be able to break or destroy, which was his cherished dream. After a grueling morning workout that included carrying water up a long flight of stairs, the boy felt very tired all over. The master told him that when he completely mastered his internal energy, he would become a completely self-sufficient person, capable of coping with any difficulties. The master appeared completely unnoticed, and the boy was amazed that he did not even notice his presence nearby. Looking at his mentor, the boy promised that starting tomorrow he would be carrying not 2 but 4 tanks of water on his own, doubling the load. The master looked closely at his student's face and immediately realized that he was apparently just bluffing, but the master's smile was almost angelic. He did not show the slightest mercy and did not respond to the young man's words. Several months ago, when the young man had just arrived in this place, he was shown the location of the master's residence and his study. This residence was widely known to the people as the Paeonian Medical Palace, due to its enormous size and imposing appearance. The boy remembered reading about this magnificent palace in some novel, where it was mentioned that it was located in a mountainous area, and now he clearly realized that this was exactly the place from the book. It was a vast area where many patients from all over the country flocked to receive the necessary treatment for their ailments and injuries. Even though Master Peak generally did not accept disciples, the place was widely known as an infirmary in itself, where one could always go for medical attention. A few minutes after arriving, they stopped and had to completely unpack all their few belongings and settle into their new place. Everything around looked very ancient and old-fashioned. The place known as the Flying Serpent seemed empty and abandoned, but at the same time it was filled with a special comfort and coziness, which was a pleasant surprise. While the master was away on business, Zhuo tested many carrier pigeons, but they were still unable to deliver all the letters sent to their destinations. Watching this process, the boy was simply fascinated, and at that moment he realized why homing pigeons were mentioned so often in the novel he had read, playing an important role in the plot. Homing pigeons were ordinary birds designed to deliver letters and parcels over long distances, and to see this process with his own eyes was something completely unusual and amazing for the young man. The official was informed that everything was going well and stable for now, but at that very moment, carrier pigeons from Suran and Shannan appeared, and both messengers were wounded as a result of some kind of clash or martial arts competition. Zhuo was very surprised and wondered what really happened, why there was a sudden conflict between them, and what kind of trouble had happened, because now they all had to urgently solve this difficult problem. It was reported that both wounded warriors were to be immediately examined and treated personally by Master Peak, who was renowned for his healing skills. In order to fully find out what exactly was happening in these places, Master Peak decided to personally check the situation and see for himself everything with his own eyes, without relying on other people's words. He carefully opened the letter and began to read its contents carefully, learning that Prince Salon had only received a simple sword wound and should soon fully recover without complications. However, Prince Surun had a more serious problem. Surun was reported to have used the Toki Munchal technique, and although his case was more complex, the local doctor would likely be able to handle his treatment on his own. The young man watched as the master quickly and confidently drew conclusions from the letter he had read, and he was genuinely impressed by his speed of thought and insight. Master Peak decided to send a reply letter recommending that one of the wounded be placed on strict bed rest, and also provided detailed instructions for the treatment of puncture and internal wounds, noting that the composition of the necessary medications was simple, and everything required could be easily found in local pharmacies. The letter was written and sealed, and now they had to decide which of the addressees should send the reply first, taking into account all the circumstances. Since Princess Jiang's condition was moderate, and her wound, although received in battle, was more serious, Peak feared that their house would be extremely angry if they sent the letter to others earlier, which could have unpleasant consequences. It was an incredible display of wisdom on the part of Master Peak, who was able to foresee all possible developments in advance and make the right decision. These were the first instructions that the master gave him immediately upon his arrival at the place of work, and it was from that moment that he actually took the boy on to learn his art. He gave strict orders to all his servants to immediately prepare responses to the letters received, and to act solely in accordance with the current situation without taking any initiative. Everything happened very quickly and clearly, and the letters were sent so quickly that it was simply amazing in its efficiency and coordination of actions. It was like a kind of telemedicine, to use modern terms, and it is not for nothing that Rin Peak is considered one of the 3 great medical palaces of China, recognized throughout the world. No matter how many millennia humanity has existed, people continue to live, and therefore inevitably get sick and injured, especially in the warrior world of Murim, where battles occur almost daily. Because of this, the need for hospitals and medicines is constantly growing. This is why, as was clear, it is so important to maintain an active exchange of information between the different hospitals and to constantly remain in touch with each other in case of important and emergency events. Master Peak led his student into one of his personal rooms, which was his private space and was not accessible to outsiders. Everything around this room looked quite minimalistic and modest, and this pleasantly impressed the boy, who expected to see something completely different. The master asked the boy to sit in the center of the room next to a small stove, just as is often shown in numerous Chinese films and television series depicting the life of that time. There was absolutely nothing superfluous in this room, only the most necessary things for life. There were no decorations, expensive dishes, or luxury items. It was a rather modest room for such a rich and famous master, which caused some surprise to the boy. Infirmaries and medical facilities tend to share information and knowledge with each other, but this was not known to extend to the medical skills and techniques themselves. Just like in martial arts, doctors are strictly forbidden from simply teaching their unique skills to anyone, passing them on only to select students. For this good reason, a special organization of doctors, similar to the Murim Union, was created long ago to effectively regulate their activities and the process of transferring accumulated knowledge and experience. The medical palace, which was rightfully the true center for all doctors in the area, played a key role in maintaining the integrity and organization of the entire medical community. The master placed the kettle on the stove to warm up, sitting right in the middle of this minimalist room, preparing to continue the important conversation. He continued his story about the Doctors' Alliance, explaining to the youth that several influential clans were under the direct leadership and control of the medical palace, which coordinated their actions. Doctors' offices actively exchange all necessary information through this palace, maintaining constant communication and coordinating their actions with each other to achieve the best treatment results. Qin listened attentively to his teacher, although in truth, he already knew about all of this in advance, having read the information in the book before arriving here. But he couldn't just show that he already knew everything, because if war broke out, the entire union of doctors would have to gather in this palace, and this was really very important. The young doctor remembered that during their entire conversation, he had not thought at all about how exactly a water heater could be installed here for convenience. He thought that there was probably some kind of research going on in the medical wards, and he might have to clean up after himself, especially if that heater was on all day, and he began to wonder how to deal with the draft from the open window. It was necessary to open the window to prevent the accumulation of carbon monoxide in the room, but what to do in the winter to prevent the heat from escaping outside? The boy was so absorbed in these thoughts that he completely stopped listening to his teacher. The master spoke about the district hospitals and doctors who continue the work of their families, but he suddenly noticed that the boy was not listening to his words at all, immersed in his own thoughts. All he could think about now was how he would have to live without the much-loved underfloor heating, because it would be very difficult to install, and he wouldn't be able to use it in the near future, so for now, he would have to make do with a simple stove. It also needs a large window and some kind of temperature control for effective ventilation to maintain a comfortable temperature in the room and avoid overheating or overcooling. The master began to shout loudly at his student, calling him a slacker for thinking about completely unrelated things during an important conversation. Qin immediately apologized for his absent-mindedness, honestly admitting that he was simply thinking deeply about some things related to home improvement. The master asked him if he was so deeply immersed in his thoughts. What exactly was he thinking about at that moment with such a concentrated look? However, was it worth asking such a question at all? Because the student is first and foremost a patient, and his thoughts may well be connected with his own treatment or the condition of the teacher. The young doctor replied that he wanted to create the most favorable environment for the treatment of the master himself, especially for the effective treatment of the problems with his intermittent pulse, because in his opinion, the master was freezing and his blood pressure was jumping due to improper heat exchange in the room. The master was extremely amazed by what he heard, because the words of the disciple turned out to be the pure truth, and he completely confirmed the correctness of his conclusions regarding his condition. He explained to the young man that when a person is cold, heat actually actively leaves his body, and if the missing heat is replenished, then these unpleasant complications of his illness can be significantly alleviated. Chin managed to draw his teacher's attention to a very important detail, which, as it turned out, could seriously affect the health of the master himself, which was a very valuable observation. The master really liked Chin's approach to solving the problem. His reasoning was very unusual and non-trivial, and he fully supported the point of view of his talented student, but he was interested in what kind of solution he could offer. Chin suggested that the first and most important step should be to properly arrange the room, since the symptoms of the disease have not yet had time to worsen significantly, and they have time to act. But then a logical question arose. Which room would be the most suitable and favorable for the residence and treatment of Master Peak himself? Chin began to think deeply about this question, because doctors are usually very sensitive to the environment and always pay great attention to maintaining hygiene and cleanliness around them. One of the main causes of diseases is reinfection or reinfection. In the modern world, absolutely everyone knows about this. But here, unfortunately, no one knows about it yet. The guy suggested forgetting about medicine for a moment and thinking about architecture and the correct arrangement of space, because it is important not only to treat existing diseases, but also to create the right atmosphere for a speedy recovery and maintaining health. However, according to him, one must not forget about maintaining the necessary balance. The room should not be too cold. As it is now, it clearly lacks a full-fledged stove, and it is necessary to install a large and efficient stove for heating. But this, he vaguely suspected, could be life-threatening. Although Chin was not exactly sure why, he watched people and noticed that some of their symptoms were similar to those of carbon monoxide poisoning. He began to think intensively about how to effectively avoid the risk of poisoning due to improper and unsafe heating of the premises, which was an extremely important task. After the conversation with the master, Chin thought deeply about how to properly and safely arrange the living space in order to avoid potential danger to health and life. The real cause of all these problems, as he realized, was carbon monoxide, which was inevitably released when the stove was operating in a poorly ventilated room. In their world, unfortunately, they did not yet know about the existence of carbon monoxide, although they understood perfectly well that oxygen is needed for breathing, but there are other gases in the air that can become dangerous under certain conditions, such as an increase in temperature. A lack of oxygen leads to the formation of carbon monoxide, which becomes toxic when inhaled for a long time. Chin explained that the effect of this insidious gas on the human body was similar to the feeling of suffocation, but not in water, but in air, which was a very accurate and figurative comparison. Master Peak did not respond to his student's words, but only silently listened attentively to his reasoning. Amazed at how quickly he could make such deep conclusions without possessing basic knowledge, he began to realize that his student was a real genius. After the conversation ended, the master himself poured tea for everyone present and put the kettle back on the stove, creating a cozy atmosphere in the room. He was sincerely perplexed as to how such a young boy could know about all these complex and subtle things that were unknown even to him. The fact is that Master Peak's family had been collecting all sorts of knowledge in the field of medicine for a very long time, but what Chin was talking about now was completely new and completely unfamiliar to him, which caused deep surprise. It was the first time he had heard of such things, and it was certainly astonishing and thought-provoking. And now these innermost secrets, unknown to most, were coming from the lips of a boy who was only 12 years old, which seemed incredible. Even for the master himself, this information seemed very strange and completely unusual, going beyond the usual ideas. There was some palpable tension between them, as the boy could not clearly and accurately explain the origin of his extensive knowledge. He only said that if he told more details, the master would most likely not believe him and might even consider him dangerous, which created a difficult dilemma. But looking at such a serious and wise teacher, who also taught him everything, Chin suddenly realized that he simply could not lie to him. It would be wrong. After all, his mentor was not some ordinary person. He was Pick Rin's son, the genius of this novel, and most importantly, a very good and decent person, worthy of trust. Another important circumstance was that the novel mentioned how Beck became very determined, and even at times cruel in his mission, which made the master realize that this was not just an ordinary child with extraordinary knowledge. He accepted Chin's assumptions and decided that if the boy did not want to answer some questions, then this was quite normal. He would accept him as he was, with all his mysteries. Chin felt slightly embarrassed by these warm and understanding words of his teacher. The master took his student outside, where they continued drinking tea, enjoying the fresh air, and he sincerely thanked him for his valuable advice on how to properly arrange the room. Chin was given a special room where he could practice in peace and study the necessary sciences and arts in depth without interference. This place proved to be ideal for him to effectively develop his skills and advance further in his education and understanding of the secrets of healing. Chin immediately began actively planning how exactly to furnish the room allocated to him and what exactly he would need for this. It was quite difficult for him to get used to the local writing materials, so he dreamed of something like a pencil, which would be much easier to draw and write with. Zhuo, who held the position of Chin-in-Chief at the medical palace, received from the master full authority to manage the entire organization of work, and now Chin could turn to him with all his questions and requests. Now, with everything he needed at his fingertips, Chin could fully utilize his medical skills and talents to bring his ideas to life. Thinking back to the Korean underfloor heating system, he thought it would be unlikely to be implemented exactly here. But he remembered everything he had seen before and began to actively think about possible alternative solutions to this problem. He began enthusiastically sketching out the ideal underfloor heating and heating stove, quickly sketching out ideas that could help create the necessary comfort and coziness in the room. Realizing that he had absolutely every opportunity to fully realize his innovative ideas, he enthusiastically worked on the project with pencil in hand, carefully drawing and refining his ideas down to the smallest detail. After some time, the detailed plan drawn up by the young doctor fell into the hands of Zhuo, who was supposed to take charge of its implementation. Looking at this plan, Zhuo was simply amazed and did not understand at all how they would be able to implement all this in their conditions. Underfloor heating seemed to him an unheard-of luxury and something completely unimaginable, and installing it on the second floor together with a stove seemed simply unrealistic and fantastic. However, the young master confidently assured him that smoke would not enter the room under any circumstances, reminding him that in their classrooms, stoves were used for cooking and heating. Here, in educational institutions, there was no central heating, but such a device was quite possible and safe. At first, the boy's words seemed absurd and funny to Zhuo, but now that he had a ready-made plan in his hands, everything looked quite logical and feasible with due effort. Another detail in the plan surprised Zhuo. It did not include regular windows and glass, but the guy confidently claimed that when it was cold, it would be very difficult for the teacher to go outside, and besides, good natural light is extremely important for maintaining a person's physical and psychological health. All this, of course, made a strong impression and resembled the Western style of construction and housing arrangement. They would need professional help to implement such a project, and the cost would be considerable. But in principle, it was possible. For example, installing a stove with windows will only take 1 day of work, but installing the floor heating system itself will require mandatory approval and permission from the master, which can take time. Setting up a new home for the owner will obviously take quite a long time and will require a lot of effort and resources. Apparently, the preparation for construction and the work itself will take much longer than they initially assumed when planning all these transformations. The boy was genuinely happy, realizing that his teacher's condition would improve significantly thanks to these changes. He believed that the heated floor and the ability to take sun baths would help extend the master's life by at least 10 years, given his well-developed internal energy and ability to create effective medicines. The builders worked quite quickly and harmoniously, and soon the new building was completely completed, striking in its functionality and convenience. It seemed like an incredible achievement because the builders did not have modern tools and technologies, but they managed to do all the work very quickly and efficiently. Chin noted that the work was already completely completed. The stove was successfully installed and functioning, and the owner of the premises was inside the room, assessing the result. As soon as he stepped inside, he was immediately struck by the temperature in the room. It was completely unexpected. The temperature was extremely high, and the room felt very hot, much warmer than he could have imagined. During the winter months, this room will undoubtedly be very warm and cozy, and the large, bright windows will significantly reduce the negative impact on health by letting in a lot of natural light. When Master Peak saw his disciple, he was delighted at his appearance and immediately invited him to enter the room. He was amazed at how beautiful and functional the design of this new house was. He couldn't even imagine that it would be so comfortable with the windows closed and the stove working. However, the guy especially emphasized that it is extremely important to check the operation of the entire heating system from time to time to maintain its safety and efficiency at the proper level. Chin asked how the master was feeling, and he replied that although he had been coughing all day before, today he felt much better and had a surge of strength. He said that the idea of installing the stove was simply brilliant, and he was genuinely impressed by the concept proposed by the boy, admitting it to be ingenious. The master praised his talented student and invited him to sit down. He especially emphasized that Chin turned out to be an exceptionally smart guy because no one else before him had even thought of glazing windows in this way. But our hero himself was thinking about something else at that moment. Where did the secondary character named Zhuo get such incredible talent and skills from? He was able to install a glass window in just one day and even adjust the operation of the furnace. Zhuo looked like a real magician or a skilled craftsman in his eyes. Chin decided to take a closer look at Zhuo from now on and find out what exactly he was hiding. Although outwardly he looked like a dedicated teacher, something about him seemed suspicious and inexplicable to the young man. Master Peak, being the head of the Namhoon family, was proud of his heirs, but Chin-Ah's talents were simply unsurpassed, and even his own descendants, it seemed to him, would not be able to surpass this extraordinary boy in the future. Chin was genuinely pleased to see how the master's condition had noticeably improved thanks to his efforts, and he felt deep satisfaction from this result. Meanwhile, Zhuo had been secretly spying on them, watching from behind cover. He was displeased with how Master had immediately taken a liking to this boy from the first meeting, and now, in his opinion, was acting like a complete fool, wasting his precious time. Previously, the Master smiled only when the situation or his work required it, and his smile was always restrained and meaningful. With each passing day, the situation in the medical palace seemed to be only getting worse, and an oppressive silence reigned around, foreboding something bad. With the arrival of Chin-Ah Chung Hai into their lives, the smile never left the master's face, because the boy mastered the necessary skills at such an incredible speed that he was able to find an effective solution to the complex problems associated with heat loss and the intermittent pulse of the ninth yin. The master gradually began to calm down, realizing that this boy was not just an ordinary child with unique abilities. He suddenly clearly understood that it was this young man who could really save his life from the impending danger, which was the most important discovery for him. Zhuo was determined to help the boy in all his endeavors, even if it cost him his own life, regardless of the possible consequences of his actions and decisions. He was completely determined to support Chin-A under any circumstances, and despite any potential negative consequences for himself. In the evening, the boy left the master in his room, giving him the opportunity to rest peacefully and recuperate after a long day. Zhuo remained by Master Peak's bedside and watched over him closely, caring for his well-being. He asked the master how his energy channels, through which the internal energy, which is the source of life force, circulates, felt. The master replied that he felt quite well and thought that he only needed to prepare Nikki's medicine, and did not even realize that he should have started with creating a new, comfortable home, which, as he realized, was his serious omission. Zhuo noted that such things related to construction and arrangement were not exactly the doctor's direct work, but at the same time, the drawings that Chin had drawn were incredibly talented, and he conveyed this thought to the master himself. It even seemed to Zhuo that there was some Western influence or style in Chin-Ah's drawings, although perhaps this was just his own misconception or illusion. After all, their own inventions and developments were much more advanced and complex, but none of it, he admitted, could compare to the incredible and original talent of Master Peak's disciple. Zhuo continued the conversation, admitting that the student was indeed worthy of special attention and that he was already telling everyone around him about him. But it was not only that, there was another important reason. Zhuo was telling the master what was already known to everyone, how much and sincerely he had praised his student in letters that were to be sent the following week, and all of Gangho would undoubtedly be on edge, trying to figure out who this mysterious Qin Chonghai was. Zhuo felt that the master was overestimating the boy's abilities and was not acting quite correctly or thoughtfully in this situation, but in the end he didn't care about it anymore. The master simply said that he wanted to get some sleep and rest, and that Zhuo could be free to do his own thing if he wanted. In addition to this, the master jokingly noted that perhaps Zhuo was simply envious of Qin Wu and felt some jealousy towards him because of his talent and the attention he received from the teacher. When the master lay down comfortably on his comfortable bed and breathed in the warm and clean air of the new room, he was neither too cold nor too hot, and he felt simply excellent. He was glad that today he had no pains that interfered with his sleep. Mr. Zhuo looked at the evening sky for a long time, lost in his thoughts about the future and the events that had happened. He remained on guard and vigilantly watched to make sure that the master could breathe calmly and sleep soundly that night, which was his main priority. It was the first time in a long time that the master finally fell into a truly deep and healthy sleep, without waking up from pain or discomfort. He gave strict orders to everyone nearby to be as quiet as mice that night, and not to disturb his teacher under any circumstances, giving him the opportunity to get a full rest. The next day, the master took his student for a walk, and began to tell him about Chagalyan, their great ancestor. After some time, he became known as Konman because he created many laws and founded various disciplines. Now all his descendants continued to develop and use his rich heritage. Initially, the master planned to adopt Qin in order to continue his family line and pass on all his knowledge to him, but simply changing his surname, as it turned out, was not so simple and required compliance with certain formalities. The boy felt a little upset, realizing that it made absolutely no difference to him what his future surname would be. The master explained that for now, Qin would remain just his student, but at the same time he realized that even the unpredictable Zhuo, who was nearby, could also very well become his adopted son in the future. Later, perhaps, Qin will be able to take the surname Chaika if he himself wants to, and if circumstances and the traditions of their clan allow it. However, for now, everything will remain as it is at the moment. No drastic changes in the student's status are planned. The master hinted that when he said later, he was referring to the period of time when Qin would grow up and become an adult, and it seemed he also implied that it would happen before his own death, which created additional pressure. The situation turned out to be quite complex and ambiguous, and this certainly put a certain amount of pressure on the boy, making him feel responsible. The weight of these serious words fell on the heart of the young master, causing a keen sense of responsibility for the future and some anxiety about upcoming events and decisions. They soon reached one of the training grounds located on the estate's grounds, intended for training and practice. The boy looked around with curiosity and was pleasantly surprised to see what exactly awaited him in this place to begin training. Directly opposite him stood a special dummy, designed for practicing strikes and combat techniques, looking quite impressive. It was an ancient doll used for their traditional training, and today, Master planned to give him a real master class, demonstrating his unrivaled mastery of martial arts. The boy was shocked to the depths of his soul. Was he really going to start studying ancient and mysterious martial arts under the guidance of the master himself? The ancient training dolls were here for a reason, and obviously today was supposed to be a great and significant day in his life, the beginning of a new stage of training. Their ancient lineage was known to be based on the deep study and skillful application of a special art called Shimbo, which was said to actively promote the development of memory, exert a noticeable positive influence on the clarity of thought, and help to reveal the most subtle and hidden human emotions. The master once again extended his hand forward, and this habitual movement seemed familiar to the young master. Just like last time, His hand seemed to shoot forward with a fiery aura, like a swift arrow aimed straight at the target. Exploding with his enormous internal power, the master launched a powerful punch towards the training dummy, and a huge sphere of pure, concentrated energy struck the chest of the training dummy with incredible force, shaking the air around it. This was certainly an important lesson for the student, as the master clearly demonstrated the key points and principles for the effective use of this amazing and destructive force inherent in their race. Then the teacher demonstrated a strike to the Chunin point, and next a strike to the Octane point was demonstrated, revealing the secrets of pinpoint impact on the target. The whole spectacle was undoubtedly breathtaking, and left a deep and lasting impression on the mind and heart of the young man, who was amazed by the skill of his mentor. It was simply incredible and seemed completely impossible. With just a slight movement of his finger, the master could hit the named points on the body of the training dummy with filigree precision, achieving amazing results. During the next blow, he only slightly touched the dummy, without piercing it through, and this seemed completely impossible to the boy for such a powerful blow, causing genuine bewilderment. He could not even imagine the existence of such an incredible force, capable of such precise and controlled influence, but for the master, this was apparently just a habitual game or a light exercise. The creation of such a unique pistol with enormous firepower, which could be precisely and delicately controlled, struck Chin with its incredibleness and made him think about the limitless possibilities. The master asked the boy if he was impressed by the strength and level of skill he had just seen with his own eyes. Chin might perhaps ask why the master didn't punch through the dummy like he did earlier during the demonstration, and why the impact of the blow seemed so weak compared to the previous time. But then the young doctor suddenly realized that the master had demonstrated flawless and absolute control over his power. He had not even damaged the mannequin or rubbed off the paint, which was the highest display of skill. This was the first and most important lesson for the young man, and the boy, as it turned out, was an excellent and capable student. Their kind used the power of the mind in such a unique way, achieving great success, which put them head and shoulders above ordinary warriors. But the roots of their excessive pride, alas, were the source of many of their problems. But the boy would definitely learn to fully master this unique and complex technique to perfection, so the master did not have to worry about this. His student had great potential. The knowledge he would gain through his studies would be much deeper and more extensive than that possessed by his great ancestors, which foreshadowed a great future for him. Finger Flash was known to be the main martial art of the Chagall family, and for the master, mastering this technique was almost like child's play, something completely ordinary and easy. In the past, the great strength of the Chaika family was not only manifested in their mastery of sword techniques, but also in the art of using a fan, which was considered their main and most effective weapon in combat, which was the hallmark of their style. Of course, this was far from all of their achievements and capabilities. It was reported that they possessed more than 10,000 different types of weapons and combat techniques, which was a rather frightening and terrifying feature of their ancient and powerful lineage. The boy's eyes literally shone with delight and amazement. He was sincerely amazed by what he saw, because these masters used weapons and techniques that he had never seen before in his life, had not even heard of them. It was simply incredible, and with each passing moment, the master impressed him more and more with his skill and unfolding possibilities, showing something absolutely amazing. But there was only one question that haunted the young man. Could the boy have achieved such heights of mastery if he had studied with any other teacher and not with Master Peak? However, looking at his current mentor, he did not doubt for a moment that in the future, he would also be able to become an all-powerful warrior who would undoubtedly surpass all his opponents and enemies on the battlefield. The confidence grew in his heart that he could achieve this ambitious goal through hard training and tireless work under the guidance of the great teacher. The master leaned towards his student and quietly asked him if he really wanted to master all the martial techniques of their ancient family and become his worthy successor, continuing their glorious work. But there was one important thing that the boy realized. If he became all-powerful and reached the highest level of strength, the heavenly demon would definitely make him its target, seeking to kill him. After all, to become the true leader of the Magi, one had to prove beyond doubt that one's art had reached the highest and most perfect level, surpassing all others. Even now, while he is still very young and not strong enough, The demon, according to the novel, provokes conflicts, starts fights, and threatens to destroy anyone who dares to stand in his way, because this was his inevitable fate, predetermined by the plot. In the novel, Heavenly Demon, young Hoon pursued the Almighty throughout his long life, stubbornly pursuing his goal and destroying all the powerful enemies and rivals he encountered along the way. He was described as knowing no boundaries and was completely obsessed with his passionate desire to win at any cost, stopping at nothing. For the Heavenly Demon, there were no obstacles on the way to his goal, and all this time he steadily moved towards achieving it. This was clearly and vividly described in the novel, revealing his character. And now, Chong was wondering an important question. Should he himself strive for omnipotence in order to be fully prepared to fight the Heavenly Demon? Because sooner or later, it would undoubtedly come for his head, and he needed to be prepared for that moment. Standing on the training ground, he asked his teacher why he should strive to become all-powerful, what the deep purpose or meaning was for him. After several minutes of deep thought, Master Peak, to the student's surprise, was unable to give him a clear and comprehensive answer to this seemingly simple question. Watching his mentor, Chong wondered why the master did not pay attention to the obvious fact that so many people in Kanho were training diligently for this very purpose, to achieve omnipotence. However, as he understood, no one would give him a medal or a special certificate for becoming omnipotent. It was not an official achievement recognized by society. On the contrary, having reached such a level, he will receive a huge and heavy responsibility, although many people will undoubtedly consider him their idol and role model, admiring his strength. Once he becomes omnipotent, he will have special rights and opportunities that are not available to most other people in this world, making his position unique. And yet the master again asked his student, looking into his eyes, who exactly does he want to become in this life most of all? What goal does he see for himself? Without the slightest hesitation, the boy confidently replied that, in his opinion, there was no particular point or need to strive for omnipotence for the sake of omnipotence itself. Then the master asked him again what he really wanted to become, what his true dream was, and the student firmly answered that he wanted to become an all-powerful doctor, like his great teacher, capable of healing people. Peak looked at this amazing child with warmth, and was very glad that he had such a purposeful and noble student who had set such a high and noble goal for himself. It was certainly a good and correct goal, which promised to lead him to a remarkable result and significant success in his chosen field. The master knew of many members of the Seagull clan who passionately desired to become all-powerful warriors or martial artists, but this was the first disciple who expressed a desire to become an all-powerful doctor, which was quite unusual. The master thought that this disciple was certainly special, and he had the idea that the boy had been sent to him by heaven itself to continue his work. Looking at his talented student, the master felt deep pride that he was lucky enough to have such a capable and purposeful pupil. Standing next to the master and looking at the setting sun that painted the sky in bright colors, the boy suddenly realized that his true path in life was to devote himself entirely to medicine. Even if the heavenly dragon became the ruler of the Magi, it would not change his calling. In the novel, as he remembered, the main character never killed the doctor, and the boy decided that this was the deep meaning of his life, his purpose. His heart beat strongly at this thought, because his path was now finally determined. He would become a doctor, and this path, as he understood, would not be easy, but it was precisely his goal, and part of the great cycle of life, his destiny. And no matter what happens in the future, no matter what difficulties or obstacles arise on his path, he will undoubtedly move forward confidently and will definitely heal his teacher Peak from his illness. Master Peak realized that this disciple, who had given him so much warmth and care, was showing his kindness without any apparent reason or benefit to himself, which was surprising and touching. He could not even imagine in the past that he would ever have to ask himself such a question regarding someone's sincerity and selflessness. It was a completely new experience for him. A high-ranking and respected master with immense power simply could not leave this boy to his fate after everything that had happened between them. He was now his unpaid debtor, and that was exactly what the valiant and sincere Chin Chong Hai, the man who changed his life, had become for him. They continued to train hard until late at night, And the most important aspect of the training was to learn to completely concentrate the internal energy within themselves, collecting it into a single flow. No matter what happened during the training, the young student was not allowed to move an inch when the master applied his technique to him. Complete stillness and concentration were required. He told him to sit in the lotus position and concentrate all his strength and attention on the internal process, preparing for the transfer of energy. It was an extremely important and responsible moment, when the young student had to be filled with the powerful and pure energy of his great master, going through this unique process. When the master placed his hand on the boy's shoulder or back, their breathing seemed to synchronize, merging into a single rhythm, which enhanced the effect. The energy around them began to actively fill every drop of air with crystals of its pure power, making the atmosphere almost tangible and rich. And at some point, feeling the powerful flow of energy from his master, the boy seemed to have an epiphany or insight that opened up new horizons of understanding for him. But the main thing that the master asked his student at this moment was whether he was fully focused on his internal energy, whether he was ready to accept and control it. And suddenly, streams of green, pure energy, like a greenish fog, began to actively flow through the boy's veins, filling his body with new strength. The circulation of energy that occurred within his body was called the Great Heavenly Cycle, one of the fundamental concepts of internal strength. It was that same inner energy that was potentially present in every person from birth, and it could be awakened and developed through persistent training and proper mentoring. The guy felt it inside himself like some kind of electric charge, rapidly spreading throughout his entire body. It was a feeling of cold and heaviness, although this, as he understood, was not connected with the influence of the ninth yin, which was responsible for the master's intermittent pulse. When the student, by an act of will or instinct, extended his hands forward, the force began to actively flow out of his palms, directed outward. Meanwhile, the master calmly closed his eyes and concentrated completely on the process of energy transfer, controlling every aspect of it. Suddenly, the circulation of energy was interrupted, and the master instantly filled the entire surrounding space with his own powerful energy, completing the transmission. In the boy's abdominal area, where most of the internal energy is known to accumulate, he began to feel a certain compaction or hardening that was unusual. This was the very same Tanong that was mentioned only in ancient legends and tales, a special energy that accumulates in a 100-year-old Huandan, making it incredibly valuable. The internal energy transmitted by the master was absorbed by this miraculous medicine, and now it became an integral part of his own essence, his power. Filled with this incredible power, he now felt he would be able to fully control it and use it at his own discretion for healing and other purposes. When the effect becomes even stronger and more stable, this compaction or hardening will turn into true life force, which will become like resin, constantly renewing itself and nourishing his body. It was hard to get used to this new enriched essence, and perhaps because of that he never fully understood it. Now he had absorbed the 100-year-old one, and next time he would try the 1,000-year-old one, which should greatly enhance the effect. He clearly realized that one should not try to learn or master too much at once, but rather move gradually and methodically. Today had already proven to be a very effective and productive day in terms of training, and the master also seemed tired from such intensive work. He allowed his student to open his eyes and begin the next stage of training, learning the basics of Shimbap, which was a new step in his development. The young man clearly understood that this was certainly a real breakthrough in his career and training. It was a direct path to becoming the great doctor he had dreamed of so much. Continuing their advanced studies, the Chil family's Shimbap was known to be based on the concept of the 5 elements, which, according to their teaching, formed this entire world and its phenomena. These elements were fire, water, wood, metal, and earth, and the master strictly instructed his student to breathe exactly as he was shown and to try to control his internal energy himself, subordinating it to his will. The boy began to methodically circulate his breath, concentrating on this process, following the instructions of the mentor. The master continued his teaching, explaining the relationship between the elements. Water nourishes wood, wood gives strength to fire, fire forms earth, earth creates metal, and metal, in turn, purifies water, completing the cycle. Suddenly, the boy felt a flow of energy begin to move inside him exactly as the master had just described, and it even seemed a little funny to him to see such an exact match between theory and practice. The basic and underlying principle of everything is the cycle of the 5 elements, and it is through this continuous cycle that the god of the 5 elements, Seagull, unites with medicine, making it more effective and powerful. It is extremely important that the internal energy does not conflict with itself, does not mix chaotically, but moves exclusively harmoniously along established paths. No other energy in the world is capable of so effectively healing internal wounds and stimulating the life cycles of the body. The boy asked the teacher what would happen if the energy suddenly began to move in the opposite direction, breaking the established cycle, and the master replied that this was a deadly combination leading to destruction. When everything goes in reverse order, water meets fire and the fire goes out, losing its power. When fire meets metal, the metal melts under its influence. The metal cuts the wood, destroying its structure, and the wood eventually becomes part of the earth, completing this reverse cycle. Was this movement of energy in the opposite direction something bad or always undesirable? Of course, there are certain cases and situations where such movement of energy is necessary and even useful. For example, when a person falls into a special state in which he completely loses control over his own body and abilities, effectively turning into a demon, this deadly combination of energy is used to restore the necessary balance and regain control. The cycle of the 5 elements in its deadly combination can be compared to a medicine and a poison. Their action is opposite. In modern medicine, this is often called a side effect of a medicine. Well-known examples around the world, such as sildenafil or Viagra, were originally intended to effectively treat cardiovascular diseases, but during clinical trials, a completely unexpected side effect was discovered. Treatment of dysfunctions has proven to be its primary and most common use, although the drug was originally developed for an entirely different medical purpose. There are other medical cases where a drug developed for one purpose is successfully used to treat obesity or diabetes, which is an example of an unexpected use. The master explained to his student that absolutely any substance in this world can potentially be both a medicine and a poison. It all depends solely on how exactly you use it and in what dosage. The same rule, he emphasized, applies to the concept of the 5 elements in the world. Their interaction can be both creative and destructive. Tanzhong begins to move faster, and the knowledge of this process does not come immediately, but gradually, step by step, everything happens in its own, strictly defined time, requiring patience and diligence. Cheon was an extremely gifted child, and the saying that when a bard learns a new chord, he writes 9 new songs very accurately described his rapid development and abilities. After all, he was a student of the master himself, which already said a lot. The master realized that they would probably have to acknowledge this boy as the second best doctor in all of China in the future, because before them was undoubtedly a new, incredibly talented healer who promised great things. This was a very serious statement with far-reaching consequences, and everything had to be carefully thought out and planned before any action was taken or announced publicly. Everything around suddenly became quiet, and the boy, having finished his training, went to his room to rest and recuperate. After some time, Zhou came to his room and brought a miraculous pill, which he had to take as ordered. This pill turned out to contain 5 different types of wandong, each corresponding to one of the 5 elements: fire, water, wood, earth, and metal, representing a powerful concentrate of energy. The boy looked at them with confusion, and he found it very strange. Ordinary hangdong usually had a cool aroma, but these pills were completely devoid of any smell, which was unusual. The young master turned to Yuho and asked him doubtfully whether he should take all these pills at once or one by one, trying to understand the instructions. However, Zhuo looked down and said that he only needed to choose one pill, the one that he himself wanted to take, giving him the freedom of choice. The boy could not imagine at all what kind of test awaited him at this moment, what the true purpose of this strange task was. Perhaps it was some kind of exam, conducted to test his knowledge and understanding of the principles of medicine, and whether the boy chose the right pill could determine his future fate and education. He had already taken the 100-year-old Huandan before, which was born in the depths of remote villages and forests, so he needed to choose the pill whose properties would match his internal energy in order to effectively strengthen and harmonize it. At that moment, the guy noticed one important and non-obvious detail that could help him make the right choice. He recalled that according to the fundamental principle of the cycle of elements, it is extremely important to choose the right balance and harmony between them to achieve the desired effect. That is why he, after careful consideration, chose the Huandan that belonged to the element of fire, because the energy of wood, as he knew, enhances the energy of fire, creating a favorable interaction. And so Zhuo calmly handed him the pill he had chosen. She lay in the arms of the young disciple, and from this Huandan, a subtle and sweet aroma seemed to begin to emanate, which he had not noticed before. The boy, having inhaled this pleasant smell, was sincerely amazed that he had never felt such an aroma before, which was very unusual. It turns out that the five-element Huangdan is not one pill, but 5 different pills, each with its own unique role and purpose in the overall cycle. If taken in the correct sequence, no additional energy from outside will be required, because the cycle of elements itself will start naturally, maintaining balance. In order to create this cycle and initiate the process of interaction of the 5 elements, it was necessary to assemble the base of the 5 components in their purest and most concentrated form. The boy told Zhuo that he would not take just one pill as suggested, but decided to take them all, one after the other, in a certain order. Zhuo was incredibly surprised and shocked by the boy's statement, because it was completely out of line with their original scenario and expectations. He had hoped that the guy would simply pass the test by choosing one pill, and it would be easier to trick or mislead him, but as it turned out, things didn't go as planned. He was a rather strange guy, but in the end, Zhuo fully supported our hero's decision, and his words even upset Zhuo himself a little, making him doubt his assumptions. The guy turned out to be much smarter and more insightful than Zhuo could have even imagined at the very beginning of their acquaintance. He went on to explain to Zhou that if he had chosen only the Huandan of fire, the owner of the estate would have already considered his answer to be correct and would probably have asked how long it took him to come up with that decision. He explained clearly and distinctly that the whole secret and solution lay in the smell of these pills. This was the main key to understanding. Zhou realized at that moment that it was probably the scent of Huangdan fire that the young man had smelled. At first, he thought it was strange that none of the pills had their own distinct smell, like regular medicine. However, as he watched closely, he noticed that each Huandan, despite the general lack of a strong aroma, still had its own subtle, unique scent. They were so harmoniously and perfectly combined with each other that when mixed, their aromas completely disappeared, creating the impression of their absence. He then recalled the basic and fundamental principles of the interaction of the 5 elements that they had been taught. And then guessing the correct answer became very easy and obvious because it literally came to his mind after all these observations and reflections. After the conversation, Zhuo sincerely praised He, saying that he was indeed very insightful and attentive, and his efforts in teaching were undoubtedly not in vain, and bore fruit. Zhuo then added that he would definitely convey his answer to Master when he was busy packing and preparing the pills, reporting the test results. As he left the room, he asked he to take Huangdan without haste or fuss, fully concentrating on the process and its sensations. He brought the pill to his eye and looked at it carefully, examining its appearance and structure before taking it. Then he swallowed it without hesitation, ready to feel its effects. The fire Huandan turned out to have a very sharp and pungent aftertaste, which he felt in full measure after swallowing the pill. Before he knew it, a whole week had passed since taking the pills, filled with training and learning new things. He successfully activated the cycle, and he sometimes felt like he was confused about whether he was a human or a kind of Huandan processing machine. So intense was the process. Zhuo informed him that they had already arrived at their destination. This was the very place where medicines and healing pills were known to be made, located on the estate grounds. He did nothing but look around with undisguised amazement, amazed by the enormous size of this room or building. It was simply enormous, more like the Beijing Palace, one of the 3 generations of famous medical palaces throughout the Middle Kingdom that legends spoke of. The medical palace, as he knew, was a much larger and more impressive structure than the usual doctor's office, which was much smaller in size. In other words, the Beijing Palace is one of the few such palaces in the entire country, which can literally be counted on the fingers of one hand. There were very few of them. It specialized in the production and sale of Huandan. It was mentioned in the novel he read. But he never imagined that this place would be so large and well organized in reality. Yu-Ho continued his explanation by saying that some people believe that the palaces also practice traditional Chinese food therapy, which they believe is more effective. But this, he stressed, does not diminish their high status and importance. They produce a huge variety of miracle drugs and pills, each of which belongs to a certain quality class, from the highest to the lowest, depending on the composition and strength. The highest quality and most powerful medicines are produced here very rarely, only once or twice a year, due to the complexity of their manufacture and the rarity of the ingredients. And although any student who has received internal energy from a master can easily take such powerful medicines, you may not be able to handle them yet, Zhuo warned him, showing concern. He advised him to take lower-grade Hong once every 3 days, and if his body could fully absorb the properties of these pills, then he would gain from one such pill as much internal energy as a long and grueling training session would bring. He simply closed his eyes for a moment and told himself that he would definitely have to try this method to test its effectiveness for himself. In the novel, students received energy directly from the teacher, and the descendants of noble families took miraculous medicines from early childhood to develop their strength. He began to wonder if he was lucky in this life. By the way, everything seemed incredible to him. He managed to do so much in a short time that Zhuo did not even understand how he managed it, assuming that the boy did not sleep well due to intensive training. But he simply smiled at Zhuo's suggestion, saying that compared to what he had to endure during his internship in his previous life, it was completely insignificant and easy. He constantly remembered with pain everything that happened to him during the time when he was an intern. He was completely exhausted both physically and mentally, not finding a moment of peace and rest. If slavery had not been officially abolished in his world, it could now be called a special program for medical school graduates undergoing internships. He had to do absolutely everything, but at the same time, he constantly heard insults and humiliation addressed to him. Patients, their relatives, nurses, professors, and even ordinary passers-by, all of them did not restrain themselves and constantly insulted and humiliated him, which was unbearable. His constant companions at that time were deep sadness and burning anger, and later even these emotions disappeared, leaving behind only emptiness. It was then that he fully learned what real emotional burnout and exhaustion are. But here, in the medical palace, all the doctors, on the contrary, praised him and supported him in every way in his beginnings, which was a completely new experience for him. He felt their sincere love and respect for him every day, and he wondered if this was his real life or if it was some special influence of a man from the Beijing palace that changed reality. After examining the palace, they went outside and met a teacher on their way, who was apparently heading somewhere on his own business. As usual, the teacher was smiling, and his eyes were shining with a bright blue light, giving the impression of wisdom and calmness. Coming closer, the teacher asked what he thought of the medicine production department, and he replied that it was an incredible and amazing place. Coming even closer, the teacher took his shoulder in a friendly manner, and Zhuo took the moment to thank the teacher for allowing him to show the young man this place. The teacher touched his shoulder not just like that, but with a specific purpose that Zhuo did not immediately notice. The teacher began to sense his internal energy circulating in his body, and noticed that he had already successfully reached the first level of mastery, which was a very significant achievement. "You did it very quickly," the teacher said, expressing his approval, but at the same time warned him not to overdo it and to be sure to rest well to restore his strength. He immediately understood his teacher and agreed that he really needed a rest. After all, this was not a job for which he would receive money, so he was not going to argue. After this, the teacher suggested that they all go to lunch together, and at the same time promised to tell where exactly he would live in the future, what place they had allocated for him. Soon the construction of the new house was completely completed. They hired a lot of workers, which significantly reduced the time it took to complete the work. On one side of the house there was a large glass window, and inside there was underfloor heating and an efficient stove, creating a comfortable atmosphere. He was simply overwhelmed with emotion when he first saw his new home, built especially for him. The interior of the house was completely covered with wood, and the walls were covered with clay, which created a special coziness and thermal insulation. He was fascinated by this. A house with such high-quality thermal insulation was significantly different from the typical Chinese style of construction, and this house seemed to say a lot about its owner. The thermal insulation itself clearly demonstrated the willpower and foresight of the teacher. The teacher wondered whether the bed, which was simply lying right on the floor, would be suitable for he, since he would have to sleep practically on the floor, which might be unusual. Since the floor was warm thanks to the heating system, this only pleased he, because as he knew from his past experience, this was very good for his back, which suffered from old problems. The teacher, on the other hand, was worried about whether he would be too hot in this room with such intense heating. Zhuo explained that it seemed like they were in some kind of bathhouse or steam room. The stove had been specially loaded with firewood to the maximum to test its maximum operating temperature and the capabilities of the heating system. The teacher thought that one stove would probably be quite sufficient to heat such a room, but the whole system turned out to be simply amazing and efficient. As they talked and discussed the arrangement of the house, he was delighted with everything he saw around him, noticing every detail. Zhuo noticed that he seemed suspicious to him, especially about how much he knew about medicine and other things, and questioned the teacher about this, but the teacher reminded him that they had decided not to ask such questions, and someday he himself would tell them his secret if he wanted. The teacher began to realize more and more clearly what kind of person this special he was, and he understood that a great future awaited him. The teacher arrived a little earlier than usual, as did the boy, who had also arrived early, and their early arrival together in the classroom created an atmosphere of anticipation, probably contributing to a more relaxed preparation for the upcoming lesson. The heated floor turned out to be a real godsend for the teacher, who felt better and better with each passing day, which he reported with satisfaction to the young student, who listened to him attentively, as a very noticeable improvement in his well-being. This circumstance made the boy smile slightly, and his lips were touched by a barely noticeable but sincere smile, reflecting his understanding and perhaps some joy at the comfort of his mentor, which showed his attention to the teacher's words. The time had come to comprehend the divine help of the 5 elements, and in connection with this, the teacher asked the young man to concentrate all the energy available to him at the tangent point of his palm, after which he gave the instruction to direct this collected flow to the very tips of his fingers to feel its movement. He patiently repeated this instruction several times in a row to help the student feel completely calm and completely confident before performing this difficult exercise, trying to instill in the young man faith in his own strength to successfully achieve his goal. The student obediently closed his eyes and immediately began to concentrate, completely immersing himself in a state of deep meditation to achieve better control over the internal flows of his energy, as he had been told by his mentor. His entire attention was focused on the process of his own breathing in order to try to obtain divine help from the powerful element of fire. Thus, he sought to follow exactly the instructions of his wise teacher on mastering the elements. When he finally opened his eyes, the entire space around him suddenly and brightly burned with a blinding flame, which created a very impressive and at the same time slightly frightening spectacle of power and strength that he had never seen before. The energy that he had just so laboriously awakened within himself was incredibly and even terrifyingly strong, and it seemed ready to break free from his still fragile control at any next unpredictable moment in time. The wind, which suddenly and with great force arose from the obvious manifestation of his newfound inner strength, tore off numerous green leaves from the trees closest to him with apparent ease, clearly demonstrating the enormous power of the elements he had unleashed. When he carefully touched one of the torn and still swirling leaves, Peng, as the young disciple was called, instantly burned it with a single touch of his hand, leaving only a weightless handful of black ash and a light, barely perceptible smell of burning. This amazing incident undoubtedly struck the young man to the depths of his soul, but he was even more impressed by the indisputable fact that he had done this completely independently, and the realization of his new ability to control such powerful energy filled him with pride. Rising quickly on one leg, the boy heard from his respected teacher the long-awaited words of approval and well-deserved praise, as the mentor informed him that he had brilliantly succeeded in completing the difficult and responsible task set before him. True, he had not yet succeeded in setting fire to anything other than that one small leaf, but it was still a magnificent and very significant result for the very first time, and the teacher especially emphasized that this was a significant step forward in the long process of mastering the elements. The teacher noted with undisguised satisfaction that this particular boy was learning much faster than all his other students, demonstrating truly exceptional abilities for deep concentration and subsequent precise control of his internal energy. Since the boy's level of preparation had noticeably increased, the teacher made a balanced decision to give him a new, even more difficult task, which was done with the aim of thoroughly testing his increased abilities and stimulating his further spiritual and physical development. He slowly pulled out an elegant fan from the folds of his loose clothing and very smoothly opened it right in front of his stern face, and this seemingly simple action caused the teacher's hair to flutter characteristically in the suddenly arising artificial wind. The boy saw for the first time in his life how his esteemed teacher used a fan in the process of teaching or demonstrating some technique, and this very unusual sight for him greatly intrigued him, since he had no idea what kind of demonstration would follow. But as soon as the mentor began to wave it rhythmically, everything around them instantly and radically changed. The raging fire began to rapidly swirl along with the powerful streams of wind emanating from this fan, and the young man realized that this was the true essence of the destructive power of fire. The teacher at that very moment stood on the very tips of his trained toes and very smoothly rotated around his own vertical axis, while his movements, honed to perfection, were amazingly smooth and incredibly precise, as if he were performing some ancient ritual dance. During this fascinating and almost hypnotic rotation, he very quietly spoke to himself some completely incomprehensible and very mysterious words, of which the young student with great difficulty was able to hear only vague fragments of phrases, among which were the words neither wood nor iron nor even air. And when he waved his mysterious fan much more forcefully than he had done before, the tall and mighty tree suddenly and almost weightlessly flew into the air, after which it almost instantly split exactly in half, as if it were made not of strong wood, but of a fragile material. This crushing and precise blow to the strong tree trunk was like the sharp and lightning-fast movement of an incredibly sharp, invisible blade, which seemed to meet absolutely no resistance on its destructive path, so clean and fast was this incredible cut. Only a light and short rustling of many disturbed leaves could be heard when the mighty tree, divided in two, fell heavily to the ground with a characteristic dull thud, raising into the air a small but clearly visible cloud of fine dust and a whole heap of dry, broken branches. The boy saw all this with his own eyes, but despite this indisputable circumstance, he could not fully believe the absolutely incredible sight that had just appeared before his astonished gaze, since what he saw seemed completely impossible and went beyond the scope of his ordinary understanding. The huge, mighty tree had been destroyed in an instant, with just one single, seemingly light swing of the fan, and the young man was still very much puzzled as to how such a thing was even possible, for this display of power went far beyond anything he had known before. The cut on the fallen and split tree was characteristically scorched over its entire surface, but the tree itself did not catch fire at all, and this important circumstance clearly indicated the special nature of the technique used by the teacher, which ideally combined enormous destructive power and the highest precision. The teacher asked the boy very calmly and imperturbably whether he liked the incredible and exciting spectacle that he had just had the opportunity to observe, while his voice, as always, was absolutely calm. But in the penetrating eyes of the mentor, one could clearly read some expectation. He then added quietly and casually that the next thing to be studied and demonstrated would be the powerful and unpredictable energy of the wind, and this short remark of his clearly hinted that the impressive demonstration of power and amazing possibilities was far from over. And he began to wave his mysterious fan smoothly and rhythmically again, but this time a bright green energy suddenly appeared around his tall figure instead of the previously raging, all-consuming fire, and this new energy enveloped him in a soft, emerald glow, creating a completely different impression. The stump that remained on the ground from the tree that had just been destroyed completely unexpectedly and contrary to all laws, began to slowly and very smoothly rise into the air, and it seemed as if some invisible and very powerful force was tearing it away from the surface of the earth under the influence of the teacher's magic fan. The teacher continued to confidently and rhythmically wave his fan harder and harder, without stopping for a single moment and in complete control of the process, while the green energy around his figure became denser and much more intense, almost completely hiding him from the student's gaze. The boy instinctively and quickly covered himself with both hands, trying to somehow protect himself from the unexpectedly strong and sharp gusts of wind, which with each passing second became more powerful and carried with them small particles of dust, as well as various forest debris, interfering with his vision. The wind energy that his mentor had so masterfully demonstrated was incredibly and even terrifyingly powerful, because its fundamental and main essence was continuous and all-pervading movement, and with its unbridled power, it lifted the heavy stump of a tree high into the air with apparent ease. The next moment, a dull thud was heard, clearly audible to all present, which occurred when the mighty trunk, raised into the air, very carefully and precisely collided with the wide stump remaining on the ground, perfectly coinciding with it at the place of the previous break. With one precise and accurate movement of his magic fan, the teacher returned the tree he had previously cut down to its former rightful place, and it stood up surprisingly straight and very neatly, as if absolutely nothing terrible had happened to it, as if its strong trunk had never been cut. From the outside, it might seem that nothing terrible had really happened to this tree, and it stood calmly and motionless exactly where it had been recently cut down, since from the outside, everything looked as if the destruction and subsequent miraculous restoration had never happened. The boy, having looked very closely at the tree trunk, still noticed only one very thin line, barely visible to the naked eye, at the site of a recent ideal cut, and this almost invisible scar was the only silent reminder of that recent severe test. But the teacher hastened to explain to his extremely surprised student that the all-consuming fire had already managed to seriously and almost irreversibly damage the delicate bark of this tree, and therefore, to his great regret, it was no longer truly alive, despite its outward integrity. "Now, it's finally your turn to act," the teacher said to the boy quite calmly and confidently, thus tactfully handing him further initiative in this process, and he suggested that his young student try his own strength in the difficult task of controlling various elements. The teacher then asked the boy directly and bluntly whether he, in his own unbiased opinion, could effectively use the life-giving and flowing energy of water, since this was the next important element of the 5 basic ones that the young student had to master. The boy stood silently in one place for a while, swallowing with great difficulty the saliva that had suddenly risen to his throat from the strong emotional experience he had just experienced, since he had absolutely no practical experience in handling this particular water element. He again turned his slightly frightened gaze to the motionless and already damaged tree, and rather timidly, almost in a whisper, asked his strict but fair mentor whether he should try to use his still completely untested powers on this particular tree. His main and very responsible task was to try to save this unfortunate tree from inevitable and final death, because water, as everyone knows, is life itself, and the teacher especially strongly emphasized the deep symbolic meaning of this difficult task. If by some miracle he manages to successfully complete this incredibly difficult task, then he will be able to rightfully consider his very first serious practical test completely and unconditionally completed, which would become a very important milestone in his further difficult training. Peng, as the experienced mentor was called, thought deeply for a while about how much time exactly this particular boy might need to successfully complete this difficult task, while carefully assessing the objective difficulty of the task set before him. The teacher eventually made the considered decision to leave him for quite a long time completely alone with this difficult task and his own confused thoughts, and after some time he returned back accompanied by his colleague Juho, who thought that Peng was rushing things too much. Juho was firmly and unshakably convinced that no student, even the most capable, would be able to successfully complete such a difficult task during the entire first year of his initial training, since, according to his many years of experience, it was impossible to achieve the third level of mastery in the first lesson. Then why do you think I spent so much of my precious time explaining in great detail all the theoretical part necessary for this to our common and promising boy? Pan responded to this statement with obvious and undisguised sarcasm in his voice, hinting with his whole appearance at the uniqueness of his methods. When it comes directly to serious issues of education and subsequent upbringing of future high-class masters of their craft, it is very difficult, almost impossible, to find a more demanding and uncompromisingly strict mentor than the highly respected Peng, who always set incredibly high standards for his students. This teacher may have shown a certain, understandable concern for his new and promising student, but at the same time, one could not expect any unjustified leniency or indulgences from him, since he firmly believed that only through persistent overcoming of difficulties can one achieve mastery. Although, if you think about this whole situation carefully and impartially, isn't the final positive success the most important thing in any undertaking? Peng was absolutely sure that such a somewhat harsh and demanding approach would only make this boy much stronger and more resilient. Quite suddenly and very inopportunely, a heavy downpour began outside, and at that moment it seemed to the young, still inexperienced student that even the capricious weather itself had decisively taken up arms against him alone, thus adding yet another unforeseen and annoying obstacle to his difficult path. He, of course, could have easily and quickly hidden from this rapidly intensifying cold rain under some nearby canopy or thick tree, but the obsessive and important thought about the unfortunate tree did not leave his mind, inflamed with tension, and he stubbornly continued to think. After long and persistent efforts, with great difficulty, he still managed to collect just one single drop of clean water, no larger than the most ordinary small pea. But this insignificant amount was clearly and completely insufficient to completely heal the damaged bark of a large tree. He also knew very well that his insightful teacher was well aware of the extreme complexity of this current situation, and that is why he began to strongly and painfully doubt the true intentions of his mentor, not understanding why he gave him this practically impossible task. If this was really exactly as he assumed, then the method chosen by the teacher seemed to him extremely dubious and even somewhat unjustifiably cruel, because instead of the expected support and the encouragement he so needed now, it could easily lead to deep despondency. It was already beginning to seem to him that in such a practically hopeless situation for this unfortunate tree, there was only one possible way out: its inevitable and final death, because if he had simply cut it down back then, out of inexperience, perhaps there would have been at least some chance left. However, its saving roots, fortunately, remained completely untouched by the destructive and merciless flames, and this very important circumstance gave, albeit weak, but still quite tangible hope for a successful outcome, meaning that the tree had not yet completely perished. After a short reflection, he firmly decided to begin his complex and multi-stage treatment with the lower, undamaged root part of this large and badly damaged tree, and then, in the event of initial success, he intended to gradually restore its entire upper burnt part. He certainly wasn't going to give up so easily and ingloriously in this difficult and almost hopeless struggle for the life of this slowly dying tree. And so he sat down comfortably, right next to its powerful roots, that went deep into the ground, and began to watch closely. This most ordinary-looking tree once carelessly created a destructive and uncontrollable fire, and that same merciless fire has now, ironically, almost driven it back to the damp and cold earth, thus creating a bizarre and accelerated natural cycle. The earth, as was well known to every more or less literate person, had always been inextricably and very closely connected with such an important element as metal, which in turn was in no less close and inextricable connection with the element of water, and this simple chain led him to the discovery. And it was at this most unexpected and completely spontaneous moment that he suddenly understood quite clearly and distinctly that the answer he had been searching for so long and painfully had finally been found, as if a sudden and blindingly bright illumination had illuminated his tired mind in an instant. The boy was now absolutely and unshakably sure that this was precisely what his wise and insightful teacher had meant some time ago when he had spoken of the so-called divine help of the 5 basic natural elements and their obligatory, harmonious interaction. Now it was necessary to very slowly, extremely carefully, and very gradually increase the total amount of life-giving energy used by him, because this is what is usually done with a strong physical or energetic load on very weak or severely weakened patients, so as not to accidentally cause harm. But the main and most important question for him now was still whether this rather risky and not yet tested plan would work at all. Because for the complete healing of this tree, he needed only pure and undistorted water energy, and he doubted whether he would be able to use it correctly. Of course, it was very, very dangerous to use a technique that was completely unfamiliar to him, which he was not properly trained in and had no practical experience with. But he simply did not have any other, safer solution at that particular moment, and he understood it. First of all, he made a deliberate and considered decision to begin by stimulating and using the calmest, most stable, and predictable energy of the earth element, as this, in his deep conviction, would create a sufficiently strong and reliable basis for all subsequent actions. He could literally, on a physical level, distinctly feel how the total amount of internal energy available to him was noticeably and tangibly increasing with each passing moment, and this pleasant and hopeful sensation arose every time it successfully combined with the energy of the metal element. So far, everything was going quite well and even successfully, and he had absolutely no visible or serious reasons for any concern or alarm, since the energy accumulated in his body smoothly and remained completely under his unflagging control without going beyond the limits. Now he faced the next, even more difficult and responsible stage in this whole process. He had to somehow manage to correctly connect the accumulated energy of the metal with the pure energy of water, and this was one of the most dangerous moments in his entire carefully thought-out sequence. It was at this very culminating and decisive moment of the entire experiment that the guy quite clearly and almost painfully felt that the energy available to him and raging inside him suddenly and very sharply increased more than 8 times, becoming incredibly powerful. All this enormous, almost uncontrollable and incredibly concentrated energy immediately rushed in a swift and all-crushing stream straight into his right hand, which was stretched forward, causing the young man's hand to begin to emit a very noticeable bluish light from the colossal force that filled it. Bright and blinding rays of pure blue light from this incredibly concentrated energy even fell on his intensely concentrated and tense face, clearly illuminating his expression, pale from tension, and the large drops of cold sweat that appeared abundantly on his high forehead. The damaged and burnt bark of the large old tree began to grow together very slowly, but inevitably and noticeably to the eye right before his eyes. And at that moment it sincerely seemed to him that everything had finally worked out, and his desperate and prolonged efforts had finally been crowned with complete success. But literally after one short moment, the boy suddenly realized with alarm that this was far from the end of this entire complex and multi-stage process, since he still clearly felt some unpleasant instability in the general flow of circulating energy, and clearly saw that the healing process was not yet complete. The energy that he had released and not fully used gradually and rather quickly dissipated into the space around him, leaving behind only a very weak and barely noticeable energy trace, and he simply silently looked at the ambiguous result that remained on the tree trunk. Then, quite unexpectedly, and as if by itself, the only correct solution came to him. He probably had to begin this whole complex healing process by using the internal energy of this tree itself, and using his own life force as a basis now seemed quite logical to him. He quickly decided that he would pass all the energy he had collected and amplified sequentially through a whole chain of elements, namely through fire, then through earth, then through metal, and finally through water. And this, according to his precise calculations, meant a multiple increase in strength. In such a complex, responsible, and very delicate situation, it was the quality of the efforts made that was much more important than simple and thoughtless quantity, and he understood perfectly well that crude, uncontrolled, and ineptly directed force would definitely not help here, and could even do harm. It was precisely because of this impressive, completely unexpected, and very significant success for everyone that he was later offered to accept the so-called thousand-year Huandong, and this very flattering and honorable offer was a kind of undoubted recognition of his exceptional talent. The very deep essence of the so-called divine help of the five basic elements lies in their very complex and dialectical mutual exclusion and simultaneous harmony. However, if one of the energies used begins to suppress the other too strongly and uncontrollably, then the practitioner immediately falls into an extremely dangerous state. At this most significant moment, the esteemed Peng was leisurely and dignifiedly strolling in the fresh air with his old friend and colleague Juho, and they were talking quite animatedly and with interest about him, this young and very promising student. The teacher, completely unexpectedly for himself and his interlocutor, began to strongly and painfully doubt the correctness and timeliness of his recent, rather risky decision. He wondered whether he should have given this still completely inexperienced child a less difficult and responsible task. After all, if the demands placed on a student are too high, overwhelming, and not in line with his current level of preparation, this can undoubtedly have an extremely negative and even detrimental effect on his entire further process of learning and development as an individual. But when he himself slowly approached a little closer to that same long-suffering tree, he looked attentively and intently at its damaged bark with undisguised and great amazement, since he simply could not believe his own eyes at the transformation he saw. At first, he could not even fully and finally believe that this was indeed the same tree that he had almost completely destroyed earlier, but a small, but very characteristic and memorable mark on its trunk unambiguously confirmed its original identity. He was literally amazed to the depths of his soul by the undeniable and amazing fact that this very young boy was still able to successfully complete such an incredibly difficult and practically impossible for his level task. When Peng looked very closely at the final result of his work, he clearly saw it. The clearly visible and not yet completely dissipated energy trace from the powerful technique he had recently used was also still quite clearly visible on the smooth surface of the restored tree bark, and this bright imprint clearly indicated a strong and targeted impact. Juho, who had been standing silently and with interest a little behind him for this short time, quietly but confidently said that this, without a doubt, was the result of the work of the young and talented he. In his firm opinion, he did all this completely independently, without any help. This amazing boy did all this incredible healing in just one incomplete daylight, and maybe even in half of this day, which was simply amazing and incredibly fast for such a complex, multi-stage, and very responsible practical task. With some completely amazing and inexplicable ease, he had already completely mastered the third main element during the performance of his very first serious practical task, where he had to consistently unite, then significantly expand, and then precisely concentrate energies. The average normal child is usually completely incapable of such an unexpectedly high and stable level of control over complex and often unstable energy flows. But this particular and very unusual student was a clear and very rare exception to the general unshakable rule. Then the highly experienced Peng thought deeply and seriously for a while about everything he had seen and heard, and finally said slowly that, in his opinion, it was quite possible that this boy would be able to become his official and full-fledged successor in the near future, since such an outstanding talent was extremely rare. Oh, damn it! The usually reserved Juho thought to himself, completely involuntarily and with some fear, listening very attentively to these very significant and even somewhat frightening words of his old and respected colleague, since he perfectly understood all the possible consequences. The teacher was literally burning with great impatience and an all-consuming desire to tell all his friends and colleagues about his new and incredibly talented student as soon as possible and in all the details. He really wanted to immediately share his successes. When the numerous other owners of well-known and respected medical practices finally learn the truth about him and his incredible achievements at such a young age, they will undoubtedly and immediately begin to make even greater and more stringent claims against their own students and followers. The teacher, with great and almost childish impatience, awaited the imminent arrival of the morning general meeting of all practicing healers, since he really wanted to tell everyone present as soon as possible, and with pride about his outstanding and unique student and his impressive achievements. The long-awaited and sunny morning arrived, and he, as this young and capable student was called, had slept peacefully for almost the entire previous long day without waking up at all, and after this long and healing sleep he felt 100% completely restored and full of strength. Absolutely all of his basic physical senses and subtle energetic sensations suddenly and very strongly intensified to some completely incredible, previously completely unattainable limits for him, and he now felt the entire vast and diverse world around him much brighter and much more fully. He began to literally jump in one place like a child, filled with unbridled joy and indescribable delight, because with his whole renewed being, he felt quite distinctly and clearly that all this was only the very beginning of his great path. This was only the most modest beginning of his long and difficult path of self-improvement, but his powerful internal energy was already rapidly and steadily becoming stronger and stronger with each passing day. His previously hidden abilities were actively and quickly developing, and he clearly felt it. Various complex martial arts now suddenly seemed to him something completely natural, almost innate and even intuitively understandable, and he sincerely believed that during this short but eventful time he had already matured quite a lot and noticeably strengthened both physically and spiritually. If everything continued like this, and at the same impressive pace, then it was quite possible that in the foreseeable future he would be able to become even significantly stronger than the most powerful and practically invincible heavenly demon. Of course, this was still very unlikely, but he already had perfect command of the deadly and very effective Heavenly Star technique. Quite suddenly, and very unexpectedly for himself, he heard some unclear, but at the same time quite distinct and strange sounds right behind him, and these incomprehensible and alarming sounds instantly made him very wary and immediately turn in the direction from which they came. He almost instantly and reflexively turned his head sharply towards the source of the noise, in order to look as quickly as possible and determine exactly what was happening there, as he tried to determine the exact source of this strange and incomprehensible sound as quickly as possible. From the direction he looked, a rather loud, sharp, and very unpleasant sound suddenly rang out, which made young he immediately, and without thinking for a second, quickly run there, as he wanted to see as quickly as possible what had happened there. First of all, he made the only correct decision in that situation to quickly and carefully open the tall window closest to him in order to get a better look at everything that was happening outside the building at that moment from a safe distance, and this was a very reasonable precaution. At that moment, it even seemed to him as if this incomprehensible and very loud sound was so deafeningly strong and sharp that their large and strong house was about to inevitably collapse from these powerful vibrations that clearly spread throughout the entire building. Someone was quite obviously and very loudly causing a disturbance right at the very main entrance to their large and well-guarded palace, and the commotion that arose from this was so significant and general, as if they had been completely unexpectedly and treacherously attacked by some unknown enemies. With all his desire, he could not recall in the exact plot of the novel that he knew so well a single, even remotely similar moment or episode where something similar or at least comparable in scale occurred, and this obvious discrepancy greatly alarmed he. All the doctors who were near the scene of the incident at that moment very quickly, harmoniously, and in a completely organized manner lined up in one perfectly straight row right in front of the main entrance to the palace, demonstrating with their whole appearance their readiness to repel any possible surprises and threats. The so-called and well-known demon archer quite loudly and demandingly asked one of the doctors standing in a daze for immediate permission to meet immediately and without delay with their main mentor, the highly respected Master Peak, since his business did not tolerate delay. Meanwhile, the always curious he, completely unnoticed by those around him, came a little closer to the very epicenter of all these stormy and exciting events, and he carefully and intently tried to properly understand what exactly was happening there, trying not to give away his presence. The main source of all this incessant and very loud noise, as it immediately seemed to him, was some middle-aged man, completely unknown to him until then, and this same man, in complete despair, was desperately screaming at the top of his lungs, making inhuman sounds. On the broad back of this continuously and loudly screaming stranger, Qin Yi, he saw quite clearly and distinctly a small and very fragile-looking child who was about his own age. The young man immediately and involuntarily had a completely natural and alarming question about whether this unfortunate child was seriously ill. This completely exhausted and driven to extremes man all the time without any stop, and very loudly continued tearfully begging everyone around him that he would finally be allowed at least once, immediately, and without any conditions, to meet with the great Master Peak, since this was his last hope. And only then, after a short observation, he finally and completely understood that this was the same legendary and tragic archer from the novel he had read earlier, who at that moment was so desperately and hopelessly trying to save his only and dearly beloved little daughter from imminent death. However, in the very next completely unpredictable moment, this desperate archer, completely unexpectedly for everyone present, sharply and threateningly directed his deadly and always ready for battle arrow straight towards one of the doctors, who were stunned by surprise, thereby demonstrating the seriousness of his intentions. At that moment, he was in a state of complete and profound despair, and therefore with the last of his strength, he tearfully begged everyone around him to immediately and without any further delays take him to Master Peak, who was so necessary to him now, since his voice was breaking from strong emotion. If this completely unknown but obviously very dangerous person was really capable of effectively and deadly attacking his target at a considerable distance, even without using his usual long-range weapon, then all of He's previous vague guesses about him could turn out to be completely correct and justified. It was none other than the infamous Chong San-jian throughout their world, and not some John Peck or the mysterious Safa. He was a very famous and ruthless mercenary who never, without the slightest internal hesitation and remorse, not only kills, but also attacks. In very simple, clear, and unambiguous words, he was the main, most dangerous, and almost elusive enemy of this entire fictional world, and his sinister and merciless figure was widely known to almost everyone due to his incredible and legendary ruthlessness. The doctors, quite patiently and in great detail, once again explained to this unfortunate and agitated man the rather simple and long-established rules here. In this palace they treat exclusively only those numerous patients who were notified in advance and officially of the upcoming appointment via a special pigeon post. They also took the extra, very polite step of explaining to this completely distraught archer that according to the existing regulations, he should first have brought with him an official written referral from some other medical practitioner, and only then could they help him here. But this inflexible and completely desperate archer still continued to hold very firmly and threateningly his dangerous and always ready-to-shoot arrow, which was still aimed straight at them, and his enormous, almost superhuman patience was already practically at its very end. "What the hell of a statement?" he asked them again, very loudly and almost shouting, barely holding back the rage that was seething and bubbling inside him, and his voice, trembling from the despair and righteous anger that filled him, was heard by everyone present. Immediately after these last angry and despairing words of his, he began very slowly and as if reluctantly to lower his large and deadly war bow down, and his measured and always precise movements were still very tense, but they already clearly indicated some internal hesitation. At that moment, from the outside, it might have seemed that he had managed to calm down his wild, unbridled, and always ready to explode temper, although his enormous and all-consuming internal tension and deep, almost physical despair were still very clearly felt in his tense posture. It was at this very tense and extremely emotional moment that the memories of a fascinating novel he had read a long time ago, which were so important and necessary for him now, began to quickly and very clearly return to the young and impressionable boy named He, and he remembered some key details. Some of those ruthless and cruel robbers who once upon a time, even before the main events of the novel, treacherously attacked him and his family, according to the tragic plot, also killed his little innocent daughter, after which, unfortunately, she tragically died before his eyes. If all his vague and fragmentary memories from the book he had read were really absolutely true and accurate, then this little and unfortunate girl was bound to die right here and right now, and so he firmly decided for himself that he could and should try to save her. The unfortunate Archer, in a confused and agitated voice, began to explain in detail to all the doctors who had gathered around him and were listening attentively to him that they had previously tried repeatedly and unsuccessfully to obtain the necessary treatment for his daughter in the main and largest department of the Hugh Hospital, which was quite well known throughout the area, but they had only been rudely refused. They were then informed, quite officially and without any explanation, that they could not issue them the necessary discharge papers for further treatment or an official referral to another specialized medical institution. He had already been in complete despair, trying to somehow cure his only and dearly beloved daughter for 10 long and painful days. He was already catastrophically and irreversibly running out of such precious and vitally necessary time. And that is precisely why he, being in a state of complete and deep despair, ultimately decided to seek help here directly, bypassing all the established bureaucratic formalities and procedures. And that same arrogant Hwaju, whom he had mentioned earlier, just like another healer named Song, absolutely categorically and mercilessly told him then that he could not help him in this extremely difficult and almost hopeless situation, since the unfortunate Archer did not belong to the privileged caste of Zhongpao. While the young boy, whose name we remember was He, listened very attentively, and without interrupting to this rather emotional and tense conversation between the completely desperate Archer and the adamant palace doctors, he tried with all his mental strength to accurately remember that very important name. The healer named Hwaju, mentioned by this unfortunate Archer, just like another healer named Sun, apparently treats exclusively, and only those numerous patients who, by birth or status, belong to the very influential and closed caste of Zhongpao, and this rule was unshakable. How incredibly difficult, unbearable, and extremely unfair it is when, because of a banal and formal absence of some papers and permits that are absolutely unnecessary to anyone, a small and innocent child is so simply and heartlessly denied the medical care that he needs, he thought to himself with undisguised bitterness. This completely exhausted and grief-stricken man also said with a broken voice that he had walked here without any stops and practically without rest for 5 long and incredibly difficult days. He, at these words, could not help but be surprised at how this small, weak, and seriously ill girl did not die on the way. From a purely scientific and strictly medical point of view, there was simply no reasonable, logical, or even remotely satisfactory explanation for this astonishing and almost incredible phenomenon. Meanwhile, the unfortunate Archer slowly and heavily sank down onto his sore knees and very carefully laid his little daughter on the cold and damp ground. He said in a quiet voice, broken by the sobs that were choking him, that he had really tried with all his last human strength. He was even forced to sell all his few and modest possessions in order to somehow collect some of the money that he now so badly needed for treatment. The numerous doctors present at this heartbreaking and tragic scene did not know at all what exactly they should say or do in response to all his desperate and pain-filled pleas, but they all felt incredibly and tearfully, sincerely sorry for this innocent and so greatly suffering child. Seeing something like this with your own eyes in real life, feeling all this pain and hopelessness, it was not at all the same as just dispassionately reading about it in some books or detachedly listening to someone's retellings and stories. Only their wise teacher, the almighty and legendary Master Peak, in their common and unshakable opinion, could somehow resolve this extremely difficult and very tragic situation. And so, as if invisibly responding to all their unspoken and hopeful thoughts, he finally appeared spectacularly in the wide doorway of the main hall, calmly and confidently walked straight up to the completely desperate and hopeless Archer, and sympathetically asked him for permission to carefully examine the sick child. The doctors almost immediately and somewhat excitedly, interrupting each other, informed their highly respected teacher that this completely unknown and very aggressive-looking man had just, without permission, caused a real and very loud commotion here, on the territory of their palace, disturbing the peace. The unfortunate archer, with his last, almost extinguished hope, looked at the unfamiliar but very self-confident man who had just approached him, and with bated breath thought about whether this could really be that very Master Peak, that very legendary and practically omnipotent healer about whom so many incredible rumors were circulating. Immediately after this realization, the unfortunate and completely desperate archer, with the last of his strength and overcoming his own pride, began to tearfully and humiliatingly beg Master Peak, who had approached him, to help his only and dearly beloved child. He even fell to his knees in despair before him. In a voice broken by intense emotion and tears welling up, he began to explain in detail to the master who had approached him that some time ago his little and defenseless daughter had been vilely and without cause attacked by 7 unknown and very cruel robbers in the office of a certain doctor named Sona, who had examined her superficially and hastily. Master Peak slowly walked a little closer to the little girl lying motionless on the cold ground, very carefully and gently squatted down next to her, and without further ado, and very carefully began her thorough and comprehensive medical examination, while his face remained completely serious. He immediately and with visible professionalism began to carefully measure her barely perceptible pulse in order to check her current critical physical condition as accurately and quickly as possible, while young he very carefully and with interest watched all his honed actions from behind the backs of the doctors crowded around them. "It is simply a real and inexplicable miracle," Master Peak said very quietly, but at the same time quite clearly and confidently, after a rather short but very thorough examination of the little patient, that this small and such a weak-looking girl somehow incomprehensibly still remains alive, despite everything. Then the highly respected and universally revered master, with undisguised regret and a heavy sigh, added to his previous words that, in his deep and professional opinion, it was too late to undertake any treatment for her, and that, to his great regret, he could no longer help in this hopeless situation. This unfortunate and completely desperate father almost instantly and very much became angry from such cruel words, quickly and furiously ran up to the completely calm Peng, who in fact was that same Master Peak, and loudly, breaking into a scream, shouted right in his face, "What did you just say to this unfortunate father?" Master Peak very calmly, firmly, and without a shadow of a doubt repeated his previous disappointing words about how it was really too late for any effective treatment to be done in this situation, and his even and confident voice was still firm, but there was also a clear sense of sincere sympathy in it. These cruel and merciless words from the lips of such a respected and famous doctor brought the so-called demon archer, as he was sometimes called behind his back, into a state of completely indescribable and uncontrollable rage, and he immediately began to form a clearly visible and threatening clot of some kind of dark energy on his right hand. Absolutely all of those few people who very attentively and with bated breath watched this entire tense and extremely dramatic scene were in indescribable and chilling horror from everything that was happening before their eyes, since they were very afraid that something completely irreparable would inevitably happen. Those present at this terrible scene were all asking themselves, with alarm and fear, the same silent question. Had this unfortunate man finally and irrevocably gone mad from the immeasurable grief that had overwhelmed him? Or was this perhaps simply the extreme and final manifestation of his complete and all-consuming despair brought to its limit? Juho, as the most decisive and cold-blooded of all those present, very quickly, and with the only correct movement in that situation, decisively grabbed his very tense and ready-to-strike hand, insistently and loudly asking him to immediately stop and come to his senses, trying to prevent a tragedy. The teacher remained completely calm, not showing the slightest fear or anxiety on his face, as if he was completely indifferent to everything happening around him, and nothing could disturb him from this state of equilibrium. The demon archer, clenching his teeth tightly from the uncontrollable rage and oppressive powerlessness that overwhelmed him, could barely keep himself under control, being ready at any next second to explode with an uncontrollable stream of anger due to the critical condition of his daughter. However, Juho intervened decisively and in a timely manner and forced him to unclench his tightly clenched fists and remove his hand from the already prepared weapon, thus preventing the very likely escalation of the conflict and rash actions on the part of the desperate father. The archer, with undisguised bitterness and resentment in his voice, asked them if it was not because they behaved so heartlessly and categorically refused to help his dying child, that his little money, in their arrogant opinion, was earned dishonestly or even illegally. Then, completely unable to contain his emotions, he loudly and with undisguised contempt called all the medical workers present there heartless hypocrites, considering their behavior and words the height of unforgivable cynicism and blatant callousness. His uncontrollable and righteous anger grew and increased rapidly with each passing second of this tense confrontation, gradually turning him into a real, ruthless demon archer, whose dark aura became almost tangible and very frightening. At this very critical and turning point, he did not know at all what to do next, and how he should act correctly in this situation, since this whole difficult situation seemed to him absolutely hopeless and completely hopeless for his little daughter. Completely unexpectedly for everyone, well-armed people from the palace guard appeared in the room, who, apparently, arrived here with the clear intention of quickly calming down and somehow pacifying the very enraged and dangerous demon archer. But this unforeseen and untimely intervention of the armed palace guards made him even more angry, uncontrollable and aggressive, because at that tense moment it sincerely seemed to him as if the whole vast world had now decisively turned against him alone. The majestic palace of Dr. Peak was indeed a very impressive and very well-fortified architectural structure, as it was an integral part of the powerful and influential Murim clan, which united many skilled warriors and healers in its ranks. Meanwhile, Master Peak continued to calmly and very firmly assert that this little girl, unfortunately, could no longer be helped in any way, and that this tragic and sad fact, no matter how hard it was to realize, simply had to be accepted. The unfortunate archer turned his gaze, full of deep despair and silent prayer, from the little girl lying lifelessly and motionless on the cold floor to the completely unperturbed and calm teacher, and he absolutely did not know what to do now. In a state of complete, profound, and all-consuming despair, he, in a voice trembling with rage and helplessness that overwhelmed him, desperately asked to immediately kill both of them, that is, himself and his beloved daughter, right here and now, on this very spot. He also added in the heat of his uncontrollable anger and deep sorrow that the very same Sona hospital that had earlier so callously and categorically refused them vital medical care would undoubtedly very soon suffer at his vengeful hand and share their unenviable fate. Young, he thought, with undisguised anxiety and worry, that this entire already extremely tense situation was rapidly and steadily worsening literally with every passing minute. And these two highly experienced healers, Teacher Peak and his assistant Juho, were behaving completely calmly. Master Peak, after a short silence, even told this enraged and hopeless archer quite calmly that his will undoubtedly belonged only to himself, but in this particular and unfortunate case, his and his daughter's lifeless corpses would slowly rot in the market square. Hearing these chilling and threatening words from the esteemed master, the unfortunate archer's body was almost completely covered in dense and ominous energy, and he seemed to be completely ready to end it all once and for all at any second. Because of all these tragic and rapidly developing events, he simply could not calmly and indifferently watch this small and innocent girl slowly die, and he still managed to convince everyone present to carefully place her on a stretcher. It was very, very difficult to do this, given the general tension and fear of the archer, but he still managed to do it, showing unexpected persistence and eloquence in his convictions addressed to adult and experienced men. At that moment, everyone present involuntarily felt that if it weren't for his timely and decisive intervention, the grief-stricken demon archer would have absolutely, and without the slightest hesitation, simply killed Master Peak, and then it would have all ended even more horribly. But after a short time, not even the slightest trace of the recent unbridled aggression remained on the face of the grief-stricken archer, and only that deep and all-forgiving calm appeared that was so characteristic of a truly caring and loving father. He watched this unexpected change in the archer's behavior with hidden hope and some relief, sincerely hoping that everything could still be somehow fixed, and that for the little girl all was not yet lost completely, and irrevocably. When it comes to the life of your own dearly beloved child, such human feelings as pride, self-love, and resentment inevitably and quite naturally recede into the background, giving way to more important things. The archer, unexpectedly for everyone, in a quiet and remorseful voice, asked for forgiveness from those present, sincerely admitting that he had indeed lived a completely dishonest and wrong life for a very long time, and that his natural powers of observation had noticeably dulled because of this. Then this demon archer looked at the young man, he with such a strange and almost inhuman gaze that he could not even immediately understand who or what exactly this piercing and heavy gaze of his, full of incomprehensible emotions, was so similar to. Young, he could not fully understand and analyze what exactly was so unusual and disturbing in this strange and intent gaze of a completely unfamiliar, but obviously very dangerous person who had just almost committed something terrible. The demon archer himself, apparently, also could not fully understand his own complex feelings and emotions, because his face at that moment looked amazingly beautiful and even femininely tender, as if it were a skillfully made mask hiding his true experiences. It was as if the young he had completely frozen in place and was unable to move, even if that demon archer suddenly decided to mercilessly kill everyone around him except for him alone. That was how strong this numbness was. He realized with gratitude that his esteemed teacher actually valued him very highly and sincerely as his student, and it was quite obvious to him that to reach such professional heights as Master Peak meant that he would inevitably see many more deaths than the average rank and file warrior. The boy knew very well that the healer's son was a rather mysterious and extraordinary person, and a mere mortal, no matter how much he wanted to, would not be able to fully understand his strange and contradictory nature, full of secrets and omissions. However, the other healer, Don, at least outwardly looked like a completely ordinary and unremarkable person, which, undoubtedly, was very confusing, and did not allow one to form any definite and unambiguous opinion about him at first glance. What irritated and infuriated the demon archer most in the behavior of the healer's son was the undeniable fact that he always and under any circumstances tried to avoid any direct conflict, preferring to remain in the shadows. Carefully placing his large and strong hands on the thin shoulders of the young he, the archer asked him for forgiveness in a quiet and sincere voice for daring to raise his hand against his highly respected teacher in the heat of his anger and despair. Then he began again to tearfully and persistently beg him to save his only and dearly beloved daughter, endlessly repeating his desperate requests over and over again, clinging to this last and illusory hope of her salvation. Young, he vividly recalled his recent fit of rage and utter despair, as well as the powerful and almost tangible energy that had filled the air around them like a dense cloud, and this energy was stronger and more dangerous than any poison he knew. Despite the fact that this was a completely different, unfamiliar world to him, he, although still a child by local standards, quite clearly felt that the time had finally come for him to act decisively and without delay, taking the initiative into his own hands. He was determined to get down to business immediately, since this was exactly the same hospital, with similar problems and difficulties, as the one in his past, long-forgotten life on Earth, and this experience could be useful to him. While the three of them were in the operating room, carefully checking the little girl's condition and thinking hard about whether they would be able to cure her at all, Young. He was not completely confident in success, because without modern equipment, it was very difficult. After a rather lengthy and thorough medical examination, the three of them, namely Master Peak, Juho, and Young He, gathered together for a discussion, and the teacher was about to say something important. But before that, he asked that everything he said remain only in this room. The person who attacked the girl apparently used a very strong and destructive megajutsu technique, and his overall fighting technique was quite specific and very unique, as it was the so-called unarmed fist fighting technique. This important circumstance could well mean that their mysterious and cruel enemy, by his origin or affiliation, belongs to some specific and possibly very influential warrior clan, known for its special fighting techniques. In particular, as the teacher suggested, It could be a representative of the John F.A. clan or the so-called Pecto Union, and it was this alarming guess that the experienced mentor told his two assistants, he and Juho, lowering his voice. John F.A., as the teacher explained, was a fairly large and influential association consisting of 5 different unions, but he expressed some surprise as to why the Safa clan was not behind this terrible crime this time, as was usually the case. Ultimately, it didn't matter at all what exactly was the original cause of this conflict, because the attack on a defenseless and innocent child in itself is a completely unthinkable, vile, and unforgivable act for any normal person. In the original plot of that novel, which the young he remembered so well, the unfortunate Archer was never able to find the real culprit and customer of that brutal attack on his family and the subsequent tragic death of his little daughter. If the attacker really is a member of the powerful John F.A. clan, then, in the teacher's opinion, he will never, under any circumstances, admit to what he did, no matter how terrible and disgusting the crime against the child committed by him or on his orders was. Young he, gathering all his courage and determination into a fist, finally and irrevocably decided for himself what exactly he would do next in this difficult and confusing situation, and he was ready for any consequences of his choice. The case of this unfortunate Archer, in his opinion, was exclusively his personal affair and his concern, and their common and main task now was to try by all means available to them to save the life of this small and innocent patient, his daughter. Hearing these unexpectedly bold and decisive words from the young he, the experienced teacher Peak saw in him real, genuine courage and strength of character, which were so rare at his young age and aroused involuntary respect. Children, as a rule, are not at all characterized by such a somewhat indifferent and even detached attitude towards someone else's grief, and this unexpectedly reminded the teacher himself of his own, not the most pleasant and negative feature of his complex character, which he tried to hide. However, this new knowledge and such an unconventional approach to the situation could prove to be very useful for them in this particular case, and therefore the all-wise teacher Peak ultimately fully agreed with the proposal and plan of his young student. It was time to act without further delay, and all 3 healers moved even closer to the little girl lying motionless on the operating table, preparing for the complex and risky procedure to save her life. The girl, as their joint examination showed, had suffered extensive tissue necrosis due to a ruptured intestine, and although the operation was technically possible, it was associated with a very high risk for her weakened body and did not guarantee success. The main question now was whether she would be able to survive this complicated and lengthy operation at all, and in order to carry it out, they absolutely had to get official consent from a member of her family, and Young. He told the teacher and Juho that he would take it upon himself. When he walked out of the operating room into the hallway, he immediately called the little girl's father for a serious and difficult face-to-face conversation to discuss all the possible options and their consequences for the child. He calmly and in great detail explained to the grief-stricken father that in this critical situation they had only 2 possible courses of action, and each of them had its advantages and very serious disadvantages. The first of the options he proposed was the so-called painless death in sleep. Master Peak could conduct a special session and ease her unbearable suffering, significantly reducing the pain until the very moment when her weak breathing finally stopped. The second, much riskier option was to desperately fight for her little life until the very end, not giving up trying until the last second, despite all the existing difficulties and very low chances of success. It would have been possible to attempt a complex surgical operation, but if it failed or unforeseen complications arose, her small body would have been completely impossible to restore, and the procedure itself would have been extremely painful and excruciating for the child. The girl's father was completely unable to hold back his bitter and burning tears of despair at these words, but he also understood perfectly well that this proposal was 100 times better than the previous empty statements of the first doctor about a supposedly guaranteed cure. For the young man, this unfortunate and grief-stricken man, Chin A, was a complete stranger, and he also saw his little daughter for the very first time in his life today. So the final and most important decision remained solely with the girl's father. Only he alone, as her biological father, knew his dearly beloved child much better than anyone else in this world, and only he could make this fateful and difficult decision for him about her future destiny. At this most difficult moment of decision-making for him, the father of the little girl suddenly began to remember her constant, cheerful, and so infectious smile, as well as how much she always loved to play and overcome various obstacles with excitement. She was always a very energetic, cheerful, and happy girl, and he, to his great regret, never had time to tell her the whole truth about what he was actually doing in his difficult and dangerous life. She still completely naively and sincerely believed that her beloved daddy was just an ordinary wandering warrior named Kanho, who travels the world and does noble deeds, like the heroes from her favorite fairy tales. One day, she even told him with delight that she really wanted to follow in his footsteps when she grew up, diligently study various martial arts, and eventually become as strong and brave a warrior as he was. But now, looking at her lifeless little body, it seemed to him with bitterness that her beloved father had been too late and unforgivably late with his help, and had been unable to protect her from trouble, failing to live up to her childhood hopes and dreams. And then, after she had been so cruelly beaten by those unknown scoundrels, she, barely moving her lips, told him that she would probably never be able to become as strong and skillful as he was. Barely having the strength to say these words due to the injuries and severe pain she had received, she nevertheless proudly added that, despite everything, she still fought very well and bravely against the attackers, defending herself to the last. At that very tragic moment, the desperate archer felt like a real last liar and a pathetic coward, since he absolutely did not want to see condemnation in her innocent eyes and continue to live in this humiliating poverty and obscurity. He blamed himself for everything that had happened, sincerely considering himself a very bad and irresponsible father who was unable to ensure the safety and happiness of his only and dearly beloved child, his little daughter. Kneeling down again before the young man, he no longer asked, but literally begged him to cure his daughter, since in this young man he saw his last and only chance for salvation, his last hope. Then he sank heavily to his knees again, and in a voice breaking with despair asked the sky why such an innocent and pure child should die so horribly instead of him, such a sinful and unworthy person as he. His unbearable mental pain and deep suffering were clearly felt in every word he uttered and in every gesture he made, and the young man he clearly saw and understood how much this unfortunate and completely grief-stricken man was suffering. After a short time, the young man. He returned to the operating room and in a quiet but firm voice informed the teacher and Juho, who were waiting for him, that his difficult conversation with the girl's father was finally over. He also briefly added that he had very thoroughly and honestly explained all the options that existed at the moment and all their possible grave consequences to this archer, and after much thought, he had nevertheless chosen to continue the desperate struggle for life. Immediately after this important message of his, a unanimous decision was made to act as quickly and decisively as possible, and the experienced Juho immediately began to carefully prepare everything necessary for the upcoming complex and very risky operation. Hospitals, as we know, have absolutely nothing beautiful or attractive to the average person. Within their walls, there is always an atmosphere of constant anxiety and tension. There is always an almost tangible and oppressive atmosphere of constant and all-consuming anxiety for the life and health of patients. It is a place where hope struggles with despair. Numerous relatives of patients are constantly and greatly worried about the life and health of their dearly loved ones who are in the hands of doctors. They pray for a successful outcome and a speedy recovery. And all the medical staff of the hospital, without exception in turn, are constantly worried that all the actions they undertake will go well and successfully. They bear a huge responsibility for the lives of other people. After some time, quite short, but which seemed like an eternity, all the instruments and devices necessary for the operation were finally carefully prepared and laid out. They were sterile and ready to be used at any moment. All the medicines that Young He had previously asked to be prepared were also already in place and ready for use, and he himself, having resolutely rolled up the sleeves of his clothes, was completely ready to act, and all that was left for them now was not to give up. Upon closer and more detailed examination of the little girl, it was finally determined that she had suffered a massive and very dangerous rupture of her liver. This vital organ had been seriously damaged as a result of the attack. Her delicate liver had literally crumbled like soft tofu from the force of the blow, and the attacker's well-known Zhang technique had also punctured her small intestine in several places. It was unusual and even surprising that her fragile ribs remained completely intact after such a strong blow. Young He could not understand how she managed to live for 15 whole days in such a terrible and critical condition, and this was a real miracle. After a short discussion, they all left the operating room together to consult again and finally decide whether they had everything they needed to perform such a complex and risky operation on the child's vital organs. As Young He had asked him earlier, the experienced Juho tried to do everything in his power as quickly and carefully as possible. He understood that in this situation, every second was precious, and their lives depended on their coordinated actions. After he handed over the pipes he had just made to the young man, Hey, Juho was amazed and delighted to hear him say that it was simply incredible how quickly and efficiently everything had been done. Only the highly experienced Juho could make them so quickly and at the same time so well, the more the young. He watched his work, the more various questions he had about this amazing invention of his for blood transfusion, because it took him very little time. Teacher Peak asked Young He with some doubt in his voice if they were really going to use this rather simple-looking device for such a serious procedure as transfusing blood from one person to another. Young He confidently explained to him that this little girl would definitely not be able to survive without an immediate and copious transfusion of suitable blood for her, as she had lost too much of her own, and her condition was critical. The blood needed for the transfusion could easily be taken from her biological father by simply connecting their blood vessels with this special tube, which was quite a risky procedure, but the only possible one in their circumstances. The girl's father, hearing this proposal without a second's hesitation, said that he was ready to do absolutely anything if it would somehow help save his only and dearly beloved daughter from imminent death, and there was determination in his eyes. After some more time, which was spent on final preparations and checks, all three of them stood silently at the small operating table, where a small and fragile-looking girl lay motionless and unconscious, waiting for the operation to begin. Young He was about to perform what was called a posterolateral chest dissection on the patient, and in order to do this correctly and safely, she had to be very carefully laid on her side in a strictly defined position. Then a very precise and careful incision had to be made between her ribs to provide a good view of the surgical field. In Murim, such an incision is usually made with a special Keijian instrument, and then everything was stitched back together, and the result promised to be promising. All this time, Teacher Peak simply silently and very carefully watched how confidently and professionally Young He worked, without interfering with his actions and without giving any advice or instructions, completely trusting his knowledge. Teacher Peak clearly saw in the polished and confident movements of the Young He the highest skill and experience of a man who had already successfully performed such complex operations more than once, perhaps even hundreds of times, and this was not just amazing, but truly impressive. Not only the highly experienced Teacher Peak, but also his loyal assistant Juho also noticed with undisguised surprise that the level of skill and practical abilities of this young man was extremely and even abnormally high for his age and supposed experience. They both had never seen anything even remotely similar to this before, and so they thought that his deep knowledge and unique skills definitely did not belong to this world. They most likely came to him from above, from some higher powers. At this most crucial and tense moment, Young He was completely and undividedly focused solely on the complex operation he was conducting, paying absolutely no attention to the people around him and their possible thoughts or reactions to his actions. Now it was time to make the main and most important incision to minimize possible blood loss, using the Hogan Somis instrument. All blood toxins and other harmful fluids that interfere with the operation had to be absorbed from the patient's body. Meanwhile, the demon archer, who was nearby, made a desperate decision to transfer his entire source of life energy, Qin Yi, to his little daughter, in order to somehow try to save her fading life and give her a chance to recover without thinking about the consequences. During this rather lengthy and very energy-consuming transmission of Qing Yi from father to daughter, Master Peak will enhance the targeted healing effect by constantly replenishing her vital energy with his own power to support her weakened body. They were all gathered here in this small operating room for only one single and most important purpose: to try, with joint efforts, to save this one small and innocent child from an inevitable and so unfair death. Soon, all that was left to do to complete the main part of the operation was to carefully connect and stitch all the damaged tissue back together. But at that very moment, Teacher Peak noticed with alarm that the girl's blood pressure began to drop sharply and dangerously. Young. He wondered why this was happening, because although Qin Yi was still not enough for full recovery, it had already begun to actively penetrate the girl's body and should have had a positive effect on her condition, and not the other way around. To everyone's surprise, Young, he quickly and decisively stuck his hand right into the open cut on the little patient's body, trying to feel the cause of the problem and immediately eliminate it, since there was no time to think. None of those observing his actions at that moment even had time to realize what exactly he was doing, and why he took such a risky and unconventional action, since everything happened too quickly and unexpectedly for them. But suddenly, he opened his eyes sharply, and an expression of understanding appeared on his face. For him, this was quite expected, since he already had some assumptions about the possible reason for the deterioration of her condition during the operation. He immediately informed the others present in the operating room that, in addition to everything else, the girl also had a ruptured spleen, which they had not noticed during the initial examination due to more obvious damage to other organs. Only now, after hearing his words, did they finally realize that they had been too focused, and unnecessarily, on the obvious damage to the liver and intestines. They had overlooked this other, equally dangerous rupture of a vital organ. It was very difficult to immediately notice this dangerous rupture of the spleen because it was located in the hypochondrium and was hidden by other organs. But the liver, in his opinion, was already recovering, and it was necessary to just be very careful, since there was still a chance for salvation. However, without such an important organ as the spleen, her immunity will be significantly and irreversibly weakened in the future, and she will have to spend the rest of her life in some safe and sterile place, constantly taking care of her health. And this difficult operation would also mean for her a complete and final end to all her childhood dreams of one day becoming as strong and famous a warrior as her father, and that was very sad. However, it was now vital to understand exactly how serious this newly discovered injury was, and so they all decided to try to avoid another complex and risky surgery if possible. Teacher Peak asked the young he to rely not only on his own strength and knowledge in this critical situation, but also on the help of other experienced healers, because although he himself was younger and weaker, his name was already known to everyone for a reason. Teacher Peak could help treat the spleen using his unique tissue repair technique that he had previously demonstrated to young he, but that had only been done on an ordinary tree, not on a living person. Having carefully inserted a special thin needle into the girl's body at a certain point, Teacher Peak began to slowly transfer his internal energy to her, and her pulse, which had almost died out before, gradually recovered to more or less normal levels, giving hope. Fortunately, the ruptured spleen that was discovered was relatively small in size, and, more importantly, it occurred in a fairly favorable location for treatment, which significantly increased the chances of her successful and complete recovery without surgery. However, this circumstance in no way detracted from the well-known fact that Master Peng, or Peak, was and remained the best and most skilled doctor in the entire vast world of martial arts, and his impeccable reputation was well-deserved, but young. He now needed to fully concentrate on completing the main operation, as this was absolutely not the time to be distracted by extraneous thoughts or admiring someone else's skill, because the operation was not yet finished, and it was necessary to act quickly. The long, thin needle in his skilled hands was already quickly and confidently stitching up the last wounds on the little patient's body. These were the very last and very important touches of this incredibly complex and lengthy surgical operation to save her life. Immediately after this, the young man, still a child by the standards of their world, literally collapsed, exhausted, onto the cold stone floor of the operating room, and exclaimed with great relief that it was finally all over and he had done it. During this entire tense and very responsible operation, he had not even kept track of how much time had passed since its beginning, and now he felt completely and utterly exhausted, like a lemon squeezed to the last drop. When Teacher Peak came to him lying on the floor, he immediately and very sincerely praised him for the work he had done, calling him a good and brave man because he had just saved a small child from certain death, which was worthy of all praise. But the young man, in response to this praise, modestly told his mentor that he should not thank him alone for this success, but first of all should thank himself, that is, the teacher, for his invaluable help and support. In response to these words of his student, the highly experienced Teacher Peak said that he should not say that, because one day he himself would be able to use this unique and complex healing technique even on himself, his teacher. However, the problem now was that Master Peak himself had also used up almost all of his internal strength and energy reserves during this operation, helping the girl and his student, and he was very weak. He, like the young man, risked absolutely everything he had, all his strength and knowledge, just to try to save this one small and completely unknown child from an inevitable and such an unfair death. He had almost completely lost all his internal energy, which he had accumulated for so long and with such difficulty over many years of persistent training and meditation, and now he felt completely empty and very weak. At that very moment of complete exhaustion, Teacher Peak quietly said that he also needed to lie down immediately and rest for a while. And immediately after these words, he began to slowly and heavily sink to the floor, losing consciousness. They excitedly asked him to wake up, calling him master and gently shaking him by the shoulders, but he fell limply to the floor, and from this sharp fall even his unchanging mask flew off his pale and exhausted face, revealing his true appearance. The boy could be heard screaming loudly, desperately begging for some kind of help, but unfortunately there was no one nearby who could lend him a hand or provide any kind of support at that moment. Despite all the suffering, over time the guy, according to his feelings, began to gradually get used to this constant and oppressive feeling of internal emptiness and pain, as if it had become a part of his existence. He was told that his life would be short, and they asked him if he had thought about how exactly he would like to spend his remaining time, what wishes to fulfill, or what tasks to complete. The medicine contained poison, but it was used as a strong painkiller that could temporarily dull the excruciating pain, although it was not a real cure or salvation in his situation. This was the only thing they could offer him as help or relief from his condition. They simply had no other options or means to support his health. Relatives of patients who had little time to live did not express concern about the use of such drugs, probably understanding the hopelessness of the situation and wanting to somehow alleviate the suffering of their loved ones. This may have been because the drugs dulled the pain a little, making the patient's last days or hours less painful and giving them some temporary relief from their suffering. Remembering the past, he once felt absolutely nothing, standing on the ruins of his destroyed home and swearing revenge on those who burned it and killed his family, although by fate he should have been the first in his family to die. But it turned out differently. It was said that this was the story of the teacher, and Yuo, picking up the unconscious body on his shoulders, began to run, calling on everyone around him to give way and not hinder him from moving as quickly as possible. He ran with all his might, as fast as he could, pushing aside everyone who got in his way, trying to get the teacher to a safe place as quickly as possible, or to provide him with the necessary assistance. It was reported that the boy was instantly captivated by him upon their first meeting, as Yuo possessed something so special that the boy himself was sorely lacking in his life or character. This was probably why he admired him so much, and it was definitely not envy, but a completely different feeling, brighter and more sincere, that arose from the first glance at this man. It was precisely admiration, or a certain feeling, very similar to admiration, which evoked deep respect and a desire to imitate this person in something important to oneself. The young man immediately rushed to run after them in order to provide as much help or support as possible in the current situation, wanting to be useful and not to remain on the sidelines of what was happening. Moonlight penetrated through the window, and its soft rays flooded the entire room, filling the space with a mysterious and calm glow, creating a special atmosphere of night and anticipation. After some time, the teacher was already lying in bed. His condition had apparently stabilized, and he was in more comfortable conditions after the ordeal or incident he had experienced. He began to open his eyes and noticed that he was at home, and immediately asked what time it was, wanting to understand how much time had passed and what had happened since he lost consciousness. But no one answered him, and he stood up, noticing that he had been sleeping right on his bed, sitting on a chair and resting his head on the bed, which indicated that someone had carefully laid him down. Could he really have been here all this time? The teacher wondered, as he looked down and saw the boy's hand resting on his arm, a sign of the student's care and presence nearby. At that moment, Yuo entered the room, who also waited a long time for his mentor to come to his senses, feeling worried and concerned about his condition after what happened. The teacher immediately asked Yuo why he was there, wanting to understand the reason for his presence and find out what exactly had happened while he was unconscious. Yuo replied that he had resisted and made up absurd reasons to stay by his mentor's side, not wanting to leave him alone in that state and wanting to help him. He said that he wanted to cure him with the 5 elements Shimbop technique, but the teacher stopped him with an outstretched hand and asked him to stop making excuses or justifications for his presence. After this, a slight smile appeared on the teacher's face, which testified to his understanding of the situation and, perhaps, some affection from the persistence and concern of his student. He looked at the boy and realized that it was like trying to pour water into the sea, meaning that the student's efforts, no matter how sincere, could not significantly change his condition. The small amount of Qingyi that the boy was able to pass on to the teacher was of little help, as its strength was insufficient to make a significant impact on the teacher's grave condition. However, the pain subsided a little, perhaps because he tried many times to restore the disturbed balance in the teacher's body, and these attempts, although weak, brought a little relief. It was important that the boy used a lot of fire, metal, and wood energy, but he was still learning, so the effect of his efforts was weak and insufficient to make any serious changes. Peng told Yuo that his personality was very similar to his own, but their energies were different, indicating each person's individual characteristics and differences in their abilities or potential. At this point, the teacher began to use his energy to help, although Yuo asked him to stop because the teacher himself needed rest after the shock he had suffered. However, the teacher was confident that there was nothing to worry about. Despite the imbalance in his body, he would be able to transfer some of his energy to support and help his student without harming himself. He held his head, transmitting energy, which symbolized not only physical help, but also spiritual support. The connection between teacher and student in difficult times. Thanks to this boy, the teacher had a desire to live for the first time in a long time. He wanted to see he grow up and become part of the Kano clan as soon as possible, which gave him strength and hope. After a while, they were both on their feet, and he brought the teacher some tea, showing concern and attention to his well-being after the recent events, demonstrating his affection. The teacher laughed as he discussed the situation in which he had lost consciousness and was glad that everything had turned out well, feeling relieved that the danger had passed and he was safe. It was said that he was very scared and worried about his teacher. His feelings were sincere and deep, which showed how dear his mentor was to him. This was an understatement. Rather, he felt a real, universal emptiness, a sense of loss and despair at the thought of what could happen to his teacher, who had become very close to him. Chai stood at the bedside of his teacher, his presence expressing devotion and readiness to be there at any moment, supporting his mentor in his illness or weakness. Although he had often had to deal with the death of patients, he had never experienced such a deep emotional shock as he experienced when he saw his teacher suffer. He felt as if he was losing his father, which emphasized the depth of his affection, and perceived the teacher not just as a mentor, but as a close and dear person. In such a short period of time, he began to perceive his teacher as a member of the family, which spoke of the rapid formation of a strong emotional connection and the special significance of this figure in his life. Perhaps the reason was that he grew up in an orphanage and always felt like he was missing something, some important element that gives him a sense of fulfillment and belonging. It was like an unquenchable thirst that could not be quenched, a constant feeling of lack of something important that affected his emotional state and perception of the world. Perhaps thanks to the teacher, this thirst became weaker. His presence and care gradually filled the inner emptiness, giving him a feeling of acceptance and belonging. At this point, the teacher started talking about how strange this feeling was and said that he was sorry that he was making others worry, but at the same time it was nice to see that someone cared about him. Now the teacher understood why the clan elders weakened in front of their students, because it was the students who became their support and the continuation of their work, causing strong emotional attachments. The old man grumbled in the hopes of getting attention, but Pan never thought it could affect him so much emotionally or change his views on relationships. But all this happened precisely because he had a student who became a source of new feelings, experiences, and responsibility for him, changing his usual way of life. Suddenly there was a loud cough, and all the food and tea flew off along with the tray that was on his lap, creating a mess and indicating a sharp deterioration in his condition. He instantly jumped up and saw blood coming from the teacher's mouth along with a cough, which caused great fear and an understanding of the seriousness of the situation, requiring immediate action. The teacher covered his mouth with his hand, but could not stop the bleeding. His face expressed pain and helplessness in the face of a sudden health problem. Frightened, he asked him to hold on and said that he would bring Yuo right away, hoping that he could help or knew what to do in such an emergency. Yuo and Chan rushed forward like the wind, without stopping for a moment, striving to reach the teacher as quickly as possible and provide him with the necessary assistance at a critical moment. Yuo begged Chan to keep moving and not stop until the very end, encouraging him and urging him to do his best to make it on time. Chan tried to run even faster, but he felt his strength gradually leaving him. Every step was difficult, but he did not give up, driven by concern for the teacher. Their goal was getting closer and closer, every step bringing them closer to the decisive moment of saving or helping their mentor, whose condition was causing serious concern. Very soon they would reach their destination, where the teacher was, and they hoped to make it before it was too late to do anything. They flew into the room where their mentor Peak sat, whose presence inspired hope that help was still possible and the situation was not completely hopeless. Without hesitation, they ran up to their teacher, their eyes clearly showing concern and worry for his condition, their faces expressing genuine concern and fear. Yuo carefully supported his mentor, holding his hands tightly, providing physical and moral support in difficult times, showing his devotion. At that very moment, healing pills prepared for the teacher in the hope that they could ease his condition or help him cope with the attack poured into Peak's palm. Chong begged his teacher to come to his senses and take the medicine, his voice trembling with excitement and fear. He really wanted his mentor to get better. They began to carefully pour water to make it easier for him to swallow the pills, showing care and attention to every detail, trying to make the process of taking the medicine as comfortable as possible. Chong watched his teacher with hope, waiting for him to regain consciousness, his eyes filled with a prayer for the recovery of his mentor, who was very important to him. After some time, they turned to him again, hoping that he was feeling better, their voices full of expectation and desire to hear a positive answer. Peak slowly opened his eyes and said in a tired voice that he was fine. Although his appearance said otherwise, he tried to calm his students. The boys calmed down a little, but realized that this was probably not the first time their teacher had been in such a state, which made the situation even more alarming and serious. In reality, everything looked much more serious than was described in the novel. Reality turned out to be much harsher and more frightening than the fictional narrative. The description of events in the novel did not evoke any particular emotions because, although the character was incredible, he still remained secondary. His role was not central. Moreover, he died early in the novel, which made his story less important to the main plot and did not allow the reader to deeply understand his fate. At this point, the teacher's breathing began to gradually return to normal, which was the first sign of improvement in his condition and brought relief to those present. Yuo noticed that the teacher needed rest and decided not to disturb him, realizing that peace was more important than any conversation or action right now. The teacher extended his hand to Chong and told him that it was time to learn how to measure the Qingyi pulse, because he would not find another such patient to practice with anywhere else using this unique opportunity. Besides, he and the teacher had the same Qingyi, so even if he made a mistake, there would be no serious consequences. The teacher asked him to sit down, and Chong pulled out a chair, ready to begin teaching. He already knew the theory, so it was time to hone his skills in practice, applying the acquired knowledge in real conditions under the guidance of an experienced mentor. The teacher asked him to close his eyes and concentrate on Kugal, which meant controlling internal energy, explaining that Kugal was a comprehensive method of controlling the body, breathing, stances, defenses, and attacks. During this process, one could neither open one's eyes nor speak, requiring complete concentration and immersion in internal sensations and energy flows. Both immersed themselves in the practice, and energy began to form around the boy's hand, which held the teacher's pulse, creating an invisible connection and allowing one to feel the internal currents. Chong closed his eyes and delved deeper and deeper into his sensations, trying to catch the subtle changes and flows of energy inside the teacher's body. He began to feel many different sensations that were previously inaccessible to his perception, discovering a new world of internal energies and processes. At first, it reminded him of ultrasound waves, invisible but perceptible, penetrating inside and allowing one to feel the structure and movement of energy. He was able to feel his body from the inside, sense every organ, every flow of energy, which was a completely new and amazing experience for him. His internal force gradually moved along the keg, and his pulse and Qingyi, the path through which energy circulated, became perceptible, indicating that he had mastered the Kugami, reaching a new level of mastery. It became easy to understand how serious the teacher's condition was by sensing the disturbances in the energy flows and the weakness of his vital forces through the pulse and Qingyi. After this, he was to follow the Kugami and bring the energy to the end as the teacher ordered, completing the process of diagnosis and possibly treatment or stabilization of the condition. Chan closed his eyes and concentrated more and more on the internal energy, trying to feel and understand its state and movement as accurately as possible. When the teacher asked how things were going, he replied that he had no idea how bad it was, honestly acknowledging the difficulty of the situation and the uncertainty of the prognosis. Indeed, nothing could be hidden from the teacher. His insight and understanding of the student were so deep that any attempts to hide the truth were pointless. But clenching his fist, he firmly promised the teacher that he would cure him. His words sounded decisive and confident, expressing an unwavering will and desire to help. At first, Peak thought the boy would be scared, but now he realized that his resolve had only strengthened when faced with the reality of his teacher's illness. Yuo stood nearby and watched carefully, his presence conveying support and a willingness to help if needed. Chan was willing to treat the teacher no matter what, and the teacher, seeing this, said, "Okay, let's try together," accepting the student's proposal and expressing willingness to cooperate. A few days later, the following event occurred, changing the course of history or introducing new details into the narrative of the characters' lives. There were sounds of conversation behind the door, where the father was talking to his daughter, not believing that she had survived some kind of incident or difficult situation. He hugged her, blaming himself for what had happened, sitting by her bed, his face expressing deep remorse and pain from the realization of his possible guilt. He couldn't hold back his tears. His emotions overwhelmed him at the sight of his daughter, who seemed to have come back to life after the danger. But his daughter did not understand what had happened and begged him to explain, and he cried and hugged her so tightly that she had difficulty breathing. And then the girl could not stand it and screamed loudly to her father, asking him not to let her go, expressing her fear and desire to stay close to him. But he was overwhelmed with emotion because of how happy he was to see her alive and well. His joy was so strong that he couldn't control his feelings. For the young girl, the archer's daughter, it was very unusual, and even a little strange to so clearly feel all those numerous and significant changes that gradually occurred in her own body after the treatment she received, and the beginning of intensive training to restore her vitality. This was a completely new feeling for her. The girl felt that in her dantian, the center of concentration of internal energy, there was much more Qingyi than ever before, which indicated a significant restoration or increase in her vitality. Moreover, according to her inner feelings, she clearly felt that she had become much stronger than she had been before the illness or the incident, as if the trials she had experienced had tempered her spirit and body. At that very moment, Chan, together with his teacher, entered her room and, seeing the girl, was sincerely happy, noticing that she felt much better and could already stand on her feet on her own. Her father, seeing them, immediately jumped up from his seat and quickly ran up to those who entered, expressing his excitement and, perhaps, gratitude for their arrival or help to his daughter. A moment later, he was already kneeling right in front of them, expressing his deepest gratitude and sincerely thanking them for the invaluable help they had provided and literally saved his daughter, helping her survive. He repeated his words of gratitude over and over again, his voice shaking with emotion, showing how much he appreciated what had been done for his daughter. Even the girl began to ask her father to stop crying, saying that she felt much better, and now she herself was worried about her parents' condition. But when asked how he was feeling, he said he would probably no longer be able to use his old mui, his fighting style, as his body had changed. However, his daughter was alive, and that was enough. He believed that the current level of his mui would be quite enough for him in the future. This could be due to the fact that he had previously used innate Qingyi, and since then, his appearance had changed significantly, reflecting internal transformations or losses. This was understandable, since innate Qingyi was made up of a person's life energy and had a different strength than normal Qingyi. By the way, normal Qingyi would have been enough to heal him, but now the demon archer had become a lower-ranked warrior. After that, he remembered what the girl had said earlier about her mui becoming stronger, and this news made him deeply satisfied and happy for his daughter. Nothing else pleased him so much as this news of his daughter's increased strength. It was the most important and pleasant event for him. Peak decided to go over and check his daughter's pulse again, out of concern and wanting to make sure she was stable after the crisis. Sitting down next to her, he placed his hand on her pulse and asked her to sit still so that he could accurately determine the rhythm and strength of the energy flow. Then he closed his eyes, concentrating on the sensations to better feel the internal currents and the state of the girl's body. Clearly feeling the pulse, he began to count, determining its frequency and characteristics, which was an important diagnostic method in their world. Some time passed, and he still kept his finger on her pulse, intently analyzing the information he was receiving about her condition. Chan watched his teacher's actions closely, learning from him and understanding the importance of this moment for the girl's health. A master who had reached the maximum limit of his strength became a state soldier, which was probably a high assessment of his abilities and achievements in martial arts. It was a touching moment, but in his current state, he could easily be influenced. Such thoughts arose in Chan's mind as he looked at the girl's father. Typically in martial arts novels, the villains first demonstrate impressive mui, which later becomes the basis for the awakening of the protagonist's powers, serving as a kind of catalyst for his development. He could probably take on the role of someone who would sacrifice a lot. The large number of kills had hardened him, made him stronger, but you never know at what point someone who was an enemy might become an ally. Negative characters can be annoying, but they are also considered the coolest or most interesting in terms of plot development and power projection. In the novel, he appears before the confrontation with the heavenly demon begins, which emphasizes his importance to the upcoming events and the main conflict. That's why Chan could take on the role of a thief. His skills and background could make him suitable for the role within the development of the story. Besides, he had lost his martial arts, and because of this, it would be easy to involve him in a conflict. He would have to try to avoid such a scenario, Chan thought, thinking about the possible ways in which things could develop. After a moment, Beck released the girl's hand and said that her veins were now open, which was an important sign of improvement and restoration of energy circulation. They were also called whitefish, and her father was even more shocked to hear this, realizing the significance of this achievement for his daughter's health. Chan listened carefully to what his teacher said, absorbing important information about the girl's condition and treatment methods. The teacher explained that his daughter had been on the verge of death for 15 days, and during that time they had kept her alive with Qingyi, miraculous medicines, and various techniques. Through this treatment, she absorbed everything possible and then received his innate Qing Yi, which became a key factor in her recovery. The fact that the SIGs are open is temporary, and if left as is, they will close again, so further action is needed to consolidate the result. So what the teacher wanted to say was that for 10 days he would need to supply the SIGs with internal energy, keeping them open and active. Doctors will help with acupuncture, and after a 10-day course of treatment, she will be able to live with constantly open SIGs, which will ensure the normal functioning of her energy system. It was wonderful news, and the father was very happy to hear it, his face shining with joy and relief for his daughter. At that moment, the girl could not hold back her tears. She was overwhelmed with emotions of gratitude and joy from the realization of her salvation and impending recovery. She began to thank them and her father, laying her head on his shoulder, expressing her love and appreciation for everything they had done for her. She survived all this thanks to the help of Teacher Baek and Chan. Their efforts and knowledge proved decisive in saving her life and health. Her dad didn't even know how to thank them for their kindness, and that's exactly what he said, his words full of sincere gratitude and embarrassment. Beck noted that his contribution to the case was not so significant, modestly assessing his role and turning his attention to other participants in the events. He then placed his hand on Chan's shoulder and said that if anyone should be thanked, it was him, emphasizing the student's important role in what happened. The girl opened her eyes wide and began to look at him intently, perhaps for the first time truly realizing how important his role had been in saving her. She climbed out of bed and stood up, feeling a surge of strength and a desire to personally express her gratitude to the person who helped her survive. A moment later, she stood right in front of Chan and said that if it weren't for him, she would be dead, sincerely thanking him for saving her life. In response, the guy laughed and said that her father had sacrificed a lot, and he had only helped, downplaying his own merits and emphasizing the role of others. But all's well that ends well, he continued, noting that each of them contributed to the successful outcome of the situation. He then explained to her that she had held on for a very long time, showing incredible resilience and fortitude in the fight for her life. And this was possible only because, despite her young age, she is very strong. Her inner strength and endurance helped her survive the critical moment. Her potential for greatness was evident at such an early age because even as a child she was not an ordinary person. There was already a special strength and determination in her. She was able to survive her first real battle against enemies who were likely Kona, which was a serious test and trial of her strength. Now they are the same age, and Chong is confident that if this girl continues to strive for the top, she will have a great future full of achievements and recognition. Her name would soon be on the lips of every Gangho citizen, Chan predicted, knowing that her abilities and potential would not go unnoticed. With one good deed, Chan helped both the demon archer and the future goddess of the bow. His act had far-reaching consequences for the destinies of these people. After the conversation, the boys' teacher said that they needed to rest, realizing that the events they had experienced had taken a lot of strength from everyone. The protagonist also advised the teacher to get more rest, showing concern for his health and well-being after a recent attack. And in his head, Chan had already matured a plan to attract the demon archer to his side. He saw him as a potential ally. They walked for some time through the bamboo forest, and the archer confessed to the boy that he did not know what to do next. His previous goals and beliefs were shaken. He used to think that revenge was the best option, but now he was afraid that he might not have enough strength to carry out his plans. He often saw warriors following Ku's orders turn from first-class masters into third-rate fighters, losing their strength and skill. And the worst thing is what these people end up doing, and the archer knew this too, realizing how low they could fall. He told the boy all about this during their journey, sharing his experiences and thoughts about life in the world of martial arts. It is thanks to Chan that now everything is not so bad for him because his daughter is alive. What else does a father need? He doesn't need anything else. The only thing he wanted was to be by his daughter's side until she died. His greatest desire was to accompany her until the end of her days. But listening to him, Chan realized that now that the archer was weakened, he would hardly be lucky enough to die a natural death. Danger still lay in wait for him. The thieves from Ganjo may have continued to pursue him, seeing him as easy prey or an object of revenge. That's when what was described in the novel would have happened. Events could have gone their predetermined way if nothing was done. After being defeated by the heavenly demon Harian, he lost his innate Qingyi, but he wasn't upset about it at all, accepting it as a fact. He took it for granted, like the third-rate fighters he had just described, resigned to his fate. If the protagonist does not want to allow this to happen, he needs to act now, intervening in the course of events to change the fate of the archer. "Could you listen to one request of mine?" Chong asked, addressing the archer with a serious expression. Hearing what he said, he immediately stopped and asked what request he was talking about, feeling some surprise. "After all, I would like to understand the principle of your Ungan," Chong said, showing interest in the archer's unique technique. Ungan meant energy attack, a special way of using internal energy in combat or for other purposes. It was not a tactful request, he asked again, doubting the appropriateness of his question. But husband Chin A replied that it was not, and explained that their family had a form of Tung Wugong that allowed them to attack by performing repetitive movements. However, since he didn't have a bow with him, it would have been difficult to show it. A physical tool was important to demonstrate the technique. However, the boy assured him that he only wanted to see, not learn, so he could simply show the movements with an imaginary bow, demonstrating the principle. The man thought about it because he had never tried to perform this technique without a real bow before. It was a new experience for him. But in the end, he agreed and told Chan that he would fulfill his request, ready to show his unique technique to the student. "Because when will we ever see this again?" he added, emphasizing the rarity of such an opportunity and the value of the moment. He asked the boy only one thing. If his movements were awkward, do not think that all archers were like that, showing modesty and fear of being misunderstood. He modestly described himself as a rather inept archer, although his reputation suggested otherwise. Perhaps he was simply being self-critical. "My technique is called the Divine Bow of Destruction," he began to explain to the boy, revealing the name and essence of his skill. He said that their clan of archers came from a Buddhist family that was not a Taoist. Their goal was to achieve nirvana through the realization that comes from selflessness. By repeating the same movements, you fall into self-forgetfulness and can use Ungan, achieving a special state of consciousness necessary for the application of the technique. The wind blew around them, adding to the atmosphere as they stood there, nature seeming to respond to their concentration and actions. The boy realized that probably because the archer had lost almost all of his strength, there was almost no internal energy in his dantian, which made the demonstration of the technique even more amazing. However, the archer began to perform the movements. Despite the lack of visible energy, his body remembered the technique. He mimed drawing an imaginary arrow and then aiming an imaginary bow, his movements smooth and precise. His breathing remained calm. He was in complete control of his body and mind at this moment. His concentration was at its highest, and he closed his eyes to find his balance, completely immersing himself in the inner world. When he opened his eyes, his gaze was completely different, focused and determined, with an unshakable will in it. The boy watched his every move carefully and thought that perhaps this would be his last Ungan right now, feeling the solemnity of the moment. The archer stood motionless, not straining a single extra muscle in his body. All his attention was focused on the upcoming action. And at that moment, the imaginary bowstring flew out of his hand, creating the sensation of a real shot, full of energy. At this moment, the wind became even stronger, as if responding to the release of energy, creating a mystical atmosphere. It felt like a real arrow had been shot out and was flying straight into the bamboo. The effect was so strong that it seemed real. The archer reached for the imaginary arrow again, preparing for another shot or demonstration of technique. But this time, a red bow made of energy appeared in his hands, which became a visible manifestation of his inner strength and skill. The young man wondered inwardly whether he had imagined the phenomenon he had seen when his gaze caught on something completely unexpected and almost unreal in the familiar surroundings, causing him to doubt his own perception. He almost physically felt the powerful collision of the bow shaft with the feathered shaft of the arrow. This sharp impulse echoed throughout his entire body, as if he himself was a part of this ancient weapon. The young man could clearly see the arrows flying rapidly through the air, drawing invisible trajectories in space, each of which was filled with the potential energy and precision of an experienced shooter. This particular arrow, a deep blue in color, cut through the thick air as it traveled towards its target, producing a distinctive, shrill, whistling sound that heralded its imminent arrival. One could clearly feel the texture of her carefully selected plumage and the incredible elastic strength of the bamboo trunk into which she plunged with force, demonstrating the power of the shot and the quality of the material. The archer repeated this precise movement over and over again with incredible tenacity and concentration, honing each element to perfection, striving for ideal form and flawless execution of his technique. He adjusted his stable stance with extreme care and concentration, and completely controlled the rhythm of his deep breathing, achieving harmony between body and mind for maximum precision. It was precisely this meticulous preparation and absolute control over physiological processes that allowed him to perform this complex movement so flawlessly and clearly, and repeat it many times without loss of quality. His measured breathing was deep and rhythmic, like the ticking of an invisible metronome, and his confident grip on the bow was absolutely perfect, ensuring complete control over the weapon at every moment. The flawless grip was followed by a smooth and powerful draw of the bowstring, which the shooter also executed with perfect precision and grace, demonstrating the highest level of his many years of mastery in the art of shooting. Although at that moment there were no real battle arrows or real bows around him, the presence of only the perfect technique of movement, honed to automatism and filled with inner strength, was felt. The result of all these consistent, carefully calibrated actions and deep inner concentration was supposed to be something significant and transformative, the result of a long and persistent spiritual practice. The end result of this complex inner process, he realized, was profound mental anguish, an inevitable ordeal that had to be passed through in order to achieve true enlightenment and mastery. The expression of deep concentration and almost mystical trance on the man's face was truly unsurpassed at that very moment when he felt with his whole being that he was finally doing what he had dedicated his entire long life to. Those precise movements that he repeated with incredible persistence, hundreds, if not thousands of times, have long ceased to be just exercises and have become the very essence of his unique technique. This technique was akin to an ancient sacred prayer that he had mentally or vocally recited countless times until it became part of his being, his breath, and his essence. It was a special mental torment, similar in its strength and uncontrollability to a furious gusty wind and deafening peals of thunder, foreshadowing the inevitable and cleansing storm in his inner world. The wind of change and the thunder of doubt, he felt, were two elements destined by fate itself to meet at a certain moment with the blinding and all-pervading flash of lightning of inner illumination. The secret essence of the unique technique of the divine bow of destruction, as he comprehended, was the principle of endless and selfless giving of energy, in the complete dissolution of oneself in the universal flow. But when you give yourself completely, without reserve, how can you then accumulate the necessary internal energy for the next actions? Chiang asked himself with some bewilderment, reflecting on this paradox. The conclusion that Qian came to after long and hard reflection on this matter was that such archery, in which the archer relies solely on his own limited strength, is akin to slow self-exhaustion and is definitely not the highest martial art. At this very culmination of his deep contemplation, the experienced archer's eyes slowly closed again, plunging him into an even deeper state of inner concentration and meditative contemplation. However, as his eyelids slowly lifted again, revealing a clear and enlightened gaze, Qian's conclusion turned out to be the complete opposite of what he had thought so confidently just a moment ago. What actually had to be given up freely to achieve true mastery, he suddenly realized with startling clarity, was none other than his own immortal soul. At that momentous moment, he felt an even greater unshakable conviction in the correctness of his just formulated words and the deep thoughts that suddenly dawned on him about the nature of the true path of a warrior. And when the young man finally saw that incredible, almost tangible energy that surrounded the figure of the concentrated archer like a powerful halo, he realized that he had witnessed something truly extraordinary. It was an incredibly powerful, all-pervasive energy wave that emanated from the archer, vibrating in the air and felt almost physically, causing awe and admiration in Qian, who watched him. In the very novel that Qian had read, this phenomenon was not described half as vividly and impressively as it actually happened when the archer reached the highest level of mastery called the spiritual bow. It looked incredibly impressive and even a little frightening, as if he was enveloped in mystical yellow ribbons of pure energy that were intricately intertwined with bright red flashes of strength and power. and with each subsequent moment, these amazing energy flows surrounding the archer's figure became more dense, intense, and undeniably powerful, filling everything around with a sense of ancient power. This incredible energy was simultaneously directed both upwards, to the very heavens, and downwards, deep into the earth, creating a powerful energy column connecting worlds and planes of existence. And then, to Cheon's complete amazement, something completely unbelievable happened. Thanks to this powerful, concentrated energy, the archer smoothly rose into the air and easily soared above the surface of the earth, defying gravity. The young man mentally exclaimed in surprise, noting that he was indeed floating in the air, and immediately wondered if the venerable Pugon had reached the legendary state of samadhi, the highest level of enlightenment. However, in the novel, as he remembered, when that character awoke from his trance, he was never able to reach that highest, and desired for many warriors' stage of spiritual development. This meant, undeniably, that the protagonist of this story, which he had witnessed, had succeeded in accomplishing something whose ultimate success he had never doubted for a moment from the very beginning. He simply could not wait to tell his wise teacher everything in detail, to share his observations and this incredible success that he had just witnessed with his own eyes. The young man wanted to tell his mentor that he had indeed succeeded in his mission and that he had managed to revive their future powerful ally, the legendary demon archer, whose power was undeniable. The boy's eyes suddenly lit up with genuine, sincere joy and delight as he fully realized the significance of what had happened and the potential consequences of this miraculous revival for their common cause. At that very tense moment, a certain man with bright, fiery red hair suddenly appeared from behind the dense thickets of tall bamboo, whose appearance was completely sudden and mysterious. Yo quietly said to him that, in her opinion, he really was an unusually unpredictable person, whose actions and decisions were almost impossible to predict in advance. The main character did not expect to see this red-haired girl right behind him so suddenly. Her appearance caught him by surprise and caused some confusion and wariness. The stranger approached him so closely and silently that her presence was not felt at all until the very last moment, which spoke of her incredible secrecy and skill in moving unnoticed. At that particular moment when Yo appeared, the renowned archer was still floating motionless in the air, surrounded by a powerful, energetic glow, completely immersed in his state of deep meditation. Yuho calmly explained that at first, absolutely everyone around him thought that after such a serious loss of his inner life-giving energy, he would very soon become completely incapacitated and weak. However, contrary to all fears, not only did he gain profound spiritual insight, but all of his many wounds were completely healed, and judging from the fact that he had clearly reached the state of Pugong Samadhi, he had also grown significantly in his martial skills. Juho noted his truly excellent work, first as his confidant, the Kansin, and now, after all the events, as a reborn, incredibly powerful archer who had reached new heights. This unexpected compliment from her was, of course, very pleasant for Cheon, but the fact that it sounded from her lips so pointedly cold and distant seemed to him rather strange and alarming. It was because of this noticeable coldness in her voice that the protagonist politely noted that Yo, apparently, did not come here to simply praise his achievements, to which she immediately agreed and confirmed that she had indeed been watching him for quite a long time. She also casually added that she had been thinking quite a lot about something very important and serious lately, and this statement of hers undoubtedly greatly interested and intrigued the main character. The girl, looking him straight in the eyes, quietly but firmly said that she was thinking about whether she should kill him or not, shocking the young man. Immediately after these chilling words, her piercing eyes, which seemed to Cheon like cunning boxes full of secrets, focused directly on the protagonist's uncomprehending eyes. The protagonist's pupils, from what he heard and from her intense gaze, almost instantly and involuntarily widened sharply, revealing his internal shock, mixed with surprise and growing anger. This involuntary physiological manifestation was caused by that strong, all-consuming anger that he suddenly felt with his whole being when she so calmly and casually uttered the terrible word, kill. Immediately after her words, a loud and sharp sound, like the crack of breaking wood, echoed repeatedly from the dense trunks of the surrounding bamboo, breaking the tense silence. A chilling cold instantly ran through Qian's tense body, from head to toe, causing him to involuntarily shudder with a premonition of something very bad and dangerous. He suppressed a shudder with difficulty and asked her directly, trying to keep his voice from betraying his excitement, why she suddenly had the desire to take his life after everything that had happened. She calmly and matter-of-factly answered him that the reason for her thoughts was the fact that her deeply respected teacher was currently literally on the verge of death, barely breathing. The girl also added to her explanation that ever since the protagonist appeared next to her mentor, he had been constantly surpassing himself, pushing his body to the limit. This dangerous situation, according to her, was repeated again and again, time after time, and each time it all inevitably ended with the teacher finding himself on the threshold of death. Chiang, of course, understood all this perfectly well without further ado. He knew very well that when a terminally ill mentor with a very limited life expectancy took on a new student, he was in fact voluntarily agreeing to die even earlier than the time appointed by fate. Therefore, it was not surprising that the highly respected teacher this time almost lost his precious life precisely because of the unintentional actions of the main character and his intervention. After saying this, Zhang slowly turned to the red-haired girl and firmly said that if she really decided to kill him, then their mutual teacher would definitely not just sit back and mourn, to which she immediately replied that this was absolutely true, because he would most likely kill her herself so brutally that his anger would be hard to even imagine. Then Qian, with some hope in his voice, suggested that perhaps in that case she would not be subjected to a painful death, but would simply be quickly and painlessly executed for what she had done. Yuho answered him with a bitter smile, asking him rhetorically whether he really seriously thought that their mutual teacher was such a kind and merciful person, and whether he naively believed that he would just let her die so easily after something like that. She patiently explained to him that he apparently knew his mentor very little about who he really was, since even powerful mages of their circle were sometimes speechless when they accidentally witnessed how infinitely cruel he could sometimes be to her. However, despite all her convincing words, somewhere very deep in his soul, the young man still could not fully believe that his respected and wise teacher was truly capable of such unthinkable and sophisticated cruelty. Qian wondered if Juho had really seen her teacher in a state of uncontrollable rage and knew of his potential for cruelty. Then why would she have deliberately brought him to such a critical state? So the girl's loyalty remained in great doubt for him. Meanwhile, Yo calmly continued to develop her thought, saying that it made no difference to her in what manner she ultimately died, as long as her beloved teacher could live even a little longer after the death of Chan himself. She would consider it a worthy fulfillment of her sacred duty as his faithful and devoted confidant. Immediately after these decisive and selfless words of hers, their intense gazes met again, eye to eye, and in this silent duel one could read a multitude of unspoken emotions and thoughts. In the depths of her piercing eyes, as if on a screen, scenes from the past dear to her heart were reflected for a moment, where their common teacher stroked young Qian's head with tenderness and fatherly care. But in spite of this fleeting sentimental picture, she still had some serious doubts about the correctness of her original intention, which she continued to talk about after a short pause. He asked her carefully, with a hint of hope in his voice, if she had changed her mind about killing him after everything that had been said and experienced together recently. She hesitated a little before answering, and then calmly and even a little detachedly answered him that for now she would simply continue to carefully observe him and his further actions. Immediately after these mysterious words, she slowly began to turn in a completely different direction, obviously intending to leave this place and leave him alone with his thoughts. However, after taking only a few leisurely steps away from him, she suddenly stopped and turned around to ask Chaeyon if he knew the exact name of a very specific and complex human feeling. It was that rare and multifaceted feeling that a person experiences when contradictory emotions rage simultaneously in his soul. Burning indignation, sincere gratitude, and all-consuming quiet joy. And when, precisely at such a difficult psychological moment, the acute and irresistible desire to immediately kill the object of these mixed feelings for some inexplicable reason became even stronger and more obsessive than before. The girl explained that this feeling was called kesa, after which Yo quickly turned around and instantly disappeared into the bamboo thicket, leaving behind the information that kesa is a strong, deeply contradictory emotion that is especially intensified when a person is trapped between intense disgust and an irresistible attraction to someone. Exactly 3 long hours of anticipation and tension had passed since that momentous moment when the mighty demon archer miraculously awakened from his long sleep. After this time, he finally stood before the astonished Cheyenne, solemnly folding his hands in front of his chest in the traditional warrior's salute, fist to fist, with one hand covered by the other on top. His once gray hair had returned to its natural dark shade, and his dry and flabby skin had once again become surprisingly elastic and firm, like that of a young warrior in his prime. He had indeed become significantly younger in appearance, and inwardly, his innate Qingyi life force and acquired Qingyi life force had been completely restored to their peak, which seemed incredible, and it spoke volumes about how wrongly he had been previously considered a mere thief. The reborn warrior bowed deeply and sincerely thanked the young Qian for his invaluable assistance in achieving the legendary level of mastery known as the wagon, which had been the dream of many generations of fighters. The level of wagon, as Qian knew from ancient texts, was one of the highest and most difficult to achieve levels of true mastery in all the martial arts of the vast and harsh world of Murim. In that very novel that so captivated the young man, almost every single warrior of Murima passionately dreamed of someday reaching this cherished level. But in all of the vast Zhongyuan, only a little more than 30 chosen people were able to actually reach this peak. Chang, to be honest, quite sincerely expected that after all the procedures the archer would simply be able to restore his lost vitality and health. But the actual result that he saw many times exceeded all his wildest expectations. The grateful archer, dropping to one knee in front of him in a sign of deep respect, said that he would always remember that very moment when young Chiang extended his helping hand to him at the very moment when he most desperately needed it, and that Chiang not only saved his own life and the life of his only daughter, but also helped him achieve that incredible level of skill that he had secretly dreamed of all his adult life. The archer added with deep emotion in his voice that no gratitude, even the greatest, in the world could fully express and describe all the great and good that this young man had selflessly done for him. Cheon listened very attentively, without missing a single word, to every sincere word, while maintaining the most serious and concentrated expression on his young face, pondering what he had heard. And then, unexpectedly for himself, with a certain amount of irony, he thought to himself that it seemed that he had finally and irrevocably fallen for the hook of this difficult situation and these people. Suddenly, through the dense thickets of tall green bamboo, someone's words were clearly heard, which were addressed to the archer and contained a polite request to his so-called uncle to finally rise from his knees. It was Cheon, who gently but firmly asked him to rise from his kneeling position, because he, frankly speaking, felt very awkward and embarrassed by such a display of respect. However, the mighty archer responded by simply calling him his great benefactor, and immediately said that from now on, he could boldly ask him for absolutely anything his soul desired. The warrior solemnly promised to repay him at all costs for all his boundless kindness and help, even if it took him the rest of his long life. Cheon said, a little sheepishly, that he thought it was unlikely that the payment for his treatment had not already been received by their shared infirmary through the respected teacher, adding that he really just wanted to see his dear Angan as soon as possible. But the steadfast archer, not wanting to retreat from his intention, again persistently asked Chong to tell him exactly how he could best repay him for everything he had done. The boy, seeing his unwavering persistence, sighed and quietly said that, well, okay, since he was so strongly and sincerely insisting on some form of gratitude on his part. At that very telling moment, the experienced archer suddenly clearly remembered that, although this amazing young man Cheon had managed to miraculously save his only daughter and even helped him achieve a completely new, previously unattainable level of skill, he, despite all this, still remained essentially an ordinary child. Realizing this, he bowed low to the waist again with even greater respect and humility before the still embarrassed but so powerful Cheon, expressing his boundless respect. and then he respectfully asked the young man for official permission to serve him faithfully until the very end of his life, and thus try to pay him at least the smallest, most insignificant part of the enormous debt that he now owed him. The warrior looked questioningly at the boy again, standing in front of him waiting for an answer, and asked if he agreed to such a proposal, and in fact, to Cheon's great surprise, everything turned out even much better than he had originally expected or could have hoped for. After some rather short time, they were already in a completely different place, previously unfamiliar to them, where they were brought by urgent matters and previous agreements requiring immediate resolution. Cheon then told the archer, who had just come to his senses, in detail that their common teacher, the highly respected Peak, was just about to offer him an official and permanent position on the staff of their infirmary. The young man explained in detail to his new ally that if the archer agreed to work there, then the pressing issue of finding a suitable and stable income would be completely resolved for him, and he would no longer have to deal with the dangerous delivery of scarce medicines, rare herbs, and various medical messages, because compared to other jobs available to him, this one was quite safe and respected. And as an added bonus, this job would pay very well, which was important for a man with a family, and only now did the experienced archer finally fully understand why it was Cheon who had previously asked him so persistently to demonstrate his outstanding martial arts in front of his teacher. Cheon confirmed his guess, saying that it was indeed done precisely because of this upcoming proposal, and added with some surprise that he did not even immediately realize how much of a sincere and decent person he really was, with such a deep and noble soul. The archer, with genuine joy and gratitude, immediately accepted this generous offer, and he did so not only in order to somehow repay young Chong for his invaluable kindness and salvation. Chong said with embarrassment that he himself, unfortunately, still did not have enough necessary experience in some matters, but he still humbly asked to love and pity him a little, and at these words the archer bowed respectfully to the boy, confirming that he was ready to share all the hardships with him. Chang literally couldn't wait for the moment when he could tell his wise teacher in detail about the fact that now, in their humble infirmary, there appeared such a powerful intelligence officer who had managed to achieve an incredibly high level of skill. To top it all off, it turned out that his only daughter, young Wang Kagi, had miraculously discovered the manifestation of the healing energy of Sig throughout her weakened body, and now they could rightfully consider themselves to have killed two fat birds with one stone, solving two important problems. It was becoming quite obvious why the so-called heavenly demon had to suffer so much and for so long along with him, because the divine bow of annihilation technique was like a deadly poison to all demonic martial artists, without exception. And it was not for nothing that the formidable word annihilation was present in its name. He foresaw that very soon, the small but ambitious sky demoness named Riona would be rapidly promoted to the responsible position of junior leader of their clan, and then a bloody feud would inevitably begin with other Seo Yoju, who would kill and die, just as he shudderingly remembered from the pages of that very novel. All these upcoming tragic events, as he understood, would inevitably involve in their whirlpool many people from the warring factions of John Safa, and even from the peaceful infirmaries during the upcoming Great War with the powerful Maggio clan, which was already almost around the corner, so they urgently needed to ensure reliable security for their infirmary, and the necessary preparations were gradually already in full swing. Cheon was absolutely confident that he would be able to reliably protect all his people and wards from any threat, while his wise teacher Peak was already calmly sitting at the set table with the newly arrived Lunik, discussing important matters. The archer greeted the teacher with deep respect first, as he sincerely and immensely respected this wise and experienced man for his knowledge and the kindness shown to him and his daughter. The highly experienced Peak also smiled warmly and cordially back at him, showing his disposition and readiness for a constructive dialogue with the new valuable employee of their medical institution. It was at this very moment that the silent and mysterious Yo was bringing them a modest but filling meal, moving smoothly and silently, like a shadow in the gathering twilight. It was already quite dark outside. The sky was covered with clouds, and late evening was inexorably approaching, bringing with it coolness and silence, broken only by the rare sounds of nightlife. Zhang was sitting in his room at this time, immersed in a state of deep and concentrated meditation, trying to reach new heights in his spiritual and physical development under the guidance of the teacher. He calculated that at such a slow but steady pace of progress, it would probably take him at least 6 long months of hard training to finally achieve the third, very important element of the complex Shimbop 5 elements technique. That is why he clearly understood that if he carelessly tried to do absolutely everything at once, forcing events, then it would be almost impossible to avoid various unpleasant side effects for the body. So it was necessary to exercise extreme caution so as not to accidentally overdo it in his studies. He also eventually realized another very important and useful thing. The Shimbop technique had a surprisingly good and beneficial effect on his mind, because the very Kugal that he had diligently learned so long ago now easily surfaced in his memory, as if he had just diligently repeated it yesterday. Moreover, having learned to properly circulate his internal energy during meditation, he even somehow managed to simultaneously think about something completely different without losing concentration on the main process. The young man clearly remembered how his highly respected teacher had once spoken with regret about the fact that their mutual friend Yuo, unfortunately, was completely incapable by nature of mastering the complex technique of Shimbop of the 5 elements. So, unable to master this particular technique, she diligently studied completely different, alternative martial arts that were accessible to her and suited to her specific abilities and mindset. Her unique and rather frightening ability to completely control the movement of blood and other various bodily fluids in the human body most likely belonged to the category of forbidden demonic martial arts that were usually not practiced and even condemned in their Jonah clan. However, despite the specifics of her abilities, when seeing blood and serious wounds, Yuho always managed to maintain an absolutely clear and cold mind, which was extremely important in their business. It was, of course, quite difficult to constantly maintain composure and calm during complex medical operations, but she was, nevertheless, a very good and reliable assistant for Peak. Moreover, if something urgently needed to be made or prepared, Yo could easily complete this work in literally 1 day. The more young Cheon thought about all her oddities and talents, the more clearly and distinctly he began to understand that their mysterious Yuho was in fact a completely extraordinary and very remarkable person. Meanwhile, the powerful demon archer finally made the final decision to officially become a full-fledged part of their small infirmary, and after that, they all again felt a long-forgotten peace and some stability. Several long and rather tedious days later, when a heavy and cold autumn rain was falling without stopping outside, creating a melancholic mood, another important event occurred. That day, Yo was very irritated about something, and in her heart she sharply asked Cheon, who had come across her arm, if he wanted to accidentally die very young and stupid. Chan, surprised by her sudden aggression, calmly asked her in response why she allowed herself to say something like that to their mutual and deeply respected teacher Piku, hinting at some misdeed on her part. In the protagonist's piercing eyes at that moment, one could easily read a cunning and well-thought-out trick that he was going to use for his own purposes, taking advantage of the current situation. Cheon, sitting calmly across the table from Yo and the teacher, asked them to recall exactly what he had said earlier. He had stated that Yo was going to study hard with him to study the complex medical arts, and that, according to him, she herself was very eager to improve her skills in order to save as many lives as possible in the future. Teacher Peak, hearing this unexpected statement from his student, was incredibly excited and delighted by such a prospect, because he had long dreamed of an assistant for Cheon. The mentor had always secretly thought that such a proud and capable youth as Cheon would never truly accept him as his full-fledged comrade, and he simply could not believe his ears that this obstinate Yuho herself suddenly showed such a keen interest in the complex science of medicine. At that awkward moment, Yuo quickly turned her puzzled gaze to the unperturbed boy, and mentally furiously asked herself what the hell this obnoxious young man had planned for her again. The girl thought with despair that it would be much better for her to immediately tell the whole truth to the teacher, and then at least lose her head for her insolence, than to voluntarily agree to learn this damned art of medicine from this intolerable boy. Chan, without giving her time to come to her senses, Immediately, and with the most serious expression, informed their common teacher that he and Yo had already firmly agreed among themselves to cure him of his serious illness at all costs. Teacher Peak slowly turned to the stunned Yo and asked her with hope in his voice if she had really made such an important and responsible decision to help him with his treatment. An unusually wide and happy smile, such as no one had ever seen before, did not leave the exhausted but brightened face of the highly respected teacher, illuminating everything around with its warmth. It was the very first time in all the years of their acquaintance that Yo had seen his stern and usually reserved teacher with such a sincere and open expression of boundless happiness on his face. No matter how hard she tried to remember, she had never seen her mentor so truly happy and at peace before, and this impudent boy had achieved such an effect with just a few well-chosen words. At that very same tense moment, right in the middle of this difficult conversation, Yuho suddenly extended her hand towards the unsuspecting Kion and quietly but threateningly hissed at him that if she wanted to, she could easily kill him with just one elusive snap of her trained fingers. Then she, still without taking her hand away, imperiously demanded that he immediately and in detail explain this entire absurd and dangerous situation into which he had drawn her. The girl persistently asked about his true motives and why he had started all this, while internally admitting that this unbearable guy was actually not as stupid as he might seem at first glance. She judged that it seemed highly unlikely that anyone would attempt such a complex and risky stunt solely for the sake of some silly mockery or ridicule, and so she asked Cheon point blank what his real hidden purpose in this whole performance had been. She even cautiously suggested out loud that his true goal might have been to significantly reduce her own influence and authority in their shared infirmary, where she occupied a prominent place. The hidden and overt struggle for power and influence was a fairly common and widespread occurrence in such closed organizations, but something elusive in his behavior told her that the real reason for his actions was completely different, deeper, and more personal. Yuho carefully lowered her gaze to Chun's hands that he was holding on the table, and clearly saw that they were shaking slightly. She immediately assumed that it was from hidden fear of her. But despite this, Jong still dared to do such a daring act. She asked him confidently, realizing that he obviously had some other, more compelling reason for all this, didn't he? Waiting for confirmation of her guess. To this direct and insightful question of hers, Jong, without the slightest hesitation, answered with a short but firm yes, confirming her assumption and preparing to reveal his true plan. And then, to her complete amazement, he actually openly asked Juho to become the official warrior of their infirmary, the personal protector and assistant for their common teacher Beck, who needed special care. Warrior of the infirmary? What kind of ridiculous title is that? Yuho thought to herself in complete bewilderment, completely not understanding what he was getting at, and what this could even mean. Yuho couldn't quite understand what exactly she had just heard from this boy. Her mind refused to accept such information, and so she decided to ask him again just in case. The young man, seeing her confusion, without the slightest hesitation, and in great detail, explained to her that he really urgently needed a reliable assistant, a kind of nurse who would constantly assist him during complex surgical operations. Yuho, having heard such an unexpected and even absurd proposal, did not expect such a turn of events at all. It went beyond her understanding and the usual way of life of their world. He warned her seriously that he had a presentiment that the time would soon inevitably come when he himself would be forced to constantly pick up a surgical scalpel, and then he would simply vitally need an absolutely reliable and cool-headed assistant who would be able to work at the very limit of his human capabilities. Yuo, hearing this, laughed loudly and a little nervously, and then asked him with disbelief if he was really seriously asking her to become his personal assistant, since they were essentially sworn enemies. And why did he even need to keep her so close to him all the time? He calmly and judiciously answered her that in fact everything was very simple. She had such unique and valuable abilities that, unfortunately, many other potential candidates for this role completely lacked. The red-haired girl, hearing such an unexpected but flattering assessment of her qualities from her enemy, was certainly very happy to hear it deep down, although she tried not to show it. The young man explained that, firstly, Juho was incredibly physically resilient. She could spend almost the entire day on her feet without rest, strictly following all orders, working diligently in the infirmary, and meekly doing the hardest and dirtiest work that others refused to do. Secondly, he continued his analysis, she was remarkably cool and collected in critical situations, and when a patient was in a truly critical condition on the verge of life and death, the assistant's quick and accurate reaction was vital, and he sincerely believed that Yuo was capable of acting with the utmost decisiveness and effectiveness in such emergency situations. Finally, as he emphasized, for this role she would in any case need a broad and deep medical knowledge, which she would be able to acquire over time, and this was perhaps the most important and fundamental requirement for his future assistant. Thus, he summed up his arguments. If we consider everything in general, then it was Yuo, with all her advantages and disadvantages, who was practically the ideal candidate for this responsible and difficult role. Besides all these practical considerations, as he admitted, he also really wanted to find out for himself along the way whether her unique and mysterious blood manipulation technique belonged to the realm of forbidden demonic magic, or whether it was simply a very rare and unusual but still ordinary martial art. Yo, having listened to all his arguments, once again asked him incredulously whether his true motives were really as simple and pragmatic as he had just described them to her in such detail and convincingly. The very last and decisive straw in this tense and fateful conversation for both of them was the unexpected circumstance when, at the very end, he seriously added that the two of them, despite all their differences, were simply obliged to save their common and dearly beloved teacher at any cost. No matter how much the young man racked his brain over this problem, he came to the firm conclusion that absolutely no one, except precisely this obstinate and strong Yuo, was suitable for carrying out this most difficult and delicate mission to save the mentor. These simple but sincere words of his about saving the teacher haunted the confused Yuho, deeply touching her, especially because she had just recently seriously intended to mercilessly kill this very guy who was now offering her an alliance. What made her inner torment even worse was that she still had not yet finally decided for herself whether she had really changed her mind about her original intention to take his life. But he, as it turned out, knew perfectly well that the devoted Yua was ready to do absolutely anything, any sacrifices and hardships, for the sake of saving her beloved teacher, who was everything to her. The young man also added, lowering his voice, that he himself had actually found himself in exactly the same difficult situation of choice and absolute devotion, and therefore he was also ready without hesitation to risk his own life, if only their common teacher would finally recover and live a long time. At that very significant moment, the confused Yuho was suddenly overcome by some very strange and previously unfamiliar feeling. She could not understand at all why she was suddenly so overwhelmed by contradictory and strong emotions of such intensity. It was incredibly difficult for her to fully understand and accept the fact that this still very young and inexperienced young man was able to so easily and imperceptibly completely suppress her strong will and pride, and now he also dared to ask her to become his personal assistant, practically a servant. Yuo was deeply outraged by his impudence and asked him directly what kind of cunning and insidious tricks he was playing again, trying to manipulate her and her feelings for the teacher. The current situation became very unpleasant and confusing for her. She understood that now she could no longer just go and kill him, because she knew very well that behind his back, he had a very influential and powerful ally in the person of the demon archer, who had already managed to achieve an incredibly high level of skill. And now this young demon, Qian, could look her straight in the face with complete calm, and even with some mockery and smile defiantly, almost brazenly, knowing about his impunity and her difficult situation. Juho had to decide immediately for herself whether she should humbly and submissively agree to his humiliating offer to become some kind of nurse, essentially his servant, or risk everything and try to take his life right here and now, while there was a chance. Her hand, which lay on the hilt of her sword, visibly trembled from internal tension when she fully realized what an incredibly awkward and practically hopeless situation she found herself in at the moment. Thanks to him. She was, of course, absolutely passionate and selflessly carried away by the idea of saving her precious teacher at any cost. But this desire of hers was already clearly bordering on real madness, or even some kind of unhealthy, painful attachment that overshadowed common sense. But what most worried and disturbed her at the moment was his amazing honesty and directness, because it seemed that this boy had somehow gained complete control over her entire life, including even her most secret decisions and thoughts. All that she could objectively do now in this difficult situation was simply to accept her fate and openly admit her complete and utter defeat before this young man. At that very decisive moment, standing right in front of him and looking him in the eye, the proud Yuo finally gave in and quietly but clearly admitted her defeat, accepting his terms. Yes, it was his undoubted and clear victory, and a slight, almost imperceptible smile of satisfaction finally appeared on the serious face of the protagonist. He really achieved his carefully planned goal. However, despite her confession, Yuo herself still continued to mentally chuckle a little at the absurd fact that she had received such an incredible offer of cooperation from a man who could potentially kill her at any moment convenient for him with one move. But the main character did not try to show his mercy in this way, or tell her that he supposedly forgave her for all the past threats. He simply practically considered this option of their interaction to be the most beneficial and productive for their common cause at the moment. He also sternly warned her that in the presence of other strangers he would continue to behave with her as usual, that is, rather coldly and dismissively, so as not to arouse suspicion. For tactical reasons, it was very advantageous for him that those around him continued to consider him just little Chin Chong-hei, that is, some kind of dunce or simply an insignificant and harmless child, without taking him seriously. This also clearly meant that he would most likely continue to openly mock her and pick on her over petty things when they were alone, because Juho herself had threatened to kill him on numerous occasions before, and this gave him every moral right to treat her quite harshly and demandingly in return. The young man foresaw that she would have to do a much more difficult and responsible job than what was usually performed by qualified nurses and experienced doctors in modern South Korea, as he had imagined from stories. He was sure that he would continue to save human lives in his unique way, and this proud, red-haired woman would have to learn a lot from him, starting literally from this very day, if she wanted to be useful. Finally, the main character told her another rather interesting and very revealing thing, which explained a lot about his character and intentions, making her think. He coldly warned her that if Yo were to have any serious complaints or grievances against him during their time together, it would be much better for her to try to kill him right now, before it was too late for both of them. On this very unexpected and even slightly frightening note, he calmly turned on his heels and slowly began to walk away, leaving her alone to digest everything that had been said. This whole difficult and frank conversation made the usually decisive Yuo think deeply about many things concerning her life, her teacher, and this strange boy. Now she seemed to finally begin to truly understand why that powerful and proud demon archer had so unconditionally and quickly sworn allegiance to this, at first glance, ordinary young man. At first, Yo had truly sincerely thought that such an experienced warrior as the archer had simply succumbed to some cunning temptation or deception on the part of Kion through carelessness or weakness. But now her opinion of him had changed dramatically. She realized with surprise that this unusual guy, Kion, was actually very afraid of her and the possible consequences, but he, nevertheless, did not run away cowardly and was not scared to death, but boldly took this risky step. Moreover, after long and difficult persuasion, he still managed to lure his recent enemy, the red-haired Juho, to his side, which was a truly incredible achievement under the circumstances. A completely new day, full of uncertainty, had begun, and the bright morning sun had already risen quite high in the cloudless blue sky, promising good weather and new events for everyone. The snow-white carrier pigeons, released into the wild, spread their strong wings wide, rushing in all directions. They flew confidently in the morning air, flapping them tirelessly again and again, carrying important news. This day that had just begun brought with it a multitude of the most diverse and unpredictable human destinies, and for each of them it undoubtedly had its own special, unique, and very important meaning. It didn't take long before the amazing news about the unique treatment method for young Qin Xianghe spread with incredible speed among the widest sections of the population, causing surprise and hope. Absolutely everyone who read this message was deeply shocked and even amazed when they read the contents of the following official news concerning the recent events in the Peak Infirmary. His innovative method of treatment was carefully recorded from eyewitness accounts and then officially published for public knowledge, although, of course, some particularly important and secret details were deliberately omitted. The general clinical picture of the condition of the seriously ill patient and the process of her amazing treatment were described only in the most general terms, without going into specific medical details and techniques. However, what impressed and even shocked ordinary people most was the sensational case of the only daughter of the powerful demon archer, whose condition was absolutely critical, affecting all organs from the liver to the spleen, and who was saved only thanks to this new amazing technique. Only now did it finally become crystal clear to many why the highly respected Peak cared so much and reverently for his young student Qin Xianghe, although absolutely everyone knew perfectly well that he was still practically a child who had not even turned 20 years old, and it was very difficult to believe that he alone was able to cure such serious damage to internal organs. Some of the more impressionable and wealthy people even seriously wanted to return immediately to Peak's hospital in order to have the opportunity to personally learn his wonderful method of treatment from him. And it was even proposed to send messengers there with carrier pigeons for preliminary negotiations for the sake of speed. The important announcement made by Beck's hospital spread like wildfire among the many inhabitants of the large city of Gango with incredible speed, greatly exciting the entire local community and causing a lot of talk. It was because of this latest news that many people found it particularly strange why the demon archer's daughter had actually been so hastily and unceremoniously expelled from the walls of the famous Huaju Hospital, and perhaps the doctors there simply did not have the skills and knowledge to effectively treat her, and so they rushed to abandon her under this far-fetched pretext. Word of mouth spread rapidly throughout the city, and over time, many wealthy families who had previously trusted their precious health to other, lesser-known hospitals began to seriously consider the possibility of concluding new, more profitable contracts with the famous Beck Hospital. Meanwhile, within the walls of Huaju Hospital itself, which until recently was considered one of the best, its own very dramatic and tense events were unfolding, caused by the latest news. The growing panic among the management and staff of Huaju Hospital has reached unprecedented heights, threatening to completely undermine their impeccable reputation and financial well-being, which they have carefully built up over the years. The desk of the chief official of Huaju Hospital was bombarded with angry questions from all sides about what kind of utter nonsense was going on and how such a thing could even happen to their institution. However, what most outraged and hurt them was the indisputable fact that Huaju Hospital, by common consent, was now significantly inferior to some unknown Bakrin, that is, Peak's Infirmary, in professional skill and effectiveness of treatment. Absolutely everyone present at this emergency meeting was filled to death with poorly concealed fear and uncertainty, anxiously watching the reaction of the chief official of their infirmary, Mr. Juma Jin. None of the assembled doctors and administrators dared to utter a single word in their own defense at that moment. They all sat completely silent and listened intently to his angry tirades. The high-ranking official did not hold back his accumulated rage and righteous anger at his subordinates at all, and the name of this formidable and influential man was Juma Jin, the head of the Huaju Hospital. This entire unpleasant and tense conversation was mainly about the recent patient, the demon archer, namely the fact that he, as it turned out, had been carrying out various secret orders for the hostile faction of Jung for a long time, and Chinovnik could not understand at all whether he was not paid to be kept in their hospital for so long for 10 whole days, just to show off Huaju's imaginary good nature and generosity. In response to his angry questions, he was hesitantly told that this was just what ordinary people were now actively whispering and gossiping about on the streets of the city. But absolutely everyone present knew perfectly well that no self-respecting hospital, according to unwritten rules, was obliged to keep a patient with such severe internal injuries for more than 10 standard days without a special reason. Large drops of cold sweat continuously flowed down the hospital's chief official's face, which was crimson with anger and tension. revealing his strong inner agitation and confusion in the face of the current situation. Meanwhile, the other participants in the meeting continued to escalate the situation, insisting that if Hwaju Hospital, that is, Hwaju, had indeed officially refused to accept the Archer Demon for treatment, simply because he was secretly working for the hostile Sappho faction, then this delicate point needed to be immediately and thoroughly clarified to the public. Suddenly, one of the doctors present at the meeting could not stand it, jumped up from his seat and shouted loudly that all this was sheer nonsense and slander. He sincerely believed that Peak's Hospital was simply impermissibly boasting of its dubious successes, because in true medicine, there should be no place for such low rivalry. But their latest announcement looked exactly as if they deliberately wanted to show their imaginary superiority. The important official Juma Jin, despite his irritation, listened very attentively and without interrupting to every word of this emotional speech, trying to grasp the essence of the claims and possible ways to solve the problem. He remembered very well that in that much-talked-about advertisement from Peak Infirmary, there was absolutely no direct mention or criticism of their own Hwaju Hospital, which made the situation even more confusing. That scandalous announcement gave only the most minimal and generalized information about the condition of the former patient and the methods of her treatment, so he sincerely could not fully understand why and where all these rumors discrediting their hospital were spreading. Then someone present at the meeting said decisively that, in their opinion, the time had long since come when it was necessary to publicly reveal the whole truth about Hwaju Hospital, presenting it as a dream for every patient, that is, to restore its former impeccable reputation. The chief official was also carefully informed that thanks to a certain informant named Siban, they had learned for certain that the scandalous patient in question was in fact the only daughter of the demon archer named Van Cog. But even after receiving this important information, he still could not understand why it was necessary to initially accept for treatment a patient who was almost certainly going to die in the near future. As a result of this whole ugly story and the resulting uproar, many other competing hospitals and small private infirmaries in the city and its environs were now also in a state of real panic and uncertainty. In addition, which was especially unpleasant for the Hwaju leadership, several influential and wealthy clans suddenly began to show active interest in the innovative treatment methods of the Peak Infirmary, which further irritated and worried Chinovnik Juma Jin. But despite the seriousness of the situation, he still for some reason did not dare to personally meet with the mysterious Hwajuan, possibly the head of a competing medical school, because he was firmly convinced that in his agitated and irritated state, this meeting would definitely not end well for him. Meanwhile, he was being persistently informed through various channels that the whole situation looked very strange and suspicious, since Bin's, that is, Peak's Hospital, had not been known for any particularly complex or successful surgical operations until very recently, and the much-talked-about announcement had mainly praised the incredible medical skills of the still very young student Chin Chong-hae. But at the same time, there was also a high probability that Peak himself had secretly used some unofficially approved and risky treatment methods on that patient. Hearing this latest suggestion about possible unauthorized experiments, the chief official immediately turned his heavy and piercing gaze to the young assistant standing next to him, expecting some kind of comment from him. He suddenly realized with horror that they might actually have used the weakened body of that unfortunate patient to riskily test on her completely unproven and potentially dangerous unofficial methods of treatment, which was a gross violation of all ethical standards. More precisely, in that very scandalous letter or announcement, not a word was said directly and clearly about this delicate moment, but the hints were transparent enough for understanding people. The young man, his faithful assistant, watched with alarm as the expression on the face of his superior, the chief official, changed literally before his eyes, becoming more and more gloomy and determined. It was at this most tense and critical moment of their meeting that the chief official finally gave the order to immediately dispatch several of the most experienced and trusted doctors from Hwaju to the Peak Infirmary to conduct a secret investigation. He especially emphasized that these had to be precisely those doctors who had the gift of eloquence and could speak very convincingly in order to inspire trust and collect the necessary information. This entire secret mission was to be carried out under the plausible pretext that the highly respected Peak had allegedly seriously endangered the life of his patient by recklessly using completely unknown and untested medical methods on her, and this, according to their version, had already happened on the 20th day of her stay there. And Chinovnik sincerely believed that if the Huaju doctors had at least 10 days to spare, they might have been able to save that unfortunate patient. The young and smart assistant immediately and without further ado understood the entire deep and insidious plan of his boss, aimed at discrediting the competitor and restoring his own reputation. He understood that even if that seriously ill patient had not initially been admitted to that particular hospital, she could always have been treated in some other, less well-known hospital in the city. But her father, the powerful demon archer, for some reason did not wait long and look for other options, but simply took her and left, and this circumstance now fit perfectly into the cunning plan of the chinovnik. They decided that as a cover story, they would say that their best doctors from Huaju had come to the Beck Infirmary solely because they were very worried about the future condition of that very patient, and that way, they would definitely not be thrown out of there right away. But what could have happened if their doctors, despite all the tricks, had been kicked out of the Peak Hospital? The smart guy asked his boss, Chinovnik Juma Jin, with undisguised curiosity. Then, as Chinovnik explained, this would become incredibly fertile ground for further active dissemination of the most unflattering rumors about Peak and his methods, and he, Juma Jin, was going to use this situation in any possible way to keep those influential clans that already had profitable contracts with the Huaju Infirmary, that is, Huaju, from hastily terminating them. For the success of this important operation, it was necessary to prepare very well and carefully for all possible surprises, and it was at this moment that the devoted servant, that is, the young assistant, assured the chief that he would personally do everything necessary and would definitely report to him about all the results a little later. At this point, their long and very intense conversation, full of plans and intrigues, finally came to its logical conclusion, and everyone went their separate ways to complete their assigned tasks. Meanwhile, young Chan, all alone, thoughtfully wandered through the dense and gloomy forest with his eyes tightly closed, completely immersed in his thoughts, and at some point stopped right in front of a tall, old tree. He realized with bitterness that the condition of his beloved teacher was actually much worse than he had initially assumed in his most pessimistic forecasts, and he still sorely lacked the necessary internal energy and deep understanding of the complex Qingyi technique to decide to carry out that vital operation himself. That was why he urgently needed to become even stronger and more experienced as soon as possible, so that he could help his mentor before it was too late for him. After much deliberation, he chose for himself one of the most optimal and effective, in his opinion, options for intensive training of his abilities in secluded forest conditions. He had already managed to achieve a fairly high level of mastery, where he could not only create, but also quite confidently control powerful wind energy, which he had managed to absorb and assimilate at one time thanks to the help of the demon archer. But he still had one very important and urgent task ahead of him that needed to be solved as soon as possible, to learn how to properly and most effectively use this newfound wind power in real conditions. At the very moment when he was deeply concentrating on this thought, he suddenly began to clearly feel a blazing and pulsating flame of life energy in his own chest, filling him with strength. His inner strength and power grew rapidly and became stronger and more tangible with each passing second, and he could already almost physically feel the streams of concentrated energy surrounding his right hand. Eventually, after some effort, he was able to fully gather and compress all that seething energy into his tightly clenched fist, ready to direct it towards the target. The very first and most important step in his current training was to combine this newly acquired wind energy with the destructive fire energy he was already familiar with and had partially mastered to create a synergistic effect. He saw a tall and strong tree right in front of him that was ideal for testing his new technique, and he focused all his keen attention and will on it. The young man felt a reliable and solid support under his feet, and his right fist, full of energy, involuntarily tensed even more, clenching tighter and tighter, preparing for a powerful blow. Chan resolutely aimed his combined attack of wind and fire straight at the trunk of the chosen tree, and it struck its target with a deafening roar, falling upon it like a veritable firestorm of incredible power. Everything around him was illuminated for a few moments by a bright and blinding yellow-blue light that emanated from the epicenter of the energy strike, illuminating the clearing with a mystical glow. Leaves from nearby trees began to fall off their branches in a haphazard manner and fly in all directions under the powerful impact of the shock wave from the destructive energy that had crashed into them with such force. The incredible force of this concentrated energy strike was so monstrously powerful that it easily noticeably bent even the very thick and strong trunk of that very unfortunate tree that he had chosen as a target. Carefully approaching the damaged tree a little closer and carefully examining the impressive result of his experimental blow, the satisfied boy smiled contentedly at his success in training. He realized that this new combination of the two elements was capable of creating a much larger area and much more powerful destructive force than he could have previously imagined. However, when he happened to look at the back of his striking hand, he noticed with some surprise and annoyance a small but noticeable bright red burn mark on it. No matter how careful and honed his striking technique was, he still somehow managed to slightly burn his own hand with this uncontrollable energy. He realized with annoyance that he should have foreseen such an undesirable outcome of his experiment, because a burn of at least the second degree could easily leave behind painful blisters if nothing was done immediately for treatment. Fortunately for him, due to his already well-mastered Shimbop 5 Elements healing technique, he did not have to worry much about the possible risk of bacterial infection at the burn site. According to the theory behind this technique, the energy of the water element he applied would quickly reduce the heat and inflammation in the burned area, and the subsequent energy of the wood element would promote the rapid restoration of the damaged skin. Although the result of his self-treatment was perhaps not absolutely ideal from a medical point of view, nevertheless, the visible traces of the burn on his hand were significantly and very quickly reduced. Thanks to his high skill and skillful management of the three elements he had mastered at once, after only 2 days of intensive treatment, the skin on his hand was almost completely healed, and this result was more than successful and encouraging. He now felt fully prepared to move on without delay to the next, even more difficult stage of his training, mastering the mysterious and powerful fourth element of power. His teacher's philosophy was that a true warrior's full training was considered conditionally complete only when he managed to create something destructive, and only then could the painstaking work of a true doctor begin on healing and restoration. An entire half-month had passed unnoticed since that momentous day when the only daughter of the powerful demon archer, young Wang Kong, received the miraculous treatment she needed from Qian and began to recover. Now she sat quietly almost all the time in her modest room in the infirmary and calmly meditated for long periods of time, measuredly and deeply inhaling the healing air and then very slowly exhaling it, restoring her strength. Although the unique Qing Yijia technique that she had been taught did indeed provide incredible strength and speed of recovery that far exceeded normal human capabilities, one should not forget that the wounds she had received were far from ordinary and very serious. Therefore, until she had fully recovered and gained strength, she approached any martial arts training with great and even excessive caution, fearing harm to herself. The girl devoted all her internal strength and resources to recovering as quickly and fully as possible, diligently using the special breathing technique of Yosan Gil, which she had been taught long ago at the Huaju Hospital. During her daily meditative training, she constantly mentally asked herself how the villain who attacked her could so easily reduce her, an experienced warrior, to such a deplorable and helpless state. Her passionate and all-consuming desire to quickly find this vile bastard and mercilessly tear him to pieces was incredibly great, but to her great regret, her memories of that tragic event were very foggy and vague. She could barely remember only a few fragmentary details of that attack. For example, she clearly remembered that the attacker was wearing some kind of mask that hid his face, which, of course, significantly complicated his further search and identification. Every time she woke up with difficulty after a restless sleep, her entire wounded body ached unbearably, reminding her of the horror she had experienced and not allowing her to forget about revenge. She constantly and consciously forced herself to mentally return again and again to that terrible reality of her recent past, so as not to forget a single detail and to preserve a burning hatred for her offender. She felt so unbearably heavy in her soul from these memories, as if there really was a huge and unbearable cold stone lying there. But one morning, she still woke up with a firm decision to immediately go outside to clear her head a little. In the fresh air outside the hospital, she always felt much better and calmer, and there she could finally freely and deeply inhale the clean and invigorating morning air with her full chest. And today, the weather outside was especially beautiful and sunny. It was a real healing balm for her exhausted soul. And then a great idea came to her mind on how she could dispel her boredom and melancholy a little. She decided to just take a walk around the immediate vicinity of the infirmary. Suddenly, during her leisurely walk, she was surprised to notice several very agitated doctors who, in obvious panic and haste, were carrying on their shoulders some seriously wounded man towards the medical wards. Moved by curiosity and sympathy, she followed them cautiously at a distance and saw them quickly carry him into the nearest available room, where they immediately began applying a large terry towel to his bloody chest, trying to stop the severe bleeding. She looked attentively at everything that was happening with her still childishly small, but already very serious eyes, and this frightening scene again and again with merciless persistence reminded her of that harsh and cruel reality from which she herself had barely escaped. Watching how the young and very focused doctor worked diligently and skillfully to save the wounded man, she could not fully understand what kind of strange and previously unfamiliar feeling was squeezing her own heart so strongly and painfully at that moment. On a small table next to the wounded man's bed lay neatly various shiny surgical instruments, prepared for emergency treatment and surgery, the sight of which gave her an unpleasant chill. When she herself recently went outside for the first time after a long period of treatment, she realized with relief that she had indeed survived, and the worst was behind her. But here, in this ward, right before her eyes, someone else's life could be tragically cut short at any second. From these heavy thoughts and empathy, everything inside her involuntarily contracted more and more, causing almost physical pain and a sharp feeling of the injustice of this world. Suddenly, her keen attention was drawn to someone's hurried words about how the powerful Lord of Dreams himself, or the head of their clan, was supposedly approaching them now, which was a very important event. Hearing this, she quickly made the decision to immediately return to the very room where the wounded man had just been, and saw that Teacher Beck and young Jong were already standing there, bending over the motionless body of that very man. Looking closely at the seriously injured patient, the highly experienced Beck immediately realized that this particular case was extremely difficult and would require his utmost concentration and all his skill. He resolutely reached for the surgical instruments lying at the ready in order to begin without delay the most complex operation on which the life of this unknown man depended. Very close to him was the young Jong, who was literally burning with an impatient desire to somehow help his teacher in this difficult matter, absorbing his every movement. It was at that very tense moment that the girl, the archer's daughter, first truly noticed that same boy, Jang He, and his concentrated face, expressing readiness for action. Together with their wise teacher Buck, they began to heal the unknown man in a coordinated manner, carefully placing their hands on his chest and directing healing energy into his body. It was quite obvious from their intensely focused faces and tense features how hard and selflessly they both tried to snatch the patient from the clutches of death, giving all their strength. Watching them, the girl also involuntarily noted to herself that young Xion, the teacher's assistant, was a surprisingly attractive and even handsome young man with regular facial features. Just looking from the outside at everything that was happening in the operating room, she involuntarily caught her breath from excitement and admiration, and she wondered if this was really the most ordinary, everyday life of real doctors. Sometime later, late in the evening, the same guy was diligently meditating in the garden, diligently practicing even after a very hard and tiring day at work, and the girl he saved was secretly spying on him, hiding unnoticed behind a nearby tree. She was sincerely surprised that he still found the strength to practice after so much work. In her admiring eyes, young Cheon seemed like an extremely diligent and determined person, and she wondered in her mind how it was even possible to train so hard almost the entire day without any rest or respite. He really did give the impression of being a truly outstanding and extraordinary guy, and even her own stern father, the mighty demon archer, had bowed his head to him more than once in respectful admiration of his talents. But what amazed and even puzzled her even more was the fact that he was apparently taught some very unusual and top-secret things that she had never heard of before. After carefully watching his strange training for some time from her hiding place, she finally decided to turn around unnoticed and quietly walk in a completely different direction, lost in her thoughts. All her thoughts that evening were relentlessly occupied with one single question that did not give her peace. What kind of person really was this mysterious young man Jong? She also realized with sadness that she had no idea how to make friends properly and naturally, and as she thoughtfully looked at the incredibly beautiful mountain peaks visible in the distance, she thought intensely about this. This lonely girl, as it turned out, had not had a single real friend since her early childhood, which, however, was quite understandable, since she usually spent almost all of her free time on persistent martial arts training. Sometimes she even had to pretend to herself that she actually had real friends, just so that she wouldn't feel so terribly lonely and abandoned for a while. For her beloved father, who was everything to her, she always tried her best to be the best, most obedient and understanding daughter she could be. But in the harsh reality, she was actually a deeply lonely person who simply tried with all her few strengths to somehow survive in this cruel and incomprehensible world. The weather that day was simply magical and fabulous. The bright midday sun mercilessly blazed with its hot and scorching rays, filling everything around with golden light and warmth. Numerous doctors and their assistants were leisurely strolling along the dusty streets of the small settlement near the hospital, each of whom was busy with his usual daily work and concerns. Meanwhile, having completely finished all his morning chores and duties, young Chong was thoughtfully thinking about how he could best plan his upcoming day in order to get everything done. However, his close attention was suddenly drawn to one of the men in a standard medical uniform, who seemed familiar to him and worried about something, fussily giving orders. The man spoke loudly and demandingly to the mighty archer, who was now working in the infirmary, where exactly he should take the gigantic and heavy bag that he was dragging with difficulty on his broad shoulders. The huge bag, as it turned out, contained various scarce medicines and herbs to the brim, and the very fact that the archer was carrying so many heavy medicines alone quite astonished and even outraged the guy who was watching this. He thought that with such an unbearable load and such a huge weight, his body, which was still not strong after the injury, might simply not withstand the stress. It was real slave and exhausting labor. It would, of course, have been much better and more humane to simply wait a little while until his only daughter had completely and fully recovered from her serious illness. But the very concept of simple human mercy was apparently completely unfamiliar to his strict teacher Peak. Thus, the unfortunate father worked with all his might, diligently and hard in the infirmary, doing the most menial work, while his beloved daughter at the same time diligently practiced complex breathing exercises all day long in order to properly circulate her internal vital energy for a speedy recovery. There was only one word left to say about their difficult situation. Their small and exhausted family was definitely not to be envied now, and the young protagonist was of absolutely the same opinion. That is why, out of compassion and a desire to help, he finally firmly decided to personally visit this unfortunate girl, the archer's daughter, to cheer her up a little and find out about her condition. When she began to formally address him as you at the beginning of their conversation, he gently asked her to call him simply by his first name, without unnecessary ceremony or formality. She did not immediately understand his request, because he, in her opinion, was her savior and almost a deity. But they were both still practically children, so why then were all these adult formalities needed between them? He brought her some aromatic drink on a small wooden tray and politely asked her to be sure to drink it, carefully explaining that it was supposed to give her the vigor and strength she so needed now. The girl looked at him with gratitude and quietly thanked him for the offered tea, very carefully and reverently taking the hot ceramic cup in her still weak hand, afraid of getting burned. He was already a kind of younger brother to the caring Kansan sisters, and a respected Hyung to that little heavenly demon he had saved earlier. But what exactly he would now become to this young Wang Kagon, he didn't yet know, and was a little worried. Overcoming his hesitation, Zhang decided to ask her directly about this delicate issue in order to clarify their future relationship and avoid awkwardness. He also added gently that it would be absolutely wonderful if she herself chose how she would find it most convenient and pleasant to address him, entirely based on her own desires and feelings. From his unexpected words and proposal, her thin hands suddenly began to visibly tremble from strong excitement and some misunderstanding of his true motives and intentions. She could not decide for herself at that moment whether she should really take advantage of this rare and much-desired opportunity to find a friend. After a rather long and tense minute of silence, the girl, still very afraid to say this cherished word out loud, very quietly, and almost in a whisper, said just a friend. Then she asked him with a timid hope in her voice whether she could really now call him her true friend, and this was so unexpected for Kion himself that an expression of slight surprise involuntarily appeared on his face. He even mentally asked himself whether she had really just dared to say this simple but so important for both of them word, or whether it had just seemed that way to him. It was her deepest and most carefully guarded secret. She had always desperately dreamed of having at least one real friend since her earliest childhood, and now she finally decided to tell him about it. He was genuinely and deeply struck by the fact that such a sweet and kind girl as she had never actually had a single friend in her life. It seemed that it was simply impossible to blush even more than she did at that moment, but his direct and slightly surprised question made her blush even more than before. She began to tell him haltingly that because her father, the demon archer, was constantly forced to travel and hide throughout the vast Ko, she almost never had a real opportunity to meet and communicate with children from other military families. Her father constantly lived on the run, carefully hiding his true status, and she herself had grueling archery training every single day. It was at that very touching moment that the protagonist finally and irrevocably realized that she must have been terribly lonely and unhappy her entire short life, and that her father, the demon archer, despite all his strength, turned out to be a very bad and inattentive father. Young Chong's hand somehow automatically, completely involuntarily and tenderly reached out to her in a gesture of support and sympathy, wanting to comfort her in this moment of revelation. And then he, looking her straight in the eyes, asked her to be his true friend, and from now on to address each other simply, informally, without any formalities. For her, it was the most real and long-awaited dream that finally came true. She happily took the boy's warm hand in hers and firmly said yes, adding that she wholeheartedly agreed to his proposal. She also asked him very much never to tell anyone about her father what he had just heard from her, fearing his reaction and misunderstanding. When Cheon firmly assured her that he would definitely not tell anyone anything, keeping her little secret safe and sound, and even promised to pretend to others that he was one of her many imaginary friends, she gratefully said that he was a very special friend to her and would always remain one. Scratching his head a little embarrassedly and smiling broadly at her words, he asked her with feigned surprise if this was really the pure truth, and if he was that important to her. He could not fully understand for himself why it was so painful and difficult for him to see this still very small child, who, by the will of fate, had to grow up so quickly and so early. Then, to lighten the mood a little, he suddenly suggested that they play outside for a while, and she happily agreed to this proposal because he thought that nothing too bad would happen if he missed his usual grueling workouts for just one day. When they finally got outside into the sunlit streets, they decided to play something that wouldn't require her to use her internal energy, which hadn't fully recovered yet, since she was still quite weak. But it was not only a matter of this temporary limitation. He understood that even after her complete recovery, she would still not be able to overexert herself and risk her health. The days followed one another unnoticed in their turn, and now the harsh and cold winter had fully and finally come into its own, covering everything around with snow. Taking a deep breath of the frosty and biting winter air, for some reason it became very difficult for him to put his numerous and disturbing thoughts in proper order and concentrate on one thing. The most amazing and a little frightening thing for him was how incredibly quickly and imperceptibly those few months that he had already managed to spend in this completely alien and unfamiliar world had flown by, and how he himself, in this short time, had managed to turn from a child into a real tall teenager. Every day he lived here, he stubbornly and selflessly tried to surpass his former self in at least something, while not even noticing the inexorable flow of time, which flew by at an incredible speed. It was simply amazing, and even a little unbelievable, how in just a few short months of hard training he was able to strengthen his inner strength and endurance so much. That secluded place in the forest where he now often trained was as if specially filled with the life-giving and powerful principles of the 5 basic elements and the harmonious yin energy, which contributed to his growth. After he finally mastered all 5 elements, mastered Qin Yi, and greatly strengthened his physical body, he was able to confidently achieve everything he had been striving for so long and persistently all this time. He eventually managed to achieve that rare and coveted state of complete synergy of all his abilities, a result that in their world was usually quite difficult to achieve even for experienced masters. At that very moment of complete concentration, he unexpectedly felt the presence of something very dark and ominous nearby, which was actively emitting powerful and disturbing energy waves that could be felt almost physically. What the hell could it be? He couldn't figure it out, but the unknown energy coming from there was so incredibly strong and alien that he couldn't help but feel goosebumps of fear run across his skin. He jumped to his feet abruptly and impulsively, instantly interrupting his deep meditation, and with a very frightened expression on his face, quickly looked around, trying to determine the source of the threat. From his tense and fear-distorted expression alone, it was quite clear that at that moment he was truly seriously frightened by this sudden and incomprehensible phenomenon. But who in this secluded place could possess such incredibly powerful and dark energy, he could not imagine, and this question did not give him peace. He walked carefully around the supposed source of energy, and it seemed to him that there was absolutely no one there. But he was still absolutely sure that he clearly felt something very wrong in the direction he was now looking. He even thought for a moment that perhaps he had simply imagined it all, and he could have simply made a mistake due to fatigue or excessive concentration during meditation. The young man tried to calm himself down a little, mentally explaining to himself that he was still essentially just a beginning practitioner, and therefore there was absolutely nothing strange or out of the ordinary in this momentary delusion of his. Every morning, without fail, for exactly 4 hours, he diligently practiced various complex breathing exercises to effectively circulate and accumulate his precious internal ki energy. Now this internal energy of his, thanks to constant training and special drugs, has finally reached a fairly good and stable level, sufficient for many of the techniques he has studied. Those miraculous and rare pills that he regularly took at the insistence of the teacher almost completely filled his body and spirit with inexhaustible and pure energy, giving him strength. In addition, he also took many different strong medicines and decoctions and continued to practice complex breathing exercises every day without any rest, adding to this also the practice of deep meditation, as well as diligent work with the Shimbop technique of the 5 elements. And because of all this, his internal energy grew at an incredible, fantastic speed. In just 6 short months, his internal energy had increased to such an incredible level that it would normally take at least 15 long years of hard training for ordinary people in their world to achieve. So it could be said with confidence that he was a true, unique individual and a phenomenon in all of Ko. By the way, today was that very significant and long-awaited day when he, completely officially and according to all the rules, finally became a real certified doctor of this hospital. On this solemn occasion, many different doctors, both young and already quite old, specially gathered in the spacious courtyard of their common hospital to perform the ceremony. All 4 main Tanu, who actually controlled the entire Bin infirmary, were present in one place at the same time for the first time in a long time, and he, Qin Xianghe, carefully observed everything that was happening around him. Suddenly, Yu Ho quickly approached him and quietly asked him to follow her, because their common master, as it turned out, was located somewhere very close, and since the main character had just started officially working in this infirmary, his exact official status and position were still not fully determined. In fact, the very fact that some very young intern was even allowed to officially work in such a respected hospital seemed completely absurd and unthinkable to many. But, according to the all-knowing Yuo, there was one very important and significant, but in this case, which explained everything, and changed the attitude of the management towards him. She then told the main character in detail why he was allowed to be here and even participate in the treatment. After all, he somehow miraculously managed to save that very hopeless patient, whom even his own all-powerful teacher could not help. And he also single-handedly saved the life of the only daughter of the powerful demon archer. It was for this very good reason that today, this long and very important meeting of the hospital's top management had to take place in order to finally officially determine its exact status and future prospects. Sitting modestly at a long table with the rest of the council members, he listened very attentively and without missing a word to everything that was said by the other participants. His slightly anxious eyes quickly and imperceptibly darted in different directions, assessing the situation and the mood of the people present at this important event for him, on whom his fate depended. He watched the expressions on the faces of all those influential people who were now sitting right in front of him at the council table, trying to guess their decision on his issue. The young man tried his best to understand the true thoughts and intentions of each of them by looking closely into their eyes, but this, as it turned out, was not an easy task for him. There was a distinct sense of tension in the air in the spacious conference room, especially since the stern and silent acupuncturist Sang, known for his strictness, sat directly across the table from them. Also sitting importantly at this same table, next to the other members of the council, was the mighty Tuchon, who was the recognized Tanu for physical strength and endurance in their infirmary. Another very important and respected person present at this meeting was a famous massage therapist named Chuan Ha, whose opinion also carried great weight. And finally, the last of the four Tanis there was Lady Manak, who was in charge of all the medicines and was considered the chief Tanu for medicine and pharmacy in their large infirmary. What surprised him most at first, and even embarrassed him a little, was this lady, pleasant in all respects, who had previously treated him several times to wild bells marinated in honey, delicious dried persimmons, and many other exquisite and rare delicacies, showing him maternal care. Yuho also managed to note at the time that this Mrs. Manak had simply an excellent and impeccable reputation in the infirmary, and there was practically not a single person there who did not love and respect her. She was a true expert and connoisseur in the preparation of the most diverse and complex medicines, while always remaining a very thrifty and economical housewife, and also constantly maintained the most good and trusting relationships with many large and influential merchants of medicinal herbs. In addition, she had an incredible gift for finding such rare and valuable medicinal herbs that other hospitals could not find for years. Her sincere and genuine kindness literally radiated from her entire figure, invariably causing warm and joyful smiles on the faces of absolutely everyone who simply looked at her or interacted with her. Suddenly, the high carved door to the conference room slowly and almost silently opened, and Master Peak himself, who among other things was his immediate teacher and the main head of this entire large and prosperous infirmary, confidently walked into the spacious hall. When he finally entered the hall, all the people present there, as one without saying a word, immediately stood up from their seats and bowed very low and respectfully to him as a sign of respect. Without the slightest exception, absolutely everyone who was in the conference room at that moment did so simultaneously, demonstrating their deep respect for the head of the infirmary. With a slow and confident step by step, he leisurely walked to the place of honor at the head of the table, which had been prepared in advance and especially for him by his assistants. His long and completely gray hair fluttered picturesquely in time with each of his leisurely steps, and then again smoothly fell onto his broad shoulders, slightly stooped from age. Thus, the head of the entire infirmary, the highly respected Baek Rin, or simply Peak, finally took his rightful and honorable place at the head of the long conference table, ready to begin the meeting. He looked around at everyone present with his piercing gaze, and in a calm but firm voice, finally announced the official start of this emergency meeting that was important to all of them. Yuho and Youngjang. He mentally prepared themselves for the upcoming discussion, because according to the approved agenda, Yuho was the one who was supposed to give a report first out of everyone present. He carefully took a sheet of thick paper with text that he had prepared in advance from the table, and began to read in an even voice the first and most important item on the agenda for today, which concerned a recent invitation from distant Murim to the upcoming Grand Congress of the Dragon and the Phoenix there. This famous Dragon and Phoenix Congress, as everyone knew, was in fact a very prestigious and large-scale tournament of various martial arts known as Pimu, traditionally held in the heart of Murim, and usually attended by only the youngest and most promising rising stars from the most diverse and influential clans. The expected scale of this grand and spectacular event, according to preliminary data, promised to be just as impressive and crowded as in the previous, no less successful year. It was at this very moment in the discussion that one of the Tanu present cautiously suggested that people from their own medical department also take part and help the organizers. As additional skilled hands, there could certainly be very useful during such a large-scale tournament. One of the women present at the meeting, probably Miss Manok, thoughtfully said that she had heard somewhere that this upcoming Pimu tournament was going to have an especially large number of young and very strong talents from the powerful Tang family, which could potentially make the entire competition incredibly difficult and unpredictable for the rest of the participants. Then one of the older men, most likely the acupuncture Tanu Sang, suddenly asked those present what exactly they thought about the possible involvement of their massage Tanu Chuan Ha in this matter. He also added on his own behalf that if his people were really needed there for any assistance, he was fully prepared to immediately provide them to the organizers, as they could be of great help. For example, with the quick and safe movement of numerous wounded or tired patients during the tournament. Thus, each of the 4 Tanu present at the meeting took turns to express his weighty opinion on the matter, and this part of the important meeting proceeded surprisingly smoothly and constructively, without any particular disagreements. However, despite this apparent unanimity, Peek's stern face remained extremely serious, and even a little worried the entire time, which did not escape the attention of Qin Xianghe. Finally, having fully dealt with all the current and urgent issues on the agenda, the long-awaited time has come to discuss in detail the most important and exciting matter for many, for which everyone is gathered. Young Zhong, sitting at the table, was already waiting with great impatience and poorly concealed excitement for the moment when they would finally move on to discussing this very topic that directly concerned him. Yuho, as planned, cleared his throat and began to speak quietly about the next, last, and most important item on the agenda for today, which directly concerned the future of young Qin Xianghe. This most important and exciting item on the agenda, as it turned out, was entirely concerned with the official determination of the exact position and status of the still very young, but already such a famous Master Qin in their infirmary. Unexpectedly for many, Beck himself, the head of the hospital, was the first to rise from his seat and firmly said that it was he, as the young man's direct teacher, who should be the first to express his authoritative opinion on this delicate matter. The young man was quite surprised by the fact that his own teacher decided to speak first, without waiting for the opinion of the rest of the council members, which was quite unusual for him. Taking the opportunity, Peek politely reminded everyone present that absolutely all of them knew and remembered perfectly well that their current thriving infirmary had originally started out as a very small and modest infirmary of the formerly famous Chagall family. He also added sadly that if that ancient and respected Chagall family had at least one more direct male descendant alive then perhaps the original name of this hospital could have been preserved to this day. However, to great regret, only he, Old Beck, remained the last of those few in whose veins the noble blood of the ancient Chagall family still flowed, and he also noted with gratitude that if they had not been given timely help by kind people in those difficult times, then perhaps the Beckreen Hospital itself would simply not exist in this world today. Peek emphasized that if it were not for the selfless and united efforts of all those who were present here and worked tirelessly, then neither he, Beck, nor his infirmary would have been able to survive and live to see this very day. Everyone present in the hall listened very attentively and with great respect to this slightly sad but instructive speech of their master, literally catching his every word, and they could clearly hear genuine pride and gratitude in his voice, which trembled slightly with excitement. He then continued his thought by saying that, looking carefully at the whole situation as a whole and analyzing it, he finally came to a very important realization for himself that it was high time for him to think seriously about the future of their common hospital and its successor. That is why he at one time decided to take this unusual and capable student as his student, since this still very young child, to his surprise, turned out to be incredibly talented and already possessed such unique medical techniques that were very different from their own traditional methods, and therefore today he, Peak, gathered this council, sincerely believing that the skill of this boy was already at a level quite sufficient to create under his leadership a completely new and promising medical unit. His next words, addressed to all the members of the council, were that he would very much like all of them to now express, as frankly and honestly as possible, their own views and considerations on this very important and extraordinary question. Having said this, he slowly turned to all the members of the council present and began to patiently wait for their reasoned answers and proposals, on which so much now depended. The first of all present to speak was one of the oldest members of the council, most likely Tanu Sang, who said weightily that any teacher must always be extremely prudent and careful in choosing his student, and the student himself, in turn, must constantly make great efforts to properly care for his mentor and justify his trust. He also openly acknowledged the boy's precocious wisdom, and was almost certain that it was he who had cured the hopeless daughter of the demon archer, performing a true miracle. However, the main question for him was whether this talented young man was still too young and inexperienced for such great responsibility and such a high position. His unique medical techniques were certainly truly impressive and effective, but many of them, unfortunately, were still not officially confirmed and approved by the medical community. And after all, each of them was directly responsible for the precious lives of their patients, and therefore they simply could not afford to recklessly use not yet fully tested and unproven medical methods in their practice. As for the proposal itself to create a completely new medical unit under the leadership of the young man, this issue, in his opinion, could only be seriously discussed when all the outstanding skills and unique methods of the young master are finally fully and officially confirmed by independent experts. Listening attentively to all these weighty and fair arguments, young Qin Xianghe could not help but agree with them in his heart, since, in his own opinion, the respected acupuncture Tanu had spoken out completely correctly and to the point. At that very unpleasant moment for him, everything inside him involuntarily sank with anxiety, because he understood perfectly well that the official confirmation of all his medical skills and knowledge would inevitably take a lot of precious time, which his sick teacher might simply no longer have. But then someone else from the council made a rather important remark that, in his opinion, one very important detail in this matter should not be overlooked and forgotten. This important circumstance was that none of those present, and even the oldest doctors, had ever even heard of such unique techniques and methods of treatment that young Chang had already mastered so masterfully. Even one of the oldest and most respected hospitals in the last 3 generations, the famous Hikjong Hyulsun Nogu Hospital, was found to have absolutely no such advanced and effective treatment techniques in its arsenal. All this, of course, caused many members of the council to have well-founded and serious doubts about who this mysterious and incredibly talented young master really was, and where he came from. Teacher Peak, his new ally Yo, and young Young himself, listened very attentively, and without interrupting to all these thoughts and concerns expressed out loud by the council members. Chen wondered in his mind why he himself had subconsciously not wanted to raise this sensitive topic of his origin all this time. But he also understood that this whole situation with his appearance really looked rather suspicious and unusual from the outside. Suddenly, in response to this last remark made aloud about his mysterious origin, quite unexpectedly for everyone, firm and confident words were heard that the speaker could give his personal guarantee for him. To everyone's amazement, it was none other than Jiho who said this, which especially surprised everyone present, because he was still a completely new person in their infirmary and did not have much authority. Yuho calmly and confidently said that he had his own methods of checking people, and he had already managed to thoroughly check everything regarding young Chan, so that they could all be completely calm about him, and that this young master's intentions would in no way harm their common teacher Pick. His unexpected and so confident speech became a complete and very pleasant surprise for all the other members of the council, and perhaps for himself too, because he had not planned it. Since Yo himself, who enjoyed a certain amount of trust from some members of the council, had so boldly acted as an official guarantor for the young Chayon, the rest of the Tanu now simply had no compelling reasons or grounds to openly oppose his candidacy. The unit that Juho unofficially led also, after his speech, no longer had any special questions or complaints regarding the possible factor of their gain or loss in the event of Cheon's appointment. In the eyes of the main character, young Qin Xianghe, his recent enemy and new ally Yuho at that moment, changed very strongly and advantageously for the better, showing unexpected nobility. Yuho's words, oddly enough, were enough for all the other Tanu to simply and without further objections leave this rather sensitive and controversial topic of the young man's origin. Indeed, after this incident, it became quite obvious that Cheon, despite their recent rapprochement, still did not fully understand who this mysterious Juho really was. Juho's confident and firm assurances about the young man's trustworthiness helped to ease the tense and even hostile atmosphere that had previously reigned in the important conference room. A little more time passed, and the general oppressive tension in the conference room gradually began to subside, giving way to a more constructive mood among the council members present. Even the stern acupuncture Tanu, Master Sang, had noticeably softened his initially unyielding stance and seemed to have changed his prejudiced opinion of young Qin Xianghe for the better. At last the time came to officially sum up the results of this long and eventful day, and the main result was that the new surgical department, under the direction of the young man, was about to begin its important work. His new Tanu, Qin Xianghe himself, was decided to write several detailed and comprehensive books on various surgical techniques in the near future, in order to subsequently teach them to other young doctors. At the same time, by engaging in this educational activity, he will also be able to clearly demonstrate his high competence and professionalism to all the other, more experienced and skeptical Tanu of the infirmary. Having said all this and summing up the meeting, the highly respected Beck, teacher of Qin Xianghe, smiled with satisfaction and warmth, looking at his talented and such a promising student, who had become his hope. A bright fire of undisguised pride in his extraordinary disciple and his achievements burned brightly in his old heart, and after he heard another influential Tanu say, "Let it be as I wish," this all-consuming pride finally and irrevocably filled him to the brim. For reference, it should be noted that the word kaku in their local dialect quite definitely meant the master of the infirmary, that is, its sovereign and sole head, which is what Peak was. Unnoticed, a completely new day had arrived in their difficult life, and from the very beginning it promised them all many of the most interesting and unexpected events and discoveries. On this day, Chong mentally and physically tried on his new, such a responsible and important position for him as a Tanu, feeling the unusual burden of responsibility on his shoulders. At that very moment, when he was deep in his thoughts, his teacher Peak suddenly approached him and warmly greeted him with a good morning and the beginning of a new day. The teacher, after a short silence, asked him a rather unexpected question about how exactly he, Chan, now saw their common infirmary from the outside, and this question completely caught him off guard. Chayan had not been in this hospital for very long, but even in this short time he had already managed to see a lot, and even experience something important. Teacher Peak was incredibly curious and important to find out exactly how their large and complex infirmary looked in the eyes of his still very young, but such an insightful student. Indeed, even the enormous size of this hospital and its complex internal structure aroused genuine curiosity and some surprise even in Chong himself, who was accustomed to other scales. The mysterious Juho and teacher Pick himself also waited with obvious and undisguised impatience to hear his detailed and honest answer to this seemingly simple but such an important question. The boy thought deeply for several long moments, carefully choosing his words to express as accurately as possible his complex and slightly contradictory thoughts and feelings on the matter. After a short but significant pause, he finally said quietly that for him personally, this hospital was very similar to a stormy and rapid current of water in a large, full-flowing river. This unexpected and figurative answer greatly interested the wise teacher, and he immediately asked the student why he compared the hospital with a river current, and not, for example, with a high mountain or a boundless sea. Together with the interested Yuo, they both prepared to listen attentively to Chong's further explanation about how the water current was often the very place where river pirates usually gathered, and how the current itself was important and necessary for the continuation of life around. Human life, in his opinion, could well be compared to a continuous flow of clean water, which usually began high in the mountains and inevitably ended somewhere in the boundless and salty sea. Then, as he explained, this water evaporated under the rays of the sun, again became rain clouds, and again descended from the high mountains in life-giving streams, and in this analogy, the river was a kind of bridge between the beginning and the end of this eternal cycle, and the wily pirates were those villains who constantly tried to block its free and natural flow for their own benefit. Hearing such an unusual and detailed comparison, the teacher laughed heartily, and said with a slyness in his voice that this meant, in his opinion, that their infirmary was that very place of ill repute where all those scoundrel pirates gathered, actively blocking the life-giving flow of the great river of life. But this, as it turned out, was not quite so, as the teacher understood, which Chong himself did not fail to politely but persistently explain to him right away, slightly clarifying his metaphor. In his understanding, real pirates were precisely those people who constantly sought out conflict and trouble, while trying to profit from absolutely everything that passed them on the river, and they usually ruthlessly demanded a lot of money and expensive jewelry as tribute. This is absolutely true. Ordinary money and various valuables were also very important for life and prosperity. The wise teacher agreed with understanding with the practical side of this statement. Carefully approaching the thoughtful Chaeyon, the teacher gently but firmly placed his calloused hands on his still very young and thin shoulders as a sign of support. Then he quietly told him that if he really thought that their common infirmary was like a swift current of water, then, having now become one of the full-fledged Tanu, he, Chaeyon, was now in fact the new head of these very river pirates, which was a great responsibility. By this comparison, the teacher meant that much more difficult and dangerous times lay ahead for all of them, and especially for Chaeyon, and perhaps that was why the teacher himself had such difficulty breathing during the recent important meeting, and Chaeyon had then experienced very similar painful feelings and premonitions. However, the position and duties of a Tanu were radically different from those of a simple doctor, since it was he who bore full responsibility for the lives of absolutely all patients without exception in the entire infirmary, and therefore he always had to be firm, decisive, and sometimes even tough in his decisions. Such a high position and enormous responsibility, of course, could over time make him a little arrogant and aloof, but at the same time, there was absolutely no need to deliberately put this possible arrogance on display in front of other people, especially his subordinates. The teacher also suddenly turned to Yuo, who was standing next to him, sternly but fatherly, noting that he, too, still had a lot to learn diligently from Chaeyon and from himself. He added that if Yuo really wanted to be called not just a skilled master of his craft, but a true benefactor, even in his personal presence, then he would have to try very, very hard and show himself from his best side. Hearing these wise words, Chong only smiled slightly and quietly said that he perfectly understood all the instructions and advice of his experienced and caring teacher and would definitely take them into account. He mentally wondered for the umpteenth time how heavy this enormous burden of responsibility really was, which constantly lay on the shoulders of their kaku, who was responsible for absolutely all the numerous departments and services of their huge infirmary. Some time passed unnoticed since that memorable conversation, and a quiet and calm evening slowly but inevitably descended upon the earth, bringing with it coolness and peace. Young Chaeyon now constantly needed to find enough time for a good night's sleep, intensive training, and for writing those very books on surgery that he had promised, in order to raise the prestige and authority of his new unit in the eyes of his colleagues as quickly as possible. He still had a lot of the most varied and complex work ahead of him, and even more things to do in the near future, and therefore it was vital for him to master effective time management techniques as quickly as possible in order to get it all done on time. In addition to all these numerous daytime concerns, he also had to spend long hours at night sharing his unique knowledge and experience with his inquisitive teacher, and for this he also had to somehow find free time in his busy schedule. It was, of course, a completely crazy and exhausting daily schedule, but he was nevertheless incredibly happy with the simple fact that he now had an ordinary pencil. This simple pencil allowed him to write his notes and books much faster and much more conveniently compared to the traditional and so awkward calligraphy brushes that everyone else used. After all, regular brushes had to be constantly and very carefully rubbed with special ink, while a simple pencil was incredibly easy to care for, and it also wrote beautifully and very clearly on thin bamboo sheets that were used instead of paper. He even suddenly had a very interesting and practical idea that it would be very useful and convenient, if possible, to distribute the same pencils throughout their large hospital for general use. However, much of his unique medical knowledge could only be adequately described in his native foreign language, and so it would be incredibly difficult to accurately and correctly translate all of this complex, specific terminology into the local language so that absolutely everyone could understand and apply it correctly. Since there were no known equivalents to his advanced knowledge and techniques in this world, he eventually decided to simply rewrite all the most important terms based solely on their phonetic sound in his native language. He firmly decided for himself to do absolutely everything possible, and in his power to cope with this very difficult, but so important task for everyone, as best and as quickly as possible. Several long and tense days later, in a specially equipped indoor training area of their infirmary, an important event for Cheon, for which he had been preparing, was to take place. Yo and Chan had been together in the small reception room next to the training grounds for quite some time now, as Cheon was about to have his very first official training session as a new Tanu. Teacher Pick himself and even the powerful Tanu in physical strength decided to attend this training personally, and so Yu-Ho once again, just in case, reminded Chan that he had to try his best and show himself from the best side. The caring Ju-Ho helped him carefully and correctly tie a wide training belt around his thin waist, while trying to encourage him in every possible way and get him in the right mood before the test. After all, if young Sean had accidentally made some serious mistake during this demonstration training, then the strict Tanu in physical strength could immediately and without warning take over full leadership of his further personal training, which Chan really did not want. As he continued to dress and prepare to go out, Ju-Ho also added in a low voice that it was highly unlikely that Cheon actually knew how much all four Tanu of the previous generation wanted to have him under their complete control and influence, since he was like sweet sugar to hungry ants to them. Then the taciturn Zhang suddenly said something that made the usually reserved Yo laugh out loud. He was just joking that at a recent important meeting, the same Tanu in physical strength seemed completely indifferent to everything, and seemed to be much more concerned about the general safety of the infirmary itself than the health of individual patients. Then Yuo asked the slightly agitated Cheon in a friendly manner not to worry about trifles at all, while firmly assuring him that if necessary, he would be able to easily deal with this warrior, that is, a Tanu of physical strength, without even resorting to any extreme and prohibited measures, because in their infirmary, absolutely all units were always very worried about their professional qualifications, and this worry manifested itself in completely different ways for each of them. Everything that Yuo was now telling him in such detail and thoroughly about their internal order was very interesting and informative for the inquisitive Keon, who was just beginning to comprehend this world. Perhaps it was all because they were now in such a special and harsh place as Gangho, where even ordinary doctors were often endowed with considerable fighting strength and endurance, and although they were not really professional warriors by nature, the time that had passed and the hardships they had experienced did not make them cowardly or weak-willed at all. All in all, young Cheon liked it all very much, and he felt at home here, despite all the difficulties and dangers of their daily life. Absolutely everything that his new master Chaeyon was now telling him, for some reason very much reminded faithful Yo of the wise words of his own long-lost teacher, which caused him mixed feelings. At first, Chan himself could not fully believe that he really could like this rather gloomy and dangerous place, which he jokingly called the Devil's Lair. But he was much more interested in the amazing fact that his own teacher Peak, it turns out, said exactly the same words to Yo himself a long time ago. Yes, as he recalled, his teacher Peak had indeed once mentioned in a conversation with him that this was the only place in the whole world that he truly liked and where he felt at peace. And although he himself and his wise teacher here in this place liked completely different things and aspects of being, they still, undoubtedly, had something very important and common that united them. Their quiet conversation in the reception area had meanwhile dragged on unnoticed, and the impatient Cheon finally couldn't stand it any longer and asked Yuo how much longer he had to stand still like that in that uncomfortable suit, because it was just a regular training suit that would inevitably get wrinkled during training anyway. So in his opinion, there was absolutely no point in worrying so much about its appearance. This was, of course, the pure truth. But for a pedant like Yuo, it was incredibly important that his new young master always and everywhere looked absolutely impeccable and neat, especially in front of important people. And literally in one short moment, Teacher Peak himself finally appeared in the reception room door, and with him a stern Tanu in physical strength, ready to begin training. An hour of their preparations and instructions flew by unnoticed, and now they were all together on the spacious and well-equipped training ground of the infirmary, where Juho was already standing directly in front of his young master, ready for the test. Teacher Peak watched his student Cheon's every move very carefully and constantly, assessing his current level of training and potential for further growth in martial arts. He looked especially closely at how skillfully and gracefully Cheon managed to maintain his balance all the time, standing on a thin bamboo stick, which required considerable skill. Chan himself, at this time, looked incredibly focused and concentrated on his internal sensations as he slowly and smoothly performed this complex preparatory balance exercise. Juho, who was standing opposite him, also had his eyes tightly closed at that moment, completely focused on the upcoming test and his inner feelings, preparing for the attack. In his hand he held 3 small but rather heavy stones, which he swung sharply and forcefully, preparing to throw them towards his young master. And these stones, like deadly bullets fired from a sling, flew at great speed straight at Cheon, who was still standing motionless on that same thin bamboo stick, maintaining his balance. Each of these 3 thrown stones flew with a characteristic supersonic whistle in close proximity to his neck and head, creating a real threat to his safety. The main challenge of this difficult exercise was not only to simply dodge these rapidly flying stones, but also to manage to maintain your fragile balance on an unstable support. Meanwhile, the cunning Juho continued to mercilessly throw more and more stones at him, again and again, constantly replenishing the supply in his hand from a previously prepared pile. Zhang watched his opponent's every elusive movement very carefully and without blinking, concentrating his keen gaze as much as possible on his hands and the flying stones, trying to predict the trajectory. Then, with incredible agility and grace, he managed to dodge each subsequent throw, and at the same time he was even more surprised by the unexpected fact that Juho had never before thrown stones with such amazing accuracy and precision as he did now. The young man even mentally wondered whether his new ally Juho was really that serious about this training, or whether this was another of his clever tricks. In the end, young Cheon managed to successfully dodge every single stone thrown at him, and after that, both Chin No stood before the stern elders, silently awaiting their impartial assessment and verdict on this training. Teacher Peak only briefly and approvingly said that it was indeed a very good and demonstrative work on the part of both, and the physical strength Tanu, who was present at the time, completely and without reservation agreed with him. However, this tense anticipation of their assessment still made him, Cheon, a little nervous and doubtful of his abilities, despite the apparent success in the exercise. Almost making an unfortunate mistake out of excitement, he still managed to notice that in the eyes of the stern Tanu, it all looked as if Cheon, easily using his unique Samji step technique, was dodging all these dangerous attacks completely naturally and effortlessly, like flowing water, and he even mentally wondered if it was even possible to achieve such an incredible level of skill in just a few short months of training. If he, an experienced Tanu, had not seen all of this with his own eyes, he would most likely simply not have believed in such a possibility. The Tanu also noted Chong's good physique, not that it was particularly outstanding, but in his opinion, it was almost ideal for practicing complex martial arts. Teacher Peak immediately admitted honestly that his student, Cheon, was indeed not particularly remarkable in this regard of his physique, but what he already had by nature, in his opinion, would be quite sufficient for successful and productive training in the future. The Tanu, surprised by his physical strength, still could not resist asking the teacher how this young Chan managed to move so easily and naturally while performing such complex exercises. The wise teacher patiently explained to him that in true martial arts, the most important and fundamental part was always the internal energy, not the brute physical strength. And that was why many noble and ancient families did not worry too much about the purely physical physique of their offspring. The slightly puzzled Tanu even asked the teacher again after these words whether he had just said that his own approach to training, based on physical strength, was fundamentally wrong and ineffective. But the teacher immediately hastened to calm him down, answering that this was absolutely not so, because a strong and resilient body always helped to accumulate precious internal energy much better and faster, and this in itself was already a very good bonus for the future family and offspring. So all this was only good. But the true strength of a warrior lay far from only in his physical physique. This unusual child, like no other of his previous students, always trained all his muscle groups very diligently and assiduously, sparing neither effort nor time. He especially focused his training on developing incredible strength and endurance in his leg muscles, which was very important for many techniques. The teacher proudly praised the young Cheon and said with satisfaction that he, as it seemed to him, had already managed to master to some significant degree all the subtleties of the complex technique of Samji, and this news, of course, greatly pleased and inspired Shan himself. Right after this little bit of praise and summing up, it was time to move on without delay to learning the next, even more complex and mysterious technique called the blurred step. But this new technique was not even close to the previous one he had already mastered. And now it was very important to see if Cheon could handle it properly, because he didn't even really know what exactly this fuzzy step technique was, although in fact, he had long known the answer to this question from the books he had secretly read. But in such important moments, it was always very important to pretend that you knew absolutely nothing about it. The teacher, as expected, explained everything to him in detail, and patiently answered his feigned innocent question that this was already the next, higher level of mastery immediately after the Samji technique. He explained that the path of the Samji technique, which initially consisted of only 3 main stages or steps, gradually reached a more complex phase of the so-called fuzzy step in its development, and then branched out even further to higher and more advanced levels. The teacher also added that when he was finally able to master this complex technique of the fuzzy step, he would undoubtedly make very significant and noticeable progress in all of his martial skills. And what then comes after this level, the quick-witted Cheong asked his experienced and wise teacher with genuine curiosity, wanting to know more about the prospects for his development. The teacher patiently explained to him that only after successfully achieving the 12th highest stage of this technique could one begin to master an even more advanced technique, the so-called fuzzy step of heavenly energy, which could rightfully be called an absolute and divine teaching about previously unattainable divine power and speed. In their entire vast and diverse world, there were still no simple 5-step movement techniques that could even remotely approach the incredible power and speed of this legendary fuzzy step of heavenly energy, which was the ultimate dream of any warrior. Although this fuzzy step of heavenly energy itself was the highest and most perfect level among absolutely all known step techniques, the main problem was still that the very technique of the ordinary fuzzy step, which was precisely a kind of bridge to this highest level, was incredibly and extremely difficult to master even for the most talented students. It was because of all these daunting difficulties and fears that Cheon hesitated a little, and then nevertheless cautiously asked his teacher if, just in case, he could practice the Samji technique he was already familiar with a little longer before moving on to a new one. This unexpected proposal of his was quite surprising for the teacher, because usually all the students from famous martial arts families were always eager to move on to the next, higher and more prestigious level of their skill as quickly as possible, without dwelling on the previous one. Therefore, the surprised Beck asked him in a slightly puzzled tone whether he had by chance thought that this new technique was still too complicated and beyond his powers to which Zhang answered affirmatively without hesitation, explaining that the more he studied it from books, the more complicated and multifaceted it actually seemed to him. He answered yes quite consciously, because he knew very well from his own experience that if he did not now master to perfection all aspects of the previous Samji technique, then he would simply physically not be able to correctly and effectively perform the more complex fuzzy step. This was obvious. This is absolutely the right decision. The wise teacher praised him with approval, immediately adding to this the well-known proverb that the quieter you go, the further you will undoubtedly get in the end. Finally, it was time to take a little well-deserved break from their intense training, and with that, their official training under the teacher was temporarily over for today, but not for Cheon. However, in reality, his personal training did not end there at all, because as soon as he entered the nearby dense forest, he immediately continued to diligently practice his new technique on his own, and after quite quickly achieving the first stage, he also quite easily and quickly managed to master its second stage. However, the third and final stage of this technique took him much more time and effort than the first and second stages combined, which discouraged him a little and made him think. In the numerous martial arts novels he had read, it always seemed that some very small and seemingly inconspicuous detail or technique could actually hide incredibly deep and extensive knowledge, like the underwater part of a huge iceberg, invisible to the eye. Even that same mighty demon archer, as he knew, at one time, thanks to some special Shinata technique, managed to achieve such incredibly deep knowledge in martial arts along with a high level of Haogong. So in general, it did not matter at all where exactly you got your unique knowledge and skills. The main thing was that they were effective. Even the smallest and seemingly completely insignificant things and details in this world were still in their own way very useful and important for the general understanding of the essence of things. This entire amazing and multifaceted world in which he now lived was literally filled to the brim with just such important and instructive little things that one only had to be able to notice. It was very important to fully understand one simple but very important thing. All these little things, collected together and correctly understood, represented precisely that very true and deep knowledge. The ancient word samja itself, as he learned, actually meant not just some 3 directions of movement or 3 steps. The truth, as often happened, was always somewhere on the very surface, accessible to an attentive glance. This technique was usually depicted in ancient treatises as a mystical dharma chakra which continuously moved in several different directions at once, and the steps themselves formed an ideal and closed circle of power. Immediately after this correct execution, all these steps and movements seemed to symbolically blossom like a beautiful flower of the mandala, a very complex and multifaceted geometric structure which in ancient teachings usually symbolized the entire world order and harmony of the universe. And only after this long and difficult path did that long-awaited and desired end of all internal self-denial and doubts about one's own strengths and capabilities finally come. The powerful energy of the element of gold, or metal as he knew, reliably protected the warrior's body from external damage, and the stable and fertile energy of the element of earth constantly maintained his good health and vitality. The life-giving and flexible energy of the wood element, in turn, actively absorbed and transformed energy from the environment around him, nourishing the warrior and restoring his strength after the battle. Having completely removed all possible impurities and blockages from their bodies with the cleansing and flowing energy of the water element, they were then finally and completely burned away by the powerful and furious energy of the fire element, completing the cycle. This last independent training in the forest turned out to be especially exhausting and difficult for him, and immediately after its completion, the exhausted Cheon simply collapsed onto the soft ground without strength. At that moment, he was simply incredibly short of breath from everything he had just managed to accomplish and overcome within himself during this intense practice. Suddenly, Juho, who had been watching him, came up to him and asked him with a grin whether he himself realized how ridiculous and absurd it really was for him to try to do the so-called tapsil muhan. This specific term, as Juho explained, actually referred to the ancient art of walking through deep snow without leaving any visible traces at all. and the name was very similar to the name of a very famous martial arts technique reserved exclusively for high-level and experienced warriors called Cho Chilin. After this explanation, Juho openly began to laugh loudly at the slightly embarrassed Cheon, because under this complex term he actually meant only his own, not yet fully mastered technique of Samja. He still clearly remembered that genuine fear in the eyes of that doctor from Huaju, and still could not understand why his innocent story about Tapsil Muhan then caused so much incomprehensible noise and commotion. What made the usually reserved Yuho laugh so loudly and openly, in turn, greatly annoyed and even a little irritated the tired after-training Jung, who did not like ridicule. It was from that memorable day, and after that funny incident in the forest, that young Jong-hee became known for a long time among his few acquaintances under the rather offensive nickname of Mr. Snowmobile, or Traceless. On a sheet of bamboo paper carefully laid out in front of him, some complex anatomical figure had been carefully drawn, but unfortunately, there was one small but significant mistake in it. It turned out to be a little too narrow than required. Lately, he had been very busy in writing his numerous and very important medical works and treatises, which required great concentration in almost all his free time. In many different aspects of this complex and painstaking work he was, of course, greatly and invaluably assisted by his new and very capable ally Juho, who turned out to be very knowledgeable. But still, despite all his help, he, Cheon, had to make the most important and final conclusions on all these works completely independently, relying only on his knowledge. After the enormous and painstaking work of redrawing the drawings that Yuo had just done for him, he, Cheon, was quite surprised and even a little discouraged when he looked closely at the finished sheet with his drawing. Yuo, as it turned out, also drew with an ordinary calligraphy brush, like everyone else, but for some reason his lines were much more precise, clear and confident than his own, still rather clumsy strokes. When he was once jokingly asked if there was anything at all that this almighty Yo could not do if he wanted to, he unexpectedly answered seriously that unfortunately, he was never able to save his beloved master from death in his time. These unexpected and sad words of his made the sensitive Cheon feel very awkward for a moment and even a little guilty for his inappropriate question, asked in jest. However, such incredible and selfless devotion of Yuo to his late teacher was truly impressive and aroused respect, and it involuntarily made Cheon think deeply about whether there was some special reason for this that was hidden from him. Carefully putting his brush aside, the taciturn Yuo calmly answered him that there was certainly such a reason, but immediately added that all this had absolutely nothing to do with him, Cheon, and it was better for him not to meddle in something that was none of his business. Immediately after this short and rather abrupt answer, Juho simply and without further explanation immediately changed the subject of the conversation, suddenly starting to talk about how he, that is, Cheon, it turns out, had a very large and undeniable talent for martial arts, because, being only at the 4th stage of the complex technique of the 5-element Shimbop, he somehow already had some knowledge of the technique of instant freezing, which in fact was only the 5th higher stage. The insightful Cheon immediately noticed that his interlocutor, Yuo, was quite obviously and rather awkwardly trying to simply change the topic of their previous conversation, which was unpleasant for him. This behavior of his irritated and even angered Cheon a little, because this was exactly how the secretive Yuo almost always acted when he did not want to answer direct questions, and this behavior of his only further fueled his natural curiosity and interest in his past. Therefore, he decided to ask him directly why Yuo had so suddenly and inappropriately started talking about him and his abilities, avoiding the answer. After all, this Yuo, as he understood from the context, was not at all such a notorious villain as the demonic archer who mercilessly terrorized the unfortunate sky demon in that old cautionary tale, but was most likely just some minor and insignificant character in someone else's drama, about whom no detailed personal information was usually given in the annals. To this, Juho only sarcastically remarked that his, Cheona's, interest in his person was already too great and intrusive, and then challenged him in response, asking him whether all his previous unambiguous threats had not been enough to at least slightly satisfy his inappropriate curiosity because, as he knew, There really were such strange people in the world who really liked it when they were constantly tormented and pestered with questions. At this most unpleasant moment of their conversation, for some reason it seemed to him, Cheon, quite clearly that this sarcastic Yuo was now taking him for some very strange and intrusive type, which was extremely offensive. Placing his hand firmly on the table for greater persuasiveness, he firmly answered him that all his persistent attempts to find out more about him were not at all connected with his idle curiosity about the person of Yuo himself, but solely with the fact that, because of this reticence, he simply could no longer work calmly and productively on their common cause. He was quite surprised and even a little shocked by the enormous amount of work that they had to do together, since such a volume would usually be done by at least 9 experienced people, not 2. But despite all this, as it seemed to him from the outside, Juho himself for some reason looked too calm and unperturbed for a man who, in theory, should have long since been mortally tired from such backbreaking work. The mysterious Juho was truly one big and unsolvable mystery for Cheon. He could not understand where he got so much inexhaustible energy from to simultaneously successfully do so many different and complex things, because he was much more than just the first and main nurse in their department. This amazing man was also simultaneously a graduate student with great promise, an indispensable laboratory assistant conducting important research, and even an effective head of the entire office of their large and hectic hospital, managing to be everywhere. Besides all this, the incredible Juho was also a talented illustrator of various medical books and teaching aids, as well as a skilled engineer who independently developed new and improved old medical devices and instruments, and in addition to all his main duties as an administration official, he also managed to be the personal assistant of teacher Pika himself. The insightful Cheon was definitely not going to just leave this intriguing question about the true nature of Juho without due attention and an answer. He was determined to figure it out. After all, he remembered very well and very clearly everything that this same Yuo had done during that memorable rehearsal, before the important performance for the strict Tanu in physical strength, and this memory was still very fresh and vivid in his tenacious memory. The young man really wanted to find out as much truth as possible about the mysterious Juho, but not at all in order to give him even more additional work later, but solely out of pure and unbiased curiosity, especially since his own teacher, as he knew, had known this very Joe well for a very long time. When he finally said all this out loud, a somewhat surprised Yuo seemed to finally understand that all this increased interest in his person actually came from an ordinary diligent student who was simply trying to follow the example of his wise and experienced master, Teacher Peak, in everything. Immediately after this epiphany, Yuo added a little thoughtfully that perhaps it was also just the simple professional curiosity of a young and ambitious doctor who sincerely wanted to help as much and as effectively as possible in treating the numerous and varied patients of their infirmary. In response to this assumption, Cheon honestly said that in fact it was neither one nor the other, but he was simply very curious to learn more about Yuo himself as a person, because after all, they would have to coexist and work together in the same infirmary for a very long time anyway. Taking a deep, noisy breath and closing his tired eyes tightly for a moment, Juho calmed down a little and finally answered him that if he, Cheon, did not make any serious and unforgivable mistakes in his treatment of patients, and if he, Juho, did not kill him for this ahead of time, then of course he would live and work here for a very long time. From these words of his, Cheon clearly felt how the internal tension between them began to rapidly increase again, since this Yuo, being formerly only in a secondary role in relation to him, again dared to so openly and boldly threaten him, the new Thane. A little angry, he asked Juho directly if he really was seriously planning to kill him someday, or if these were just empty words and another attempt to intimidate him. And to this direct question of his, Juho, with an icy grin, responded with his own counter-question about whether Cheon really expected to remain alive and healthy after he had burdened him with so much backbreaking and varied work that he barely had time to do. Immediately after this latest insolent tirade, Yo, completely unexpectedly for everyone present, suddenly loudly and solemnly declared that he was in fact a real bodhisattva, that is, Such an enlightened person who voluntarily decided to become a faithful follower of the great Buddha only in order to ultimately save absolutely all living and sentient beings from their endless suffering in this world. And the very fact that he, Juho, despite all his threats, had still allowed him, Cheon, to live and work peacefully in peace and harmony, now forced him, Cheon, to perceive all of his previous numerous threats solely as empty and meaningless talk, nothing more. So Cheon told him rather sharply to immediately stop constantly threatening to kill him, because he was firmly convinced that this would never happen under any circumstances. But all he could see in response to his confident statement was a mysterious and slightly sly smile on the usually impenetrable face of this strange Yuo, which made him a little confused. Yuo seemed to be completely sure that he, that is, Cheon, would continue to exploit him just as mercilessly, because he, Cheon, in Yuo's deep conviction, did not care at all about possible overwork and the problems of other people that did not concern him personally. Rising abruptly from his seat, an angry Cheon challenged him as to whether he had really just said that he, Yuo, himself, would do absolutely nothing to try to save the life of a dying patient if it required excessive effort on his part. To this, Yuo unexpectedly calmly agreed with him and firmly replied that he, of course, would do absolutely everything possible and dependent on him in such a situation, without sparing himself. Then he, Juho, also added a very important detail, saying that he tolerated him, that is, Cheon, only because he, in his opinion, was very similar to himself, Juho, in his desire to help people. Only after this long and rather frank conversation with him, the insightful Cheon finally understood that if he continued to exploit this Yuo so ruthlessly and even more, then one day he could very well do something completely unpredictable and dangerous for both of them. Immediately after this small clarification of their current relationship, Yuo unexpectedly for Cheon himself touched upon the very delicate topic that he had so persistently asked him about a little earlier, namely, the topic of his difficult relationship with his late master and their common past. Hearing this, Cheon couldn't help but hold his breath and became all attention, and then very carefully asked Yuo if he really wanted to talk to him about this now. Smiling slightly with his usual mysterious smile, Yuo calmly replied to him that he actually didn't want to talk about it at all, but simply wanted to finally get rid of all his intrusive and inappropriate questions about his past. After this next little trick of his, Yuo finally reluctantly said that his late master, as it turned out, was able to somehow calm and pacify even the strongest and most uncontrollable anger of the so-called Mimla, which was a very rare gift. As he explained, the word mime or mimal in their culture usually meant a person who was heavily burdened with a multitude of the most diverse and grave vices. In other words, he was a practically worthless and useless creature for society, standing at the lowest level of development. Most ordinary people usually perceived such a mimal exclusively as a very pitiful and despicable creature. But even these unfortunate creatures, according to him, were not at all completely deprived of the ability to experience strong and all-consuming hatred for the world around them and for their own kind. And it was precisely this terrible and destructive hatred of theirs that his wise master somehow knew how to significantly weaken and even neutralize with the help of his unique and mysterious internal powers and abilities. For Cheon himself, this strange and previously unfamiliar word mimal at first seemed like something that absolutely should not be used in relation to ordinary animals or even plants. He did not immediately understand its true meaning. He sincerely could not fully understand why his new acquaintance Yo would suddenly start calling himself such a derogatory and offensive word. It was a mystery to him. A barely noticeable and slightly sad smile suddenly appeared again on the usually impenetrable and serious face of the mysterious Yuo immediately after this next question from Cheon, which intrigued him even more. He then silently placed his hand on the smooth surface of the table and slowly began to rise from his seat, making it clear that the conversation was over and it was time for him to leave. But then Yuo suddenly asked him again if he really still wanted to know the whole truth about him so much, to which a slightly confused Cheon quickly replied that, of course, he did. Then Yuo, with a slight and slightly malicious smile, added that it would be simply wonderful and even ideal for him, Cheon, to eventually catch some incurable and very unpleasant disease from his constantly restrained and accumulated anger, which would inevitably arise as a result of such eternal and unsuccessful suppression of his burning curiosity about his person. Hearing this, Cheon only silently and very hard clenched his teeth in annoyance and continued to silently listen to his further mockery, trying with all his might not to show his irritation and anger, which was growing with each passing minute. But the merciless Yuo did not calm down, and continued to say that Cheon could continue asking him as many of his stupid questions as his heart desired, but he still would not get another word of truth out of him about his past. He increasingly, with some kind of sadistic pleasure, evaded all of Cheon's direct questions, and this, as Cheon himself had long since found out, was his most favorite and frequently used trick in such situations. Just a little more of this kind of blatant mockery, and he, Cheon, would undoubtedly simply explode from the accumulated anger and frustration, so he ultimately decided to stop this completely senseless and humiliating dialogue for him. The young man thought bitterly that ordinary words would never reach this stubborn man anyway, so he would probably just have to force him to work so hard and so much in the near future that he would literally grind his teeth at night from fatigue and stress. Meanwhile, his main work of writing those very important medical books and simultaneously training young doctors in his new unit was going quite well and productively, which pleased him. The new and unusual assignments that the rest of the hospital staff now regularly received from him opened up completely new and unexpected horizons in medicine for them. And if things continued in the same spirit, then in just a few days he would finally be able to fully lay out all of his numerous job responsibilities on paper and calmly hand them over to other, more experienced employees. And also, as he hoped, perhaps their small Pika infirmary itself could eventually gain deserved dominance in all medical circles of their country, and even become the best and most advanced infirmary in the entire vast and known world. This was his dream. A few days later, in the midst of this unusually beautiful and snowy winter weather, when everything around was covered with a white blanket, people on the streets began to talk more and more often about how cold it had become lately. However, no one probably felt this piercing cold more strongly than he himself when he walked alone along the high and snow-covered fence of their hospital, immersed in his sad thoughts about the future. He thoughtfully raised his head up, and for a while simply silently watched as a flock of cheerful bullfinches flew carefree right above his head in the cold winter sky. Then he finally approached the door he needed and resolutely stretched out his frozen hand to immediately open it and enter the warm room where they were already waiting for him. Stepping carefully into the room, he was quite surprised and even a little stunned by what he saw there, because everything around him now almost completely looked like a real operating room from the beginning or middle of the 20th century of his previous world. Finally, after so much long waiting and preparation, he was completely ready to truly and fully begin his long-awaited surgical practice in this new world for him. Meanwhile, the harsh winter became more and more severe and relentless with each passing day, generously covering everything around with a thick layer of snow and binding the ground with frosty hoarfrost, testing everyone's strength. Today, for him, Cheon, a very important and responsible moment had come, because for the first time after his own difficult treatment and long recovery, he had to perform a real surgical operation on a living person. This time, their new patient was admitted to the specially equipped surgical department under a completely standard and ordinary scenario, unlike that previous dramatic case with the demon archer, who then completely unexpectedly appeared on the doorstep, desperately begging them to save his only and dearly beloved daughter from imminent death. He deftly and habitually pulled on thin surgical gloves made of some unknown material, preparing for the upcoming difficult and responsible work on which human life depended. Frankly, he looked a little funny and even ridiculous in this new and unusual surgical suit, but nevertheless, everything was already completely ready for the start of the operation. On the operating table, under the bright light of the lamps, lay motionless a patient diagnosed with acute appendicitis, who was in dire need of immediate and qualified surgical assistance to save his life. The other doctors and assistants present were very impressed by the sight of this new and well-equipped operating room, because for them, It was a unique chance to greatly expand their still rather meager knowledge of so-called modern surgery from Cheon himself. But at that moment, he himself clearly felt how the walls of this room around him began to become tighter and tighter, and the internal tension before the operation steadily increased with every second. Finally, the time came when it was necessary to begin the operation. All the necessary anamnestic data about the patient had already been carefully collected and studied by him in advance. Before starting this important and complex procedure, all necessary and important anamnestic data about the patient's current condition and medical history were most carefully collected and carefully studied by medical personnel to ensure maximum safety and effectiveness of the upcoming treatment. His wise teacher, Master Peak, watched very carefully and a little anxiously the actions of his two main subordinates, Cheon and Yuo, on whom so much now depended. Yuo himself, at this crucial moment, was also extremely serious and completely focused on his upcoming role as assistant, ready to carry out any command from his young mentor, Cheon. The young surgeon relied entirely on the experience of his teacher and on the agility of Yuo, and when he felt that he was completely ready, he finally began to act decisively, casting aside all doubts. Carefully placing his hand on the patient's naked body in the abdominal area, he mentally directed the flow of his healing energy through his entire body, trying to make a quick diagnosis. Slowly and smoothly moving his internal energy through the patient's body, he could quite clearly feel and understand everything that was happening right now deep inside the body of this sick person. After his teacher had once shown him the basic principle of this unique diagnostic technique, he had constantly and diligently practiced it at every opportunity, but each time his inner sensations from it were slightly different and unique. Suddenly, during this diagnosis, he felt something very unpleasant and disturbing, and only then did he fully realize how serious and neglected the situation with this particular patient really was. Usually, as he knew from his own experience, surviving in such a severe condition without the use of modern and strong antibiotics was practically extremely difficult, almost impossible in their conditions. Surgery on the appendix was usually performed when it became completely or partially blocked, which inevitably led to a significant expansion of its internal cavity and subsequent rupture. As a result of such a rupture, the entire contents of the patient's gastrointestinal tract usually came out into the abdominal cavity, immediately contaminating and heavily infecting it with dangerous bacteria. According to the medical records that he, Cheon, had mentioned earlier, this patient had started experiencing the first severe pains in the abdominal area about 5 long days ago. It was now quite difficult to say with complete certainty when exactly and under what circumstances he had suffered that life-threatening perforation of his inflamed appendix. However, despite all this, the general vital forces of this patient still remained surprisingly stable, and only through the constant application of healing energy was it possible to maintain this fragile state of his. And finally, the surgeon's sharp knife gently touched his tense abdomen, beginning the incision. Immediately after this first touch, he made a very small, but sufficient for work, incision to provide himself with the necessary access to the affected organ and the abdominal cavity. A pungent and nauseating smell immediately hit everyone's nose, as all the contents of the patient's stomach had already managed to leak out through the hole that had formed earlier in the ruptured appendix. He immediately loudly ordered his assistants to immediately perform an aspiration procedure to remove the pus and stop the small but unpleasant bleeding from the wound that had begun after the incision. Teacher Peak, who had been closely watching his actions all this time, immediately rushed to help his student, seeing some confusion from what he saw and the smell. He quickly placed 2 of his trained fingers on specific points on the patient's body, using his knowledge of acupressure to stabilize his condition and reduce pain. Immediately after this, he confidently pressed on these necessary points several times in a row, activating the patient's internal reserves and helping him cope with the shock. Faithful Yuo also immediately extended his helping hand, ready to assist and carry out any instructions from his young but such a skilled leader of this complex operation. He immediately directed all his available internal energy to help the overall process, perhaps stabilizing some parameters or clearing the patient's energy channels. Those few who simply watched the progress of this unique operation from the sidelines could not help but note their incredibly well-coordinated teamwork, worthy of admiration. They had indeed already managed to do some excellent preparatory work. And now the time had finally come when it was necessary to immediately remove the affected organ itself, that is, the appendix. Kion very confidently and firmly took over the further management of this stage of the operation, already holding in his hand the inflamed and enlarged section of the intestine with the appendix. Now it was absolutely necessary to constantly and very thoroughly wash the patient's entire abdominal cavity with a special solution in order to get rid of the infection and pus that had spread there as completely as possible. Splashing lightly in this washing water, he did all this with incredible precision and amazing coordination of his movements, without allowing the slightest mistake or carelessness. Even the highly experienced teacher Peak was quite amazed and pleasantly surprised, watching with admiration every precise movement of his talented student, whose hands moved incredibly quickly and very accurately. His mental concentration at this most crucial moment of the operation was at its absolute peak, which was quite obvious from his extremely focused and slightly detached gaze. The internal suture he placed on the intestine was simply ideal from the point of view of surgical technique, and not even the smallest blood artery was accidentally touched or damaged by him. He even managed to cut off all the ends of the stitches he had applied with maximum speed and almost jeweler's precision, which caused silent delight among his colleagues who were watching him. Meanwhile, the operation itself was still continuing as usual and was gradually approaching its logical and, as everyone hoped, successful conclusion, despite all the difficulties. Immediately after the operation was finally successfully completed and all the Tanu who were present at it went out into the fresh air, they only discussed among themselves how impressive the whole spectacle they had just seen was, because this operation in reality turned out to be much more amazing and complicated than any stories they had previously heard from other doctors about similar cases. One of the women present there, Mrs. Manuk, even noted with admiration that the legendary Hailong himself, the greatest physician of their time, probably could not have performed something similar with the same ease and skill as this young man. Tanu, the acupuncturist, Master Sang, was particularly impressed by the incredible ease and precision with which this young man opened the patient's abdominal cavity, then carefully washed all his internal organs from pus and infection, and then just as skillfully and carefully sewed everything back up again, as if it were an ordinary tailor's job. Absolutely all three of the main observers, including Pika and Yuo, were incredibly impressed by the unrivaled skill and such high-quality work of their young colleague Chion. It was beyond all praise. Usually, as they all knew from experience, in such extremely severe and neglected cases, the patient would very quickly develop a high post-operative fever and eventually inevitably die of sepsis. Therefore, many people involuntarily had a very reasonable question about how this operated patient would now be able to defecate normally, if a hole, albeit small, was made in his intestines, and whether it was now only a matter of a very short time before his inevitable death from complications. However, that perfect stitch that had been so masterfully placed on the wound by Kion himself looked absolutely flawless, and perhaps that was why that sad and almost inevitable outcome that everyone had silently predicted would still be prevented. Now all that was left was to carefully observe the patient's condition and hope for the best. Conventional medications used for damage to internal organs, unfortunately, would not have helped at all to effectively maintain the necessary heat in the patient's body, and many doctors seriously doubted whether his weakened body would be able to cope with a possible post-operative fever on its own. But despite all these gloomy forecasts, the young and talented surgeon Chion, for his part, did absolutely everything possible. Meanwhile, the young man himself, who had successfully completed this most difficult operation, was resting quietly in his room, regaining his strength and thinking over everything that had happened during this long and stressful day. But the obsessive thought that he still lacked a lot of equipment and medicine to be able to work properly did not give him the peace of mind and relaxation that he so needed now. At that moment, he was especially acutely aware of the acute shortage of such basic things as modern antibiotics to fight infections and a conventional surgical aspirator that would provide normal access to the organs being operated on, while effectively removing all excess fluid and blood from the surgical field. The few masters who could actually use Yuho's unique technique or something similar to it in their world to instantly fill the resulting void in the patient's body with living matter were incredibly few and practically non-existent, and simply leaving the patient without antibiotics at all after such a complex abdominal operation was also completely unacceptable for him. This very depressing inability to fully demonstrate even 1/4 of all his real skills and knowledge in surgery greatly depressed and upset young Qian, who was accustomed to different standards. Of course, there were still many different small and large problems that required his immediate attention and solution, but the guy himself at that moment was much more concerned about something completely different, more important to him personally. More than anything else, he was now worried about the grave condition of his beloved teacher Peak, because if he did not have time to properly prepare for his operation in advance, then the life of the mentor could be in mortal danger, and he was simply afraid to even imagine what exactly could happen during such a hasty and risky heart operation. His anxious and heavy thoughts were suddenly interrupted by a quiet voice in the room, politely asking him if he was by any chance resting at the moment and if he could come in. It was his teacher Peak, who cautiously entered his room, and he told him, a little embarrassed, that he had not been resting at all, but had simply been lying down and thinking hard about something, adding with some hope that today's successful operation, as it seemed to him, had nevertheless helped him to advance a little in his practical skills. The teacher came a little closer to him and gently asked him not to overexert himself now under any circumstances, and to try to rest properly after such a difficult and responsible test. Then he told him with a smile that all 4 main Tanis after the operation raised such a big and joyful noise, just like little children, and at the same time he himself, Pika, had such a peaceful look on his face, as if his whole long and difficult life had passed before his eyes in an instant, and he saw its happy ending. One way or another, the mere thought that the life of his dear teacher still hung literally by a thread invariably made him, Qian, very worried and anxious about him. He felt very pleased and calm in his soul when the large, slightly cool and so familiar hand of his teacher, gently and fatherly, stroked his tousled head, calming and encouraging him. He was quite sincerely ready to do absolutely anything to give his teacher at least a little of the spiritual warmth and hope for recovery that he so badly needed now. But he also understood that this would require a lot more effort and time from him. It was at this very opportune moment that he finally made up his mind and told his teacher that he was going to create something very important and potentially revolutionary in the near future, but he did not want to bother him too much with all the details of his bold plan just yet. He then explained to him in a little more detail that his main and ultimate goal was to completely cure his teacher at all costs before his grave condition finally worsened to that very critical point of no return, after which nothing could be done. Hearing this, the teacher closed his tired eyes for a moment and after a short thought nodded in agreement, and then quietly asked him what exactly he wanted to do for this and what kind of help he would need. Then he directly asked his teacher to temporarily lend him the faithful Yuo for a fairly long period of time, since he needed him to carry out his plan. He needed all this solely in order to try, in their conditions, to create the first penicillin in this world, which could save millions of lives, including the life of the teacher. He didn't even really know what exactly awaited him ahead on this difficult path, but already at that very crucial moment, an unpleasant chill involuntarily ran down his spine when he fully realized the incredible seriousness and scale of the situation he had conceived and the possible consequences in case of failure. Over a small cup of aromatic green tea, which Cheon kindly offered them, they finally began a leisurely and thoughtful discussion of this very important and relevant topic for them, the creation of a new medicine. The experienced teacher Peak, of course, was incredibly curious to find out what exactly this mysterious penicillin was, which his student talked about so much, because he previously knew absolutely nothing about this miraculous remedy. Young Cheon immediately, without the slightest delay, explained in detail and clearly to his teacher that this was in fact a very strong and effective natural antibiotic, capable of fighting infections. He also explained to the teacher in detail that this was a special substance that was usually produced in nature by certain types of microbes, and it had pronounced bactericidal properties, and also effectively inhibited, that is, suppressed, the further growth and reproduction of other harmful microorganisms in the human body. This same penicillin, as he continued his story, very actively and successfully fought against various bacterial infections that had already somehow managed to penetrate the weakened human body and cause inflammation there. That was why, as he concluded, he so urgently needed a whole team of assistants to establish the process of growing this very penicillin in their laboratory conditions, and at the same time he mentally added to himself with a grin, "Yuha, you have already managed to become the very first nurse in all of Murim, and now it seems you will also become his very first slave for cultivating mold." Only a few successful complex operations later, he finally had a much clearer and more precise understanding that healing energy was certainly an incredibly powerful and effective force in their world, but it unfortunately also had its own certain limits and limitations, which of course greatly worried him and forced him to look for new ways. After all these detailed and very convincing explanations from his talented student, the wise teacher Pick finally fully agreed to meet him halfway and fulfill his unusual request regarding Juho and the new project. Hearing this, Cheon remained outwardly completely calm, but in his heart he was very happy and immediately sincerely thanked his teacher for agreeing to temporarily lend him Yuo for this important matter, because he, Yuo, was truly an absolutely outstanding and irreplaceable person in many respects. On the one hand, Teacher Peak was, of course, very happy for his student and his bold beginnings, but on the other hand, he still could not help but feel a little jealous, because he understood that he, Cheon, would now be forced to pass on a lot of his unique knowledge and advanced technologies to this Yuo and not to him. If he himself, Teacher Peak, were not so seriously ill and weak now, he would, without a doubt, with great pleasure, certainly want to take the most active part in this exciting process of creating a new medicine together with both of them. But Cheon immediately gently asked his teacher not to even talk about it now, because the most important thing for him, Pika, at the moment, was a full rest and peace of mind, and not new worries. They had both recently seen that most complicated operation on the Secum, and he, Cheon, had then quite clearly understood for himself that this new method of treatment could, under certain circumstances, be very dangerous, because if the teacher himself had suddenly had a heart attack during his own operation, then he, Cheon, would have found himself in an incredibly difficult and almost hopeless situation. The very possibility of successfully performing such a complex and lengthy heart operation in their conditions was very limited in time due to the patient's condition and the lack of necessary equipment. This whole serious problem with the teacher's heart was like a ticking time bomb of enormous destructive power for Cheon, and the everyday way of life that the teacher led did not play into his, Piku's, hands at all in this situation, only aggravating it. The worst and most frightening thing about this whole situation was that this insidious bomb in his chest could suddenly explode at absolutely any time, maybe in a year, maybe in a week, or perhaps even tomorrow. So the worried guy once again insistently asked his teacher to take good care of his precious health and take care of himself. The wise teacher, with understanding and a barely noticeable hope in his tired eyes, immediately agreed with his so caring and devoted student, promising to make every effort. He firmly promised his still very young, but such a talented little doctor that he would definitely try to take good care of himself and his health for the sake of their common future and success. Sometime later, quite a short time after this conversation, he was already standing in front of a slightly surprised Yuo, officially instructing him to immediately begin setting up a special separate room for growing the penicillin that they now needed so much, and thus they officially began their joint work on its production, which was a historic moment. This new and completely unexpected assignment for him, of course, did not please Yuo at all, who was already up to his neck in work and did not like such experiments. Penicillin itself, Cheon explained to him, belonged to a large class of so-called beta-lactam antibiotics, which were usually extracted from a common green mold. But this mold was incredibly sensitive to the slightest changes in temperature, light, and humidity, and it often happened that even with strict observance of all the necessary conditions, it still could not be successfully grown in the laboratory. After all, biology and exact mathematics, as he understood, were completely different and almost unrelated things, and therefore, no matter how much precious time he, Juho, now spent on carefully preparing all these numerous containers for the subsequent cultivation of mold without the necessary special knowledge and experience, he still would not have achieved anything worthwhile. Their whole beginning so far was most similar to how some simple and uneducated farmer would try to blindly grow rare and capricious mushrooms in his home basement without having the slightest idea about technology. However, despite all these difficulties and doubts, work in their improvised laboratory was already in full swing, and absolutely all participants in this important project were very busy with their own affairs. After some more time of hard work, Yuo finally reported to Cheon with relief that all the containers necessary to begin the experiment were completely ready, and he, Cheon, now stood with satisfaction in front of a large ceramic tank of an odd shape, which however looked quite good and impressive for their makeshift conditions. However, as it turned out, the doctors on their team also had to take on additional responsibility for the proper functioning of the so-called bottom fermenter, which was of no small importance for the entire process. Using their unique wind power from the Shim-Bop 5 elements technique, they also needed to somehow ensure a constant and even circulation of fresh air under the floor of this room where the mold containers were located. Normally, in such cases, a special electric motor or fan would be used for these purposes, but now this entire, rather complex and labor-intensive task fell entirely on the tired shoulders of the first so-called cultivation slave in the history of all of Murim, which was the unfortunate Juho. Putting his hands on his hips a little theatrically, a slightly tired but unbroken Yuo said with feigned nonchalance that although he had never purposefully studied this particular wind energy before, he was nevertheless quite capable of controlling it and directing it in the right direction when necessary. However, the practical Yuo immediately had the following quite reasonable question about this whole process. What exactly, according to their plan, was supposed to happen immediately after the successful completion of this important stage of mold fermentation? Cheon explained that after this, doctors with ice energy would have to very sharply and quickly cool all the fermented liquid obtained in this way, and then immediately begin its thorough multi-stage purification, and he assumed that 3 to 5 such successive stages of purification would be quite sufficient for them to obtain the desired result. Right now, according to his rough estimates, the current acidity of the liquid they had obtained was approximately equal to 2 conventional units, but he, unfortunately, still had absolutely no idea how exactly it would be possible to accurately and reliably determine this important parameter in the future without special devices. He was very keen to eventually develop such a simple and reliable method that would allow him to determine with sufficient accuracy not only the amount of internal energy used, but also how exactly it would be possible to create perfectly purified water for their medical needs, although he understood that this was far from being such an easy task for him. Immediately after carefully removing all possible harmful impurities from the resulting solution, it was necessary to carefully give this medicine the form of small and easy-to-take tablets, and then properly store them in the coolest and darkest place of their entire large hospital so that they would not spoil. The general plan of their actions had already been fully developed and approved, but at the same time, of course, there was always a certain and considerable risk that something in this complex and unpredictable process could go completely differently from what they had originally planned, reducing all their efforts to nothing. In addition to the rather serious problem of proper and long-term storage of the finished medicine, the main and fundamental difficulty for them still remained the completely unpredictable effect of this new penicillin on the bodies of local residents, which could be both positive and negative. To their general delight and some surprise, the process of producing this new and important antibiotic for them went surprisingly relatively smoothly and without any serious problems or complications. Of course, in the process of work, some minor mistakes and inaccuracies were made from time to time, but the very first and long-awaited fruits of their joint hard work began to appear even before the end of the current season, which made everyone very happy. Another month of intense work and agonizing anticipation passed unnoticed, and here he was, Cheon, standing again in that same small mold cultivation room, carefully studying the results of their latest experiment. Bowing his head low over one of the many glass vessels with nutrient medium, he noted with satisfaction that this entire complex process was actually going much better and faster than he had initially dared to expect. And yet he had mentally been prepared for the fact that all this would take them at least twice as much time and resources as planned. Despite the constant and acute shortage of time and resources, these quick and encouraging first results of their work noticeably gave him new strength and confidence in the ultimate success of their common and such important cause. The unique Qingyi 5 elements technique that he possessed really turned out to be an incredibly powerful and versatile technique, and it literally lit a new fire of determination and hope in his slightly tired but so lively eyes it was visible to everyone. Endless training, numerous scientific researches, and various experimental design developments completely occupied him this entire past month without a trace, and he was completely and entirely absorbed in his very interesting and important work. But for some reason his brain did not even feel any fatigue or overstrain. On the contrary, his head had been working all this time with the precision and efficiency of a well-oiled clockwork mechanism, and his night's sleep had become much deeper and more restful. And what was absolutely incredible was that he had managed to make such significant progress in mastering the internal energy of Shimbop, despite his extremely tight and busy schedule of work on penicillin. He was now holding in his hands a small glass beaker with some kind of cloudy liquid, and there on its surface, only small characteristic spots or islands of mold were visible, which clearly indicated the undoubted success of this entire complex and risky process of their cultivation. Looking thoughtfully at this glass with precious mold, he involuntarily thought about how good it was to be so young and full of energy. After all, in youth you recover so quickly from any stress, your head always works at full capacity, and you can see everything perfectly, even without any glasses or other devices. In their world, they often said that when a person finally became a true master of his internal energy, then the process of his physical aging slowed down significantly, or even stopped completely. And if you completely trusted your future fate to the almighty heavens, then you could even eventually turn your deep old age into a second, no less bright youth. And his own teacher Peak was an excellent and clear example of this, because no one around him knew exactly how old he really was. But it was completely clear and obvious that he was much older than even the head of the powerful transport organization called Cloud Dragon. It was a truly real and inexplicable miracle of nature. Formally, he was already a man of rather middle, if not advanced, years, but at the same time he managed to look almost like a 20-year-old youth, full of strength and energy. It was at that very moment when he was immersed in these thoughts that Juho suddenly entered the room and calmly asked him whether he was generally satisfied with the result of their joint work so far. Looking closely at that very glass with the culture liquid in his hands, he, Yuho, also asked him, Cheon, whether it was exactly that very substance that he had told him about in so much detail earlier, when they had just started this project. Then, a little puzzled, Juho asked him what kind of amazing and powerful medicine it was that they had to put in so much incredible effort and time to make, and he even jokingly added that it was all very similar to some kind of medieval Western alchemy that he had read about in books. Hey! Cheon immediately perked up with genuine curiosity and asked Yuo, did real alchemy really exist in the West at one time, or is it just fiction and legend? Yuo answered this quite affirmatively, but immediately noted that now almost no one really knew anything about it. Since it was a very ancient and secret art, it was, in his words, a bit like their own ancient Chinese chemistry. But in the West, for some reason, this very alchemy was always considered an integral part of the forbidden knowledge of various demonic arts, or even outright black magic. This information was very interesting and unexpected for Cheon, because in those numerous novels that he had managed to read in his past life, a certain mysterious quarter was indeed mentioned in passing, where foreigners and alchemists allegedly lived. But unfortunately, there were absolutely no special details about it. Yuo himself now wondered a little about how it was that his young mentor, Cheon, could single-handedly invent so many completely new and amazing things, while knowing absolutely nothing about the existence of that same alchemy or other secret sciences of their world. But Cheon, in turn, was no less surprised by how this same Juho always managed to fulfill absolutely all of his numerous and sometimes very complex requests and assignments with such incredible ease, literally in one short day. It was simply amazing. After this small exchange of pleasantries and surprises, the practical Yuo seemed to have no more doubts about the unique skills and knowledge of his young mentor, and therefore directly asked him to tell a little more about this new and mysterious medicine of theirs called penicillin. The young man looked carefully at the small bottle of finished medicine in his hand, which he had brought with him, and slowly began his detailed and thorough explanation of its properties and principle of action. He said that if one were to rely solely on the criteria and capabilities of their current historical era and level of medical development, then this new medicine could well, with some stretch, be called a kind of limited, but still a panacea for many diseases. Cheon immediately asked him to remain skeptical for now and not rush to conclusions, but at the same time firmly assured him that immediately after he saw with his own eyes the real effect of this medicine on patients, he, Yuo, would undoubtedly completely change his initial opinion on this matter. As for Yuo's own understandable curiosity about why it took so much time and backbreaking work to create this medicine, he, Yuo, will definitely find out and understand all this himself a little later, when their joint clinical experiments on real patients in need of help gradually begin. In a small and modest room, poorly lit only by the dim and uneven light of a single tallow candle, the protagonist sat in deep and intense thought over his papers, trying to find a solution to a new problem. Before him, on a simple wooden table, various sheets of paper with notes were neatly laid out, and one terrible word, syphilis, on one of these yellowed sheets, immediately attracted his close and concerned attention with its relevance. It was well known from the medical treatises of his time that this dangerous disease, syphilis, could arise for a variety of and sometimes unclear reasons, but nevertheless the main one was always considered to be an infection transmitted mainly through sexual intercourse. It was also then believed that syphilis first appeared somewhere on the distant and exotic islands of the West Indies, and that it was the famous navigator Columbus who first brought it to Europe on his ships. Much later, this terrible and then incurable disease rapidly spread throughout almost the rest of the world, and it was this version of the origin of syphilis that the main character was taught during his previous studies at the medical university. But quite recently, other, alternative arguments and facts unexpectedly appeared, which allegedly proved the existence of syphilis in Europe even long before the famous voyages of Columbus himself, which cast doubt on the generally accepted theory. However, Cheon himself at this particular moment was not at all interested in the historical truth of this entire confusing and contradictory history of the origin of the disease. His main and fundamental concern now was to find an effective and safe method of treating it in their current conditions. In their world today, unfortunate patients, desperate and trying to find at least some salvation from this terrible disease, often used such a strong and dangerous poison as ordinary mercury as a treatment, which was extremely risky. They, as a rule, did not achieve any positive therapeutic effect at all, but only one after another slowly and painfully died from severe poisoning by this toxic metal. And now the main character was again faced with another very serious problem, a disease that was practically incurable in their conditions, requiring an immediate solution. Those people who had literally just come to see him for help, as it turned out, belonged to the infamous Hao clan in their area. It was a specific group of the population, which mainly included representatives of the lowest and most despised strata of their society, almost outcasts. He had already heard about the existence of this clan only very superficially and by hearsay, without going into the special details of their activities and reputation, but now he had to get to know them better. The knowledgeable Yuo immediately began to explain to him in detail that this same Hao clan basically ran all the brothels and numerous cheap taverns throughout Murim, and their shadowy influence was very strongly felt in many other seedy places and areas of social life. The clan itself was quite large and extensive, because as the local saying went, wherever people lived, at least one drinking bar or tavern had to be built, and their main base was therefore always strategically located in some very busy and crowded place in the city or settlement. As the people used to say, Even the most callous and heartless blockhead would usually open up his soul and tongue completely after a few glasses of strong alcohol in a tavern like this one of the Hao clan. The representatives of the House of Hao mainly earned their living by actively selling various valuable and not so valuable information to anyone who wanted it, and also constantly and widely sending their numerous and well-trained spies to all corners of the country to further expand their already considerable influence on all spheres of life. Immediately after all these detailed and very informative explanations from Yuo, the main character unexpectedly remembered one very important and characteristic detail concerning the members of this clan. Most of the ordinary rank and file members of this specific Hao clan were actually just vagabonds and homeless people who simply had absolutely nowhere else to go in this life, and they looked to the clan for protection and sustenance. The only thing that an ordinary person could still somehow hope for in such a tense and unpredictable situation was that the sensational and scandalous case of the missing concubine of some very high-ranking official would finally be resolved by the authorities as quickly and safely as possible, relieving the general tension. Immediately after this small digression, Yuo officially reported to him that those very patients diagnosed with syphilis, whom Qin had been searching for so long and persistently for his experiments with penicillin, had finally arrived at their infirmary. Very soon after this report, he, Qin, personally met with these new arrivals and such unusual patients for him in his specially equipped office for receiving patients. At his first examination, he immediately noticed with alarm that their terrible illness had apparently become much worse and more aggressive in recent times than he had assumed from the descriptions. Their skin was already so badly damaged and disfigured by this disease that they were now constantly forced to carefully hide all of this under a very thick and unnatural layer of special theatrical makeup or thick powder. Qin politely and very correctly invited them to sit down on the offered chairs, for which they immediately expressed their deep and somewhat exaggerated gratitude to him, which embarrassed him a little. Moreover, they were also simply incredibly and tearfully grateful to him for the mere fact that he had even turned his precious attention to such low and universally despised people as they were. Qin had already planned in advance to provide them all with the necessary and, as he hoped, effective treatment in his new medical office, which was located a little further away, under the mountain, but he still wondered a little about what the real reason was for their such an unexpected personal visit to him today, and so he directly asked them about it. In response to his question, one of the women, their leader, asked him bitterly whether there was anything in this world worse and more merciless than the condemning and curious eyes of men. After all, simply knowing that something was dirty and unpleasant, and seeing it all with your own eyes, were two completely different things, incomparable in terms of their impact, as she believed. It was at that very tense moment of their conversation that this same girl, Mu-Ha, rather sharply and even a little rudely told the main character that he, in her opinion, was a very strange and incomprehensible person to her, since he even decided to invite such disgusting and infectious creatures like them to his place for treatment. He sincerely could not fully understand why they were now so unfriendly and even downright rude towards him, because he wanted to help them. Of course, their unenviable social position and occupation in themselves implied precisely this somewhat cynical and wary attitude towards the entire surrounding world. But Qin still continued to consider their behavior to be fundamentally wrong and unfair towards him. Despite their initial unfriendliness, he firmly promised them that he would do absolutely everything in his power and ability to try to help them recover from this terrible disease. However, on her face, Mu-Ha's face, at these words of his, not even the slightest hint of possible joy or even a weak hope for healing appeared. It remained cold. All that could now be clearly seen in their slightly frightened and so tired eyes was only an all-consuming animal fear of the little that remained from their such a short and such an unhappy life, full of suffering. At that very moment, her troubled mind was completely and entirely occupied with thoughts of her so-called student, but in reality about the young doctor Baek Ren, that is, Cheon. She knew very well that many people behind his back considered him a slightly strange eccentric, and although she herself found it very difficult to fully believe that he did not actually despise them as much as everyone else, his such emphatically impartial and professional behavior still caused her some serious doubts about his true nature and hidden motives. Suddenly, she seemed to come to her senses and realized that in the heat of their conversation, she had completely forgotten to introduce herself to him, and so she immediately hurriedly said her name, Mu Ha, adding that her own younger brother named Mu Wo was now sitting next to her, and that they were both official representatives of the very same Hao clan that he had already heard about. The owner of this office, young Cheon, was quite shocked and even a little frightened when he unexpectedly learned that both of them, brother and sister, were also seriously ill with this terrible disease. When he asked them about it carefully and directly, the room was filled with a heavy, oppressive silence for several long, awkward moments, broken only by their ragged breathing. Then her brother, Mu Wo, after a slight hesitation, quietly replied that they both, unfortunately, had contracted this terrible disease at about the same time, which was very sad. Chin nodded with understanding and immediately began to mentally and very quickly plan what exactly he now needed to do in this difficult and delicate situation with new patients. The next moment, Yo turned to the young man with an urgent request to assist and lead the group of patients waiting for their turn directly to the specially designated room of the attending physician for further examination and necessary consultations. When Mu Hua and Mu Wo were left completely alone in the room provided for them, they immediately began to discuss at some length the indisputable fact that one of them had indeed had experience working in a brothel. But this was the first time she had seen such an unusual child, while Mu Wo delicately hinted to her sister that her recent jokes about the young doctor might have gone a little beyond the permissible limits of politeness. Mu Ha and her brother Mu Wo were born into a very poor family, after which they were sold to the Hao clan, where, possessing outstanding beauty from childhood, they were always highly valued by representatives of this powerful clan for their appearance. Over a fairly long period of time, Mu Ha managed to achieve a leadership position in one of the clan's divisions, but eventually, she completely lost her former influence and authority due to a serious illness with syphilis, which greatly undermined her health. His sister expressed a suspicion that her brother was in fact perfectly healthy, to which the young man replied that she herself was well aware of the unenviable fate that awaited syphilitic patients in their clan, and if he had not taken proper care of her, who else would have done so, since they could have run away when he suggested it, and then now they would both be perfectly healthy and free from the disease. They only had the opportunity to escape to the one place their parents had told them to go to many years ago, as the Hao clan was their true home, and if they were caught while escaping, they would simply be sent back immediately without further ado. Mu Ha didn't even allow the thought that if they ever tried to leave the clan, they would simply wave goodbye and wish them good luck with all their hearts in their future endeavors outside the world they were accustomed to. At this time, an incredibly beautiful sunset began to gradually appear outside, painting the sky in amazing shades of pink and orange, creating a truly magical atmosphere around that involuntarily attracted the gaze of everyone who could see it. Carefree birds flew around animatedly, filling the air with their chirping, and despite her grave physical condition, the girl sincerely enjoyed the pleasant, cool breeze that gently refreshed her body, tired from illness, and cleared her thoughts a little. One could only guess and speculate about what was really going on in their troubled minds and suffering souls at that difficult moment for both of them, when the future seemed so uncertain and full of worries. After a short walk around the area and a subsequent rest under a spreading tree, the brother and sister began to discuss in detail among themselves whether the owner was telling them the truth, or whether his words were just empty promises that were not worth trusting. The girl asked her brother not to have too much hope in the young man's words, since he was still very young, and all they had to do at this stage was to allow their bodies to be carefully examined, while the necessary information was carefully extracted from them for further analysis of the situation. They had carefully planned to gather all the information they could about the recent changes that had taken place in the Peak Infirmary, as well as to find out in detail about the personality and professional qualities of that very young doctor, since they needed to assess as accurately as possible the skills and abilities of each employee working in this medical institution. And they were also informed that if they did not find any obvious weaknesses, it would not be a serious problem for their overall mission. The task before them remained paramount, and the brother asked his sister whether they should concentrate entirely on the process of the forthcoming treatment, putting aside for the time being all other thoughts and concerns that might distract them. She questioned him if he really thought that an incurable disease was simply called such without good reason, and urged him to stop worrying excessively about her condition and instead pay attention to his own wants and needs, which he had ignored for so long. Although the young man was well aware that it was practically impossible and bordered on a miracle, he still continued to desperately hope in the depths of his soul that perhaps the young master would somehow be able to successfully cure his sister of this serious illness. However, in her eyes, full of quiet sadness and humility, there was not the slightest glimmer of hope for any improvement, since she had long since stopped believing in the possibility of her healing, considering it something completely unrealistic. The girl constantly thought only about who she really was, and sincerely believed that at the moment she was behaving like a completely reckless and frivolous person, incapable of soberly assessing the situation that had developed around her. She was very well aware of the fact that there is nothing more painful and torturous than continuing to dream of something completely unattainable, something that can never become reality, no matter how much you want it. And again, the girl mentally reminded herself of this bitter truth, trying not to succumb to false illusions and maintain at least the appearance of control over her emotions and feelings that threatened to overwhelm her. After this short conversation, they again began to discuss the pleasant and attractive appearance of the young man, which they both, without saying a word, noticed almost immediately after they saw him for the first time a few days ago. The young man never asked any unnecessary or inappropriate questions, and did not interfere in other people's affairs at all. For him, they were just another patient, but in his penetrating eyes, it was clear that all his thoughts were focused on work. Mu Wo thought so, and his sister added that the doctor looked at them as people, and she liked the warmth and sparkle in his eyes. They even wondered for a moment whether ordinary people always looked at each other with such an open and friendly look, full of genuine concern, or whether it was something completely special and inherent only to this particular person. Suddenly her hand grabbed her throat sharply, squeezing it with unexpected force, and she began to cough violently and tearfully, choking with each attack, which became more intense and painful with each second. It seemed to her at that moment as if her throat would not withstand this terrible strain, and would simply burst into pieces from the unbearable cough that shook her entire weakened body, causing unbearable suffering. Her brother instantly ran closer, quickly and carefully lifted her onto his back, and hurried as quickly as possible to carry his weakened sister back to the hospital room, where she could receive urgent medical attention. On the way to the hospital, he begged her to bear with this sudden deterioration of her condition for a little while, and firmly assured his sister that he would immediately call the doctor as soon as they were in a safe place so that he could help her. While her brother carried her on his back towards the hospital building, she thought only about one very important question for her. Would she live to see the end of this current year, or were her days already numbered by this terrible illness? A moment later, Chin Wu learned from Zhuo that the patient had lost consciousness during the attack and had fainted, which caused him serious concern regarding her further condition and prognosis for recovery. Chin was much more interested in why she hadn't had any rest since her last severe attack, and how she had managed to get here in such a weakened state, because in his mind, she wasn't just a character in a report, but a real serious problem that needed an immediate solution. Her brother stood anxiously at the door of the room while she was inside under the observation of medical staff, and he was very worried about her well-being, waiting for at least some news from the doctors about her condition. The girl lay limply on a hard bed, while the doctor carefully and thoroughly examined her body, trying to determine the extent of the disease's damage to the body and possible complications that could arise in the near future. Her skin was completely covered with the characteristic rash of this disease, and the pain she experienced must have been as sharp and unbearable as if her delicate skin was being cut with a sharp knife without any anesthetic. Judging by all the outward signs and symptoms, the disease had already reached its third, most dangerous stage of development, and there was a very high probability that the infection had managed to seriously affect her central nervous system, which significantly worsened the situation. At the third stage of the disease, it was still possible to inject the drug directly into the patient's muscles, but if the infection had already irreversibly penetrated the nervous system, then this was a completely different, much more complex medical problem with unpredictable consequences. After another short moment, quiet, muffled groans of pain and suffering began to escape from her dry mouth, testifying to how hard it was for her to endure her current state, being on the edge of her physical capabilities. The doctor asked her sympathetically if she had calmed down at least a little after the recent attack, and she answered in a weak voice that she felt very weak throughout her body, after which she timidly asked the doctor if she would be able to cope with this serious illness at all. The patient understood perfectly well that even for such an experienced specialist as he, the process of her treatment would not be an easy task, since her disease was rightfully considered practically incurable by the majority of medical authorities and practitioners known at that time. Since her motor functions, at first glance, seemed completely normal and not impaired, the young doctor decided to give her an internal injection of a potent drug and then carefully monitor her condition over time in order to adjust the therapy in time. He earnestly asked her not to give up and not to give up in the face of the disease, adding that he sincerely believed in a positive outcome of the treatment and that they both needed to work together and fight for her recovery. She was surprised to notice that this young doctor was significantly different from other doctors she had encountered before, who usually could only talk a lot and beautifully, without taking any decisive and effective action to help patients. After some time, Dr. Chan was already in the hospital's surgical department, preparing to perform complex procedures and operations that required maximum concentration and precision from all medical personnel involved in the process. Now a real medical marathon began for him, since first he had to administer the necessary injection of medicine to the patient and then carefully monitor her health, being prepared for any sudden and unexpected changes in her well-being that could occur at any moment. As for the information he had about the new drug, he was still not entirely sure whether this experimental antibiotic would work as effectively and safely here as it had in his past life, which he sometimes recalled. Nevertheless, the young specialist was fully prepared to continue to meticulously record all the smallest changes in the patient's health and any possible side effects from the treatment used in order to have a complete picture of what was happening and make timely adjustments. At that very crucial moment, a staff member named Shji suddenly entered the room and happily informed him that she had just heard very good and encouraging news regarding the condition of one of their patients, which made everyone very happy. She kindly told him that if he ever needed anything for work or personal needs, he was free to contact her for help at any time, and she also respectfully called him Yaku, recognizing his authority. The woman even made a bold suggestion that such a talented young man as he would undoubtedly be able to find a way to cure even this previously considered incurable and very dangerous disease, giving patients hope for a full life. The doctor calmly replied to her that he first planned to carefully observe the current condition of the patients for some time before making any final conclusions or giving overly optimistic forecasts regarding their further recovery and chances of success. G noted that absolutely all the staff in the infirmary were very excited about these recent events and were eagerly awaiting the results, and also added that if the cure for the disease was already ready, then its name was too difficult for ordinary staff to remember. Neither she nor other employees of the medical institution could remember this long and complicated name of the new drug, so she asked the young doctor to come up with something simpler and easier to pronounce for the general convenience of communication. He did not even immediately realize that the situation had already reached such a stage when they were expecting from him not only medical achievements, but also help in naming the medicines he had developed, which was somewhat unexpected for him. G sincerely considered the young man a real treasure and understood perfectly well why his boss valued this specialist so much, after which she asked the doctor to continue working hard, noting that she herself had come in for literally a minute so as not to distract him. The young man politely wished her a good and productive working day and walked her to the very door of the office, after which he again completely immersed himself in his thoughts about the upcoming treatment and the condition of his patients, for whom he was very worried. In fact, he was genuinely grateful for the fact that he had a well-equipped medical department close by where he could get all the help and resources he needed for his difficult and responsible job of saving lives. The other patients in the infirmary began to ask him curiously whether the rumors that were spreading were true, that he had actually been able to create a completely new and effective cure for their common serious illness that had tormented them for so long. The doctor asked the purple-haired patient to be a little quieter so as not to disturb the others, and carefully checked his pulse while wondering if there was any hope in his dull eyes for a possible recovery from this disease. This boy, unfortunately, contracted syphilis while still in his mother's womb, receiving a congenital form of this terrible disease, which made his case especially complex and tragic from the very beginning of his short life, full of suffering. The young doctor realized with bitterness that it seemed almost impossible to cure a congenital disease with the modern methods that were available to him at that time, despite all his knowledge and efforts that he put into this matter. If syphilis had appeared in this child much later, at a more conscious age, he could have lived for a long time and actively fought this insidious disease. But now half of his little face was covered with terrible scars, one eye could no longer see anything, and one ear could hardly hear the sounds of the surrounding world. When the doctor asked him sympathetically if he had ever studied martial arts or any self-defense techniques, the boy sadly replied in the negative, as his health condition had never allowed him to engage in such activities that required strength and endurance. The doctor then asked the child if it was true that his tangang, a special energy point in the body, had some hidden inner power that the boy himself might not even suspect until this moment of important conversation. The boy did not even understand what exactly the doctor was asking him about, but it turned out that not only the injection of penicillin made him feel much better, but also some unknown energy in his body began to spontaneously move and activate, bringing relief. The doctor persistently continued to question him as to whether he had noticed any strange or unusual breathing in himself lately, to which the boy replied that during his illness, when his temperature rose sharply, he breathed through his stomach to relieve the pain and immediately demonstrated to the doctor exactly how he did this to ease his suffering. At first, the child breathed very heavily and intermittently, taking deep and noisy breaths, trying to fill his lungs with air to the limit, which required considerable effort from him in his weakened state. But he tried very hard to show everything correctly, and then he forcefully exhaled all the accumulated air from his belly, demonstrating the unusual breathing control he had instinctively used to relieve the intense pain caused by the high fever during his long and debilitating illness. It seemed as if the boy had accumulated significant internal strength in such a completely intuitive way, even without knowing any special methods of energy management, and if this was really the case, then this child was a real genius with enormous potential. The doctor placed his encouraging hand on the boy's fragile shoulder, thus expressing his support and faith in his hidden abilities, which could change his entire future destiny for the better if they were properly developed and directed. After this gesture, they both bowed their heads respectfully in a sign of mutual respect and understanding, and for a while there was a complete and deep silence between them, filled with unspoken thoughts and nascent hope for the future. Within this little boy, there were heavenly circles of energy circulating, similar to what one would expect from a master after taking a pill, and not from a child who does not know his own strength. While the small heavenly circle was a narrow energy circuit, the large one was wide, and the technique itself required a long time for warriors to master. This kid didn't even have a real name. His uncles from the Hao clan simply called him disdainfully, "Hey you," or some other impersonal nickname, without caring at all about his feelings or self-esteem, which was very cruel. The other children in the clan often called him a dog or trash, which greatly embarrassed and upset the little boy, who did not understand why his peers and even some of the adults around him treated him so cruelly. Therefore, the attentive doctor suggested the following wise solution. He took out a clean sheet of paper and a simple pencil and firmly decided to come up with a real, beautiful name for this boy, because without his own name, the child simply could not continue to fully live and develop as a person. Yo watched their unusual and touching conversation from the side with great interest, trying not to interfere in this important moment for both of them, which could determine the future fate of the little patient and his new friend. What Yo liked most was the sincere and happy smile on the face of that same boy, who was simply incredibly happy with the very idea of inventing his own unique name, which would belong only to him and no one else. The doctor thoughtfully said that may heaven itself reward this innocent child for all his many misfortunes and sufferings, and suggested taking the first two characters from the expression God's mercy to create a new name that would bring good luck. And so they got the beautiful name of Chan Wu, Chan as the symbol of God or heaven, and Wu as the symbol of mercy or help. And his new name meant a man who had been helped by heaven itself, and the little boy liked it very much from the first minute. Later, the caring doctor asked his new ward if he would like to live somewhere else, a more suitable place, instead of the territory of the Hao clan, where he was treated so badly, and his unique abilities were not appreciated at all. The young man added that with such talent, having become a warrior, the boy could achieve anything, to which he agreed to live anywhere if he was taken, and at that moment he called the healer his brother, demonstrating complete trust and deep affection. It was quite easy to understand that this unfortunate child was in desperate need of basic human love, care, and attention, which he had been deprived of for a very long time, living in an atmosphere of neglect and cruelty from those around him. The adult members of the clan paid no attention to him at all, considering him a nobody, and his peers began to cruelly mock and bully him immediately after the onset of his serious illness, making his life unbearable. The young man firmly thought to himself that goodness should always be fairly rewarded with goodness in return, and he absolutely had to help this talented and unfortunate child find a better lot in this difficult life full of trials. But he still had to obtain official permission to do so from his respected teacher, as well as negotiate with the Hao clan leadership, so that everything would be done in accordance with the existing rules and customs established in society. A few days after this conversation, he was already standing in front of Muhu and convincingly asking her for permission to take the child away from the clan, because the Hao clan treated him like a complete nobody, not noticing his suffering. She was also well aware that any other place would be much better for this boy than staying in the Hao clan, where only neglect and a complete lack of any prospects for normal development and a happy future awaited him. Moreover, thanks to the effective treatment she received from this young and talented doctor, her own health condition improved significantly, and she was again able to make plans for the future with optimism and hope. The woman asked them not to worry about the boy's future, as she took all the main concerns and worries on this issue solely on herself, striving to provide the child with the best conditions for his future life. She firmly promised that she would personally take care of everything necessary for the well-being of the child, and that everything would be fine with him. He would be safe and surrounded by the attention that he so badly needed all this time. The young man still had one very important task that he had to complete at all costs. He had to convince his own teacher of the correctness of the decision he had made regarding the future of the talented boy. After all the organizational issues were resolved, he informed his brother and sister that they could begin preparing for their long-awaited return home, as their treatment was approaching its successful completion, which was a real miracle for them. Judging by the indisputable fact that their physical condition was constantly improving every day, it could be said with confidence that the disease had not affected their nervous system, and they had reached the stage of complete recovery from this terrible illness. Hearing these long-awaited words from the doctor, everything turned upside down for her in an instant. She could not believe her happiness, which suddenly fell upon her after so many months of suffering and despair, which seemed endless. The girl immediately began to excitedly question him whether he was really speaking seriously, and whether he was joking with her, since the news of his recovery seemed too good to be true in their difficult situation. The brother immediately jumped up to his beloved sister, and they looked into each other's eyes, full of tears of joy, completely not believing that this was really true, and not a figment of their imagination, or a beautiful dream that was about to disappear. She asked the doctor with tears in her eyes looking him straight in the eye and no longer holding back her emotions, if he was sure that all this was not a beautiful dream from which they would soon have to awaken to the cruel reality of their situation. Her brother, too, could not fully believe in this sudden miracle of recovery, and he too could not hold back his tears of joy and relief, which involuntarily rolled down his cheeks, expressing the full depth of his experiences and happiness. They thought that now everything would be fine, and they finally survived after such a difficult test. They got their second chance at life, which they had to use with gratitude and wisdom, appreciating each new day. The doctor watched with warmth as the brother tenderly embraced his sister, and how they both sincerely rejoiced at their second chance at a full life, which fate and the efforts of this young but very talented doctor, who believed in them, had given them. At the same time, he heard from both of them words of sincere and deep gratitude for his help, dedication, and professionalism, which helped them overcome this terrible disease and return to a normal life full of hope. It was quite obvious that they both would need some more time to fully recover physically and mentally from their illness, but today's significant day could rightfully be considered their new birthday, the beginning of a new chapter in their destiny. Sometime after all the procedures, the patients had their last bandages removed and immediately began to feel significant relief and a surge of strength, indicating the success of the treatment and the beginning of recovery. He was informed that one of the patients, Muka, had seen a marked increase in her internal energy level, and after carefully checking the pulses of the others, it was found that some of them had experienced exactly the same positive effect from the therapy. The girl also noticed this pleasant change on her own, as the energy in her Tanyong, a special energy center, became noticeably heavier and more powerful, indicating the restoration of her vitality and inner balance. At that very moment, the healed Muka sincerely promised her savior that she would never forget his boundless kindness and the invaluable help he had given her during the most difficult period. Carefully reaching into her small pocket, she confidently said that if she were to become the leader of one of the Hao clan's combat units again, she would be able to be a reliable force for him and a loyal support in all his endeavors. The former patient took out one small but valuable thing for her and explained that it was a modest gift for him, since she could not fully repay his kindness, but assured him that she would be faithful to him until the end of her days, no matter what the cost. The young man liked the gift presented to him, and Muha added with a smile that if he ever needed her help in any matter, all he would have to do was simply show her this item, and she would immediately come to the rescue. After this touching moment, Mu Wo approached the doctor, dropped to one knee in front of him as a sign of deep respect, and respectfully bowed his head to the healer who saved his sister and himself from certain death. Manchin frankly admitted that he was previously a simple wanderer with no particular attachments, so he had no loyalty to the Hao clan, but now he was fully prepared to repay the young doctor's favor in his own sect if necessary. The healer asked Mu Wo to rise from his knees, but he did not move, continuing to insistently assure that he would always be ready to immediately come to the aid of his benefactor as soon as he called him, at any time of the day or night. Even the young doctor himself did not expect to see such strong and sincere emotions on the part of these two people, who had recently been on the verge of despair and were prepared for the worst outcome of their illness. Both the brother and sister simply could not contain their enormous gratitude to their savior. Their hearts were filled with gratitude for the second life given to them and the hope for a happy future that they had never expected to see. Muha and Mu Wo solemnly swore their eternal devotion and loyalty to the young doctor for the rest of their lives, promising to serve him faithfully and truly in any circumstances that might befall them in the future. The festive tables were generously laid with a variety of dishes and drinks, and happy smiles never disappeared for a moment from the joyful faces of all the guests who had gathered to celebrate this significant event and share the common joy. All patients were successfully discharged from Beijing Hospital after full recovery, and a small but very festive reception was held to mark the incredible success of young Dr. Qin Cheng-hee and his team. This celebration became a real, genuine joy, both for the doctors themselves, who had put in so much effort, and for all the guests present, who sincerely shared their triumph and were proud of the results achieved in treating a serious illness. When the hero of the occasion entered the hall, All those present immediately approached him from all sides to personally congratulate him on this great achievement in medicine and express their admiration for his talent and dedication. The recovered patients still could not fully believe that they had truly been completely cured of the terrible disease, but the modest doctor did not take all the credit for it. He emphasized that without the help of his comrades in the hospital, nothing would have happened. No one present could have ever imagined that an effective cure for syphilis would ever become a reality, but this long-awaited and momentous day has finally arrived, bringing relief and hope to many sufferers. The young man thoughtfully held a glass of some kind of cool drink in his calloused hands, reflecting on recent events and the difficult path they all had to overcome on the way to this important discovery. However, despite the general triumph, he felt some sadness because, to his great regret, he was unable to save absolutely all the patients who turned to him for help in this difficult and dangerous matter. 3 of the 30 patients admitted were diagnosed with a disease that was very similar in symptoms to syphilis, but different in nature, requiring a different approach to treatment and different drugs to combat it. It turned out to be Hansen's disease, which in these parts was usually called leprosy, and unfortunately, the young doctor was completely unable to cure this serious illness with the means and methods available to him at that time. Leprosy was known to affect the skin, which became waxy, and because the pathogen was resistant to penicillin, its treatment required rifampicin, which disrupts RNA synthesis in bacterial cells, inhibiting their growth. But rifampicin alone was not enough for complete cure, as it loses its initial effectiveness over time, so it was highly recommended to use it in combination with other potent antibiotics to achieve the best result. The doctor mused that if he could establish production of streptomycin, an effective anti-tuberculosis drug, then the problem of treating leprosy and resistance to rifampicin could perhaps be successfully solved in the near future. Suddenly, his respected teacher appeared behind him and gently noted that the young man seemed particularly depressed and upset, despite the general festive mood and recent successes in treating other diseases. The young master replied to his mentor that he really felt that way because he clearly realized that he still had a lot to learn in the field of medicine in order to help everyone in need without exception. Peck, his wise teacher, advised him not to rush so much in his endeavors and research, but to move forward gradually, step by step, mastering new knowledge and skills without undue haste, which could cause harm. It seemed that the teacher no longer cared whether his student would survive or not in this harsh world, because the young man was a true representative of Murim, but the mentor still could not allow a fatal outcome for his talented protege. At this point, Peck brought up an important topic regarding the boy, Jong-woo, admitting that his talents were indeed impressive, as the young doctor had said, but due to the Jal family's characteristics, the child was not quite a match for them, so the teacher decided that it would be better to send him to another clan that suited his abilities. The head of the Mudan clan, who was an old friend and debtor of Peck, in the opinion of the teacher, would definitely not refuse to take such a gifted boy under his wing and provide him with the best conditions for further development and training. In addition, Chang-woo possessed such a powerful internal energy that the head of the Mudan clan would definitely not miss such a unique opportunity to obtain the future great master, so the young doctor replied that the Mudan clan was in the hub province, and if Chang-woo went there, they would not be able to see each other often. The teacher continued his thought, explaining that meetings would indeed be difficult for some time while the boy was undergoing training, but when he achieved significant success in his training, they would definitely see each other again and be able to communicate. At that very moment, the young healer remembered an important detail. In the Mudan clan, there was an ancient statue of Yanshi Tanyong, in a secret compartment of which a secret book with valuable knowledge was hidden, which could greatly help the boy. Therefore, he immediately informed his teacher that it was necessary to send Chang-woo to that clan as soon as possible, so that the boy could gain access to this unique knowledge and develop his enormous potential to the fullest extent under the guidance of experienced mentors. At first, the teacher thought it was a little strange because just a moment ago his student wanted to wait a little before sending the boy, and now he suddenly insisted that he should be sent immediately, changing his original decision. After this conversation, the doctor was already standing next to little Chan-woo and asked him to promise that he would definitely come to visit him and play when he had the opportunity so that they could maintain their friendship. Jong-woo replied seriously that he would not come to play, but to check on his savior, and that he would need to constantly make sure that the young doctor was feeling well and did not need anything. The healer asked the boy to try to establish good relationships with the other members of the Mudan clan, and to diligently learn to control his enormous internal energy every day in order to become stronger and wiser under the guidance of the new mentors who would teach him. The boy, with a beaming smile, replied that everything would definitely be fine and that the doctor did not need to worry about him at all, because he had saved and completely changed his life, and now Chan-woo wanted to live it with dignity and honor, justifying all hopes. The young man saw in the eyes of this little child such incredible maturity, determination, and self-confidence that one could rarely see even in adults who had gone through many life trials and difficulties along the way. After these words, the boy touched the doctor's finger with his own as a sign of farewell, and then turned to the healer's brother, apparently wanting to say something important to him too, before setting off on a long and unknown journey. The child was very embarrassed to ask the young doctor directly whether he could consider him his real older brother, although this warm and tender feeling towards his savior and mentor had long been born in his heart. Filled with strong emotions, the healer again asked the boy sympathetically if he was really offering to become sworn brothers, since such a step was of great importance in their world and connected people with unbreakable bonds for life. It looked very sweet and touching when, with an incredibly serious expression on his young face, the boy firmly answered yes, confirming his sincere desire to become related to his savior and find an older brother in him. The young man then asked him if he fully understood how important the bonds of brotherhood were for warriors in their culture, to which the boy confidently answered in the affirmative, although he himself was not yet a real warrior, but he already understood a lot. However, the healer already had a sworn brother, the powerful sky demon Yarun, with whom he had long-standing and strong bonds that had stood the test of time and the numerous trials that had befallen them in the past, full of dangers. Because of this circumstance, he could not accept Jong-woo's proposal to become brothers on his own without consulting, and said that if his existing brother did not object to it, then they could certainly do it and become related. The purple-haired boy curiously asked if the doctor already had a brother, and if he had saved him in the same way as him, wanting to know more about his idol's past and those who were dear to him in this life full of adventures. The answer he heard from the young man was simple and laconic. It was his direct duty as a doctor to save people and ease their suffering, expecting nothing in return except their recovery and gratitude. The protagonist had no idea that he would have a second sworn brother, and he wasn't even entirely sure if it was the right thing to do according to tradition, since he had never met anyone in martial arts novels who had multiple sworn brothers at the same time. Hugging the purple-haired boy tightly, the doctor asked him to calm down and said that his younger brother, the heavenly demon Yaren, would definitely understand everything, and they could become good friends, to which the child replied that even if that didn't happen, he would still consider the healer his older brother no matter what. Their characters were completely different, but both of these boys were saved by the same person, and the more loyal comrades and friends he has in this difficult world, the better it will be for all of them in the future. Carefully placing the boy in a specially prepared palanquin for the journey, the healer once again asked him to work hard in training, and to be sure to come visit as soon as possible so that they could see each other and communicate. The boy said again that he had one more very important request to make of his savior, which he would like to voice before his departure to a new clan, where he would have to spend many years in diligent training. The child asked hopefully if he could now take the surname Chin of his benefactor, since he had given him such a beautiful name, and it would be a great honor for him to bear the surname of the man he respected and loved so much. The young man replied with a smile that of course he could do that, and also told the boy that he himself did not receive his last name from his parents, so it did not have any long family history or genealogical tree going back centuries. Extending his small fist in a farewell greeting, Chang-woo said goodbye and asked the doctor to wish him to become the best and most skilled warrior in the entire Mudan clan so that he could glorify the name of his mentor. The boy confidently declared, with the sound of fists clashing in a sign of brotherly oath, that he would definitely become a great master of the sword, and his adopted elder brother would be very proud of him when he heard of his future exploits and accomplishments. Someone sitting on the box of the cart and holding the reins in his hands whistled quietly but distinctly, giving a signal for the start of the movement of this small caravan, which was to deliver the boy to his new home and place of training in the art of war. A moment after this signal, the horses, rested and full of strength, quickly rushed forward, dragging behind them the cart with the little passenger, who looked with excitement and hope at the retreating figures of his friends and benefactors. And soon, they were already quickly heading straight to the distant territory of the powerful Mudan clan, where Chan Wu was about to begin a completely new chapter of his difficult, but so promising young life under the shadow of martial arts, full of trials and discoveries. At that very moment, the young man finally realized that the head of the medical department was absolutely right in claiming that a correctly chosen name for a medicine really does have a very great and important significance for its future success and recognition. The new medicine had to be called the Sacred Pill Peking, and its liquid version, accordingly, had to be called Peking Oil, because if you were going to give it a name, it had to radiate power and inspire confidence. This was how everyone around was supposed to know about their infirmary and its unique sacred pill, Beijing, which was a kind of panacea for many previously incurable diseases, bringing hope to those who suffered. The release of this new and long-awaited drug greatly inspired all the doctors of the hospital, giving them new strength and enthusiasm for further work and research in the field of medicine, which was very important for the common cause. They could almost say that they killed two birds with one stone, as all of the staff threw themselves into intensive training, which not only greatly improved their professional skills, but also allowed them to speed up the process of making these vital pills. The doctor didn't know exactly how things were in his previous world, where he came from, but in this particular world, producing penicillin was like keeping a cow that devoured money at an incredible rate, like lush green grass in a meadow. The doctors who had already reached the level of Shimbop of the 5 elements above the 3rd level of mastery, and 2 others who had awakened the 5th level of power within themselves, under his careful guidance, prepared a medicine designed for 10 needy patients. The pill they created turned out to be extremely effective in fighting the disease, but its production cost a lot of money, which made it accessible to far from all segments of the population, despite its miraculous properties and benefits. This medicine not only successfully cured the serious illness, but also gave a powerful boost to the patient's internal energy, so there was absolutely no need to worry about the possible effect of addiction or dependence on this drug. Yo stood before his respected teacher and reported to him that the young doctor could indeed rightfully be considered a worthy successor to the legendary Bain Yison, and that he, a teacher who had never had a student before, now had an absolutely amazing and talented apprentice who exceeded all expectations. Yuo continued his report, reporting that it was precisely these kinds of rumors and conversations that had been actively spreading throughout the hospital among the medical staff and patients lately, causing general admiration and respect for the young talent and his mentor. The teacher calmly replied that they had already completely completed the equipment of a special room for larger-scale production of the new medicine, and emphasized that until active production of the pills began, the flow of information outside the infirmary must be strictly limited to prevent leaks. Yo immediately understood the important task before him and briefly assured his mentor that everything would be done exactly as he ordered and no information would leak out before the allotted time and without proper permission. The young man was also well aware that this secret would soon be revealed anyway, and he was absolutely certain that as soon as the completely cured syphilis patients returned to their homes, rumors of this miraculous healing would inevitably spread everywhere with incredible speed. Fortunately for everyone, the bulk of the necessary training for the staff had already been successfully completed, and now all he had to do was continue to diligently improve his medical skills and deepen his acquired knowledge for future achievements. The time was inexorably approaching when he would have to perform another important deed, save the life of Chal Rin, who was also known as Pek Rin, which was destined for him by fate in this world. One could even say with certainty that his actions were completely at odds with the original plot of the novel in which he found himself involved, changing the course of predetermined events and the fates of the characters. This was due to the fact that in the original plot of this work, his teacher Peck, unfortunately, died at a fairly early stage of the narrative, not having time to accomplish many important things and pass on all his knowledge. Spring is always a time of awakening for all living things in nature, when after a long winter the world is filled with new colors, sounds, and vital energy, inspiring new achievements and giving hope for a better future. Chung-hee was finally able to break away from his incredibly busy and stressful work schedule and began to spend his days at a more leisurely and calm pace, enjoying every moment and taking time to relax. A sincere smile began to appear more and more often on his slightly tired face, although he had never lacked a good mood before, but now he felt much more relaxed and peaceful than ever before. As before, he continued to provide assistance to all those in need, carefully checking their pulse and carefully monitoring their general health, not refusing anyone his professional support and good advice, which was so important. The young doctor often joked kindly with the people around him, and they reciprocated, laughing together at funny stories and creating around themselves an atmosphere of ease and informality that was so lacking in their difficult lives. Despite the onset of calmer and more measured days in his life, he still plunged headlong into his beloved and important work, spending his free time usefully for the cause and for other people who needed his help. The young man took a pre-prepared list of patients from a drawer in his desk and looked at it carefully to determine which of them would be next in line for an examination or a necessary medical procedure that morning. However, at that very moment, something completely different unexpectedly distracted his attention from work. He caught some very strange, but at the same time, incredibly appetizing and pleasant smell coming from somewhere outside his office. The young man asked himself in surprise, what could be this attractive and alluring smell that so persistently penetrated his room, awakening his curiosity and forcing him to be distracted from his current affairs and journal entries. An elderly woman, apparently a relative of one of the many patients being treated in their infirmary, suddenly appeared right in front of him, and the doctor wondered if she had accidentally gotten lost in these corridors. Approaching her cautiously, the healer politely informed her that in order to get inside the infirmary, she had to first send a carrier pigeon through the district hospital to obtain permission, to which the old woman replied that she had just visited her granddaughter and talked with her about many important things concerning their family. The young man, out of politeness, offered to deliver her parcel to her granddaughter himself, in order to spare the elderly woman the unnecessary trouble and worry associated with the rules for visiting patients, which were quite strict in their institution. But the grandmother resolutely refused his help and firmly stated that she would never give up her parcel, thereby demonstrating her enviable stubbornness and determination to personally hand over the gifts to her beloved granddaughter, no matter what. This elderly woman was very lucky that she happened to meet him, because if she had encountered other, less lenient doctors, everything could have turned out completely differently and much less pleasantly for her. She would definitely not have been allowed to bring any gift or food into the hospital grounds, and would have been immediately sent back to the very foot of the mountain along with all her food, since entry with foreign objects was strictly prohibited by the internal regulations. It was practically impossible for an ordinary visitor to get inside the infirmary without a special registered letter from the district medical ward, so how this persistent old lady managed to do it remained a mystery. The old woman simply and bluntly explained to the surprised doctor that she had firmly told the guard at the entrance that until she personally fed her beloved granddaughter home-cooked food, she would not leave here, no matter what it cost her. The young man gently asked her not to resist the established rules, and at that moment he quite accidentally noticed a fresh trace of blood on her bent elbow, which immediately aroused in him professional concern and a desire to help. The healer immediately ran up to her and immediately began to carefully roll up the sleeve of her clothing, although the elderly woman actively objected to this and persistently asked him not to touch her and leave her alone, assuring her that everything was fine. The old lady was surprisingly strong for her age, but the young doctor still managed to carefully roll up her sleeves and saw with alarm that her elbow was seriously injured and needed immediate medical attention and treatment. Looking down a little, he noticed with concern that her knees were also badly scraped and covered in dried blood, indicating a recent fall or some other incident that had resulted in injury. Did she really bring herself to such a deplorable state? desperately trying to help her heartless and ungrateful granddaughter, who couldn't even leave her room to meet her own grandmother, who came from afar with gifts? At first, the young man firmly said that it was absolutely necessary for her to immediately treat her wounds and receive treatment. But then, a logical question arose as to whether it was possible to provide her with assistance in a special section of the bamboo grove that received foreigners, and to invite her granddaughter there as well, for which it was necessary to obtain permission from Yuo. The grandmother continued to be stubborn and shout loudly that she understood everything perfectly well and did not need moralizing, and also persistently asked him not to rush her and give her a little time to come to her senses after what happened. However, the young doctor persistently continued to offer his professional assistance, realizing that the elderly woman really needed urgent medical intervention to avoid possible complications from the numerous injuries and abrasions she had received. He turned his back to her and gently asked her to climb onto his back because she was covered in blood and it would be difficult for her to move around on her own in such a state along the long corridors and stairs of the infirmary. His unwavering persistence and deep conviction of the necessity of obeying his request finally forced the stubborn grandmother to agree to his proposal, as she saw his sincere concern for her health and well-being. The elderly woman carefully wrapped her calloused arms around his neck, trusting this unfamiliar but caring young man who had shown her so much attention and sympathy at this difficult moment in time for her. She then wrapped her legs tightly around his hips to secure herself more securely on his back during their upcoming move across the infirmary grounds to a place where she could receive the necessary medical attention as soon as possible. As they began to move and he carried her on his back, the old woman told him that her granddaughter's name was Chudoa and that she worked in a special department that treated patients with glaucoma and other eye diseases. Chin was well aware that the doctors in this ophthalmology department were always very busy with work, and so he told the grandmother that as soon as she received all the necessary medical care quickly, she would be able to visit her granddaughter in peace. The young man was in a great hurry to get the victim to safety, but the grandmother, comfortably settled on his back, even asked him not to push so hard and move a little slower so that she would be more comfortable on the way. On the way, they unexpectedly met Yuo, who asked the doctor in surprise who exactly was on his back and why this woman was in such a deplorable state, needing outside help to move around the infirmary. The healer quickly explained to his colleague that this elderly grandmother really wanted to give her beloved granddaughter some gifts in honor of the arrival of spring, but she was so badly injured on the way that he had to first start healing her many wounds. He also hastened to add to his explanation that the granddaughter of this injured elderly woman was named Chudoa, hoping that this name would mean something to Yuo and help clarify the situation regarding her visit and treatment at their institution. Yuo repeated the name thoughtfully in his head several times, trying to remember if they had a patient or employee with that name, and trying to figure out how best to handle this somewhat unusual and delicate situation. At this point, the grandmother, still on the doctor's back, impatiently asked him not to stand there like a pillar, but to quickly continue moving so that they could quickly get to the place they needed and resolve all issues. Yuo ordered that all necessary first aid be provided to the injured patient as soon as possible, understanding the importance of timely intervention to prevent possible complications and ease her suffering from the injuries sustained during the fall. In this current situation, something elusively confused the young Dr. Chin. Some discrepancy in the behavior of his colleague did not give him peace, forcing him to think about possible hidden reasons for such unusual behavior for him at the moment. Usually, Yuo liked to check everything carefully 2 or even 3 times before making any decisions, but today, for some reason, he was surprisingly too accommodating and compliant, which was completely unlike him, and this caused Chin to have some suspicions about his colleague's true motives. At that very moment, his unexpected burden, his grandmother, again turned impatiently to him, insistently demanding that he hurry up and continue moving, and even called him a little man in a familiar way, which sounded quite funny in their situation. The other doctors, who had become involuntary witnesses to this unusual scene, watched with interest what was happening and quietly talked among themselves, noting that Bane's infirmary remained as unpredictable and full of surprises as always, maintaining its unique atmosphere. Judging from their demeanor and some distinctive details in their clothing, These observing doctors were most likely from the rival Hua Infirmary, which added some spice and tension to the overall picture of what was happening this morning. They asked Chin's group with undisguised curiosity and some suspicion why they had decided to visit their medical unit today, and what was the real purpose of their unexpected visit at such an early hour for visitors. Chin, with his unusual load, headed straight to a unit known as Bamboo Grove, where he knew they could provide assistance to both foreigners and where the injured elderly woman could be temporarily housed. The guy on duty at the entrance to the unit asked the young doctor to tell his grandfather to tell a girl named Chu Doa from the glaucoma department that her grandmother had come to visit her and was waiting to meet her. Chin politely replied that he would certainly try to do so, but he could not at all guarantee that he would be able to find her quickly, since the number of patients in the infirmary had increased significantly with the arrival of spring, and everyone was very busy. The young man, still holding the injured grandmother on his back, earnestly asked the guy at the entrance to do the right thing and humanely, and still try to find her granddaughter, despite all the possible difficulties and the heavy workload of the staff. They finally arrived at the right place, and the guy on duty again offered to let him treat her wounds, but the elderly woman again began to refuse, stubbornly insisting that there was no need for this, and that everything would go away on its own with time. But the doctor gently reminded her of their recent agreement. She promised to listen to his stubbornness in matters of treatment, and he, in turn, would listen to hers, and she, touched by his sincerity and concern, again could not resist and gave in. After these warm words, Chin smiled encouragingly at the stubborn old woman and laughed good-naturedly, seeing how she was trying to maintain her independence, but at the same time clearly needed his help and participation in her fate. He carefully took her hand in his and began to carefully examine her wounds, having first carefully washed away all the dirt and blood from the damaged areas of the skin in order to better assess the extent of the damage and prevent possible tissue infection. The healer asked her to be patient for a little while. He carried out the necessary manipulations, and she carefully watched how he did it carefully and skillfully, gratefully noting to herself that he really treated his patients very well and caringly, despite everything. The young doctor provided her with the first aid she needed very quickly and with great professional understanding of the matter, demonstrating his excellent skills and ability to find an approach even to the most difficult and intractable patients, such as this elderly woman. Continuing to carefully treat her numerous wounds and abrasions, he then very carefully and skillfully bandaged her injured arm with a sterile bandage to immobilize the joint and protect the wounds from infection and further damage. Finally, her injured elbow was securely and neatly bandaged, and she could rest a little after all these worries and procedures that required patience and endurance from both of them, so that everything would go successfully and without complications. They sat side by side under the shade of tall bamboo trees, enjoying the peace and quiet of this secluded place, which seemed to have been created for rest and reflection on life, full of unexpected turns and encounters. The grandmother asked the young man with interest what his name was, and he politely answered her that his name was Chin Chung Hee, after which she thought for a long time, as if this name was familiar to her, or reminded her of something. The older woman wisely noted that a person should not be so kind and sympathetic in this cruel world, and asked if he understood this, but he only gently replied that now he needed to take care of her injured knee. There was indeed a lot of blood on the knee, and it was extremely surprising that the elderly woman seemed to feel no pain at all from such a serious injury, which seemed almost impossible for an ordinary person of her age. It was completely unknown how this grandmother was able to get to her feet and reach the hospital, given her serious condition and numerous injuries, apparently received from a strong fall from a height or impact with a hard surface. The young doctor politely asked her permission to examine the bone for a fracture and began to very carefully and gently feel her injured knee with his experienced hands, trying not to cause her any unnecessary pain or discomfort during the examination. Not a single nerve moved on her wrinkled face while he did this, which testified to her incredible endurance and willpower, or to some special condition in which the sensation of pain was significantly dulled or absent altogether. It was simply amazing. She was so badly bruised in the fall, but her cartilage tissue, fortunately, remained completely intact, which greatly facilitated the healing process and accelerated her future recovery from the injuries she had received. The wound on the knee had not even had time to fester, which was a very good sign, so it would have been enough to simply carefully palpate it on the knee to make sure there were no more serious internal injuries or foreign bodies in the wound. Chin took out a special thin needle and began to gently prick the characteristic active points around the wound to relieve pain and improve blood circulation in the damaged area, using his knowledge of acupuncture to alleviate her condition. At the very moment the needle touched her skin, Grandma suddenly felt as if she was 17 again. Such incredible lightness and a surge of strength unexpectedly engulfed her entire tired and wounded body, giving relief. They began to talk casually about whether he would stitch up her knee wound, because she had heard from others that they did it very well and skillfully in this hospital, to which he, smiling, asked if she was going to take up martial arts after this, and she replied that she couldn't do it now, after which the doctor concluded that there was no need to stitch it up then. Meanwhile, in Peck's office, his loyal assistant Yuo was reporting that he had arrived safely and had brought with him other members from the rival Huaju infirmary who had come for a surprise visit that morning. Their professional reputation suffered greatly after they effectively abandoned the daughter of Archer Wang Ku to her fate, refusing to treat her at the most critical moment for the girl, which caused a great public outcry. Peck wondered with some surprise why he had slept so restlessly that night, and immediately found the answer himself. It turned out that all the uninvited guests had decided to gather and pay a visit at the same time, disturbing the morning peace of the infirmary. Yuo continued his report, stating that, according to the visitors who arrived, the reason for their unexpected visit was allegedly concern about the health of that same patient, Van Kag, whom they had previously refused to treat at their institution. However, the girl was already in the stage of full recovery thanks to China's efforts, so Yuo quickly realized that in reality they were just looking for any suitable excuse to find fault with something and try to discredit their infirmary. Refusing to allow them to visit the patient would only give them another reason to complain and spread rumors. So Yuo, after a brief thought, approved their visit to Wang Kog, deciding to act as openly and transparently as possible in this situation. Now, he and the other doctors from the Huaju infirmary were carefully examining the patient and taking her pulse, and Yuo had already managed to inform her father, an archer, who was also nearby, and monitoring the developments about everything in detail. They felt truly sorry for their doctors, as Peck knew full well that they would have a very difficult time in this situation, as the doctors from Huaju Infirmary would certainly seize any opportunity to discredit their work, and his staff would have to make every effort to handle the situation with dignity. Yuo tactfully asked his respected master not to interfere in this brewing unpleasant story, and to allow him to deal with all the questions and complaints that had arisen from their colleagues from another medical institution that morning. In reality, their colleagues from another competing hospital were simply paying them a routine courtesy call, albeit with some hidden intentions that were yet to be revealed in the course of further investigation and negotiations between the parties. But it was not this trivial and quite expected event that was troubling the wise Peck so much at this particular moment in time. His thoughts were occupied with a completely different, much more important and significant upcoming event this morning. What worried him most was the mysterious man with whom he was about to have a very important meeting in the near future, and even the perceptive Yuo had not expected at all that this high-ranking lady would decide to pay a visit in person without first sending a messenger. It seemed that she was greatly interested in what she had recently heard about the amazing art of surgery that Peck's young student had mastered to perfection, and she wanted to personally verify his incredible abilities. Yuo asked his mentor with some impatience if they were going to continue playing this complicated and confusing game, full of omissions and hidden motives, which had already become quite boring for everyone and demanded a resolution. Peck thoughtfully replied that someday this would indeed have to be put to an end. But until the true motives of all participants were completely clear, they should not interfere with the course of events and take any hasty actions that could cause harm. Meanwhile, on the other side, in the patient's room, the doctors from Peck's infirmary were already dealing with downright rude tones and provocative questions from visitors about whether the patients were just dolls for experiments. Huaju's representatives wanted to openly accuse the doctors at Peck Hospital of daring to use unproven and risky medical methods to treat their former patient, putting her life in unnecessary danger for the sake of dubious results and fame. They insisted that the patient be immediately transferred to the Hua infirmary, where they assured her that she could be completely cured within just 20 days using their tried and true methods for treating such illnesses. First, they essentially abandoned her to her fate, refusing treatment at the most critical moment. And now they unceremoniously showed up to justify themselves and declare that the treatment they initially prescribed for her would have been quite sufficient. They really do have no shortage of impudence and hypocrisy. The Hua Hospital representatives continued to claim that the position of the girl's father, who had previously asked them for help, was completely understandable to them, and it was obvious that their answer at that time had not satisfied him at all, and they had failed to earn his trust. However, in their opinion, it was completely abnormal and unprofessional to so recklessly play with the life of a patient, conducting risky medical experiments on him without any guarantee of success, and with a high risk of irreversible consequences for the health of a young girl. The representatives of the Ren Hospital earnestly asked their opponents not to spread any nonsense and outright lies, because the girl at that moment was on the verge of life and death, and she herself was sitting here and listening attentively to all this. They calmly explained to their colleagues that there was simply no other way to save her life in that critical situation, while Hua's representatives continued to confidently claim that their hospital's skills would have been sufficient to save the child. However, representatives from Ren Hospital rightly noted that the girl's father had previously received an official response from the Hua Hospital management, which stated that the patient would not be accepted for treatment at their facility for a number of reasons, which completely contradicted their current statements. Then one of Hua's representatives quickly raised his hand and began to vigorously justify himself, claiming that they had indeed said that they would not accept her immediately, but they had not refused to treat her in principle and were planning to help her later. He explained haltingly that their leader, after an initial examination of the patient, had supposedly begun to think over a detailed plan for her further treatment, but in reality they had simply lied blatantly, not even blushing with shame for their previous actions and words. The doctors from the Huaju infirmary were very angry about this turn of events and the exposure of their lies, and the girl, watching them, could easily notice this from their tense faces and angry looks. It seemed that what happened caused quite a stir in the Murim clans. One of the Hua representatives insistently demanded that the girl's father or the head of her clan be summoned immediately to sort things out, but they were calmly told that their head would not personally settle such small and insignificant disputes between infirmaries. After this decisive refusal, they demanded with even greater insistence that his disciple, the very young doctor who had dared to challenge them and successfully cure the patient they had refused, be brought to them immediately. A very serious and tense dispute immediately began between representatives of the two competing hospitals, threatening to develop into an open conflict with unpredictable consequences for both sides and the reputation of their medical institutions as a whole. But suddenly, everyone present involuntarily paid attention to loud sounds coming from somewhere behind them, from the corridor, which interrupted their heated squabble and made them wary, expecting something unexpected. Loud, furious cries of some man could be heard from behind the door, who indignantly asked what was going on here and who dared to disturb him, which created an atmosphere of growing tension and a premonition of something bad. And immediately after this, the body of one of the people flew with force straight through the doorway, knocking down the door itself along with the frame with a crash, which plunged everyone present into real shock and confusion from such a surprise. The unfortunate man's body flew straight into the ward and fell lifelessly at the very feet of the doctor standing there, who did not even have time to react to this swift and frightening event that happened in a matter of seconds before his eyes. It was the defender of the doctor from the Hua infirmary, and everyone present immediately recognized him, as he was quite a famous person in their circles, which added even more questions to the situation and caused bewilderment. After this short but very effective appearance, someone else entered the room with a confident gait, whose figure was hidden in the semi-darkness of the corridor, but a powerful and menacing aura could already be felt emanating from him, forcing everyone to fall silent. It was the enraged demon archer, who was furious because he thought they only knew how to talk, and he loudly shouted curses at those bastards from the Huaju infirmary, not holding back his anger. The girl, his daughter, immediately jumped up from her seat and shouted loudly, "Daddy," rushing towards him with joy and relief, seeing her mighty protector, who always came to her aid in difficult times. The archer, completely uninhibited by his enormous physical strength and fury, resolutely walked up to the group of doctors from the Huaju infirmary to ask them some very serious and unpleasant questions regarding their recent actions and decisions. He asked them sternly if they even understood the suffering and humiliation his only daughter had to go through because of their irresponsible and cowardly actions in denying her life-saving medical care. Those present tried to calm him down, timidly reminding him that murder was strictly prohibited on the territory of any hospitals and infirmaries, regardless of the circumstances and reasons for the conflict between the warring parties or individuals. But he clenched his huge fist even tighter and asked again furiously how he could calm down. If it weren't for the intervention of young Dr. Chin, then these idiots, would have met him long ago in the afterlife, where he would have sent them. The demon archer sarcastically thanked them for coming to him, adding that they had essentially dug their own graves with their actions, and now he couldn't understand how he could not help them get into them. In his angry and determined eyes, there was not a drop of doubt in his words and intentions. He was ready to immediately carry out his threat, if he had not been prevented by more influential and respected people. From all sides, only numerous and persistent requests were heard for him to calm down and not to commit rash acts that could have irreversible consequences both for himself and for everyone present in this room. But it was at this very tense and critical moment that young Dr. Chin entered the room quite calmly, his appearance instantly changing the whole atmosphere and causing everyone to fall silent in anticipation of his words and actions. He didn't look very smiling, but rather extremely serious and focused, and it was obvious that he didn't like at all what was currently happening within the walls of his infirmary, disturbing the peace and order of the medical institution. All those present immediately froze in their seats as soon as they saw his calm and confident figure, since his authority and influence were already great enough to stop any conflict and dispute with his mere appearance. The young man simply said one phrase very calmly and firmly, reminding everyone that they were in the infirmary, where silence and order should be maintained, and not where such loud and unworthy showdowns should be arranged. The girl, the archer's daughter, watched him silently and with undisguised admiration, literally enchanted by the incredible energy of calm and confidence that emanated from this young but so strong-spirited healer, her savior. Chin came a little closer to the disputants and firmly said that all clarification of relations must be arranged somewhere else, in a more suitable place, but not here, within the walls of a medical institution where patients are being treated. The furious energy that had been raging inside the demon archer gradually began to fade away under the influence of the calm words and confident gaze of the young doctor, whom he immensely respected and appreciated for saving his only daughter from certain death. She became weaker and weaker with each passing second, and finally the mighty warrior was able to completely calm down and take control of his emotions, although it cost him a huge amount of willpower and self-control at that moment. It was the appearance of his benefactor, the young Dr. Chin, whose word and presence meant much more to him than all the persuasions and requests of the other people who were in the room at that tense moment, that finally calmed him down. After the archer had recovered a little, the young healer calmly turned to the representatives of the Hua infirmary and quietly said that he heard that they really wanted to see him and talk to him about something important. They still stood in their places, holding their breath from fear and surprise, and looked at this young man with bewilderment, wondering to themselves whether this was really the same student about whom there were so many rumors and talks. They thought to themselves that he looked very young, almost a child, but in fact he was just a youth, who, however, possessed incredible knowledge and abilities in the field of medicine, which caused them mixed feelings of surprise and distrust. The demon archer then sternly declared that if they even tried to cause any harm to their common benefactor, Dr. Chin Wu, he would not stand aside, even if he had to put his name and the reputation of the demon archer on the line. The doctor gently asked him not to do this, but these few words were quite enough to finally calm the angry representatives of Hua and make them behave more restrained and respectful towards the young healer. The rival infirmary's representatives couldn't even fully understand what exactly was happening to the demon archer at this moment, because he had just looked as ferocious as a tiger, and one word from this boy made him as calm as water. Chin decided to be reasonable in this difficult situation, and said that the representatives of the Hua Infirmary were only concerned about the patient's condition, so there was no need to be so angry with them and escalate the conflict between the institutions. Despite this peaceful statement, the demon archer still asked the doctor for permission to stay by his side, at least until this whole unpleasant discussion with the visitors was completely finished and all issues were settled. This news, of course, did not please the representatives of the Hua Infirmary at all, who were clearly wary of the presence of a powerful archer during further negotiations and proceedings on this delicate and controversial issue of their professional ethics. Those who were on the side of young Dr. Chin and supported him in this conflict felt much calmer and more confident after the demon archer decided to stay and give them his tacit support with his presence. This development of events also made Chin himself very happy, since he was eagerly awaiting the appearance of the archer, and this circumstance was very favorable for him in the current difficult situation, which required endurance and diplomacy to resolve it. However, the demon archer still continued to hold a strong grudge against the representatives of the Hua Infirmary, and menacingly reminded them that they were still alive only thanks to the urgent requests of his benefactor, Dr. Chin, who stood up for them. He sternly warned them that he would not let this matter go unpunished, and would certainly cut their throats as soon as they left the confines of the Bakrin Infirmary and found themselves behind its protective walls, where his vengeance could overtake them. The archer became even stronger after these words, and an incredibly powerful and terrifying energy began to emanate from him, which literally pressed on everyone present in the room, causing them to tremble with fear of his wrath. However, the time had finally come to get down to business, and young Dr. Chin asked his first question to the Hua representatives, asking what specific complaints or questions they had specifically about him and his methods of treating patients. After some time of detailed conversation, he politely explained to the representatives of the rival hospital that, unfortunately, he could not provide them with any additional information about the secret medical manuscript that he had received from his mysterious mentor many years ago. However, this statement only aroused even more suspicion among the representatives of Hua's infirmary, who began to persistently ask why he needed to hide the identity of his teacher, and demanded that he provide them with more details on this matter to clarify the situation. He had to think seriously for some time about what exactly he should answer them in order to satisfy their curiosity, and at the same time not reveal any really important secrets that could harm him. Then he calmly said, "Okay." His mentor's name was Hippocrates, but the Hua representatives couldn't even pronounce this unfamiliar name correctly the first time, which caused them some confusion. They immediately began to quietly whisper among themselves, animatedly discussing how strange and unusual this name was, and where a person with such an exotic name for their culture and language, causing bewilderment, could have come from. Later they remembered that they had heard rumors somewhere that this young doctor had long ago lost his memory as a result of some tragic incident, which could explain some of the oddities in his behavior and knowledge. Chin admitted that yes, it did happen to him in the past, and most of his memories were unfortunately erased forever, but he clearly and well remembered his mentor and the years of studying at the school under his guidance. He called it a great fortune that he had retained at least these important memories, but the Hua representatives immediately began to ask suspiciously if he was lying to them now, trying to hide the truth about his past and the origin of his knowledge. The demon archer decided to immediately intervene in this brewing conflict, and sternly asked the doctor from the Hua infirmary whether he had completely lost his fear, since he dared to suspect their common benefactor of lying about his mentor and his education at the school. Their tense conversation was suddenly interrupted by the appearance of one of the hospital doctors, who rushed into the room, filled with great anxiety, and immediately turned to young Yak, barely finding the strength to speak from excitement. Barely catching his breath from running fast and being excited, he managed to pronounce the name of his master, Baconson, which made everyone present immediately alert and prepare for some important news or orders from the head of the infirmary. The doctor who came in then quickly explained that Bakin had ordered young Chin Wu to immediately clean up, put on a formal suit, and come to him urgently, but Chin did not understand at all why this was necessary, because he had never prepared himself like this before for a new patient, since the main thing was to cure him and not to look good in front of him. The doctor who rushed in also hastily added a very important piece of news that Mrs. Wang Ya, a high-ranking person, would be here any minute, which plunged everyone present into even greater amazement and awe before the upcoming event. Upon hearing this unexpected news of the imminent arrival of such an important person, the representatives of the Hua infirmary became very alarmed and worried, realizing that their further actions and words would have very serious consequences in light of this visit. The demon archer was also very surprised by this news, since the visit of a person of such rank was an extremely rare and significant event that could affect the balance of power and the future fate of many people present here. Even the little girl, the archer's daughter, was greatly alarmed when she heard this important news, for the name Wang Ya was known to everyone and was associated with great power and influence in their world, where everyone knew their place. Manga is a special title that was given to the descendants of the emperor who did not have a direct right to inherit the throne, but still had a high status and certain privileges in the imperial hierarchy of power and influence in the state. The young doctor asked again whether they had mixed up anything regarding Manga, to which the local doctor firmly confirmed that yes, it was the main heir to the throne who was already on her way to them and was going to visit their hospital. The representatives of the Hua infirmary immediately objected, stating that this was completely impossible, since Her Highness had long been a regular and honored guest of their hospital and not of any other medical institution in the region. But the doctor from Peck's hospital firmly stated that he was absolutely not mistaken in his information, and he would not have the courage to risk his job and reputation on some lie, and that this was definitely the main heir to the throne, of which there could be no doubt. No one in the room could understand how the hell this could have happened, or why such a high-ranking person would choose to visit their humble infirmary rather than the more famous and prestigious institution of their competitors. Young Chin tried to quickly analyze all the information he had and the current situation in order to find at least some logical explanation for this unexpected and extremely important visit, which could change a lot in their lives. And then he suddenly smiled broadly, instantly realizing that this was not just an important person coming to them, but a real VIP client, whose visit promised their hospital enormous opportunities and prospects for further development and prosperity. In this amazing world, every single member of the imperial family was a direct descendant of the legendary first emperor Fuxi, the founder of their dynasty and civilization, whose name was revered by all the inhabitants of the empire for many centuries. Fuxi was an ancient deity dating back to the creation of the world, and as one of the three great rulers of the past, he imparted to the people invaluable knowledge of fire, the 8 trigrams, and the art of animal husbandry, laying the foundations of their culture and prosperity. In the human world, he had a child, and it was his many descendants who later became members of the ruling imperial family, passing power and traditions from generation to generation throughout the many centuries of their great empire's existence. They all bore the same common surname, Feng, and, as descendants of the creator of the world himself, were endowed with absolutely exceptional abilities and talents that distinguished them from ordinary people and gave them the right to power. The hierarchy within the imperial family was established according to 2 main categories. The first was how strong and influential the maternal relatives were, and the second was how much of the divine Fuxi blood they had inherited from their ancestors. The main heir to the throne possessed the most outstanding and multifaceted talent among all her relatives, but for some reason, she voluntarily renounced the honorary title of empress, choosing for herself a different path in life and service. She was given 2 unique and very rare abilities at birth. The first was the ability to control and manage the heat of any objects she touched, and the second remained a secret for most of those not initiated into its secrets. Cases where a descendant of the imperial family possessed 2 such powerful abilities at the same time were extremely rare and were considered a sign of special favor from heaven and incredible luck for their owner and the entire empire as a whole. Despite the undeniable fact that the main heir did not have any strong and influential relatives on her mother's side, she, being the 8th princess in a row, was able to break through the military ranks and eventually come out on top in influence. She could rightfully be called a real killing machine due to her fighting skills, and at the same time a genius who selflessly defended the imperial throne from any encroachment both from outside and from within the country, maintaining stability. The young doctor thought about what an amazing and multifaceted person she was, and he was simply very interested in why she decided to come here, to their modest and not very famous hospital on this day. It was said that the main heiress had been a regular patient at the rival Huaju infirmary for quite some time now, where she was given all the necessary medical care and consultations regarding her health and well-being, which made her visit even more mysterious. It seemed as if news of the recent incident involving the archer and his daughter had spread like wildfire among the common people and reached the highest levels of society, causing widespread public outcry and interest. Even the most influential and powerful members of the imperial family, usually far removed from the affairs of mere mortals, became interested in this incident and wanted to personally learn more details about what happened and about the young doctor who performed the miracle. Soon young Qin had completely completed all his necessary preparations to meet the distinguished guest, tidying himself up and putting on appropriate clothes in order to look dignified and not lose face in front of such an important person. They all hurried together to the main entrance of the infirmary to meet the heiress's cortege and show her all the proper honors, according to the strict etiquette and protocol accepted at court and in the high society of their empire. His respected teacher Peck and his loyal assistant Yuo were already there eagerly awaiting his arrival, standing in tense silence and preparing for the upcoming important meeting that could determine much in their future fate and career. When Qin finally arrived at the meeting place, he was completely at a loss to understand what exactly was going on, as the general atmosphere was extremely tense and unusual, even for their infirmary, full of surprises, where anything could happen. The current situation was more than strange and incomprehensible to him, since everything around him looked different than usual, and this caused the young doctor some anxiety and a premonition of something very important and unusual. The entire staff of the infirmary, without exception, was in a state of extreme excitement and agitation, awaiting the arrival of the distinguished guest, and this nervous tension literally hung in the air, transmitted from one person to another with incredible speed. Even the teacher himself, usually such a calm and unperturbed Peck, impatiently asked Qin to come to him quickly, which further emphasized the importance and unusualness of the moment that they all had to experience in the coming minutes. Yuo's face, however, remained as imperturbably calm as ever, which calmed Qin a little and helped him maintain his composure in the tense and expectant atmosphere that reigned at the entrance to the infirmary. The young man quickly realized that he needed to immediately pull himself together and try to behave as naturally and normally as possible, despite the general excitement and the significance of the upcoming event for their medical institution. At that very moment, everyone present held their breath with excitement and anticipation and began to peer into the distance, trying to be the first to notice the approach of the motorcade of the high-ranking guest, whose visit was so important for all of them. At first, all they could see were endless mountain peaks, lost in the morning haze, which created a majestic and slightly harsh background for the unfolding events, giving them special significance and solemnity on this clear day. But soon, from behind a nearby hill, a large and richly decorated van slowly began to appear, which slowly but surely approached the main entrance to their infirmary, causing general excitement and trepidation among the people who met it. Qin immediately realized from the luxury and the escort that it was Madame Manga, the main heir to the throne, whose visit was shrouded in such secrecy and caused so much gossip and excitement among the entire staff of the infirmary who was approaching. From a distance, this structure looked like an ordinary carriage for traveling nobles, but when it drove much closer, it became clearly visible that it was in fact a luxurious palanquin, which was carried on the shoulders of numerous and strong guards. They came closer and closer with every minute, and now they were solemnly entering the territory of the hospital, where the entire administration and the best doctors, headed by Peck himself, the founder of this institution, were waiting for them with impatience and trepidation. What surprised and amazed young Chin most at that moment was how huge was the palanquin that was carried on the mighty shoulders of these numerous guards, dressed in shining armor and armed to the teeth. An incredible and very powerful energy literally radiated from each soldier of her personal guard, testifying to their highest level of training and devotion to their mistress, whom they were ready to protect with their own lives at any moment. They all looked very serious and focused, and carried out their duty of protecting the heiress with visible devotion and complete dedication, paying no attention to the curious glances of the people around them who had gathered at the entrance. Yue was the first to utter Wang Ya's title, and respectfully bowed his head in respect to the visiting dignitary, setting an example for all the other infirmary staff, who followed his example and also bowed to the heiress. Teacher Peck also loudly said, "Long live your highness," and also bowed his head low before the heiress, demonstrating his deep respect and devotion to the imperial family and its representative who had arrived on an important visit. "Long live your highness," all the other infirmary staff present respectfully repeated, and they all simultaneously knelt before the main heir to the throne, expressing their complete obedience and deepest respect to her according to etiquette. They repeated these words of greeting in one voice, very amicably and harmoniously, which made a strong impression on everyone and emphasized the solemnity and significance of this moment for the history of their small but such an important medical institution. Then the screen of the royal throne, installed inside the palanquin, slowly and silently opened, and from the depths appeared the figure of the one whom everyone had been waiting for so long and with such trepidation at the gates of the infirmary on this sunny morning. Wang Ya stepped out of the sedan chair and immediately declared firmly that she had absolutely no time for empty pleasantries and ceremonies, since the matter on which she had come was very urgent and did not tolerate any delay. Her real name was Feng Juha, and she was the main heir to the imperial throne, which explained all the honors and excitement that accompanied her unexpected arrival at this remote mountain infirmary this morning. Her regal appearance and commanding demeanor made such a strong and lasting impression on young Qin that he was literally amazed and stunned when he first saw her so close in all her splendor and power. They all moved forward together after the heiress, and at this time one person was very carefully carried on a special medical stretcher, which indicated that he was either seriously ill or seriously injured and needed urgent help. Wang Ya walked at the front of the procession, and behind her, her loyal soldiers carefully carried this mysterious patient straight to the Pung Pavilion, where, apparently, he was to be given all the necessary medical care and an examination. When young Qin looked closely in that direction, he noticed with some surprise that someone was indeed being carried on a stretcher, and this person was completely hidden from prying eyes by a thick cloth thrown over the top to preserve the secret. He immediately realized that this was the very patient for whom the heiress had come such a long way, although there had been no previous mention of this in the fragmentary information that had reached him about her visit. As they got a little closer to the entrance of the pavilion, one of the soldiers of her personal guard shouted loudly, asking imperiously who was in charge here and was responsible for receiving patients and distributing medical care in this particular section of the infirmary. The same soldier then sternly ordered the person in charge to come to them immediately for further orders and instructions regarding the accommodation and treatment of the mysterious patient whom they had delivered with such precautions and honors that morning. Teacher Peck slowly rose from his seat and confidently walked towards them to personally assess the situation and make the necessary decisions regarding the further actions of the entire medical staff of the infirmary at this tense moment. In a short moment, he was already next to a medical stretcher on which lay a seriously wounded man who needed immediate and qualified assistance from the experienced doctors of their famous institution. On this stretcher lay a man whose leg was clumsily bandaged with some kind of cloth, and everything around was abundantly smeared with fresh and already dried blood, which testified to the seriousness of the injury he had received and the loss of blood. Chief Physician Peck immediately, and without further ado, began a thorough examination of the victim, trying to determine as quickly as possible the nature and severity of his injury in order to prescribe appropriate treatment and save his life. This man looked to be a little over 30 years old. He looked quite young, but his face was distorted by a grimace of unbearable pain, which tormented him at the moment, depriving him of strength and self-control in the face of suffering. Judging by the general condition of the patient and the nature of the injuries, he had a broken leg after an unfortunate fall from a horse, and this fracture, unfortunately, turned out to be open, which significantly aggravated the situation and increased the risk of infection. Wan Ya, the chief heiress, began to approach the chief officer of the infirmary with great emotion, begging him for help and asking him to do everything possible to save her faithful companion, who was very dear and devoted to her. She insistently asked him to begin the necessary treatment as soon as possible, without losing a single precious minute, since the wounded man's condition was worsening with every moment, and delay could cost him his life or lead to disability. Numerous soldiers from her personal guard stood patiently outside the therapy room, awaiting further orders and news of their comrade's condition, their faces expressing grave concern and anxiety for his fate. The heavy groans of the wounded man echoed throughout the spacious room, gradually filling the entire space with a feeling of unbearable pain and oppressive tension that was transmitted to everyone present, causing their hearts to squeeze with compassion. Wang Ya watched with dismay as her faithful man suffered from terrible pain, and her heart was torn apart by compassion and the impotence to do anything to ease his unbearable suffering in this difficult hour for both of them. The wounded man Chin could no longer contain his suffering. He screamed loudly in pain and desperately writhed on the makeshift bed, trying to find at least some position in which the pain would not be so acute and excruciating for him. Wang Ya could not bear it any longer and anxiously asked Peck, who was next to the patient, what was going on there and why her man was suffering so much despite all the efforts of the doctors. At that very moment, Teacher Peck was examining his injured leg very carefully and thoroughly, trying to determine the best course of action in this difficult situation and find the optimal solution to save the limb and the patient's life. He regretfully reported that it would be extremely difficult, if not impossible, to restore the shattered leg, given the extent of damage to the bones and soft tissues, as well as the risk of developing serious complications in the further treatment of this patient. In the harsh world of Murim, manual bone restoration meant that the healer had to literally piece together the shattered bone like an intricate mosaic, using only his hands, experience, and intuition, which required incredible skill. The heiress anxiously asked Peck what he proposed to do in such a case, if it was so difficult to restore the leg, and what alternative treatment options existed to save her faithful servant from imminent death. At that very moment, young Dr. Chin suddenly remembered a very similar episode from the novel he was now experiencing, and this memory suggested to him a possible way to solve the complex medical problem that faced them. He knew for sure that when treating any fracture, as with other serious external injuries, it was very important not to waste precious time and to act as quickly and decisively as possible in order to prevent irreversible consequences for the patient's health. The young man resolutely approached the man accompanying the wounded man and politely asked him how much time had passed since the tragic injury occurred in order to more accurately assess the chances of successful restoration of the damaged limb. He was told that the owner had fallen from his horse about an hour ago, which gave some hope. And then the same man curiously asked the young man who had approached who he was and what his role was in this hospital. Master Peck calmly explained to those present that this young man was his personal disciple, to whom he had imparted all his knowledge and experience in the field of medicine, and on whom he placed great hopes for the future development of their business. What most confused and surprised everyone present at that moment was that this student of the famous Peck was still so incredibly young, almost a boy, but at the same time he held himself with great dignity and confidence in his abilities. At this point, the young healer was already actively analyzing the current situation. If the injury had really happened just an hour ago, it meant that the fall from the horse had happened somewhere very close to their location, which was important. The events of the novel had already changed significantly in the area of their infirmary compared to the original source, and since only an hour had passed since the injury, perhaps things were still not so bad, and there was still a chance to save the leg. Suddenly, representatives of another, competing hospital stepped forward, and categorically declared that in this situation it was necessary to cut immediately, implying amputation of the injured limb as the only possible way to save the patient's life in these circumstances. Wang Ya asked them in horror if they were really proposing to amputate her faithful servant's leg without even trying to consider other, less radical options for treating this complex, but perhaps not hopeless, bone fracture. Yo immediately ordered them to be quiet, sternly reminding them that they were just guests here and that this was the treatment room of the Baekrin infirmary, and then insistently asked the doctors from the Hwaju infirmary to leave the room and not interfere with their work. However, they arrogantly reminded him that the main heiress of Wang Ya had long been a permanent and honorable patient of their hospital and not of this modest infirmary, hinting at their right to vote in this situation. They continued to claim that they were driven solely by the desire to help the patient and ease his suffering, offering what they believed to be the only correct solution in this critical situation, when human life and health were at stake. Wang Ya realized with horror that the doctors at Hwaju Hospital were actually suggesting that her man's leg be amputated as the only way out, which left her in a state of deep shock and despair at the news. Their direct and categorical proposal was to immediately cut off the injured leg in order to save the patient's life from possible blood poisoning and other life-threatening complications that could arise in the near future. They explained their position in detail, arguing that if bone fragments remained inside the wound, then manual bone repair was theoretically possible, but very risky, and had virtually no chance of success in this case. Therefore, in their opinion, the only way to save the patient's life was to amputate the damaged limb, no matter how difficult it was to make this decision for both the patient herself and her high-ranking patroness who cared for him. Everyone present in the room listened very carefully to their point of view, including both Teacher Peck himself and everyone else, including the main heiress Wang Ya, who was extremely depressed by what she heard. It was indeed a very bad and hopeless situation, and Wang Ya understood this perfectly well, realizing the full gravity of the upcoming choice and the possible irreversible consequences of any decision they made for the future of her faithful servant and friend. Young Dr. Chin had the same opinion regarding the seriousness of the situation, but he simply could not believe that the doctors from Hwaju Infirmary dared to make such loud and categorical statements when they seemed willing to do anything to lure the main heir back to their side, using any means necessary. At this very critical moment, the wounded patient, with great difficulty, began to slowly raise his hand and tried to reach out to Wang Ya, wanting to express his last will or request before his fate was finally decided. Wang Ya immediately came closer to him and carefully took his weak hand in hers, patiently waiting for him to gather his strength and be able to speak, so that she could listen to his words, whatever they might be in this difficult hour. The patient said in a weak but firm voice that he would rather commit suicide right now than live the rest of his life with one leg, being a cripple and a burden to everyone around him and caring for him. The main heiress, with pain in her voice, objected to him. How could he even say such terrible things? And desperately tried to calm him down and encourage him, assuring him that they would find some way out of this difficult situation together, without resorting to extremes. The wounded husband, Chin, tearfully begged her not to allow the doctors to amputate his leg, since this was tantamount to death for him, and he could not imagine his future life without the ability to move fully and do what he loved, which was the meaning of his existence. He also asked not to be deprived of the only joy in this difficult life, which was his ability to dance and express his feelings through movement, which was more important to him than anything in the world, even life itself. The original plot of the novel, which the young doctor recalled, did not contain such a touching and dramatic scene, which made him seriously think about the reasons for such significant discrepancies with the narrative he knew and its consequences. Did the plot really change that much and everything went according to a completely different scenario? Or was it something else? Something that went beyond a simple coincidence or accident and had deeper roots and reasons? It was more like the so-called butterfly effect, where a minor change in the past would lead to major consequences in the future, or even someone's evil intent, a carefully planned conspiracy, since in the original, the incident took place near the Hua Infirmary and not here. The main heiress in that original plot then rejected the young man's sincere request to save his leg and, reluctantly, agreed to its amputation, considering it the only way to save his life, albeit at the cost of his future. However, for Chang Yulan, who had spent his entire adult life as a brothel performer and active participant, the inability to dance was tantamount to a slow and painful death, depriving him of everything he loved and valued. Even if he was openly despised because of his low social status and origin, he could endure such treatment with fortitude because he was highly valued and protected by the chief heiress, who was his patroness and protector. After the tragic loss of his leg, Chang Yulan completely refused to eat or drink, which made him weaker and weaker every day, bringing his inevitable end closer and plunging his loved ones into deep despair and hopelessness. And the main heiress, seeing his suffering, completely lost all interest in conducting state affairs and state intrigues, and completely stopped going out into society, plunging into deep grief and apathy, shutting herself off from the whole world. What followed from these tragic events gave rise to a fierce and merciless struggle for the imperial seat between the various factions at court, and numerous popular unrest and disorder broke out in the country, threatening the stability of the state. What should we do now in this changed situation? And perhaps there really was someone's insidious conspiracy here, aimed at destabilizing the situation in the empire and eliminating undesirable political figures using other people's hands and misfortunes. Master Peck turned to his young disciple and asked him point-blank what he thought of this whole complicated and confusing matter, and what solution he could suggest in this critical situation that required immediate intervention. After this, Peck asked Chin to examine the patient carefully again, and the young doctor could easily tell from his teacher's eyes that he was also inclined to think of amputation as the only real way out, although he did not say so out loud. Chin came closer to the wounded man and politely asked Wang Ya for permission to examine the injured leg again in order to form his own opinion and try to find at least some chance of saving the limb, despite the pessimistic prognoses of other doctors. The patient lay motionless on the stretcher, covered in cold sweat from the strong emotions he had experienced and the unbearable physical pain that had tormented him for the last hour, depriving him of his last strength and hope for a successful outcome. The young healer closed his eyes and concentrated all his efforts and inner energy on trying to sense something important, some hidden detail in the patient's condition that could point the way to his salvation. He began to mentally feel every point on the patient's body, every nerve and vessel, trying to create a complete picture of the damage and find even the slightest clue that would allow him to avoid amputation and save this unfortunate man's leg. Everyone present in the room froze in tense anticipation, afraid even to breathe, and patiently awaited the final verdict on what this young healer would say after his thorough and unusual examination on which the fate of a person depended. His eyes remained closed for quite a long time, while he was completely immersed in his feelings and analysis of the patient's condition, and this silence became increasingly tense and oppressive for everyone nearby. And then, when he finally slowly opened them, everyone present held their breath even more, waiting to hear his words, which could either give hope or finally confirm the worst fears regarding the future of the wounded man. The young doctor turned to them and calmly and confidently said that the leg could be restored, and these words sounded like a bolt from the blue, causing a storm of conflicting emotions in everyone present, from surprise to distrust and faint hope. He was later asked incredulously how exactly he had come to such an unexpected and optimistic conclusion, contrary to the opinion of more experienced doctors, and on what he had based his confidence in the possibility of successful restoration of such a severe injury. Another doctor from a rival infirmary immediately dismissively stated that they should not fall for the tricks of this upstart from Bain's infirmary, who, in his opinion, simply wanted to get another big achievement for himself and his teacher. This remark was very unpleasant and offensive to Yuo, Peck's loyal assistant, but his reaction was quite understandable, since he sincerely believed in the talent of young Chin and could not tolerate such unfounded accusations. They had no idea how they were to take this bold statement that a man who, in their authoritative opinion, could only survive with immediate amputation of his leg could in fact do without such a radical operation. But young Chin seemed to know for certain that it was indeed possible, and the fact that other doctors did not understand it at all, or did not want to understand it, was entirely their problem, and not his own, since he was confident in his own abilities. Wang Ya, with hope and anxiety, asked the young healer again whether it was really possible to cure her faithful servant's leg and restore its full function without resorting to a crippling operation that would ruin his life. This patient was incredibly lucky, as his major blood arteries were fortunately not seriously damaged during the fall and fracture, leaving a significant chance for successful healing and restoration of blood circulation to the limb. Chin realized that his respected teacher probably thought exactly the same as he did about the possibility of saving his leg, so he confidently said that they would be able to restore the limb using the unique medical techniques of their infirmary. But he could not give an exact answer yet, since it took time. The main heiress, Wang Ya, listened very attentively and with secret hope to every word that this young, but so self-confident doctor uttered, trying to catch in his voice even the slightest hint of the true state of affairs. Representatives from another hospital, a competitor to Peck's hospital, literally hung on his every word, trying to understand whether he was bluffing and whether he really had some secret method of treating such severe injuries that was unknown to them. After this short but very tense exchange of opinions, they again began to talk about some bloody intrigue connected with this case and about the possible consequences for all participants in this complex and confusing case, full of secrets. Then the young doctor calmly turned to leave and begin preparing for the operation, but his teacher's firm hand fell on his shoulder, stopping him and calling for patience and endurance at this crucial moment in their careers. Teacher Peck gently asked his talented student to leave this matter to him and allow him to handle all the formalities and negotiations with the high-ranking guest and her retinue himself, as this required special tact. Then the wise Peck turned to the doctors from the rival hospital and confidently declared that he was absolutely certain that there was no hospital that would dare to fool around with the main heir to the throne and her entourage. The final decision in this difficult and ambiguous situation had to be made by Wang Ya herself, weighing all the possible risks and consequences of each of the treatment options offered to her for her faithful and devoted servant and friend. Amputation of the patient's injured leg guaranteed his salvation with a 100% probability, eliminating the risk of infection and death, but forever depriving him of the opportunity to fully live and move, which was unacceptable and painful for him. However, the patient himself would no longer be able to walk after such an operation, and he categorically did not want this. So the main heiress will have to take a certain risk in order to try to save not only his life, but also his leg. If all goes well, even despite possible minor difficulties and complications during the treatment, the patient will be able to dance again, as before, which was his greatest dream and the meaning of his whole life. After hearing all these arguments and reasons from both sides, Wang Ya had to make a very difficult and responsible decision, on which not only the fate of her faithful servant depended, but also her own reputation and future. She thought for several long minutes, carefully weighing the possible risks and benefits of each option, and the silence was filled with incredible tension and anticipation on the part of everyone in the room. In the end, Manga accepted the sincere plea of her servant and turned to the husband of the emperor's daughter for help, who also had a certain influence at court and could provide assistance in this delicate matter. Despite possible harsh criticism from members of the Hua hospital who insisted on amputation, young Dr. Chin began treating the patient without the slightest hesitation, confident in his abilities and knowledge of medical techniques. He did this right in front of his respected teacher Peck, who silently watched the actions of his student, completely trusting his intuition and skill, honed by years of hard training and practice in medicine. Yuo watched the young healer's every move closely, crossing his fingers for luck and hoping with all his heart that everything would work out and his friend would be able to perform another miracle, saving a human life and limb. The Beijing hospital came alive again, filled with the busy bustle and activity of medical personnel, and careful preparations immediately began for the emergency surgical operation that was to take place in the next few minutes and required coordination. Soon, all the instruments necessary for the complex operation were completely ready and laid out in strict order, awaiting the hands of the surgeon, who was to use them to accomplish what others considered completely impossible under the given conditions. First, to administer anesthesia, the young doctor concentrated his internal energy on his fingertips and began to precisely pierce specific energy points on the patient's body one by one, the energy gate, then the blood sea, and then the mountain crest, using ancient knowledge. Even in modern times, there are sometimes cases where wounds are successfully pain-relieved using acupuncture techniques, which proves the effectiveness of this ancient art of healing based on the knowledge of the energy meridians of the human body and their properties. However, this specific method of anesthesia, unfortunately, was completely unsuitable for pain relief of an open bone fracture, as it required a deeper and longer impact on the patient's pain centers to achieve the desired effect. After carefully examining the open wound again, the young healer was relieved to see that the major blood vessels had not been seriously damaged during the fracture, which greatly increased the chances of a successful restoration of the limb. The peroneal artery was found to be completely normal, which also meant that the nerve endings in this area were most likely not affected either, and this was a very good sign for the patient's further prognosis for treatment. This could only mean one thing. This guy, Chan Yulan, was just incredibly lucky in this terrible situation, and fate gave him another chance at a full life and the opportunity to do what he loved again: dancing. Thanks to the high skill and timely intervention of the young Dr. Chin, the patient managed to avoid the inevitable amputation of the leg, which was insisted on by doctors from a competing hospital, who did not believe in the possibility of any other outcome for this difficult case. The rescued patient was completely amazed at what an incredible healer this young man turned out to be, and, as they say, out of an excess of emotion, he asked him to call him simply by his first name, since formal addresses made him feel awkward. However, he objected that no, even if he himself, born of a concubine, was addressed respectfully, he firmly believed that it was precisely this young man, the patient, who should be addressed as you, showing due respect for his position. At that very moment, the young healer couldn't help but wonder what exactly the main heiress Wang Ya saw in this court artist that was so special that it made her worry about him so much and make such incredible efforts. Wang Ya couldn't help but realize that a strategic marriage with some influential person would be a much more advantageous political move for her, but no matter what others said, Buma was indeed endowed with an attractive appearance. However, compared to the young Dr. Chin, Buma could not compete with him in beauty and refinement of features, but apparently he had a very good and kind character, which also mattered. However, it would take a lot of effort and hard work for this artist to successfully continue his future performing career after such a serious and severe injury sustained in the fall from his horse this morning. The young doctor wondered what dancing really meant to Buma, since his real life and aspirations were not so different from the character that was described in detail in the book he had read. However, the healer still had one very important and persistent question that tormented him, to which he could not find a satisfactory answer. Why did his memories differ so much from current reality and intuition? Why did his stored memories of what he had once read in that old novel differ so significantly from his own medical intuition and professional instinct, which suggested completely different things and solutions to him? Standing silently by the bedside of the seriously injured patient, young Chin looked closely at his slightly surprised, but still warm and friendly smile that appeared on his pale face after the doctor's words, expressing some gratitude. This smile was indeed very expressive and bright, like the beautiful scarlet roses that had just blossomed in the garden, but it also caused the doctor some inner bewilderment and mixed, contradictory feelings at the moment. But it became more and more incomprehensible to him why this same guy, who just recently so desperately and persistently demanded that his shattered legs be immediately healed, was now smiling so friendly and openly at his savior. Moreover, this young patient smiled warmly and welcomingly at literally every word that the young doctor said, which seemed somewhat strange and even a little suspicious in the current difficult circumstances, given the seriousness of his difficult situation. Dr. Chin thought to himself that this patient seemed a little suspicious and unusual to him, after which he quickly put on a clean blue medical gown, a protective mask, and sterile gloves, and firmly announced that it was time to begin thoroughly washing the open wound. This was only the second time in his rather long practice in this completely new world for him that he had to perform a full-scale and complex surgical operation, and he felt a huge responsibility for the life of a patient. Clean, cool water began to generously wash over his deep, ragged leg wound, gradually washing away the remaining dirt and dried blood from the damaged tissue, preparing the surgical field for further surgical manipulation and examination of the bone. However, this time he had much more suitable and modern surgical instruments at his disposal than during his very first operation, which was carried out in this world under very extreme conditions and with limited resources. If, during the operation, it turns out that those areas of the wound where the blood does not come into direct contact with the underlying fascia and subcutaneous fat are a potential breeding ground for dangerous microbes, they will have to be removed as thoroughly as possible. In order to perform this important and responsible task properly and prevent possible complications, it was necessary to work very diligently, carefully, and accurately. And now it was time to move on to the next important stage: careful sanitary treatment of the wound. Wound debridement is the complete and methodical removal of all infected or already dead soft tissue in the patient's body to prevent further spread of infection and create favorable conditions for healing. It was quite a difficult, painstaking, and responsible job, requiring high precision of movements and extreme concentration from the surgeon, and sometimes it was even necessary to penetrate quite deeply under the intact skin to completely remove all affected areas. The young man performed all the necessary surgical manipulations very carefully, thoughtfully, and accurately, trying not to damage healthy tissues and important anatomical structures on which the success of the entire upcoming complex recovery operation depended. His concentration during work was so high and intense that large beads of sweat continuously flowed down his tense forehead, slightly obscuring his view of the surgical field, but he paid no attention to it at all. However, next to him was his faithful assistant, who promptly and very carefully wiped this sweat from his face with a special sterile towel, allowing the surgeon not to be distracted from the complex and responsible work for a moment. Yuo, his devoted assistant and friend, carefully wiped the beads of sweat from his concentrated face, doing it almost imperceptibly and very tactfully, so as not to break his concentration and not to disturb him at this critical moment of the operation. The astute young doctor Chin did not even ask him for this favor, as Yuo himself understood perfectly well when exactly his help and support was needed in the operating room, always acting harmoniously and professionally with his colleague and mentor. And now, finally, the first and most important preparatory stage of this complex and lengthy surgical operation was successfully completed. The skin was carefully and precisely cut in the necessary places, opening access to the damaged deep tissues. At this most crucial moment, Chin turned questioningly to his respected teacher Peck, seeking his silent approval or any additional valuable instructions regarding the next stage of the surgical intervention they were conducting together. Emergency external fixation of a damaged limb was an effective way of temporarily but securely fixing a broken leg using special metal half-pins that were inserted directly into the bone tissue to ensure complete immobility. The young surgeon clearly and very precisely showed his teacher exactly where these important fixing elements should be attached to achieve the best result and proper fusion of bone fragments in the future after the operation. The strong metal pins pierced the patient's leg bone with ease and precision, entering it as smoothly as sharp wooden sticks enter tender and soft tofu, which required some skill. Other doctors who were present at this unique operation as observers and assistants very carefully and meticulously wrote down everything that was happening on paper in order to document in detail every stage of this complex surgical intervention for history. For one brief moment, the young surgeon even thought that he had been completely in vain, so worried and anxious before the start of this important operation, since everything had so far gone very smoothly and without any unforeseen complications. But now he needed to maintain this temporary fixation for some time, as well as carefully monitor the general condition of the tissues, and only then begin the second, main operation to restore the bone. Master Peck assisted his talented student with great skill and professionalism during this complex and lengthy procedure, his experienced hands moving quickly and precisely, providing the necessary support and assistance at every important stage. But suddenly the experienced mentor noticed something very unusual and immediately informed Chin that the patient, who was under deep anesthesia, began to slightly and barely noticeably move the fingers on his injured leg, which could be an alarming sign. The young doctor, seemingly calm, answered his teacher that this sometimes happens during general anesthesia, and it is not always a sign of the patient waking up or of any serious problems with his condition on the operating table. It was easy to notice from the attentive eyes of young Chin that he was smiling slightly under his medical mask, although this smile itself was not visible to others, but his gaze expressed complete confidence and calmness. But suddenly his usually calm eyes opened wide in extreme surprise and some fear, as something completely unexpected and unforeseen happened, which made him instantly alert and prepare for possible serious complications. Yuo, who was closely monitoring all the patient's vital signs on a special monitor, exclaimed loudly and anxiously that his heart rate had begun to increase very sharply and dangerously, which was an extremely alarming symptom in this situation. The patient still did not regain consciousness after the administration of anesthetic drugs, despite a significant change in his pulse and other violent reactions of the body, which added even more anxiety to all the medical personnel performing this operation. This sudden and drastic deterioration of the patient's condition greatly frightened Yuo, and he looked like a typical frightened young man in such a critical and incomprehensible situation. His face turned very pale, and his hands involuntarily trembled with excitement. The sharp surgical blades, with a characteristic metallic ringing, treacherously fell from the weakened hands of the young surgeon onto the cold, tiled floor of the operating room, and he could not understand at all what the hell was going on here, and what caused it. Suddenly, the patient on the operating table began to breathe much faster, more intermittently and more heavily, his chest heaving spasmodically and unevenly, which clearly indicated serious problems with his respiratory system or an acute lack of oxygen. Then he suddenly and abruptly began to move his entire body in different directions, writhing violently on the narrow operating table, which greatly complicated further surgical manipulations and created a real danger of additional damage. His hands would either clench into fists tightly and convulsively, or suddenly and helplessly relax, and these involuntary and chaotic movements became more and more intense and sweeping, indicating a loss of control over the body and a possible reaction. Yuo, who had been watching this with horror, exclaimed loudly and fearfully that the patient had apparently begun to have violent and dangerous convulsions, and this alarming news plunged all those present into even greater shock and awe of the unknown. Deep uncertainty and overwhelming anxiety were clearly reflected in the wide-open eyes of both young Dr. Chin and his experienced and wise teacher Peck, both of whom were well aware of the seriousness of the critical situation that had developed on the operating table. The unfortunate patient's body began to literally jump and thrash on the operating table from the incredible force of these uncontrollable muscle contractions. The terrible convulsions became stronger and more intense with each passing second, threatening his life. These terrible and unpredictable convulsions became stronger and more frequent, shaking the patient's entire body and preventing doctors from taking any meaningful action to save him at this critical and desperate moment in time. Yuo, overcoming his fear, desperately tried to hold the convulsing patient with his hands to prevent him from possibly falling off the operating table or causing himself any additional serious injuries during these uncontrolled movements. The brave assistant grabbed the patient firmly by the shoulders and with great force pressed him to the surface of the operating table, trying to somehow limit his convulsive movements and ensure minimal safety during this sudden and very dangerous attack. Yuo, in complete despair and bewilderment, loudly asked his colleagues what the hell had happened to this patient and why he had such a violent, unpredictable, and completely atypical reaction to the treatment. For one brief and disturbing moment, it seemed to young Dr. Chin that he was in some other, completely unreal world, detached and observing this whole terrible and incomprehensible incident from the side, unable to intervene. However, no matter how hard he tried to concentrate and analyze the situation, no sensible thought about what exactly happened to the patient on the operating table and what the true cause of these terrible convulsions was, came to his mind. The patient's body seemed to be completely enveloped in some kind of sinister and pulsating black energy that could be seen even with the naked eye, and this gave the entire unfolding scene an even more mystical and frightening shade of the inexplicable. Strange and ominous shadows began to quickly and inexorably envelop his motionless body, as if some dark and hostile entities from another world were trying to take possession of him, which caused superstitious horror in everyone present in the operating room. One thing was absolutely clear and obvious in this critical and incomprehensible situation. The young doctor had to act very carefully, deliberately, and thoughtfully, so as not to harm the patient even more and try to find a way to stop it. Behind Yuo, who was still trying with all his might to hold the patient who was convulsing, an ominous and incomprehensible shadow began to move slowly and gradually acquire some unclear but frightening outlines, increasing the overall tension. Other doctors, who were not directly involved in this complex operation, but only observed its progress from the sidelines, were very frightened by this inexplicable and completely frightening supernatural phenomenon, which went beyond their understanding. Young Chin thought feverishly and anxiously about what this strange and incomprehensible equipment or phenomenon could be, and that it absolutely could not be Yunga, since it did not correspond to any data known to him. Yuo turned his head sharply, and with undisguised concern turned to the head of the operation, the young doctor Chin Wu, expecting from him some immediate instructions, or at least an explanation for the horror that was unfolding before their eyes. The assistant quickly ran up to his friend and asked him with alarm in his voice what he wanted and what orders he could give in this absolutely critical situation, when the life of their patient literally hung by a thread. However, the young and talented healer himself could not fully understand whether this was some kind of previously unknown medical complication, because such a violent and atypical reaction should not have occurred at all with acute respiratory compression syndrome. It is possible that the patient suddenly developed an acute pulmonary embolism, or dangerous fatty blockage of a major blood vessel on the operating table, which could theoretically explain some of the alarming symptoms and reactions he is currently experiencing. But even in this extremely unfavorable case, with such serious diagnoses, such a strange and frightening reaction with the appearance of ominous black energy and moving shadows should not have been observed at all, and then Chin wondered if there was a problem with the patient's heart. He noticed with professional interest and alarm that the patient's limbs were shaking violently and involuntarily, very similar to what happens in a person suffering from epilepsy, but why then was he still unconscious? At this most critical and tense moment, the heavy hand of his wise and experienced teacher Peck gently but firmly rested on the shoulder of young Chin, and in a calm and firm voice, he asked his student to remain cool. The teacher then explained at length to his somewhat bewildered pupil that the symptoms they had observed were very similar to those of the so-called Moram disease, a peculiar and little-studied affliction of this world, and that perhaps Chin did not know of it because his extensive medical knowledge had been obtained from a completely different, more advanced world, where such diseases did not exist. After these important words and explanations, the experienced teacher Peck himself began to examine the patient very carefully and thoroughly, trying to determine the exact cause of his sudden and sharp deterioration in condition and find the only correct way to help him. Carefully placing his hand on the immobilized patient's mouth to perform some necessary diagnostic manipulations, the powerful energy of the experienced teacher Peck began to slowly and smoothly circulate around both of them, creating a special atmosphere in the operating room. Young Dr. Chin closed his eyes tightly for a few moments to better concentrate on his inner sensations and try to feel as subtly as possible everything that was happening to the patient at this critical moment in time. Loyal and devoted, Yuo was on full alert to immediately come to the aid of his friend and mentor at any second if it was suddenly needed, and he watched their every move very closely. The young man looked with undisguised tension and some trepidation at the very tip of that long and thin needle, which his esteemed teacher, Peck, held tightly in his hand, and noticed how the bright light from the operating lamp flashed ominously on its sharp end. This special acupuncture needle was very long and incredibly sharp, specially designed for making deep and precise punctures, and the teacher, with a dexterity and speed unexpected for his age, made a precise and almost imperceptible swing with it. In his calm, wise, and very confident eyes at that moment, Only unshakable determination and complete confidence in the correctness of his subsequent actions were reflected. There was not the slightest shadow of doubt or any fear of the upcoming procedure. A sharp silver needle began to fly through the air quickly and almost completely unnoticeably to the eye, heading with incredible precision straight into the lifeless body of the patient lying on the operating table, and this moment was filled with enormous tension. For one brief but seemingly eternity-long anxious moment, every single person present in the operating room held their breath in excitement, anxiously and hopefully waiting to see what exactly would happen next. Yuo, unable to bear this sight, instinctively closed his eyes very tightly, completely not wanting to see what was about to happen in the next second, since he was very much afraid for the patient's life. Young Chin saw with his own eyes how his teacher's long and sharp needle plunged deeply and accurately into the patient's body, and his heart stopped for a moment from strong excitement and a bad premonition of something inevitable. Suddenly, a stream of dark and thick blood gushed out of the motionless patient's mouth with unexpected force, and its splashes began to rapidly fly around, staining everything around and creating a truly terrifying and very frightening picture in the operating room. Immediately after this frightening and completely unexpected moment, the experienced teacher Peck quickly turned to his talented student Chin Yu, and in an authoritative voice that brooked no objection, ordered him to cut immediately, since delay was mortally dangerous. The mentor loudly ordered his student to immediately open the stomach of the unconscious patient, since otherwise the blood that would flow out in large quantities could completely block all of his vital energy channels, and the unfortunate patient would simply choke in it. Without the slightest sign of hesitation or delay, the young and determined surgeon rushed to the instrument table to quickly grab all the sterile instruments necessary for the emergency operation and begin saving a life. After he very carefully and quickly cut a small round hole on his tense stomach, young Chin noticed with extreme surprise some very strange and completely incomprehensible wriggling thing that had appeared there, which outwardly looked like a disgusting purple snake crawling out from the inside. It was a huge and incredibly disgusting-looking parasite, and young Dr. Chin had a very hard time believing that such a vile creature could ever reach such an impressive and frightening size inside the human body. The wide-open mouth of this terrible internal parasite, studded with small teeth, sucked with great force onto the tender wall of the patient's stomach, apparently greedily sucking out the last remnants of nutrients and vital energy of the unfortunate man. Teacher Peck only said something very briefly and almost imperceptibly to his faithful assistant Yuo, and he immediately, and without any unnecessary words, understood everything that was required of him in this critical and dangerous situation. The long, sharp needle had already managed to swiftly cut through the air in its fast and precise flight, heading with incredible accuracy straight towards the writhing and slippery body of this vile parasite, which was still inside the patient. After another very short but tense moment, this special needle with a characteristic dull sound pierced deeply into his disgusting and pulsating purple body, causing the parasite to shudder violently from sharp pain and surprise. The terrible parasite, finally, with a visible, enormous effort, detached itself from the wall of its victim's stomach and immediately showed everyone present its numerous and very sharp, razor-like teeth, of which it turned out to have an incredible number. Experienced teacher Peck dealt with this sudden and deadly threat very skillfully and quickly, demonstrating his unrivaled composure and the highest professionalism in this extreme and completely unforeseen situation that arose on the operating table. Then, the determined teacher Peck quickly grabbed the wriggling and slippery parasite with his hand, clad in a thick protective glove, and with great force pulled it out of the patient's body, not giving it the slightest chance. Its incredible and frightening length was truly very impressive and greatly surprised each of the doctors and their assistants present in the operating room, who had never seen anything even remotely similar in their entire practice. Young Dr. Chin looked at this writhing and disgusting creature with undisguised disgust and some superstitious horror and could only mentally utter to himself the famous phrase, "Mother of God," so shocked and shocked was he by what he saw. Faithful Yuo had already managed to prudently get a large and strong glass jar in advance in order to immediately hide this disgusting and extremely dangerous creature inside as soon as it was completely removed from the patient's body and reliably isolate it. The huge parasite extracted from the patient's body wriggled and spun in different directions very quickly and furiously, trying to escape from the strong grip. It was extremely difficult to control and hold in one place due to its strength. Despite the creature's fierce resistance, the experienced teacher Peck acted very clearly, quickly, and confidently, not giving the parasite a single chance to escape from his iron grip and cause even greater harm. The teacher's protective glove, together with the writhing parasite tightly clamped in it, flew lightning fast and precisely straight into a previously prepared and opened glass jar, dragging along this disgusting and dangerous creature, which continued to desperately resist. Teacher Peck said just one word, "Now," in a short and commanding voice, and his loyal and efficient assistant, Yuo, immediately began to screw the heavy metal lid on that large glass jar very quickly and tightly to seal it securely. The speed with which Yuo did this was so high and rapid that everyone present clearly heard the characteristic sharp sounds of metal rubbing hard against thick glass as he quickly and forcefully screwed the lid of the jar. In one very short but long-awaited moment, the dangerous and disgusting parasite was already securely locked inside this glass jar, and finally, everyone present in the operating room was able to breathe a sigh of great and sincere relief. The long-awaited wave of general calm and deep relaxation slowly passed through their highly tense and tired bodies. It was like a huge nervous tension subsiding after successfully overcoming mortal danger and a difficult test. Even the most imperturbable teacher, Peck, let out a small cloud of steam as he exhaled deeply with obvious relief and satisfaction after such incredible physical and nervous tension and the successful completion of a unique and complex procedure. Other doctors, who were only observing the progress of this unique and very risky operation from the sidelines, broke out in a cold, sticky sweat from extreme bewilderment, the mortal fear they had experienced, and undisguised admiration for the unsurpassed skill of their colleagues. Young Chin, with undisguised interest and some disgust, looked carefully through the thick transparent glass at that same terrible parasite, which was now securely sealed in a jar and no longer posed any immediate threat to life. All this happened so quickly, swiftly, and completely unexpectedly, for everyone that even the patient's clothes on the operating table were completely crumpled and twisted from his recent strong convulsive movements and desperate struggle with the parasite. The unconscious patient's convulsions ceased as suddenly and abruptly as they had begun a few minutes earlier, leaving behind only a feeling of deep relief and some incomprehensible confusion among all the doctors present. But to fully complete this complex and unique surgical operation, it was necessary to do one more very important and urgent thing. It was necessary to carefully, thoroughly, and very securely stitch up that lacerated wound on the stomach. This wound left after the parasite was removed had to be immediately and very well sutured to prevent possible infection and ensure the fastest possible tissue healing and complete recovery of the patient after such a serious intervention and shock. The young and skilled surgeon Chin began to very carefully and gently move the edges of the patient's clothing to the side in order to carefully prepare the necessary surgical field for the subsequent application of surgical sutures and the final closure of the wound on his abdomen. Meanwhile, the experienced teacher Peck explained in detail to his talented student Chin Wu that this disgusting and huge creature that they had just extracted with such difficulty was called a stomach worm and was a rare parasite. The patient apparently did not take the special medication prescribed to him by his doctor for 10 or even perhaps 20 days, which led to the fact that this dangerous parasite began to develop rapidly and uncontrollably. Young Chin, with great professional interest, asked his wise mentor if this extracted parasite was similar to those terrible bloodworms that he had heard from various sources that the sinister and powerful demon school used for their dark and insidious purposes, and the teacher replied that this one was even much worse and more dangerous than those known worms, since its action was completely unpredictable and fatal to the host. Now the young and sensible Dr. Chin was thinking very seriously and intensely about whether he should tell the main heiress Wang Ya in detail about everything that had just happened in the operating room and the true nature of the parasite that had been extracted. It was quite obvious and undeniable that if they tried to hide from her the whole truth about this extremely unpleasant and shocking incident, they would be committing a terrible and perhaps unforgivable sin, which could have the most serious consequences for them. However, on the other, more pragmatic side, it would be much better and much safer for them and their hospital not to interfere at all in such complex, confusing, and dangerous affairs of the powerful imperial family, so as not to bring trouble. Now it was very difficult to even imagine how all this could have turned out for them and for the patient himself, if they had not discovered this terrible internal parasite in time. But now the whole truth was revealed, and even the experienced teacher Peck himself was not at all sure what would happen to them all after this incident. Young Dr. Chin firmly and confidently said that after the patient had fully recovered from this emergency and complex operation, he would definitely need to perform a second, planned operation to carefully restore the shattered bone in his leg. This was absolutely necessary because all seriously damaged soft tissues and the bone itself required a certain and rather long time for their complete regeneration and final healing before the next stage of surgical treatment. Since this particular patient was known to be an active and professional practitioner of advanced martial arts, it was completely impossible to accurately and in advance predict the exact rate of his soft tissue recovery and bone healing after such an injury. If the process of tissue regeneration goes quickly and successfully, then after the subsequent removal of the temporary supporting metal rods from his leg, it will be possible to save not only the patient's life, but also his limb. Faithful Yuo listened very carefully to all the words and weighty arguments of the young Dr. Chin, and completely agreed with his professional opinion and the detailed plan he proposed for further step-by-step treatment of this difficult and important patient for them. The wise teacher Peck also fully agreed with all the conclusions and proposals of his talented student, but he, unlike him, was not completely sure whether the main heiress would agree to such a risky and long-term plan. As one well-known old proverb quite rightly says, you can never know for sure how exactly everything will turn out in the future, and what completely unexpected and unforeseen surprises a treacherous and fickle fate can present at the most inopportune moment. The armed and well-trained soldiers from the personal guard of the main heiress still stood motionless and silent outside the door of that very operating room, patiently awaiting news of the condition of their comrade and the decision of their mistress. This was the very door behind which the powerful chief heiress Wang Ya sat in complete solitude and deep anxiety, impatiently and fearfully awaiting the doctor's verdict and praying to all the gods for a successful outcome of this operation. Teacher Peck walked resolutely towards her and, approaching, respectfully bowed his head in a deep bow, preparing to report in detail on the results of the complex operation just performed and the further prospects for the treatment of her close and faithful servant. She waited with undisguised impatience and great anxiety in her wide-open eyes for them to finally tell her in detail what exactly had happened to her beloved during the operation and what his current physical condition was after all the events. The experienced and wise teacher Peck did not know at all what words he should have started this difficult and extremely unpleasant conversation with such a high-ranking and influential person, since the news was ambiguous. But he understood perfectly well that he needed to speak very clearly, to the point, and without any equivocation or omissions, so that she could correctly and fully understand the seriousness of the situation and make an informed decision. During this most stressful time, the young and very responsible Dr. Chin did not leave the bedside of his seriously ill patient for a single minute, continuing to closely monitor his condition and constantly asking himself numerous difficult questions. He kept asking himself why that same old novel he had once read in his past life had been written in that particular way, and why the events described in it were so different from reality. All of the many stories and plot lines described in that book he had read revolved primarily around the main characters and their complex relationships, and the few details he knew about the princess heiress were described exclusively from her point of view. However, that old and tattered book did not lie to him in everything without exception, and certain important suppositions and unexpected guesses began gradually and persistently to come to his mind, shedding some dim light on the true motives. What if all of this had been very carefully and pre-planned from the very beginning by some powerful and unknown force, and everything that was happening around him was just an integral part of a large and complex political conspiracy pursuing its own goals? Namely, that Chong Yulan, her lover, was in fact a secret and well-trained spy of the Huns, whose main and only goal was to become the lover of one of the most influential princesses of the imperial court, who, by pure chance, turned out to be the main heir of Fun, which was incredibly convenient for his mission. This completely incredible, but at the same time frighteningly logical and consistent scenario of possible developments seemed very probable and quite plausible to the young and insightful Dr. Chin Wu, given all the facts and strange coincidences known to him. The protagonist of the story gradually and alarmingly began to realize that, representing the hidden interests of the mysterious and powerful Hu Moon organization, its numerous and devoted members were actively and purposefully expanding their pernicious influence through a vast network of various drinking establishments, while carrying out many illegal and secret assignments from their employers and masters in the shadows. That same troubled and intriguing time, when the main heir to the imperial throne was called by the mysterious name of Fua, belonged to the stormy and bloody moments of the fierce and merciless struggle for the throne between various influential court groups. If the powerful Hao clan had really wanted to order the young and talented Chang Yulan to infiltrate the imperial family under the guise of a simple brothel worker in order to obtain valuable secret information, he would have done so. However, Chang Yulan, contrary to all expectations, orders, and possible consequences for himself, acted completely differently in that difficult and ambiguous situation. He categorically and decisively refused to carry out this dirty and humiliating assignment for him. In that same old novel that young Qin remembered so well, it was said in detail that Chang Yulan was even ready to face his inevitable death boldly and without hesitation, but not to betray his high moral principles. But suddenly, he became very afraid, not of possible death at the hands of the angry and deceived main heiress Wang Ya, who could very well execute him for betrayal, but of anger and revenge on the part of the powerful Han clan. Teacher Peck, whom young Dr. Chin had been waiting for with great impatience and some anxiety in the room of his critical patient, finally entered the room, and Chin immediately realized that the mentor had not come for nothing. The young healer really wanted to learn something else very important and significant from his wise mentor regarding the patient's condition and further prognosis for his full recovery after such a complex and unique surgical operation and the shock he had experienced. All the numerous stomach worms that were found to inhabit the bodies of the inhabitants of the country of Ho and neighboring regions differed significantly from each other in their main function and external form, but they still had some common features. Without exception, all of these dangerous and insidious stomach worms grew and actively developed precisely in their larval stage, while greedily absorbing the internal vital energy of their unfortunate and unsuspecting host, gradually weakening his body. Since these cunning and very insidious worms were formed from the same internal vital energy as their immediate host, it was a very difficult and almost impossible task to recognize their hidden presence in the body by simply measuring the pulse. It was absolutely obvious and clear to everyone that otherwise all the numerous and well-trained spies from the Magio organization, who were actively operating in the territories of Zhongpong and Safa, would have long ago been completely exposed and captured. Looking closely and very carefully at the unusual color and very impressive size of the huge worm that had just been removed from the patient, it became quite clear that it had been in his body for quite a long time, perhaps even several years. Even the experienced and seasoned teacher Peck himself expressed a very plausible assumption that this terrible and dangerous parasite could have been in the body of the unfortunate patient since his earliest and most defenseless childhood. Teacher Peck said with some relief in his voice that it was very good and even fortunate that this particular worm they had extracted had not turned out to be as destructive and had not caused such severe and unbearable pain as that very terrible Maggie worm. However, if a certain and very specific medicine was not taken in time, this insidious and dangerous parasite caused its unfortunate host to develop rapidly progressing and irreversible anorexia. That is, a complete aversion to any food and exhaustion. Hearing this word anorexia, which was well known to him from his medical practice, the young and insightful Dr. Chin immediately remembered a very important detail from that same old novel. It said that Chong Yulan ultimately died from hunger. This tragic event occurred at a time when Chong Yulan was in a state of deep and bitter sadness, because he would never again be able to dance as he had before, which was the meaning of life for him. Another important piece of this complex and confusing puzzle finally fell into its rightful place in his mind, clarifying many previously unclear details and opening up new perspectives for reflection and analysis. But it was at this very moment of intense reflection that he suddenly turned his head towards the sound, hearing a quiet and drawn-out groan coming from the side of the bed, where his recently operated and very seriously ill patient lay. Patient Bohm finally woke up after a long slumber, and the first thing he asked in a weak voice of the doctor leaning over him was whether the complicated operation had gone well and what his chances of recovery were. Of course, the undeniable fact that the patient had come to after such a difficult ordeal was an incredible joy to young Dr. Chin, giving him some hope for a favorable outcome to this complicated and confusing medical case that morning. The healer carefully moved a little closer to the patient's bed and gently but insistently asked Bohm not to move for now and to remain completely still, so as not to damage the newly applied stitches and cause complications. He then explained to him in a calm and quiet voice in detail that during the operation they had quite unexpectedly discovered a huge parasitic worm inside him, and that was why they had to urgently open his abdominal cavity to remove it. Bohm felt the bandage on his body in the abdominal area with some effort, and slowly began to carefully lift his hospital gown to look at the place where the operation had been performed and assess the situation. Young Dr. Chin asked his patient with concern if he was okay, and how he was feeling after waking up from anesthesia and such a complex and unexpected surgical procedure performed on an emergency basis. Patient Bohm thought to himself with horror only one short but very disturbing thought. Could it be that his terrible secret had been revealed, and now everyone would find out about what he had so long and carefully hidden from those around him? Suddenly their eyes met. The frightened and despairing eyes of Bohm's patient met the attentive and slightly wary gaze of the young Dr. Chin, and this silent confrontation lasted for several tense seconds in silence. Young healer Chin thought anxiously about what the hell this desperate patient was going to do next, and what crazy thoughts could come into his head in such an unstable physical and emotional state. Was patient Bohm really going to bite off his tongue and thus commit suicide right there in his hospital bed, in order to avoid exposure or some other, even more terrible consequences for his future fate and honor? But he would not get away with it so easily, because the young and determined Dr. Chin was already fully prepared for such a development of events, and was going to immediately force him to calm down and abandon this crazy idea. Chin punched him hard across the body in the solar plexus to shock him and knock him out of breath, and from this unexpected and sharp blow, Bohm's patient's eyes opened wide in pain and extreme surprise at such an action. The blow was so incredibly powerful that scarlet blood immediately spurted from Bohm's mouth, staining the white sheets, and he froze for a moment, unable to move or make any sound from the pain shock he had experienced. Young Dr. Chin thought to himself with some irritation that all these so-called mermen were exactly the same, as if they were made from a carbon copy. As soon as something went wrong, they immediately tried to commit suicide without struggling. Did they really treat their own lives as some kind of joke or meaningless game? But Chin acted very clearly and decisively in this critical situation. He quickly grabbed Bohm's tongue and pulled it out with force. The healer immediately and very tightly wrapped the patient's tongue with a clean cloth so that he could not physically bite it off or swallow it, thereby preventing a suicide attempt and saving his life for the second time that day. Chin then tried to calm his agitated and desperate patient, urging him not to do anything stupid or reckless that could lead to irreversible and tragic consequences for himself. The young doctor also firmly told him that he was completely on his side and was ready to help him in any way he could, trying to win his trust and show that he was not an enemy, but a friend and savior. These words and the confident actions of the young healer made Boehm's patient calm down a little for one short second and think about what was happening. His despair retreated slightly under the influence of the doctor's words, which instilled a faint hope for salvation. But unfortunately, this unexpected and fragile calm lasted only one short minute, after which his despair and determination again prevailed over reason and the instinct of self-preservation, pushing him to crazy actions. His strong and desperate hands suddenly grabbed the body of the unsuspecting Dr. Chin tightly, and he tried to do something, but his strength was running out after the difficult operation and the shock he had experienced, so his grip was weak. If this person had been brainwashed with various spy stories and ideology from early childhood, instead of the usual education and upbringing, it would be extremely difficult for him now to unconditionally trust a stranger, even a savior. It was very fortunate that after the complicated surgical operation he had just undergone, he had practically no physical strength left for active resistance, and his body was completely weakened and exhausted by illness and anesthesia that morning. And it seemed as if with each passing minute, he had more and more real opportunities to go to his distant ancestors in the other world, since his condition remained extremely grave and unstable. To save his life, the young and dedicated Dr. Chin worked tirelessly for 10 hours straight, without any food or drink, performing a complex surgical operation to install special pins for temporary fixation of the bone. It was a real jewelry job. And now this same guy he saved, instead of showing gratitude, decided to completely destroy all his titanic efforts and commit suicide in cold blood, which caused the doctor a wave of indignation and deep disappointment in this man. These desperate attempts to save his life almost cost Chin his own life and career, so he definitely won't let this stubborn guy bite off his tongue so easily and die in his arms. The soft and silvery moonlight gently penetrated through the beautiful patterned windows of the chamber, gradually filling the entire room with a mysterious silvery glow and creating an almost magical atmosphere of deep calm and peace after all the storms experienced. The bright and cold rays of the distant moon star persistently penetrated into the patient's darkened room, giving it some truly magical and unearthly glow that played bizarrely on the walls and surrounding objects, creating a feeling of deep mystery. The young doctor's desk in his office was in complete and utter disarray. Various elixirs and potions were boiling and spilling over the edges of the vessels, and clothes were carelessly scattered throughout the room, indicating a recent rush. Young Dr. Chin, completely exhausted by this endless and difficult ordeal, was literally lying face down over his patient when the latter suddenly began to move and come to his senses, feeling fatigue grip every muscle in his body. This difficult patient had completely exhausted him to the very limit of his physical and moral strength, and now many other doctors and assistants had gathered around him, since it was extremely difficult for all of them together to pull him back from the brink of death. Chin mentally asked himself why this patient decided that if he suddenly wanted to die, then he, the doctor, would just stand by and watch this calmly without taking any retaliatory action to save him. The healer thought with alarm that if a close friend of the patient, perhaps the main heiress, could not bear such grief and became seriously ill due to severe nervous tension, then this thought would haunt him until the end of his days. He realized with bitterness that up until this point, he had been a real egoist, thinking only about his own problems, and that the time had come not only to think about himself, but also to radically change his manners and character for the better. The man on the bed slowly pulled out of his mouth some mysterious ball that had previously prevented him from uttering even a word, and this action finally freed his voice from the invisible bonds that had been holding him all this time. Having freed himself from this ball that was bothering him, he declared in a firm and decisive voice to everyone present that he was not at all a weak person and had never been one, demonstrating his inner willpower and unwavering determination to live on. However, the young and insightful Dr. Chin noticed that, despite all these words and external bravado, she, the main heiress, would suffer for the rest of her life at every memory of him, and this would cause her inexpressible pain. Suddenly, the patient's expression changed dramatically. A deep and serious thoughtfulness appeared in his previously desperate eyes, as if he suddenly realized that he had been wrong in his decision and began to rethink his recent actions. Having successfully stopped the patient's severe bleeding, the young man breathed a sigh of relief and was finally going to examine his wound very carefully and in detail in order to accurately understand the full extent of its seriousness and possible further health complications. The doctor addressed his patient in a very serious and stern tone, tearfully begging him never again to commit such thoughtless acts that could again endanger his life and health, which had been saved with such difficulty. After many and difficult trials and unbearable sufferings, he, the patient, was finally able to secretly, and with great difficulty, obtain the secret medicine which he hoped would destroy the stomach worm that was tormenting him from within. The patient was absolutely sure that he had finally completely gotten rid of this terrible parasite and would be able to free himself from this heavy burden. But, to his great regret, for completely unknown reasons, this medicine did not work. The young doctor realized that the patient was so desperate to destroy this worm in order to retire peacefully to Halman, and this was for him an extremely difficult and painful experience, full of risk and uncertainty. However, the very medicine that he had obtained with such incredible difficulty and risk to himself had only a partial effect, completely failing to produce the expected and full effect that he had so strongly hoped for and counted on. This rare and powerful medicine was unable to completely destroy the huge worm, but only plunged it into a state of deep clinical death for some time, temporarily stopping its destructive activity inside the host's body, but not killing it. However, when the patient was given the sacred Pylon pill for general strengthening of the body, this insidious worm became active and dangerous again, because it had the unique ability to feed on the internal energy of its host, restoring its strength. If the patient really decided to take such a desperate step to get rid of this internal worm, then perhaps the situation was not as hopeless as it might seem at first glance, and there was still a chance. The young and insightful Dr. Chin asked his patient directly whether he had really fallen from a horse, because his leg wound looked very much like a typical injury caused by just such a fall from a height. However, there remained one very important and completely unclear detail in this case. His horse was well trained and disciplined, and there was absolutely no apparent reason for it to suddenly go crazy and rear up. Watching his patient's reaction to these questions closely, young Dr. Chin quickly realized that it was not for nothing that he had been silent all this time. It was obviously somehow connected with the mysterious Hellman and his dark deeds. If various criminal organizations were to suddenly obtain reliable information that Chang Yulan was actually a spy, they could completely destroy the entire Hong clan, wiping it off the face of the earth without a trace. Therefore, in order to prevent such a catastrophic development, the Homan organization had to use any means and methods possible to force Chang Yulan to remain silent and not reveal any important secrets to outsiders or the clan's enemies. However, fortunately for him, he survived that mess, getting away with only a serious leg injury, which allowed him to avoid much more serious and irreversible consequences for his life and health in general, saving his life. They insistently assured him that they were completely on his side and ready to help, but the young man, Chang Yulan, could not fully trust them, feeling some suspicion and fearing possible deception or betrayal on their part. The patient understood that even the doctor himself might not believe his words and explanations, but he was firmly convinced that he was right and knew for sure that he was telling the pure truth, no matter how incredible it sounded. After a short and tense pause, the young man, Chang Yulan, thought about the doctor's words for a moment and finally replied that he believed him, deciding to fully trust his words and rely on his professionalism and integrity. The patient accepted this point of view with relief, and his heart immediately felt warm and calm. He felt great relief and trust in this young, but such a wise and compassionate doctor who saved his life. Ulan immediately recognized in this guy a great and very talented doctor, and decided that he could very well share with him his most intimate secrets and mysteries without fear of betrayal or condemnation from him in the future. The next day, after all these stormy and dramatic events, one very interesting and important event occurred, which radically changed the further course of their lives and opened up new, completely unexpected perspectives and opportunities for them. Things were far worse than anyone could have imagined in their wildest dreams, for the Duke's wife had somehow already discovered this terrible worm, and it was now quite impossible to hide the whole truth from her. Dr. Chin, of course, convinced Ulan to tell the main heiress the whole bitter truth, and sincerely apologized to her for everything. But for some completely incomprehensible reason, this confession only caused new and even more violent outbursts of passion. Fortunately for everyone, the young and resourceful doctor was able to obtain official permission to speak out on this delicate matter, and he did everything possible on his part to somehow correct the difficult situation and reconcile the parties. And of course, he did not forget to tactfully mention how much her husband, Chang Yulan, had suffered all this long time, delicately emphasizing his unbearable mental and physical torment in order to evoke her compassion and understanding. When they finally began their detailed and frank account of what had happened, the faces of all the people who listened attentively to them were filled with sincere and deep sympathy for this unfortunate man who had experienced so much suffering and trials in his life. One way or another, they all had to accept this difficult point of view, even if it did not correspond to reality, in order to try to maintain the fragile peace and relative calm in their already difficult relationship. A close friend of Ulan's approached him and asked with concern in his voice if all this shocking information they had just heard was actually true, or if it was some kind of mistake or misunderstanding. The man on the bed grabbed the bedspread with a sharp and visible effort, and leaning heavily on it, tried to slowly rise from his bed, despite the weakness and pain that still tormented his exhausted body. He looked at his wife with an offended and bewildered expression on his face, completely not understanding her violent and angry reaction to his words, which, as it seemed to him, should have evoked sympathy and understanding. He desperately wanted to prove to her and everyone else that he had his own point of view on what was happening, and that he had every right to it, no matter how controversial or unpleasant it might seem to others. Young Dr. Chin watched the scene carefully and thought that everything should have been fine, but the patient spoke as if they had just had a big fight, and now all they had to do was make up. Ulan told everyone present, straight out and without beating around the bush, that this was not true, and his words sounded like a very bad and alarming sign to everyone in the room who heard this unexpected and abrupt confession. Young Master Ulan simply wanted to ask why everything that had recently been so whole and indestructible in their relationship had suddenly and so tragically collapsed in an instant, leaving behind only pain. Mrs. Wang Ya clenched her teeth painfully when she heard these cruel and merciless words from her lover, because such a confession was simply completely unacceptable and unbearable for her at that difficult moment. If this really was not true, then a furious rage instantly engulfed her heart. She could no longer bear it, and did not hide her true feelings at all, simply becoming very angry at him and the whole situation. She jumped up from her chair so abruptly and quickly from the emotions that overwhelmed her, that it fell back with force and hit the floor with a loud thud, breaking the tense silence in the room and frightening those present. Young Dr. Chin watched this whole concert unfolding before him with bewilderment and some fear, and simply could not believe his eyes. So unreal and dramatic did everything that was happening seem at that moment. He saw her violent and uncontrollable reaction to Ulan's words, and instantly realized that if she was reacting so sharply and painfully to all this, then this whole story could end very badly for all participants. Ulan lay motionless in his bed, and finally decided to tell the whole truth. He admitted that he was a puppet of the Hao clan, and had been their spy all this time. Unfortunately, he was exposed, but he did not regret anything, since Haoman had obtained enough information about her, namely about Madame Wang Ya, through him. Hearing these shocking words was like being struck by lightning out of the blue for Mrs. Wang Ya. Her furious rage and deep resentment instantly filled the entire room, creating an unbearably heavy and oppressive atmosphere. Teacher Peck and his loyal assistant Yuo stood nearby, confused, completely unsure of how they should react to this unexpected confession and the heiress's subsequent reaction. They could only silently hope for a better resolution to the conflict. Young Dr. Chin, clearly realizing that the situation had finally gotten out of control and was threatening to lead to disaster, desperately wanted to somehow smooth out the tension that had arisen and try to calm the angry Mrs. Wang Ya with his words and actions. He hastily declared that his patient, Ulan, had obviously lost his mind from illness and the shock he had experienced and was now simply delirious, thus trying to somehow justify his completely insane and unforgivable behavior in front of everyone present. But no matter how much the young healer Chin wanted to correct this critical situation and help Ulan, the angry girl, the main heir, resolutely rejected his outstretched helping hand, not wanting to listen to any excuses or explanations. After all, according to strict court etiquette, the doctor in such a situation was allowed to say only one single word in his own defense, and he could do this only once, without the right to make a mistake. Chin turned to his patient Ulan with regret, knowing full well that he wanted to help and perhaps make amends, but it would probably be much better if he just kept quiet and didn't make the situation worse. Mrs. Wang Ya was furious both at him, Dr. Chin, and at her patient Ulan, and as she looked angrily at this scoundrel, she had no idea what he was thinking at that moment. The lady turned sharply to Ulan, whom she affectionately called Lan Lan, and asked him directly if it was true that he had only approached her for this low purpose, and that their entire relationship was just a game. The young man, Ulan, lowered his head guiltily, hiding his eyes from her piercing and pain-filled gaze, and in a very quiet, barely audible voice, reluctantly confirmed that all this, to his shame, was true. However, Mrs. Wang Ya asked in bewilderment, why then did he eat that horrible stomach worm against his will? Was that also part of his spy plan, or was there something else going on? He also quietly replied that yes, that was also true. In order to get the long-awaited promotion in the ranks of Hong's spies, he simply had no choice but to take this step. The woman finally fully realized the seriousness and tragedy of their relationship, and the fact that this scoundrel told her all this so coldly and seriously meant only one thing. That happy time of love that they spent together was just a clever deception. He apologized to her again and again for his lies and betrayal, sincerely admitting that he had been forced to hide all this compromising information from her for a very long time and carefully fearing exposure and consequences. He basely deceived her brightest and most sincere feelings and cruelly betrayed her boundless trust, acting all this time like a real, cold-blooded and calculating spy, carrying out his secret mission at any cost, without regard for anything. Hearing this terrible and final confession from the man she loved, her body began to tremble violently and uncontrollably from incredible nervous tension. Deep shock and despair completely took possession of her at that tragic moment for her. Not knowing at all what to do in her unbearable mental pain and despair, she turned to Ulan once more and asked with hope, had he really not loved her for a single moment after all the trials they had gone through? Exhaling heavily, Ulan said in a hoarse and lifeless voice the terrible words that he had never in his life felt sympathy for people like her, thereby finally breaking her heart and her last hopes for happiness. He confessed to her with cold cruelty that it was simply unbearable and painful for him to receive any care or attention from her, since it contradicted his true feelings and intentions towards her. It was very hard and painful for everyone in the room to hear him say those merciless words, and they would have loved to stop him from causing more suffering to the unfortunate Mrs. Wang Ya. For young Dr. Chin, everything that was happening was a real disaster and a complete failure of his carefully thought-out plan. He had planned everything so well to help both of them, and this traitor Ulan had ruined everything with his words. It seemed as if Ulan had quite consciously and purposefully torn his mistress's heart to pieces, and this cruel act of his was a real and final self-destruction on his part, leaving him no chance. Ulan looked at the grief-stricken face of his wife, Lady Wang Ya, and saw in her wide-open eyes so much boundless sorrow and unbearable suffering that his own heart was painfully squeezed with indescribable pain and regret. In his sad thoughts, he bitterly admitted that he was a real and unforgiven sinner who had been wasting his precious life for a long time on some empty and meaningless routine, devoid of true content and purpose. He had been willingly or unwillingly engaged in dangerous espionage for many years, but now he realized with horror that this all-consuming deception and betrayal did not fill every part of his complex and contradictory existence in this world of intrigue. Whenever a dark and moonless night came and he did not receive the dose of special medicine he needed, he had to gather his few belongings in a terrible hurry and run headlong wherever his eyes looked, saving his life. He overcame all the numerous obstacles and dangers on his difficult path with incredible difficulty and risk, because he simply had no other choice. His life constantly hung by a thread between existence and non-existence. Every time this happened and he found himself on the brink of death, he would break out in a cold, clammy sweat of horror, and he would realize with despair that he had very little time left, and his life could be cut short. He was never able to obtain a real cure from Haomun, so he had to run away from unbearable pain and excruciating hunger every night, literally being on the verge of complete exhaustion and inevitable death from his illness. In those rare and terrible moments when all this happened to him, he completely and radically rethought his entire past life, reflecting in detail on every wrong step he had taken and the erroneous decision he had once made that had led him to this. Since then, he was forced to continue to pass on valuable secret information to his masters in exchange for vital medicines that were his only salvation and fragile chance to survive in this cruel and merciless world. This particular medicine allowed him to live for only 10 more short days, and he spent the rest of his miserable life constantly chasing after it, as if it were his last and only hope of salvation. Only after he had agonizingly taken these bitter medicines did he have any fleeting chance to at least taste and eat something, feeling the long-forgotten taste of life that seemed so far away to him. The food that became available to him only after taking this special medicine in a timely manner, and which he could finally taste, seemed to him absolutely unsurpassed and divine, as if it were some kind of heavenly gift from above. However, even after trying just a few small pieces of this long-awaited food, he still did not feel truly happy from the process of eating, constantly aware of the full weight of his unenviable fate and his deplorable position in this world. Each time his faithful wife, Mrs. Wang Ya, was by his side during these difficult moments, and he watched with pain as she swallowed food with difficulty, fully aware of the bitterness and hopelessness of their difficult situation. He was so good at pretending to be a good and caring family man and never gave himself away in any way throughout this long period of time. He constantly wore an impenetrable mask, carefully hiding his true feelings and intentions from everyone. And now, finally, that long-awaited and at the same time frightening moment has come to put an end once and for all to all this madness that has filled his life for all this long and painful time. Surviving with his last strength in this cruel world, he constantly felt the warmth of the hand of this woman devoted to him, who with all her heart tried to give him everything she could and support him in the most difficult moments. However, despite her love and care, he constantly felt like a real traitor. Even though he loved this woman with all his heart, he was forced to betray her again and again in order to continue his miserable existence. And every time he forced himself to smile at her, he felt as if a piece of his soul was flying away, leaving behind only an oppressive emptiness and cold despair from the impossibility of changing anything in his fate. At such moments, his face instantly became like a gloomy and lifeless mask, which vividly reflected the entire burden of his unenviable existence and the painful internal struggle that was constantly going on in his tormented soul and heart. He often and longingly contemplated the birds soaring freely in the bottomless blue sky and ordinary people who did not have to suffer as much as he did, and he desperately dreamed of freedom and serenity for himself. Every time he looked at the beautiful and loving face of this woman devoted to him, he mentally repented of the unforgivable sin that lay like a heavy stone on his conscience and gave him no peace even during the day. Despite all the good that had once been between them, he bitterly realized that he had constantly and cruelly deceived her, again and again wounding her tender and loving heart with his numerous secrets and omissions. And every time he saw the sincere and happy smile on Mrs. Wang Ya's face, his heart would be painfully squeezed, and he would feel extremely uncomfortable from the all-consuming feeling of guilt towards her for everything. In the end, Ulan was well aware that sooner or later this entire protracted performance would inevitably end, and the whole bitter truth would inevitably come out, completely destroying their lives and fragile relationships built on lies and deceit. After everything finally fell into place in his confused mind, he had great difficulty gathering his courage to tell her the whole truth, no matter how bitter and painful it was for both of them. He tearfully begged Mrs. Wang Ya, kneeling before her, to forget about him and his betrayal forever, and to find herself a worthy husband who could give her the true and genuine happiness that she deserved. Ulan uttered these heavy words to Madame Wang on the very threshold of her death. She cried inconsolably and held her heart tightly, completely unable to contain her unbearable mental pain and despair from the confession she had heard. Her mental pain was so unbearable and all-consuming that it was very difficult to describe it in any words. Bitter tears and deep regret literally filled the entire air around them, creating an oppressive atmosphere of grief. The warriors surrounding them at that tragic moment had absolutely no idea how they should react to what was happening, because the situation had reached its climax, and the tension in the room had become almost tangible and unbearable for everyone. The wise teacher Peck stood quietly next to his faithful servant Yuo, watching everything that was happening around him very carefully, and he decided to stand quietly behind Yuo so that if any danger arose, he could react instantly. The situation that had developed was truly terrifying and unpredictable, and although the young and talented Dr. Chin tried with all his might to save Ulan's life, it seemed that everything had finally gotten out of control and was heading into the abyss. By telling the whole bitter truth, Ulan only harmed himself and now desperately wanted only one thing, to simply be beheaded in his sleep, so that he would no longer feel any pain and unbearable suffering from his fate. And then, the young Master Chin noticed with alarm that something in the hands of Ulan, who was lying on the bed, began to sparkle brightly and suspiciously, immediately attracting the close attention of everyone without exception present in this room. Holding the sharp blade tightly in his weakened hands, the young man Ulan quietly said that he was very sorry to part, clearly hinting at his desperate and final step, which he was going to take the very next second. And as he swiftly attacked Lady Wang Ya with that sharp blade, he actually invited her to join him on his final journey to the other world, desperately wanting them to be together even after death. Wang Ya didn't react at all to his crazy action. Her body seemed to be completely numb from shock, and only large tears continuously flowed from her wide-open eyes, reflecting the depth of her pain. But when Ulan, with this sharp blade in his hand, rushed towards his wife, Lady Wang Ya, something metallic suddenly pierced his shoulder with force, instantly stopping his suicidal attack and preventing a tragedy for her. He froze in place for one brief moment, stopping literally for a split second. His injured leg suddenly began to hurt badly, and all this happened because he accidentally damaged the very support that supported it. He still managed, with incredible effort, to pull out the metal pin that supported his broken leg, and at that moment, the soldiers from the guard had already managed to grab him, holding their swords at the ready and ready to act. And when he winced violently in pain and screamed desperately, it was the last straw for the patience of the soldiers, who immediately decided to react and once and for all put an end to this madness that was unfolding before their eyes. The woman, Mrs. Wang Ya, had been silently and painfully looking at this traitor for a long time, not responding to his words at all, and saw with her own eyes how this terrible tragedy unfolded before her. Her faithful bodyguard, a mighty warrior from her personal guard, quickly drew his sword, swung it with all his might over that scoundrel Ulan, and dealt him a crushing and fatal blow, leaving him no chance of escape. A huge pool of scarlet blood quickly spread across the entire floor of the room, and young Dr. Chin, no matter how hard he tried to do something, realized with bitterness that everything was already over, and nothing could be done to save it. This truly epic and tragic finale filled the entire space of the room, which now smelled strongly of fresh blood. The atmosphere was tense to the limit, and everyone present acutely felt the full weight of what was happening at that moment. Ulan finally got what many believed he deserved for his actions, and his body turned the color of dried blood, and he would never wake up again, as he had wished, thus ending his tragic story. Everything around instantly turned red and froze in motionlessness. The bed, the clothes, the underwear, everything was covered in scarlet stains of blood, and in an instant everyone present became speechless with horror. At that very last moment of his life, Ulan thought that he was finally dying, and that he had managed to pay with his death for all his many sins and betrayals, feeling a certain strange and bitter relief. He desperately wanted to cry because of what and how he lived his short and such an unhappy life, but something did not go as he expected. He did not feel any physical pain at all and was even happy. But when he opened his eyes with effort for the last time, he saw before him an absolutely terrible and unbelievable picture. Mrs. Wang Ya covered him with her body and took the entire blow on herself, saving him. This blow was very, very strong and aggressive from that old and devoted warrior of her guard, and it should have fallen on Ulan's body. But unpredictable fate decreed something completely different at that tragic moment. Mrs. Wang Ya took on this crushing and fatal sword blow and received a wound incompatible with life. She fell heavily right into his arms, drenching everything around with her scarlet blood flowing from the wound. And when she looked him straight in the eyes with her last strength, large tears involuntarily flowed from both his and her eyes. Their gazes met for the last time, and time itself seemed to stop running. The bloody sword of the faithful warrior pierced her tender body deeply, and the warrior who did this did not understand anything at all, being deeply shocked by what had just happened before his eyes due to his hand. After all, Mrs. Wang Ya, completely unexpectedly for everyone, intervened in Ulan's just punishment and took the entire blow upon herself, thus protecting him at the cost of her own life and sacrificing herself for his sake. She fell limply into the arms of her sick and betrayed husband, and it seemed as if the whole world around them froze at that very terrible moment when a sharp sword pierced her heart and life left her body. For a long time she sobbed inconsolably on Ulan's shoulder, and it seemed to everyone that her life was gradually fading with every second. He could clearly feel how she was weakening in his arms, leaving forever. Ulan screamed desperately with all his might, addressing her. "Why? Why did you save me and cover me with your body? Why did you do this?" His voice was full of unbearable despair, deep pain and incomprehension of what was happening. This unfortunate man even managed to wound her with his own pin, which he tore out of his leg. He was in unbearable pain from this thought, as well as the poor woman from her wound. He simply wanted to destroy himself so as not to suffer. And she suddenly appeared and changed everything, sacrificing herself for his salvation at that moment. All she managed to whisper as she died on his strong shoulder were the words, "I'm glad you weren't hurt," and those were her very last words, which echoed in his broken heart for the rest of his life. And his beautiful but now bloody hands were completely covered in her scarlet blood. Ulan looked at this and absolutely could not bear the burning and unbearable pain that literally tore his heart apart from grief. A warrior from her guard ran up to his mistress, and with tears in his eyes began to apologize, saying that he had no intention of harming her. In turn, Wang Ya said in a weak voice that everything would be fine. This was her last will as the main heir to the throne, and even His Majesty the Emperor himself would not be able to ignore or cancel her decision, since it had enormous power and significance for all subjects of the empire. And every person who was in this building at that tragic moment has now become an involuntary witness to her last words, and that fateful decision that was to change everything in their lives and in the future of the entire country. Ulan cried inconsolably, holding Mrs. Wang Ya tightly in his arms, and clearly realizing that she was dying in his arms. He could not understand at all why she had set all this up, because it was he who was going to end his life. She absolutely did not want to continue living after such a bitter lie and betrayal from her beloved man. She carefully took Ulan by the face, looking intently straight into his eyes with her fading eyes, full of tears. And although her life was rapidly fading away with every second, she fully accepted everything as it was, and firmly decided to do what she considered the only right thing in this situation, because she still continued to love Ulan. Now she calmly told him that he would remain a free man, and that she was letting him go with all her loving heart, granting him forgiveness and the opportunity to start a new life without her, and without this burden. She admitted that it had been very difficult for him all this time, because he had been forced to tolerate next to him a man whom he claimed to hate, hiding his true feelings and intentions for so long. And in his further future life, no one will ever be able to restrict him in any way or limit his desires and actions. He will be completely free to follow his own path, wherever it may lead him. Such was his difficult fate, such was his purpose in this world, and such was her tragic life, which they both accepted as inevitable, unable to change or correct anything in the past or present. At that very last moment, her hand fell limply, symbolizing that her life force and life itself were leaving her weakened and wounded body forever, leaving behind only emptiness and deep sorrow in their hearts. Ulana was completely overwhelmed by adrenaline, and he experienced unbearable mental pain. He held her lifeless body tightly to himself, but she no longer said anything, immersed in the eternal peace and silence of non-existence this morning. The woman fell heavily onto the bed, in a critical condition, and no matter how hard Ulan tried to cheer her up or bring her to her senses, it was too late to do anything to save her at that moment. For quite a long time, all the doctors present were completely unable to recover from the deep shock caused by the terrible sight they had seen, and to come to their senses enough to begin to act decisively and professionally to save lives. But the young and determined Dr. Chin was determined that he must act immediately and without delay, and when his consciousness finally returned to him after the initial shock, he immediately set to work to save the life. He loudly ordered that the gaping wound on her body be closed immediately and quickly, and at that very moment, they all began the emergency operation together, without wasting a single precious second on unnecessary conversations or doubts. Teacher Peck immediately began to do this, and was himself deeply shocked by what he saw with his own eyes. Everyone around him began to fuss and quickly prepare for an emergency and very difficult life-saving operation. This place, known to all as Lazaret Peak, has already experienced many difficult trials and tragic events, which in one way or another affected the fates of many people associated with it over the years. But in this hospital, no one ever intended to leave people to their fate and just let them die without a fight. They immediately and selflessly set to work, saving precious human lives by all available means. The situation in the operating room had reached the highest level of tension and criticality, and young Master Chin immediately and without hesitation set to work, fully prepared to do everything possible and impossible to correct the situation and save her. The soldiers from the heiress's personal guard were shocked to the depths of their souls by what had happened. It was incredibly difficult for them to comprehend and accept what had just happened right before their eyes, and to believe in the reality of this tragedy. Instead of one seriously injured patient, there were now two, and this circumstance significantly complicated the already difficult task of the doctors, who now found it extremely difficult to provide assistance to both of them simultaneously and effectively under these conditions. It was very difficult to believe that Ulan actually pulled that metal pin out of his leg with his own hands, because it must have caused unbearable hellish pain that would drive any normal person crazy. However, Mrs. Wang Ya went even further in her despair and self-sacrifice, doing something even more absurd and illogical. She returned the pin to Ulan, plunging everyone around her into even greater shock and bewilderment with her action. After all their numerous problems and misunderstandings could have been easily resolved with a simple and frank conversation, sincere communication from heart to heart, without concealment and mutual accusations that led to the tragedy. Instead, they brought the whole situation to the point of complete absurdity and madness, desperately throwing themselves at each other, like unreasonable and stupid children who are completely ignorant of the limits of necessary and acceptable violence in relationships between people. Of course, one can go to great lengths and even extreme measures to protect a loved one from danger, But this did not at all justify such extreme and destructive sacrifices that they made in this situation. After quickly checking her pulse and other vital signs, young Dr. Chin realized with some relief that things were not as bad as he had initially thought in the first minutes after the tragedy, and there was still hope. Feeling the faint but still present life energy flowing through her veins, the young and talented Dr. Chin reported to his teacher Peck that the situation was somewhat better than he had initially expected, which calmed everyone down a little. All of her important energy channels and internal organs, including major blood arteries, fortunately remained intact, perhaps due to the amazing fact that the fatal pin that had stabbed her was very thin and sharp. The experienced doctors then calmly turned to Mrs. Wang Ya, who was still lying motionless, and quietly told her that they were the only ones left in the room and that she could now safely get out of bed. At that very moment, the eyes of this amazing woman remained tightly closed for quite a long time, which caused some concern and alarm among the doctors who were observing her, fearing the worst outcome for her. But suddenly, she abruptly and unexpectedly opened her eyes, and it immediately became absolutely clear to everyone that she, apparently, had been pretending to be unconscious all this time, playing out some kind of performance of her own. Young Dr. Chin was completely amazed, and even a little taken aback by what had just happened before his eyes. He sincerely thought that she was seriously ill and dying, but she suddenly jumped out of bed. She also smiled slyly at everyone present, knowing full well that it was practically impossible to deceive such an experienced and insightful person as Peck Ren-un, and he had probably long ago guessed everything and understood her plan. All this, of course, seemed completely absurd and even a little funny from the outside. But how could this even happen in reality? And what were the true motives for such strange and risky behavior of this woman? After all, this same woman had only a few minutes ago been allegedly mortally wounded by a sword in the chest and back, and everything around her was abundantly covered in her own blood, which left no doubt about the seriousness of her situation. Mrs. Wang Ya calmly explained to all the surprised doctors that she had deliberately bitten her tongue for greater effect and credibility, which was, of course, unpleasant, but absolutely necessary in that situation, and suggested that the doctors first heal it. The young and impressionable Dr. Chin was shocked to the core by this unexpected and completely unpredictable turn of events, completely unsure what to think about this whole strange and confusing incident in their infirmary. After all, this whole show they had put on was just a well-thought-out staging, but what else could she do in that difficult situation? After all, she was an outstanding and very strong warrior by nature. Even if she really wanted to take that blow on herself for real, she physically couldn't do it because of her fighting reflexes, but sometimes for the sake of great love you have to resort to little tricks and tricks. Chin listened attentively to all these amazing and incredible stories and was deeply shocked by how all these confusing events unfolded so quickly and unexpectedly right before his eyes, changing all his ideas about the world. He asked his teacher Peck in bewilderment why he stood so calmly and imperturbably at the moment when he, Chin, asked him to press on Mrs. Wang's acupuncture points, since she was covered in blood. And perhaps the insightful teacher Peck knew about all this from the very beginning of their acquaintance, anticipating the possible development of events and the insidious plans of some of the actors who were striving to achieve their goal by any means available to them. And the honorary title of Holy Doctor is given only to those select few who have countless practical experience in medicine. And over time, such people naturally develop a deep intuition that helps them easily identify malingerers. And in that very novel that young Chin read, it was indeed directly stated that the main heir to the throne, who occupied this high position, was an incomparable and very skilled warrior who knew no equal in battle. Therefore, it was almost an impossible task for any person to fully understand her true thoughts and feelings between the lines, because she was so strong in spirit and body that she could easily defeat any opponent. But, as it turned out in the end, to everyone's surprise, her love for Ulan was truly sincere, deep and all-consuming, despite all the obstacles and social differences that stood in their difficult path together. It turned out that she was actually completely healthy and strong, and this so-called criminal Ulan could not be blamed for everything indiscriminately. Everything that happened turned out in a completely incredible and unpredictable way for all participants. Master Peck respectfully pointed out that this woman, the main heiress, had a remarkable and sharp mind, because it was not at all easy for her to decide to throw herself under the sharp pin in that critical and dangerous situation. This courageous woman had thought through this whole risky situation very carefully, several moves ahead, and was well aware of all the possible negative consequences of her bold and desperate actions, both for herself and for others. She knew for a fact that Ulan had no intention of actually piercing her with his weapon, and when it all happened so quickly, she realized this from his hesitant and slow movements, which betrayed his true intentions. Miss Wang Ya noticed at that critical moment that his movement with the blade was quite slow and even a little shaky, even as he rushed forward with a furious look, pretending to attack her in front of everyone. And even if he had actually accidentally pierced her with his sharp pin in that confusion, he would certainly have done it very shallowly, instinctively avoiding vital organs and trying not to cause her serious harm. The whole problem was the inexperienced guard. She ordered him to only lightly touch her skin with the sword for credibility, but if he did so, her entire cunning plan would be immediately revealed. Everything happened very quickly and completely unexpectedly for many, but that same guard almost gave himself and his mistress away. Swinging too slowly and uncertainly, they lost control of the situation and disobeyed her order. In the end, it turns out that the entire tragic event that occurred was carefully planned by her in advance, and her entire large retinue, including loyal personal guard soldiers, were fully aware of this risky and daring plan. Now it was very important for her that the doctors treated her wound as realistically as possible and carefully wrapped it with bandages so that the injury she received would not seem too light and insignificant to those around her for such an incident. She demonstratively turned her back to the doctors present, and they immediately began working diligently on treating her back, where the wound was supposed to be, because this well-rehearsed performance was supposed to continue as planned. Quickly taking all the necessary medical instruments and carefully unrolling clean bandages, all the medical workers present in the room began to work with maximum concentration and utmost diligence, creating the appearance of serious work. Young Dr. Chin carefully examined her supposed wound and realized with relief that it was a very good thing that the woman had not actually thrown herself under the sharp pin for real, otherwise the consequences could have been fatal. She noticed the young doctor's reaction with curiosity. Why was he so surprisingly calm and unperturbed when he had just been so brazenly deceived? And she sincerely thought that he would be very angry about this performance. He, of course, did not pay any attention to her surprise because what could be more important than a person's health? And he was simply sincerely glad that everything that happened today turned out to be unreal. It was all just a very well-planned and masterfully staged performance. And although he knew absolutely nothing about it beforehand, the most important thing was that everyone involved remained alive and unharmed after this drama. In turn, the smart woman noticed that the point of view of this young and talented doctor was quite wise and balanced. She had not met such smart, insightful, and pleasant people for a very long time. There were all sorts of incredible rumors about him among the people. The powerful Heavenly Dragon Road Warrior Corps really wanted to get this guy into their ranks at any cost. And although he was still very young, in his heart, he was completely different. If he really had the incredible abilities and talents that were said to be there, then the whole world could lie at his feet, and she seriously thought that it would be just wonderful to have him as her personal bodyguard. Master Peck looked closely at this powerful woman and instantly understood what exactly she was thinking at that moment, and so he simply and bluntly told her, "No, it is absolutely impossible," anticipating her request. She hadn't even had time to say anything to him yet, or somehow express her innermost thoughts and desires, and he was already confidently telling her that it was still completely impossible for her. It was as if Master Peck was not a person, but an all-seeing ghost. She turned gracefully to the young man and asked him directly his name, and also inquired, to know for sure, whether there was any work that could bring him big money and great fame, and whether he would agree to it. It was a rather controversial and provocative question on her part, and the wise Master Peck was even a little worried about the answer of his young and still inexperienced student, fearing that he might make the wrong decision in this situation. The young man, who had just finished carefully rewrapping the bandages on her back, heard this unexpected question and, jerking sharply, hastily tied the last knot on the bandage, clearly taken by surprise by such a proposal from her. He did not fully understand what kind of work could make him the best and most famous doctor in the world, as his ambitions were focused solely on achieving the heights of medical excellence and helping people. After all, his most cherished and main dream was to become an unrivaled and world-famous doctor, capable of curing any, even the most hopeless diseases, and he was ready to devote his entire life and strength to this without reserve. And only in such a selfless way could his main goal in life be realized. He could finally cure the serious and mysterious illness of his dear teacher Peck. Having heard these words, the master was very proud of his student, but did not expect at all that he would be so categorical and unyielding in his convictions and aspirations for the goal. The woman did not expect at all that this young and talented guy would so decisively reject her very tempting job offer. She had not even had time to get to the essence of her offer, and he had already categorically refused. Having carefully bandaged her supposedly received wound, she slowly lay down on the bed, theatrically admitting that she was in a bad way. But because of this unexpected refusal of the young doctor, he began to like her even more, and she even began to joke about what good Master Peck had done in his past life to deserve such a valuable and truly golden student as this young man. She did not understand this at all. If even the royal court physicians had at least half of this young man's talent, it would be simply wonderful for the entire empire. But Master Peck was unpleasant to hear his student being praised, because he still had a lot to learn in medicine and life. Mrs. Wang Ya was lying picturesquely on her bed and was simply openly jealous of the master towards his disciple. She told him so directly. "I envy you very much, teacher, for having such a devoted follower." Qin decided that he had one very important question of a personal nature to ask her, and he very politely and tactfully asked her permission to ask it, hoping to get a frank and honest answer to it. The woman, of course, graciously gave him her permission, and his question was this: why did she love Ulan so strongly and devotedly? Because, although her life was not in danger, and her vital organs were not damaged, she was still very hurt by his betrayal. It was quite obvious that he had cruelly deceived her trust and sincere feelings, but despite all this bitter truth and the pain it caused her, she still continued to love him and care about his well-being. This strong woman not only managed to survive this difficult test and betrayal, but also masterfully turned this entire tragic event into a real and exciting performance, creating an incredibly dramatic and memorable moment for everyone. She did not immediately answer this direct and somewhat unexpected question, thoughtfully thinking about why this young man used the word love at all. It was a rather strange question on his part, but since he asked it, she decided to answer it honestly and openly, as she felt. Everything was exactly as she had thought from the very beginning of their acquaintance. Her boundless and all-consuming love for Ulan was predetermined by fate itself from the very first moment they met many years ago. When the young and handsome Ulan first caught her eye, she instantly and unmistakably understood that this was the very man she had been waiting for and searching for all her conscious life, her other half. As soon as they got a little closer and got to know each other better, she no longer had any doubts that this was really so, and her heart finally and irrevocably belonged to him alone in this world. She fell madly in love with him at first sight, and could do absolutely nothing about her strong and all-consuming feelings that overwhelmed her, depriving her of peace and sleep for many nights in a row. Young Dr. Qin thought to himself that this was quite strange and even a little illogical, because it was safe to say that she was simply enchanted and blinded by his attractive and bright appearance, and not by his soul. Although this guy, Ulan, was quite handsome, he was still not even 1/10 as good and attractive as his own wise and noble teacher Peck, who was his ideal. In any case, this confusing and dramatic situation was gradually and steadily approaching its logical conclusion, and it was time for all participants to finally look forward to the future, leaving the past behind them forever. The next day, after all these stormy and tragic events, Ulan came to visit his beloved, whom he once in despair even wanted to kill in order to put an end to his and her suffering, but fate decreed otherwise. After this terrible incident, loyal soldiers from her personal guard carried him to her in their arms at his own urgent request, since he himself was still too weak to move on his own after all he had experienced. When he finally arrived to see her, Mrs. Wang Ya pretended to be very sick and weak for a long time, and looked extremely unhealthy and exhausted, in order to make him feel even more guilty and remorseful for what he had done. She only slightly opened one eye and looked at him carefully, not even expecting that he would actually come to her after everything that had happened between them, and that he would dare to show himself to her. Ulan was trying his best to stay on his feet and try to look cheerful, although it was very hard for him both physically and mentally. He was interested in only one thing. Was everything okay with her after the injury she had received? The young and astute Dr. Chin watched this touching scene from the sidelines with some surprise, completely unaware at the time that they were both gradually turning into real and very skillful comedians playing out a drama. They hugged each other tightly and tenderly after a long separation, and Mrs. Wang Ya, looking intently into Ulan's eyes, anxiously asked if he would leave her alone again, to which the man firmly replied that he would never leave her again, and would wait until she fully recovered and returned to him. He promised her passionately that he would never leave her alone again, no matter what the circumstances or difficulties in life, and they clung even closer to each other, feeling warmth and support, as if the whole world around them had disappeared. Quietly whispering tender and sweet words into her ear, they expressed their boundless love and unwavering support for each other. Their voices were quiet and soulful, but full of deep and sincere feelings that only strengthened their connection. Young Dr. Chin watched this whole emotional performance with some skepticism and thought to himself that it was a real and drawn-out melodrama, very similar to the endless and somewhat predictable Santa Barbara series that he once saw. They played on each other's emotions, and those of everyone present so skillfully and masterfully that if Mrs. Wang Ya had not actually deceived him by pretending to be a seriously ill patient, it might have all seemed sincere. In fact, it was Ulan who had suffered the most serious injuries and damage as a result of all these events, and this whole confusing situation seemed somewhat absurd and even a little ridiculous to the young Dr. Chin. After a general and stormy reconciliation between the lovers, the wise teacher Peck approached his talented student and quietly told Chin Wu that it was time for them to leave, to which he happily agreed, since he no longer had the strength to watch. Lady Wang Ya noticed that they were about to leave and immediately drew their attention to it, not wanting to miss the opportunity to say a few more very important words to them before they left her chambers. She earnestly asked them to wait just a few minutes to fulfill one of her very important and urgent requests, which absolutely could not be postponed under any circumstances, as it was urgent. When the wise teacher, Peck, and his devoted student Chin returned to her room, she was already completely ready to voice to them her innermost desire and last will, on which much in their future destiny depended. She asked them to prepare an important letter on her behalf at once, and they inquired with some bewilderment where exactly it should be sent, and for what specific purpose it was intended for the recipient in the capital. The woman replied with icy calm that the ultimate goal of this letter was the imperial palace. She was going to force those who had caused Ulan such great suffering and harm to pay for it with their own blood in full and without mercy. Teacher Peck was well aware of how severe and unpredictable the consequences of this whole matter could be, and the two of them absolutely did not want to be drawn into a possible bloody conflict between the powerful clans and the imperial family because of this. Young Chin saw the look of unyielding determination on this woman's face, and immediately knew that things were very bad. They were facing a very determined, dangerous, and unpredictable person, ready to do anything for revenge and justice. After all, this was the true face of a real, formidable, and powerful ruler, and her righteous anger could have the most serious and far-reaching consequences both for her enemies and for the entire empire as a whole. They decided not to argue with her or contradict her will, and so silently agreed, promising that they would certainly fulfill her request without any further delays or excuses, as soon as it was technically possible to do so. But the queen had another very important request for them. She asked to convey to the Huaju hospital that they listen to her words and will, because her beloved Ulan almost lost his leg precisely because of their negligence. These negligent doctors from the rival hospital needed to be taught a very harsh and unforgettable lesson, so that next time they would make much more thoughtful and balanced decisions and not endanger the lives of their patients. This unexpected information and the Queen's firm statement made everyone present fall silent mid-sentence. No one dared to say anything or object to her words in any way, fearing to incur her wrath and disfavor. It was quite understandable that the Queen was very angry and offended, but to punish the entire infirmary so severely for their specific methods of solving the problem that had arisen seemed to some to be too cruel and unfair a decision on her part. A few days after these dramatic events, such unexpected and strange events occurred in the Hwaju hospital itself that absolutely none of its employees could even predict or expect in the near future for themselves. All the doctors of this famous medical institution, without exception, gathered in one of the large halls. They were very frightened and did not understand at all what exactly was happening and why they were gathered here so urgently and unexpectedly. An official letter from the Queen herself was read to them, and Chief Advisor Mon, with visible anxiety on his pale face, held this fateful document in his hands, trembling with excitement, not knowing what to think about its contents. He literally trembled all over in his high chair as he read this message from the angry ruler, and everyone else present anxiously wondered what exactly she had written there and what consequences it would have. The doctors clenched their teeth in pain from tension and fear and persistently asked their advisor what exactly the problem described in the letter was and how all this threatened them specifically and their future careers. The advisor had no idea how he should answer their questions, but he knew very well that things were going from bad to worse and that something had to be done urgently to save the situation and their reputation. All the considerable support and numerous privileges that had previously been granted to their hospital by the court were now completely transferred to the rival Peak Hospital, which was a very serious and painful blow to their pride. The doctors could only wonder with bewilderment and fear what could have happened that the Queen herself would make such a radical and completely unexpected decision for everyone, which would threaten their existence and well-being. Counselor Mon slammed his fist down on the table in rage, wondering angrily what those doctors they had sent to Peak Infirmary had been doing and why they had failed so miserably in their mission. What angered and infuriated him most about this situation was that they simply passively watched everything that was happening from the sidelines, without interfering at all in the course of events and not even trying to change the situation. But the doctors themselves did not understand at all what exactly had happened, because they were not guilty of any of these events, and did not understand why they were now being blamed and punished for everything. They were urgently sent to Madame Wang Ya because it was absolutely necessary to restore their shaky position as soon as possible. If Mr. Song found out about all this, the most terrible consequences would await them all. At that very tense moment, the ambassador rushes into the room and excitedly informs them all that Mr. Song has ordered them to immediately come to him for a report and explanation regarding the incident that occurred and its consequences. Counselor Mon instantly realized how risky and dangerous the situation had become for all of them, and that the possible consequences of this matter could be simply incredibly serious and even catastrophic for their future careers and lives in general. The doctors were also well aware that their heads could fly off their shoulders at any moment if something went wrong during their upcoming conversation with Mr. Sun, and if they could not come up with a convincing excuse. Counselor Mon, in utter despair, laid his head on the table and began to cough violently, clearly realizing the inevitability of what had already happened, and that it would be extremely difficult for them to avoid severe punishment for their mistakes. He couldn't understand at all why Madame Wang Ya had treated them like this, effectively condemning their infirmary to decline and making them all suffer so much because of her unexpected and incomprehensible decision to redistribute. The doctors present desperately tried to somehow calm their depressed advisor, insistently suggesting that he immediately think about what they should do next and how they should act in such a difficult and confusing situation. But the experienced advisor already had a certain plan of action in this crisis situation, although it was extremely difficult for him to make this difficult and risky decision, on which a lot depended for all of them. He knew perfectly well that his anger and despair would not help matters now, and that soon they would all have to return to harsh reality, accepting all the possible negative consequences of their past mistakes and miscalculations in work. Meanwhile, the doctors at the Hwaju Infirmary had to carefully check everything that had happened recently and make a final decision on what to do next. They were animatedly discussing whether they should go to Kaban or Kumon. According to the advisor himself, who was still in a state of deep shock and confusion from what had happened, the option of going to Kaban was completely inappropriate in this situation, so the final decision was made to go to Humo. This unexpected decision ultimately turned out to be the only correct and most expedient one in the current circumstances, because their branch was located very close to Pekan, which could significantly speed up the entire process of moving and organizing. The doctors listened attentively to their wise advisor and immediately began active preparations for the upcoming departure, quickly collecting everything necessary for this urgent and forced move to another place for an indefinite period of time. The very next day, the news that the main heir to the throne had stopped financially supporting the Hanjun infirmary in her own name quickly spread throughout the surrounding area, causing much talk and gossip among the population. And the news that all these considerable sums of money were now being transferred in full to the rival Peak Hospital reached every corner of the country even more quickly, causing even greater surprise and bewilderment to all who learned of it. The sheer shock of this news quickly spread throughout the entire Moro territory, and this important news also reached the political circles of the powerful imperial palace, causing absolutely everyone to react to this unexpected and significant change in the balance of power. Numerous inquiries and deputations began to arrive immediately at Madame Wang Ya's residence, and she watched with some interest as people came one after another, asking her many questions regarding her recent and very bold decision. She realized with surprise that no one present knew the boy named Hongi at all, and because of this, many began to seriously doubt his future and the important role he was rumored to play. Meanwhile, the protagonist, young Dr. Chin, went to a special problem-solving unit, and accidentally passing by, saw an unfamiliar elderly lady who immediately attracted his close attention with her unusual behavior and appearance. He politely apologized to her for not coming to visit her for so long. He had promised to help her and come down from the mountain a little earlier, but only now was he able to finally fulfill his long-standing promise. And the grandmother was very glad that he had finally come, since she had been waiting for him for a long time and was hoping for his help. The young man noticed a large bag filled with food next to her, which she had not even touched, and this made him think that even her own granddaughter had never come to visit her, and the grandmother had not had the opportunity to eat. The old woman, looking at him angrily with her piercing eyes, asked him with some irritation whether his tutor, whom she had dismissively called a blockhead, was as busy and elusive a man as he was. Dr. Chin was surprised to notice that the word blockhead sounded rather strange and even a little familiar coming from her lips, and he began to seriously wonder why they were so close if they allowed themselves such liberties. At the very moment when this old woman was uttering these strange and somewhat harsh words towards his teacher, Master Peck himself suddenly and silently appeared next to them as if he had materialized out of thin air. He walked up to her calmly and confidently, and the young disciple Chin immediately realized from his gait and posture that it was his respected teacher in person, which was a complete surprise to him at that moment. Grandma pointed out with a sly smile that Master Peck was very easy to remember, subtly hinting that he had been here many times before and that they had known each other for a very long time. Teacher Peck, looking at her calmly and imperturbably with his piercing eyes, gently remarked that there was no longer any need to constantly check on his student, since he was doing an excellent job in all his duties and was doing well. Just from the look in her cunning eyes, it was absolutely clear that this elderly lady was planning something and probably had some very important information that she was in no hurry to share with those around her at the moment. The young man Chin had no idea what exactly they were both hinting at so subtly in their conversation, or what exactly his respected teacher meant when he spoke so calmly and a little mysteriously to this woman. But the elderly grandmother suddenly began to laugh very loudly and heartily, and her voice was completely different from the quiet and slightly creaky voice with which she had spoken to him just a few moments ago. Young Master Chin, hearing this strange and completely inappropriate laughter in this situation, was extremely shocked and completely puzzled by such an unexpected and abrupt change in her behavior and manner of communicating with them. The elderly woman's voice changed subtly, becoming younger and more resonant, and then her entire appearance began to rapidly change right before his astonished eyes, turning her into a completely different creature in front of him. Her wrinkled and flabby skin suddenly became young, smooth and elastic, and she began to rapidly transform, like some werewolf from ancient legends, turning into a completely different, unrecognizable creature, which was incredible. The elderly and hunched woman instantly turned into an incredibly beautiful and young girl, but the shocked young man could not understand at all what exactly was happening around him and why it happened so suddenly and inexplicably. Master Peck, however, unlike his student, knew exactly what was happening at that moment, and he did not seem at all surprised by this amazing and almost magical metamorphosis that had happened to her. Her long and thick chestnut hair fluttered freely in the light breeze, filling all the space around her and creating an indescribable atmosphere of grandeur, mystery, and some kind of unearthly, almost divine beauty that captivated the eye. She said with a mysterious smile on her beautiful lips that it was thanks to him, the young doctor, that this strange old lady was able to fully enjoy the wonderful and exciting performance that unfolded before her eyes. The young man simply fell to the ground from extreme amazement and some fear when he saw this incredibly beautiful and majestic girl standing right above him and laughing loudly at his confusion and bewilderment at that moment. He recoiled from her in horror, falling heavily to the ground, and quickly crawled back a little, kicking his legs in fear from the fear that overwhelmed him, and the extreme amazement at this completely inexplicable and incredible phenomenon that he had witnessed. This mysterious woman had not come here by chance, but with a specific purpose. She had come to meet Master Peck himself, and the teacher calmly informed his student that he was now standing before the head of one of the 3 largest hospitals in their world, which was very important. And she was also one of those famous weirdos who was among the top 10 and strongest warriors of the mighty Kang Hall. She was a famous and very strange old woman, known for her incredible bloodthirstiness and unpredictability. This elderly woman, widely known for her incorrigible strangeness and eccentric behavior, received such an unusual nickname because of her completely unusual and often shocking actions that she committed throughout her long life. She had perfected a unique technique of muscle contraction and relaxation, thanks to which she could constantly and unrecognizably change her appearance at will, misleading even the most perceptive people around her. In the harsh and mysterious world of Marima, it was still completely unknown for sure whether she was actually a woman, or perhaps she was even a man, since no one could say for sure. However, the young and well-read Dr. Chin, who had once read that very novel about the events of this world, knew for sure that she was actually a woman, despite all the rumors and speculations of those around her. Now he finally understood who this mysterious and eccentric old woman really was, who had such a strange passion for surgery, and he sincerely believed that she would be able to help even those who had already returned from the other world. She noticed with some surprise that the young man was very frightened by her sudden transformation, and she did not understand at all why he was so surprised by this. Had he really never heard of her before? For his own safety and to keep his knowledge secret, the young man decided to pretend that he was hearing about her for the first time in his life, although in fact, she appeared in the plot much earlier than described. Master Peck called his student closer, and again gently reminded this eccentric girl that it was completely unethical and impolite to change her appearance so abruptly right in front of another person without warning. At this fair remark of Master Peck, she became very angry, defiantly asking him why he had decided to condemn her for her actions and interfere in her personal affairs and habits at this moment. However, Master Peck himself was only interested in one thing at the moment. Was his young and impressionable student Chin really so frightened by her sudden and such a spectacular transformation from an old woman into a beauty? Although Master Peck did not fully understand what exactly was going on between them, he was very surprised when this old eccentric noticed his presence, because at this stage of the novel, she had not yet kidnapped people for healing. Master Peck noted with satisfaction that despite all his previous doubts and some fears, she had nevertheless kept her old promise, given to him many years ago under very unusual and memorable circumstances of their meeting. And if you think carefully about what exactly she told him then, you can confidently say that she really did keep her promise not to create any more chaos and disorder in his hospital. When young Chin heard of this long-standing and very unusual agreement of theirs, he realized that it was quite worthy and fair for both parties, taking into account all the circumstances and the characters of these two extraordinary personalities in their world. Young Mr. Peck clearly remembered that momentous moment when they had come to this unusual agreement many years ago after a long and tense confrontation that had nearly ended in serious conflict between them and their followers. A long time ago, an old and very eccentric woman showed an extremely lively and genuine interest in his mysterious and serious illness, and, completely without his permission, began to unceremoniously touch him in order to better understand the nature of the illness. She wanted to take Master Peck by force to her place for treatment using her unconventional methods, but he was categorically against such violent interference in his destiny and health, preferring to look for other ways of healing. They made a kind of bet with each other, and made a promise. He would become her patient only if she could defeat him in a fair fight, consisting of no more than 50 blows on each side. The bold and self-confident eccentric girl immediately and without hesitation accepted this daring challenge, being fully prepared to fight him and prove her superiority in martial arts, despite his fame and experience. Their incredible and almost supernatural powers clashed furiously on the improvised battlefield, bizarrely intertwining in some kind of frantic and mesmerizing dance of cruel and uncompromising rivalry between two great masters of their craft and time. Otherwise, if she had lost this duel, this strange and unpredictable girl solemnly promised never again to make any noise or disorder in his quiet and respected infirmary, leaving him alone. Hearing this amazing story from her teacher, the eccentric lady laughed loudly, finally remembering all the details of that long-ago duel, and young Master Chin realized with admiration that his master had indeed withstood those 50 blows. She also remembered with a smile that Master Peck had defeated her with amazing ease and grace back then, although at that time it was very difficult to believe that she, a master of her second youth, had lost, and he was seriously ill due to 9 severed meridians, and in that fight she had only managed to cut off a tuft of his hair with a sword. Teacher Peck also fondly recalled this significant moment from his past, and his inquisitive student Chin was currently interested in only one thing. Was all this really true, or was it a legend? He told his diligent student that if one perfectly mastered the secrets of the family martial arts, one could become much stronger and more resilient than one could imagine, and the eccentric girl noticed that Master Peck wasted no time at all, diligently teaching his capable apprentice Chin. But he also had no problems at all with assimilating new and complex knowledge and skills from his mentor. She gracefully walked over to a small bench nearby, picked up a bag of food she had brought earlier, and kindly offered to finish their greeting, for Ipchun was the season when Yin began to replace Yang, and she had specially prepared a dish for Master Peck for this occasion, observing the ancient traditions and customs of their people. Young Chin instantly realized that this bag of fragrant and appetizing-looking food was actually not meant for him, but for his respected teacher Peck, which was quite logical and expected in this situation. The wise Master Peck did not at all refuse this generous and timely offer, for he knew well that she always kept her promises as sacredly and inviolably as her own life and honor. This strange and unpredictable girl said with a smile that everything was exactly as he had said earlier, and she was very glad that he still trusted her completely, despite all their past disagreements. They all went together to a more secluded and cozy place nearby, where there was at least a small table, and they could calmly settle down for a meal and a leisurely conversation about current affairs and plans for the future. This elderly eccentric woman looked very much like another famous doctor, but she treated her numerous patients with completely different, often unconventional and even shocking methods, which were not always understood by her colleagues. She had very strange and unusual approaches to treating various diseases, which sometimes completely ignored the wishes and even direct requests of the patient himself, which often led to conflicts and misunderstandings with patients and their relatives. Young Chin understood very well what exactly his wise teacher Peck was talking about, because he had already experienced some of her specific methods and approaches to communicating and treating patients in the past. The eccentric healer usually took on the treatment of only those patients whose chances of survival were minimal and practically close to zero. and her infirmary was one of the 3 largest and most famous in their entire world. Because of their very strange and often risky medical techniques and treatments, this old eccentric's infirmary was once considered a real enemy in the world of Murim, but over time the feud died down, and now Eichiki-chan makes deals with the Magi and Safa. They even successfully treated such rare and complex diseases that 2 other large and famous hospitals were completely unable to cure with their traditional and time-tested methods, which caused surprise and respect among many people. She looked not just like an ordinary highly qualified doctor or healer, but rather like a real mad scientist of her second youth, obsessed with her ideas and experiments, which often went beyond the generally accepted norms and rules of ethics. Treatment at her Kaejong hospital was very fast and relatively inexpensive compared to other institutions, but it had one very significant and unpleasant drawback: frequent and unpredictable side effects from the drugs used. On the other hand, the undoubted advantages of her infirmary were that they could easily obtain rare demonic pills and various unique ingredients from the Magi and Sapo to help during complex operations, and the chances of survival were 50-50. But still, hope always remained with the patients and their loved ones. However, young Dr. Chin was completely at a loss to understand why this old and eccentric woman was testing him again in such an unusual way, pretending to be the same grandmother he had met earlier, and what her true motives were. The girl, the granddaughter of the old lady that the eccentric portrayed, did not have to wait long for her guests. She very quickly and joyfully hurried to meet them as soon as she learned of their unexpected arrival at her modest home that evening. This eccentric lady had to sweat and put in a lot of effort to make the food she prepared actually edible and even tasty, since cooking was clearly not her strongest talent and skill in life. She proudly brought the food she had prepared straight to the set table, and very cheerfully called on everyone present to immediately pounce on her signature dish, without embarrassment or observing any formalities or etiquette. All the dishes she prepared looked quite appetizing and attractive at first glance, and when the young owner, Dr. Chin, tried this unusual treat with some doubt, he was pleasantly surprised by its taste and aroma. It turned out that this dish was not only beautiful to look at, but also incredibly tasty and filling. In fact, in the Peak Infirmary they began to use unprecedented and previously unheard of treatment methods, and this eccentric girl absolutely could not miss such an important event. So she quickly rushed here to see everything with her own eyes and appreciate the innovations. She noticed with professional interest that this young and talented guy very skillfully and carefully stitched up her knee when she was in the guise of an old woman, but it still seemed to her that there were still some important details missing for complete perfection. Even in their famous infirmary, it was rare to see doctors as skillful and meticulous as this young man, which earned her respect. Sitting at a richly laid table in the company of her friends and colleagues, she thought about this seriously, and suddenly realized that, despite his still rather young age, this boy thought completely differently from everyone else. And this boy himself, the young Dr. Chin, meanwhile, was calmly drinking aromatic tea and suddenly felt the intent and slightly strange gaze of this unusual woman, which made him feel somehow uneasy and a little awkward. The wise Master Peck tactfully asked her if she knew that the main heir to the throne had just arrived at their infirmary, to which the girl calmly replied that she was well aware that the atmosphere in the infirmary was extremely tense. It was a good thing that the main heiress, according to rumors, had gone a little crazy and gone the other way, because if Madame Wang Ya had discovered her, the eccentric, during the recent war, then disaster would have been inevitable. The eccentric lady came here mainly to carefully observe the treatment process and new methods, devoting some of her precious time to this. She was always interested in everything new and unusual in medicine. She even used one very clever and almost magical trick for this, temporarily borrowing the keen eyesight of one of the great and famous doctors of her time in order to get a better look at everything and not miss a single detail. Through his eyes, she watched the progress of the entire complex operation closely. Although most of the time she was quite far from the scene of events, it was a real and very impressive magic trick on her part. Looking back on that recent and unique operation, one can say with confidence that everything went exactly according to the pre-planned procedure, and the treatment itself took place exactly as the young and talented surgeon had originally imagined. In order to completely restore every damaged layer of tissue in the patient, he first very carefully removed all the affected and non-viable areas and carefully cleaned them with a sharp scalpel, leaving nothing unnecessary and harmful for healing. If all infected and damaged cells are completely removed from the wound, then the subsequent healing process will go much faster and more successfully, without any serious complications and problems for the patient in the future, which was very important. The eccentric girl realized that now everything had become completely clear and obvious. The treatment had definitely worked and brought its fruits, but she was especially interested in the unusual and innovative approach of this young man to solving such a complex problem. She continued to watch this young man with undisguised interest, who she liked more and more for his abilities, and thought that she would not be at all averse to sending him for an internship at the famous Haikon infirmary. Master Peck heard her say this to his student, and immediately and very firmly told her that this should absolutely not be done under any circumstances, as he had his own plans for the future of this young man. The surprised girl quickly asked what exactly was wrong with her proposal, but the experienced Master Peck simply repeated, without any additional explanation, that it was completely wrong and unacceptable for his student. Before she could even finish her sentence and make all her arguments, Master Peck laughed loudly in her face, repeating again that her proposal was absolutely impossible and not subject to further discussion. She jumped up from her chair very abruptly and quickly and shouted loudly, asking the young master Chin Wu if he wanted to become her personal disciple, because if he agreed to become her disciple, then in the future the entire Haikon infirmary would become his legal inheritance, and he would be able to control all the darkness on earth, gaining incredible power and might into his own hands. This unexpected and very tempting offer really sounded simply incredible and almost fantastic for any young person striving for knowledge and power in this complex and dangerous world, full of intrigue and struggle. However, this strange girl apparently was not joking at all at that moment, and her intentions were absolutely serious, which made her offer even more intriguing and at the same time a little frightening for everyone. The wise Master Peck repeated once again, very calmly and firmly, that he had already said his weighty word on the matter. If it was impossible for his student, then it really was absolutely impossible under any circumstances. Young man Chin looked at her silently and calmly and did not respond to her offer, but she continued to look at him persistently, trying to exert strong psychological pressure, offering him much more than Master Peck could offer. She explained to him in detail that their renowned Haikon infirmary specialized mainly in complex surgery, and that was why he would have much better career prospects there than in this infirmary that focused on acupuncture. After she had spoken these compelling words, Master Peck remained completely silent, patiently waiting for his young apprentice's reaction to this tempting, but at the same time very dangerous and ambiguous offer from the eccentric. After a short, intense pause, the young man Chin asked this eccentric woman directly if he could, if he went to her hospital, Hit-chan, become the greatest doctor in the world, and most importantly, cure his dear teacher from his serious illness, to which the eccentric girl completely did not understand his question and asked in surprise what exactly he meant by these words. She had absolutely no idea what exactly he was talking about at that moment, because even she herself, with all her knowledge and strength, could not overcome this mysterious and serious illness, and the fact that Teacher Peck was still alive could rightfully be called a real miracle and incredible luck for all of them. And yet, although her words were absolutely true in this case, it seemed to her quite improper and impolite to refuse him so directly his implicit request or condition which he had put forward in response to her proposal. The eccentric girl gradually began to get angry and lose her temper, because her generous offer did not receive any positive response from this young man, and she felt very awkward and even a little humiliated because of this refusal. She had just offered this young man all the darkness and power in the world, and he had chosen his sick and feeble teacher without hesitation, which was completely incomprehensible to her and even a little offensive at that moment in time. She even began to feel a little jealous of this so-called Lord of Hell, Master Peck, who was now simply enjoying such a clear and unambiguous refusal of his devoted student from her tempting but dangerous offer of cooperation and power. For the wise Master Peck, his one and only talented student was everything in this life, and he could not help but be immensely grateful to him for his unwavering devotion and loyalty to his mentor and his chosen path. Over the long period of their joint work and training, a special and very strong bond of sincere friendship and mutual understanding was formed between them, which was more valuable than any treasures and power in this difficult and cruel world of intrigue. Being a master of the so-called second youth, this eccentric and mysterious woman has lived in this world much longer than ordinary warriors and healers, having accumulated during this time a huge amount of experience and knowledge in various fields. It had been 50 long years since her menacing nickname of the eccentric of blood and life had been replaced by the even more terrifying old eccentric of blood and life. And in all that time, she had met only one real talent that had impressed her. Despite all these explanations and arguments from Master Peck, the angry girl did not calm down at all, and firmly stated that if they did not agree to her first offer, and this boy did not want to be her student, then she had another, no less magnificent offer for him, which he would hardly be able to refuse so easily. Young Master Chin thought to himself that she would not give up so easily and would continue to try, but he found it quite amusing and even a little funny to hear from her about some second proposal after such a refusal. She kept the intrigue in the air for some time, enjoying the general tense anticipation and curiosity that she had aroused with her announcement of another, no less interesting offer for this talented young man and his teacher. And then she solemnly announced to everyone present that she was granting him complete and unconditional right to view absolutely all secret medical records and archives of her famous Haekchan Hospital, which was an unheard-of generosity. This offer was indeed very tempting and seductive for any doctor seeking knowledge, but it remained completely unclear how exactly she was going to show him all these numerous medical histories of patients and even their most intimate secrets. The fact is that in their world, there was a strict ban on the transfer of any data to third parties, and especially secret documents, which were stored in the archives of any hospital and were considered its intellectual property and main asset. In the ruthless and harsh province of Kono, medical records and patient histories were equal in value and importance to the secret books of powerful clans, containing their unique techniques and knowledge passed down through generations. However, this was far from the most important thing in her proposal. Much more important was the undeniable fact that these secret documents contained detailed medical records and case histories of all her many patients over many years. They described in great detail all the symptoms of various diseases, the full course of treatment and its final results, and based on this invaluable information, one could learn almost everything about the work of this hospital. If one carefully and thoroughly studies the descriptions of the wounds and injuries received, one could easily understand all the features and secrets of various martial arts, and by the nature of the internal injuries, one could identify all the weak points. It was for this important reason that such an unexpected and generous offer from the old eccentric so stunned and even a little frightened the young and ambitious Chin Chongi, who did not expect such a turn of events in their conversation. Teacher Peck, who was nearby and heard all this perfectly well, completely failed to understand the true point of view of this old woman and the hidden motives that moved her at this moment, offering such a generous reward. But she continued to insistently and stubbornly insist that this young man should listen to her carefully to the end, because she always sincerely considered surgery to be the most important and promising area of modern medicine and science. And it was quite obvious to her that many serious problems with people's physical health could be successfully solved if they were treated by direct surgical intervention, opening the body and removing the causes. And it was he, this talented young man, who was supposed to become the person who could confirm this with his successes and could significantly advance surgery in their conservative and prejudiced medical world, making a real breakthrough. In mysterious Kanhyo, where even the followers of the great Hua had long since abandoned surgery, everyone began to look closely at the actions of young Master Chin A, because the great physician A was the most famous doctor in ancient China, and his methods were revolutionary. And this young and ambitious healer could not simply give up his main idea and dream of his whole life to become the greatest surgeon and reformer in the history of medicine, despite all the difficulties and obstacles. After all, there were truly vast and almost limitless possibilities at stake for research and discovery that this talented young man could discover and exploit once he gained access to that secret library. The tension between the two of them had once again risen sharply to the limit, and their tense and full of omissions dialogue seemed to have finally reached a dead end, leaving no hope for mutual understanding and compromise on this important issue. Young man Chin, after a short thought, decided to ask this eccentric lady directly what exactly she was offering him in exchange for such a generous and risky offer on her part about access to secret archives. In return, she wanted him, when the time came, to teach her many students all of his unique disciplines and skills in the field of surgery, passing on to them his invaluable knowledge and experience accumulated over the years of practice. The problem was that he was already being taught by his own respected teacher, Peck, and young Chin saw no point in changing his mentor or wasting his efforts on teaching other people's students. But what about those numerous techniques and secrets of martial arts that this talented guy still knew nothing about and did not suspect, and which could significantly strengthen and protect him? He had already mastered to perfection all the greatest medical techniques of his time, and saw absolutely no point in wasting his precious time on studying all the other, less significant and effective methods of treatment. The old eccentric was furious that this young and daring youth had so cold-bloodedly rejected her generous offer, because she sincerely considered him a real foolish sheep who did not understand his happiness and was missing a unique chance. Wise Master Peck was very proud of his devoted and principled disciple at this point. And in fact, this whole complicated situation had reached a complete impasse, with no simple and obvious solution for all parties. If this persistent woman wanted to continue this pointless dialogue and attempts to lure his student away, let her continue, but it no longer had any practical meaning and was not worth the time spent on it. Disciple Chin firmly refused her offer because his family possessed the most powerful and secret martial arts techniques in the world, and he was absolutely adamant in his decision to remain loyal to his teacher. He thought for a moment about the situation, and resolutely rising from his seat, unexpectedly offered everyone present his own, completely original version of resolving this pressing conflict of interest between them and their schools. After this unexpected and bold statement of his, everyone present in the room literally froze in their seats in tense anticipation of his specific proposal, which could either resolve the conflict or further aggravate it. He bluntly invited them to share their own patient histories and treatment results in return, which was a very bold and unexpected move on his part in the tense situation that morning. And in this way, he believed, he would be able to provide this old and eccentric woman with all the necessary information about his own research and the unique methods of treatment that he had mastered to perfection at that time. She exploded again with anger and indignation because this young and impudent boy dared to teach her and offer her some of his conditions, which was completely unacceptable for her high status and authority in the medical world. How could this brat even dare to teach such a famous and respected master and doctor like her? She simply could not understand at all what he was even thinking at that moment, making such audacious proposal. However, if she herself offers to share her secret medical records and archives, then he, in turn, will also be willing to transfer a lot of his valuable knowledge and unique skills to the Hikson Infirmary for the common good. This could well be considered a mutually beneficial exchange of valuable medical experience and knowledge between the two leading schools, if, of course, she agrees to such conditions and makes certain concessions on her part. If possible, he would also like to receive from her in return some rare and hard-to-find medicines that were needed for his further research and treatment of patients in their own peak infirmary that day. Since the mysterious Jonpa had many different and unique resources, not everything they needed for their work could be easily obtained through the usual means, but this influential girl could bring all the medicines they needed. She instantly realized that this young and ambitious doctor was about to propose to her some sort of alliance or union between their two infirmaries, which was a very unexpected and bold proposal on his part in this situation. It was quite interesting and even intriguing, but two such completely different and competing unions were practically incompatible by their nature, and not everyone could even think about such a possibility of their joining forces. And yet this guy thought completely outside the box and out of the box, No one else would even think about trying to team up with such a strong and dangerous competitor as her and her powerful infirmary Hykson. The wise Master Peck, looking with pride at his talented and enterprising student, understood perfectly well that he would certainly go very far in this life and reach incredible heights in his art and career as a healer. He wasn't entirely sure how far he could go, but his one and only goal in life was to save as many human lives as possible, alleviating suffering and giving people hope for healing. Hearing these bold and unexpected words from the young man, the eccentric girl literally went speechless from extreme surprise and even some admiration for his audacity and breadth of thinking, which impressed her very much at that moment. The tension between the two of them was once again at its peak, and their subsequent conversation became more and more tense and heated with each passing minute, as there was so much at stake for both sides. It took her quite a while to fully recover from the initial shock and surprise, and she finally decided to get up from her seat to either accept his offer or reject it completely and leave. She always wanted to have only one and the best student, and this ambitious young man, as it seemed to her, wanted to conquer and subjugate the whole world with his knowledge and talents, which was somewhat different in scale. He tried to gently explain to her his true position, claiming that it was not about taking over the world, but the girl interrupted him, asking him not to be modest, because the development of medicine would change the world more than anything else, and this was obvious to all intelligent people of their time. And all the heads of the largest hospitals knew about this very well and strove for it, and the mighty Kango envied the underworld, that is, Master Peck, with all his heart, because he had such a talented and devoted student. After this short but very meaningful conversation, the girl finally realized that she no longer needed to stay here and waste her time, and the young man Chin simply silently watched her walk away. Before she finally left, she told him that they still had one option left for cooperation. He could learn how to preserve Ami's unique muscle contraction technique and secret art from completely disappearing in the Peak Infirmary, passing on this knowledge to his future students and followers to preserve the legacy of their ancestors. The young man did not quite understand what exactly she was trying to tell him with these mysterious and somewhat vague words, and what was the true purpose of this latest and unexpected proposal of cooperation between them. But he didn't argue with her, or ask any unnecessary questions, even though her proposal was somewhat different from his own view of how medical knowledge and skills should be developed in their world. The wise Master Peck respectfully pointed out that this old woman was indeed the best in the entire world in the art of muscular contraction, and her unique art of Ami was absolutely unrivaled in effectiveness. And he generously gave his student permission to take advantage of this unique chance and learn these rare and very valuable techniques from her while he had the opportunity, as it could be very useful to him. Having carefully assessed the entire situation and possible prospects, the young man Chin gratefully agreed to this proposal, if his respected teacher really gave him his official permission and blessing to study. The old eccentric, watching this scene between teacher and student, realized with some surprise that this talented boy unquestioningly followed every word and advice of his mentor Peck, completely trusting his wisdom and experience. The longer she stayed in that room and listened to their confidential conversation, the more she began to envy Master Peck, because for people like her, it was very important to find their true calling in life, and she succeeded with great difficulty, but she was happy. But Master Peck, to her great regret and some disappointment, was completely unable to use that very unique technique of second youth, which could significantly prolong his life and restore his former strength and health. The eccentric girl tactfully drew the young man's attention to the undeniable fact that his esteemed master would never be able to use this technique due to his current state of health, even if he understood all its principles, and she continued to convince him that she was more suitable to be his teacher in this art. But this young and devoted youth had only one single and most important goal in his life at the moment. He wanted at all costs to cure his dear and respected teacher Peck from his illness. And he was firmly convinced that when his mentor fully recovered and regained his strength, he would be able to easily master all the techniques of the second youth thanks to his incredible talent and the unique family martial arts that he possessed. The wise Master Peck had every reason to be very proud of these words and such unwavering devotion of his only and such a talented student, who was ready to do anything for his salvation and well-being in the future. However, for the old and proud eccentric, these bold and confident words of the young man sounded like real and unforgivable insolence on his part, since she was not accustomed to such treatment and challenging her authority. After all, she had a certain very high status in their world and was quite a strong and influential person, and no one in the entire world dared to contradict her so brazenly except this young man and his teacher. Master Peck turned gently to his devoted disciple and told him that even though he had already lived his long and difficult life, there was no bitter residue or regret in his soul. Although he was very grateful to his student for his warm and sincere words of support, he believed that he should not pay so much attention to all sorts of little things and trifles, but concentrate on the main thing. Young Master Chin earnestly asked his teacher not to say that, for he was firmly convinced that his mentor still had a great deal ahead of him, and that he would be able to accomplish many more great deeds. However, this was quite enough for the wise teacher Peck, and he said nothing more on the matter, preferring to remain silent and not continue this somewhat sad and philosophical conversation about life and death that evening. After this short but very meaningful conversation, Master Peck placed his encouraging hand on the shoulder of his faithful student and quietly, kindly laughed, thus expressing his gratitude and faith in his great future. The eccentric girl watched this touching scene between them attentively and wondered with some curiosity whether Master Peck had already made some final decision regarding her latest proposal for cooperation and training of his student. Young and talented Chin successfully completed the second planned surgery on the leg of patient Buma without any particular problems or complications, demonstrating his highest surgical skill and deep knowledge in this complex field of medicine. Thanks to his quick recovery after the first operation and Chin's own excellent skills, he was able to cure this patient without any doubts and quite successfully, giving him back the hope of a full life and the opportunity to dance again. And just a few days after this momentous event, the promised generous aid from the main heiress arrived in large quantities to the back hospital, providing it with everything it needed to continue working and prospering for many years to come. Meanwhile, at the rival Huaju infirmary, the same doctors who had lost everything due to their mistake and arrogance were given a very severe reprimand by their superiors and were subjected to severe punishment for their misdeeds and incompetence. Not only did Huaju Hospital suffer significant financial losses due to the withdrawal of support, but it was also greatly disgraced in the eyes of the public because its masters were completely not up to the standard of the renowned Bakeland Hospital and its specialists. A full-scale and very active movement began on the part of the largest and most influential merchants in the empire, who were very close to the main heir to the throne and enjoyed her special patronage and support in all their affairs. Every person who had any real power and influence in this world of intrigue and struggle for dominance immediately began to fuss and take active steps to adapt to the new conditions and not lose their positions. Ultimately, the biggest and most destructive fire of internecine conflict and power struggle broke out in the province of Jalan, where the interests of many powerful clans and groups were located, striving to dominate the region and the country. When the young master of the infirmary, Chin, anxiously asked his teacher what exactly had happened there, they could only speculate and guess, but the exact information would soon reach them in the next chapter of this story. In one of the remote areas of the capital, they heard the loud and desperate cries of some very famous and respected doctor in the city, which immediately attracted their attention and caused serious concern to everyone who heard it. This took place in the personal office of the head physician of the Hanju Hospital, where the guilty doctors were trying to explain their point of view on why they had so shamefully failed their important task and were unable to cope with the situation. Their main medical fields and specializations were vastly different. For example, the Hanju Infirmary was still considered the best in traditional medicine and therapy, and after everything that had happened, how could they leave so indifferently and abandon everything? However, the undeniable fact was that they did not leave of their own free will or desire, but were in fact forced to do so by circumstances and pressure from the more powerful forces behind the conflict. They were urged to stay even because of old friendships and past merits, stopping them literally at every step and begging them not to leave their post in this difficult time of change and uncertainty for everyone. But in their trade organization, there were a lot of soldiers and warriors who often received various external wounds while performing their official duties and constantly needed qualified treatment and medical care to restore their health. The head doctor of the Hanju hospital sharply responded that if any of their patients had a fever as severe as that very Buma, they would immediately amputate their leg without further ado and not treat it. He apologized to the petitioners, but firmly stated that they could not pass on their unique skills and secrets to those who would not even risk their lives to protect the goods and interests of their organization in a dangerous situation. The delegation of petitioners left empty-handed, and the doctors from the Hanju hospital were left completely alone and confused, not knowing what to do now and how to live on after such a crushing blow to their reputation and well-being. Their situation was bad and hopeless enough in itself, and no one knew at all what all this would ultimately lead to, and what other trials and difficulties they would have to endure in the near future. An urgent meeting was called in the office of the head of the trade organization, at which one of the old and experienced soldiers suggested to his leader to consider the possibility of cooperation with the growing infirmary peak in the current circumstances. Much of the conversation at this meeting revolved around the recent incident with that guy named Boom. Wasn't it important to the soldiers that limbs that could have been amputated were successfully healed? There was certainly a ray of hope and common sense in this proposal, but their powerful clan had always relied and trusted entirely on the pill production at the Hanju infirmary for many long years of cooperation. If their clan were much larger and more influential, they could well have their own medical offices and independently produce all the medicines they need without depending on anyone in this important matter of supply. However, they were very heavily and largely dependent on the supplies and services of the Hanju hospital, which had been their long-standing and trusted partner in medical matters for many years of fruitful and mutually beneficial cooperation between them. That is why it was so problematic and risky to suddenly change the entire situation in just one day, breaking old ties and establishing new, not yet tested by time and circumstances, relationships with another institution. The words of the clan leader sounded very categorical, sharp, and unyielding, and despite all the subsequent long and stormy discussions of this issue, all this turned out to be completely in vain and did not bring any practical results in the end. This was merely the conservative opinion of the older generation, the elders of the clan. But in reality, the clan had long been led by young and ambitious people, such as these brave and determined warriors who were present at the meeting this afternoon. The clan leader eventually suggested that it was necessary to immediately begin new negotiations with them, with representatives of the Peak Infirmary, to try to find some kind of mutually beneficial compromise and agree on possible cooperation in the future. And this small fuss and the disagreements that arose caused quite a lot of excitement throughout the world of Muram, where news spread with incredible speed and often became overgrown with the most incredible rumors and speculations on the part of ordinary people. Without exception, all influential and powerful people of this complex and intriguing world immediately began to fuss and take active steps to adapt to the changing situation and not to miss out on their benefits in this situation. Master Peck was at this time carefully reading a letter he had received, which stated that the greatest and most destructive fire in recent times had broken out in Homen province, bringing great destruction and misfortune to the local residents. When his devoted and inquisitive disciple Chin asked him with concern what exactly had happened there and what were the causes of this terrible disaster that had taken so many lives and brought so much grief to ordinary people, Teacher Peck calmly replied that the very same division of the Human clan that Patient Boom had previously relied on and counted on had been completely burned to the ground in that fire, and the wrath of the powerful Wang Ya had not only not subsided over time, but had only flared up even more and become even more dangerous to all her enemies. Every single member of this important unit and all its many leaders perished in that terrible fire, and now it will be very difficult to decide who exactly will take their vacant places and continue their important work. For young Mr. Chin, all this disturbing news was too stormy and completely inconsistent with what was described in detail in the very novel he had once read, and this caused him more and more questions. The wise Master Peck turned to his disciple Chinu and asked him directly if he knew the immutable truth that the crown and its wearers were completely inviolable in the world of Murim, and any encroachment on them was punishable by death. The student readily answered his mentor that he knew this important rule very well and always remembered it, but he also understood that in real life everything was much more complicated and confusing than in the books. But in reality, all these were just beautiful words and formalities, because in their world there was no clear and distinct distinction between the spheres of influence of the city to which Vanya brought them and their infirmary were in Ko. Likewise, both the mighty Muram and the imperial crown itself often used such remote locations as their information and transport organizations for various secret operations, and this only further complicated the whole situation. Teacher Peck clutched the letter with the alarming news from Homan tightly in his hand, his face expressing deep thoughtfulness and some concern about the further development of these events and their possible consequences for everyone. He treated all this rather philosophically and detachedly, because these were just human affairs and intrigues. Their hospital sacredly preserved the ancient traditions of healing, and it was very important not to forget about this when making decisions. For a young and still inexperienced student, all these wise and slightly abstract words of his mentor sounded rather complicated and not always understandable, since he was accustomed to thinking in more concrete and practical categories in his life. In Master Peck's opinion, it was extremely difficult to establish such universal standards and rules of conduct that could equally satisfy both the interests of the powerful Muram and the demands of the imperial crown, which was almost impossible. The Hong clan failed to properly maintain these fragile standards of balance and became too greedy and ambitious in their quest for power, which ultimately brought upon them the righteous wrath of the higher powers. This was the main reason for their crushing defeat and the unenviable fate that befell all those who dared to go against the established rules and disrupt the fragile balance of power in this world full of dangers and intrigues. The words of the wise teacher Peck at that moment sounded as if he was talking about what was inevitably going to happen after his own death, preparing his student for future trials and difficulties on his path. He really wanted this talented boy to be able to handle everything on his own when he inherited the infirmary after him. But in his thoughts, the young man stopped the teacher, not wanting to hear this, since he believed that the master had not yet become too old. The young and impressionable student could not even imagine what exactly was supposed to happen next in this confusing story, but he still dared to ask his wise mentor what future really awaited them all. The wise master calmly replied to his inquisitive student that until alcohol and various criminals finally disappear from the face of this earth, the powerful Hong clan will continue to exist and influence in the world. However, according to the experienced teacher Peck, their former power and influence will never again be as comprehensive and unshakable as it was before all these tragic events and upheavals that changed the balance of power. Sometime in the future, everything would definitely return to normal, because such a tense and unstable situation could not last forever. And he sincerely believed that the brother and sister Mookie, whom the young student had once cured of syphilis, had a new and unique chance for a better life and the high position in society that they deserved. The young man Chin thought with surprise that they really were brother and sister, and this fact seemed to him simply an incredible and amazing coincidence in light of all the recent events and their role. The opportunity to rise to the high position of head of an entire division of the clan, and perhaps even much higher up the career ladder, was destined by fate for representatives of the young and ambitious generation, ready for change and achievement. All this was, of course, very good and very encouraging for the future, but one obsessive and disturbing thought kept returning to him again and again, giving no rest to his inquisitive and restless mind that evening. If they were in fact real brother and sister, then this circumstance caused the young man to feel awe and some bewilderment. The whole situation seemed to him quite interesting and deserving of the closest attention and further study. Exactly 1 week after these events, the emperor himself issued a special decree to calm the worried Manga, the main heir, as well as his own queen, who was also concerned about the instability in the state and the recent incidents. Because if she, the main heir, were to arbitrarily and recklessly assemble the royal army without the prior consent of the powerful Quan, then the very foundations of the existing justice and order in the empire would be seriously shaken and violated by her actions. The wise emperor, by his decree, granted Chan, that is, Ulan, the honorary title of Ho, so that he could have an official and respected status in society and not be subject to attacks because of his past and origin in the future from ill-wishers. The emperor also graciously accepted Chuan, that is, Ulan, as an adopted son into the family of a very high and influential official, changing all the family records accordingly, and granted Lady Vanga, for the continuation of her line, his own granddaughter as an adopted daughter, since the blood of the imperial family flowed in her veins, ensuring the future of her line and status. Everything that had happened recently had so greatly surprised even the explosive and unpredictable character of this woman, the main heir of Wang Ya, that for a while she lost her power of speech and self-control from amazement and surprise. Young Mr. Chin Chung-hee received an important letter from his former patient Mu-hee, in which she informed him that he would very soon be able to announce to everyone some very good and long-awaited news concerning her. And judging by the content and tone of this letter, it was quite clear that her position in the Halman clan was gradually and steadily increasing every day, and everything was going exactly as her wise teacher Peck, who possessed true insight and the gift of foreseeing future events, had predicted to her, which made her very happy. Late in the evening, over a cup of aromatic and hot tea, this young man, Chin, came to his mentor to seriously and thoroughly discuss with him something very important that had long been troubling his mind and required advice. The young and diligent student was very serious and was determined to lay out all his thoughts and knowledge before his respected teacher in order to receive his advice and approval regarding his further plans and actions. The wise Master Peck watched all his movements and reactions very carefully and intently, patiently waiting for his student to finally explain and tell the reason for his unexpected visit and serious mood that evening. The student said with some embarrassment that up until that point, he had been actively passing on his medical skills and knowledge to others, but all of them, in his opinion, remained somehow unsystematic, disorganized, and disjointed, lacking a clear scientific structure. Master Peck did not understand at all why his talented student called his extensive and unique knowledge disorganized and devoid of a system, because it had already proven its effectiveness in practice more than once and brought great benefit to people. In a general sense, this young and ambitious man sincerely believed that it was absolutely necessary for him to carefully systematize all his accumulated knowledge and experience, and it was for this important purpose that he wanted to ask his master to have a thorough talk with him face to face, in order to receive his wise and valuable advice in this difficult matter. He still had a lot of valuable knowledge and unique skills in the field of medicine that he had not yet fully shared with anyone, and he felt that the time had come to do so for the common good. The indisputable fact that neither the highly experienced Master Peck himself nor other well-known and respected doctors could fully understand even the true and amazing properties of such a simple and widespread antibiotic as penicillin created certain and very significant difficulties in their daily medical practice and research into new drugs. For Master Peck himself, his only and such talented apprentice Chin was a real and natural-born doctor from God, but he never demanded from his student an immediate disclosure of all his knowledge and professional secrets. However, he still very much asked him to share some important medical secrets for the common good and the development of their business in the future. Teacher Peck, for his part, would very sincerely like to teach his diligent and unusually capable student absolutely everything that he himself knew and could do in the field of traditional medicine and ancient martial arts, passing on to him all his rich experience. Their subsequent confidential conversation became more and more animated and even a little heated with every minute of their communication, but it nevertheless sounded very insightful and profound, touching on the most important and pressing aspects of their profession. Regardless of whether his respected and wise teacher Peck fully understood him or not at that moment, young Chin was still firmly and unconditionally ready to share with him all of his unique and absolute skills. After a few minutes of such a lively and intense discussion between them, the atmosphere in the small and modest room became very tense and even somewhat saturated, and the entire space around them seemed to be completely filled with the powerful and invisible energy of Master Peck himself, which was felt almost physically by all the people present there. It was perfectly clear and obvious to everyone that the wise Master Peck wanted to either immediately put into practice or teach the young Master Chin some special and very ancient art or technique, and they both needed to begin this training right now without postponing this important and responsible matter for a minute. The young and inquisitive student Chin, with undisguised surprise and some trepidation, saw before him the application of such an amazing and almost magical technique, the existence of which he had previously only heard about from various ancient legends and traditions. It was a secret and very powerful weapon of the famous and ancient Chigli family, the legendary and almost mythical Heaven and Leaf Divine technique, which Master Peck used with great skill at this particular moment to fully awaken his mind through a special and complex circulation of the internal life energy in his body. After some time of such diligent and fruitful studies, the young and diligent student Chin proudly brought to his mentor detailed medical notes and numerous anatomical drawings of the master, which he had meticulously created over a very long period of time, and after carefully reading them, the teacher was completely amazed by his incredibly deep knowledge and talent. The young man, with a sly and slightly mischievous smile, even teased his respected teacher a little, saying that everything he had explained to him in such detail, and for so long, all this time, could easily be called just a very short, compressed, and superficial summary of his extensive knowledge. A detailed, thoughtful, and comprehensive study of all these unique and priceless medical records and anatomical drawings would have taken, by the most modest and approximate estimates, at least several long and persistent years of painstaking work, which was simply amazing. After all, what this talented young man described so thoroughly and clearly in his numerous scientific works and treatises concerned mainly the structure and complex functioning of living cells of the human body, and what was depicted there in his drawings was truly unusual and even revolutionary for the medical science of that time. And these very microscopic and invisible to the eye cells, of which, as it suddenly turned out from his explanations, the entire living organism of man and animals consisted, seemed to him, a medieval and experienced doctor, something simply incredible, fantastic, and almost divine. At the very time when the highly experienced and wise Master Peck was reading these unique and truly priceless notes of his talented student with great interest and some sacred awe, a bright and very powerful stream of radiant energy suddenly and forcefully burst out of his body, illuminating everything around with its light. The mysterious and powerful Heaven and Leaf Divine technique that he had been practicing so diligently and selflessly lately for healing looked very warlike, menacing, and at the same time incredibly mysterious and attractive from the outside. But then the young and very attentive student Chin, completely unexpectedly for himself, noticed one very important and very disturbing detail in the general condition of his beloved mentor, and immediately wanted to tell the master to wait. The student, with great concern and anxiety in his voice, wondered whether his esteemed master was now experiencing the same extremely unpleasant and very dangerous condition that had once happened to that same mighty archer. Master Peck read very carefully and completely all these amazing and truly priceless medical records of his only disciple, and it was simply incredible and amazing for him that these records included the most detailed descriptions of the structure of the brain, liver, various other internal organs, and even the living cells themselves, which greatly and pleasantly amazed him to the depths of his soul. Looking closely at all this incredible magnificence of human thought and such deep scientific knowledge, some special and very bright aura of sudden illumination and complete understanding of complex things brightly flared up in the enlightened soul of Master Peck. He could not even imagine earlier, in his wildest fantasies and dreams, that such deep and very complex scientific knowledge could be comprehended and so well systematized at such a very young age. Young Chin was completely fascinated and literally mesmerized by the powerful, pure, and bright energy that was so abundantly emanating from his beloved master at that particular moment in time, but also returning back to his body. This amazing, almost unearthly, and very powerful energy created such a strong and distinct feeling, as if the very air surrounding them in the room was filled to the very limit with pure, concentrated, and almost tangible magic, capable of working miracles. If the general health of the highly respected Master Peck had been significantly better and stronger at that significant moment of their joint work, he would have been able to achieve even more impressive and truly high results in his spiritual practices. The young man Chin did not fully understand why his wise master was saying all these slightly sad and philosophical words at this very moment, but he instinctively and very keenly felt that it somehow helped him understand more easily. The wise and experienced Master Peck sincerely thanked his diligent and so talented student Chin A from the bottom of his heart for all his numerous efforts and invaluable help in his research. But the young man responded with readiness and modesty. Looking attentively, and with fatherly love at his talented, devoted, and very capable student, it became absolutely clear and obvious to Master Peck that it was now absolutely necessary to closely and very seriously engage in his further training. Hearing these meaningful and profound words from his esteemed teacher, the young man Chin immediately understood the importance and significance of this moment, and instinctively felt that his master had in mind something truly great. Perhaps he, his beloved teacher, was going to pass on all of his unique, secret, and incredibly powerful heaven and leaf divine technique to him in the near future, completely and without a trace, which would be an incredible gift of fate. He even jumped up from his chair, completely involuntarily and abruptly, from the strong excitement and extreme agitation that filled him, since this was truly incredibly exciting and opened up completely new and almost limitless horizons for him. Teacher Peck seriously suggested to his only and such a capable student that they continue to diligently and with full dedication teach each other everything that they knew and could do in medicine and martial arts. However, while fully aware of all the enormous and almost limitless advantages and incredible potential of this unique and powerful technique, the young man Chin was completely unable to utter a single word due to the strong emotions and deep excitement that overwhelmed him. After the wise teacher and his diligent and so talented student finally and irrevocably decided to share with each other all their knowledge accumulated over many years and the most secret secrets of mastery, they both with even greater zeal. The young and incredibly talented Chin Chung-hee threw himself headlong and completely into his diligent and daily studies of learning new and complex medical techniques, while continuing to train and hone his skills with the same intensity and persistence. In some completely incredible and almost magical way, he managed to successfully and very effectively combine grueling and daily training in various martial arts, deep and thoughtful study of complex medicine, and the simultaneous transmission of his unique knowledge. The wise and experienced Master Peck had been watching him very attentively and with paternal care for all this long time, and personally supervised all his numerous studies, greedily and with interest absorbing all his new surgical knowledge. If it weren't for the enormous and nearly inexhaustible power of his unique and powerful five-element sacred technique, as well as the equally powerful heaven and leaf sacred technique, he would have been completely exhausted long ago. One day, on one of those particularly tense and tiring days, he, completely unnoticed by himself, suddenly dozed off right in the middle of reading some very complex, thick, and somewhat boring medical book on human anatomy. A young and pretty girl who happened to be passing by him at that moment noticed this with some concern and involuntarily thought to herself that it was absolutely necessary for him to rest a little and get a good night's sleep that night. Young Chin, with some surprise and even slight irritation, emphasized that he had been very focused on his important activities and did not understand at all why he needed this unplanned rest. But the girl persistently suggested that he go. When he reluctantly went with her to the nearby river, he decided to play a little joke on her and scare her a little for fun, saying that he would definitely tell the mighty and formidable archer. The girl immediately realized that this was not entirely fair and honest on his part towards her, and she thought to herself, a little offended, that this guy seemed to have gotten a little too carried away with his jokes. He never left the confines of the vast library of the infirmary for many long and tiring days and nights, because every free second and every minute were extremely valuable and important for him for the study of new knowledge. The young and very ambitious man did not want anyone to ever be able to reproach him for having finally been able to study all the priceless imperial archives on ancient medicine only after his own untimely death. The studies of the young Mr. Chin progressed very quickly, successfully, and very fruitfully, Every single day, he diligently and with interest studied a new thick and complex medical book and immediately carried out various important experiments. The numerous nurses who were his constant and very devoted assistants during complex operations and various scientific research were simply completely amazed and even a little shocked by his incredible and almost limitless knowledge and abilities. He constantly and enthusiastically carried out various bold medical experiments and very carefully watched the experiments of other, more experienced doctors, desperately trying to find something that could really help cure his seriously ill patient. If he had not, by this point, studied perfectly, and to the smallest detail, all the numerous features of various medicinal herbs and their correct and effective combinations with each other, he would certainly have suffered complete failure. Finally, after many long, persistent, and often unsuccessful labors and searches, this talented and persistent guy with undisguised pride and joy brings that very unique and long-awaited healing potion, which he had been preparing for so long and carefully all this time, and with deep respect and hope passes it on to his dear and beloved teacher Peck, believing in its power. He humbly knelt before his esteemed mentor, reverently offering him this life-saving and much-suffered potion, and he diligently and selflessly practiced every single day to achieve such a high level of mastery. Every day the young man tirelessly carried heavy and full buckets of clean spring water across difficult and very dangerous mountainous terrain in order to properly harden his muscles and develop the incredible endurance that he so needed. And now he was far from being the weak, frail, and sickly guy he had been before, when he had just started his difficult path in medicine and martial arts. Now he had become a strong, resilient, and very balanced person. Every single day, his overall physical condition and endurance were noticeably and steadily improving thanks to diligent training, and he confidently and purposefully moved forward towards his cherished and noble goal, not stopping at any difficulties. The powerful and mysterious heaven and leaf divine technique constantly and gently stimulated the active work of his brain and greatly contributed to the rapid and very noticeable improvement of his phenomenal memory, so he completely stopped being afraid of failure. He could very well earn a lot of money and ensure a comfortable existence for himself by teaching this unique and extremely effective technique to modern students and numerous adherents of various martial arts who want to comprehend its secrets of mastery. But this priceless and almost sacred knowledge was available only in this amazing, mysterious, and magical world, and he was able to absorb it completely and without a trace, becoming one of the few chosen and initiated. His inner life energy was simply incredible, inexhaustible, and very powerful, and he became stronger and stronger with each new day he lived, gradually approaching the very heights of his unique mastery in medicine. A severe, chronic, and very old illness had taken away a great deal of vital heat from that very important and main blood vessel that directly surrounded and fed the heart of his beloved and much respected Master Peck, which created a constant threat. Because of this serious and very dangerous illness, he overexerted himself even more and more every single day, constantly and with all his might trying to continue to move actively and maintain normal circulation of his weakened energy in the body, so as not to freeze completely even in the midst of a hot and sultry summer. And it was this incredible effort of will and perseverance that allowed his master to stay alive for so long. The devoted and insightful disciple Chin understood very well that his esteemed teacher's recent and very severe attack was caused precisely by an acute and critical lack of his vital internal energy, and that was why his master had recently quite unexpectedly lost consciousness for a while during their morning meditation and key circulation sessions together. This life-threatening condition has arisen from the excessive and very risky circulation of his already considerably weakened internal energy, and his limit of strength and vitality will soon be finally and irrevocably reached, and he will no longer be able to continue this exhausting and unequal struggle for his precious life and fragile health with his insidious and merciless disease. The wise and experienced Master Peck had already experienced on himself more than once such extremely dangerous and unpleasant conditions as significant stratification of the aura and even involution of the middle layer of the arteries, which clearly indicated an extreme degree of exhaustion. Aura dissection as only a few initiates knew, is a very dangerous and often irreversible condition in which the inner middle muscular layer and the outer adventitial layer of the arterial wall are completely and permanently separated from each other, which leads to serious disorders. When the inner intimal layer of a large artery is irreversibly destroyed by the destructive effects of a serious disease or some serious injury, blood under high pressure begins to flow out rapidly and uncontrollably, and this enormous pressure causes the middle medial wall of the vessel to gradually crack and delaminate along its main longitudinal axis, which is very dangerous to life. However, thanks to the enormous and almost miraculous power of the powerful 5 elements divine technique that was constantly and gently passing through his aorta, Master Peck's upper body was still in relatively good and stable condition. The whole main and most serious problem was precisely in the descending part of his main aorta, where the main and most obvious symptoms of this severe and progressive disease included complete or partial loss of sensation in the lower part of the body. Master Peck listened very attentively, and with undisguised sadness in his eyes, to his talented and caring student. And it was very painful and difficult for him to hear all these disappointing and disturbing details about his own deplorable condition. Young Chin bitterly claimed that it was a real and incredible miracle that his esteemed master was still alive after all he had suffered during his long years of illness, and that he would probably need to pass urgently. He also understood perfectly and clearly that if he decided to use any particularly aggressive and radical method of treatment in this specific and very difficult situation, then he would have to completely and entirely remove all the damaged tissue. However, in this particular and very difficult case, the teacher's body, weakened and exhausted by a long illness, might simply not be able to physically withstand such a huge and heavy load from such a complex and lengthy surgical operation, and even if all damaged and non-viable tissues without exception were successfully and completely removed from his body, the piercing cold from the 9 yins and numerous torn meridians would return again. The young doctor thought with despair that he would probably have to use the same risky and almost suicidal method of treatment again, and at this advanced stage, it would be real madness and almost certain death. This was not just a common and well-studied heart disease, as is often the case in the real modern world of medicine, but the so-called mysterious meridian rupture, which only existed in the mysterious and dangerous world of Morim. This mysterious and little-studied meridian rupture had a unique and very strange feature of artificially and very quickly taking away all the vital heat from its unfortunate victim, which seemed simply fantastic and incredible from the point of view of science. Whatever the vast and profound knowledge and unique innovative methods of treatment were in the arsenal of this young and very talented doctor, all of them, unfortunately, had their own definite limits and some objective restrictions. He thought long and painfully about how exactly it would be possible to help the weakened body of his teacher by installing a special stent, a special form of a strong cylindrical frame that effectively narrows the area of the pathological process. And then he accidentally found several very similar and suitable precedents in the old medical records of the Chial family. The wise and experienced Master Peck knew absolutely nothing about these rare and almost forgotten medical precedents, and with great interest and some hope in his voice, asked his talented student what exactly he had found there. He urgently and at all costs needed a special and very rare internal pill made from the mythical 10,000-year-old fire carp to try and save his beloved and highly respected teacher from imminent death. This almost legendary and incredibly rare fire carp, as numerous ancient legends and traditions of their people said, lived only in very hot and hard-to-reach geothermal springs, and with age accumulated in its unique body a huge amount of pure fire energy. This magical and almost miraculous pill could be simply swallowed as an inexhaustible and very powerful source of pure internal energy. And in their world there were a great many different types of such unique internal pills, each of which had its own. It was this particular and very rare type of unique pill that gave the human body incredible elasticity and increased resistance to various injuries and diseases, not to mention a significant and almost instantaneous increase in the overall endurance of the body. It was because of all these unique and almost magical properties that there was a very high and very real possibility that this particular pill would become the ideal and perhaps the only remedy for successfully treating the 9-yin condition. The young and as always determined Gai Chin smiled widely and confidently at his slightly worried mentor, clearly realizing at that moment that this was a new and very difficult, but at the same time interesting challenge for him. He treated this whole difficult and almost hopeless situation quite philosophically and very calmly, confidently declaring to his teacher that patience and persistent, painstaking work will certainly overcome everything and ultimately will certainly conquer any difficulties. The wise and experienced Master Peck was completely and sincerely amazed by such a bold, unexpected, and very confident answer from his young, but such a talented and devoted student, who was not at all afraid of any upcoming difficulties and trials. He vaguely and with some difficulty recalled that once upon a time he had read in an old, tattered and almost forgotten novel about some very mysterious and hard-to-reach place where just such a rare one was described. This mysterious and almost mythical place, according to that very ancient novel, was discovered by brave people only 10 long and difficult years after all the events described in the book. But he, the young and determined Chin Wu, would have to go there right now. With the onset of a long, cold, and very harsh winter in the mysterious and dangerous world of Marima, the imminent start of the traditional and widely anticipated Dragon and Phoenix Congress, which always attracted many participants, was solemnly and widely announced. It was a grand, colorful, and very spectacular battle festival, where old and loyal allies and close friends usually met, and where the youngest, strongest, and most talented warriors from each powerful clan traditionally gathered. They, full of determination, entered into fierce duels, defending their honor and dignity, and during these tense clashes, they constantly measured their impressive fighting skills against each other, trying to determine the true winner in this confrontation. This momentous event was of the utmost importance to the whole world of Murim, arousing widespread interest, and the general excitement that arose from it, full of expectations and gossip, undoubtedly did not bypass even the quiet and secluded infirmary. Wise Wu and experienced Master Peak watched carefully from the window at what was happening outside, noticing how numerous, richly decorated carriages, one after another, hurriedly rushed towards them, obviously with the intention of paying them an important visit. These elegant carriages, drawn by the finest horses, moved purposefully along the road, united by one very clear and unambiguous goal, which, apparently, was connected with the recent significant events that were exciting everyone around in Murim. After the last sounds of bustle died down and the visitors left, the usually busy infirmary was suddenly filled with absolute, almost ringing silence, broken only by the most insignificant rustling sounds, creating an atmosphere of tense anticipation of something important. When the long-awaited Congress finally officially began, the Supreme Master, along with the respected leaders of all other combat units, went in an orderly manner to an important meeting with an influential advisor of the United Alliance to discuss pressing issues. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, Advisor Zhuo for some reason did not go to this important meeting, having made a different decision, and his unexpected absence remained a completely incomprehensible mystery for the young man, who was used to seeing him at all important events. The young student approached Zhuo in a playful manner with a joke, curiously inquiring who he thought could now temporarily take the absent master's important position, and he also delicately noted that the teacher must probably be worried about the significant reduction in the number of his personal guards. Despite all the events and conversations that were going on, the responsible Zhuo calmly and focusedly continued to conscientiously carry out his important work and duties as a reliable guardian and protector for this still very young student, trusting his intuition. These careless words of the young man, spoken in jest, unexpectedly hurt the usually reserved Zhuo very much, and he suddenly became very angry at such a frivolous prank, sternly promising the young man that he would certainly take his life if he dared to continue to make inappropriate jokes like this about serious things. Joe then explained in detail to the angry boy the reason for his presence, pointing out that their mutual master did not really have full confidence in the young student named Chin, and that was why he, the master, had ordered that he, Zhuo, be left in charge of the young man, since such a still very young child would definitely not be able to cope with all the difficulties alone. However, Zhuo himself, absorbed in his duties, seemed completely unaware or unconcerned about the significant age difference between them, and at some unexpected moment in the middle of the conversation, he suddenly remembered an important message that he needed to convey. Remembering the assignment, Zhuo immediately reached into his pocket and carefully pulled out a small, neatly made box, which turned out to contain an important written message sent from the distant northern part of the vast province of Jiangsu. The young master, upon receiving the box, thought deeply for a short moment, seized by a sudden suspicion that this mysterious and unexpected message was somehow related to the infamous demon school that was causing concern to many. Having waited for the right moment, when he was finally left completely alone in his chambers, the young man, without further delay, carefully opened the letter he had received, and with great interest and some excitement, immediately began to carefully read its contents. The letter itself turned out to be quite voluminous, covered in small handwriting on several sheets of paper, and was very carefully and neatly folded, and also included with it was a mysterious gift, packed in that same small box. In the content of the letter, the sender reported that he had been graciously granted permission to send correspondence to anyone in their common school, but he regretfully noted that he essentially had no one else to whom he would like or could write, except for the one and only Hoon. The author of the letter, Yarun, went on to describe in detail that he was currently living quite comfortably and even very well in his new circumstances, and he also firmly assured that when the right time finally came, he would most definitely visit his dear young master, Chin A. Master Peak's young apprentice, Chin, immediately realized after reading these lines that the letter was indeed from Yarun, and he was sincerely glad to hear that his friend was all right, and especially that Yarun had apparently managed to successfully contain his innate bloodthirsty nature. The young man assumed with a high degree of certainty that his friend Yarun, judging by the contents of the letter and the very fact of its sending, had probably already managed to achieve a certain significant status and influence within the walls of his new, very specific school. The young man reflected on the fact that not every ordinary member of the sinister school of demons had the opportunity and permission to just take and send a letter outside of it, to other places, which undoubtedly meant that Yarun would very soon receive the honorable position of young leader. Initially, according to all forecasts, Yarun's path to such a high position should have taken at least 5 long years. But the situation changed dramatically due to the fact that Chin at one time taught him those very important principles of life and behavior that he so badly needed for adaptation. It was thanks to the wise words and instructions of young Chin that Yakar Yun's uncontrollable anger and fury subsided considerably over time, as he always firmly remembered the important advice given to him, to think thrice before irrevocably taking a person's life. And thus he was able to save many innocent lives from premature death. As he carefully reread this detailed message from his friend, young Master Chin realized with renewed vigor what a truly dangerous person Yarun truly was by nature, and how difficult it must have been for him to constantly suppress the deep instinct of a ruthless and deadly heavenly star within himself. And finally, the last thing that especially attracted the attention and aroused genuine interest in the young master in the letter he received was a detailed description of a small silk bag, which, as mentioned earlier, neatly contained a mysterious gift from Yarun. This young man, like many others, loved to receive gifts, especially unexpected ones, so he took the mentioned silk bag in his hands with undisguised pleasure, and feeling its weight, was immediately very pleased with the anticipation of the surprise. To the touch, the bag really did seem quite heavy for its small size, and now all that was left for the impatient young man to do was to find out as quickly as possible what kind of gifts his friend Yarun preferred and valued. Burning with curiosity, the boy carefully untied the silk bag and carefully took out an object that at first glance looked very much like an ordinary bracelet. But upon closer inspection, it became clear that it was a completely unusual and unique bracelet. This mysterious bracelet was unexpectedly heavy for its graceful appearance, and its shape cleverly recalled a mythical dragon, which in an eternal cycle furiously bit its own tail, symbolizing infinity. Moreover, as it turned out upon detailed examination, this amazing bracelet was forged from a special, incredibly durable steel, produced exclusively in the School of Demons, which automatically made it an extremely rare and very valuable magical artifact. Suddenly, young Master Qin remembered with surprise that he had definitely seen something like this once before, or at least it was the same unique thing whose existence and properties he had once read about in detail in an old and fascinating novel. According to the information from that very novel, this powerful bracelet was originally supposed to rightfully belong to Yarun himself, because it was not just an accessory, but a formidable artifact, endowed with a dark and terrifying black power of bloody, merciless death. However, the reason why his friend Yarun decided to so simply, and without any apparent hesitation, give this incredibly valuable and powerful artifact to him, the young master Qin Wu, remained completely incomprehensible, and a deep mystery that required reflection. The young man, still somewhat perplexed, began to carefully turn the bracelet he had received in his hands, examining it carefully and from all sides, still finding it difficult to believe that it was really possible to send such a priceless and significant item by regular mail. However, after several simple but purposeful manipulations with this mysterious bracelet, some incomprehensible and ominous dark energy suddenly began to slowly but noticeably emanate from its metal core, causing alarm. For some completely inexplicable and unknown reason to him, this ancient bracelet suddenly activated on its own, and the astonished guy could not understand at all why this happened right now and what served as the impetus. The young man, his eyes wide open and filled with genuine amazement and some apprehension, stared intently at the glowing artifact, having absolutely no idea what actions he should take in this unusual situation and what to expect next. He remembered that the bracelet of the powerful Black Blood Death sect was one of the most formidable and secret weapons of the legendary Demon of Heaven, which, according to the plot of the famous novel, he repeatedly and very effectively used in his numerous battles. The insidious invisible threads emanating from this unique bracelet were capable of instantly squeezing and mercilessly cutting the throat of any careless enemy, and at the most critical moment of battle, this artifact could be effectively used to create an ingenious death trap capable of driving hundreds of experienced martial artists into it. In the original novel that the young man had read, his friend Yaren was only able to obtain this powerful bracelet of the Black Bloody Death sect after he had, with incredible difficulty and at great risk to his life, defeated an extremely strong and dangerous opponent known as the Blacklight Shadow Oddball. Considering all these circumstances and the value of the artifact, one could only guess and speculate about how confident and calm Yarun must have felt in his current situation, since he so frivolously decided to send this unique and powerful bracelet to him, a simple boy. If such a guess was true, it meant that Yaren must have somehow managed to befriend or form an alliance with that same Blacklight Shadow weirdo, because in his current, presumably weakened state after the battle, it would be completely impossible to take such a valuable bracelet from him by force. One could only make all sorts of assumptions about whether Yakar Yun had accidentally become a full-fledged student of that very mysterious eccentric shadow, which in itself seemed simply incredible and unthinkable, since all these events unfolded 4 whole years earlier than described in the novel. The black, mysterious bracelet that was now tightly wrapped around his wrist seemed rather small and graceful at first glance, but the young man remembered from descriptions that once his magical power was fully activated, it would inevitably grow and become much more massive and impressive. However, the boy could not fully comprehend the exact reason why Yarun had decided to send him this unique bracelet, since Yarun himself could undoubtedly easily find a use for it, while he, Qin, being an ordinary person, might not even understand its true value or simply sell it on the market. After carefully reading the letter from Yahar Yun and thinking for a while, Qin decided to immediately write him a reply, in which he asked about the most simple and ordinary things. For example, whether his friend was eating well, how things were with his precious health, and other such everyday trifles. At the very moment when he was thinking about the answer, young Master Chin was in his small workshop, working hard and completely absorbed in the process of preparing some other complex alchemical potion, when suddenly an unfamiliar girl entered the room unexpectedly and without warning. The young man, immersed in his thoughts and work, was not particularly pleased with the unexpected appearance of this stranger, and he could not understand at all why she had so suddenly and swiftly burst into his workshop, breathing heavily and looking very agitated. The breathless girl excitedly asked the young man to follow her immediately without asking any unnecessary questions, explaining that he urgently needed to heal a certain victim, which, in Chin's opinion, seemed like a rather strange and hasty decision in such a situation. The mysterious stranger made it clear that she could not, no matter how much she wanted to, tell him all the details and circumstances of what had happened right now, in this rush. So she only persistently repeated her earnest request to simply trust her and follow her as quickly as possible. The girl looked at him with despair and literally begged him for help, using all her eloquence, and seeing her sincere excitement and seriousness, the young man finally understood that she was definitely not joking and the situation was really critical. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, the young doctor, without further hesitation or unnecessary questions, decided to quickly set off with the girl to provide the necessary assistance and treat the unknown patient, despite all the oddities and possible dangers that could await them. Having collected everything he needed, he quickly ran forward in the indicated direction, trying to keep up and not even looking back at the abandoned workshop, while an unfamiliar, excited girl confidently led him along, showing him the way through the thickets. Soon their joint path led them to the edge of some very dense forest, all the paths and trees in which were tightly covered with a deep, still untouched layer of white, fluffy snow, which made movement difficult. The young people were already quite tired from this continuous and fast running over rough terrain, but they stubbornly continued their difficult journey without slowing down, since the mysterious place where they were in such a hurry was, according to the girl, still quite far from here. After some time, the young Master Chin, despite his apparent fragility, demonstrated his endurance and unexpectedly easily overtook the girl who was seeing him off, which undoubtedly made a very strong and indelible impression on her, causing surprise. The girl watched from the side with undisguised amazement as his trained and light body moved with incredible grace, literally fluttering over the snowdrifts, like a weightless feather caught by a gust of wind, overcoming all obstacles. This hardy guy overcame absolutely all natural obstacles that appeared on their way, be it fallen trees or deep ravines, with amazing ease and dexterity, and they had to run further and further into the snowy forest. The girl accompanying him was genuinely surprised and even amazed by what she saw, because she could not even imagine that this young-looking boy had already managed to so deeply comprehend the complex principles of the three fundamental foundations of martial arts, and that this knowledge had such a huge and noticeable effect on his physical abilities. She thought that now that he had made such a breakthrough, he should probably focus all of his efforts on further mastering the 5 complex elements of the unique airflow technique, as well as refining the effective icy silent step technique he had recently learned. Soon, their rapid run brought them to the foot of some high and rocky mountain, along the slope of which they began to climb higher and higher, and it was still completely unclear where exactly this winding path would ultimately lead them. However, climbing the steep snowy slope did not present any serious problem for the prepared young Master Chin, since he very confidently and easily jumped on the slippery snow ledges and, if necessary, even cleared his own path using his considerable physical strength. The girl, amazed by his incredible physical strength and agility, could not resist and curiously asked the young man how long he had been seriously studying such complex and demanding martial arts to achieve such results. To her surprised question, the young man modestly but honestly answered that he had in fact been engaged in diligent practice and training in the field of martial arts for only the past 6 calendar months, which was not a long time at all. Upon hearing his answer, the girl was completely amazed and even stunned, since achieving such an impressive progress and level of skill in just 6 short months was truly a real, phenomenal breakthrough in the study of martial arts. Looking intently at his concentrated face and observing his polished movements, she involuntarily saw in him not a simple young man, but some kind of real wild beast, who with indomitable energy and fury instinctively overcame absolutely all obstacles that arose in his path. By this point, they had indeed gone very far into the unknown, having covered a considerable distance, and the prudent young Master Qin involuntarily began to ask himself a very reasonable question about how much further they still had to walk or run to their final destination. But just at the moment when he was about to voice his question, the girl accompanying him suddenly extended her hand and silently pointed forward to a dark and gloomy entrance to some deep and unknown cave that was visible nearby. This discovered cave looked rather unusual, and even a little sinister at first glance, and the young man thought that if that same mysterious patient really was somewhere there, inside, then they would inevitably have to dare and descend into the darkest depths of this completely unknown and potentially dangerous space. The entrance to the cave gaped in absolute, impenetrable darkness, which did not bode well, and the young man, before entering, could not resist asking his companion how she had managed to find that very patient here in such a remote and gloomy place. However, the mysterious girl again preferred not to go into detailed explanations and did not reveal any details of her search, but only once again persistently asked him not to ask unnecessary questions and simply silently follow her into the depths of the dark cave. As they went deeper, they soon discovered a very narrow, completely dark area, like a deep hole or crevice, through which they had to squeeze and climb with great difficulty in order to continue their journey to their goal. This underground passage turned out to be so incredibly narrow and winding that it was really very difficult for the young man to even just imagine how a wounded or sick patient in need of help could have gotten through or been delivered to this hard-to-reach place on his own. They had to literally crawl on all fours from one dark and damp hole to another, moving deeper and deeper underground, and such movement was not only quite difficult physically, but also potentially very dangerous due to sharp rocks and the unknown. After a long and tedious progress in complete darkness, they suddenly saw ahead a faint glimmer of light, which grew brighter and brighter, and with a final effort, they were finally able to get out of the narrow passage and reached its source. Seeing the exit from the gorge, the delighted girl immediately and quickly rushed forward towards the source of light, while she firmly grabbed the young man, who did not understand anything, by the hand and practically by force, dragged him along with her into the unknown, not giving him time to come to his senses. The young man was completely amazed and even stunned when he finally saw that the bright and steady light was coming from this very hidden underground grotto, and he absolutely could not understand how any life or intelligent activity could exist in such a secluded and seemingly gloomy place. He looked around with curiosity, sincerely wondering where this spacious and illuminated room could have come from in such a seemingly completely lifeless and gloomy dungeon, and everything around was arranged surprisingly carefully and well. As it turned out, this unusual cave or underground room was brightly lit by a multitude of incredibly beautiful and, no doubt, very expensive luminous pearls, which were skillfully placed on the walls and had the property of automatically emitting a soft, even light in the surrounding darkness. The young man obediently followed his mysterious guide further into the illuminated space, but he still did not understand at all and could not see where exactly the patient was, for whose sake they had been brought here so urgently. The girl, however, continued to lead him very confidently through the illuminated halls, emphasizing with her whole appearance that they needed to go just a little further into the depths of this mysterious place in order to finally reach the desired goal of their journey. As they moved forward, some strange sounds actually began to be clearly heard in the surrounding space, presumably made by that same patient. And judging by these sounds, someone there was clearly not lying motionless, but on the contrary, was actively jumping or even running around the room. Then the girl dexterously climbed onto a low ledge, quickly passing a small but rather difficult to pass rocky section, and gestured to the young man to follow her, showing impatience and haste in her actions. And indeed, very soon, having rounded the ledge of the rock and found himself on a small platform, the astonished guy saw in the center of this space a large dog lying on the ground and breathing heavily, obviously badly beaten, and immediately the girl excitedly asked him to immediately treat this particular animal. The young man, of course, did not expect to see an ordinary dog, albeit a large one, as a patient. But the girl looked at him with such a pleading expression and so persistently demanded immediate assistance, since, according to her, the unfortunate animal was really very seriously injured and suffering. The sensible young man decided not to ask too many obvious questions about the dog's origins and the circumstances of its injury for now, and instead asked the girl to explain all the details to him a little later, while he himself immediately focused on what first aid he could provide to the injured animal right now. Having carefully washed his hands with water, which the girl had thoughtfully brought in a small wineskin, he carefully approached the wounded animal and began a very careful examination of his unusual four-legged patient, trying not to cause him unnecessary pain. The large dog whined pitifully from the severe pain it was experiencing and tried not to move. And although it was quite impressive in size and strong in build, at first glance, it was completely unclear what exactly had happened to it, and what the nature of its injuries were. Despite the obvious severe pain that the poor animal was experiencing, the young doctor understood perfectly well that in order to conduct a full examination and subsequent treatment, he would inevitably have to disturb the dog a little, and he really hoped that she would not perceive this as aggression and would not be offended by him. On closer inspection, he noticed that 3 tight ropes or cords were tied around the neck of the wounded dog, which were intertwined in such a way that the whole construction strongly resembled some, unknown to him, but definitely significant symbol or sign. It seemed to the young man that he had seen a similar symbol somewhere before, perhaps in one of the books, but he could not remember exactly where, especially since the wounded dog, feeling the touch, began to growl dully and threateningly all this time, not letting him get close. Suddenly he remembered how one day a faithful servant of his respected master had given him a rather long list of recommended books for study, which, among other things, listed and described in detail the various symbols and emblems of each clan known in their world. He was then strictly instructed to study and memorize all these numerous symbols thoroughly for his general development, and all the necessary information was indeed contained in the teaching materials that Master Wu had thoughtfully given him some time ago. Comparing what he saw with what he remembered, the young man confidently determined that the complex symbol formed by the ropes on the dog's neck undoubtedly belonged to the powerful Qin clan, and the presence of 5 specific knots on it clearly indicated that it was the sign of the head of this clan himself. He knew that the Kiban clan consisted mainly of poor but very enterprising people who traditionally earned their living by collecting and then selling various valuable information, so our hero assumed and told the girl that they might be dealing with an envoy of the head of this information clan himself. However, he immediately corrected himself, suggesting that, most likely, it was not the head of the clan herself, but only a specially trained and very hardy messenger dog, trained solely to quickly and discreetly convey important information directly to the head of the girl. Hearing this, was very shocked by such unexpected information, since she knew absolutely nothing about it. The surprised girl admitted that she had always naively believed that messenger birds, such as pigeons or falcons, were usually used to transmit various urgent messages over long distances, and that they were generally believed to be much faster and much more effective than slow dogs in this matter. The young man objected to her, explaining that ordinary postal birds, as a rule, fly only along strictly defined and pre-known routes, although, of course, there are especially rare species of birds with high natural intelligence and unique abilities that are actually used to carry out especially important and secret state tasks. He added that dogs may be inferior to birds in terms of speed in open areas, but they have other important advantages, such as the ability to move in unnoticed flocks on the ground, and successfully overcome the most intricate and difficult to navigate paths that are inaccessible to birds. In addition, this particular dog, according to his observations, had a truly excellent and very keen sense of smell, which was undoubtedly the main reason why she coped so well with various search tasks. Having heard this, the girl proudly emphasized that this pet of hers was indeed a real smart girl and very capable. The young doctor, Chin, who at that time had only the most basic knowledge and skills in the field of veterinary medicine, quickly realized the seriousness of the situation and realized that it was absolutely necessary for him to find a real veterinary specialist as soon as possible, since all his own efforts to treat him could end up being completely in vain, making him look like a common quack. The only unresolved question for him was who exactly he could turn to for qualified help in such a remote place. So first he quickly provided the dog with all possible first aid, and then firmly decided that he would have to somehow deliver the wounded animal to the nearest hospital or infirmary and try to find the right specialist there. After providing first aid, he and the girl carefully tried to lift the exhausted dog a little, carefully taking her under her front paws, and began to gently persuade and in every way encourage their new four-legged friend to try to move a little independently in order to assess her condition. However, as soon as they very carefully touched her front paw, intending to help her up, the injured dog suddenly growled very loudly and threateningly, clearly experiencing severe pain from this touch and expressing her displeasure. Moreover, the next moment, this frightened and pained animal jerked sharply and even tried to bite the young Dr. Chin on the hand with which he was trying to help her, which came as a complete surprise to him, and forced him to pull his hand away. This sudden aggression from the light yellow dog, which had just looked so defenseless, frightened the young healer very much, and he could not understand at all why she had suddenly decided to try to bite him in response to his attempt to help her. Frightened by her pet's reaction, the girl immediately asked the young Dr. Chin to stop all manipulations for now and wait a little, because she herself did not know all the exact details of her injury. But it was quite obvious that it was extremely difficult and painful for the dog to move on its own. The young doctor was still very curious to know how this girl had managed to find him so quickly in such a secluded and remote place. But he also understood very well that one cannot go against the obvious will of a suffering patient, even if it is an animal, and therefore he was determined to continue to provide assistance. Then the girl affectionately turned to her dog, calling it by its name, Khan, and began to gently persuade it to calm down and not to be afraid, while she repeatedly promised the devoted animal that they, together with the doctor, would definitely help it to fully recover and be healthy again. The wounded dog named Khan was very angry about everything that had happened to him recently, and from the pain and despair he seemed to be completely unable to adequately distinguish where the well-wishers were and where the real evil that threatened him was hidden. The young man remembered that this dog, Han, was a true and faithful messenger of a certain powerful Wang, and according to the very novel he had read, the members of the Qin clan had once had to face a huge number of varied and very serious difficulties. Almost every such unforeseen incident or encounter with enemies, as described in the book, had a truly fatal, destructive effect on the members of this Qin clan, seriously weakening their strength and influence in Merim. The young man thought that if this brave dog could still survive such severe injuries, it would undoubtedly become an extremely important and integral part of the future of the entire famous Qin clan, playing a key role in its fate. When Qin cautiously asked the girl named Yen if she knew any details about what exactly had happened to the dog, she honestly replied that she had no idea. She only added that she had often seen this dog in the vicinity of their village, and today her attention was drawn to its pitiful whine, calling for help. Yen said that today, as usual, she was hunting alone in this dense forest, tracking down prey, and completely by chance, following barely noticeable tracks, she came across this seriously wounded dog. According to her, the wounded dog, having gathered his last strength, somehow managed to lead her to this very hidden cave. But then he finally became exhausted and fell to the cold ground, and the girl considered it a great success that they were able to meet on her path that day. Young Dr. Qin carefully examined the injured dog and noted with alarm that due to numerous and deep external wounds, the animal had already developed dangerous blood poisoning, and a strong general inflammatory reaction had also developed. In addition, he found a complex fracture of the patella, a fracture of the tibia, and clear signs of tendinitis of the biceps brachii. All these serious injuries clearly indicated that the dog had probably been using its front paws too often and too intensively for some active actions recently, and the pain it was experiencing must have been simply incredibly strong. But the dog steadfastly did not give up until the very end. Looking at the deplorable state of the unfortunate Khan and the severity of his numerous injuries, those around him could only make all sorts of assumptions and wonder in horror what terrible thing could have happened to this brave dog in the wilderness. Chin thought that this faithful dog was much better than many unprincipled people in his loyalty and courage. He was definitely kinder and more honest, but he was attacked so cruelly, most likely, precisely because of some extremely important secret message that he was carrying. Judging by the nature of the wounds, the unknown enemy apparently attacked the animal not with ordinary swords or daggers, but with some other, possibly specially adapted, sharp object. Chin assumed that someone was very persistently trying to catch the dog alive and was obviously in a great hurry to capture this important messenger at any cost. Yen wondered aloud if it wouldn't have been much easier and more effective for the attackers to simply kill the unfortunate dog on the spot and quickly take the message it was carrying, but she couldn't understand why they chose to go through this more complicated and brutal route. Young Master Chin also couldn't find a logical explanation for why everything had happened the way it had, and soon he and Yen realized the sad fact. If they couldn't quickly get the seriously injured dog to the nearest hospital, they would have to somehow bring a qualified doctor right here, to this cave. Suddenly, the wounded dog Khan growled loudly and somehow meaningfully again, as if he perfectly understood their quiet conversation and all the words said by people, and at the same time he seemed to be very well aware of the seriousness and danger of the situation that had developed for him. The young doctor who took responsibility for the dog and his companion Yen were surprised to realize that the dog really did respond meaningfully to their words and intonations, and it seemed as if she perfectly understood absolutely everything they were talking about among themselves. Yen wondered if this was really the case, and the dog understood everything. Then what further steps should they take in this difficult situation? If for some reason they didn't want strangers to come here, to this secret hideout, then what alternative option could they offer to save Khan? She suggested that perhaps, under the circumstances, it would be wiser and safer to send another healthy messenger with the same message instead of the wounded Khan. But in response to these words, the dog only barked again discontentedly and abruptly, as if he categorically disagreed with such a proposal. Chin noted to himself that this dog was undoubtedly a very smart and intelligent creature, capable of many things, but still, loyalty to its true master, Van, was obviously much more precious and important to it than even its own life and safety. In this damp and cold cave, far from civilization and medical care, they essentially had only one possible course of action: immediately provide the dog with all the emergency care available to them in order to stabilize his condition at least for a while. After that, it was absolutely necessary for them, without losing a minute of precious time, to try to get with the wounded dog to the territory of the Qin clan as soon as possible, where she could receive more qualified assistance. Young Dr. Chin realized that they could not be completely sure whether the messenger dog himself, even if he survived, would be able to convey all the necessary information to his addressee, and there was absolutely no guarantee that the dog would even survive this ordeal before the final decision was made. They did not even imagine that because of this, they would have to urgently go to distant Kanga. Hearing their doubts, the wounded dog Khan suddenly began to bark even louder and more insistently than before, and from his furious barking and tense posture, it was quite clear that he was very angry with their indecision or assumptions. Chin wondered why the dog was barking so loudly and demandingly at that particular moment. Perhaps it was his unique canine way of expressing his agreement with some unspoken plan of theirs, or confirming his readiness to act, and outwardly, it really looked that way. It was obvious that the dog Khan was very nervous because of the uncertainty and waiting, and his whole body was shaking finely from unbearable pain and weakness, but with the last of his strength he tried courageously to hold on and not show his vulnerability. The young man, Chin, spoke to her kindly, asking the brave dog to endure this excruciating pain just a little longer, while he firmly promised her that he and Yen would definitely help her out of trouble by all means available to them. He mentioned that their hospital or infirmary, under the patronage of their order, was considered, even for such an influential entity as Cabin, one of the most important and well-equipped medical institutions in all that vast and troubled region. However, the very unit they might have to go to for help was about 6 hours normal walking distance from their main hospital, which was a considerable distance to carry a wounded man. The guy carefully gave the wounded dog a special painkiller pill and mentally calculated, telling Yen that the journey to the place they needed from this mountain would take at least 12 hours at a normal pace, but if they could use a special light step technique, then this distance could be covered in just 4 hours. Chin noted that they had a very strong and hardy dog, despite his wounds, and they could only fervently hope that they could all together successfully overcome this difficult path. They mentally begged the brave dog not to die and to hold out at least until they reached the safety of Guy Bicken's unit. When Chin Chung-hee had finally finished rendering all possible first aid, Wang's dog, Han, suddenly showed his deep gratitude by lightly nuzzling and pointing to an unusual pearl that was dimly shining in the semi-darkness, after which Chin and Yen carefully picked it up and began to climb out of the cave, determined to head towards the Giban unit. When they finally, with difficulty, got out of the dark cave and into the fresh air, they saw that everything around was densely covered with a fresh layer of snow, and the thick darkness of the night had already completely descended on the snowy forest, while Chin was almost absolutely sure that someone was definitely and relentlessly pursuing their company. All in all, the young man sincerely believed that his companion Yen was significantly stronger and more experienced than him in various aspects of martial arts, and therefore he really hoped that she would be the one who could effectively cover their rear and reliably protect them from possible sudden attacks by enemies. The girl herself, Yen, was not particularly confident in her own fighting abilities and strength in such a critical situation, but she understood perfectly well that protecting their small squad was absolutely necessary for survival, and so she silently agreed with his opinion and took on this responsibility. As they carefully moved through the dark night forest, they encountered a serious problem. Neither Chin nor Yen knew the exact and safe route to their goal, but the experienced Yen confidently assured him that she could find her way in this forest even with her eyes closed, while the young man himself had a much worse sense of direction, so he wisely decided to completely trust and follow her. As they moved quickly but carefully along a barely visible forest path, the wounded dog Han, which Chin was carrying in his arms, suddenly began to whine quietly and pitifully, attracting their attention with some message. The perceptive Yen immediately understood and hinted to Chin that their faithful dog Han might have wanted to show them the right way, and she even tried to show them the right direction with her nose. The young man could hardly believe that a wounded animal could be the best guide in this situation, but still decided to agree and check. Then they carefully lowered the dog to the ground and mentally asked her to lead them if she really knew the way. And to their surprise, Khan confidently walked forward, and they began to carefully follow her precise directions and direction of movement. Thus, the wounded but brave dog Khan really became their unexpected but very reliable guide in this night forest, and thanks to her sense of smell and knowledge of the area, they were able to move forward much faster and more confidently towards their goal. However, before they had gone completely deep into the forest thicket, following the dog, Yen suddenly stopped and seriously asked the young Dr. Chin whether he would be ready, in case of extreme danger, to completely entrust his precious life to her without hesitation. The young man, without a moment's hesitation, and without the slightest visible hesitation, answered her quite sincerely and firmly that yes, of course, he completely trusted her and her ability to protect them in difficult times. Hearing his confident and sincere answer, the heart of the brave girl Yen involuntarily warmed with a pleasant feeling when she saw and understood that he really unconditionally trusted her with his life and safety on this dangerous journey. Now that the trust issue had been resolved, all they could do in the current situation was to run quickly and without stopping towards their target, and the brave girl Yen firmly promised Chin Wu that she would immediately shoot to kill if she saw any potential threat. After this short conversation, the three of them immediately began to move forward very quickly and harmoniously through the night forest, skillfully and dexterously overcoming all sorts of natural obstacles that arose every now and then on their difficult and dangerous path. From time to time, the girl Yen cast quick glances at the young Master Chin Ah running ahead and at the brave dog Han, who was trying her best to keep up with them, and mentally she firmly promised herself that she would definitely protect them both at any cost. The night around them was indeed very dark and starless, which made visibility difficult, but the dim moonlight that penetrated through the dense crowns of the trees still gave them at least some faint hope for a successful outcome of their risky undertaking. They continued to run forward very quickly through the rows of silent and cold night trees, shrouded in pre-dawn fog, and the piercing icy wind unpleasantly burned their faces, making them shiver from the cold. But they did not stop. By actively and skillfully using a special technique of light and silent walking, which the masters taught them, they managed to move across rough terrain not only very quickly, but also practically without leaving traces and without creating unnecessary noise. On their way, they constantly and successfully overcame a wide variety of natural obstacles, such as steep snow-covered hillsides, deep ravines and pits, as well as old trees fallen by the wind that blocked their path. Despite all her skills and experience, the brave girl Yen, with some difficulty and strain, could barely keep up with the incredibly resilient young Master Chin, who seemed to feel no fatigue at all and ran with amazing ease. However, watching his focused running and determination, she once again bitterly realized an important truth for herself. Protecting the life of another person and bearing responsibility for him was much more difficult than simply protecting her own life. At that moment, she clearly remembered the wise words of her late mentor, who had once told her that if you take responsibility and protect another person's life, it will always be immeasurably more difficult and responsible than simply protecting your own. This was especially true on such a pitch-dark and dangerous night, full of unknown threats. Fortunately for them, the wind direction that night was quite favorable for them, carrying their scents away, and the moon, although shining rather dimly from behind the clouds, still gave enough light for orientation. Yen hoped and prayed with all her might to every god she knew that their small party would remain undetected by any possible enemies or pursuers throughout the rest of their long and dangerous journey to safety. However, her hopes were not destined to come true, because somewhere far ahead, at the limit of visibility, the attentive girl Yen suddenly noticed some barely perceptible signs that something in their surroundings clearly did not go as they would have liked. She saw how a flock of small nocturnal mountain birds, usually sitting quietly on the branches, suddenly and noisily fluttered up and flew high into the air, as if they were very frightened by something or someone below, in the forest thicket. However, these strange birds did not just randomly fly in different directions out of fear. To her surprise and alarm, they purposefully and quickly flew in the direction of the unsuspecting young Master Chin and the dog Han running next to him. And then, quite suddenly, as if by some invisible command, barely noticing the running people and the dog below them, these ominous black birds reorganized and began to swiftly and silently attack them from the air, diving down. A whole flock of these birds of prey aggressively rushed straight towards the defenseless back of young Mr. Chin, who at that moment was completely focused on running and did not notice or even suspect the mortal danger approaching him from the air. The alert Yen, who had been keeping a close eye on the situation, clearly saw that these sinister feathered predators were aiming their sharp claws and beaks directly at the dog Han, who was trying to dodge, and at the back of the unsuspecting Master Chin, which caused her alarm. Taking a quick glance at the attacking flock, she instantly counted no less than 5 particularly large and aggressive birds, after which, without the slightest hesitation, she deftly and quickly pulled out several sharp war arrows from her trusty quiver on her back. With one practiced movement, the girl Yen immediately loaded 3 prepared arrows into her battle bow at once, since she had practiced for a very long time and diligently in the art of shooting several arrows at once, precisely for such critical and dangerous moments in battle. However, now the situation was especially critical, because on her fragile shoulders lay not only her own life, but also the lives of her 2 comrades, and therefore she understood that she had to act immediately and be sure to take advantage of this short moment for an accurate shot. Taking aim for a moment, she decisively released all 3 loaded arrows at once, making a tactical decision to try to shoot at least the 3 birds closest to them with the first volley, and then see what happens next and how to react. The first 3 sharp arrows flew towards their targets with a piercing whistle, almost one after another, and the brave girl, without losing a second, continued to take out more and more arrows from her quiver with incredible speed. She loaded them into her reliable bow with lightning speed, and then, almost without aiming, but relying on intuition, sent them towards the attacking feathered enemy without losing a single precious second of time, which was worth its weight in gold. Deep down, she desperately hoped that her deadly arrows would still be able to accurately hit their intended targets among the attacking birds, and thus save the life of the unsuspecting young Master Chin from imminent danger. In those tense moments when she quickly but carefully aimed before each shot, she tried not to think about absolutely anything else other than her main task: to accurately hit the chosen target and neutralize the threat. Her poisoned arrows flew at incredible speed and were very sharp, some of them whistling menacingly as they flew dangerously close, literally inches past the ears of the young master, who continued to run forward. However, for some inexplicable reason, or due to haste, some of her released arrows unfortunately did not reach their feathered targets, but instead hit the trunks of nearby trees with a dull thud and remained there, deeply embedded in the strong wood. However, despite the occasional miss in the chaos, several of her well-aimed arrows still managed to reach their intended targets among the flock of attacking birds of prey, bringing them swift death. Soon, these damned coal-black birds, uttering death cries, one after another began to rapidly fall from a height onto the frozen ground, because the brave girl Yen managed to hit their vital organs with her accurate shots. Suddenly, the young man Chin felt with his whole being that the situation around them had changed dramatically, and now there really was a smell of great and imminent danger. And when he instinctively looked ahead, trying to assess the threat, his fears were confirmed. He could not even in his worst nightmare imagine that these ordinary-looking, although quite large but seemingly cursed black birds, could actually be specifically hunting them, pursuing their group. After the first unsuccessful attack and the loss of several of their relatives, the surviving birds, one after another, began to quickly fly in and sit on the branches of the nearest tall trees, as if waiting for further commands or choosing a new tactic. It was now quite obvious and crystal clear to Qin Wu and Yen that these ominous black birds were far from ordinary forest dwellers. Judging by their behavior and coordinated actions, they had been purposefully following their squad for this long time, remaining unnoticed. Young Qin turned around worriedly and quietly asked the dog Khan, who was running next to him, if he was scared by this sudden attack from the air, but to their mutual happiness and relief, the dog was completely fine, except for the stress he had experienced. Their brave and skilled defender, the girl Yen, really did a very good and professional job, noticing the threat in time and managing to repel the first wave of attack by these unusual and dangerous feathered predators. Young Archer Yen was secretly very proud of what she had just done to save her friends, because she had managed to accurately hit several targets in a difficult situation, but she immediately began to seriously suspect that the dog Wong might have emitted some kind of specific smell which allowed his numerous enemies to track him so easily. She thought that perhaps this was the very reason why the wounded dog Wong instinctively hid in that deep and secluded cave, because if he simply came out from there, his enemies would immediately begin to fiercely pursue him again in hot pursuit. Seeing that the immediate threat from the air had passed, the young man Chin quickly raised his right hand, a conventional gesture showing Yen that he and the dog were still relatively okay, and they could continue moving. However, before he could lower his hand, the sensitive girl Yen heard some suspicious rustling and cracking of branches in the nearby dense bushes, and from her tense face it became absolutely clear that the general situation around them was rapidly and dangerously worsening with every second. There was now no longer any doubt that their exact location had been finally revealed by the enemy, and they were all together in a very big and serious trouble, from which it would be incredibly difficult to get out without losses. Before they had time to react, numerous dark figures of ninja warriors began to jump out from behind the trees and from their crowns, quickly and silently, menacingly holding their sharp swords in their hands, and formed a tight ring around the young Master Qin and his companions. There were indeed a great many of the attackers, a whole group of well-trained killers, and from their gloomy faces and determined movements, it was evident that they were all extremely serious about the complete and merciless destruction of their discovered opponents. Their primary and main objective was undoubtedly the capture or destruction of the messenger himself, that is, the dog Han, and in the current situation it seemed almost impossible that the young man Qin, who was protecting the dog, would be able to somehow break out of this dense encirclement without a fight. The attacking ninjas may not have even known for sure that this particular boy was not the main messenger they were looking for, so they probably just wanted to kill him without further ado as an annoying obstacle on their way to their goal. Quickly and soberly assessing the critical situation that had developed, young Dr. Qin, with a heavy heart, finally realized that he, Yen, and Han were completely and securely surrounded by superior enemy forces from all sides without exception, leaving them no way to retreat. These dark and silent warriors were definitely not known for their friendliness or mercy towards their enemies, and they were all dressed in characteristic dark and specific clothing that clearly indicated their direct affiliation with professional assassins or a secret ninja clan. However, before the enemies had time to take any active action, the sharp and deadly arrows of the young lady Yen, fired with incredible speed and accuracy, were already flying swiftly and silently towards the enemies closest to them, sowing panic. There was a moment of visible confusion among the experienced ninja warriors, and they were clearly frightened and confused when they suddenly saw their comrades, one after another, begin to fall silently to the ground, struck by well-aimed arrows that seemed to come from a direction completely unknown to them. Their lifeless bodies were completely pierced by numerous sharp arrows with poisonous tips, and they clearly felt that they did not have much time left to live in this cruel and merciless world, full of dangers and unexpected deadly traps. The experienced and well-trained black-robed assassins could do absolutely nothing in this difficult situation, because they did not expect such a sudden, furious, and very effective attack from this brave girl. It was quite clear and obvious to everyone that they were far from alone here in the forest, and young Dr. Qin could no longer effectively fight in close combat with the superior enemy forces that surrounded them. More ruthless and well-armed killers were hiding behind the tall and thick trees in this night forest, and the brave and courageous girl Yen continued to shoot at them tirelessly and very accurately from her trusty bow. When the cunning and experienced ninja finally discovered the exact location of this archer girl who was causing them so much trouble, they immediately realized that they had to act very quickly and decisively, because their many comrades were dying one after another. Their next and most important tactical task was to hit this archer at all costs and deliver a fatal shot to her the very first time, because they knew perfectly well that she would not be able to resist for long. The enemy was very skilled and experienced in various types of martial arts, and knew very well how to effectively protect his vital organs from various attacks. And in this critical and dangerous situation, the girl Yen involuntarily remembered. She maneuvered very quickly, dexterously, and almost elusively from place to place between the tall trees in the forest to avoid possible capture and encirclement by numerous enemies, and at the same time she shot without missing. Her deadly and very accurate arrows hit exactly where these experienced and well-trained enemies could not even expect a blow, which caused them real panic and complete confusion, giving her some advantage. No matter how hard these numerous and well-trained enemy soldiers tried to catch this incredibly fast and elusive girl, they could not do it because her arrows flew completely chaotically and unpredictably. If even one single successful shot from her trusty bow slowed down the general movement and advance of the enemy at least a little, it was already in favor of their small and such a brave organization, giving them a chance. The girl Yen quickly dispersed among the trees, constantly changing her shooting position, and her numerous sharp arrows fell on the unsuspecting enemies in a real deadly and inexorable rain, giving them no respite. The enemy warriors were forced to hide in panic and complete disarray behind the thick and strong trunks of ancient trees, because everything around them was literally strewn with these sharp arrows, which easily pierced their bodies. Young Dr. Chin, together with his faithful and devoted dog named Hang, became an involuntary witness of a truly cruel and very bloody scene, when this small, but so brave and courageous girl literally showered tall and trained warriors. This was the very first time in his rather long and eventful life that he had ever seen such a unique, incredible, and very effective combat archery technique being used, and he could not even imagine it. The enormous and almost indescribable difference between a vague and unclear idea of some complex situation from a previously read description in a book and its direct and such a vivid experience in one's own life was simply enormous and incomparable. This girl Yen was simply an incredible and very skilled warrior, a real master of her craft, but looking closely at her at that tense moment of the fight, it was very difficult to say for sure whether she herself was even okay. The guy, such a strong and courageous-looking man, like young Chin, was even a little scared and frankly afraid to look at her deadly work from the side. So perfect and ruthless was she in her craft of destroying enemies. The girl Yen fought desperately and almost with her last strength alone against a huge number of enemy soldiers, which created many serious problems and mortal dangers for her, and one of them suddenly crept up on her very close. He immediately, with lightning speed, directed his sharp and long sword at her, trying to mercilessly and very quickly destroy her with one precise and deadly blow, not giving her the slightest chance for any resistance or counterattack. She turned sharply and instinctively at the barely perceptible sound behind her and saw with horror the inevitable death that was rapidly and inexorably approaching her in the person of this ruthless and very experienced warrior with a sword. The wise words of her old and experienced martial arts master, who always insistently emphasized to his students that one should never be afraid of close and open combat, because if a warrior's body suddenly goes numb from all-consuming fear at the decisive moment, then this will be his inevitable end and defeat in the fight, immediately and very clearly surfaced in her memory. She instantly, and by an effort of will, let go of the fear that had paralyzed her, and with lightning speed and incredible innate agility managed to dodge this deadly and almost irresistible blow, thus avoiding the inevitable and tragic consequences. With a very sharp, swift, and almost acrobatic turn in the air, the brave and courageous girl Yen felt that she was now slightly higher than her stunned opponent, and immediately raised her trusty bow. She took aim at her enemy very quickly, and with extreme precision, and without the slightest miss, she hit her last arrow right in the face of the very same villain who just a few moments ago had dared to attack her so brazenly and unexpectedly. It seemed as if all the numerous enemies had already been finally and irrevocably defeated and no longer posed any serious threat to them. The enemy soldiers lay unconscious and motionless on the cold and snowy ground. The one and only question that still remained unanswered and very important at this particular moment in time was what exactly was the important and possibly secret message that this insidious one was carrying. Suddenly, from the depths of the dark and snowy forest, loud and very alarming cries were heard from other enemy warriors, who were desperately warning each other about the need to be extremely careful and attentive, because things were far from simple. The brave and courageous girl Yen had only one single and last arrow left in her quiver, and young Master Chin was already again in very serious and mortal danger from the remaining enemies. The young and very brave Dr. Chin, with all his remaining strength, ran swiftly along with his faithful and devoted dog Hang through this snowy and dangerous night forest, desperately trying to escape pursuit. He was much more frightened than anyone else in this critical and almost hopeless situation, since he was not at all an experienced warrior, and it was absolutely necessary for him to at least try to save his own life. Suddenly, on the horizon, right in front of them, another formidable ninja appeared in a black robe fluttering in the wind, and this was far from an ordinary enemy warrior. He was very confidently holding something cold in his trained hands. In his strong and calloused hands were 3 sharp and deadly shurikens at once, and he was fully prepared to immediately attack his pursuers with them as soon as they were within reach of his unique weapon. The ruthless and very experienced ninja made a sharp, strong, and very precise swing, and with all his enormous and accumulated over the years, strength threw these sharp and shiny metal stars straight towards those running away from him. Although the young and capable Chin had trained a little earlier in various martial arts for self-defense, this was the very first time in his rather long and eventful life that he had to face such strong ones. When 3 of those sharp and deadly shurikens flew straight at his head with a characteristic piercing whistle, he instantly and clearly understood that he had to act immediately, decisively, and very quickly in order to avoid certain death. The young and so lucky guy, Chin Wu, once again successfully managed to avoid a direct and fatal hit from these dangerous and sharp shurikens. Thus, he again managed to save his precious life from imminent death. But this was far from the end of all their numerous trials and dangerous pursuits in this night forest. This evil, persistent, and very experienced warrior in black clothes began to pursue him with even greater speed. This became a real and very serious challenge and test for the young and not very experienced in such battles Dr. Chin, because these insidious and ruthless enemies constantly and skillfully hid something very dangerous in their clothes. The experienced ninja watched this strange guy's every elusive movement very carefully and intently, and it seemed as if he didn't understand at all how he had still not managed to catch such a relatively weak one. Carefully observing all his chaotic and slightly clumsy movements and desperate attempts to dodge his deadly attacks, he noticed with some surprise and even annoyance that this young man acted in full accordance with the basic principles of the legendary 3 pillars of martial arts. He dodged not with the help of some special and advanced technique, but solely thanks to his innate skills and quick reactions, which are usually taught to warriors of the lowest level. For a highly skilled, experienced, and very dangerous assassin, which this ninja who was pursuing them undoubtedly was, this young, elusive, and very incomprehensible man was already becoming quite an irritating and annoying factor. The faithful and devoted dog, Hang, suddenly and very loudly and anxiously barked at his master, thus giving him a very important signal that the insidious enemy was again dangerously and almost imperceptibly approaching them. At that very critical and almost fatal moment, when this guy, young Chin, was running with all his remaining strength through the deep snow in the forest, escaping from inevitable pursuit, the enemy warrior swung his sharp sword with all his might. The villain came very close to him, almost right up close and completely unnoticed from behind, and in one short and elusive moment he was already standing right in front of his frightened face, ready to deliver his final and decisive blow. But something at that very last moment went completely wrong, as this experienced and ruthless attacker had originally planned, and the enemy warrior suddenly, and with great force, received a fiery and very fast arrow from somewhere on the side. This unexpected and such a deadly fiery arrow with incredible force and accuracy pierced his heart through and through, instantly and forcefully knocking him off his feet and finally taking him out of this fierce and such a short battle. The arrow flew so quickly, swiftly, and furiously through the muscular body of this strong warrior that numerous splashes of his scarlet and hot blood instantly painted everything around him in a crimson and ominous color, creating a truly terrifying. The highly skilled and very experienced black-clad assassin instinctively and already weakly released his faithful and so sharp sword from his weakening hands, clearly realizing at that very last tragic moment of his life. It was a flawless and very timely job by the young and so brave Mrs. Yen, who strictly ordered her friend Chin Wu not to look back under any circumstances and just keep running forward with all his might. Hearing these strange and slightly crazy words of hers, which in this critical situation sounded like real and complete madness, the girl Yen thought with great doubt and anxiety whether she should really leave her faithful friend. But what exactly could he offer her in return in this almost completely hopeless and desperate situation when numerous and very dangerous enemies were still here, very close to them, and she had nothing left? Gai Chin looked her straight in the eyes with his firm, determined and very confident gaze and firmly said that he absolutely could not lose his close and such a faithful friend now, and especially such a devoted dog. No matter how important and valuable the secret information about the mysterious and dangerous world of Murim that this brave dog carried with her was, she still could not change their unenviable fate. She very imperiously and almost in a commanding tone ordered the young master, Qin Wu, to leave this dog there immediately and save himself before it was too late, and everyone around her was deeply shocked by these unexpected words of hers. But for the brave and determined girl Yen, this was far from a joke at that very critical and dangerous moment in their lives. She did not expect such an unexpected and very dangerous development of events for them. The faithful and devoted dog Hang looked with inexpressible longing and sadness into the tired eyes of her beloved owner Qin Wu, and he silently returned her the same sad, understanding, and despairing look. The situation was very tense. This smart and loyal dog had such incredibly sad and almost human eyes at that moment. He, young Qin, did not know at all what he should do in this situation, but he understood perfectly well that he had to move. In his sad and such heavy thoughts, this guy, young Dr. Qin, with great bitterness and despair, realized that they simply had no other real way out of this trap. They would not be able to cope at all. He saw a large, high, and almost vertical mountain right in front of him, which proudly towered over the snow-covered forest, and some desperate but saving thought suddenly flashed through his tired and tense from the struggle brain. Boy Qin suddenly and almost instinctively realized that they might still have one last chance to save themselves from certain death, and he squeezed the faithful dog very tightly in his strong arms. He loudly and almost in a commanding tone ordered the young mistress, the brave Yen, to run as fast as she could, without looking back at all, and in no way worrying about him and his future fate. She had absolutely no idea what exactly he had in mind this time, or what his true intentions were in this situation, but this guy was very insistent and almost pleading that she obey him. Complete uncertainty and deep anxiety were written all over her sweet and now so frightened face, and it was very noticeable from the outside to everyone who could see her. But what else could she do? The situation that had developed for them was almost completely hopeless, and left them with no chance of salvation, and they could only trust each other completely and unconditionally and desperately hope for some miracle that could save them. After a few very long and tense minutes after this short and so important conversation between them, the Gai Chin suddenly and very sharply activated his powerful and almost forgotten sacred technique of the 5 elements, which instantly filled. A bright, scorching, and almost unbearable fire began to rapidly and uncontrollably fill every vein and tendon in his body, and if his enormous internal energy was eventually enough to create a powerful and destructive energy vortex. If not, then all their incredible efforts and desperate attempts to save themselves will go to waste, and they will both inevitably and tragically die here, in this remote, cold, and inhospitable snowy forest, without ever reaching it. The faithful and devoted dog Hang very clearly and almost physically felt this huge and completely inexplicable force that suddenly appeared around them, and began to bark very nervously, loudly, and almost fearfully at his master, not understanding. The incredible, almost unearthly, and all-consuming power of this ancient and powerful sacred technique of the 5 elements was so great and stunning for an unprepared person that the girl Yen saw something like this for the first time in her life. An unusual, very strong, and almost visible to the eye internal energy instantly filled all the space surrounding them without exception, and only one single and most important question persistently tormented her at that moment. However, this powerful, all-pervasive, and almost uncontrollable energy very quickly and completely enveloped everything around them, and when numerous enemy warriors in black robes began to rapidly and decisively approach them again, preparing, something completely incomprehensible, inexplicable, and very disturbing began to strongly and unpleasantly disturb their battle-hardened souls and thoughts. They did not understand at all where exactly that powerful and almost paralyzing electrical force was coming from. It was such a distinct and very strong impression that this young and unusual young man Chin had just managed to release from himself some incredible, very powerful and almost cosmic chakra, which instantly and invisibly spread. He loudly and almost pleadingly asked the young and brave Mrs. Yen to simply run forward with all her remaining strength and not listen to anyone at all at that moment, completely trusting him and his desperate rescue plan. After very short and painful hesitation and doubt, she firmly and finally decided that this time she would completely and unconditionally obey his advice and do everything exactly as he told her. That incredible, almost uncontrollable, and so destructive for the enemy's force, which he had just managed to release from himself with a huge effort of will, began to spread rapidly and completely uncontrollably throughout the entire space surrounding them. A strong, gusty, and almost hurricane-like wind filled the young Master Chin's chakra with even greater and almost unearthly power with renewed vigor, and his tired body became much stronger and more resilient, as if it had been tempered. A powerful, almost unearthly and such unbridled force began to flow rapidly and almost uncontrollably from his strongly extended, calloused hand, and he clearly and almost physically felt how powerful and uncontrollable a stream of pure and concentrated energy. With great effort and tension, he lowered his hand, trembling from overexertion, onto the cold ground covered with deep snow, and every movement he made at that very crucial moment was filled with some kind of incredible and almost visible electromagnetic storm. When his tense and powerful hand finally touched the surface of the frozen ground, this powerful, primordial, and so destructive force instantly and with great speed spread throughout the entire space surrounding them, mercilessly sweeping away and destroying. Young Chin literally changed beyond recognition before the eyes of his astonished companion, because never before in his rather long and eventful life had he felt such an incredibly powerful and almost uncontrollable force within himself. Faithful and devoted dog Hang did not know at all how she should react correctly to all this incredible and so frightening happening around her. She was so shocked to the very depths of her devoted dog's soul. A powerful, blinding, and almost deafening lightning strike suddenly and with great force spread throughout this nocturnal and dense forest, and it seemed as if the energy of this young man flowed through the invisible veins of nature itself. With incredible speed and force, it penetrated absolutely everywhere, into the deep and loose snow, and into the tall and mighty centuries-old trees, instantly and completely filling all the space around them with some incredible life-giving, and at the same time, a powerful and almost all-pervasive electromagnetic shock, completely, and without a trace, covered the entire rather vast landscape surrounding them, every small bush and every tall tree, rapidly spreading in huge and almost visible destructive waves. This incredible, almost uncontrollable and so destructive for all living things force became stronger and stronger with every passing second, until finally it reached that very high and completely snow-covered mountain. With a tremendous and almost primitive force, it shook this mighty and seemingly unshakable mountain to its very solid foundation, and it created such a distinct impression that his desperate and such a risky plan had nevertheless been crowned with complete success. Young Chin looked at the very top of this high mountain with a hidden and almost last hope, sincerely and with all his heart hoping that his cunning plan worked exactly as he had planned. The ground beneath their feet suddenly and violently cracked with a deafening roar, and immediately began to form numerous deep and dangerous fissures, and huge stones and boulders from the frozen mountain began to slowly but surely crumble. It looked from the outside exactly as if a huge, unstoppable, and incredibly destructive snow avalanche was very slowly, but absolutely, inevitably, and menacingly descending from the very top of a high and completely snow-covered mountain, threatening to cover us. Every next minute, the stones and rock fragments falling from the top of the mountain became larger and larger in size and weight, and soon a real and very large collapse began in the very center of this mountain. It was such a strong and distinct impression, as if a very powerful and absolutely destructive earthquake had just shaken this place with incredible force to its very foundations, causing this mighty and ancient mountain to move. A huge, unstoppable, and almost limitless mass of cold snow and sharp ice with a deafening and very terrible roar fell upon those very numerous enemy warriors who so stubbornly and mercilessly pursued them on their heels. No matter how many of them there were at that moment, and no matter how strong, experienced, and well-trained they all were in the art of combat, they were completely unable to effectively resist this incredible and destructive force. It became more and more difficult for them to run quickly in this deep, sticky, and very loose snow, which greatly restricted all their movements and prevented them from moving, and the huge, unstoppable mass of this heavy snow inexorably carried them away. Numerous and well-trained enemy soldiers were completely and entirely buried under this huge and deadly snow avalanche, instantly and tragically turning into frozen and silent victims of this merciless and inexorable element. The young and so lucky Mr. Chin laughed loudly and completely sincerely and joyfully from the bottom of his heart, being very happy that he still managed to do all this and save his faithful friends. The young and brave Mrs. Yen, running away in panic and horror from this huge snow avalanche that was rapidly and inexorably rushing straight at them, screamed loudly and desperately from the horror that overwhelmed her, acutely feeling genuine fear. At that very critical moment, the girl Yen involuntarily and very clearly remembered the wise and such important words of her old and experienced martial arts master. Always skillfully use the surrounding landscape and nature itself. And these almost prophetic and timely words of his were not only fully confirmed in this specific and very dangerous situation. In practice, they turned out to be an absolute and completely indisputable truth, demonstrating the full depth of his wisdom. This unique, very effective, and quite difficult to master combat technique was called disposition or gal, and although it may well have seemed to some rather difficult and confusing to understand, its main essence was to react very quickly and almost instinctively to any changes in the environment, and skillfully use all the advantages of a given specific terrain, without long and careful preparation for battle. The young and not yet very experienced Chin at first did not particularly impress this brave and slightly arrogant girl Yen at their early age with his rather modest abilities and not very outstanding skills in martial arts. She even thought with some disdain that perhaps there was something wrong with him, and he was a rather mediocre and not very promising warrior and a beginning healer, not deserving of her special attention and respect. But when she next raised her frightened gaze upward, she saw with real horror that a huge and destructive snow avalanche was moving swiftly and inexorably right behind her, and this young man, Chin, was already far away. He looked from the outside exactly as if he was easily, naturally, and even with some pleasure gliding along the very surface of this huge snow wave together with his faithful and devoted dog Hang, who at the same time barked very loudly and joyfully from the delight that overwhelmed her and the incredible speed, enjoying this unusual and such an exciting adventure. Faithful and loyal dog named Hang had not seen such incredible, exciting, and very dangerous acrobatic tricks performed by his beloved and such a brave owner for a long time, and she was simply delighted. They began to maneuver very dexterously, skillfully, and almost synchronously on this huge and so fast wave of raging and uncontrollable natural elements, easily and gracefully sliding along its smooth surface as if they were on real snowboards. Young Chin rode this huge and dangerous snow wave with obvious and undisguised pleasure and even some youthful excitement, just like experienced and fearless surfers usually catch their big wave in a stormy and choppy sea. He had never in his rather short and not very rich in entertainment life played such an aristocratic game as golf, but he had enjoyed skiing on ordinary skis several times in his distant past, and these, it would seem, completely useless and almost forgotten skills of simple skiing, as it turned out now, completely unexpectedly for him, very much and very timely came in handy for him in this strange, full of dangers. The girl Yen was very surprised and even a little shocked and discouraged when she saw all these incredible, so risky and very effective maneuvers of this young and so brave Master Chinna on the steep slope of the mountain. She did not understand at that moment why he was so incredibly cheerful and so carefree at this point in their adventure, because their entire situation seemed to her rather deplorable and almost completely hopeless. But why would he be sad, depressed, or despair in this almost hopeless situation, if he had just been able to deal with such numerous and very powerful enemies with such amazing ease, grace, and almost playfulness. Then their fascinating and dangerous narrative smoothly and imperceptibly moved to that very remote and rather gloomy-looking place where the poorest, most disadvantaged, and completely disenfranchised strata of the population of this large city usually lived. They lived very quietly, modestly, and almost completely unnoticed by the authorities and those around them in their small, isolated, and rather wretched tent city on the very outskirts of the civilized world, and were completely unaware of the coming changes. That some previously completely unknown and mysterious detachment of well-armed warriors or very important messengers was about to unexpectedly arrive to them with some extremely important and perhaps even fateful thing for all of them. When their main and so brave hero, young Dr. Chin, and his faithful and no less brave companion Yen, finally, with great difficulty, approached the exact location of the unit of the powerful and mysterious Qian clan, they were surprised to see this dog they met unexpectedly and very sharply began to forcefully break free from the tenacious, but already weakened hands of the young owner, Dr. Chin, and loudly, joyfully, and very invitingly barked at some person they did not know. This very poorly dressed, but at the same time quite neat and clean-looking man cautiously, and with some apprehension approached them a little closer, and with undisguised suspicion in his voice asked who they were. The young, sensible, and so prudent Master Chin resolutely did not allow his companion, the young and slightly hot-tempered Mrs. Yen, to say anything at all in response to this direct and rather impolite question from a stranger from this clan. He silently, with great dignity and some mystery in his movements, pulled out from his bosom a special and very valuable jade medallion tablet, which was supposed to clarify without further ado who they were and why they had come here. When the representatives of this mysterious and powerful Qian clan saw this special and very rare order or letter of credence, they were completely and sincerely amazed, and even a little scared, as they immediately realized that in front of them was a very important and very influential person from the very capital of their empire, and not a simple traveler or cloth merchant. The entire numerous and curious district literally stood on its ears from extreme surprise, genuine interest, and some fears, when he calmly and very confidently showed them this unique and very valuable jade tablet of his. Mrs. Yen did not fully understand at that very first moment what exactly he had just shown them all, and why it had caused such a violent, ambiguous, and almost panicky reaction in these usually calm people. But the experienced and insightful representatives of the powerful Qian clan immediately and unmistakably understood that in front of them was a very famous, respected, and very influential doctor in the capital, and they very quickly and respectfully escorted him. The head of this small but important division, Cabano, looked at this unique and rare jade tablet very carefully and with some distrust, and immediately remembered that this young doctor was quite famous and popular in their area. Moreover, this important credential plate was not made of simple wood, as was usually the case with ordinary officials, but of pure and shining gold and silver, which clearly and unequivocally indicated the very high status of Chonghe. In addition to all this very important and indicative circumstance, they also very quickly, skillfully, and professionally provided all the necessary first medical aid to that very famous and so faithful dog named Hangu, which they had so hard. When they very carefully and tenderly placed this seriously injured and exhausted dog on a medical table, specially prepared for a thorough examination, Dr. Kabang instantly and unmistakably understood that the young master standing right in front of him was a personal student of Mr. Peck himself, and bore the honorable and very flattering nickname of the Little White Dragon among the people. Hearing this strange, somewhat unexpected, and such a flattering nickname from a stranger, young Master Chin was very upset, embarrassed, and even a little annoyed. This was the very first time in his life that he had ever heard people speak so respectfully and reverently about him behind his back and in his presence. Mrs. Yen, hearing all these words and this unusual and beautiful nickname, Little White Dragon, instantly and finally understood why he was called so respectfully and with admiration by the common people in these parts. After all, It was the triumphant arrival of Mr. Peck to their remote and God-forsaken lands that once upon a time miraculously healed many very seriously ill, almost hopeless and suffering sick people, and that is why he earned such great and deserved fame, honor, and boundless respect in certain areas and places of the vast country of Congo. The wounded and so exhausted dog named Hang was very carefully and neatly bandaged with clean and sterile bandages, and she immediately felt much better and calmer. Now her precious life was no longer in danger. However, that very important and possibly secret message had been ripped out of her mouth during the attack, and was now just hanging limply and pitifully around her neck on some thin rope, and that was why they had brought her to Mr. Hang, the head of the clan or an important recipient of this message that could change a lot. This loyal and so brave dog was in great need of urgent, qualified, and very thorough treatment of her numerous and very serious wounds, and time was against them in this difficult and critical situation. They all had to act very quickly, harmoniously, and decisively to save her precious life and fragile health from death. It was absolutely necessary and vital to immediately call all the doctors and healers without exception who were nearby at that particular moment in time, and very quickly bring all those healing and rare herbs that the young master would name. Dr. Chin Caban, the head of the unit, immediately and meekly began to carry out all his important and urgent orders. They very quickly and efficiently gathered all the doctors, healers, and witch doctors who were in the area at that late hour, and very clearly and competently distributed all the necessary tasks and important responsibilities between them to achieve maximum efficiency in their joint and well-coordinated work, to save the life of their faithful and valuable messenger. All those present immediately, without any delay or unnecessary talk, began to actively act according to the clear instructions and directions they had received, and all the resources and rare medicines necessary for treatment were collected by them in the shortest possible time, thanks to their coordinated, skillful, and very professional actions in this emergency and such an unforeseen situation. In the small camp of this mysterious and powerful Kian clan, a real, very lively, and slightly chaotic bustle immediately began, and all the people present there, without exception, completely and entirely concentrated on performing one single and most important task for them now, saving the life of their faithful, devoted, and so valuable messenger for them, the dog Hanga. While all the necessary and such important preparations for the upcoming complex operation on the wounded dog were in full swing, and with great haste, the young, caring, and so attentive Master Chin politely suggested to his brave companion Mrs. Yen that he also carefully examine her own wounds, received by her during their recent dangerous and such a bloody encounter with numerous enemies in the forest. Fortunately for her and for himself, his quick, careful, and very professional analysis of her condition showed that she had no particularly serious or life-threatening injuries, and she could consider herself very lucky in this bloody mess with so many enemies attacking them. However, one of her delicate and so beautiful hands was quite badly and very painfully bruised and noticeably swollen after a fall or blow, which undoubtedly caused her some physical discomfort and noticeable pain, but it was not so bad. It was also absolutely necessary and vital to disinfect the rather deep and bleeding wound on her slender leg very carefully and as quickly as possible, and to immediately stop the bleeding that had started there, in order to avoid possible serious complications and dangerous blood poisoning in the future due to this injury and the dirt from the forest that had gotten into it. He did all this very skillfully, quickly, accurately, and very professionally, as always, and even when he had to work with a sharp surgical scalpel, involuntarily causing her some noticeable pain during the careful treatment of this deep wound, he acted extremely carefully and very carefully, trying to minimize all her suffering and discomfort as much as possible. The brave and very patient girl Yen steadfastly and courageously endured all this inevitable pain during the procedure and did not complain about anything to her savior and friend, perfectly understanding the necessity of these medical manipulations for her own good. Young Chin, with undisguised respect and some admiration, noted to himself at that moment that she was a real and very strong girl, capable of enduring a lot, and it was largely thanks to her and her courage that he was still alive. In fact, to be completely frank and honest, it was because of her and her carelessness that he got into this dangerous and almost fatal situation from the very beginning of their journey together. but at the same time, it was she who saved him. The hands of the youngest and most dedicated Master Chin were also completely covered with numerous painful bruises, deep scratches and bleeding abrasions from all these recent and such difficult troubles, and he himself would not have been at all hurt by some quality treatment. Mrs. Yen heard him say this with some surprise and bewilderment, and did not understand at all how he could so confidently call himself a grown man, because to her he still seemed like a child. Young Chin, completely by accident, and without even thinking about the consequences of his words, blurted out these careless words about his supposed adulthood, without even having time to properly consider their possible meaning and the likely reaction of his companion. In addition to this very dubious argument, he also very confidently and almost boastfully assured her that his own treatment could very well wait for a while because he had perfect knowledge of a powerful sacred technique. The girl Ian looked at him with her penetrating and very attentive eyes, with some obvious suspicion and poorly concealed mistrust, instinctively and almost unmistakably feeling that something was clearly wrong here, and he was perhaps hiding something important from her. They were about the same age, judging by their appearance, but his deep, meaningful, and slightly heavy gaze was somehow adult-like serious and evoked a strange and inexplicable feeling of many years of life experience, which did not at all correspond to his young years. She had already heard quite often, and from many different people, that she herself was considered very mature, sensible, and very serious for her young age, but this young and so mysterious Mr. Chin was completely different. With undisguised gratitude and some admiration in her voice, she especially emphasized the fact that today he had saved not only the messenger's faithful dog, but also someone else very important to her, subtly hinting at herself. He, with his characteristic modesty and a little embarrassed, admitted that without Yen's invaluable help, he would certainly not have been able to protect anyone in that difficult, dangerous, and almost hopeless situation in the forest. At that very moment of their conversation, the faithful dog Hang suddenly and very loudly and joyfully barked, as if she wanted to thank them both with all her dog heart for the timely help they had given her and saved her from imminent death. It was indeed a very exciting, dangerous, and absolutely unforgettable adventure for all three of them, and to their great happiness and relief, they all remained alive and almost completely unharmed after all these difficult trials. They exchanged warm, sincere, and very friendly smiles, looking at each other with undisguised relief and genuine joy after everything they had to go through together on this dangerous and unpredictable journey together. The girl Ian very quietly, tenderly, and almost inaudibly whispered in his ear that she would definitely and certainly protect him always and everywhere, no matter what it cost her, since he had become very dear to her. Young Chin did not understand at that moment why she suddenly told him these strange, somewhat unexpected and very meaningful words, and what exactly she meant by her ardent promise. He assumed, with some embarrassment, that it was because he had just actually saved her life in that nighttime and dangerous forest from the inevitable attack of the ruthless and numerous hired killers who were pursuing them. She diligently studied the art of accurate shooting from a combat bow from the best and most famous masters of her time, and the main and fundamental goal of the young Master Chin was the selfless rescue of people in a variety of and often very dangerous situations. That is why she so strongly and sincerely wanted each of them to do exactly that important and noble thing in which he was absolutely confident and truly strong, and for them both to steadily strive to achieve their high. It was indeed a very good, wise, and very timely thought on her part, and the young Master Chin thought to himself at that moment that she was indeed a very good, kind, and very intelligent girl. Her warm, sincere, and so encouraging words greatly inspired this slightly tired but still enthusiastic guy, and he continued their casual and so pleasant conversation with a joyful and open smile on his face. However, in the behavior of this sweet, so mysterious, and a little strange girl, Yen, Something very unusual and a little alarming gradually and almost imperceptibly began to be felt, as if she slowly and imperceptibly for herself began to fall deeply in love. Their interesting, sincere, and very confidential conversation was suddenly and rather unceremoniously interrupted by the unexpected appearance of some previously unknown man, who hurriedly and somewhat incoherently informed them that all the doctors had already arrived. Young Chin was very happy to hear these long-awaited and important words for him, as it meant that the wounded dog would finally receive all the necessary qualified assistance, and he was completely ready to act immediately. He resolutely and very tightly clenched his calloused fist, and in it, by some miracle, was that very sacred, miraculous, and such a priceless pill that he always and everywhere carried with him just in case. He carefully handed it to his faithful companion Yen, so that she could quickly restore her strength and come to her senses a little after everything they had experienced together. It was the legendary and almost mythical sacred pill of Pekin, an extremely valuable, rare, and very powerful medicine in their amazing world. He insistently ordered her to take it immediately and have a good rest after all the hard trials, shocks, and dangers they had experienced today in this dense and inhospitable forest, full of hidden threats. And now, finally, the long-awaited turn has come for the faithful and such a brave dog named Hang to begin his necessary treatment and receive normal, complete, and very qualified healing from his numerous and very serious wounds received at the hands of unknown and such ruthless villains in that night and dangerous forest where they almost died. When the young and so talented Master Chin finally left their temporary forest camp, very carefully and tenderly carrying the seriously injured and exhausted dog Hanga in his arms, in order to deliver it to the doctors as soon as possible, the girl Yen silently, with tenderness and some kind of trepidation in her soul that she herself did not understand, looked after him, completely speechless from the strong and contradictory feelings that overwhelmed her at that moment. She was immensely happy. And their main and such a selfless hero, the young Dr. Chin, at that very responsible and important moment, saw before him only one single and most important goal for him: to save this faithful and devoted dog at any cost. He noted that the treatment process for that dog was indeed lengthy, and in order to prevent possible serious complications in the future, it was necessary to treat each of the animal's numerous wounds extremely carefully and accurately, without missing the slightest detail. The young owner of the animal was fully focused on the treatment process, as he clearly understood the urgent need to use all his accumulated knowledge and skills to help his pet in the best possible way in the current difficult situation. The boy emphasized to those present that after everything that had happened, this particular four-legged patient was of extreme value to the entire assembled veterinary team, who were making every effort to ensure his speedy recovery, understanding his importance. The young man pointed out with noticeable relief that it was solely due to the important fact that the very first emergency aid had been provided absolutely correctly and in a timely manner, that the subsequent complex surgical operation had ultimately been completed successfully, which had given hope. The guy was forced to admit that, despite the overall success of the operation, many serious obstacles arose on their way. For example, such a complex case as a comminuted bone fracture, which significantly and quite noticeably complicated the entire treatment process. He particularly emphasized the fact that literally every precious minute was crucial due to the dog's extensive external injuries, and on top of that, in the extremely unstable environment, it was absolutely necessary to complete the operation as quickly as possible. Young Master Chin Chong later explained that the unique sacred technique he had mastered gave him the amazing ability to act at least 3 times faster than the average person could, which proved critical. The young man shared that it was precisely because of his use of a special fiery energy, which was somewhat similar to the treatment methods practiced by Chong Yulan, that he was able to detect the hidden source of inflammation with amazing ease and accuracy. Young Master Chin Chong thought with undisguised joy that, fortunately for everyone, he had still managed to successfully cure Wang, despite his almost complete lack of specialized veterinary knowledge and experience, which seemed almost impossible. The doctors present there, after completing the complex operation, unanimously noted the excellent work of their young colleague, especially emphasizing the fact that Chin Chong, without any doubt, is truly an incredible and outstanding talent, as they said about him. The young man politely asked them not to praise him excessively, as his esteemed colleagues had also done a great job, and he thanked them from the bottom of his heart for their valuable help, although he feared some disdain because of his youth, but they all looked friendly. One of the female doctors present there noted with some surprise that for a place that served as a refuge for the poor, usually called a cave, the sanitary conditions were surprisingly good and were maintained at the proper level, which could not but please. His colleagues expected to see ubiquitous dirt inside that very cave, and to smell a very unpleasant, repulsive smell. However, to their great amazement, inside this modest dugout, everything turned out to be surprisingly clean, tidy, and even pleasant in its own way. He thought that the poor people were actually different people, just like all the other inhabitants of Murim, because among them there were those who liked disorder, but some other people still preferred to live in cleanliness. The young owner of that place fully and unconditionally agreed with the words spoken earlier, since he firmly believed that the very fact of a person's poverty did not at all mean that he would necessarily live in filth and complete disorder. It depended on the individual. He knew for certain that they had information at a very high level, and therefore, if they really wanted to, they could earn almost as much money as they wanted. Moreover, in their clan, expenses were significantly lower than in Hamu. The guy noted to himself that it was completely unobvious and even implausible that the Kian clan was actually experiencing an acute shortage of funds. Considering their numerous opportunities and high status in society, this raised some doubts. For a moment, the young man even seriously thought about what amount he should tactfully ask for the complicated and rather lengthy treatment he had just undergone, taking into account all the difficult circumstances and the considerable efforts he had expended. However, quite suddenly, an extremely agitated head of the local unit burst into the room and loudly addressed the head physician with some urgent and apparently very important message that could not tolerate any delay. The head of the unit excitedly informed the chief physician that their respected chief elder was alive and well, and now he urgently wanted to meet with him immediately to discuss an urgent matter. The young physician, hearing these words that alarmed him, without further delay went straight to the head of the clan, being fully prepared to listen attentively to his important request or serious assignment, no matter how difficult it might turn out to be in the end. He noted that all subsequent important events took place in a very luxurious and richly decorated palace, which literally amazed the imagination with its incredible splendor and obvious richness of the interior decoration, testifying to the high status of its owners. The young man noticed that, apart from the clan leader himself and his numerous bodyguards, there was no one else present in the spacious hall. Everyone else was sitting humbly on the soft carpets, patiently waiting for the young master. The boy looked around carefully, and his gaze accidentally fell on one of the guards, on whose belt he noticed more than 4 skillfully tied knots, which clearly indicated his very high rank and important position. He immediately realized that before him were rather high-ranking and very influential persons who had to be treated with special care and tact so as not to inadvertently arouse their possible displeasure or even anger. The clan leader informed this young man that they had literally just completed the difficult process of translating an extremely important message and added that the young master was extremely necessary to them at this very moment, which was why he had been summoned. Having heard these slightly alarming words from the head of the clan himself, the insightful boy immediately felt with his inner instinct that some very suspicious and perhaps even dangerous business was clearly being started here, requiring increased vigilance. The young man involuntarily recalled how his highly respected teacher had always instructed him that healing should be done conscientiously and very well, but at the same time one should not, without extreme necessity, get involved in overly complicated and undesirable matters. The head of that very unit continued his detailed story, particularly noting the alarming fact that some very suspicious and completely unknown individuals had recently appeared on their territory, which naturally greatly worried and disturbed their entire clan. He learned from the chief that for quite some time, Their leader had been making persistent attempts to return safely from the neighboring troubled lands along with his precious sacred object. But the surrounding situation was becoming increasingly dangerous. The clan leader then told the young healer that he had eventually managed to take that sacred object with him, but immediately after that, he had been suddenly attacked by a completely unknown person in a black mask, and this attacker had inflicted a serious internal wound on him, which was the main message in his letter. The young master realized with some annoyance that he had in fact already guessed all of this on his own, based on various indirect signs, even before he had the chance to hear official confirmation from the clan leader. He remembered that after all, according to the plot of the famous novel Heavenly Demon, that same little heavenly demon was supposed to appear in these parts along with numerous other followers of the dark demonic path to achieve their goals. The young man came to the disappointing conclusion that, apparently, the very sacred object that had been talked about all along was somehow directly and very closely connected with the activities of some sinister demonic cult, which explained many of the recent events. The young man cautiously asked the chief who exactly those suspicious individuals who had carried out the attack were, but he could only answer that he had managed to fight off almost all of the numerous attackers with great difficulty, but nothing more. The clan leader also added that he was greatly troubled by the undeniable fact that one of the attackers turned out to be an extremely powerful opponent, so much so that the leader himself was unable to defeat and kill him, and was ultimately forced to let him escape. However, the chief cautiously suggested that the mysterious and powerful opponent would most likely be unlikely to survive and recover from the battle due to the very serious and numerous severe injuries he had received in the fight that evening. For the young master, this whole story sounded rather strange and even illogical, since he clearly remembered from the original source that in the original plot of the novel, the head of the Cabano clan was inevitably supposed to die at the hands of those unknown people. The guy seriously thought that now everything that was happening around him looked not just like a small deviation from the storyline known to him, but rather resembled a real and completely unpredictable butterfly effect that changes history. He saw with his own eyes how the deputy head of the Keen clan, who was apparently the leader of this arriving group, began to bow low and respectfully to him, the young master, thus expressing his deep respect and recognition of his status. The young man noticed from their behavior that all the clan members present felt noticeably awkward and constrained when turning to him, a young doctor, for help, especially considering the fact that he had just completed a very complex operation. The deputy head nevertheless explained that they were in a truly emergency and critical situation, and the very life of their respected leader was literally hanging by a thread at the moment, requiring immediate intervention to save him. He saw how all the members of the Keen clan delegation, kneeling before him, began to tearfully beg him, the young master, to use all his skills and knowledge to save the life of their beloved and revered leader. The guy realized at that moment that in that desperate and critical hour for them, they completely trusted only him, the young and talented student of the famous Master P. Kinson, sincerely believing that he was the one who could help. The young doctor, realizing the important fact that both the head of the Keen clan and the mysterious little heavenly demon were involved in this complicated matter, immediately realized that the entire situation had suddenly become even more complicated and unpredictable. The boy finally realized for himself that he, without wanting it, had found himself drawn into an extremely serious and dangerous matter, which could no longer be so easily abandoned or avoided without causing negative consequences. He thought about his imminent return to those very mountains where much innocent blood had already been spilled that restless evening, and he clearly felt how the general situation in the region was steadily becoming more tense and explosive. The young man involuntarily remembered that in that very dark forest, where he had recently had to fight with his former colleague, now, it seemed, real danger lay in wait for him literally at every step and behind every dark tree. He vividly imagined how, under the thick snow that had come down from the high mountain peaks and had tightly covered absolutely everything around, the fierce battle was still continuing, reliably hiding from prying eyes all traces of the recent battle. Someone, bleeding profusely, lay motionless in a cold cave, and this unfortunate person was in an incredibly difficult situation, as the last of his strength was slowly leaving his weakened body, and the cave itself was covered with snow, and it was unbearably cold and scary inside. It seemed to him quite obvious that no one would come to the aid of this man dying alone, and all his remaining vital forces were rapidly disappearing with every passing minute, bringing closer the tragic and inevitable end of his suffering. That wounded warrior leaned against the cold, indifferent stones of the cave with great difficulty, thrust his trusty sword into the deep snow next to him with his last strength, and desperately tried to breathe deeply in order to somehow hold on and not die. The young man realized that there was a terrible, deep wound on the warrior's chest, which was causing him unbearable suffering, and it was Harun himself who was seriously wounded, but at the same time he was glad that the blow came at an angle. Harun clearly understood that if the head of Kabano had not turned away at the decisive moment of their duel, he would have inevitably died on the spot, and he absolutely could not understand why he had such strong doubts at the moment of the fight. The wounded warrior had no idea and could not even imagine at that moment that the powerful head of the Keen clan had such a surprisingly fragile and sensitive heart, capable of trembling at the most crucial moment of the battle. The head of the Keen clan thought bitterly about how many people would simply pass by a small child left alone in the cold mountain forest, desperately begging for help from everyone around him and loudly calling for his mother. He admitted with great regret that the leader of the Keen clan had fallen for this cunning trick of the enemy, completely unaware at the time that this crying child was in fact a skillfully planted agent from their cult. Chief Keen realized with regret that when he first became the head of the entire clan, he, to his shame, was unable to demonstrate the necessary composure and restraint in the face of this little crying boy, which was unacceptable. At that moment, he was overwhelmed by strong and painful feelings of guilt for what had happened, and now he believed that he had absolutely no moral right left to consider himself a true and worthy leader of his people. Harun reminded myself that, after all, the most important and immutable rule of their dark cult was that any manifestation of mercy towards an enemy was always considered an unforgivable weakness, for which severe punishment followed. The demonic adept believed that up until a certain point, everything had gone absolutely smoothly and according to their plan, and he was almost completely confident that their secret and important mission would certainly be completed successfully, without any unexpected problems. He had to admit the fact that if the Kabano clan leader had not been such a skilled and experienced high-level martial artist, he would have definitely fallen victim to the potent, dark blood poison in that battle. However, the warrior Kabano proudly noted that in reality, their leader never retreated a single step in the face of danger, and all this time desperately tried to successfully repel the sudden attack of a specially trained group of saboteurs. The clan leader was in incredibly strong and resilient physical shape, despite the undeniable fact that his entire body was already quite heavily saturated with the insidious and deadly poison which was slowly destroying him from the inside during the fight. The incredible strength and resilience of the Kabano chief greatly astonished all the demonic warriors present, and none of them were able to safely get close enough to him to deliver the decisive blow in that battle. The clan leader was both remarkably gentle in his precise movements and incredibly strong in spirit, so much so that even when his body began to fill with the pernicious black energy of the dark path, he still did not give up. In the end, the brave leader of the Kabano clan managed to single-handedly kill all the members of that sabotage group of a surprise attack, using their own weapon against them, the deadly poison of dark blood, which they brought with them to the battle. However, his gaze, directed at that very little child who had so treacherously stabbed him in the back at the decisive moment, was filled with deep and inescapable sadness, and not just righteous anger at the traitor. The demons instantly realized that this was precisely the fateful and long-awaited chance to deliver the crushing blow that they had been so patiently and tensely awaiting throughout this protracted and exhausting confrontation with the leader. The young and ambitious representative of that very demonic sect managed to concentrate all his inner dark energy into his sharp sword in a short time, preparing for the final and decisive attack on the weakened enemy in the Black Mask. The young demon quickly closed the distance between him and the head of the Keen clan, approaching his target with all the speed and power available to him, intending to finish what his comrades had started with one precise blow. It seemed to the head of the clan that the old and experienced warrior could not have expected such a sudden and daring attack from the young enemy, but he, despite his injury, was still on guard and ready to defend himself. At that very critical moment, when the young demon's black sword had almost reached the defenseless back of the head of the Keen clan, something completely unexpected and inexplicable to everyone watching this dramatic scene from the sidelines suddenly happened. I, Harun, to my own great surprise, was unable to deliver this vile and treacherous blow to the back from behind, and quite unexpectedly for myself, stopped my movement, freezing in place in front of the enemy. Immediately after this inexplicable act for him, Harun suddenly felt with his whole being all the unbearable pain and suffering that the head of the Keen clan had previously caused him during their previous cruel clashes and fights. In response to this, the head of the Keen clan, taking advantage of his opponent's confusion, immediately sent a powerful and destructive energy strike that seriously undermined the health and strength of his young but dangerous offender, Harun. Harun could not understand at all the reasons why he stopped so suddenly at the decisive moment of the attack, because he always considered himself a real, ruthless, and cold-blooded killer, who knew no mercy for his enemies and victims. He could clearly feel how the cursed blood of that same deadly heavenly star flowing through his veins still inexorably urged him to commit new mass murders and acts of cruelty, but something inside him resisted. In such an extremely excited and almost insane state, he usually could not stop on his own, but for some completely inexplicable reason, this time he did it anyway and did not understand at all why it happened. While Harun was suffering greatly from unbearable pain and profuse bleeding, he suddenly remembered that very recent moment in the cave, connected with the young master Chin Chong, who had provided him with invaluable help in a difficult moment. He even seriously wondered for a moment whether he had finally received that mysterious sacred object that sympathetic young man had sent him as a valuable gift in that very cold and dark cave. In one of the rooms of the local hospital, which was located in a fairly well-known and large city, everything was already completely ready for some urgent and, apparently, very important event that required the immediate start of all actions. This was the very city of Pan, located not so far from Konon, where at that moment some mysterious and possibly secret meeting was to take place, the purpose of which almost no outsiders knew. He noticed how some unknown people began to gradually gather at the entrance to the building, and no one around knew who they were or what their true intentions were, but they only said that they came from a group of Isan's followers. These unknown people persistently asked to provide them with certain rare ingredients for some ritual or potion of theirs, and also urgently called a doctor to provide emergency medical care to someone from their group. The guy carefully examined the ingredients that were already neatly laid out on the table in front of him, and realized with satisfaction that almost everything necessary for his important task was already available, which made the work much easier. He quickly gathered the most important and necessary things for him, including various medicinal herbs and potent pills, in order to prepare a special potent potion as soon as possible for the upcoming mission to save someone's very important life. He had to go immediately to the aid of their common leader, whose identity had not yet been revealed, and this was, without a doubt, a rather difficult, responsible, and very dangerous mission, associated with a great risk to his life. The young man seriously thought that if Wonka had not asked him for urgent help when she completely by chance found the seriously wounded Wang in the forest, he would have certainly inevitably died from the wounds he received. And the head of the Keban clan, who was now holding on with his last strength and hiding somewhere from his pursuers, also, most likely, would have died long ago, if not for the timely intervention and help from people unknown to him. The young healer assumed that it would take some time to accurately track down the location of this artifact, but already everything looked like that same mysterious sacred object most likely belonged to some powerful demonic cult, which explained a lot. As a result of all these confusing and tragic events, they now had a seriously injured Clan Chief Keen in need of urgent surgery, and a seriously injured Sky Demon Yarun whose life was also hanging by a thread. The young doctor had only one extremely difficult and painful question in his head, to which there was no simple answer. Which of these two important patients should he save first, given all the circumstances? He was well aware that if he decided to save the heavenly demon Yarun first, it might look like betrayal, and he would immediately be suspected of spying for the demonic cult, which would become a threat to him. However, Yarun, as he clearly remembered from the plot of the novel he had read, was the main character of this entire complicated story, and if he just died now, it would be a real catastrophe for the development of further events. He had been told sternly on more than one occasion not to interfere with the main plot and change its natural course, but now things were clearly not going according to the original script at all, and all the events were rapidly changing. Yen carefully approached the young master and quietly asked him if he was ready for the upcoming trials, but the boy only told her that she herself should rest a little after everything she had been through, and why should she come here? The young man assumed at that moment that perhaps Yen was going to set out on a journey with the pursuing group, and this was very likely, since she seemed to want to save the young doctor at all costs. He also noted to himself that despite all the stormy and dangerous events that had occurred in recent days, the girl behaved surprisingly calmly and with restraint, because in the cruel world of Murim, there were always enough such trials. The young man told her that he had a rather serious problem, and he would like to ask her for an important favor, but immediately added that she could very well refuse if she did not want to. The girl, Yen, as he noticed, did not like to waste time and beat around the bush, so she directly told him to tell her as soon as possible what exactly he wanted from her in this situation. The guy always liked this decisiveness and straightforwardness in the character of this girl, who always acted without unnecessary hesitation and doubt, clearly knowing what she wanted to achieve. This caused him to have sincere respect for her. When the young man went outside from the house, he saw a rather interesting and very noisy picture of what was happening there. Some woman unknown to him was shouting very loudly at everyone around, attracting everyone's attention with her behavior. She loudly declared to everyone around her that she had been telling everyone for a long time and had always known for sure that this old man would definitely do something very bad, and that everyone around him was just idiots doing some kind of incredible stupidity. The streets around the place became quite noisy due to her loud screams, and this eccentric woman was undoubtedly the epicenter of all this sudden commotion, gathering around her a whole crowd of curious onlookers and participants in the events. It was quite difficult for him to determine at first glance who exactly this woman was, since he only saw her from behind, but she was scolding the members of the Keen clan there quite sternly and without mincing words. The number of knots on her clothes seemed to him rather strange and unusual, and besides, she had a stick in her hands, and on her face there was a huge and ugly scar, and she looked about 30 years old. The young man wondered at that moment whether this was the same legendary head of the Cabano clan, who, according to numerous rumors, was supposed to lead the next generation of warriors in the future and lead them to new achievements. He assumed with a high degree of probability that it was most likely Solan, since if her name were translated into English, it would indeed mean snow dog, which would quite correspond to her supposed character and appearance. Judging by her rather rude character, her very specific and memorable appearance, as well as the words she shouted loudly, it was definitely her, unless the guy was wrong in his quick guesses on this matter. If the young man was right in his assumptions about her identity, then her real name was actually Sei Hua, where the character Hua, as he remembered, meant flower, which did not fit at all with her current appearance. It seemed to him at that moment that she had apparently joined the search for the missing head of their clan, and this upcoming path clearly did not promise to be easy and safe for either her or her companions. According to the plot of the very novel he had read earlier, she had a natural and outstanding talent for martial arts from early childhood, and already at a young age she managed to master one of the most powerful techniques of Keen. This unique technique bore the menacing name of 8 Dragon Strikes, and it had helped Murim solve both large and small problems from the outside more than once. But after the tragic incident with Slow, she lost her mind and began to behave eccentrically. However, she never stopped persistently searching for him until the very end of her days, believing in success, and San spent 18 long years in complete solitude and continuous painful searches, finally finding the culprit. According to an ancient legend he once heard, she fiercely attacked that very criminal, which is why she got her unusual nickname Dog, because if she grabs someone, she will never let go. She remained in hiding for 2 long years after that, carefully and patiently preparing to strike a crushing blow and finally take revenge on her sworn enemy for all the suffering and pain he had caused her during that time. This guy thought that this woman was truly an incredible person, because she alone managed to drive Yarun himself, a powerful heavenly demon, into a real and hopeless dead end from which it was very difficult for him to get out. When they finally met face to face in the decisive battle, it was a real and exciting confrontation between two great and very strong warriors of their time, each of whom was ready to go to the very end for the sake of victory. Their fight was truly legendary and a thrilling spectacle for all who could witness it. But unfortunately for her, things didn't go exactly as she had originally planned, and she ended up losing. She was strangled by a powerful blow from the heavenly demon, who managed to defeat her in a fair and uncompromising duel, leaving her no chance of winning in this fight between two titans of the martial arts of the world of Murim. Until the very end, she couldn't believe that she had spent all her accumulated energy and life force just to end up catching just one heavenly demon. It seemed extremely unfair to her. Her last words before her death, as he remembered from the book, were the phrase that when the world learned of her shameful defeat, everyone around would laugh at her to tears, and this made her very sad. That was her tragic story in the novel he had read, but he wondered if it was so necessary and inevitable in this new reality, or if things could have gone completely differently. She noticed a young doctor standing behind her, watching everything that was happening, and her gaze lingered on him for a few seconds, assessing him and trying to understand his intentions in this situation. The woman turned to him, knowing full well that he was a student of that very famous Peak, whom everyone around respectfully nicknamed the White Dragon for his incredible healing abilities and wisdom. It was common knowledge in their circles. Introducing herself as Aisu of the Kabano clan, she suggested that for the sake of simplicity he simply call her Soul Guy. Apparently this was her more common or informal name among her trusted people and comrades in her clan. The boy immediately expressed his deep respect and esteem to her, showing with his whole appearance that he perfectly understood her high status and the importance of her person in the current difficult situation that had developed around their unexpected meeting. The girl told him that she was very glad that he had saved Wang's life, and added with a smile that the old man, in her opinion, was simply babysitting his dog, not paying attention. From the book, the guy remembered how she once mentioned that she usually put dog food everywhere for homeless animals, and that this was her kind of hobby or passion, to which she devoted her free time. The woman confidently and loudly shouted to everyone present that the very old man in question would not die so easily, and she was even ready to bet her own tooth, being absolutely sure that he was alive. Not only did she warmly praise the young doctor for his recent successes and lives saved, but she also openly stated that she had complete confidence in his unique skills and abilities, which undoubtedly put the guy in an awkward position. Soon all the necessary preparations were fully completed, and they had to set out on a long and dangerous journey as soon as possible, since time was running out, and every minute counted in their difficult mission. However, this determined and strong woman, as he understood from her behavior, still had not found answers to all her numerous and painful questions that had tormented her soul for a long time, giving her no peace. Despite all this inner turmoil and uncertainty in her soul, she held herself very confidently and was in complete control of the situation around her, not showing anyone her true feelings and experiences, hiding them deep inside. SEH's parents, as he had learned from reliable sources, were common thieves and petty criminals, and FA himself had committed many evil and unseemly deeds in the past, as well as various serious crimes for which he had to answer. This whole sad story for her began after the head of the Kian ni Ilol clan mercilessly killed them both, leaving them no chance of salvation or mercy. This event became a turning point in her fate. At that moment, Na Ilol did not even suspect that Swa was actually their biological daughter, and the girl herself did not know who she was and who her parents were until she learned the truth. Accepting the very teacher who once mercilessly killed her entire family and deprived her of everything was an incredibly difficult and painful task for her, but despite all the mental anguish, she was still able to do it. Once upon a time she, the daughter of common criminals and thieves, was affectionately called Flower by everyone around her for her beauty and tenderness, but after she was rumored to have lost her mind due to a tragedy, her name was changed to Snowdog. Snowdog spent 8 long and painful years stubbornly striving to take revenge on her offenders for all the evil they had caused, and for another 2 years, she carefully and patiently prepared to deliver the decisive and crushing blow. No one around her really knows what exactly she was thinking at that very moment when she rushed headlong into an attack on the powerful heavenly demon. It remained her secret forever for everyone present. She clearly felt the young master's intense and scrutinizing gaze on her, watching her closely, but she tried her best to ignore it, after which she turned sharply to him and ordered him not to stand around doing nothing, but to quickly get ready. Meanwhile, in a branch of their infirmary, which was located in a place called Hell, representatives of the Murim Alliance, known as the Dragon and the Phoenix, met to discuss some important and urgent matters concerning their common safety. All the primates present there immediately felt the incredible and all-consuming power that emanated from the young Master P. Kinson, and this powerful aura literally captivated everyone present in that room, causing them to tremble in awe. No one in the audience knew exactly what had caused this renowned master to enter such an unusual mode and state of complete concentration, but his stern and impenetrable gaze clearly indicated that something very wrong was happening on his native land. He remembered that somewhere in the Murim Union at that very moment, an important congress of the Dragon and the Phoenix was taking place, where numerous warriors from all over the world tested their accumulated strength and honed skills in various exciting competitions. The master told his companions that while Yong Hai was with Wang Yong, who was the owner of a local and rather famous infirmary, Pek Rin himself at that time went on a business trip with an important mission. 4 experienced Tanu, who worked diligently under the direct supervision of Chihan, took turns treating the various and rather complex internal injuries of soldiers injured in recent battles that required immediate intervention. The young soldiers, he noted with satisfaction, were very happy about his long-awaited arrival and greeted him with great, undisguised hope, sincerely hoping for their speedy recovery and return to duty thanks to his skill. High-ranking members of various clans, who were well aware of the bloody and rather controversial history of Mim, actively whispered among themselves in the corridors, believing that Peak should have died a long time ago, but he appeared. The young man later learned from eyewitnesses that for his numerous and truly invaluable services he received great gratitude from all those present, as well as very generous and very valuable gifts, which testified to high respect. Seagull Wren's deep concern for the condition of his numerous and seriously ill patients was quite unexpectedly interrupted by the receipt of an urgent and apparently extremely important message, which forced him to be distracted from his current affairs. The young man clearly felt how what he had just read in that short but alarming letter had awakened in him an incredibly furious and all-consuming anger that he could hardly control. The incredible, almost inhuman rage and powerful energy emanating from the enraged Master Pek Rin began to rapidly and inexorably permeate absolutely everything around him, creating a tangible tension in the air and frightening the onlookers. The people who had unwittingly witnessed this frightening and unexpected scene and seen his terrible state were scared almost to death, and he realized that they belonged to the influential and famous Swan family. The warriors present there noted that Peak's son had recently made very great and impressive progress in learning and practicing various martial arts, and after they felt his powerful aura, one could guess. There had long been persistent and alarming rumors among the people that this famous master had very little time left to live in this world, but in fact, as he himself clearly felt, he was only becoming stronger. The people around him could only make various guesses and make numerous assumptions about what exactly was written in that mysterious and short letter that so strongly and suddenly angered the master. One of the soldiers present there, seeing the extremely excited state of the master, carelessly tried to stop him in this uncontrollable fit of anger, carelessly placing his hand on his shoulder, hoping in this way to calm him down. The master's shock from such a completely unexpected intervention knew absolutely no bounds. He had not expected anything like this at all, and although the soldiers desperately tried to bring him to his senses and calm him down, none of their attempts worked. Only one brave and very determined warrior of all the people present there managed to somehow inexplicably influence the angry master so that he could finally come to his senses and calm down a little. The master could not immediately understand what exactly had just happened to him and why he had reacted that way, but everyone around him clearly saw how his overall physical and emotional state gradually began to change for the better. Looking around carefully after a momentary burst of uncontrollable anger, he noticed with some surprise that the incredible level of his own powerful aura filled absolutely all the space around him in the room. His desk, he was astonished to see, was literally saturated with his burning hatred and powerful destructive energy, and it seemed to everyone around that all the objects there could explode at any moment. Master Peak was finally able to breathe out a sigh of relief, and it seemed to everyone present at that moment that he was gradually beginning to calm down, returning to his usual reserved and calm state after a strong emotional outburst. The people who became involuntary witnesses of this frightening scene had already begun to seriously think that the end was very close for all of them, and they would certainly find themselves in great trouble because of this uncontrollable and dangerous state of the master. He rose slowly and with visible effort from his chair, holding tightly to the edge of the table with both hands, as if to regain his lost balance and finally recover from his outburst of anger. Peak, in a calm and firm voice, informed everyone in the room that he was finishing his current treatment of the soldiers and that it was time for him to return immediately to his very important and urgent business. The warriors, hearing his unexpected words about his imminent departure, tried to object to him, insistently saying that the Congress of the Dragon and the Phoenix was not yet over, but the master was already resolutely preparing to leave. His stern and piercing gaze pierced literally every person in that room, and despite the ongoing important Congress, he did not care at all. He just needed to urgently leave for his own business. He coldly and abruptly told them to talk to the head of their union, and not to bother him with any more stupid and inappropriate questions, and also added that they themselves should take full responsibility for the consequences. No matter how many times they asked him to stay and not leave so hastily, he would definitely not listen to anyone present, since his decision had already been finally and irrevocably made by himself. That guy with the eye patch knew perfectly well that the consequences of such a sudden and unauthorized departure of the master would be terrible for all of them. But the damned master did not listen to him at all, and no one tried to stop him. The letter remained lying on the table, forgotten by everyone, and everyone present was incredibly interested in what was so important that it made the usually calm master leave in such a hurry. After carefully reading that very mysterious letter, the guy in the bandage was still unable to fully understand where exactly their highly respected master was going to go so urgently, leaving them all completely bewildered. The young man noticed with annoyance that the thin paper of the letter could not withstand Sal's powerful and scorching energy. The ink on it was heavily smeared by his touch, and the paper itself was torn into several small pieces. However, one barely noticeable and very strange sign on the scrap of letter nevertheless attracted the close attention of the observant warrior, who tried to unravel the mystery of this message. It seemed vaguely familiar and important to him. It was the ancient hieroglyph Hai, meaning joy, and this warrior immediately assumed that it was perhaps somehow connected with the name of the young Kachu, about whom various rumors and legends circulated. The warrior looked around carefully, assessing the situation, and quickly realized that the overall situation was quite complex and very confusing, but some important circumstances of this case finally became more or less clear to him. Now, as he bitterly realized for himself, it would be extremely difficult and practically impossible for all of them to manage without the help of the young and talented doctor who had so suddenly and untimely left them. Despite everything that was happening around him at the moment, Master Pek Rin was racing forward on his faithful horse, completely alone, pursuing only one single and very important goal for him. The expedition into the mountains with members of the powerful Keen clan, as he recalled with a shudder, had been very harsh, exhausting and quite dangerous for all of its many participants, leaving him with not the most pleasant memories. They then ran almost all the time without any stops for rest, stubbornly searching for their missing master, like wild and hungry animals who smell their long-awaited and desired prey from afar and strive to catch it. The girl who accompanied them on this difficult journey encouraged all the other tired participants in every possible way, persistently asking them not to give up and continue searching, because the goal was already very close, and she would be the first. She moved very quickly and with incredible agility through the difficult and unfamiliar mountainous terrain, skillfully using all of her unique abilities and honed skills to maximize her acceleration and overtake others in this race. Young Master. He set himself one single and very important goal in this pursuit: to not be late under any circumstances and to arrive at his destination on time, no matter what it cost him. Hangu, who was in the woman's arms at the time, was desperately trying to catch the subtle scent of their master to help the others find him as quickly as possible in this difficult and very dangerous mountainous area for them. He felt very well and distinctly the presence of his master somewhere near them, and therefore quite soon managed to get ahead of all the other members of the search group, rushing forward towards his goal with incredible speed. After some time, their tired group finally reached a narrow and rather gloomy-looking gorge, in which there was a high and very noisy waterfall, the sight of which was both mesmerizing and a little frightening with its power. The waterfall in the mountains, as he knew very well from books, was a real and unique miracle of nature, but he did not understand at all why the old man had gone to it at all, apparently having some plans of his own. Hanga, after a difficult and exhausting operation, was very carefully laid down on the cold, rocky surface, but the ground was simply icy, and he needed to be patient for at least some time so that his comrades could break the ice. The girl immediately took out her huge and very heavy mace, which she usually used in battle or to perform some particularly powerful tasks, preparing to use it to help her wounded comrade in trouble. She knew well from her own experience that she had once seen a powerful avalanche here, and if it started to come down right now, it would be very problematic for all of them, so she tried to act carefully. They all tried their best and did everything they could just to save the life of that old man who found himself in a very dangerous and almost hopeless situation. Soon, when the ice finally cracked and gave way under their combined efforts, they saw a rather interesting and very unexpected picture for them. The doctors began to run together, quickly preparing for immediate rescue actions. The young owner of this entire place watched all this happening from the side with undisguised amazement, and was sincerely amazed by what he saw at that moment. It exceeded all his wildest expectations. The sounds coming from where the doctors and the seriously injured old man were simply incredible and very loud. They filled the surrounding atmosphere with oppressive tension and anxiety for the life of the old master who was in trouble. The warriors of the mighty Keen clan rushed forward in haste to find their missing master as soon as possible, driven by their inner heightened sense of duty and boundless devotion to their leader, who was in great need of their help and support. But when the ice was finally broken and completely cleared by them, they suddenly saw in their path a large and rather serious obstacle, which greatly hindered them from quickly moving further towards their intended goal. The girl with a heavy mace in her hands remained standing on the other side of the wide crevice that had formed, while in the middle between them a huge and deep chasm with a hole in the ice formed, blocking the way. The soldier politely asked Miss Guyang how exactly he was supposed to understand her somewhat mysterious and incomprehensible gesture that she had just made, pointing in the direction of that very icy waterfall. She laughed merrily in response to his slightly confused question, and calmly explained to him and everyone else that they all needed to go behind the ice waterfall, because that was where, according to her precise information, the hidden cave was located. None of the people present there could even imagine at that moment that the head of their powerful and ancient clan could be hiding in this very cold and completely unfriendly-looking cave. The cave looked very cold, damp, and quite dangerous for any living creature, so they had to hurry a lot, because their leader, whom they called Lava, could already be in a very bad condition. Shards of transparent ice, broken off from the ground beneath their feet, and from the high walls of the gorge, floated slowly and silently in the frosty air, creating a feeling of some kind of mystery, unreality, and, at the same time, hidden danger around them. The brave and devoted warriors carefully entered this dark and cold cave and immediately began to loudly call the old man by name, sincerely hoping that he would answer them and give them a sign. He needed to give at least some small sign of life so that they could quickly find him in this impenetrable darkness. But no matter how hard and loudly they tried, no one answered them. However, soon their loud and insistent voices finally reached the ears of the old man, who at that very moment was meditating alone in the depths of this very cave, trying to preserve the last remnants of his vital forces. He was in a terrible and very deplorable physical condition, and he had very little time left to save himself. His numerous wounds were serious, but he still heard this desperate cry, and he understood. Soon the lost and sought-after master was finally found in the depths of that very dark and cold cave, and they needed to very quickly make a fire to somehow warm his frozen body. So everyone immediately began to collect firewood. Meanwhile, the warriors from the Bang clan were already diligently preparing a suitable and clean place to conduct an urgent surgical operation, and the young master carefully and very thoroughly examined his found teacher, assessing his condition. The girl looked closely at the old man and realized for herself that he was incredibly stubborn by nature and always knew exactly how to easily upset everyone around him with his behavior. The young doctor examined his teacher's hand very carefully and saw at once that it was in a very bad and almost hopeless condition, requiring immediate and very serious medical intervention to save it. On the old master's chest there was a large and very deep wound from the enemy's sword, and there was almost no living space left on his exhausted body, especially after he had also suffered greatly. It was very difficult to believe that the head of the Kane clan was able to hold out for so long in such inhumane conditions, despite the severe poisoning that gradually destroyed his internal energy, only the remnants of which supported life. The doctor's first and most urgent order to the Cabano warriors was to immediately raise the temperature inside the cold cave to create at least a relatively comfortable environment for the seriously injured man and for the operation. The woman who was next to them immediately suggested that they quickly move him to some safer and warmer place, greatly fearing for his life in these harsh conditions of the cold and damp cave. However, the doctor knew very well from his experience that in the case of severe frostbite, even the slightest careless movement could be fatal for the patient, since any impact on his body could cause the destruction of cells. One of the doctors present, looking with undisguised concern at the critical situation that had developed, added that it could take at least 2 long and tedious hours to find enough firewood to heat the cave. The young man confidently assured everyone present that everything was under his complete and reliable control, because for such complex and emergency cases, the guy had specially studied the energy of water and fire, the sacred technique of the 5 elements up to the 5th level. However, other doctors, upon hearing his words, immediately realized that these 2 elements were completely opposite in nature and could very easily collide with each other, causing unpredictable and possibly catastrophic consequences. They asked the White Dragon Master with some doubt in their voices if he was really so confident in his ability to control this complex and dangerous 5 elements technique since he had only recently mastered it. It was a very big and serious risk, whether he would be able to cope with such a difficult task in these conditions, but the guy uncompromisingly and firmly answered them that yes, this was his very first and main task. For the doctors present, it was a truly incredible and breathtaking sight, because they were finally able to realize with their own eyes the full power and enormous potential of this legendary and very difficult to master technique. They saw with their own eyes how even small flows of his pure inner power were actually real and incredibly powerful, capable of performing real miracles in the hands of a skilled and experienced master. At that very critical moment, it didn't matter at all how difficult it was to control this unbridled and powerful force of nature. What was much more important was how well and accurately he did it, saving lives. From that distant moment when his profound strength was still very small, only the size of a tiny pea, he persistently and daily continued to cultivate it, and diligently learned how to properly interact with the various elements. The young man knew for sure and always remembered that the basics of any technique were extremely important for its mastery, and even if you had very little strength, you could in no case act rashly. The bright fire they lit quickly raised the temperature in the cold and damp cave, gradually warming the frozen and almost lifeless body of the master, who urgently needed qualified medical care and warmth to save himself. The master maintained complete silence throughout this long and painful time, deliberately maintaining himself in a state of semi-consciousness so as not to die completely from the cold and the numerous and very serious wounds he had received in battle. The young master gently placed his warm hand on him and immediately began to act, fully concentrating all his internal energy to carry out the complex and vital procedure of saving his teacher from death. His powerful healing energy quickly began to fill the entire surrounding space in the cave, and a bright blue glow enveloped both of them and then the entire cave, creating a mystical and tense atmosphere. The woman standing next to them remained silent the entire time and was completely focused on the most important thing at that moment, saving their common leader, whose life hung in the balance. At first, the young master very carefully and delicately used the heavy and soft energy of water to try to stabilize his patient's critical condition and prepare him for the further complex medical manipulations he was about to perform. Then he just as carefully and very gently began to gradually warm the lifeless body of the master with a thin and sharp stream of life-giving fire, directing it to the parts of his body most affected by the extreme cold. If these two elements, completely opposite in nature, had collided at the very beginning of the treatment procedure, a large and destructive clash of energies would have occurred. But the energy of water formed a protective spiral around it, harmonizing the process. Having sensed this favorable and harmonious flow of various energies within the patient's body, he immediately brought both elements into complete and perfect harmony, skillfully controlling their powerful flows, which required enormous concentration. After all, he understood perfectly well that any possible chaos, or even the slightest imbalance between these powerful natural elements, would be completely unacceptable in the healing process, and could lead to fatal consequences. Soon the frozen and almost lifeless blood vessels in the patient's body, gradually receiving the life-giving energy of the 5 elements under the skillful guidance of the young healer, began to slowly but surely revive, returning to normal functioning. To everyone present at that tense moment, it felt as if a huge and blinding fiery explosion had occurred deep within the body of the Keen clan chief as his life force began to suddenly return to him. Now the young and talented doctor faced the most frightening and at the same time responsible moment in the entire treatment process, the most serious test that can be encountered when treating severe frostbite in a patient. If the internal healing force is introduced too abruptly or carelessly into a weakened and damaged organism, it may collide dangerously with the cold energy still present in the tissues, causing serious internal damage. He understood perfectly well that this entire complex and multi-stage process would take quite a long time, and all the energy he used would have to be constantly and very carefully controlled by him throughout the entire period of treatment. The energy, as he well knew from his experience, had to flow not only through the large blood vessels, but also through the smallest arteries, through all the important internal organs, and it was necessary to constantly stimulate the inner force, warming each vessel. Several hours later, or to be more precise, 4 long and intense hours, the young man continued to do this tirelessly, without stopping for a minute, since the life of his teacher depended on his actions. The situation in the cave was becoming increasingly tense, as the old master had not moved once in all this long time, and they were not sure if he would be able to hold out, since the limit usually comes after a few seconds. The doctors present there decided to observe a little longer and wait for further developments, still sincerely hoping for an improvement in the patient's condition and that the young healer would be able to perform a real miracle in this situation. The young doctor did everything in his power, carefully controlling his breathing and concentrating completely on the treatment process, putting into it all his skill and the knowledge and experience accumulated over the years of training. He felt relieved that his incredible efforts had finally begun to bear fruit. The patient's blood vessels and muscles began to gradually soften, and the blood circulation in his body began to slowly but surely recover. Quite unexpectedly for everyone present in the cave, the old master began to cough violently and painfully, and dark blood began to flow from his mouth, which at first greatly frightened everyone watching the process of his complex treatment. Along with this strong and heart-rending cough and blood, all the poisonous and deadly poison that had been poisoning his body for so long, and preventing him from living normally, began to come out of his weakened body. This was a good sign. All those present were greatly frightened by the sight of a large quantity of dark and thick blood flowing copiously from the mouth of the old man. It looked really very scary, and at the same time gave some faint hope for his recovery. He realized that this was because the patient's body was gradually beginning to regain its natural warmth, and the resulting severe bleeding needed to be stopped immediately to avoid further serious complications for him. The doctors helped the old master to rise carefully, not believing their eyes at all in the miracle happening before their eyes, because the guy really did it. Together, they were able to overcome the patient's critical condition and save his life. However, in the opinion of the young and insightful doctor, despite the obvious success of the treatment, the patient still had serious internal injuries, and the deep wound from the sword, as he found out, reached his intestines. This was undoubtedly very good news for everyone present, but the young doctor still immersed the patient in the internal energy again and successfully performed the hemostasis procedure. But immediately after that, another serious problem arose. This new and completely unforeseen problem greatly worried the young doctor and did not give him any peace of mind, since the future fate and quality of life of his patient depended on its speedy solution. He regretfully explained to the others that due to severe and prolonged frostbite, the patient, unfortunately, could no longer feel his limbs, which was a very bad sign and required further complex treatment. When he uttered these dismal words, all present immediately realized that the treatment was far from over, and although they had succeeded in stabilizing his general condition, the real and main treatment was only just beginning and promised to be difficult. If everything went exactly according to his plan, then the first emergency aid would already have been successfully provided in full, but the main and most difficult treatment had yet to begin, and it required enormous efforts. When the soldiers who were in the cave and watching what was happening learned from the doctor that frostbite was actually much worse and more dangerous than ordinary cut wounds, they were truly shocked by this information. The head of the Kaiban clan, as it turned out from further examination, had been in a temperature of 4 degrees for several long days, which caused such severe frostbite, and it was a real miracle that he survived at all. Because of this whole deplorable condition, as he explained, if he was forced to move carelessly now, he could remain permanently disabled for the rest of his life, incapable of a full existence, so proper treatment was required right here. Everything was exactly as the young doctor said, and it was a real and very big risk for all of them, but they simply had no other way out of the critical situation at that moment. The woman approached the young man and asked him to say whatever he needed to say in this situation, and she promised to do whatever he said, trusting his knowledge completely. However, everything necessary for the upcoming procedure had already been prepared by him in advance, and the necessary equipment was already in place. All that remained was to show determination and begin to act without wasting another second of precious time. She realized that she would have to sacrifice her right arm, left foot, and 5 fingers, as well as part of her leg below the knee, to save the master's life. It was a difficult but necessary decision. It was a very difficult, but at the same time absolutely necessary decision in order for their esteemed master to be able to survive and continue his path, albeit at the cost of such serious and irreversible losses to his body. Hearing these terrible words from the young doctor, the woman simultaneously felt strong anger towards him and an overwhelming fear for the life and future of her leader. Her emotions were very mixed and contradictory. The warriors also realized with horror that the strongest and most respected person in their family and clan would remain disabled for the rest of his life, which was a real blow and a great shock for them. The very first and most important task for all of them at that moment was to save his life, just his life, and everything else was secondary and not so important compared to this main priority. However, the woman still could not calm down and come to her senses. She could not believe that the young doctor was actually condemning him to give up the life of a warrior, and she doubted the accuracy of the information. However, the indisputable fact remained that the old master would definitely not survive without the serious and immediate surgical intervention that the young and determined doctor was proposing to perform. This was obvious to everyone present. The guy very seriously and thoroughly explained to her all the important points and details of the upcoming treatment, trying his best to convey to her the bitter truth about the condition of their leader and the need to make a difficult decision. Suddenly, everyone present in the cave heard the old master's faint but clear voice calling out to CEO, and then heard the old man suddenly joke that even the dead would wake up from her loud scream. Seeing his sudden enthusiasm and obvious signs of returning vitality, she was incredibly happy that the old master had begun to gradually come to his senses after a long period of unconsciousness and critical state. It was a miracle. The warriors of the Cabano clan almost started dancing from the joy and relief that filled them when they saw that their beloved master had finally regained consciousness and was even able to speak. It was a real celebration. The CEO turned to the old master and told him that according to this quack doctor, he needed to cut off his arm and leg and that she should just sit and watch the process calmly. However, the young doctor examined the old man's hand very carefully and, as he had previously expected, found that it had completely lost all sensation, which confirmed his worst fears regarding the extent of frostbite. The old man really wanted to deny it and not believe what was happening, but he knew perfectly well that the white dragon was never wrong in his diagnoses. He really could not feel his limbs, and the only way to save him was amputation. At the moment, this was the best and only possible option, and although the CEO was gritting her teeth in anger and despair, they simply had no other choice. Otherwise, the old master would simply die. When Sue heard from the oldest master that he completely agreed with the young doctor's decision to amputate, she simply couldn't believe her ears. It was too unexpected and shocking for her. However, the fact is that frostbite was not so rare among the poor, and the old man himself said that on the first day he stopped feeling his limbs, completely resigned to this terrible fate. The old master thought that all of his limbs would be cut off, but the young master suddenly said that he could save 2 of them, and upon hearing this, the old man was extremely and pleasantly surprised by such unexpected news. This meant, as he understood, that he planned to leave his staff to Tha, and he also added that it was not only this staff that kept him in his position as the head of the clan, but something much more important. Although the CEO urged him not to become weak and give in to this situation, the old horse, as he was sometimes called for his stubbornness, did not even listen to her words and pleas, making his own decision. He realized at that moment that it was that same puppy who was crying pitifully at the foot of a high mountain and desperately begging for salvation, and his heart could not remain indifferent to these sounds full of suffering. The old master knew very well that this was most likely a trap, specially set by his enemies, but the puppy's cry was so similar to the cry of little Saul as a child that he unconsciously went to meet it. From the very beginning, just entering the forest and walking along a narrow path, he immediately realized that it was an ambush set up especially for him, but he still decided to continue on his way, not being afraid of danger. But the puppy he took with him out of compassion and pity reminded him so much of little Saul in her early childhood that he could not leave him there alone to certain death. These memories of the past that suddenly flooded over him pierced his soul and scared CEO to death, making her very worried and concerned about him and his future fate in this situation. Even knowing absolutely everything about the Keen clan and its many secrets, it was completely unclear to him why exactly the Soul Dragon had so suddenly plunged him into this state of madness. It remained a big mystery to him. However, he knew something very important to himself, and he was not going to betray these inner truths, because the whole reason for his madness was his complete lack of moral principles and conscience. These words, suddenly spoken by him, sounded like a real bolt from the blue for everyone present, and the tense atmosphere in the cave suddenly and abruptly changed, becoming even more oppressive and disturbing for everyone. Young Master stood silently to the side and was surprised to realize that Chief Kong actually didn't know why exactly Seo Gong had gone crazy all those years ago. This was a revelation to him. And the fact that it was he who once killed her parents also still remains unknown to her, although it seemed to him that she seemed to be already beginning to vaguely guess about something. From that memorable day onwards, he took full control of his clan and unexpectedly appointed a rather eccentric and unpredictable man as his official successor in this important and responsible post, which surprised many. So Gong, as fate had decreed, took his place and immediately began to diligently fulfill all the duties assigned to her, understanding the seriousness and responsibility of her new position at the head of their clan. When she heard these words from him, she did not immediately understand how she should interpret them correctly, but she clearly realized that she should not relax under any circumstances, since a long journey awaited her. However, the woman explained to him that everything he said sounded to her like some kind of inappropriate and even stupid joke, because she did not even have the formal right to become the head of the clan. However, according to the head of the boar himself, she had quite enough rights for this, and although there were other worthy candidates for this position, he chose her, and no one else had such influence. The young man could tell from his tone that time was running out, and so the clan leader told her to listen to him very carefully so as not to miss any important details from his last instructions. She was supposed to be the new head of the Keen clan, just like he once was, and he admitted that it was always very difficult for him in this position, but this position remained his step. The old master turned to Mad Dog, as she was sometimes called behind her back, seriously talking about how, as the new head of the powerful Keen clan, she would have to sacrifice something very important and significant for this position. Then the head of the Keen clan suddenly turned to the young doctor and asked him directly if he himself had anything that he urgently needed to get rid of at this moment in time. After these meaningful and slightly mysterious words, the atmosphere in the cave instantly changed, becoming more tense and formal, and the clan leader solemnly handed over all his duties and powers to the CEO, his successor. Mad Dog, as he noticed from her condition, could not calm down and come to her senses because of all the drama of this important and turning point, which decided not only her future fate. The operation to rescue the old master had already begun at that moment, and Sue was completely unable to calmly watch everything that was happening there, in the depths of the cave, with her teacher and mentor. She quickly ran out into the open space of the cave, unable to contain her emotions, fell to her knees on the cold ground and desperately began to cry, giving free rein to her accumulated feelings and experiences. The girl sobbed as if she were a small, offended child, but she knew for sure that she could not allow anyone present to see her weakness at this important and difficult moment for all of them. Anger and deep resentment filled her young heart so much that hot tears continuously streamed down her face, giving her absolutely no peace or opportunity to calm down a little and come. She scratched the cold ground with her nails in impotent rage and continued to cry inconsolably, abundantly watering every patch of ground around her with burning tears, splashing out all the pain and despair that had accumulated in her soul. Meanwhile, deep within the cave, a complex and important operation was ongoing, and everyone present there was completely focused on this critical moment on which the life of their respected old clan leader depended. The head of the clan set himself the first and most important goal: to survive at any cost. Despite the inevitable loss of his limbs, he had to show all his will and fortitude for the sake of the future. The young doctor, meanwhile, collected all his thoughts, fully realizing that it would be very difficult, but he firmly decided that he had to do everything possible and even impossible to save. Everyone present involuntarily noticed Soul, crying inconsolably at the very exit of the cave, and this sad sight, of course, did not go unnoticed by anyone who was near this place. She bitterly asked the master what exactly had made his pure soul so easily fall into the insidious and tenacious clutches of that very terrible soul demon, about whom the most terrible legends circulated. The girl, overcome with anger, began to scratch the ground with her nails even harder, as rage literally overwhelmed her from within, not giving her the opportunity to control her emotions and actions at that moment. She could not say anything in response to his words, but she knew for sure that she had to control herself at all costs and continue on her difficult path. Despite the hot tears that continuously flowed down her face, She made a firm decision to remain silent in front of her teacher, and at the same time her parents' sworn enemy, hiding her true feelings and thoughts. The clan leader, knowing her character and motives very well, could say with certainty that everything she had done for him lately was nothing more than a desperate attempt to please him. He also asked her if she was afraid that if her terrible secret was suddenly revealed, the soul demon would immediately swallow them both up. But why did the old man need to know that at all? The old master's stern and piercing gaze enveloped the entire cave, and at that moment he no longer saw in front of him that same mad dog who had long ago lost his mind, and since then. He thought with a grin that if he had gone crazy with her then, he might have felt much better about the situation, and he laughed mirthlessly at his thoughts. The young doctor realized with alarm that if the old master suddenly learned the whole truth about the past, he would live the rest of his life constantly consumed by a sense of guilt and deep regret for what he had done. But CEO firmly said that everything was fine, and she made the decision to leave the past behind, at least everything that concerned that very sinister soul demon that was haunting her. With undisguised sadness and pain in her voice, the girl told him then that she was finally able to completely get rid of him and his influence, freeing her soul from this heavy and painful burden. The old master, after listening to her, immediately ordered her to untie her knotted soul belt, and immediately bow to him as a sign of complete submission and acceptance of his will as her new mentor. Everyone present in the cave held their breath with excitement, and the girl carefully, and for a long time examined her belt, painfully weighing her important and fateful decision, on which her future and the future depended. The warriors inside the cave and the young doctor watched this dramatic scene with great intensity, eagerly awaiting the girl's next step and her final decision in this difficult and exciting situation for everyone. The heat that emanated from the fire burning brightly in the center of the cave was similar to that very goodness that sometimes, albeit infrequently, emanates from people, warming souls and giving hope. Just like the burning hatred that sometimes appears in people's hearts, that same belt gradually and slowly slipped off Chio Kyung's thin waist, symbolizing her liberation from the past. It was a truly legendary and very significant scene, which was not even described in the very novel that the young man was reading, which made it even more unique and memorable for everyone. The girl seemed to have lifted another heavy burden from her tormented soul, because once this man was everything to her, her world and support, but now she was finally able to let go. So Gong was always desperately chasing her past, trying to change or fix it, but ultimately she made the wise decision to leave it behind and start living in the present. After bowing deeply to the former head of the Chin clan as a sign of respect and farewell, she slowly and with dignity straightened up, ready to take on her new role and responsibility. The master looked at her for a very long time and attentively, without saying a single word, as if trying to read in her eyes all the thoughts and feelings she was experiencing. She had to make as many as 20 deep bows, which, according to the ancient ritual, meant that she had to completely get rid of the 12 major mental torments in order to cleanse her soul and mind. This symbolic gesture signified her complete immersion into a new world for her with a completely pure soul, freed from the burden of the past, and with new, previously unseen strength to accomplish great things. Suddenly the clan leader shouted loudly to have his bundles removed, and at that very moment, the wound on his body began to bleed profusely, which was a very bad sign for everyone. The young doctor noticed with alarm that they had almost no time left to save the girl, and he was too carried away by what was happening around him, completely distracted from the operation itself, which needed to be started. The operation had to be started immediately, without any further delay, and all unnecessary people had to leave the cave as quickly as possible, so as not to interfere with the doctors doing their important and difficult work. The doctors rushed to prepare all the necessary materials and instruments for the upcoming complex and lengthy operation, realizing that every second counted and that life depended on their coordinated actions. The girl watched all these preparations closely and realized with horror that if the operation was delayed even for a short time, the old master could die without waiting for help, which would be a tragedy. The young man saw that the old man's emaciated face reflected only a deep darkness, born of the unbearable suffering and excruciating trials that he was forced to go through, overcoming the intense physical and mental pain that tormented him from within. The young man ordered that all outsiders immediately leave the sacred cave, since their curious presence could seriously interfere with the upcoming very complex and responsible medical operation, which required maximum concentration. The warriors present stared at the newly appointed head of their community for quite a long time, somewhat confused and having no idea how best to begin the important conversation that was necessary with him. The girl named Sol Gong carefully looked around the area around her, and at that moment, she clearly realized what numerous and difficult tasks she would inevitably have to face in the near future as the new full-fledged head of the Sin clan. At that particular moment, however, all her thoughts were focused solely on the condition of the old man, and she relied entirely on the experience and skill of the talented young doctor who was about to perform this extremely complex and responsible surgical operation. To ensure the necessary conditions during the operation, the elderly man had to be placed in the most comfortable position near a warming fire, so that his body was constantly warm, which was critical for the successful outcome of the procedure. The young man carefully laid the patient on a soft sheet prepared in advance, after which all further actions were carried out strictly in accordance with the previously developed and carefully thought-out treatment plan, without allowing any deviations from the intended course. The guy understood that the decision he had made was the only correct one in the current situation, despite the fact that as a result of this intervention, the respected old man would, unfortunately, forever lose his unique martial arts. There was simply no other way out. The young man resolutely took the sharp surgical scalpel into his trained hands and mentally concentrated completely, preparing himself for the upcoming incredibly complex and delicate medical intervention, which required the utmost precision and endurance from him as a specialist. He suddenly felt that at that very crucial moment of his practice, he was not just honing some ancient and powerful martial art, but at the same time actively learning and mastering completely new advanced medical techniques. The young doctor realized that, despite all his truly extensive and profound knowledge in various fields of medicine, the options available to him for action in this critical situation turned out to be surprisingly very, very limited, which caused some concern. He sincerely could not fully comprehend the reasons why he was unable to immediately and completely cure his patient by conventional methods, and why such a serious and seemingly insurmountable medical obstacle arose in his path. However, quite unexpectedly, at the most intense moment of reflection, the only correct solution to the problem that had arisen dawned on him, and in that moment of bright illumination, he experienced a truly profound insight that changed his view of the situation. The young and ambitious healer began to ask himself internal questions about whether the level of mastery he had achieved was really the limit of his true capabilities, or whether his hidden potential was much greater, and he simply needed to find the right direction. The boy felt how, due to a sudden and uncontrollable attack of strong anger, the energy of the 5 basic natural elements began to circulate throughout Jin Cheon's body with incredible speed and force, causing unusual sensations and changes. However, despite the intensity of this internal process, Jin Cheon himself was completely unable to independently sense or in any way control this powerful movement of vital energy seething inside his physical body. He realized that as an immediate reaction to his recent strong emotional outburst of anger, an incredibly powerful and scorching stream of fiery energy rushed upward, straight to his brain, filling it with strange visions. A blinding and bright flash of this previously unknown powerful energy instantly spread throughout the entire space of the dark cave, completely filling it with a tangible and vibrating echo of primordial power that was felt by all the people present there. He explained that Chuka was a specific phenomenon in which a person completely lost the ability to control the flow of his internal life energy, and to any outside observer, it might seem as if some terrible catastrophe had suddenly occurred. However, the internal energy, contrary to expectations, began to rotate in the young man's body surprisingly harmoniously, completely synchronizing with his strong anger, but at the same time not causing destructive chaos or any negative consequences for his body. Following this process, the energy of the primordial water began to actively and smoothly interact with the raging energy of fire, and almost simultaneously, both of these opposite elements reached a state of complete and perfect harmony with the general energy of the five elements. The young man decided to dive completely and entirely into the depths of his own consciousness, hoping in this way to find exhaustive answers to the endless number of complex and confusing questions that had long tormented his mind. His meditative state did not last too long. Only a few short minutes passed, and those internal energies that were weaker than fire and water spontaneously combined, reaching equilibrium, as a result of which the energy of the five elements suddenly took on a perfect form. He felt a powerful energy begin to rapidly rise upward, enveloping him, and all the people around him could not understand at all what exactly was happening, as the young man's entire body was suddenly completely covered in a bright red glow. What was happening to him looked like something really very serious and potentially dangerous, and all the people around him were very puzzled and alarmed by this incomprehensible phenomenon, not knowing what to expect from him the next minute. However, thanks to an even deeper dive into his own subconscious and active interaction with his awakened inner powers, he eventually managed to find the only correct path and received the long-awaited comprehensive answer to his questions. The young doctor noted that when he finally began performing the most complex operation, an incredibly powerful and pure spiritual energy, known as chakra, began to rapidly circulate and concentrate around his body, giving him strength. The young man realized that this unusual sensation of powerful energy emanating from him was something completely new to him, and completely unlike any of the usual five human senses, revealing to him previously unknown facets of perception of the world. He realized that it was precisely because of this new and previously unknown feeling of inner strength that he was now able to notice absolutely every tiny detail and nuance concerning the condition of the highly respected head of Kabano, right down to the most insignificant changes in his body. The guy remembered that in his previous incarnation, there had already been a very similar and rather complicated medical situation, which, as far as he could remember in detail, had happened to him only once in his entire previous life. This remarkable incident happened to a brave man who suffered severe frostbite on his foot during an extremely dangerous and difficult climb to the highest and most majestic mountain in the world, known to all as Everest, where harsh conditions prevailed. He recalled how all the doctors at the time said the patient would need amputation, but one well-known clinic specializing in traditional Korean medicine managed to cure him with acupuncture and moxibustion, which was almost a miracle. The young man noted that the cauterization procedure was so effective and amazingly efficient that the same patient was able to fully recover after a relatively short period of time and quickly get back on his feet, returning to a full life. The young doctor confidently turned to his slightly surprised medical colleagues and firmly declared that they would under no circumstances resort to amputating the patient's damaged limbs, since he had found another method. Instead, he immediately gave clear orders to all assistants present to prepare special acupuncture needles for the upcoming procedure as quickly and thoroughly as possible, as time was of the essence in their situation. He decided that everything would be done exactly as his intuition had suddenly told him, and although at first this unexpected thought seemed completely incredible to him, now he felt complete confidence in his abilities. Those present noticed that as soon as he began his delicate work, every single movement of the young talented doctor was distinguished by amazing precision and was simply flawless, demonstrating the highest level of his professional skill and concentration. The boy saw that the nerve cells in the injured limb were almost dead, but by using the energy of the five elements and stimulating the patient's life energy, he was able to speed up the tissue regeneration process as much as possible, giving hope for healing. He began actively creating new living tissue, much like a lizard can regenerate its lost tail. And then, with incredible precision, he connected the dead blood vessels and made the blood circulate through them again, restoring life. The other doctors present watched this incredible picture of healing with bated breath and were simply amazed to the depths of their souls by the speed and efficiency with which flesh and blood began to be restored in the damaged tissues of their highly respected teacher. After a certain period of intensive and painstaking treatment, which included masterful work with a sharp scalpel and special acupuncture needles, the long-awaited positive result of the manipulations performed finally became completely obvious to everyone present. The achieved result was truly absolutely incredible, since his every movement was filled with healing energy. But even such colossal energy of one young man was still not enough for complete recovery, and more strength was required. He realized that in order to fully and completely revive all the damaged cells of the patient's body, it was absolutely necessary for him to urgently come up with some additional and more effective method to significantly enhance the already launched regeneration process. The young man thought that even if the energy pathways in the patient's body were very messed up, it was still possible to use a special power to extract his internal energy and then use the 5 elements technique to heal. After some thought, the young man unexpectedly pulled out from his supplies a very sharp spear of impressive size, making a bold and unconventional decision to use this unusual instrument to carry out further, even more complex medical manipulations. His fellow doctors, seeing this unexpectedly huge and extremely sharp-looking object in his hands, instinctively retreated about 1 meter back, having absolutely no idea what exactly they should expect from his subsequent actions. Despite some confusion, they were very intrigued and watched with curiosity to see what exactly this young and talented doctor intended to do next, with such an unusually long and frightening-looking needle that he held in his hand. The young man calmly asked his worried colleagues to be patient and remain calm, since, according to his assurances, very soon all their questions would disappear by themselves, and everything that was happening would immediately become absolutely clear and understandable to them. He then made a confident swing of his trained hand and with incredible precision thrust the sharp spear directly into one of the key pain points on the patient's body, thus expecting to achieve the maximum therapeutic effect from this procedure. Those present felt that this unusual spear seemed to be endowed with some completely incredible and powerful ancient power, and the powerful energy emanating from it began to spread rapidly, gradually filling the entire space around them in the cave. The young healer explained that through this long needle, he transmitted his internal energy of the 5 elements so that it could merge with the powerful energy that had previously absorbed Kibana, neutralizing its negative impact and restoring balance. He warned that with such a powerful and uncontrolled collision of 2 energies that were completely different in nature and strength, it would not be surprising if the patient suddenly developed a dangerous condition known as chuvima, requiring immediate intervention. The young and capable doctor instantly realized the seriousness of the situation, and realized that he needed to immediately and in any way available to him concentrate as much as possible on his complete conscious control over the energy flows in order to prevent and direct the catastrophe. He saw how a powerful, concentrated chakra literally pierced the surrounding space, noticeably heating the air in the cave, and very soon the patient, immersed in a trance, clearly felt the appearance of a pleasant and soothing aroma coming from nowhere and filling him. The elderly man felt that this subtle and pleasant aroma seemed to come from somewhere in his deepest essence, and gradually completely filled his entire being, evoking in his mind vivid and very realistic images and visions from the past. In his vision, he saw himself walking along a path with a child on his shoulders, and he asked the girl if she had parents or relatives to rely on, but she answered in the negative, sadly shaking her little head. After thinking for a while, the old man then decided that the first thing they needed to do was find the nearest hospital or place where they could get medical help in order to carefully examine and treat the wounds that the girl they had found was bleeding. The husband thought that if by some miracle they managed to find her real parents, or at least some distant relatives, then the further development of events would become much simpler for both of them and much less uncertain in this world. The little rescued girl, with undisguised curiosity in her wide-open eyes, asked her unexpected companion why her newfound grandfather was so consistently kind and caring towards her, and who he really was. The old man, with a slight and slightly sad smile on his wrinkled face, simply answered the inquisitive little girl that in fact he was just an ordinary and very poor wanderer who had nothing to his name. The insightful girl thoughtfully remarked that such a life must have been incredibly hard, but the old man only laughed good-naturedly in response, as he found it funny, considering that he had been saved by a poor man like himself. In the vivid and clear imagination that came over him during the procedure, He clearly pictured himself carefully and gently taking the little girl he had found to the nearest village hospital to receive the necessary care. The man saw how after this, the little girl, feeling safe and surrounded by care, began to laugh loudly and completely sincerely from the bottom of her pure childish heart, literally radiating around herself genuine joy and happiness that warmed him. The old man watched with undisguised tenderness and warmth in his heart, as this emaciated and exhausted child began to eat the food offered to him with great appetite, and her face reflected genuine satisfaction and sincere childish happiness. The grandfather understood that this little girl had no roof over her head. The sky served as her ceiling, and the earth replaced her blanket, and the old man himself, who had spent his entire life wandering, also wandered along the dusty roads of Kang. He realized that he had become very accustomed to this girl, constantly feeding her and trying to make her grow strong. He walked with her through the forests, was her mentor, and felt warmth even in the pouring rain when the baby was next to him. This elderly man, in his entire long and difficult life, never had his own children or a beloved woman by his side, as he always firmly believed that creating a full-fledged family was an unaffordable luxury for such a poor man. However, with the unexpected appearance of this small and defenseless girl in his lonely and measured life, all his previous ideas and foundations changed radically, filling his existence with a new, previously unknown to him deep meaning and joy. This girl was constantly by his side, sharing all the hardships of the path, and he watched with fatherly tenderness as she gradually grew up before his eyes, and over time he became very strongly and sincerely attached to her with all his heart. The old man felt some special, invisible, but very strong spiritual connection between them, and therefore he treated this girl he found with great love and care, as if she were his own dear and long-awaited child. The old man understood that now he simply could not leave so easily, leaving this defenseless girl alone to the mercy of fate, because his conscience and heart would never allow him to find peace of mind and tranquility after that. Thus, 100 long days of their joint wanderings passed unnoticed, but during all this considerable time no one appeared to claim this lost girl, and no one tried to take her away from him, which was surprising. And then, one day, when the girl saw her adopted grandfather, she, with childish spontaneity and completely seriously, told him of her firm decision that she, too, very much wanted to become the same poor girl as her beloved wandering grandfather. Hearing these words, the old man became angry and shouted loudly at her, wondering what she, a little girl, had come up with, and what good she had found in this hard life of a simple poor man to whom he belonged. However, the small but persistent girl grabbed his leg tightly and screamed loudly that she would definitely become a poor girl like him, because she really liked poor people like her grandfather very much. The girl certainly wasn't going to let go of her adopted grandfather that easily, continuing to hold on to his leg with all her childish strength, so tightly that it seemed to him that she wasn't even letting him breathe normally or move. And because of her incredible stubbornness, he remembered how stubborn little Cal had been since childhood, as if her mother had taught her to be like that, and this thought, along with the surging energy, began to rapidly fill the entire old man from within. At that very moment, life-giving and warm blood began to actively flow into his previously lifeless and numb limbs, gradually and confidently restoring their lost sensitivity and mobility, bringing with it long-awaited relief and hope. And although the acupuncture procedure used by the young doctor itself turned out to be extremely effective and very efficient in tissue restoration, suddenly, before the eyes of everyone present, something completely incredible and truly amazing happened, surpassing all the doctor's expectations. The very same hand of the patient, which until recently had been completely lifeless and did not react at all to any external stimuli, unexpectedly for everyone, began to slowly but surely move right before the eyes of the amazed doctors watching the miracle. The experienced doctors present watched with undisguised admiration and awe the actions of the best and most talented student of the renowned Master Peak, and they were sincerely amazed to the depths of their souls by his absolutely incredible inner strength and amazing healing skills. After the complex and lengthy operation was finally completed, absolutely everyone present awaited the final results with great impatience and hidden anxiety, deep down already completely resigned to any possible, even the most unfavorable consequences. Suddenly, they heard loud, joyful cries from a man who excitedly informed everyone else that the patient was perfectly fine and that their fears had been groundless, causing general rejoicing and relief. The young girl noticed with surprise how someone was quickly running in her direction along the corridor, but she could not understand at all what exactly was happening around her, and what was the reason for such a hurry of this stranger. The woman, who turned out to be an experienced doctor, ran as fast as her strength allowed her, and her face glowed with the boundless, sincere joy and enormous relief that she felt at that moment. She loudly announced to all the people who had gathered and were eagerly awaiting the news that the leader of the powerful Qian clan was feeling well and his condition was gradually stabilizing, which was the best possible news. Breathing heavily from running so fast, she could barely utter a word, but she still continued to excitedly shout out the joyful news that the respected patient had finally regained consciousness after a long period of oblivion. This long-awaited and incredibly joyful news literally stunned everyone around her, who could hardly believe in such a favorable development of events, given the severity of the patient's condition. The girl named Z realized that the old man was far from being as simple as he might seem at first glance, but none of those present, even in their wildest assumptions, expected such a successful turn of events. The elderly man, Chin A, expressed his most sincere and deep gratitude to the young talented doctor for miraculously saving his life, especially emphasizing that the entire Qian clan will never forget such an invaluable service and help. However, before indulging in general celebration of such a successful outcome, it was absolutely necessary for them to most carefully check all the patient's injuries in order to finally make sure that his health was no longer in danger. The young man worked with incredible diligence, sparing no effort or energy, and was maximally focused on each of his precise movements, since the life of the patient he was operating on depended on it. He noted with some surprise that his own arms and legs seemed to have become wooden for a while, and almost did not obey him, but he knew for sure that there was still a real chance to save 2 limbs. The old clan leader suddenly realized that he had accumulated a huge amount of very important knowledge, ancient secrets, and valuable experience, which he absolutely had to pass on to his successor Sua as soon as possible. Soon after, loyal soldiers of the clan came running to the scene, and what they saw with their own eyes looked like a real, genuine miracle, since they expected the worst outcome for their master. The discussion covered hidden facts about the history of the Ho clan, the exact location of the Ban clan's secret hideouts, and many other fascinating stories and legends that were only available to the current head of the clan. Old Man Chin was firmly convinced that even if he was left without arms and legs, he would still be able to pass on all this priceless knowledge to his faithful student Sayola, and that would be quite enough. When a girl named Sella saw that an old and respected man had finally come to his senses after a difficult operation, she was sincerely amazed by the incredible strength and skill of the young doctor who had accomplished this. All this time, while the intense work lasted, the old man did not lose his presence of mind, and even tried to joke, noticing on the horizon the approach of some mad dog that could pose a danger. He emphasized to his listeners that what had happened to him was not just an ordinary return to consciousness after oblivion, but the very beginning of his completely new, different life, because he remained alive. The young man quickly put his hand forward, reliably blocking the path of the enraged mad dog, thereby selflessly protecting the elderly man from a possible attack by a dangerous animal that could maim him. She angrily slapped him on the arm and indignantly asked him if he had gone mad to take such a risk, but the young doctor very firmly and persistently asked her not to approach the patient again until he was much better. Despite all her quite reasonable and convincing arguments, the guy simply stubbornly and monotonously repeated that he could not allow her to do this at this particular moment in time, taking care of safety. The woman sincerely believed that if the elderly person had already regained consciousness and was feeling well, then why not? But she still reluctantly agreed that the established rules were rules, and they should be followed. She reluctantly admitted to herself that even if it was only a minor violation of protocol, She still could not approach a patient without special permission from the attending physician, as it could cause harm. She thought with irritation that he was simply behaving outrageously and too strictly, completely unable to understand how she could even say such a thing out loud when she herself was so worried about the state of this elderly man. The young doctor politely apologized to everyone, saying that he probably should have put in a lot more effort to achieve a better result. But the head of the Baibang clan did not understand what exactly he was talking about, because the boy had surpassed even his teacher. The girl named Soul especially emphasized that this young doctor, a true white dragon among healers, did absolutely everything in his power and put all his best efforts and skills into this matter. With the exception of only 2 fingers, everything else was in perfect order, and the old man was very alarmed when he heard this, asking in bewilderment what exactly he meant by 2 fingers. The doctor replied with regret that, to his great regret, he had not been able to save the index and middle fingers of his right hand, which were so important in the harsh world of Murim for many techniques. This unexpected and very sad news plunged the elderly man into a state of deep shock and some confusion, since he did not expect such an outcome and such a specific loss. He slowly lowered his gaze downwards and, seeing that all his limbs were in their places, he simply could not believe this real miracle, mentally asking himself how this was even possible after everything that had happened. However, despite this joyful circumstance, he bitterly realized that, unfortunately, he had lost a significant part of his precious internal energy, which was so necessary for him to live a full life as a warrior. But if he manages to fully restore his lost strength and energy over time, then he will, without a doubt, once again be able to fully use his unique and honed over the years fighting techniques. The elderly man, China, gradually realizing this incredible and almost fantastic opportunity, still could not fully believe that he would ever again be able to confidently take his trusty fighting staff in his hands. The doctor confirmed his guess that yes, he had lost only 2 fingers, and the old man was incredibly surprised by this news, because he had already been preparing for the loss of limbs, and if he had known that everything would be limited to just 2 fingers, he would certainly have thrown a big party. In the eyes of his loyal and devoted wards, who had been anxiously awaiting news all this time, large tears of sincere joy and great relief for their beloved mentor appeared. The elderly man Chin felt a sense of immeasurable and most sincere gratitude to the young and talented doctor for the fact that he actually saved his life, performing a real medical miracle in those conditions. The young man was so exhausted from the incredible physical and mental strain that he could hardly breathe normally, but he still felt deep satisfaction from a job well done, despite the unfortunate fact that, unfortunately, it was not possible to completely preserve all parts of the patient's body intact. In the end, everything turned out in the best possible way for everyone. Miss Seol Hoi took her combat belt and, smiling slyly, told him that from now on, as before, she would continue to kick him for educational purposes, hinting at their past relationship. The old man was finally practically healthy and safe, and she took her belt back with a satisfied smile, since it was no longer urgently needed for restraint. The head of the powerful Qian clan saw this scene, and with an imperious gesture ordered her to immediately put away her staff, as there was no longer any need for it to be used at the moment. He asked her in a stern voice to finally stop tormenting the already exhausted old man and give him the opportunity to rest peacefully after all the difficult trials and shocks he had endured. The girl, with obvious excitement in her voice, cheerfully joked that now she would most likely have to work even harder than before to prove her usefulness and loyalty to the clan. The young master noted with satisfaction that her voice had become noticeably softer and calmer, which clearly meant that she had finally been able to completely free herself from the tenacious claws of the demon that had tormented her soul for so long. The master carefully extended his hand towards the same mad dog, which was still nearby, and seemed to have calmed down after the recent incident, watching the people. He very gently and carefully touched her muzzle and affectionately stroked her soft fur, thus expressing his silent gratitude and appreciation for her loyalty. If he could turn back time, even for 5 long years, he would still choose you without the slightest hesitation, he said in a quiet voice full of tenderness. These simple but heartfelt words deeply warmed her troubled heart and added much-needed warmth to her wounded and tired soul, giving her hope. Her face instantly lit up with a whole range of the most varied and vivid emotions that were caused by these unexpected and touching words of the elderly man whom she respected so deeply. That same elderly and wise man who once upon a time saved her at the most important and critical moment of her difficult and dangerous life, when she was on the verge of despair. And if she were suddenly given the chance to be born on this earth again, she would still, without a shadow of a doubt, choose the fate of a simple poor woman if it would preserve their connection. The young owner of the clinic watched this beautiful and incredibly sentimental moment unfolding right before his eyes with undisguised tenderness and warmth in his heart, touching his soul. Right before his astonished eyes, a completely new and exciting chapter in this long life romance was slowly opening, which until now had remained completely unknown and mysterious to him. Today, without knowing it, he created a real, genuine spectacle that, without a doubt, deeply touched and affected thousands of human hearts who witnessed this miracle. But despite the general jubilation and joy, there remained one more very important and significant detail, which in no case could be forgotten at this moment in time. He had dreamed with all his heart of seeing this at least once in his long and fruitful medical career, as it would have been the pinnacle of his professional achievements and skill. After successfully completing the first and most difficult stage of treatment, Master Qin Chongyi ordered the transfer of the head of the Kabang clan to the inpatient department of the famous Perrin Clinic for further necessary care and observation. In order to ensure the best and most favorable conditions for his speedy and complete recovery, he carefully developed and prescribed various individual treatment prescriptions and recommendations for the patient. To achieve complete and final recovery, the patient absolutely required absolute rest, regular intake of prescribed potent medications, and a course of additional medical procedures prescribed by the doctor. After the girl named Seguan was finally freed from the harmful and destructive influence of the powerful soul demon, she began to unexpectedly demonstrate an absolutely extraordinary intelligence and insight, which surprised many of the people around her. She took on the full leadership of the huge and influential Giban clan with ease and confidence, proving herself to be a wise and far-sighted leader capable of making the right decisions. Despite the numerous difficulties and serious obstacles that constantly arose on her difficult path, she carried out all the duties assigned to her with pride and dignity, earning respect. Chung-hee got her to firmly promise to personally visit the main part of the famous Pecan Clinic one day, and then successfully set off on a new and very important mission to the Green Pine Division. He was well aware that he had to act as quickly and decisively as possible, since time was truly of the essence in this situation, and every minute counted. He immediately activated all his inner strength and hidden reserves, because he understood that by saving the life of the head of the Kaban clan, he could radically change the entire further course of future events. The future could change at any moment, even the most unexpected, but it remained a complete mystery whether everything would ultimately be okay, or whether new trials and difficulties awaited them. The terrifying butterfly effect was bound to manifest itself in its full and devastating measure, and no matter what you thought about it, the answer was always the same, unchanging. As a result of all these complex and confusing events, he will once again, for the umpteenth time, save a human life that is right in front of his eyes, and this was his destiny. This time he had to save the life of a certain Yeharan, and he really hoped that he would be able to safely and without losses reach the city of Ken, where he was already impatiently awaiting him. Running such a large and well-known clinic inevitably brought with it a lot of both favor and outright disfavor from various influential forces in the Kanho world, which created problems. In order to avoid unnecessary conflicts and misunderstandings on the territory of the clinic as much as possible, a special system was created, very similar to one of the Murin clan systems, which was called the Land of the Sword Belt, and was supposed to help in management. However, unpredictable human behavior often made its own adjustments, and the rule of the Land of the Sword Belt meant that anyone who wished to enter the Mudan clan's territory was required to surrender their weapons at the entrance. There were even known cases where both conflicting parties, having previously laid down their weapons, still managed to fight, and as a result, they had to be carried away on stretchers in different directions at the same time. It was because of such incidents that the layout of all the wards in the clinic was designed in such a way that they were located as far away from each other as possible, in order to avoid accidental conflicts and separate the paths of feuding patients, because the Chagall clan was considered a famous family of strategists and mechanism masters. It was the brilliant Chelrin who personally designed and supervised the construction of both the main building of the Kital Hospital and all of its numerous provincial divisions, demonstrating his talent as an engineer. The young and brave master rushed headlong to help his close friend named Yar Yun, who apparently got into serious trouble and needed his immediate support. He had to quickly run through many confusing forks in his path to finally find the only true road leading to his friend, who was waiting for his help. He barely managed to reach in time a detached and well-fortified building in which his comrade Van Kagan was currently located, awaiting his arrival with impatience. She had been impatiently awaiting the arrival of the young and talented doctor for quite some time, and now, at last, he had arrived to provide her with the help she so badly needed now. He gently asked her how hard it had been for her all this time, and from the bottom of his heart, he sincerely thanked her for the invaluable help and support she had given him in difficult times. However, she smiled and pointed out in response that he always thanked her too often and too fervently, even when there was absolutely no need for it, since she was happy to help. His close friend Yarun had already received all the necessary first aid and was now sleeping peacefully under the influence of powerful drugs that had eased his suffering. When they carefully opened the door to his room, they immediately heard a loud, booming snore coming from inside, indicating that the patient was in deep sleep. Yarun lay motionless in his room, completely immobilized and weak from his injuries, and he needed time to recover, so they did not disturb him. The young master had not seen his friend for a long time, and even managed to miss him very much, because he was the same legendary heavenly demon from the famous novel who received serious injuries in battle. Carefully armed with all the necessary medical instruments and drugs, the experienced master immediately began to save his best and most faithful friend, who was very dear to him. This, of course, was far from the first time he had to help him, but he sincerely hoped that it would not be the last time, because their friendship was strong. This restless little brat was always an incredible amount of trouble and problems, and he had to be constantly maximally concentrated in order not to allow the slightest mistake in his treatment. However, during the thorough and comprehensive examination, it became absolutely clear that there were no really serious problems with his health, and this could not but please. All that was left to do now was to concentrate fully on the process of his recovery, and this was, no doubt, quite good and encouraging news for all present. The young and insightful master understood very well that the life of such a powerful being as the heavenly demon could not end so easily and simply, because he was very strong. And his loyal colleague Kag Yun did a truly magnificent job, managing not only to quickly find, but also to safely deliver Yaran to the clinic, while simultaneously helping the Kabang clan in their affairs. He did the right thing when he completely entrusted her with the execution of this responsible and difficult task, and Yarun was treated personally by the heir to the clinic, and he was even given a separate room, which said a lot. Despite the serious burns he had received, all the worries and problems suddenly fell upon the young doctor, who now had to deal with all of this alone and find solutions. During the rather long time that they had not seen each other, his friend Yarun had noticeably grown, gotten stronger, and become a much more mature and reasonable person, which was noticeable. Unexpectedly for everyone, it turned out that he was the very mysterious patient about whom even the all-knowing Master Beck knew nothing, and this was a very strange circumstance that raised questions. An enraged Master Pexon burst into the room unexpectedly and very rudely, furiously sweeping away all the objects that came his way, since his anger was great and uncontrollable. It was Master Pexon himself, and his appearance did not bode well for those who had incurred his righteous wrath with their behavior. He sternly asked his young student why he dared to accept a new patient without first informing his immediate teacher, which was a gross breach of subordination. The boy responded by only calmly and slightly surprised, asking why his respected teacher had come here at all, since he did not understand the reason for his unexpected visit and obvious displeasure. There were now 4 people in the rather spacious room, not 3 as before, and the angry master was rapidly approaching them, his face expressing the utmost degree of rage. Master Peck asked with undisguised irritation who this impudent brat was, since the young apprentice had not seen his mentor in such a tense and agitated state for a very long time, and this worried him. The student tried to calmly explain his point of view, emphasizing that he was not trying to deceive his teacher at all, but that events were simply developing too quickly, and he added that this situation could well have caused some misunderstandings. However, he politely asked to give him just 1 minute of time so that he could calmly and thoroughly explain everything to his mentor and bring clarity to what was happening. Hearing the loud and demanding cry, Yarun immediately got out of his bed, his whole appearance demonstrating his readiness to cause some trouble for Master Peak, who woke him up. The girl noticed with some surprise and alarm this unprecedented and completely unexpected activity on the part of Yarun, who was clearly very angry and excited about something. Suddenly, razor-sharp knives flew towards the young student, clearly aimed at his teacher, putting the latter in mortal danger. It was an incredibly powerful demonic force that was aimed squarely at the face of the unsuspecting Master Peak, leaving almost no time to react. He didn't even have enough time to properly react to this sudden attack and try to repel it, which could have led to tragic consequences. However, the experienced master was always on the alert and never tolerated such impudent displays of aggression towards him, being ready to immediately fight back against any opponent. With incredible speed and dexterity, he managed to deflect with his fan all the sharp daggers that were flying straight at him, demonstrating his supreme mastery of this weapon. However, even after that, the massive sword still continued its deadly flight straight towards his face, and the situation remained extremely tense and life-threatening for the master. The main question remained completely unclear. Where did this Yarun get these numerous daggers from, and how did he manage to throw them so quickly and accurately at his guest? Moreover, the number of these sharp and deadly knives was constantly increasing, and it seemed that there would be no end to them, which made the situation even more critical and unpredictable. Young Master Peck desperately fought off all these numerous dangerous objects flying at him from all sides, but the situation had already completely gotten out of control, and then the young doctor resolutely took on the defense of the one who had treacherously attacked his teacher. It was a real disaster. The situation was completely and utterly out of control, and no one present understood at all what was actually happening around. The heavenly demon unexpectedly rose from his bed, although after taking a strong medicine he should have been sleeping like a dead baby, but instead he stood up full of strength. He was determined to try to calm his enraged friend and stop him immediately, because this whole situation clearly threatened to turn into very big trouble for everyone present. The fact that he got out of bed so suddenly and clearly wanted to attack someone was a very bad and alarming sign, and it became clear to everyone that he was completely out of his mind. The teacher was ready to rush at him at any moment, and his faithful student already thought that he himself could be captured as a traitor, since the situation was heating up with every second. The teacher watched the boy, who had so brazenly attacked him with undisguised nervous tension, and it suddenly seemed to him that he had seen him somewhere before. The heavenly demon looked at Master Kinson with blatant and naked hatred in his bloodshot eyes, and his intentions were completely obvious to everyone present in the room. Our brave hero suddenly realized that this simply could not go on any longer, and he had to do something immediately, so he loudly asked everyone to stop immediately and put an end to this madness. He tearfully begged to be given at least a little time so that he could calmly sort out the situation, because this case was extremely confusing, and the guy was in a very bad condition. Yarun turned out to be completely inadequate, and absolutely did not give in to any persuasion to calm down, despite all the desperate attempts of the people around him to bring him to his senses and stop him. He rushed past the young and confused doctor, heading with all his fury straight towards the unsuspecting Master Pekan, who was his target. Then he threw his involuntary friend down on the bed with all his might, so that he would no longer interfere with him in carrying out his insidious plans, and he could not interfere with him. Despite all his persistent requests to calm down immediately, the situation only continued to rapidly escalate. Yarun touched the guy's hand, and it immediately stopped moving. So powerful was his demonic energy. Master Pekan was in a state of complete and uncontrollable battle excitement. He was capable of crushing everything around him, and everyone present in the room felt an incredibly huge demonic energy emanating from him. This was the powerful energy of that very heavenly Death Star, and Master Peak suddenly realized that the boy at that time was still too young to fully understand it, but now everything was crystal clear to him. The heavenly demon stopped abruptly as soon as he heard these words, and then the master sternly asked why this boy even tried to heal this dangerous and uncontrollable brat who was so dangerous. When he looked closely at his stern master, he realized with horror that he did not even consider him a full-fledged human being, but saw him only as a dangerous monster. The young master calmly replied to his respected mentor that although this boy was indeed born under the deadly star of heaven, he was still worthy of respect, and Master Peak was unsure whether the words herbivorous wolf, which sounded so absurd in this context, had any meaning at all. After all, the true meaning of life for all those born under the protection of the deadly star of heaven was to kill as many living beings around them as possible. The boy stood right in front of them, filled to the brim with dark demonic energy, even here, within the walls of their peaceful and calm clinic, which posed a serious threat to everyone. He was born under an ominous star that constantly pursues and mercilessly kills everyone in its path, even if they were innocent and defenseless children who were unable to resist. The situation had become so complicated and had gone so far that young Master He bitterly realized that he, unfortunately, could no longer handle all of this alone. The heavenly demon was in a state of uncontrollable rage, and the bloodlust was clearly felt in the air, and Master Peak, like a bright ray of divine justice, was eager to destroy this evil as soon as possible. The girl named Yam watched all this closely, acutely feeling the impending danger, and could not understand at all what they all should do now in this critical situation. The master struck her hard on the arm with his elegant fan and commanded her to immediately tell this impudent rascal everything he had just told her. He ordered her to immediately tell him to take his dirty and bloody hands off his beloved student right now, please, as his patience was running out. It became quite obvious that both the heavenly demon and the powerful Master Peak were only holding back their rage for the sake of young He, whom they both respected and valued greatly. The devoted student, unwittingly caught between two fires, was well aware that both of them needed to be calmed down as soon as possible before the whole situation got completely out of control. Yaren held his doctor friend's hand tightly, but the latter tearfully begged him to let him go immediately, as he was afraid that he might be hurt in this unequal fight. In his mad rage, Yarun could not understand why his friend the doctor was listening to this stranger and not to him, because he considered himself to be right. Master Peak could have easily destroyed this impudent and uncontrollable brat, without a doubt, but he held back his anger only for the sake of his beloved student, whom he did not want to upset. The heavenly demon wondered out loud that perhaps this mysterious Pinyong was the very same true master that he had heard so many legends and rumors about, but had never seen. Harun approached the young doctor and insistently invited him to join their powerful clan, promising him very good conditions, in which he would not even have to accept the blood parasite. This unexpected proposal sounded rather abrupt and even a little rude to young He, who had not at all expected such a turn of events, and was somewhat taken aback by it. For a brief moment, the young man seriously wondered what role this mysterious man, Harun, played in their powerful clan. Perhaps he had recently been promoted, but the novel itself did not give any clear or precise explanation on this matter. Hearing these words spoken by his disciple, Master Beck unexpectedly began to emit an incredibly powerful and calming aura of all-consuming peace and universal tranquility that enveloped everything around them. However, he still decided to calmly and thoroughly explain to the heavenly demon that if he did not know or did not understand something, he should listen much more carefully to his words and instructions. After all, everyone knew that divine Dr. Marima was so powerful and influential that even compared to most of the other clan heads, he stood out in terms of his incredible ferocity and strength. Yarun clearly felt this incredible and all-consuming power emanating from Master Peak, and involuntarily compared it with the power of other masters and powerful magicians known to him, who seemed much weaker to him. He also suddenly remembered that Master Peak, as mentioned earlier in their conversations, was also a very famous and skilled demonic archer whose skill was unmatched. The young man again vividly recalled those very words when they once discussed his incredible skill and abilities, which were comparable to the skill of the most experienced and accurate archer, who knew no misses. This divine healer was truly a very gifted man, and almost always illuminated everyone around him with his constant and warm smile, which hid his true nature and thoughts from outsiders. However, in reality, he carefully concealed his true and rather stern nature, which now, at this tense moment, unexpectedly came to the surface, and absolutely everyone present immediately felt it. Only when he was alone with his devoted disciple did this great master dare to show his true face, behaving completely differently than he usually did in public, which was very unusual. Chung-hee knew for certain that Master Baek was definitely carefully hiding something from everyone regarding the dark past of the powerful Jagar clan, and even in the ancient manuscripts, there were no details about what happened to him then. However, the undeniable fact that all the elders of this ancient and powerful clan openly feared him and his wrath was an absolute and incontrovertible truth, known to only a few initiates. It was indeed very difficult to imagine where exactly that thin and invisible line lay between just revenge for the evil done and the simple, blind destruction that was caused by uncontrollable rage. Chung-gi, with all his might, tried to carefully free his hand from this unexpectedly strong and almost steely embrace of his fierce and enraged friend, who did not want to let him go for a moment. He gently but firmly told Yarun that he was completely wrong in his judgments, and that his respected master was in fact not at all what he seemed to him at first glance. But it was quite obvious to everyone that this great master had far more human blood on his hands than even the most bloodthirsty demonic creature, and he himself was well aware of this. The girl watched this tense performance with horror, acutely feeling the mortal danger hanging in the air, and was so shocked and frightened by everything that was happening that she could do absolutely nothing. Master Peak warned Yarun very sternly that this was his very last warning, and commanded him to immediately remove his hands from his beloved disciple because the heavenly Death Star had already completely devoured his soul, and how dare he open his mouth at all. But if Master Peak really intended to enter into an open confrontation with him, then he should have already done something about it, and not just stand there and menacingly shake the air with empty threats. The situation had already completely and irrevocably gotten out of control, and if a real fight were to break out between them now, it would, without a doubt, be fatal for all participants. The powerful and all-pervasive energy of the young master began to quickly and noticeably fill the entire space around them, creating an almost unbearable tension and a premonition of trouble for everyone present. He tried his best to desperately suppress this unwanted and extremely dangerous conflict with his incredible inner strength, but it turned out to be a very difficult task even for him. He couldn't quite understand why this stubborn heavenly demon still didn't want to let go of his hand, despite all his persuasion and requests for him to come to his senses and stop doing this. The young man suddenly felt a strong tightness in his chest, and some completely inexplicable and powerful force began to act on him, so the young master decided to shout loudly to his teacher that the situation was actually not as bad as it might seem. He tried to convince his mentor that although this member of the demonic sect was indeed a powerful mage, he was not actually as bad and hopeless a person as he thought. Even if the dreaded heavenly Death Star had truly once completely devoured his soul and mind, he had always desperately fought against its evil influence on the side of the previous clan leader, which was worthy of respect. The guy had already managed to send a detailed treatment plan for this patient to the main hospital of their order, and it was quite possible that Master Peak had already managed to familiarize himself with it and approve of his actions. Although the overall atmosphere in the room still seemed very tense and explosive, these unexpected words from his disciple made the stern master stop for a while and think about what he had heard. He slowly turned to Yai Harun, who was already quite fed up with all this ridiculous and arrogant speech of his, saying that if he was going to continue to talk such nonsense, then at least he should have a little conscience. Because this was his teacher, he was like heaven to him, and he dared to talk to him like that, to such a respected and wise man. Looking intently at his friend Yarun unexpectedly felt a sharp and piercing pain in his long-suffering soul, caused by the words and behavior of his mentor, whom he respected. Young master. He calmly continued his thought. saying that he would be able to cure this restless rascal Yaren only thanks to the unique skills and knowledge that he had once received from his wise teacher. And it was for this very good reason that they all had to immediately stop this senseless and dangerous conflict, which could lead to the most tragic and irreversible consequences for all participants. And all that was left was to be sincerely surprised and perplexed as to why this restless Yaren always caused so many different problems and troubles that other people had to solve, spending their energy on it. He gently suggested that they all finally stop shouting at each other so loudly and try to calmly and constructively agree on everything, finding a compromise solution that suits all parties to the conflict. Yaren let go of young Dr. He's hand rather abruptly and unexpectedly for everyone, and the tension in the room immediately eased a little, although the situation was still quite explosive and unstable. The insidious demon star still continued to possess his mind and soul, but he tried his best to at least come to his senses a little and regain control over his actions and emotions. Our brave hero looked closely at his bitten hands and felt with bitterness that Yaren had almost broken them with his steel vice, although it was good that he had ultimately listened to his words. Staring at the stern Master Peak, Yun was almost certain that this guy would be able to solve all the problems that had arisen without his direct intervention, since he was very smart. If he really insisted on his decision, the powerful heavenly demon would undoubtedly end up agreeing with him, as he respected his opinion and trusted him. Master Peak watched this whole scene unfolding before his eyes silently and very attentively, without uttering a single word, but his gaze was very expressive and heavy. The boy diligently rubbed his bruised and reddened hands, trying in this simple way to quickly get rid of the unpleasant bruises and pain that caused him discomfort and inconvenience. All this happened only because of the incredible kindness and soft-heartedness of this young man, as if the eternal good and evil had come together in a fierce and irreconcilable battle. But the boy still managed to stop this dangerous conflict. Master Peak turned to Lady Wang, expressing his deep respect for her brave and selfless act, adding that if the demonic archer knew about it, he would not let it go so easily. He could see very well that the situation was getting worse and worse with each passing minute, since the angry master was still furious, and how could he now cope with his shame and not break down completely? The master generously allowed them all to leave the place safely, promising that he would discuss all the details of what had happened a little later, when passions had died down a little and everyone had calmed down. And young Jen gratefully expressed her gratitude to him, briefly answering, "Yes, esteemed master," for she was very glad of this outcome and the opportunity to avoid further trouble. He could clearly see from her face and demeanor that she was very upset and depressed by everything that had happened, and her heart was full of sadness and anxiety for the future of their relationship. And all this happened only because of the fault of the young and inexperienced Dr. He, who, due to his carelessness, completely failed to notice this important and decisive moment in time, missing it. The girl looked back at her friend Chungi with alarm, suddenly realizing that if she left him here alone now, the boy would definitely be in serious danger. Mortally tired of all these endless and pointless arguments, she decided to simply leave silently, mentally wishing him luck and patience in this difficult and confusing situation in which he found himself. Thus, the master was left completely alone with these two dangerous scoundrels, and now he had to deal with all the problems that had arisen and the consequences of their actions on his own. The master's incredible energy and unbridled fury completely filled the entire room, and the powerful heavenly star stood next to him, also filling the entire surrounding space with its ominous demonic energy, creating an oppressive atmosphere. Master Peak's devoted disciple, staring straight into his stern eyes, desperately tried to explain to him as clearly as possible everything that was actually happening between them at this moment in time. But how could he not make things even worse than they already were, and complicate an already extremely confusing and tense situation even more with his careless words or actions? Chin politely asked his respected teacher to give him some time so that he could correct everything and explain to him everything that had happened verbatim and in great detail, without hiding anything. The next day, they all had to get to work immediately, and once all the necessary ingredients and components were finally collected together, they could begin their important research. The young and talented doctor was at the moment busy carefully preparing some of the very important and rare potions that were absolutely necessary for him to carry out his scientific experiments. After yesterday's turbulent events, he was almost going crazy from overexertion, constantly wondering why these two guys were in such a strange and confusing relationship, because in the novel, they acted like the main character and the character who saved him. Yarun had long since stopped paying any attention to his own feelings and experiences, since he considered them insignificant and unimportant in the current situation, which required decisive action. His wise teacher, unfortunately, could not have any significant influence on his future life and destiny, because he died tragically in the first half of this exciting and intriguing story. Their characters were diametrically opposed and completely incompatible, and this circumstance greatly influenced the further development of the entire script and the fate of the main characters of this drama. After he brewed some aromatic and invigorating tea, the guy firmly decided that it was finally time to try to somehow improve the tense situation that had developed between them. Having carefully brewed the healing tea, he carefully brought it to the sick man, all the while thinking about how he could save his beloved teacher and how to make sure that Yar-Yun had fewer enemies and could live in peace. Yarun sat silently at the table, and it was clear from his face that he was not very happy about the fact that his stern teacher was sitting right in front of him, creating a tense atmosphere. Master Peak sat quietly opposite him, while his devoted disciple, Mr. He, carefully poured fragrant tea into his elegant cup, observing all the rules of etiquette and respect for his elder. Neither of them was particularly happy about this unexpected and somewhat tense meeting, but it had to be held in order to resolve the important and urgent issues that had accumulated between them. Chin carefully poured tea into everyone's cups and began the conversation cautiously, since they had to discuss very important and serious issues that required immediate solutions and coordination of positions. He explained in great detail to his friend Yarun how important and truly great his teacher was in his life, who had a huge influence on him. And he also emphasized to his respected teacher how much control Yarun had over himself and his emotions, and that they were essentially like brothers to him. And he also mentioned the luxurious bracelet that Yar-Yun had given him. The teacher, listening attentively to all this, could not contain his stormy emotions and forcefully put the cup of tea, which was filled to the brim with his powerful and indomitable energy, on the table. He imperiously asked his loyal disciple to immediately stop protecting this heavenly demon and to simply call it from now on, expressing his utmost disdain for this being. The heavenly demon did not expect at all that his new acquaintance, the teacher, would turn out to be such an important and significant person in his future life and destiny, and this greatly surprised and puzzled him. The incredible stubbornness of these two strong personalities was literally felt in the air. They could not give in to each other in anything, but they were firmly united by their common friendship with the young Chin. After this long and emotional story, the expression on the stern teacher's face noticeably softened. He relaxed and calmed down a little, because he had already restrained his stormy emotions twice during this time. He had never heard of, much less seen, people who were possessed by the heavenly Death Star perform such noble and selfless deeds for the sake of other beings. He looked closely at Yarun, and all this seemed rather strange and unusual to him, since it did not at all correspond to his previous ideas about these creatures. The master had already told his devoted disciple many times, and was ready to repeat it again, that he was the most important and significant person in this world for him. In the old days, he would have immediately killed this unworthy and dangerous creature without the slightest hesitation or compromise, and their conversation would never have even begun. Hearing these extremely insulting and humiliating words directed at him, the enraged heavenly demon slammed his fist on the table with incredible force, expressing his extreme indignation and resentment. The boy made every effort to restrain his rising anger and not do something stupid that he would later deeply regret. But if his wise teacher saw that they truly considered each other as sworn brothers, he might not be able to just go and kill this heavenly demon who was bound by the bonds of friendship. This circumstance somewhat eased the internal tension for the young and inexperienced doctor. Although it was still very difficult for him, he now firmly knew that the teacher would not kill his friend. However, if this restless rascal were to injure him or any of the people in their peaceful clinic even slightly, Master Peak would, without a doubt, carry out his terrible threat. They looked straight into each other's eyes, and a heavy, oppressive tension hung in the air, which could literally be cut with a knife. It was so dense and palpable. He tried his best to reassure everyone present that this would never happen, and that everything would be fine in the end, and they had nothing to worry about. Given the difficult and ambiguous situation that had arisen, the wise teacher ultimately decided to believe what his student and this strange young man had just told him. However, of course, he was going to conduct his own and very thorough investigation of everything that had happened, no matter what, in order to get to the bottom of the real truth. After all, the almighty Master Peak had his own loyal friends and informants even in the powerful mage clan, who could help him in this difficult matter and provide information. His devoted student had long ago guessed that his mentor was a very sociable and influential person, and also had numerous acquaintances even among the mages, which was quite unexpected. After these words were spoken, the teacher turned abruptly and quickly left the room without saying another word, leaving everyone somewhat bewildered and confused by his behavior. As he swung his long hair dramatically, he thought with confidence that it was absolutely clear that he would definitely get to the very heart of the truth, no matter what it cost him. Yarun was left alone with young Chin, breathing a sigh of relief, because this tense and dangerous situation had somehow miraculously finally resolved itself, to everyone's joy. Just a few days after these turbulent events, a very important and very significant event occurred in the peaceful and quiet clinic, which affected many of its inhabitants. All this rather long time, the young and caring Jun-hee diligently helped his friend Yarun to fully restore his lost health and strength after severe injuries and trials, and the wise and prudent Master Beck constantly and very carefully watched both of them to be completely sure that nothing bad or unexpected would happen between them again. We returned again to the cozy room of Oriental medicine, where the young and talented master was currently animatedly discussing the current situation with the charming and intelligent Madame Yon, who was listening to him attentively. She thanked this young man heartily for helping her master and Yaharun finally end this meaningless feud, and he noted that her father should have scolded her this morning, but it seemed like everything went well. She recalled that morning with a shudder, and jokingly told the boy to shut up and be quiet immediately, because this was the most real and terrible nightmare that she had ever experienced. The young man responded with a cheerful joke that if it weren't for him in her difficult and eventful life, they would have nothing at all, and everything would be much worse. Mrs. Yen reproachfully said that she was always meddling where she had no business, and asked curiously why he always thought so badly of himself. She had told him this several times before and was ready to say it again, that he was a very important and significant person to her in this huge and complex world, and his wise mentor was happy, his faithful friend was next to him, and what else could one wish for complete happiness, frankly speaking, because the young master saved the head of Kian, and everything was just perfect. The young and modest master suddenly caught himself thinking that everything that had happened was his fault alone, and he alone bore responsibility for all the events that had taken place and their consequences. Not all fathers in this world are capable of such selfless and noble deeds as her own father, because he saved Miss Yen, and she really thinks of him as a wonderful father. But she also knows very well how hard it really is to have daughters who constantly manage to get into all sorts of trouble and mischief, causing their parents a lot of trouble and worry. And even when some serious trouble happens, you must always act step by step, consistently and thoughtfully. And then over time, everything will definitely get better, because even the Jade Emperor himself could not solve all the problems at once. The young and thoughtful master still remained in place, immersed in his deep thoughts about the difficult situation that had arisen and how best he should proceed. Miss Yen tried her best to cheer him up during this difficult time, urging him to always keep his head held high and to be truly proud of himself and his achievements. Having said this, she added regretfully that it was time for her to go, because her strict father had ordered her to practice diligently, and she had to study until sunset. She quickly ran away to complete all her training exercises before evening, and not to upset her strict but fair father, who demanded a lot from her. The young master sincerely wished her luck in her training, and was very grateful to her for her warm and encouraging words. Although things were not at all like in the original work, he was glad that his friends were alive. When the caring doctor finally returned to his patient Yarun, he carefully checked his pulse and was pleased to inform him that he had almost completely recovered and could now safely go home. Yarun overheard his friend and healer casually mention something about some mysterious blood parasite, which seriously alarmed and interested him at the same time. When a person first joined the ranks of the powerful order of Magi, a special substance called goo was injected under his skin, which was well known for its strong poisonous properties and could control the host. The young doctor confidently assured him that everything was now perfectly fine, as the dangerous goo substance had been successfully removed from his body, but he urged him not to tell others about this, lest they think that it was some kind of reckless act on his part. He firmly assured Yarun that he would be fine, because not only had he completely healed all of his many wounds, but he had also managed to pull the dangerous parasite out through his stomach and then destroy it. Yarun completely trusted his faithful friend and savior, because he firmly promised him that if necessary, he would heal him again, no matter what it cost him, and he would keep his word. However, the young and prudent master sternly told him that he had to carefully hide the fact that this dangerous parasite was no longer in his body, so as not to arouse suspicion. Even if his closest associates persistently asked him about it, he was under no circumstances to tell them anything, not even his wise teacher or anyone else in the world, keeping it a secret. Even though the insidious parasite had disappeared from his body, and Ye Har-yun could now completely control himself, he still felt very strange and unfamiliar in this new state. Every time he talked to this young and insightful master, he had a strange feeling that he was actually talking to a real seer who knew everything in advance. He finally had to realize that he was actually a very cautious and prudent person, and he could not, in principle, just go and burn out in order to expose himself to others. Although the difference between a simple observer, a wise advisor, and a powerful ruler may seem completely insignificant at first glance, Yai Harun had developed superior instincts throughout his life that made him similar to the protagonist. And although he was sometimes called a rather unusual and strange teenager, he himself constantly had the feeling that he was actually driven by pure and primordial evil, hidden deep inside. This frightening circumstance partly greatly frightened and alarmed the young and inexperienced doctor, who did not know what to expect from such a patient and how to behave with him in the future. In this difficult and ambiguous situation, Yarian stood right in front of him, but the boy, to his great regret, could not help him in any way, despite all his desire and efforts. Yarun suddenly offered the boy to return with him to the main and well-fortified complex of their order, where they could be safer and receive the necessary support. However, knowing full well that this very complex was located on the territory of a hostile clan of magicians, they should have very carefully and thoroughly thought out this risky and potentially dangerous step before taking it. Although the powerful heavenly demon did have some influence and connections there, they could not ignore the enormous power and authority of that master who was watching them very closely and closely. Yaran confidently assured the young and worried doctor that he would be completely fine, because in the clan of mages, doctors were always treated with great respect, and he would personally look after him. He curiously inquired as to what position exactly the heavenly demon held in the complex hierarchy of the Magi organization, and as far as he knew, he wasn't even a junior leader in their clan yet. The heavenly demon didn't see any particular problem with this at all. He was confident that he would first become a junior leader, and then, over time, he would be able to lead their entire powerful clan. These words sounded very confident, and even a little arrogant, and Yarun firmly decided for himself that he would definitely achieve the high position of head of their organization, no matter what it cost him. He felt an unshakable confidence in his words, because his friend Yarden spoke about it so easily and casually, as if he were simply choosing what to eat for dinner that day. After a short but very intense reflection, which took him only a few minutes, our brave hero still firmly refused this offer. He decided that he would not go there. When asked about the reason for such an unexpected refusal, the boy did not immediately find what to answer, but Yarun himself assumed that it was all because of his strict and demanding master. He looked away guiltily, for he could not allow his esteemed master to be treated with any disrespect, or insulted in his presence. But still, if the circumstances had developed in such a way that he could not influence the current situation in any way, then what would have happened, and how would he have acted? Quite unexpectedly, the heavenly demon came up with a very risky and even crazy idea that could radically change everything but was associated with a huge risk for everyone. The heavenly demon cautiously suggested that his loyal friend He might have followed him if his respected and beloved master had died tragically under any circumstances. The young and insightful doctor knew his restless friend very well, and immediately realized that this was exactly what he had in mind, since he had no other acceptable options in his head. He told him very firmly and decisively that if his beloved teacher died, then he himself would die with him, since he could not live without him in this world. These were rather harsh and even cruel words, but how else could he convey this important message to him so that he would finally understand the seriousness of his intentions? The heavenly demon only calmly asked him in response what he would do if he, the heavenly demon, died first, beating his teacher to this sad matter. All these long and rather tense conversations did not lead them to the desired result and mutual understanding. But the young doctor finally understood one very important thing for himself. Yarun, without any doubt, would have acted exactly the same way as he himself had once acted in a similar situation. He would have killed his insidious killer without hesitation, avenging his death. And the young and determined doctor, without a shadow of a doubt, would have acted in exactly the same way if someone had dared to cause harm to his loved ones or to himself, without thinking about the consequences. And it didn't matter at all whether it was some kind of disembodied ghost or an ordinary living person. This death in any case would be extremely cruel and painful, so much so that the killer would regret that he ever lived in this world. Moreover, Yarun would even try to resurrect his deceased friend He at any cost, and by any means available to him, stopping at nothing for the sake of this goal and friendship. All these words he uttered sounded like a manifestation of absolutely incredible and boundless devotion of one close friend towards another, demonstrating the depth of their connection and willingness to sacrifice themselves for the sake of a comrade, which was very touching. After this, the thoughtful doctor slowly turned away from his friend Yarun and firmly said that he, if necessary, would not hesitate to do the same, protecting him from any danger. It was as if the boy was trying his best to distance himself as much as possible from him and his influence, avoiding further intimacy and maintaining a certain detachment. Yarun was about to leave and said goodbye to his friend that if he suddenly died, then his strict teacher named Peak would be solely to blame for all this. He retorted that it was all complete nonsense, since his teacher was merely suffering from the curse of the heavenly star. And after joining the mage clan, he began to think completely differently, and Yarun only added that he was very envious of Master Peak, since he had such a loyal and cool disciple. This statement even angered our hero a little, because he was already quite tired of constantly hearing such blatant ignorance and prejudice from his stubborn and short-sighted friend who did not understand the essence. However, for Yarun himself, the opinion of his young master Hai was of absolutely no importance. He was sure that he would come to him in the main building of their order in any case. And although all these loud words sounded like another portion of meaningless nonsense, the heavenly demon himself was unshakably confident in his rightness, and that everything would be exactly as he said. This drawn-out and rather meaningless conversation had clearly reached a dead end, and he was already quite tired of all these empty and meaningless words that did not lead to any result. Yarun already felt completely healthy and full of strength, so he decisively declared that he would leave that very night, and then, in his opinion, everything around would finally calm down and return to normal. Hearing such rather harsh and offensive words that were addressed directly to him, and clearly realizing that it was not a joke at all, the powerful heavenly demon became extremely angry and furious. He would have liked very much to stay here for a few more days to recuperate, but the fellow had already done his duty as a doctor and had no particular desire to continue this protracted tug-of-war. He gently but firmly reminded his impatient friend that there was only one acceptable and safe way out of the current situation for him, and there were simply no other options. If the main and safest road is blocked for any reason, he will no doubt have to use his fists and brute force to force his way through. These unexpected and rather bold words came as a complete and utter surprise to Yarun, since he had never expected to hear anything like this from his usually reserved friend. He gave him only one single but very important piece of advice, which he had to remember and always follow in order to avoid serious troubles in the future. Yarun fell silent for a moment and became lost in his thoughts, which was extremely rare and uncharacteristic behavior for him, since he was usually very talkative and impulsive. He told him in a serious tone that he should never, under any circumstances, remove this mysterious and powerful bracelet that protected him. In the depths of his mind, he understood very well that this was the fastest and most effective way for the heavenly demon to overcome all possible obstacles and dangers in his future. And Ekaron, unlike most ordinary and narrow-minded people, will remember all his words with absolute certainty, and for a long time, because he was gradually turning into a little boy who always listened to his high without question. Soon our famous and talented doctor was finally able to see Yarun off as he set off on his dangerous journey, and this was the moment of farewell between two close friends connected by fate. His clear and piercing eyes clearly indicated that he would live for at least another 1,000 years, so there was no need to worry too much about his future fate. The young man thought deeply for a moment. He even felt a little sorry to let his friend go on such a dangerous journey, but such was their difficult and unpredictable fate in this world. Suddenly, a stern master appeared behind him completely silently and calmly asked him how their farewell to the heavenly demon went and whether everything was okay. The guy turned around abruptly, not expecting to see his master at that moment, but he was very glad that he had managed to see off this deadly star so quickly and without any problems. This was exactly what he had been striving for so long and so persistently throughout all this time, and to tell the truth, Yarun turned out to be a pretty good and even decent guy in the end. But for the stern Master Peak, the very concept of a good Death Star was completely incomprehensible and absurd. He had never met anyone like his disciple in his long life, and he hoped that everything would be fine. However, in their difficult business, it was always very difficult to clearly determine whether a particular star brought good or evil, and Master Pick really did not like that Yarun was constantly hanging around his student. He thought that it could be dangerous. Master Peak had never even imagined that he, as a respected teacher, would have to put up with such unacceptable conditions just for the sake of his beloved and talented student. The boy only smiled slightly at his mentor in response, but deep in his heart, he was still very afraid of the wrath of his stern and unpredictable master, who could flare up. After this rather tense and emotional conversation with the restless heavenly demon, it was finally time for the serious and grueling training that the young man needed so much for his development. It was absolutely necessary for his capable disciple to become even stronger and more resilient, even if it meant something terrible and painful, because he would have to face the heavenly demon more than once. He once again firmly assured his respected master that his friend would never act treasonously towards him, but in the cruel world of Kong Hu, there was nothing real except the relationship between a master and a disciple. Children mercilessly killed their own parents, and siblings killed their own brothers in cold blood, so it was absolutely necessary for him to train hard and not be such a naive and gullible simpleton. It was the harsh and ugly truth of life, and another very important and instructive lesson from his wise master, and right behind them stood a black horse of incredible size. This horse was very large, perfectly healthy, and looked simply magnificent, his smooth coat glistening in the sun, and powerful muscles rolling beneath it with every movement. It was a generous and very expensive gift from Master Peak to his beloved and talented young master, which he accepted with great gratitude and some surprise at such generosity. It was indeed an incredibly expensive gift, but this horse was so huge and powerful that it seemed as if one could ride it straight to hell and back. From that very memorable day onwards, young Chayan He began a very hard and grueling training because his wise mentor had decided not to give him any slack after he had spared that deadly star. He even had to specially train to ride this huge horse, although at first he was frankly afraid to even just climb on it, not to mention a fast gallop. Apart from short breaks for food and sleep, the young and diligent Chayan He devoted all his free time to grueling training, honing his skills and fortitude. The lovely Miss Yun was walking with her mentor when she suddenly saw young Chin using his last strength to drag a huge boulder up the stairs, and it was a real miracle that he survived at all after such training. Although his wise and reserved mentor usually seemed to be completely calm and unperturbed, during training sessions he turned into a real and ruthless devil who knew no mercy. The guy worked very hard and diligently to transform his still young and rather fragile body into something absolutely incredible, strong and resilient, capable of withstanding any tests. The young and patient master stoically and meekly endured all these grueling and almost inhuman trainings in order to confidently move forward towards his cherished goal and reach new heights. Master Peak had been actively supporting and encouraging him all this time, while adding even more stress and difficulty to his already difficult training, testing his will. Both the diligent student himself and his wise and demanding mentor were very special people, and only God knew what exactly awaited them ahead and what they would be able to achieve. After long and incredibly grueling training that took all his strength, the result was not long in coming, and the three-strike technique that the young master had practiced thousands of times, he could now perform even with his eyes closed. Chong-yi was well aware of the importance of constantly improving his skills through practice, so he focused entirely on each martial arts technique he learned until he mastered it to the point of perfection. After receiving valuable advice from his mentor Pei, he immediately began intensive training with spears, skillfully combining elements of all 5 major elements of this world in his movements. These basic elements were fire, air, earth, water, and a completely new and incredibly powerful element, which turned out to be lightning, which carried with it enormous destructive power and speed. The strike was completed successfully, and it was the same legendary 6th strike, which was widely known as the lightning strike, and it had incredible speed and striking power. When the wise master handed over this special spear to his young disciple, he sternly warned him that it was called formidable and must be handled with great care and respect. The main feature of this weapon was that after that very lightning strike in Ho, this special spear received another, no less formidable name, the Spear of 10 Steps, which instilled terror. The boy was greatly surprised and somewhat puzzled by what he heard, but he still did not fully understand what exactly the whole point of this name and this unique technique of wielding a spear was. The teacher patiently explained to him that the 10-step spear technique was a very ancient and incredibly rare technique that had been mentioned earlier, and it forbade enemies from coming closer than 10 steps to the spear wielder. Usually martial artists use swords or their own fists in their fights, but if you look at the current state of affairs in the world, you will notice that there are almost no masters left who are able to skillfully use a spear. It was thanks to this unique and very effective technique of wielding a spear that one could easily defeat opponents armed with a sword or relying only on the strength of their fists in battle. Yarun also used his trusty sword quite often in battle, and he now had a certain choice, which was quite obvious to his insightful and wise teacher, who saw everything. From that very moment, the two of them began a thorough and diligent study of the complex and highly effective 10-step spear technique, which required complete dedication and concentration. Apart from Chin himself, no one else had ever progressed so quickly and successfully in this difficult art, yet this young man almost died during one of these dangerous training sessions. Suddenly, the wise master was in a state of deep shock, and his facial expression changed dramatically, reflecting pain and suffering that he could not hide from those around him. He suddenly and abruptly began to cough up blood, literally choking on his own secretions, which looked very scary and foreshadowed serious problems with his health and condition. The young master looked at his beloved teacher with horror and did not know at all how he should react to what was happening, because he was already on the very brink of death. A large amount of scarlet blood flowed continuously from his mouth. The master held his hand tightly, and it was quite obvious that he was feeling very bad and needed help. The young and worried doctor immediately ran up to him, desperately trying to somehow help his mentor, but the situation became even more tense and critical than before. The master called out in a weak voice to his faithful servant named Yo to help him in this trouble, and upon seeing this terrible scene, the faithful Yo could not contain his strong emotions. He clearly saw that his respected master was lying limply on the ground and was completely unable to rise to his feet on his own. His strength was running out, and he needed immediate help. The blood continued to flow profusely from his mouth, and he coughed harder and harder, spewing out more and more portions of scarlet blood, which was a very bad sign. He was taken very quickly and carefully to the nearest hospital, and something had to be done urgently to save his life, since every minute counted, and delay was like death. The current situation looked simply terrible and almost hopeless, and this guy now had to find some acceptable solution to this most difficult problem, on which the life of his teacher depended, alone. With each passing day, the health of his beloved teacher steadily and rapidly deteriorated, despite all the efforts made and the methods of treatment used, which were ineffective. Although he lived on this earth for much longer than was indicated in the original novel, his physical condition steadily and systematically worsened with each passing day, bringing his end closer. Intensive treatment with strong antibiotics and heat, as well as active use of the healing energy of fire, all this, unfortunately, did not give the desired and expected positive effect. All this turned out to be completely insufficient for his recovery. And then this guy began to seriously think about developing a new, more effective plan of action to save his mentor. He shared his thoughts and ideas in detail with Yuka, but Yuka considered it all to be complete and utter nonsense, not worthy of any attention or consideration, which was a mistake. But what exactly could he really explain to him if he himself did not fully understand anything in this difficult situation, because the teacher urgently needed a special pill of the 5 elements? Although Yua had understood perfectly well from the very first time why he needed this rare 5 elements pill so much, he still didn't understand why he needed it. But this was the only known remedy that could truly help his esteemed master in this critical situation. Although Yo sincerely believed that this pill only helped with paralysis or nausea, he thought it was unnecessary. However, he was also well aware of the fact that all the other medicines and potions they had in their arsenal, unfortunately, would no longer be able to change anything for the better. In Yu's opinion, it was still much better than doing nothing at all, and so they should try to treat him with what they had on hand at the moment. He even began to seriously think that this young and cunning doctor might be planning to use this rare and valuable medicine for some of his own selfish purposes. Suddenly, a very strong and tangible energy began to emanate from the angry Zua, and it immediately became absolutely clear to everyone that he was very angry and ready for decisive action. But what was this mysterious and ominous shadow that so suddenly appeared right under him at the very moment when he began to get so angry and lose his temper? The young and insightful master had seen this strange and frightening shadow before, and now he was anxiously wondering what they were all going to do in this difficult situation. An ominous shadow began to slowly and inexorably emerge from Yo's body, and he himself began to look more and more like some kind of terrible demonic creature, which was gradually filled with dark and destructive power. The guy calmly but firmly asked him to calm down immediately and try not to show his weakness and vulnerability in the face of danger, as this could have bad consequences. This nervous and aggressive approach to resolving the current situation was completely inappropriate and even dangerous, and if he continued in the same spirit, it would not help him in any way. The tension between the two of them grew more and more with each passing second, and then this guy was forced to activate his powerful inner chakra to be ready for anything. However, after a short time, he still managed to come to his senses and take control of his emotions, and then his seething energy gradually dissolved into the surrounding space. After that, they both looked at each other carefully, simultaneously realizing that this was too much, and they almost crossed a dangerous line in their emotions and actions. Yua was the first to confirm that it was indeed too much, and that it was a big mistake on his part to use this valuable medicine so senselessly and recklessly without any particular need. However, the young and insightful owner suddenly realized that this stupid and narrow-minded Yo actually wanted to kill him because of some old and long-forgotten grievances. He calmly told Yo to use the very medicine that he had specially prepared in advance for their mutual friend Pekin, since he needed it now more than anything in the world. He himself, meanwhile, will spend his precious time trying to find something even better and more effective for treating his mentor and friend. Zua sincerely apologized to him for having so carelessly crossed the line of what was permitted, and he was very ashamed of his unworthy and impulsive behavior in this situation. He firmly promised to immediately consult with their common master and provide whatever was needed at the moment, as well as give this guy what he wanted so badly. This boy absolutely needed to get into the vault as soon as possible, into its deepest and most guarded part, where secret and very ancient books were hidden, and he had already received permission from the teacher, so there should be no problems. The teacher ordered him to study most carefully all those unique techniques that were described in detail in the ancient books from this repository, access to which only the highest officials had, and he, as a junior officer, now also had access to them. Faithful Yo had to prepare everything necessary so that the young master could work freely and calmly in the storage without being distracted by anything extraneous. And finally this guy got his way, and although Zuo was inferior to him in some matters, it was very important to be able to take advantage of this unique opportunity and maintain normal relations with him. Zuo curiously asked the boy when exactly he was going to go there and try to find the legendary 10,000-year-old and 10-year-old Hera techniques that were so important to them. He calmly answered him that he would return there immediately after finishing his next training session, but added that his wise teacher should not have known about this under any circumstances. Yua understood perfectly well that this boy could very well be hiding this important information from him, but he could not understand why he told him about it at all. The young and insightful master assumed that he had two weighty and rather convincing reasons for this, which he explained to his interlocutor for better understanding. Firstly, if he hadn't told him about it in advance, then Yo might never have given their mutual teacher that very life-saving and very rare medicine that he so needed. The second reason was even more interesting and unexpected. He sincerely believed that the life of his beloved and respected mentor was much more important to him than his own. The young and selfless master was ready to do absolutely anything to save his beloved and wise teacher from imminent death, sparing no effort or means to do so. And although Yo behaved in a completely unacceptable and even defiant manner in this difficult situation, he still continued to constantly think about some other, extraneous things that were not related to what was happening. Even as he was about to leave the room, he still offered his friend to accompany him on this dangerous journey, but Yo politely but firmly refused his help. In order to successfully find the legendary 10,000-year-old Vari, people who had perfect knowledge of all the techniques of the 5 basic elements were absolutely necessary, and anyone who followed them would only get in the way. He had to kill this bloodless and very dangerous creature without causing any harm to those around him, then carefully save all of its fiery energy and carefully transfer it to a special clay vessel. Yo understood all his subtle hints perfectly and completely agreed with his point of view on this matter, firmly promising that the 5 elements pill would be ready by tomorrow morning. The boy, in turn, firmly promised him that he would definitely return by noon the next day, and now he immediately went to his next training session so as not to waste time. He was absolutely confident that he would be able to successfully cope with this difficult and dangerous situation, despite all the existing difficulties and obstacles that stood in his way. The powerful Seagull family is renowned for its many talented students, whose unrivaled fighting skills have become legendary, making them one of the most powerful and influential families in all of Merim. At the very center of all the carefully guarded secrets of this ancient family is their unique library, which can rightfully be called the true heart of the Seagull clan, where all of their priceless combat knowledge and secret techniques are collected. And now, finally, that same legendary and mysterious library, about which he had heard so much only in ancient stories and legends, appeared before his astonished eyes in all its grandeur and splendor. Faithful Yo confidently led him deeper and deeper into the very heart of this huge library, and their steps echoed loudly in the ringing silence of this spacious and majestic hall full of secrets. On either side of them stretched endless rows of tall shelves, which were filled to capacity with ancient and very valuable books, and each of them kept its own unique story. He slowly walked up to one of these numerous shelves and began to examine the books stored there very carefully and thoroughly, trying to remember their exact number and location on the shelves. He had finally received the long-awaited access to the most forbidden and carefully guarded parts of this unique library, but the place where he was eventually brought looked surprisingly quite open and accessible. He was very surprised as to why they had been brought to this particular public part of the library, so he asked Zuo directly what all this meant and what was really going on here. Zuo answered him quite calmly and imperturbably that true knowledge can be found anywhere, but it is not always in that very correct and obvious place. Although he understood perfectly well that complaining in this situation was completely useless, since it might not please Zuo, he really didn't like all this, but he still decided to remain silent. He carefully extended his hand towards one of those very books that he had been searching for so long and persistently all this time, because he sincerely believed that it was in it that the key to everything was kept. Zuo had serious doubts about whether he really needed this particular book, and asked him directly about it, wanting to be completely sure that he had made the right choice. Qin took the book firmly in his hands and answered him very firmly that he would definitely and absolutely need it for the upcoming difficult and dangerous journey that awaited him. The method that was described in detail in this ancient book was called Narot Tagen, and it was a special technique of dodging by rolling on the ground, although it was not considered the best in Murim. After that, he carefully ran his hand over several other books that stood on the shelf, feeling the incredible antiquity emanating from them and the priceless knowledge that was stored in them. Suddenly his eyes widened in utter surprise, and he was completely unable to hide his amazement, because what he saw there exceeded all his wildest expectations. Joe sternly warned him that this particular book was only available to adult readers, and that its contents could be very dangerous for those who were not yet ready for it. "I have long been an adult in my soul," he told him very confidently and firmly, not allowing the slightest doubt to cloud his firm determination and desire for knowledge which he so craved. These words seemed quite serious and convincing to the red-haired man, and he immediately began to treat young He with great respect, as a real and fully grown man who knew his own worth. Now Zuo was finally ready to leave him here alone, giving him the space he needed to work alone and in solitude with the ancient manuscripts and books he had chosen. He again looked carefully through several books that interested him, still wondering which of them might prove most useful and valuable for his further research and plans. Finally, after much thought, he decisively pulled out two of the most important and valuable books, which, in his opinion, contained knowledge far more valuable than all other works on martial arts. Zuo was already beginning to gradually guess what exactly he had in mind, and why he had chosen these specific and very rare books from the entire vast variety of the library. After a short time, they were already standing in front of the entrance to a secret training center, which was located deep in a cave, reliably hidden from prying and curious eyes in the mountains. He strictly warned the red-haired man that he was going to train here, and insistently asked him to make sure that no one else could enter this cave while he was training there. Of course, Yo immediately assured him that he had absolutely nothing to worry about on that score, and firmly promised him not to let anyone near the place or interfere with him. Taking a few decisive steps forward, he began to confidently move deeper and deeper into the dark and mysterious cave, where, without a doubt, something completely special and unknown awaited him. The eerie and slightly oppressive atmosphere of this gloomy place made him swallow nervously, but he still continued to boldly move forward, courageously overcoming all his fears and doubts. As he moved further deeper, he felt more and more the piercing cold that reigned in this place, and finally realized that this cave was indeed a secret training center. Looking around carefully, he saw that this spacious cave had more than enough space for a full-fledged training session, and the location itself seemed simply perfect for his plans. Through a small crack in the stone, located directly above his head, a single ray of sunlight penetrated into the dark cave, very beautifully illuminating its gloomy and mysterious depths, creating a special atmosphere. Various combat weapons were neatly arranged along the walls of this cave, and there were also several training dummies, which created simply ideal conditions for conducting combat training and honing skills. The strangest and most unexpected thing was that in one of the corners of this cave he saw an ordinary bed, and the very possibility of resting here seemed to him completely unexpected and even unnecessary for a training place. Suddenly there was a loud and prolonged grinding sound, and he turned around sharply to see a huge stone boulder slowly moving to the side, revealing a completely new and unexplored passage in the wall. More and more bright sunlight fell on his face as that huge stone moved further and further to the side, opening the way for him into even more unknown and mysterious depths of this cave. At that particular moment, his only and main thought was that faithful Zuo would definitely take proper care of his beloved and respected teacher, while he himself would train hard here, in this secluded and hidden cave, gaining strength. After a short time, He was already sitting calmly in a deep meditative pose right under the warm rays of the gentle sun, which penetrated into the cave through a small hole in its high ceiling, filling him with energy. This mysterious and secret training center was rightfully considered the heart of all ancient legends of martial arts. It was a true and sacred place for those brave warriors who sincerely sought to become stronger and achieve perfection. It is here that the main character of this story could reach completely new and previously inaccessible heights of mastery, become significantly stronger and more resilient, and also reach a new, higher level of his unrivaled combat skills. In this sacred and secluded place, there was no room for any other outsiders or distractions, only diligent training, total concentration, and constant relentless improvement of one's fighting skills reigned. Each of his highly honed punches was perfected to complete and utter perfection over and over again, countless times, until the complex technique became an integral part of his own body. At first, he used a simple wooden stick instead of a real sword for his training, but when the time came, he did not hesitate to switch to using a real and deadly combat weapon, honing his skills. He had no time constraints at his disposal, and he could train calmly for as long as it took to fully and completely achieve the high goal set before him, without distraction. He gave it his all in every training session, fully aware of the fact that he had to train hard until the desired and visible result was achieved. Otherwise, all his efforts would be in vain. His powerful and well-developed muscles, as well as his overall physical development, played a very important role in successfully mastering the complex technique of the 5 elements, making him an even stronger and more resilient warrior. His chopping and strong hands needed additional and very hard training so that they could become even stronger, faster, and more accurate in the upcoming close combat with the enemy. He also trained his legs diligently. For this, he would lie on his back and forcefully push 2 huge stone blocks with his feet, which had a significant positive effect on the development of his physical strength. Chung-hee set himself a very important and ambitious goal, to become much stronger than he was before, and he continued his grueling training without allowing himself any weakness or indulgences. His main and most reliable weapon in this difficult struggle was his unshakable and firm belief in himself, as well as in his limitless abilities and hidden potential, which he sought to reveal. In order to continue such intense training, it was absolutely necessary to constantly accumulate vital energy, and for this purpose, the ancient Sale family used a special method of washing that effectively restored strength and energy. Moreover, this unique and time-tested method was so pleasant and relaxing that with its help one could not only fully restore lost strength, but also have a very good rest for the soul and body. During his long and very rigorous training, Chung-hee made a firm decision to not only greatly increase his physical strength and endurance, but also to master the complex techniques of the preliminary step and 10 spears. Despite the enormous distance that separated them, all his thoughts and emotions were constantly focused on the hospital and the necessary care for his beloved teacher, whom he was forced to leave there. He could repeat the same complex blow thousands of times in a row with incredible persistence, each time honing it more and more to complete and absolute perfection, bringing it to automatism. At the same time, his strong feelings and worries about the condition of his sick teacher never left his mind, even during the most intense and grueling training he did. With each subsequent meditation he performed, the powerful energy around him became stronger and denser, as if nature itself was actively supporting him in this difficult and important undertaking, giving him strength. He very often, and with some sadness, remembered that powerful demon archer with whom he once had to face in a mortal fight, and his image never disappeared from his memory. But even more often and with greater warmth, he thought about his beloved daughter, who also trained constantly and very diligently until her very last breath, striving for perfection. 3 long months of his endless and incredibly grueling training had flown by unnoticed, and this was the very last and decisive stage of his long and difficult path to gaining strength. And when he fell to the ground, completely exhausted, he clearly felt how life-giving energy was rapidly filling his entire body, and there was much more of it than ever before. His trained hands were now nothing like they were when he first came here. Now they had turned into strong and seasoned weapons capable of crushing enemies. Using the last remaining elixir of the 5 elements, he managed to go far beyond his normal consciousness, to the very place where this mysterious transformation of his body took place. The 5 special elemental pills, if taken correctly and in the right order, could easily replace 10 years of hard and grueling training, but due to their incredible power, they had to be taken one at a time, because if you ate them all at once, the body immediately begins to undergo irreversible and very dangerous changes. And this is exactly what happened to young Chung-hee, as the power of these pills began to mix with his internal energy, creating 5 different elements that caused his body to be simultaneously destroyed, restored, and strengthened. His white blood and powerful energy merged into a single seething stream, and at the very moment when he completely lost all sense of his own body, a black liquid burst out of him, as if releasing something dark that was lurking inside. It felt like the top layer of his skin was slowly peeling away from his body, adding even more discomfort to the already painful process of transformation. It was a real and complete metamorphosis of his entire body, a sensation so unusual and indescribable that it was simply impossible to describe it in any words. It was beyond comprehension. The bright rays of the cold moon were shining through a small hole located directly above his head, adding a mystical and mysterious atmosphere to everything that was happening to his transforming body at that moment. His clothes were completely torn to shreds and turned into pathetic rags that barely covered his changed and more muscular body, which he did not recognize. He suddenly felt something very strange and unusual in his hand, as if it had begun to gradually transform into something completely new and unknown, which he could not understand or explain. After this, his whole body seemed to him incredibly heavy and completely unyielding, as if it had suddenly turned into a cold and lifeless stone, devoid of any flexibility and mobility. Carefully running his hand over his head, he wondered with some surprise whether he had accidentally grown taller during this amazing and mysterious metamorphosis that had happened to him. His voice became noticeably lower and rougher, acquiring a deep and very sonorous, resonant timbre that he did not recognize at all, and which had not been typical of him before. He had, of course, heard before about people who went through similar bodily metamorphoses, but he could not even imagine that these changes would be so radical and dramatic. Now he looked and felt like a completely different person, as if he had been reborn into a completely new and unfamiliar body that he had to explore and accept. However, he was still not 100% sure that he fully understood how exactly this complex and mysterious process of metamorphosis worked, and what other surprises it contained. The only thing he knew for sure and certain was that metamorphosis unites the mind, heart, and body into a single and inseparable whole, making a person significantly stronger and more resilient. After undergoing this complex physical metamorphosis, his body acquired a simply ideal shape for martial arts, becoming incredibly flexible and strong, which greatly increased his fighting potential and capabilities. All unnecessary and harmful impurities completely disappeared from his renewed body, and he felt as if he had been born again, completely renewed, clean, and full of vitality. He suddenly realized that it was absolutely necessary for his wise mentor to also go through this difficult process in order to completely cleanse his veins of filth and become even stronger and more powerful. Slowly approaching a small pool of cool water, he carefully sat down on the bank and immersed his hands in the water, immediately feeling the pleasant coolness washing over his fingers and palms. Scooping up some water in his palms, he began to carefully wash his noticeably toned and stronger arm, feeling the strength building in his tense and defined muscles. He then carefully applied some cool water to his abs, which were now very well defined and hard, like real armor capable of withstanding a strong blow. However, he could not understand one very important point: why that very white blood, which according to ancient legend was always located in the very center of the shadow, suddenly flowed out. He could only guess that all that mysterious white blood had been somehow locked inside his body for a long time, and now it had finally been completely released. He still couldn't fully get used to his new and greatly changed body. It felt strange and alien, as if he didn't have complete control over it. He knew absolutely nothing about the origins of the guy whose body he now occupied. Neither his parents, nor his exact age, nor his place of birth, although he had previously thought that this guy was just a minor character who died at the very beginning of this story. But now it seemed to him that something completely different and much more significant awaited him. Perhaps fate itself was preparing a completely new and unexpected role for him in this complicated story. Chin was surprised to realize that he was now able to use the powers of wind and fire with ease, and this opened up truly limitless possibilities and prospects for further development. He didn't even have to make any special movements or efforts to do this, and so he decided to completely cleanse this damp cave of excess moisture, using only his increased spiritual power for this. Now he was able to kill his opponent with just the power of his thoughts. So great and indestructible had his inner power become after the amazing transformation of body and spirit that had happened to him. All he had to do was simply want it badly, and his incredible power would immediately fulfill any of his wishes without any visible effort on his part, obeying his will. Now, standing right in front of the calm water surface, he was absolutely confident that he would be able to easily catch that elusive carp, feeling that his increased strength and new skills would help him in this difficult task. With his eyes tightly closed and his mind fully focused on the task at hand, in just one short moment, Zhang had completed all of his necessary preparations, ready for the great test and challenge that lay ahead. The very middle of this small but deep pond was directly connected to a large bay, and it was here that Cheng-He planned to catch the legendary 10,000-year-old carp, which was a real myth among fishermen. The underwater currents in this place resembled a complex and tangled web, and if you suddenly lost the right path, you could easily die from a banal lack of air. But the power of the 5 elements and his bodily metamorphosis reliably protected him from any difficulties. He also had the foresight to bring along the same Suso Gigong he used during his very first training session, because feeding it to the fish would signal them to flee. Chin immediately set out on his dangerous quest into the dark and very confusing waters of this pond, where he would face numerous dangers and difficult trials on the way to his goal. Meanwhile, in a small and quiet village located near the Iran hospital, there was complete and almost ringing silence, as if everything around had frozen in anticipation of something very important. 4 unfamiliar men slowly approached the unsuspecting guards, and their strange and unusual appearance immediately attracted the close attention of the watchful guards at the gate. One of the guards was very scared when he saw one of them, and in a voice trembling with fear asked who he was and where he came from, disturbing their peace. He also asked with undisguised surprise and fear why this strange man was completely without any clothes, which frightened the poor guard even more, and it was Chin himself. After they introduced themselves to the guards, they could not believe that it was really him, and so they asked him to show his personal seal for final confirmation of his identity. Chin took out the very seal that he always carried with him just in case, but he could not use Bin's own seal, knowing full well that it would attract too much unnecessary attention and could greatly worry his sick teacher. Instead, he decided to show them the very same fake seal that he had made a long time ago in Kabanga, in order to avoid unnecessary and inconvenient questions from the meticulous guards. The guard carefully took the seal into his hands, and after examining it carefully, saw a strange inscription on it, "Heavenly Dog," which made everyone around him very wary and tense. The smaller and more insignificant a clan was, the easier it was to forge its official seal. But this joke of Sans seemed to have gone too far, and now things could go completely wrong. The guards quickly ordered these boys to get dressed immediately, as their rather strange and inappropriate appearance could arouse completely unnecessary suspicions and attract unnecessary attention from strangers. Chin was already inside the building and was closing the heavy door tightly behind him, fully prepared for new events and surprises that, no doubt, were already waiting for him inside this mysterious place. Inside, he was warmly greeted by some unknown man, Chin Ah, to whom Chang-He immediately turned for help, intuitively feeling that this visit was very important and significant for him at the moment. He politely asked him for some clothes, because after all his recent adventures and transformations, he needed something that would not attract too much unnecessary attention. The man only wanted to ask in a business-like manner whether Chang-He had any money on him, but he had no problem with that, and Chang-He confidently and calmly answered in the affirmative. The man kindly invited him to follow him, saying that he had something very interesting that he wanted to show him, and that he really had something to demonstrate to him. He noted with relief that he was glad that Chung-hee's face had remained relatively unscathed in his adventures, adding that it was always better to be simply robbed than killed or sickened with something terrible. Chung-hee only smiled slightly at him in response, silently agreeing that he was indeed very lucky in this difficult and rather dangerous situation in which he found himself completely by accident. After a short time, suitable clothes were already lying on the table, completely ready for Young-hee to calmly choose what suited him best in size and style. He very carefully and meticulously chose exactly what he liked best, and then quickly got dressed, fully prepared to confidently move forward with his carefully thought-out plan of action. He really liked this place, and the delicate hair ornaments he now wore shimmered beautifully in the light, adding a touch of mystery to his already mysterious image. Now his appearance was completely different and unrecognizable, but he still did not fully understand what exactly he should do next, and his further plan remained very vague. There was about a month's journey left until his main goal, which gave him some time to prepare, but it also made him very worried due to the complete uncertainty and unknown of the future. The whole problem was that the exact location of the legendary 10,000-year-old Koreas was described in detail only in ancient novels and legends, and no reliable facts on this matter simply existed. These sad thoughts and reflections led him to the only correct idea that he absolutely needed a reliable escort, that is, people who knew this place well and could help him. As he walked calmly down the street, he noticed with some surprise that the people around him were paying close attention to him, looking with undisguised admiration at his unusual and attractive appearance. The girls turned their heads to look at him and blushed uncontrollably from embarrassment when they saw him, completely unable to hide their sincere admiration, and suddenly flared up interest in him. There was a slight and mysterious smile on Chung-hee's face, and he knew very well what kind of impression he was making on everyone around him with his unusual and attractive appearance. His attractive appearance made girls want to follow him everywhere, and meanwhile he was seriously thinking about how best to ask the locals for help in his search. Now he was in the city of Kaban, where he planned to find those very people he needed, who could help him in his difficult and very important search for this legendary creature. He decided to cautiously approach one of the men who was sitting quietly near his house, hoping to strike up a conversation with him and get some useful information from him for his search. The man, with undisguised curiosity, asked him what such a handsome and stately young man was doing in such a terrible and God-forsaken city where there was absolutely no place for people like him. However, to everyone's surprise, it turned out that it was a girl, not a boy at all, and Chung-hee thought that she would probably be very angry with him for his unexpected and uninvited visit. But instead, she herself began to ask him questions. "I really wanted to send you a letter," Chung-hee told her politely, but she immediately bombarded him with a whole bunch of different questions, asking in bewilderment why a letter was needed if he could simply come by invitation. She then asked him sternly if he even realized who exactly he was dealing with at the moment, and sternly warned him that if this was all just a stupid joke, then he should get out of there immediately. The conversation between them was becoming more and more tense with each passing second, and then he decided to take out his business card to show her and try to somehow diffuse the situation. "Chongun, this is from Panju himself," he told her calmly, explaining in detail that this special card had been personally made by one of the most influential and powerful men in their entire country. The girl immediately and very politely apologized to him for her abruptness and respectfully asked if there was anything she could do to help him, completely changing her previous attitude towards him to a more respectful one. This circumstance greatly surprised him, because in Kaban the reaction to this special sign was completely different, and he did not expect such a manifestation of respect and reverence for this symbol here. He calmly conveyed this important sign to her, and she told him that it would take only 2 days to fulfill his request, and everything would be ready in the best possible way. In the meantime, she kindly offered him to rest a little in a very pleasant and cozy place, and even promised him that she would personally take him there and show him everything herself. When Chung-hee saw this dark and damp cave in front of him, he seriously thought 3 times about whether he should go there at all, because it looked a little creepy and scary. However, out of simple politeness, he thanked her for her help and decided not to refuse her hospitality, so as not to offend her with his refusal and distrust of her choice. 2 long days of waiting passed unnoticed, and a dark night came, which brought with it new and completely unexpected trials and challenges for our main character of this intricate story. A stranger suddenly approached the main character of this story and asked in a quiet voice if he was the young gentleman from the distant city of Chongyon, about whom there were rumors. "Yes, it's me," Chung-hee answered him immediately and without hesitation, trying his best to maintain an outward calm and composure so as not to betray his excitement and surprise. The stranger looked around very carefully and attentively, checking carefully to see if there was anyone nearby who could accidentally overhear their important and confidential conversation. After that, he silently placed a heavy bag on the table right in front of Yeon-hee, looking at it intently and very seriously, which further increased his curiosity. He quietly told him that it was all top secret and urged him to be extremely careful because from his appearance one might think that he occupied some important government position. After quickly saying goodbye to him, this mysterious stranger immediately walked in a completely different direction, and Yeon-hee remained sitting there, completely immersed in his sad thoughts. He was very worried about his teacher and thought about how quickly rumors spread, and he hoped that Yo could protect his teacher from these gossips. Slowly turning his head towards this mysterious package, he wondered with some doubt whether he should open it at all, and what exactly could be inside this package. Carefully unpacking it, he saw with great surprise that inside was a special medallion of high officials, which gave its owner enormous powers and privileges in their country. Now it wouldn't be difficult at all to get a good horse. That was the very first thought that came to his mind at that moment, because this medallion gave him access to many privileges. Besides this valuable and important medallion, the bundle also contained some letter which was sealed with a seal of secrecy and was intended only for him alone, which further increased his interest. This short but very meaningful letter contained only a few words: "Wherever you are, have a good rest," and this was very useful in his current situation. It was a very nice and timely support from someone, but it was quite difficult for him to understand who exactly sent him this letter, and for what purpose it was done. Chung-hee closed his eyes for a moment, trying his best to remember who could possibly be this mysterious sender who had so suddenly decided to help and support him. But instead of the expected clarity and understanding, he suddenly felt on his shoulders a heavy burden of enormous responsibility, which was very difficult to bear all alone without anyone's support. In the city of Kabang, a very important and top-secret order was given, which was directly related to Chung-hee, who had once saved the life of Panju himself, and now he had to carry out another important mission. The people were strictly ordered to protect Chung-hee with their own lives and to obey all his orders without question, because he now had a special status and authority. The reason for making such a serious and responsible decision was the fact that information about him had already spread widely among the highest government officials, and his position had become very dangerous. It was incredibly difficult to predict exactly how this entire situation would ultimately impact the entire Murim world as a whole, so it was imperative to proceed with extreme caution and prudence to avoid causing unnecessary consequences. Against the backdrop of the dimly flickering and crackling candle flame, one very important and exciting question was asked: why did he appear here so suddenly and unexpectedly for everyone present? A girl named Sil could not understand why their mutual friend Bakan kept young Chung-hee close to him all this time. She asked curiously what was going on, and the old man answered her that students were always led like that. They would never become better on their own. But the old and wise man was also very surprised as to why Sei herself cared so much about this strange child, although she understood perfectly well that it was Chung-hee who was the source of the coming storm, to which the old man fully agreed, continuing to calmly enjoy his fragrant tea. Some rumors had already reached this old man that this young and talented man had managed to completely cure syphilis without any serious consequences, which significantly added to his influence. Moreover, he also managed to discover and neutralize that very dangerous parasite, which brought him even more praise and universal respect from many influential people in their world. Because of all this, the strong anger of the powerful Jew family did not subside as quickly as desired, and poor Hauman had to endure a lot, but because of this tragic incident, many people died, including the rebels and even the Mundos themselves. All this seemed like complete madness to this old and wise man. He had this persistent feeling that he had been caught doing something very bad, and now he was just desperately trying to protect himself. As he leisurely sipped his fragrant tea from the bowl, Sue gently reminded him that he knew much more about Sapa than she did and could share information. However, he regretfully admitted to her that it was quite difficult for him to give an objective and impartial assessment of the current situation, given all the existing complex and contradictory circumstances of this case. It seemed as if they knew absolutely everything, even that Chang He had received a special medal from the powerful Zhu family, which gave him certain privileges and protection. Now all his movements will become even faster and more elusive, and if they cannot catch up with him now, then they will definitely never be able to catch and stop him. And not only they alone, but even the mighty and all-powerful Han himself would not be able to succeed in this difficult and dangerous pursuit of him, since he was too strong and cunning. However, the old and wise man said that fortunately, the Mua family had passed on to them very important information that, thanks to Hauman, they now knew the approximate direction in which Chung He was moving. Seal was very pleased with this news, and became even more convinced that Insafa children should be raised only by the harshest and most severe methods in order to make them stronger and more resilient. They were firmly convinced that the wind of fortune was blowing in their direction, although they knew perfectly well that the path ahead would not be easy at all, and although these two children did not quite fit into Safa's value system, this would be an impetus for their development. She was greatly confused by how the old man seemed to care so much about these children, and she reminded him that Ho Moon was targeting Chung He through the powerful Zhu family. She readily admitted that they were indeed stronger than them, but she asked him a reasonable question. Were they not better at killing than they were? And she sternly warned the old man that if he left things as they were, it would certainly not please Kabang. However, the old and wise man was well aware of all this, and had no intention of destroying the powerful Qian clan in any way, knowing full well all the possible consequences of such a step for them. This circumstance puzzled Sale even more, and she could not understand what exactly they were planning to do next to resolve this complex and confusing situation peacefully. He also regretfully confessed to her that he had absolutely no idea who exactly could catch up with the elusive Ye He and give him this important letter if he was deliberately hiding from everyone and carrying such a powerful weapon, and added that it was for this very reason that she was still staying in Panju. Suddenly, a dog appeared in the cave and began to bark very loudly and shrilly, immediately attracting the attention of everyone present in this place with its unexpected appearance and behavior. But then, just as unexpectedly, she completely calmed down and began to behave very strangely and unusually, as if she had a premonition of something, or was expecting some important event in the near future. The girl named Sol turned to the dog in surprise and asked, "Hang, where did you even come from, and what are you doing here at such a time, disturbing our peace with your barking?" The old and kind man loved this dog named Hangu very much. He gently took him in his arms and jokingly said that if Hangu were his student, then all their problems would have been solved long ago. Seol, hearing these unexpected and slightly offensive words from her mentor, almost fainted from extreme surprise, because she sincerely believed that she was doing her best and in the best possible way. The old man gently asked her to calm down and patiently explained to her that even water sometimes flows upstream against the current, and then asked her exactly how many years the faithful Hang had been carrying out all his orders. The old man guessed that she probably hadn't even really learned to walk on her little legs yet when she first started doing it, so long ago in her distant and carefree childhood that he remembered. The elderly and wise man Qin looked at her affectionately and smiled at her very broadly and kindly, demonstrating with his whole appearance his sincere kindness and affection for this young and slightly naive girl whom he liked. However, he never received from the somewhat offended and taciturn Ciola a reciprocal and equally warm smile, which he had so strongly hoped for at that particular moment of their difficult conversation. The ancient and powerful Hao clan was widely known throughout the criminal underworld for their active involvement in such dirty dealings as human trafficking, contract killings, selling sensitive information, prostitution, and ruthless extortion, making them one of the most dangerous in Murim. While the equally famous Kabani clan was mostly dominated by common and petty thieves, the LS Hao clan was run by real ruthless bandits who were distinguished by their particular cruelty and complete lack of any pity for their numerous victims. Life for the entire clan became significantly more difficult and dangerous after Yi Ha was discovered, which brought them too much unnecessary and intense attention from the authorities and other rival clans. A girl named Muha was forced to write a letter to the powerful Hao clan, tearfully asking for his safety as the overall situation was becoming more and more dangerous with each passing day. Her personal status and influence within the clan had grown so much that she could now personally write such important letters and appeals, thereby exerting a huge influence on the entire internal politics of her clan. However, the final and irrevocable decision on all important issues always remained exclusively with the head of their large and influential family, who single-handedly determined the future fate of all his numerous subordinates and associates. It was already quite late at night, and young Mookie was strongly advised to go to bed immediately and rest, but she was too worried and anxious to rest peacefully and gain strength now. She resolutely refused this offer, firmly declaring that she would not be able to sleep peacefully until she knew for certain the fate of the missing Yonghei, for whom she was worried. She was also very worried and concerned about the current health of Bayak Rins, who was also a very important participant in all these confusing and dangerous events that had been unfolding lately. She was informed that nothing was yet known for certain about his exact condition, but it was quite obvious that he was experiencing considerable difficulty moving around the room and needed assistance. The fly calmly replied to this that this was precisely why Yonghei was ready to do absolutely anything to prevent the impending disaster, because they had less and less time left. Suddenly, a breathless man rushed into the room, loudly announcing that a very important and urgent letter had just arrived, which required immediate attention and reading by everyone. She immediately took this letter into her hands, because she had been waiting for its receipt for quite a long time and with great impatience, and very much hoped to finally receive good and joyful news. Finally, she was able to breathe a sigh of relief, because she had just received this long-awaited and important message for her, which could clarify many of the questions and doubts that were troubling her. Carefully opening the letter with great hope of receiving good news, she began to carefully read its contents, greatly worried about what exactly she might find and learn there. What she read next almost knocked her off her feet with surprise, for the news she received was so shocking and unbelievable that she almost lost her balance and self-control. A famous white dragon doctor named Qin Chongyi had a huge bounty of 1,000 nannies placed on his head, which immediately made him a hot target for all the bounty hunters in the area. There was a strict time limit of 100 days set for his capture, and if he was not caught within that specified time, the quest would become invalid and lose its relevance. The letter fell limply from her weakened hands, and all the people around her immediately began to ask, one after another, what exactly had happened there, and what was written in that letter, because the expression on her face clearly indicated the seriousness of the situation. Her brother quickly picked up the fallen letter from the floor and began to read its contents carefully and intently, while everyone else was eagerly awaiting his reaction and response. At that very tense moment, it became perfectly clear to everyone present that Mu Hua and Mu Hu were strictly forbidden from interfering in this difficult and dangerous situation in any way. Their close relationship was taken into account, but this was all they could do. Mu Huo exclaimed with undisguised indignation in his voice that they knew perfectly well about the recent transfer of important information to Kaban, and they could not leave this serious crime completely unpunished. They could very well have been killed for such a serious betrayal, and the powerful Hao clan was simply showing them leniency this time, he added bitterly, angrily clenching his fists in frustration. The girl clenched her teeth with force from the emotions that overwhelmed her, and in a quiet but firm voice said only 2 words, 100 days, which now determined their further actions and plans. However, her brother asked her with some surprise, "Didn't you yourself want to move up the career ladder and take a higher position? So this is your chance to prove yourself." She calmly explained to him that in the cruel world of Safa, the strongest was always right and was the strongest, and the fact that she had recently restored her internal energy did not mean that she had to retreat. Mu Huo patiently waited for her final decision, looking at her questioningly with his eyes and silently asking what exactly she planned to do in this difficult and rather dangerous situation that had arisen. With a very confident and determined look, she finally made her final decision and loudly announced to everyone present that she was completely ready to act and was not going to wait another minute. She firmly stated that it was absolutely necessary for her to train and prepare herself properly, and she urged her brother to look after all the affairs carefully in her temporary absence while she was busy. She was well aware that the path ahead of her would be incredibly difficult and full of dangers, but this was absolutely necessary in order for her to be able to successfully achieve her high and ambitious goal. Turning sharply, she immediately headed to training, fully aware that she needed to act immediately and without delay, because she had less and less time left with each passing minute. Meanwhile, young Chung-hee continued his long and tiring journey on horseback, not even stopping for a short rest to eat, because every minute was worth its weight in gold to him. However, after he finally reached the 4th point of his destination on this difficult journey, he still decided to take a short break to at least rest a little and gain strength. Fully immersed in the warm and relaxing water, he began to seriously think about how, in the original novel, the legendary 10,000-year-old prairie dog grew up in the south, in some underground lake, and was a talisman there. Fortunately, there were no water bandits here because this place used to be the capital, where rich families still live, so the area is not abandoned. He had great hopes that perhaps he would be able to find some experienced and knowledgeable guide in the city of Keen who could help him in his difficult and dangerous search. However, only very few people knew about the existence of these mysterious underground lakes, and the deeper you went, the hotter the air became, and the more difficult it was to breathe deeply. In the worst and most unfavorable case, he would have to make his way through the dangerous Tansen all alone, relying solely on his own strength and skills, without anyone's help. At that very moment, he suddenly heard some loud and rather quarrelsome voices coming from behind the door. "Why are you behaving like this? Stop this outrage immediately and calm down. For shame. Get out of here immediately." The voices were getting louder and louder with each passing second, as if something serious was happening right outside his door, causing him to worry. And then someone calmly answered them, "Calm down. It's just an ordinary dog," slightly diffusing the overall tense atmosphere and adding comedy to this rather strange and absurd situation that had arisen. Outside, some people were using a long stick to try to drive away a dog, which, apparently, was bothering them a lot with its loud and annoying barking, disturbing their peace and quiet. Yun-hee carefully looked out the slightly open door of his room and curiously asked them what was going on here and why they were making so much noise and shouting outside. He was immediately told that some strange and unfamiliar dog had just run into their yard and started barking very loudly and incessantly, attracting everyone's attention and causing concern. He immediately recognized this dog. It was his faithful and devoted dog named Hang, who, apparently, somehow managed to find him here after a long separation. One of those men who were actively chasing this dog away with a stick asked Chongyi in surprise if he knew this dog, and after that, he stopped poking it with his stick. "Yes, I know, but I don't understand at all why she ended up here," the man answered in surprise, very surprised to see her in such a completely unexpected and inappropriate place. A dog named Hangu ran up to Yong-hae with a joyful bark and immediately jumped into his arms, actively licking his face, as if he had been waiting for this meeting for a long time. It was at that very moment that Chung-hee noticed a small note that was carefully tied with a string to his dog's collar, and this note looked like some very important and urgent message. It seemed that this message had been sent by Pan Yu himself, Chung-hee suddenly realized, while acutely feeling that this message was of great and utmost importance to him at this moment in time. He immediately, and without hesitation, opened this mysterious note right there on the spot, and began to quickly and carefully read its contents, expecting to receive from there some very important news for him. This short letter mentioned that a huge reward of 1,000 nannies had been placed on Yen-hai's head, and a deadline of 100 days had been set for his capture, after which the task would become null and void. It was extremely unpleasant and even a little scary to read all this, realizing that they really wanted to kill him, and it was a heavy blow to Yong-hae, who did not expect this. However, he was somewhat consoled by the fact that he only had to hold out for 100 days, and the thought that he was valued so highly, at a whopping 10 billion won, lifted his spirits a little. However, there was something else very important and interesting in this letter. It also mentioned his faithful dog named Hang, which could not fail to attract his close attention. The letter stated that Hang was to become the court dog of Chung-hee himself, which gave their union a completely new and unexpected meaning, as well as new responsibilities for the dog. It seemed that the protagonist of this story had now found a loyal and reliable companion in the person of the faithful Han Wu, and perhaps with his invaluable help, he would be able to find safer paths. Chongi never doubted for a second that his faithful dog Hang was the best companion and friend he could ever have in his difficult and dangerous life. Indeed, when they fought desperately against the mighty Magio, it was Hang who confidently led them through the snowy and dangerous mountains, always unerringly finding the safest paths and escape routes. The main character of this story was filled with boundless trust in his faithful dog, who had already saved his life more than once in the most critical and seemingly hopeless situations, showing miracles of devotion. He sat quietly outside for a while with his faithful Vang, carefreely playing with him and gently stroking his soft fur, enjoying this short moment of long-awaited peace and tranquility. Meanwhile, high up on the mountain, 3 strangers were animatedly talking about how if they now killed Byakun's own disciple, they could incur his terrible and merciless wrath. Some of them were seriously concerned about this possible development, while others saw no particular reason for concern and remained completely calm and unperturbed. These men were well armed. Each of them had a deadly weapon hanging on his belt, and they were fully prepared for any decisive action and surprises that might arise. The reward of 1,000 nannies was very important to them at any cost. Even if they had to resort to the services of dark and unprincipled doctors, they were ready to go to the very end in this confrontation. The powerful Hoa clan had a famous trio of assassins who were nicknamed the Rat Faces for their methods. They acted like real hunters. Their methods resembled quick and completely unexpected raids, hence the nickname. Each of them had their own unique trait and skills that perfectly matched with the rest of the group, which is why they became such a famous and feared group in their clan. They assumed that Chongi was most likely heading towards the lake, and planned to cross the Chan River to either hide from pursuers there, or continue their further dangerous and unexpected journey. Their plan was that if he began to cross the river at night, they would immediately attack him, but if it happened during the day, they decided to wait a little to choose the most suitable time for the attack. The second master had the unique gift of incredibly long-range vision. He was able to easily identify any target he chose at a distance of up to 3 kilometers, which was a very valuable skill. The third master specialized in swimming and incredible agility, and his unique skills were very useful in any water conditions, where he felt like a fish in water and was invincible. They decided not to waste precious time and to start moving immediately, so as not to miss their only chance of success in this risky but profitable enterprise. Meanwhile, young Chongi had already managed to safely reach Lake Katech, confidently riding his faithful horse, and his devoted dog Hangu followed him closely, not lagging behind even a step. What struck him most at that moment was how huge this lake was. It was so big that even in his past life he had never seen anything like it. Even his faithful dog Hang nodded his head in understanding, as if he fully supported the general impression that this was indeed an incredibly grand and breathtaking spectacle that was worth seeing. To some extent, Chong Hei was even a little jealous of his loyal dog, because Han Wu had already managed to visit many amazing places, and his life was full of exciting adventures. Chung Hee himself began to think deeply, involuntarily plunging into his numerous memories and reflecting on his difficult and eventful past, which still had not let him go. In his past, completely different life, he was always in a hurry to get somewhere. He had pretty good relationships with his colleagues at work, but he didn't have any real friends with whom he could go on a trip. And right now, standing in front of this endless and majestic lake, he could finally allow himself to calmly think about such things, without being distracted by the daily bustle and worries of this world. He thoughtfully looked at this endless distance and the incredibly beautiful sunset, sincerely hoping that someday he would be able to return here with his beloved and respected mentor, however. Chung-hee, however, never for a moment forgot that he was still on a dangerous quest, and before it became completely dark, it was absolutely necessary for him to move on to his goal. "Let's go," he said decisively to himself, making a firm decision to continue his journey forward, not stopping at any possible obstacles and dangers that might be encountered on his way. If he had to cross this wide and swift river, he knew perfectly well that it would be much better and safer to do it in a boat in order to save his strength and time. His trusty steed galloped forward, his hooves pounding the ground, and the loyal Hanggu hurried after him with all his might, quickly pawing the ground with his dog-like paws to keep up the pace. At that very moment, they unexpectedly approached some very crowded and noisy market, where life was in full swing and trade was in full swing, despite the late hour and darkness. Despite the rather late hour, there were still a lot of people here, and Chung-hee kept asking his faithful Han Wu how far they still had left to their final destination. Hang simply nodded his head in understanding in response, thereby confirming that they were on the absolutely right path and were confidently moving towards their intended goal, and they had nothing to worry about. Looking intently at his loyal and intelligent dog, Chang-hee thought with confidence that Han Wu must have picked up the scent long ago and was now confidently leading him to the goal. From behind one of the nearest corners, some unknown man, Chin-ah, began to slowly appear, who immediately attracted Chan's close attention with his strange and suspicious behavior at this late hour. Chung-hee immediately knew that this man was from Kabang as soon as he saw him, and this man Chin-a stepped forward and pointed at the dog, saying its name, which surprised the young man. This unknown man, Chin-a, knew the name Chung-hee, and he introduced himself to him. "I am Bale from Kabang," which somewhat alarmed the young man, but he tried not to show it and remain calm. Chung-hee immediately and very politely thanked him, as well as his entire powerful clan, for helping him so promptly in this difficult and rather dangerous situation he found himself in. They began to talk animatedly about Chan's recent journey, and he said that it was all thanks to his faithful dog Hang, who chose the shortest and safest route for them. Bale informed him that he already knew about his plan and said that the ship would be ready tomorrow. He also advised Chung-hee to get some rest and warned him to be careful as the Hao clan might send mercenaries after him. Besides Bakil himself, they had other equally important allies, but there were not so many of them, and each of them played a very important role in this difficult situation. It seemed as if Bakil was really trying very hard for Chung-hee, putting all his energy and strength into helping him in his difficult and dangerous task. He did so much good and useful for Yoongi that he didn't even know how and who to thank now for all these incredible efforts and dedication that he showed. However, Bak continued to persistently warn him that although the likelihood of an attack was now quite low, he still needed to be especially careful on the ship, as there could be hidden dangers there. He kindly invited Changi to Guokchang. It was a place they looked after closely, and where one could rest peacefully under their reliable protection without fearing for one's life. But even there, in this seemingly safe place, one should not attract too much unnecessary attention to oneself, since the minions of the insidious Hao clan could be anywhere, and danger lurked everywhere. It was not at all difficult to guess that it was absolutely necessary for him to exercise extreme caution in order to avoid any unnecessary troubles and problems on his way to his goal. Chongi fully agreed to follow all this wise advice and do everything as Bakil told him, since he trusted his experience and intuition in such matters and situations. After this, Bak firmly said that he himself would take care of all the necessary preparations for their journey, and then said goodbye, leaving a slightly confused Yun-hei alone with his thoughts and worries. Left completely alone, Yun-hei firmly decided to have a good rest today and gain strength before the upcoming important and very exciting events that were about to happen soon. Chongi hopefully asked his faithful dog Hang if he knew exactly where Gon was, and asked him to lead him there, completely trusting the senses and instincts of this intelligent dog. On the way, he also thought that it would be nice to have something to eat, to get some strength and restore his strength before the upcoming important and very exciting events of the day. Meanwhile, another man, who was widely known by the nickname Flying Sword Chohan, and who was a very famous bounty hunter, was already confidently following Chung-hee's trail, approaching him. He was literally on Chung-hee's heels, acutely feeling that he was getting closer and closer to his desired and very expensive prey, which he had been tracking for so long. For some reason, it seemed to Cho-han that there was absolutely no one around, and that it was he who was the first to find Chan, which filled him with pride and anticipation of easy money and glory. Based on this erroneous conclusion, he decided to act immediately and without delay, and attack Yoongi while he was still unaware and completely unprepared for the attack. A cunning plan had already matured in his head on how to kill Chung-hee quietly and unnoticed, so as not to attract unnecessary attention from other potential hunters or local residents who could interfere. Hiding behind the corner of one of the nearby buildings, he thought arrogantly, "I will pass completely unnoticed, quickly kill this Chongi, and take all the money for myself without sharing with anyone." However, passing completely unnoticed turned out to be far from as easy as he had imagined in his dreams, since he had already been noticed and was prepared for his appearance, especially when Chong-hee had his loyal and devoted Wang Wu by his side, who had an excellent sense of smell and could sense any danger at a great distance, warning his master. As the loyal Hanggu growled in warning, Cho-han leapt out from around the corner with lightning speed and threw several razor-sharp knives at Chung-hee with incredible speed, aiming for his chest. The deadly blades were flying straight at him, moving so fast that it seemed as if it was completely impossible to dodge or defend against them, and death was inevitable for him. However, Chung-hee noticed them in time and was able to react with truly lightning speed, demonstrating incredible agility and reaction that saved his life at this critical moment of the fight. In a split second, these sharp blades pierced everything around him, the walls, the ground, but not himself, although this could well have been a fatal blow. At that very tense moment, Chan suddenly remembered Bok's words that he could be attacked at any time, and that he needed to be constantly alert and ready to fight. Flying sword. Cho-han did not expect at all that some boy from a family that was famous for its medical skills would be so agile and fast in combat, which surprised him. Soon, Chongi was tightly surrounded by some armed men who were ready to immediately protect him from any danger coming from this unknown man with a gun who was attacking him. They strictly warned the Cho-han that he could not attack a man who was under the reliable protection of the powerful Gabin, and that he had better leave on good terms and immediately. They also asked him sternly if he even understood what all this meant, and what serious consequences could await him in case of disobeying their demands and orders. However, Cho-han did not care at all about their warnings. He sincerely believed that the KGB had no right to interfere in his affairs, and he was not afraid of them at all, and did not respect them. He confidently warned them that they would never be able to defeat him, and immediately assumed a fighting stance, in response to which they simply told him to shut up and prepared to fight. Standing not far from the scene of the fight, Chongi calmly watched the whole scene, and with some bewilderment thought about how he should now deal with such obvious fools who had absolutely no idea who exactly they were dealing with. Immediately, a fierce and bitter fight began between them. Each of its participants was ready to fight to the very end, sparing no effort or life for the sake of victory over the enemy. Chuan very dexterously and skillfully dodged all the attacks of the Kabang fighters, who tried their best to neutralize and incapacitate him so that he could not cause harm to their ward. They were armed with heavy clubs and dealt very powerful and crushing blows with them, but their enemy had no intention of giving up and continued to desperately resist their onslaught. In response to all these furious attacks from the fighters, the Cho-han contemptuously told them that all their stubbornness was completely meaningless, and that they were only in vain hindering him on his way. These bold and defiant words only further angered and provoked these brave fighters, and they began to act even more aggressively and decisively than before, striving to defeat the enemy. "Get out of the way! Get out of the way!" he shouted loudly at them, and moved into active combat, no longer simply dodging their blows, but also furiously attacking back. After his very first precise and powerful strike, one of the samurai received a deep cut on his arm right near the elbow, since Cho Huang's blade was incredibly fast and accurate at that moment. Immediately after this, blood began to gush out of his leg, as another sharp and precise blow left him with absolutely no chance of successfully defending or dodging it. Cho-han was determined to fight until his last breath, because 1,000 nannies for Chong's head was too big and desirable a reward to give up so easily now. He was determined to destroy absolutely everything in his path, just to be able to achieve his cherished and so desired goal, without stopping at any obstacles and dangers. The sly and self-satisfied smile that played on his face clearly demonstrated his complete confidence in his strength and abilities, as well as his enormous and unstoppable desire to win at any cost. However, he completely forgot that not only was Chang-He able to deftly dodge his numerous attacks, but he was also able to fight himself, and it would cost him much more than he could have imagined. As he quickly began his attack, Chang-He only smiled slightly at him in response, as if he had a premonition of his inevitable victory in this difficult and dangerous duel with him. His precise and powerful blow to Cho Huan's left ear made him momentarily remember the sound of the school bell, which rang deafeningly in his head, depriving him of his orientation in space. This deafening ringing continued to ring in his head for several long seconds, completely clouding his ability to think clearly and distinctly in this critical situation, which was very dangerous. After this, Chang-He delivered another precise and powerful blow to his opponent, clearly letting him know that he should not relax for a single second. Otherwise, he would quickly fall, and that is exactly what happened the next moment. Cho Han fell to the ground so hard that his head hit the rocks beneath him with force, and the one he was protecting decided to help and dealt with the villain himself. Now, all that was left to do was to look closely at his miserable and deplorable state, and wait patiently until he finally came to his senses after such a crushing and unexpected defeat. When it finally happened, Zhou Huang was kneeling, his weapon raised above his head, and the Kong Hu men holding sticks above him were waiting to see what Chang-He would do. It was funny to call those sticks weapons, but they were curious to see what Chang-He would decide. They reminded Chang-He that this man had just threatened his life, and therefore deserved any, even the harshest punishment. So they asked him to decide what to do next because he would be punished anyway in Qibong. However, what Chang-He said in response was not at all what everyone expected from him, since he, as a real doctor, did not want to kill anyone, and therefore asked everyone to calm down. The defeated Chuan was already kneeling before his opponent, humbly begging him for mercy and for his life, since he clearly realized that now his future fate was completely and undividedly in the powerful hands of the young Chang-He. The main question now was what they should do with him next, because if they just let him go free now, it could create serious problems for other people. Then Chang-He gave his final verdict, which sounded more like a question. How about you atone for your criminal act by working hard on our boat during the crossing? Chang-He was in need of a reliable assistant to help him cross this wide and fast river safely, and this candidate seemed to him to be just perfect for this difficult role. Cho Han looked quite strong and resilient, so he would be perfect to row the oars until Chang-He finally decided to set him free. Cho Han understood perfectly well that this was a real curse for him, because in this world there was nothing worse than rowing a boat or working in a mine. However, he should be thanking God now for sparing him at all and keeping him alive, rather than wondering if Chang-He was serious about using him as a rower. And to further tease him and test his reaction, Chang-He, with a sly smile, added to his words the following important and slightly mocking remark for the prisoner. "Don't worry so much if you accidentally get hurt while working. I will heal you immediately," he told him with a slight smile on his face, watching his reaction. However, Flying Sword would probably rather die on the spot than have to row the boat in such a humiliating manner, and he asked to be untied because how could he row with his hands tied? This made him realize that Chang-He was not an ordinary young doctor, but a cunning, intelligent, and physically fit man. At this point, the unpleasant incident was completely over, and Yan-He decided to take a little rest and relax, going to a nearby restaurant to have a bite to eat and take his mind off everything that had happened. Carefully pushing aside the curtained entrance to the establishment, his face immediately reflected genuine surprise and genuine curiosity about what he saw and heard inside this place. He slowly walked into this popular establishment called Gan En Yen, and with undisguised admiration he uttered only one word, "Wow," because what he saw exceeded all his expectations and imagination. The first thing that immediately caught his eye and struck him strongly was that this establishment was open 24 hours a day, and it was so crowded even at this rather late hour of the night. People around were relaxing carefree, drinking various drinks and chatting animatedly with each other, thus creating a very casual and relaxing atmosphere that was conducive to relaxation and fun. When he looked around this establishment more carefully and closely, it seemed to him that most of the people present here belonged to the Ho, that is, people from the martial arts world. Looking even more closely and intently at those around him, he was somewhat surprised to see among them also the guys from Sosin, who were well known for their unrivaled fighting skills and mastery. In this lively and rather noisy place, there were a great many different and colorful people, and young Chin, together with his faithful dog, confidently walked forward on the soft carpet. However, all of a sudden, his faithful dog named Hang began to growl warningly for some reason, and Chang He could not understand what exactly caused such a violent and aggressive reaction in his dog. Chung He couldn't understand at all what had happened, and why his faithful dog Han Wo had suddenly started growling angrily at two red-haired people standing nearby. When Chung He finally saw them with his own eyes, he couldn't immediately figure out who exactly they were, or why they had caused such a strange and aggressive reaction in his usually calm dog. One of the two strangers slowly walked closer to him, and with a friendly smile on his face calmly said, "It is very nice to meet you," expressing his disposition and interest. "You are that same Chung He, the young and talented white dragon, a devoted disciple of Beck himself, aren't you?" he asked him with confidence in his words, as if he already knew the answer. Chung He calmly answered, "Yes, it is me." But then in turn he asked them with curiosity, "Who are you, and what do you want from me here?" They were apparently quite experienced and skilled martial artists, although their specific fighting style was completely unfamiliar to him, and had not been encountered before in his practice. "My name is Nam Gun. I am from the ancient and powerful Nam Gun clan, and my many friends from Ganho usually call me Dragon Sword. In the future, I will be called one of the three swords of the world," this man said proudly. The girl who had been standing next to him all this time also decided to introduce herself to him. "My name is Nam Guni Yeon," she said in a quiet but confident voice, looking him straight in the eyes. She was his own sister, and in the distant future she was destined to fight in a duel with Ye Harun, who was a very famous and powerful martial artist of his time. This completely unexpected and rather mysterious meeting turned out to be very intriguing and full of mysteries for young Chin, which he still had to solve in the near future if the opportunity presented itself. What interested Chin most at the moment was one very important question. How could they even know that he would be here, in this very place and at this very time? In response to this direct and somewhat unexpected question, a mysterious and barely noticeable smile appeared on Gun's face, as if he knew much more than he was ready to tell him now. Namgung really wanted to meet the young Chung He and simply couldn't resist checking out the interesting information he heard from someone earlier. During their further, rather casual conversation, they made a mutual decision to drop all unnecessary formalities and address each other simply by their first names in order to make their conversation more relaxed and friendly. Namgung readily agreed to this proposal, noting that they were both still quite young and progressive in their views, which gave their conversation a special and confidential tone. The establishment served excellent and very high-quality alcohol, and the red-haired Namgung kindly offered Yoon Hee to try some of the exquisite drinks from their rich assortment to relax. Besides, the local dishes made from poor pork were simply incredibly tasty and appetizing, and he could not help but recommend them to his new acquaintance Yoongi, who was their guest. Yoongi was sincerely grateful to Namgun for his kindness, hospitality, and warm welcome that he gave him in this unfamiliar but pleasant place where he found himself. However, Namgung didn't stop there and continued to persistently ask if Jin wanted anything else, offering him to try even more different dishes from their menu, showing generosity. His sister, Namguni Yeon, also kindly offered him to try the very tasty noodles that were served at this establishment, which were famous for their unique taste and aroma. However, at that very moment, completely unexpectedly for everyone, she blushed deeply from embarrassment, and her brother immediately turned to her and jokingly asked, "You introduced yourself so well. Why are you so shy again? We rehearsed this together." At that very tense moment, a huge question mark appeared in Yonga's head, because he did not understand at all why she was so embarrassed by these simple and innocent words. Yun decided to clearly show her tactless brother that his careless words only embarrassed her even more. and put her in an awkward position in front of their new acquaintance and guest. She pinched his side with her thin fingers, causing him to jump up in surprise and pain and scream loudly, causing laughter from those around him. Namgung felt as if he was about to die from this sudden and very strong pain, and he immediately began to indignantly ask her how a younger sister could treat her older brother like this. He had never been able to fully understand why she had been so mean and sarcastic towards him, and now their old and long-standing argument had flared up again. But despite all this, her hand still held tightly to his belt, which only added even more comedy to this already rather funny and absurd situation. Chung Hee, watching these brother and sister closely, was surprised to notice that they had the same good and warm relationship as Mu Ha and Mu Hu. They were constantly joking and arguing. Alcohol was flowing freely in this cheerful establishment, and this time Namgun suggested trying white wine, clearly wanting to prolong this festive and carefree mood as long as possible. Enhei changed his appearance and now looked very reserved and modest, but in order to politely refuse the offered wine, he said that he still had a long way to go, but for Namun, this was not an obstacle. He was ready to drink himself. Instead of strong alcohol, Yan He decided to drink regular tea, clearly preferring a more moderate and healthy drink in this company, which was more familiar and comfortable for him. However, all the jokes and fun ended at the very moment when Namun raised a very serious topic about Chonghez, according to rumors, having created a cure for syphilis and many other dangerous diseases, which was already widely discussed. With a modest and slightly embarrassed smile on his face, Chung Hee calmly answered him that in Ganzhou it was absolutely impossible to hide anything from people. Everything there very quickly became known to everyone. However, for Namun and his inquisitive sister, it was not at all difficult to obtain this important information. They sincerely believed that there was no point in hiding such good and important news. It was better to share it. However, Chang He, with some bewilderment and anxiety in his voice, directly asked Namun why he needed all this information about his developments and research in the field of medicine. The good and relaxed atmosphere that had reigned between them up to this point suddenly and abruptly disappeared, and the general mood in their company noticeably changed for the worse and more tense. In response to this, Yang He firmly said that this medicine is of great and primary importance for all of humanity, because the lives and health of many people directly depend on it. Namgung confirmed that this medicine really helps very well in the treatment of syphilis, as well as some other equally dangerous and widespread diseases in their world that take lives. However, he also noted with regret the fact that in some particularly severe and advanced cases, these diseases can still prove fatal for patients despite treatment. Qin patiently explained to him that this was precisely why they needed to thoroughly explore all possible treatment options and methods before making any final conclusions or findings. After this detailed explanation, Changhe confidently confirmed that all those rumors about his recent achievements in the field of medicine were not at all false, but were true. "You're very attentive to the smallest details," Namgung told him thoughtfully. "I guess that's why everything turned out the way it did," to which Chung Hee curiously asked what exactly turned out that way, because he didn't quite understand what he was talking about. Namgung answered him very briefly and laconically to this question. Just 2 words. The powerful Hao clan, which immediately made him wary and tense up from surprise. Without a hint of a smile on his face, he looked Yoongi straight in the eyes, making their conversation even more tense and serious than it had been up until that point, creating an oppressive atmosphere. The thought of how much Namgun actually knew about him and his affairs flashed through Jung-hee's mind like lightning, and this fact began to worry and alarm him a little. He only fully realized the seriousness of the situation when he finally learned that Namun was somehow connected to the hostile Hoa clan. Qin also could not imagine that the House clan representatives were so eager for his death, and he asked why you had to give a reward of 1,000 nannies. Why not 5,000 at once? Although 1,000 nannies is a lot of money, but still not that much. "It's not that big of a reward for your head," Namgung calmly remarked to this, but Qin objected to him, saying that, by the way, someone had already tried to kill him because of it. Namgung was very surprised by such a quick and unexpected response from Chung Hee. He did not expect to hear this from him so soon, and this somewhat puzzled and worried him. He understood perfectly well that for small and not very lucky mercenaries this was really a lot of money, which is why they tried so hard to fulfill this dangerous order at any cost. However, during this rather tense and difficult conversation, Yeon-hee did not forget for a second that at any moment someone else could appear who posed a danger to him. From Nam-gung's point of view, Yoon-hee looked very good and confident, and he curiously wondered if he received help from Kabang or if he became so strong on his own. Nam-gung also clearly felt that there was a very powerful and tangible energy emanating from Chin, which clearly indicated his enormous inner strength and the hidden potential he had developed. He also noted to himself that a threat like ordinary mercenaries was a rather minor danger to someone of Chong-hae's skill level, who was very strong. However, it wasn't just Nam-gung who was so curious about this company. Jin himself also had a few questions of his own that he wanted to ask them right now. He voiced his thoughts and assumptions out loud, and after that, both Namun and Yen froze in place, eagerly awaiting his next question and the further development of their conversation. Chin first thanked them politely for feeding him so generously and for starting this interesting and rather meaningful conversation that was useful to him. Chin then asked them directly and bluntly if they were trying to protect him in any way from possible dangers that could threaten him in this hostile world. Everyone present in this establishment burst into loud laughter, because this question sounded quite unexpected and even a little naive in this situation, which amused and cheered everyone up. Nam-gung complimented Jin by saying that he was very smart and insightful, and his sister apparently expected him to say something completely different in response to that. Nam-gun readily admitted that Chin was quite right in his guess, and added that he had heard that there were not so many people from Kabang here. He offered Chin to take Beck's place on his list of debtors, and offered his help by providing the fastest ship in the area. He firmly assured Chung-hee that he could completely trust each and every member of the crew on this fast and reliable ship that he was providing for his journey. It seemed a little strange, and even suspicious to give away an entire ship just to get hold of some debtor, but as Gan himself explained, there was a good reason for it. According to him, all this was because Chin once saved a very dear and close person to him, namely Muka, completely curing her from a very serious and dangerous disease. He also assured me that he and Muka had simply known each other since early childhood, and that there was absolutely no need to attach any special significance to this circumstance or look for a hidden meaning. In any case, Nam-gun had many different and compelling reasons to help and assist the young and talented Chin in his difficult affairs and endeavors. However, Chong-hae, having listened attentively to all these numerous words and assurances, still remained very cautious and reserved in his answers and reactions, not rushing to conclusions and decisions. He slowly and thoughtfully placed his chopsticks on the table, lost in his deep and difficult thoughts about the current situation and how best to proceed. Suddenly John, who had been sitting quietly next to him all this time, suddenly spoke up and asked him where exactly he planned to go next after their meeting and this conversation. In Tangan, which is very close to Namyen, Chong-hae answered her immediately and without hesitation, not wanting to hide his future plans from these new acquaintances who were helping him. And unexpectedly, for everyone blushed like a ripe tomato from embarrassment, but when she remembered where exactly this place was, she quietly added that it was actually very far from here. Her brother nearly fell out of his chair in surprise when he heard her say so many words in a row, for it had been a very long time since she had spoken so much at one time. After this, Nam-gun jokingly remarked that his younger sister seemed to really like their new acquaintance Chung-ha, and this was evident from her behavior. He seemed to have a real talent for constantly embarrassing her with his careless words and remarks, putting her in an awkward and rather stupid position in front of strangers, which angered her. However, Yen again lightly pinched her brother's side with 2 fingers, causing him to jump up in surprise and pain again, causing everyone present to burst into another burst of laughter. After this little outburst, she sat down in her seat more calmly, trying her best to hide the intense embarrassment and awkwardness she was feeling at the moment. Knowing the future ahead, Chong-gi only smiled slightly to himself, thinking about how sweet and charming the future head of all Marine would be when she grew up a little and matured. Her thin fingers squeezed Namun's side even harder, so hard that he jumped up in his seat again from the unexpected and sharp pain, unable to contain his surprise and indignation. Chin seriously considered whether he should intervene in their squabble, because God forbid he might have to treat one of them again after such an intense showdown. Namgung looked very worried, and even a little scared after another strong pinch from his enraged and clearly displeased younger sister, who did not calm down and continued to pester him. Enough already, Chin firmly decided for himself, and resolutely stood up from his seat, fully understanding that the time had finally come to act and put an end to this drawn-out and somewhat ridiculous performance. He placed his hands confidently on the table and politely asked them to wait a moment so that he could express his sincere gratitude to them for all they had done for him. They both froze in their places, waiting with impatience and some curiosity to see what exactly he would tell them next, and what words of gratitude he had prepared for them this time. As a token of his deep and sincere gratitude for their hospitality and kindness, Chin kindly offered to check their pulse, which brought surprised and joyful smiles to their faces.